Chapter 1. Under the cover of night, two boys, one tall and one short, stood face to face at the edge of a precipice, with a raging river flowing beneath them. The taller boy turned his back to the cliff, blood streaming down from his right eye, leaving a vivid crimson trail upon his visage. Yet he bore a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Itachi, at this moment, I entrust you with my remaining eye. Shisui smiled as he meticulously pried the last eye from its socket with his bare hands, extending his bloodied palm towards Itachi, offering the precious orb. Shisui, Itachi was taken aback. I apologize, I must rely on you now. Please safeguard our village in the name of the Uchiha. As Itachi gazed at Shisui's outstretched arm, he slowly closed his eyes. A raven descended from the sky behind Itachi, alighting upon Shisui's hand, before dissolving into a flurry of black feathers that vanished into the night. Along with it, the eye in Shisui's palm also disappeared. Itachi opened his eyes, staring at Shisui, who stood with closed eyes and a tranquil smile. That I accept this gift. What do you intend to do next? If I perish, the tension between the village and our clan should shift. I've already penned my farewell. As Shisui spoke, he gently took a few steps backward. Wait, Shisui! Seeing Shisui teetering at the edge of the cliff, Itachi's expression changed drastically. He recognized Shisui's intent and urgently called out, attempting to halt his friends. Actions that if you truly consider me a friend, do not stop me, Itachi. I am so sorry, Itachi. The village and the clan will be in your hands from now on. I shall take my leave. With that, Shisui smiled and leaned back. Itachi rushed forward, desperate to grasp him, but was a moment too late. Standing at the cliff's edge, Itachi watched helplessly as his dear friend's body plummeted into the abyss. Shisui, how truly moving this scene is, remarked a boy with dark hair and eyes, his forehead adorned with a forehead protector bearing the Leaf Village emblem, his shoulder-length hair tied up in a bun, embodying the striking features typical of the Uchiha clan. He sat at a distance by the river, holding a small, exquisite crystal ball. The crystal ball emanated a soft glow, forming a vision akin to a telescope. His name was Uchiha Makoto. Through this extraordinary technique, Makoto witnessed the poignant final farewell unfolding before him with unparalleled clarity. This scene was all too familiar to Makoto in his previous life. This farewell between dear friends had brought countless fans of Naruto to tears and could see this moment. The iconic triangular windmill pattern in Itachi's eyes, familiar to countless fans of Naruto, once again came into view. The Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi made its appearance. Ming flipped his hand to stow away the crystal ball, then ambled leisurely towards the riverbank. Along the way, he paused to appreciate the surrounding scenery, and soon arrived at the river, where he stopped to observe. Time passed steadily. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes before he realized that over 20 minutes had quietly slipped away. At last, Ming spotted his target, Shisui, lying face down in the water. He was floating with the current, appearing utterly lifeless. Taking a deep breath, Ming stepped forward, resolutely treading onto the surface of the river. Remarkably, he did not sink like an ordinary person. Instead, he walked steadily upon the water surface as if it were solid ground, a fundamental skill of a ninja, water walking. He approached Shisui step by step, finally bending down to extend his hands and effortlessly lift the breathless Shisui from the water. Just then, as Ming raised Shisui, two figures vanished as if teleported, leaving no trace behind. In the depths of the forest, a branch moved without wind, and a few leaves fell, carried away by the breeze. About 10 minutes later, a dark figure hastily arrived at the scene. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, but upon his arrival, he found the place deserted, save for the calmly flowing river and the surrounding silence. Itachi furrowed his brow, observing the area carefully before shaking his head in resignation, choosing to continue his pursuit along the river's course. Ming cautiously carried Shisui through the dense woods and rugged mountain paths, ultimately arriving at an extremely concealed cave. The entrance to the cave was narrow and obscured by lush vegetation. Without intimate knowledge of the area, one might easily overlook its existence. Inside the cave, a few torches provided illumination. Ming gently laid Shisui's lifeless body on a clean, flat surface. Gazing at Shisui's lifeless visage, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. He then slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the long-neglected katana at his waist. This blade had accompanied him since his arrival in this world. Though he had conducted numerous experiments with it, he had never had the opportunity to draw it formally. At this moment, staring at the sword, Ming found himself momentarily lost in thought, memories of his first encounter with Shisui flooding his mind. Hey, Ming, this sword of yours is quite impressive. Why have I never seen you use it? Can't you wield it? Call me big brother, and I'll teach you. Shisui had playfully teased him back then. Ming smiled faintly and replied, do not be anxious, the time has not yet come. Yet, who could have anticipated that the moment to wield this blade would indeed arrive? Ming had foreseen it. Just as he had previously predicted, the first official use of this blade was indeed directed at Shisui. Taking a deep breath, a complex smile graced Ming's face as he murmured to himself, ah, Shisui, the time has come to use this blade. Just as I envisioned, the true first use is indeed upon you. With that, he grasped the hilt, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. As the blade emerged, a glint of cold light flashed. Ming effortlessly performed a beautiful flourish with the sword, then stood firmly, holding the weapon with one hand. He closed his eyes, calming his mind to attune to his surroundings. After a moment, the blade began to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Simultaneously, with the aid of this mysterious light, Ming opened his eyes and perceived a unique wave of energy quietly surfacing. This wave seemed to possess a captivating allure, drawing the unconscious soul of Shisui, attempting to extract it from its corporeal form. With eyes sharp as a hawk and movements as agile as a cheetah, Ming, in that fleeting moment when the mysterious wave surged forth, swung his blade with sudden ferocity. A flash of cold light streaked across the night sky akin to a lightning bolt, accompanied by the piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air. That elusive wave was severed. In an instant, dissipating into countless motes of light, Ming gazed intently at the fading energy fragments, feeling a profound sense of relief within. Noticing that the wave showed no signs of resurgence after its dissipation, he subtly curved his lips into a confident smile. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, he executed a graceful flourish, his movements fluid and elegant. Subsequently, he slowly returned the long blade to its sheath, the entire process seamless, as if he had completed a magnificent performance. Prior to this moment, Ming had conducted extensive research and experimentation on this enigmatic wave. Through persistent exploration and trial, he had unveiled the secret concealed within this phenomenon. It was derived from the Pure Land's power in the world of Naruto, responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased to the Pure Land. Since this was merely a passive attraction, even though Ming successfully interrupted this pull, it would not awaken the attention of the ancient schemer hidden deep within the Pure Land to ensure the utmost success in his rescue. Ming had exerted considerable effort beforehand, that he repeatedly conducted various simulation tests to ascertain the likelihood of multiple unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, every experiment culminated in resounding success, greatly boosting his confidence that it is worth noting that in the world of Naruto, there are no specialized messengers, akin to those in Inuyasha, responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased into the afterlife. In the world of Naruto, there exists a passive force derived from the Pure Land, known as the power of the Pure Land. Although these two forces manifest in distinct forms, their underlying significance converges upon a singular purpose, guiding the departed souls away from the mortal realm and onto the path of rebirth. In the hands of Ming lies the Tenseiga, a blade endowed with the extraordinary ability to sever the waves of the Pure Land's influence. With this sword, he possesses the capability to halt the soul from being drawn towards the Pure Land, thereby performing the miraculous feat of resurrecting the deceased. Indeed, the Tenseiga wielded by Ming is one of the legendary swords from the anime Inuyasha, famously used by Sesshomaru, the elder brother of the protagonist Inuyasha, and is referred to as the Sword of the Underworld. In Inuyasha, the Tenseiga serves as a conduit between this world and the next, capable of vanquishing yokai that do not belong to this realm, and conversely, it can be employed to send these creatures to the afterlife through the technique known as Maido Zangetsu. Due to its unique nature, its creator, Totosai, originally intended to name it the Sword of Non-Killing. It was ultimately named Tenseiga by the dog general, Itachi. The Tenseiga in Ming's possession is the original blade that was returned to Inuyasha after he relinquished Tenseiga, transforming back into a healing blade that could only save lives, embodying the essence of the Sword of Non-Killing. From this, it is evident that Ming is a traveler from another world. His full name is Uchiha Ming, born in the 40th year of Konoha, 3 years senior to Itachi and 1 year junior to Shisui, now at the age of 16. While his identity before his transcendence is best left unmentioned, it suffices to say that during a late-night run for fitness, he encountered a martial arts style rooted in traditional Japanese swordsmanship. Even after his transition, his new identity is rather unremarkable. He is merely an ordinary elite genin of the Uchiha clan, possessing the 3 Sharingan, and is recognized alongside Shisui and Itachi as the Uchiha Trident, enjoying a measure of renown within Konoha. Upon his arrival in the Naruto universe, Ming was bestowed with a lottery system. This non-intelligent system operates under a simple yet brutal rule. Whenever Ming undertakes actions that deviate significantly from the original storyline, he earns the opportunity to draw from a lottery. He can draw once during holidays and once on his birthday. It is as straightforward as that. Though it may sound rather casual, it indeed possesses a level of randomness, as evidenced by the quality of the prizes drawn, which are often of negligible value. Based on Ming's prior experiences with the lottery, he has discerned that only upon altering the narrative does he procure valuable items, which he has come to label as the SSR prize pool. His arrival in the Naruto world constitutes a monumental alteration of the original plot. That event marked his first and, thus far, only SSR draw, with the prize being the Tenseiga. As for the usual lottery rewards, they are, to put it mildly, rather disappointing. They range from meager chakra rewards equivalent to the amount he could gain through 2 days of training to basic ninja techniques and what could be described as extravagant bento boxes. The better rewards include a jutsu he previously utilized, the telescope technique. However, the lesser rewards are numerous, encompassing an array of mundane items such as tissues, toilet paper, napkins, and kitchen oil-absorbing paper that he extracted a roll of. Toilet paper, which could conservatively last him for a decade. The sole consolation was that there was no prize labeled "Thank you for your patronage" in any of the prize pools. As a seasoned player of scratch cards, Ming expressed that as long as there were no empty prizes inside, even winning toilet paper was preferable to receiving "Thank you for your patronage." If anyone were to inquire why Ming refrained from intervening during the poignant farewell between Shisui, Uchiha, and Itachi, he could only explain that he possessed a pair of naturally non-lethal teeth, rendering him incapable of confronting Toby directly. The only outcome of his charge would be the transformation of his eyes into a prized possession of Toby. Modify the death outcome of Shisui Uchiha. Increment lottery draws by 1. Draw. Without hesitation, Ming was eager to draw, unwilling to conserve his chances. The reason was simple: he could no longer contain his anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of Super Divine Water, Danzo Special Edition. Super Divine Water. As an aficionado of the secondary dimension, Ming was well aware of what this concoction entailed. However, for the inhabitants of the Naruto world, it represented a lethal poison that guaranteed death upon consumption. The potential of individuals in the Naruto realm simply could not meet the basic efficacy standards of the Super Divine Water. Yet at that moment, Ming's attention was drawn to the label on the Super Divine Water, Danzo Special Edition, that if his memory served him correctly, Danzo was the child from Namek who succeeded the Earth's Supreme Kai after the latter's demise. Focusing intently on the description of the Super Divine Water, he read, Super Divine Water Danzo Special Edition. This variant is a limited edition crafted by Danzo, the Earth Supreme Kai from the Dragon Ball world. After diminishing nearly 80 of the original potion's potency, Danzo successfully eradicated all toxicity from the Super Divine Water. Due to the significant reduction in efficacy and the overly complicated production process, this non-side defect-inducing Super Divine Water became a mere novelty. Consequently, Danzo produced only this single bottle, which remains the only one in existence devoid of any adverse effects, that is Super Divine Water without any side effects. Ming's eyes widened with excitement, turning crimson as his Sharingan instinctively activated. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and downed it. This bottle contained approximately 200 milliliters, and at first, the liquid bore no distinct flavor, seemingly akin to ordinary tap water. Merely 3 seconds had elapsed. In that fleeting moment, a vibrant flush unexpectedly blossomed across his visage, rapidly spreading with astonishing swiftness. Initially confined to his face, the crimson hue soon surged like a tide down his slender neck. In no time, even his exposed arms and hands were not spared, all transformed into a brilliant shade of fiery red. From a distance, Ming appeared like a brilliantly red crab just removed from a steam pot at the same time. He distinctly sensed the once tranquil flow of chakra and mental energy within him suddenly igniting like a powder keg, beginning to swirl and churn. Uncontrollably, as this tumultuous force surged, the energy he emitted intensified, crashing outward in relentless waves. In that moment, Ming found himself powerless against the sudden, excruciating pain, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Soon after, waves of piercing agony engulfed him, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. The torment was particularly acute in his eyes, where the searing sensation felt akin to having his eyeballs placed directly in the heart of a raging inferno, rendering him utterly unable to endure. Thus, Ming instinctively covered his eyes tightly with his hands and writhed in pain on the ground. However, in this endless torment, Ming had completely lost his sense of the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed, only that the almost overwhelming pain was gradually diminishing until it completely disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented feeling of coolness and refreshment, like a gently flowing spring water surging up in his heart. Finally, when all discomfort had vanished, Ming lay quietly on the ground, spreading his limbs in a large shape, like a dehydrated fish returning to the water, feeling utterly powerless. He opened his mouth, greedily gasping for fresh air, while raising his right hand to gently wipe away the beads of sweat on his forehead. Once he confirmed that there was no longer any unusual sensation in his eyes, Ming carefully and slowly opened his eyes. However, this seemingly ordinary action of opening his eyes left Ming stunned, as what unfolded before him was a familiar yet strange brand new world. It was familiar because the environment was still the same, and the cave had not changed at all. It was strange because the clarity of the world he saw was different. His vision has become several times clearer compared to before. If before there was only a level of smoothness, now it feels like it has been switched directly to Blu-ray mode, skipping over HD, Ultra HD, and 1080p. Not only has his eyesight improved, but even his observable field of vision and dynamic vision have increased by an unknown number of times. At this moment, he turned his head to look outside the cave, and through the gap beneath the dense vines at the cave entrance, he gazed intently into the distance. In a moonlit jungle, he could see gray moths busily flitting about, gracefully dancing among the bushes as they focused on gathering food. Astonishingly, he could now clearly see the intricate patterns on the rapidly fluttering wings of these moths. It's worth noting that such a level of visual insight would have been utterly unimaginable for him in the past. Meanwhile, in tandem with this incredible vision, there was an unceasingly cold and immensely powerful force emanating from his eyes. Even without witnessing it firsthand, he could easily guess the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. The Meijiki Sharingan had successfully awakened within him. Indeed, it was something from a higher dimension. Even a remnant of medicine could effortlessly push him further along. Just then, while lying on the ground, recovering his strength, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from his right. That force fluctuation. It's you, Makoto. Turning his head at the sound, he saw Shisui, who was also lying on the ground, eyes closed, smiling at him. Makoto smiled back. You're finally awake, Shisui. Shisui nodded gently. Not only had he been awake for a while, but he had also used the little chakra he had left to dry his soaked clothes. It really is you, Makoto. It seems that even after such a change, my perception ability hasn't diminished much. He continued, by the way, I didn't expect that immense and cold eye force from you. You actually awakened your Meijiki Sharingan because of me, Makoto. Shisui was quite surprised by this, as could be seen from how he entrusted his eyes to Itachi. At least in Shisui's view, while he and Makoto had a good relationship, it hadn't reached such a level. He originally thought that only Itachi could successfully activate the Meijiki Sharingan, but unexpectedly, Makamura was also stimulated to awaken his Meijiki. Because of my passing, our Uchiha clan suddenly gained 2 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan. 1 for 2. This deal is quite worthwhile. After saying this, Shisui couldn't help but chuckle. You know Itachi has awakened too? Makamura pretended not to know about Itachi's awakening. After I jumped off the cliff, I sensed that Itachi's ocular power surged instantly. Alright then. Makamura hadn't yet thought of how to deceive Shisui, and Shisui didn't know what he was thinking either, so neither of them spoke further. They lay quietly on the ground, one on the left, one on the right, as if forgetting all the surrounding noise and chaos, simply enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, Makamura couldn't help but ask, I really can't understand why you made such a decision. Was it just to make Itachi awaken the Meijiki Sharingan? Shisui didn't ask him about the resurrection, which made things easier for Makamura. Making up stories was tiring. I don't even know what I'm thinking. I'm tired. Makamura, you can call me a coward or a useless person, but I really can't find a balance between the clan and the village. I've been very tired these years. I'm a bit fed up with this chaotic life. Shisui's voice was calm, but the despair hidden behind that calmness was chilling. Is that all? Wasn't that enough? Not enough. It's definitely not enough. Then you tell me. I'm listening. Although Shisui had a smile on his face, his tone revealed that he was just humoring Makamura. His spirit hadn't been saved this time. They had only brought his body back. Shisui, Your idea is to make the clan and the village coexist peacefully, right? Yes, you're right. Then, if there are no deaths and not many injuries in between, and we don't care about the process, as long as the result is the clan and the village coexist peacefully, can you accept it if I say it this way? Shisui didn't reply immediately. He thought about it, and this statement seemed to have no issues. In Shisui's view, the process wasn't that important. He had even considered directly controlling Fugaku with Koto Amatsukami. For a proud Uchiha, being manipulated by someone through Jinjutsu, changing one's thoughts, was no more merciful than being stabbed to death directly. But in Shisui's mind, as long as there was no bloodshed, the result was good enough. I can accept that. Then it's simple. Knowing the plot well, Makamura understood where Shisui's mental block was. That was balance. Achieving balance wasn't difficult for the current Uchiha and Konoha. This problem was simple, too simple. Hearing Makamura's words, Shisui didn't speak, but waited for Makamura's follow-up. The simplest and most straightforward method was sufficient military deterrence. That won't work. Not waiting for Makamura to finish, Shisui interrupted. Why not? Because the village would never accept such a method. Shisui now understood the thoughts of Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others. In their eyes, the Uchiha clan could only weaken. The weaker, the better. Ideally, they would just evaporate and disappear. If the Uchiha grew stronger, it would force them to take action against the Uchiha clan. No, Shisui. Your understanding is too superficial. Makamura directly dismissed Shisui's statement. They will take action because the deterrence from the Uchiha is not strong enough. Makamura paused for a moment to organize his thoughts. There was actually a similar example, which was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. You should know that their initial ideals were peace. Yes, back when these two were alive, there was no war in the ninja world, nor did anyone dare to have a war. If Hashirama and Madara didn't start a war, other ninja villages would be secretly laughing, let alone provoking a war themselves. Thus, the long-awaited peace in the ninja world came about naturally. So why was that? Makamura didn't just focus on his own speech. He mixed in questions so that Shisui could participate as well, creating a deeper impression. Because the first Hokage and Madara were strong enough? Shisui said uncertainly. Exactly. The saying would release. Complete body Susanoo, the two destroyed four nations is not a joke. This tells us a principle. As long as you are strong enough, your ideas are no longer just ideas but reality. Makamura nodded. See, isn't that easy to understand? Konoha and other ninja villages. In the current situation, Konoha is still Konoha, but the other ninja villages have become the Uchiha clan. Isn't the situation different? It's similar. Thinking about it this way, it seems about the same. Shisui followed Makamura's line of thought, and this conversion indeed posed no problem. Right, so as long as you become stronger, you are peace. Let us take another example. If you became the second Senju Hashirama or the second Uchiha Madara now, do you think Konoha would still have conflicts with the clan? The answer is no. This question, without waiting for Shisui to answer, Makamura answered himself. This is called continuously deepening the impression. Let me ask you another question. If you had the strength of Hashirama or Madara, would you rebel against Konoha? Of course not. Facing this question, Shisui did not hesitate. Nor could he hesitate. Then if Konoha takes action against the Uchiha, would you just watch? I wouldn't. I would find a way to prevent both sides from escalating the conflict. Shisui shook his head. You've died once, and you're still so naive. Makamura couldn't help but sigh. Do you have enough strength to mediate things now? No, not at all. Shisui turned his head aside, feeling embarrassed. Then what should you do now? Become stronger? Be more determined. Shisui. What you need to do now is to become stronger. The goal can be set as the strongest in the ninja world. Even if Konoha and the clan have conflicts in the future, you will have enough strength to handle things properly. Isn't that the peace you pursue? That seems to be the case. At this moment, Shisui's mind was like being swept by a storm, chaotic and tangled, making it impossible for him to sort through his thoughts. Faced with the complex situation before him, he felt lost and completely lost the ability to think and judge. So he could only blindly follow Makamura's thoughts like a headless fly. Although Shisui racked his brain to find possible problems, no matter how hard he thought, he ultimately found nothing. He had to admit that every word Ming said and every principle he expounded seemed impeccable. If he could truly become strong enough, then even if conflict arose between the village and the clan later on, he believed that with his solid strength, he would definitely be able to bring both sides to the negotiating table. In contrast, if he chose to escape the harsh reality like a coward through death, it would undoubtedly be the most cowardly and irresponsible behavior. Most importantly, dying would be in vain, serving no positive purpose whatsoever. Apart from adding 2 Mangekyou Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, his death would hold no value. So, Shisui, seeking death wholeheartedly, wanted to solve any substantive problems. Only by continuously striving to become stronger can he truly achieve a balanced peace between Konoha and the clan. This is the only correct path, Ming said meaningfully. I understand. Thank you very much, Ming. Shisui nodded in gratitude. After this long and in-depth conversation, Ming successfully dispelled Shisui's suicidal thoughts and established a clear goal for him to strive for, reigniting the hope of survival in Shisui, who had originally felt despondent and hopeless. The process of achieving this goal was quite arduous. Ming had talked so long that his mouth felt dry, almost running out of saliva. Currently, there are many issues within the Uchiha clan. Even with 4 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, it was not yet time to act recklessly. As for why Ming wanted to save Shisui, there was only one reason. Shisui was a genius, a genuine genius with excellent character, so why not save him? Looking at potential, even compared to his peers like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he was too far behind. Even Tobarama Senju and Izuna Uchiha didn't have as much developmental potential as Shisui. In the entire known history of the Uchiha clan, Ming believed there were very few who could match Shisui's potential. Counting them, there were only 3. Madara Uchiha, who needs no explanation as he is the iconic figure of the Uchiha clan. Izumi Uchiha, who created one of the clan's 2 forbidden genjutsu. Izanami, specifically used to counter another evil forbidden genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Then there was Obito Uchiha, who awakened his Sharingan with 2 Tomo. After witnessing his beloved being pierced through the heart by his best friend, he skipped the 3 Tomo stage and jumped directly to Mangekyou. It was also a space-time type of ocular technique. From awakening to Mangekyou, others had 4 steps, but he used only 2, not considering Obito's other aspects. Just from this, calling him the first to awaken the Sharingan in Uchiha wouldn't be an exaggeration. As for others, including Itachi, they were slightly inferior to Shisui. Don't argue. The records in the Uchiha clan are very clear. However, this is all classified information, part of the clan's heritage, and outsiders are unaware. As for Sasuke, without various external aids, given his situation of awakening 1 Tomo after the massacre, even if not counted backwards, his rank wouldn't be very high among the Uchiha's historical Mangekyou Sharingan wielders. Once he got his power-ups, that was another story. Power-ups don't count in the ranking. Having said so much, what are your plans now? Think of a way to get my eyes back. Shisui, having made up his mind to become stronger, naturally didn't want to be blind. The one in Itachi's hands is negotiable. But what about the one in Danzo's hands? Have you thought about how to deal with that? Should I look for an opportunity to ambush him? You really have a short memory, Shisui. How did Danzo ambush you? You forgot. With Izanagi, how can you ambush him? Then what do you suggest? Find an opportunity to ambush him. Looking at Shisui's expression, it was clear that he wanted to curse. I'm not saying you should go. Ming saw Shisui's expression and knew he was probably cursing in his heart. Don't look at me. It's not my idea. You mean Itachi? Shisui wasn't stupid. If it was the 2 of them, then it could only be Itachi. The other clan members didn't have the strength to ambush Danzo. Yeah, I'll go bring him over. Ming got up from the ground, moved his body a bit, and felt he had mostly recovered. Be careful. Don't worry. Sensing Ming's departure, Shisui also sat up from the ground. He didn't stand up, but remained seated, recovering his chakra. The Heaven's blade had revived him, healing his physical injuries and the poison in his body, but his depleted chakra hadn't been restored. Ming is hiding too deep, Shisui thought to himself. Although he usually appeared somewhat naive, he wasn't foolish. He was well aware of the changes happening within himself, especially such an unbelievable event as being brought back to life. He understood it clearly. However, since Ming hadn't mentioned it, he wisely chose to remain silent. After all, he firmly believed that Ming would never harm him. As for why Shisui trusted Ming so firmly, it was simply due to one crucial matter. His death had actually prompted Ming to successfully awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. This undoubtedly became the strongest evidence of the deep bond between the 2. In Shisui's view, this was far more persuasive than Ming later reviving him, causing his trust in Ming to soar to its peak. Despite Shisui having many misconceptions and judgments about various matters, one thing he didn't guess wrong was that Ming truly harbored no malice towards him. This unwavering belief was like an indestructible fortress, firmly rooted in Shisui's heart. just as Shisui was exerting all his efforts to recover his chakra. At the same time, Ming, swiftly navigating through the dense forest, finally caught a glimpse of Itachi's trail. As Ming gradually approached his target, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Itachi, who usually maintained his calm and composure, had completely lost that tranquility at this moment. He was anxiously pacing back and forth on the river surface, seemingly trapped in a deep dilemma. However, what was unfortunate was that Itachi couldn't even find the correct direction to struggle toward. Thus, it was predictable that his ultimate outcome would inevitably end in failure. Suddenly, the highly alert Itachi seemed to sense a hint of danger, abruptly turning his head, his sharp gaze piercing straight back. Accompanying his shout, the pair of eyes that had been hidden beneath his eyelids suddenly opened wide, the crimson light instantly blossoming into the three-tomo Sharingan. In the face of Itachi's intense reaction, Ming's face showed no signs of surprise whatsoever. He slowly walked out from the depths of the forest with a blank expression, appearing like a ghost in Itachi's line of sight. In fact, for Itachi, the renowned great filial son of the ninja world, Makamura's impression was not too bad. In his view, Itachi had become what he was today primarily due to the indoctrination and brainwashing he received from others since childhood. Even in the previous life, in an era of highly developed information where people generally had a higher level of knowledge and intelligence, there were still many elite university students from prestigious schools who were led astray by those with ulterior motives, ending up on the path of self-harm, self-abuse, and even suicide. And Itachi? A child who dropped out of elementary school and stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 4 or 5. His growing environment was extremely harsh. Internally, his biological father believed in tough love, with no encouragement or praise, only stern criticism, showing no concern for his child's mental health. Externally, a scheming, malicious political veteran who started a long-term brainwashing plan as soon as this child was old enough. If your father doesn't praise you, I will. What child can withstand that? Under such circumstances, who wouldn't be confused? Of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that the knife hadn't struck Makamura. Otherwise, Makamura wouldn't care how innocent he was. For Makamura, as long as you dare to lay a hand on me, you are courting death. Uchiha Makamura, what are you doing here? Itachi stared suspiciously at the person who suddenly appeared before him, pondering the other's intentions. Naturally, Itachi was not unfamiliar with Makamura. After all, he was a genius known alongside Itachi and Shisui as the Uchiha Trident. However, despite their acquaintance, there was not much deep friendship between them. If there was any intersection between the two, it would likely only be the now-deceased Shisui. Just thinking about Shisui made Itachi's expression darken again, as if overshadowed by a thick layer of dark clouds. He decided to ignore Ming and turned around to continue handling his unfinished business. Just then, Ming spoke up. No need to look for him. He is not here. This sentence struck Itachi like a thunderclap, ringing in his ears. How do you know what I'm doing? Itachi suddenly turned his head, and the three-tomo of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. The originally distinct three-tomo, now showing signs of connecting and merging into one. Clearly, Ming's words had shocked him, and his inner vigilance instantly peaked. Faced with Itachi's intense reaction, Ming remained exceptionally calm. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "Don't get excited, just follow me." With that, he turned his head without hesitation and stepped forward, seemingly unconcerned about whether Itachi would follow his instructions. Itachi clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze fixated on Ming's figure as it gradually faded into the dense forest. After a brief yet intense internal struggle, he ultimately chose to follow. When Ming noticed Itachi closely trailing behind him, his smile widened. He then suddenly quickened his pace, darting through the forest path like a flash of lightning, widening the distance between him and Itachi in the blink of an eye. Once Itachi made up his mind, he showed no hesitation or wavering. He felt the wind at his feet, his speed instantly increased, tightly following Ming. Before long, Ming led Itachi to the entrance of a mysterious cave. This chakra is. Just as Itachi arrived at the cave entrance, not yet stepping inside, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He distinctly sensed the incredibly familiar chakra and unique eye power fluctuations emanating from within the cave. Without waiting for Ming to speak, Itachi disregarded the possibility of it being a carefully arranged trap and felt a strong urge to rush inside and investigate. In fact, he acted without hesitation. The ninja code of caution he had always followed was thrown aside in that moment. Shisui. As Itachi charged into the cave, his exclamation erupted, louder than usual. Although it wasn't the exaggerated scene of someone crying or losing their voice as seen in movies, even an inexperienced, ordinary person standing there could easily perceive the intense shock deep within Itachi's heart. However, just a few seconds later, Itachi's excitement quickly receded like a tide, restoring his usual calmness and composure. At that moment, he urgently needed someone to provide a reasonable explanation. He sharply glanced at Ming beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What is going on? Who among you can give me a satisfactory answer?" "You go ahead." Shisui turned his head towards Ming, clearly indicating that the instigator should step forward. Ming shrugged, but still stood up. He then cleared his throat and began to explain the entire situation in concise and straightforward terms. Of course, there were some embellishments and modifications involved, as he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. In summary, Shisui was not dead and was saved by Ming, who happened to be nearby. "So Itachi, you need to return Shisui's eyes to him." Upon hearing this, Itachi fell silent for a moment and did not immediately comply with Ming's request. He narrowed his eyes and activated his Sharingan in the three-tomo state, further transforming it into the triangular pinwheel shape of the Mangekyou Sharingan. His crimson eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, fixated intently on Shisui and Ming before him, with an extremely cautious demeanor. Itachi employed his sharp perception and the unique insight of his Mangekyou Sharingan to closely observe the two individuals before him. He did not miss any detail, from their subtle movements and breathing patterns to the chakra fluctuations emanating from their bodies. After a thorough scrutiny, Itachi finally confirmed that the two people standing before him were indeed Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Ming, not imposters. Once he was certain, Itachi let out a slight sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing a bit. He then slowly raised his hands and quickly formed two complex hand seals. As a plume of smoke rose, a completely black crow appeared before everyone. Itachi reached out and took a small storage scroll from the crow's claws, gently unfolding it. The scroll was densely covered with various runes and sealing techniques, clearly containing important items. Itachi took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the scroll, and channeled his chakra into it. In an instant, the runes on the scroll glimmered, and a faint energy wave emanated from it. With a bang, a glass vial appeared. Inside was a Sharingan with a four-pointed pinwheel pattern. I originally planned to find time later to place Shisui's Sharingan onto a crow, but now, it's returned to its rightful owner. Itachi handed the glass vial to Ming. "What do you want to do with it?" "Just put it back in Shisui's eye directly." "Why are you testing me?" Ming felt somewhat speechless upon seeing Itachi hand him the vial. Without asking, it was clearly a test from Itachi. If Ming really took it, he would probably end up with its Tsukuyami to the face. As Ming came to a sudden realization, a hint of shyness and apology appeared on Itachi's stern face. "I'm really sorry, Ming. After all, in such a complex situation, it's better to be cautious." Itachi explained softly. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Itachi's wrist, holding the transparent glass vial, suddenly bulged with a vein, and then with a crisp sound of crack, the incredibly sturdy glass vial was crushed into pieces by him. The Sharingan that had been quietly resting in the vial instantly turned into a bloody mess, mixed with shards of glass, sliding down Itachi's fingers onto the cold ground. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Itachi appeared unusually calm. At the same time, he crushed the glass vial. His mysterious and profound Mangekyou Sharingan was fixed on the expressions of Ming and Shisui, missing no subtle changes. What reassured Itachi somewhat was that Ming's expression only displayed deep confusion. There was no sign of anger, nor any indication of being flustered or agitated. As for Shisui beside him, he remained as unresponsive as a statue. It was as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. Seeing the scene, Itachi finally felt his long-suspended heart settle back down. Then, Itachi leisurely took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and methodically wiped his hands, which were covered in blood and glass shards. Once he had thoroughly cleaned his hands, before Makoto had the chance to ask anything, Itachi nonchalantly began a new round of actions according to the previous procedure. "You really can do it, Uchiha Itachi." Makoto couldn't help but speak up, with a hint of sarcasm. "Thank you for the compliment," Itachi replied without blushing, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Then carefully laid Shisui down on the ground and swiftly completed the installation steps with extremely skilled techniques. The whole process was seamless, with no mistakes at all. Finally, Itachi took a deep breath, formed hand seals with his hands, mobilized the chakra within his body, and performed the healing technique. A green light enveloped Shisui's injured eye, and warm, gentle energy continuously flowed in, beginning to repair the damaged tissues and nerves. Shisui sat quietly there, slightly closing his eyes, trying to adjust his state to adapt to the treatment from this external force. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, tried to move his eyeballs, and guided the chakra within to flow smoothly in the newly installed eyeball. Looking at the mere 3 to 5 minutes that had passed, Shisui was already able to open his eyes freely. He moved his eyeballs flexibly, feeling no discomfort at all, as if the newly installed eyeball had never left his body. Seeing this, Makoto couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, internally mocking. The fact that this eyeball can be plug-and-play is truly shocking. When I watched anime before, I didn't think much of it. But witnessing this scene in reality gives me a sense of novelty that feels like my mind is about to be blown. At this moment, Itachi noticed Shisui's other closed eye. Looking at the obvious hollow that had sunken in around his eye socket, Itachi couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked, "Shisui, what do you plan to do about the other eye?" Shisui turned to look at Itachi and calmly replied, "Regarding this matter, I have already discussed it with Makoto. He suggested that you be responsible for ambushing Danzo." However, before Shisui could finish speaking, Makoto hurriedly coughed a few times and interjected, "Ahem, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." In fact, when he initially said this, he purely wanted to tease Shisui, not expecting that Shisui would bring it up to Itachi so seriously. Although Itachi would indeed have dealings with Danzo in the future, that would be a long time from now, and looking at it now, it was too late. By the time Itachi reconnected with Danzo, who knows how long they would have to wait, it would be a long wait indeed. Seeing both Shisui and Itachi looking at him, Makoto decided not to keep them guessing. "Why are you always thinking about ambushing? Can't we just take it back openly?" "Openly? With Danzo?" Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, completely not understanding Makoto's words. "Yes, openly, but not with Danzo, rather with Hiruzen Sarutobi." Makoto expressed his thoughts, make a big deal out of it, and lead the elite of the Uchiha clan directly and boldly to the Hokage building. The bigger the commotion, the better. "You want to force Hiruzen Sarutobi to demand Shisui's eye from Danzo?" Shisui understood this point. "You want to take action against the third Hokage?" Itachi's reaction was as Makoto expected. His stance still leaned towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Isn't your position on the village and the family wrong?" Makoto didn't intend to beat around the bush with Itachi anymore. It was tiring, and he was also afraid that if he spoke too convolutedly, Itachi wouldn't understand. "There's a village because of the various clans. The village is the foundation of everything. For Shisui's sake, I won't take action against you this time, but you should be more careful next time." Itachi's attitude was already very firm. "Damn it, Itachi, do you think you have me all figured out with that tone?" Makoto was also amused by Itachi's high-handedness. Although he had never fought with Itachi, he had observed the fluctuations of Itachi's chakra and visual power. The chakra fluctuations of the two were quite similar, at the same level. However, Mukai's visual power was more than twice that of Itachi's. 1 + 1 and 1 + 3, it was clear that 1 + 3 would definitely win. Watching Itachi showcase his triangular windmill Sharingan, Mukai also revealed his own Sharingan. Looking at Mukai's 3-tomo Sharingan, Itachi was very disdainful. "Mukai, it seems you still don't understand the difference between a 3-tomo Sharingan and a Meijiki Sharingan. Let me tell you, the gap between the 3-tomo and the Meijiki is much greater than the gap between a 1-tomo and a 3-tomo. Itachi's words were abruptly cut off because he saw Mukai's 3-tomo Sharingan starting to spin rapidly, quickly forming a new pattern. Shisui could clearly see that Mukai's Meijiki Sharingan pattern was much more complex than Itachi's and his own. Based on a central black dot, many black, triangular, or arrow-shaped symbols surrounded it. These symbols were arranged radially, each pointing towards the center. Overall, it also resembled a 4-cornered windmill. "Meijiki Sharingan, activate. Why did you stop talking? Are you thirsty?" Mukai looked down on the arrogance of most Uchiha. Pride was fine, but you had to have the skills to back it up. If you were nothing, what was there to be proud of? You actually activated the Meijiki Sharingan. Seeing Mukai's Meijiki Sharingan, Itachi's expression was somewhat complex. There was disbelief, happiness, relief, and a hint of discomfort. The disbelief was because Mukai had also successfully activated the Meijiki Sharingan. The happiness came from the fact that Mukai, along with him and Shisui, was one of the Uchiha Trident. If Mukai didn't have it, it would be a joke. The relief stemmed from the realization that the reason for Mukai's activation seemed to be the same as his own. The discomfort was simply due to a child's possessiveness. Feeling Mukai's clearly superior visual power, Itachi now found himself in a difficult position. His two major ocular techniques, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, although very powerful, felt somewhat ineffective against Makamura at this moment. Itachi didn't want to use the highly destructive Amaterasu against Makamura, a fellow clan member, especially in front of Shisui. However, using Tsukuyami against Makamura, who was also a Sharingan user and possessed greater ocular power than himself, was clearly not a good option. No matter how much he talked about Tsukuyami, it was still just an illusion technique. In short, Uchiha's illusion techniques were a contest of ocular power. When facing an opponent with the same level but higher ocular power, the effectiveness of Uchiha's illusion techniques will be significantly reduced. Not to mention, there was also the possibility of backlash if things didn't go as planned. After much contemplation, Itachi directly reverted his Manjiki Sharingan back to its 3-tomo state. Seeing this, Makamura also turned off his Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui smiled. He knew it would be this result. He doesn't believe that Ming and Itachi won't make a move. He believes that Ming and Itachi wouldn't fight in front of him. All right, we're all from the same clan. There's no need for this. Shisui looked at the two of them in silence and quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's not get into too much right now. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to get Shisui's eyes back? If you don't agree with my plan, then present a feasible plan of your own. Ming's words were very direct, and Itachi's silence only confirmed his attitude. You're just being stubborn, aren't you? Seeing Itachi's passive, unopposed, and uncooperative attitude, Ming's anger flared up. Let me handle this. Shisui waved his hand at Ming. It was better if he handled it. Itachi, I know your thoughts, and you know mine. Our pursuits are aligned. We're both trying to find a balance between the clan and the village, right? Seeing that Itachi had one attitude towards him and another towards Shisui, Ming made a deadpan expression in response. Ming told me that sometimes the process doesn't matter. Only the result does. He told me to avoid bloody conflicts. Shisui repeated Ming's comforting words to Itachi. In fact, this was also part of Ming's calculations. Shisui and Itachi, or rather, the Uchiha clan members, are all stubborn people. Trying to persuade them with words is basically an impossible task. Not everyone has Naruto's extreme persuasive ability. But today is different. Today, Shisui and Itachi are at their most emotionally volatile moments in life. It's also the most psychologically vulnerable time for them in recent years. This is the best opportunity to break through their psychological defenses with words. If the opportunity is missed, Shisui won't have a second chance. Itachi will be even more resolute, sealing his heart in concrete, killing his wife for proof, and extinguishing the clan for a breath of fresh air. At that time, the only option left would probably be to use the Uchiha's secret technique, Izanami, against them. Izanami, one of the ultimate Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. In short, it traps the target in a Jinjutsu until they truly accept the viewpoint of the user. Convincing Shisui and Shisui convincing Itachi is the best option. As for others, not to mention Ming himself, even his father Fugaku or Itachi's beloved foolish little brother could not do it. Itachi has always turned a deaf ear to what others say. No matter how much they try to persuade him, Itachi remains unmoved. If one wants Itachi to change his mind and heed advice, it seems that only Shisui personally stepping in could work. As expected, Itachi's reaction was completely within Ming's expectations. With Shisui, his close friend, personally trying to mediate, combined with those heartbreakingly hollow eye sockets, Itachi's originally firm belief began to waver. Shisui was earnestly persuading Itachi, but Itachi just kept his head down in silence. At this moment, Ming, who had been observing from the side, knew the time had come. He stepped forward and said, Itachi, why don't we make a bet? Itachi looked up in confusion and asked, What do you mean? Meanwhile, Shisui also turned his gaze towards Ming, waiting for him to explain further. Ming continued, You have always claimed that Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts you immensely. He even considers you his own and has nurtured you, right? Itachi nodded without hesitation. A hint of Uchiha pride surfacing on his face. Being valued and cultivated by the third Hokage is indeed something Itachi is proud of. After all, this is a privilege that other Uchiha clan members have not experienced before. If Ming knew Itachi's true thoughts, he would probably throw the name Uchiha Kagami in Itachi's face to make him wake up and recognize what reality is. All right, since that's the case, let's use this for a bet. I dare say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is just using you. Don't say he considers you his own, even among his truly trusted subordinates. You probably wouldn't rank high. To put it bluntly, to him, you are at most just a disposable pawn that he can freely sacrifice. However, in the face of Ming's statements, Itachi immediately retorted, That's absolutely impossible. The third Hokage has never wavered in his trust for me. Clearly, Itachi could not accept what Ming said. At this moment, Ming, with a face full of certainty, said, "Then why not give it a try? Do you have the courage to bet against me? If you win in the end, then I will leave the village like Madara and never come back. And I will no longer intervene in any matters between Konoha and the Uchiha. But if you unfortunately lose, then you must obediently follow all of Shisui's arrangements from now on. How about it? Are you willing to take this bet?" After saying this, Ming openly displayed his chips, seemingly confident of victory. At that moment, Shisui, who had been silent, could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up, looking at Ming in shock, and urgently shouted, "Ming, you!" However, before Shisui could finish his sentence, Ming quickly waved his hand at him, signaling him to calm down. Then, Ming turned his gaze back to Itachi. Pressing on, "What's wrong? Are you suddenly at a loss for words? Do you really not have the courage to accept this bet?" His words left Itachi no chance to catch his breath. Seeing this, Shisui, despite having countless words to express, ultimately chose to remain silent beside them. After experiencing the thrilling near-death cliff incident and Ming's careful guidance, he had completely recognized the true nature of the Konoha higher-ups hidden behind their hypocritical masks. Even to this day, his deep-seated pursuit of peace had not wavered in the slightest. However, the peace Shisui hoped to achieve at this moment was merely a harmonious coexistence between the village and the clan, excluding Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha higher-ups he led. If one day he could find an excellent opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Danzo and the others, Shisui would definitely not hesitate to draw his blade, delivering a painless strike. Shisui is indeed kind-hearted, but how could he easily let go of the grudge of having his eyes taken? After all, the title Shunshin Shisui that shakes the ninja world was not bought with money, but earned through bloodshed on the battlefield, fighting bravely and killing the enemy with his own blade. Moreover, the kind-hearted Shisui has already been killed by you, hasn't he? Ming continuously provoked Itachi with words, while Shisui watched coldly from the side. After a series of provocations, Itachi finally couldn't hold back and asked, "How do we bet?" Seeing Itachi's reaction, Shisui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Uchiha clan, even Itachi, ultimately finds it difficult to escape their innate pride. Perhaps, as depicted in the original work, the entire Uchiha clan will eventually head towards destruction because of this excessive pride. It must be said that the vast majority of Uchiha clan members did not die unjustly, even if they had not encountered a clan extermination disaster this time, based solely on their mindset and way of doing things. If they still foolishly hope to live a peaceful life until old age, it would likely be no different from dreaming. Simple. I'll go back to the clan with Shisui first. You wait here until Sarutobi Hizashi starts work at dawn. Then go directly to the Hokage building and tell Sarutobi Hizashi about the conflict between Shisui and Danzo, as well as our plans moving forward. Then, while he's thinking, tell him that you've also awakened your Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, your ocular technique is exactly the same as Shisui's, both being Kotoame Tsukumi. Then, just focus on observing his subconscious reaction after hearing your words, and you'll know whether he trusts you or not. That's the gamble. Hearing Ming's words, Shisui desperately pressed his lips together, trying to suppress his laughter, almost unable to hold back from laughing out loud. He naturally knew how things would develop to such an outcome. Back in the day, he had personally experienced a similar situation. At this moment, Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. He was indeed filled with confidence regarding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, faced with the unexpected situation before him, even he, usually calm and self-assured, began to waver in his firm belief. As for cheating in the bet, what a joke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, their innate pride would never allow them to commit such a despicable act. Even if this bet concerned his personal future and fate, he would never do anything to tarnish the Uchiha name. Of course, the reason this matter escalated to its current state was also related to Shisui. If the bet had only required Itachi to become Ming's subordinate, he would have undoubtedly refused without hesitation. All right, I'll give you one last chance to reconsider. Do you want to take a gamble with me? Do you have the guts to accept the challenge? If you really lack the courage, just say, "I don't dare." Hee. Considering our acquaintance, I'm in a good mood today and can let you off the hook. Ming looked at Itachi with a teasing expression, provocatively. Meanwhile, Shisui quietly turned away, his shoulders trembling slightly, clearly trying hard to suppress his laughter. He understood very well that Ming's words were a fa ade on the surface. It seemed like he was persuading Itachi to give up the bet, But in reality, he was using reverse psychology to force Itachi to accept the challenge. With Itachi's personality, how could he easily back down in such a situation? Unless the sun rose from the west. I bet. Accompanied by this resolute declaration, Itachi clenched his teeth and ultimately made the decision to accept the seemingly crazy wager. Great. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. Since that's the case, we can consider this bet officially agreed upon, and Shisui can serve as the witness. Now, Itachi, you wait here for a moment. Shisui and I need to return to the clan grounds to handle some matters. Mumming, pleased that Itachi accepted the bet, swiftly grabbed Shisui's arm and turned to leave without looking back, as if afraid Itachi would suddenly change his mind. Watching Mumming and Shisui gradually walk away, Itachi couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. To be honest, he had originally come to search for Shisui's remains, wanting his former close friend to return to the earth and find peace. Who could have predicted that Shisui not only hadn't he passed away, but was instead full of life and vigor? Even more unexpectedly, he found himself inadvertently making a bet with a Uchiha clan member, Mumming, whom he wasn't very familiar with, in a wager that could potentially cost him his entire future, and he was betting against Shisui, who was acting as the witness. This series of bizarre experiences left Itachi feeling quite bewildered. At this moment, Itachi stood still, his mind in disarray, endlessly pondering what all of this meant. Meanwhile, Mumming and Shisui, having left the cave, were walking briskly while quietly discussing, seemingly quite satisfied with the outcome of the bet. Going to the clan leader's house? Shisui didn't want to mention Mumming's manipulation of Itachi, as he knew that a heavy hammer was needed for a loud drum. Given Itachi's current situation, it was quite serious. Without taking some harsh measures, it wouldn't be easy to turn things around. No, let us go to the elder's house. Mumming had already thought through the next plan, hoping to have the first direct contact with Danzo, the Root Shadow, without disappointing him. In Konoha village, at the underground headquarters of Root, several figures were respectfully kneeling on the ground, while in front of them stood an old man, hunched over, with his right eye and hand tightly wrapped in white bandages. The old man had a dark expression, filled with anger, continuously scolding, "You useless bunch. You're nothing but a bunch of worthless trash. You can't even capture a severely injured and half-disabled person. What use do I have for you?" This person was Danzo Shimura, the fearsome figure of Konoha, and the group of Root members he had sent out to capture Shisui Uchiha. Faced with Danzo's furious rebuke, the subordinates knelt in silence, not daring to raise their heads, silently enduring his wrath. However, no matter how much Danzo scolded, the kneeling figures remained silent. Seeing this, Danzo felt utterly helpless. After all, if it had been ordinary Root members, with his ruthless nature, he would have likely ordered their execution long ago. But this group sent to execute the mission to capture Shisui was different. They were elite members of Root, each one exceptional and highly skilled. Thinking of this, although Danzo was still angry, he ultimately couldn't bear to execute them so easily. After all, it was not easy to cultivate such a group of elite operatives. If he wiped them out just because of one failed mission, it would be too wasteful. So, he took a deep breath, slightly calmed his emotions, and said, "All right, you all can leave for now." Upon hearing this, the kneeling Root members felt as if they had received a great pardon and quickly got up to leave. After everyone had departed, Danzo turned to the darkness behind him and shouted, "Come here. Immediately prepare for the eye transplant surgery." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows, responding respectfully, "Yes, Lord Danzo." In fact, all the preliminary preparations for this eye transplant surgery had already been arranged by Danzo. Initially, everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. As long as his subordinates could successfully bring back Shisui's other eye, he could immediately perform this crucial surgery and gain even greater power. However, he never expected that those seemingly imposing fellows would encounter a setback and fail in their mission. Truly a group of complete uselessness. At this point, no matter how many complaints Danzo had, they were futile, since the other eye had been lost. The urgent matter now was to make full use of the existing resources to replace it with the undamaged eye. It should be noted that Danzo Shimura was never one to hoard treasures without making good use of them. Soon, the eye transplant surgery was underway in full swing. Thanks to advanced medical technology and superb medical skills, the entire surgical process went exceptionally smoothly. Before long, Danzo slowly got off the operating table. As soon as he landed, he couldn't wait to feel the immense power contained in the newly transplanted Mangeki Sharingan. The overwhelming power that surged continuously from within him made Danzo feel intoxicated. as if he were immersed in a wonderful dream, especially in his right arm, which had previously been satisfied only by the suppressive power of the three-tomo Sharingan. However, after experiencing the absolute suppression of the Mangekyou Sharingan over Hashirama cells, he truly realized the vast difference between the two. Compared to the Mangekyou Sharingan, the three-tomo were utterly insignificant, effectively obliterated in an instant. Because of this, Danzo's desire for the other, Mangekyou Sharingan possessed by Shisui intensified. He couldn't help but murmur, "Shisui, oh Shisui, I hope you can cherish my precious kaleidoscope Sharingan. One day, it will surely return to my hands." It was clear that Danzo now regarded Shisui's kaleidoscope Sharingan as his own possession. Muki and Shisui hurried their steps and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, they did not delay at all and headed straight for the home of the Uchiha elder, Uchiha Kagami. Soon, they arrived at the tightly closed door. Muki stepped forward and raised his hand to gently knock on the door. However, there was no response from inside. He frowned and raised his hand to knock hard a few more times, but still no one responded. Ming did not give up, but instead continued to knock persistently on the door. If it didn't open, he seemed prepared to keep knocking indefinitely. Finally, after a continuous series of knocks, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from inside. Hearing this, Ming stopped his actions. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened from the inside, revealing a small figure at the entrance. Uchiha Kazuki's 6-year-old granddaughter, Uchiha Mina. She appeared to be half asleep, rubbing her eyes while curiously peeking out at the two people standing outside. When she recognized that it was Ming and Shisui, Mina couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh, Brother Ming, why are you here at this time? Oh, and Brother Shisui is here too." After saying this, she yawned, clearly still not fully awake. Ming smiled at the cute little girl and gently said, "Sorry, little Mina, I didn't mean to wake you up. Go back to sleep. I'm here to discuss some matters with the elder." With that, he reached out his right hand and gently stroked Mina's little head as a gesture of comfort. "Oh, I see. My grandpa is waiting for you in the living room. Well then, good night, Brother Ming and Brother Shisui," Mina said sweetly, leading Ming and Shisui into the house. Once inside the elder's home, Mina didn't think much of it. She knew that these two brothers were very familiar with the layout of the house, so she didn't need to guide them further. After a brief farewell to Ming and Shisui, she headed toward her bedroom. "May you have a sweet dream tonight, little Mina," Ming gently called out to her departing figure. Shisui simply smiled and nodded in agreement with Ming's blessing. Watching Mina gradually disappear at the end of the corridor, Ming and Shisui did not dare to delay any further. They quickly stepped forward and hurried toward the living room located at the center of the house. Upon arriving at the living room door, Ming gently pushed it open. There sat Kazuki, seemingly patiently waiting for their arrival. What important matter could bring you two genius boys from the Uchiha clan to disturb this old man's sweet dreams at such a late hour? Kazuki said, lifting his head to look at Ming and Shisui. However, he had barely finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. Kazuki's keen eyes instantly caught the unusual change on Shisui's face. His tightly closed right eye had a flat eyelid that was slightly sunken, and the eyeball that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. Unlike the young and naive Mina, Kazuki, despite being in his old age with declining physical abilities and combat strength far from his youthful peak, still retained his basic observational skills without any errors. What exactly happened to Shisui's eye? Kazuki's expression darkened, becoming very grim. Shisui wouldn't just be bored and poke his own eye for fun. Moreover, the fact that both Ming and Shisui came to visit in the dead of night indicated that someone had quietly reached out their claws toward the Uchiha clan, targeting this renowned, genius Uchiha youth, Shisui. "Elder, the situation is urgent, and there's no time to waste. Let me get straight to the point. We must immediately gather the clan leader, the elders, and the leaders of the security forces to inform them about this matter." Ming's expression was very serious. Kazuki looked at Ming and then at Shisui, who stood silently behind Ming in a subordinate role. Seeing this, Kazuki already understood. Someone quickly notify the clan leader, the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the leaders of all the security forces to gather in the family conference hall for an emergency meeting. There must be no mistakes. Act swiftly. With Kazuki's command, a member of the Uchiha clan promptly appeared. "Understood, elder." The Uchiha clan member swiftly disappeared into the night, leaving just Kazuki, Ming, and Shisui standing in place. "Let's go." "Yes, elder." Ming and Shisui replied in unison. Kazuki strode ahead, while Ming and Shisui followed 2 steps behind him. One couldn't help but admire the ninja's swift and efficient style of execution. Before long, when Kazuki, Ming, and Shisui hurried to the Uchiha clan's conference hall, they found that the other members had already arrived early and taken their seats, including Fugaku, the clan leader. As soon as Kazuki and the other three stepped into the conference hall, the people who had been either quietly conversing or lost in thought all raised their heads and turned their gazes toward them. And as those eyes quickly swept across the three, they all inevitably fixed their attention on Shisui. The reason was simple. The unusual condition of Shisui's body was too obvious at this moment, especially in front of the Uchiha clan members, who possessed the keen insight of the Sharingan. It was as conspicuous as a torch in the dark. Elder Shisui, Fugaku, as the clan leader, was the first to speak, but he looked troubled, his lips parted as if he had something to say. Yet, the words seemed to get stuck in his throat, and he only looked at the elder with a complex expression. I don't know about this matter either. I was sleeping soundly tonight when Ming and Shisui knocked on my door and came up without saying anything, just asking me to gather you all for a meeting. Ming, you can speak now. Kazuki first explained to the people present, then pointed out Ming, signaling that it was his turn to speak. Clan leader for elders, and all the squad leaders. Time is of the essence, so I'll be brief. Shisui was ambushed and pursued by Danzo and his root members a few hours ago, and he had one of his eyes taken by Danzo. If I hadn't happened to save him, he might not have survived tonight. Ming was straightforward and decisive, speaking without any hesitation, causing everyone present from the Uchiha clan to feel as if they had been struck by thunder. However, unlike his previous explanation to Itachi, this time he altered part of his wording. He made no mention of Shisui's current robust condition or the injuries he sustained, and cleverly omitted some key information, completely avoiding the topic of Shisui successfully evading Root's pursuit due to his own strength. As soon as Ming finished speaking, the people who had been sitting calmly at their seats sprang up like springs. Immediately, pairs of crimson Sharingan opened in unison, their gazes locking onto Ming and Shisui. Those sharp and fiery stares seemed to penetrate Ming, yet faced with so many Sharingan gazes, he showed no fear, not even a hint of discomfort. At that moment, even a usually mild-mannered and dovish elder Uchiha felt his anger completely ignited. It is known that whether they are from the Dove faction or the Hawk faction, Uchihas, despite their differences in personal ideals and styles of action, are united in one undeniable fact. They would never treat the overall interests of the Uchiha clan lightly. And Danzo's blatant act of seizing Uchiha clan members' eyes was undoubtedly a wanton trampling of the entire Uchiha clan's bottom line. Shisui, is what Ming said true? Fugaku stared solemnly at Shisui. His usually stern face now looked even darker, as if water could drip from it. Yes, Lord Clan Leader, Shisui replied calmly and steadily, perhaps the most composed person among everyone present in this tense atmosphere. However, the others were not as calm as Shisui. One by one, clan members crowded around, clamoring to ask Shisui questions. Faced with such a chaotic scene, Ming couldn't help but frown, feeling a twinge of impatience. What time is it? And they're still asking questions. What is there to ask about? Hurry up and get down to business. He then took a deep breath and said softly, everyone, please hold your questions for now and listen to me. Shisui's eyes are not ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. He has successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb was dropped into a lake, stirring up countless waves. Everyone was stunned, and the scene fell into a dead silence. At that moment, Ming turned to look at Shisui and nodded slightly in signal. Suddenly, the three-tomo Sharingan in Shisui's eyes burst forth with brilliant light, quickly merging and transforming, instantly becoming the four-pointed pinwheel pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. It really is the Mangeki Sharingan. The elder Uchiha Suk, who had been standing silently beside them, could no longer contain his inner excitement. His eyes widened, his face flushed, and his body trembled involuntarily from excitement. His age is slightly older than that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he naturally witnessed the prowess of the representative figure of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. He is well aware of the immense power that Uchiha Madara possessed, especially that fearsome eternal Mangeki Sharingan, not to mention Uchiha Madara's seemingly invincible eternal eye. After all, obtaining the eternal eye requires a combination of timing, location, and human factors, making it difficult to popularize. Therefore, the Mangeki Sharingan has always been the foundation for the Uchiha clan to establish itself in the world. At this moment, a furious shout echoed through the conference hall. Everyone gather, target the root, kill Danzo. The person issuing this command is none other than the usually retired and peaceful elder, Uchiha Kagami, the representative of the neutral faction. Now, even this typically calm neutral elder is nearly driven to madness. One can imagine the extent of the rage within everyone. Not to mention the hawkish faction led by the second elder Uchiha Tuna and the fourth elder Uchiha Tongfeng. Hurry, 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 fire the signal flares, gather, gather, gather. They shouted anxiously, wishing they could immediately send someone to launch a flare and then lead their clansmen to rush towards the Hokage building for a life-and-death showdown with Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the pacifist elder Uchiha Otoya stepped forward. He spread his arms wide, trying to calm the surging anger of the clansmen, and kindly urged everyone to think calmly about a strategy. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was met with pairs of Sharingan eyes glowing with a crimson light. Faced with so many angry gazes, even the usually eloquent Uchiha Otoya found himself at a loss for words, unable to continue persuading them. He is not a kaleidoscope like Ming. He is just an ordinary elite Genin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. With so many experts of the same level watching him, the pressure he is under is immense. Ahem. Ming coughed lightly twice, successfully attracting everyone's attention, and then he slowly spoke. Here, I would like to announce an important news to everyone. That is, I have also awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. After saying this, he slightly closed his eyes, and a powerful chakra surged out from within him. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his originally pitch-black pupils underwent a transformation, first turning into the 3-tomo Sharingan, and then the 3 tomos rapidly spun and merged, morphing into a complex and stunning kaleidoscopic pattern. For a moment, the entire scene felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped, creating a huge uproar. Everyone was initially stunned, mouths agape, and then erupted into deafening cheers and gasps of amazement. Bliss Uchiha. The elder, Kachung, could no longer contain his excitement and crouched down, using all his strength to jump up from the spot. Surprisingly, this elderly man leaped onto a nearby table like a nimble monkey. Standing on the table, he raised his hands to the sky and let out a long howl, as if to release all the joy and excitement in his heart through this shout. It was indeed remarkable that at such an old age he could display such agility, and it was truly a challenge for Kachung's old bones. Beside him, Fugaku was equally thrilled, his usually calm face flushed with excitement. Since he became the clan leader, he had been dedicated to leading the Uchiha clan toward prosperity. Now, not only had several holders of the Manjiki Sharingan emerged within the clan, but their overall strength had also seen an unprecedented enhancement. Thinking of this, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and shouted loudly. This is a sign of great prosperity for our Uchiha clan. Influenced by the emotions of the two, the other clansmen present also cheered and danced with joy. After all, for decades, the Manjiki Sharingan, a top-tier bloodline limit, had been a rare existence. Who would have thought it would appear one after another before their eyes now, making it impossible not to be overjoyed? However, at that moment, Ming's voice rang out again. Everyone, please don't get too excited. Let's not forget that we still have important matters to attend to. With this reminder, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Right? They almost forgot about Shisui. He is currently in the state of a one-eyed dragon. Kachung's wrinkled old face turned bright red, appearing extremely embarrassed and awkward. He trembled as he slowly crawled down from the table, the movement indeed looking quite awkward. This scene was truly unbecoming and almost unbearable to watch. At this moment, the elder couldn't help but entertain a terrifying thought. Should he simply silence everyone present? That way, he could keep this embarrassing secret safe. Thus, he first shot a fierce glare at Mukyu, then scanned the others around him. However, after careful consideration, he had to admit that the feasibility of this idea was almost zero. Helpless, the elder sighed inwardly and decided to let it go. After all, as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, anyone else who felt awkward could deal with it. With that thought, the elder mustered his spirits, cleared his throat, and said, "All right, Mukyu, since things have come to this point, why don't you tell us what to do next? Speak boldly, and we will all do our best to cooperate." For the entire Uchiha clan, having clansmen with the Manjiki Sharingan was the core of their existence, and their status was unshakable. Originally not even considered part of the Uchiha upper echelons, Mukyu was now receiving such special treatment from Elder Kiju, who not only allowed this unremarkable individual to directly propose an action plan, but also stated that he would lead everyone in full cooperation. Even more surprising was that, in the face of this unprecedented situation, the others present did not raise even a hint of opposition. After hearing the elder's question, Mukyu took a deep breath and calmly spoke. My plan is as follows. Immediately gather all the J-nin in the clan. Of course, those who are currently on routine patrols to ensure the safety of our territory are excluded. The rest of the J-nin must all assemble, and we will go to the Hokage building together to demand an explanation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as Mukyu's words fell, a stir arose among the crowd. The third elder, Uchiha Oyu, couldn't help but ask, shouldn't we be settling accounts with that guy Danzo? Why specifically go to the third Hokage? Danzo was merely a pawn propped up by Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with the dirty work that couldn't be seen in public. Even if we were to eliminate Danzo today, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remained firmly in the Hokage position, there would likely be other figures like TZ and KIs emerging in the future. Mukyu shook his head helplessly. In fact, regarding why they couldn't easily kill Danzo, Mukyu had his own unspoken reasons and difficulties, but unfortunately, he couldn't reveal any of this to others. The system he possesses has specific rules that limit changes to the original plot direction, allowing him to gain opportunities for high-quality draws. However, hidden within this are secrets. Shimura Danzo, this pot shadow, is an important supporting character in the Naruto world, and there are too many plot points on him for Mumming to exploit. Normally, getting 10 or 8 draws from Danzo wouldn't be difficult, but if you were to kill him directly, there would only be one draw opportunity, which would severely damage Mumming's interests. For this reason, unless it becomes absolutely necessary, Mumming would never consider using such a self-defeating method to change the entire plot's direction. Danzo, I have him completely figured out. I even know some of his dirty secrets. In my opinion, it's better to keep this old fox alive for now. Why does Mumming say this? Elder Uchiha Tunin is very confused. Doesn't Danzo make for an excellent tool to pry open what seems to be the impenetrable defense of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Mumming smiled and continued. Danzo is Sarutobi Hiruzen's Achilles heel. As long as we make good use of him, we can occasionally bleed Hiruzen and create some chaos. Over time, Hiruzen will definitely not be able to sit still. At that time, Elder Catching nodded in understanding and interjected. Exactly, right now Danzo is Hiruzen's weak point. Once Hiruzen is pushed to his limit, he will not tolerate Danzo tarnishing his reputation any longer and will personally take action to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, everyone present's eyes lit up, as if they saw the dawn of victory. It should be noted that in the past, the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been straightforward. Head-on confrontations, with little advantage gained. Now that they were changing their strategy and approach, everyone felt a refreshing and interesting sensation. At this moment, Mumming looked up at the window and saw the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. If there are no objections, then it's decided. Elder, clan leader, please start gathering personnel. We will set off for the Hokage building immediately. Mumming's words were firm and powerful, carrying a sense of undeniable authority. Elder Catching and clan leader Fugaku exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, then promptly issued the order to gather personnel. This time, there would be no so-called Dove faction, Hawk faction, or neutral faction. At this moment, all the Uchiha clan members stood on the same front line, united in their stance to defend the honor and dignity of the Uchiha clan. After issuing the gathering order, Elder Catching and clan leader Fugaku wasted no time and personally led everyone towards the clan's main gate. When they arrived at their destination, they found that the 3 Tomo Sharingan Jounin, who were already within the clan and not on patrol, had gathered in an orderly fashion, awaiting further instructions. It should be noted that as a prestigious family with a history of over 1,000 years in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan is quite large. The total number of family members far exceeds 1,000. However, among these thousands, the vast majority of clan members have not awakened their Sharingan. After all, compared to the Byakugan, the conditions for awakening the Sharingan are much more difficult. Rough estimates suggest that the number of clan members who can successfully awaken the Sharingan is not very high, accounting for about 1/3 of the total population, which means approximately 300 people possess this powerful bloodline limit. The elite Jounin with 3 Tomo Sharingan are even fewer, totaling only about 70. At this moment, the number of people gathered at the gate accounted for more than half of the 3 Tomo clan members, roughly estimated at around 40. In front of the crowd, Fugaku, as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, spoke with a serious expression. Fellow clansmen, our Uchiha clan's once-in-a-century prodigy, Uchiha Shisui, has been ruthlessly ambushed by that old scoundrel Danzo and his rude organization, and has had one of his precious eyes cruelly taken. Today we must seek justice for Shisui. Upon hearing this, the clan members who had just rushed to the scene and were still unaware of the situation were instantly in an uproar, directing their gazes towards Shisui behind Fugaku. When they witnessed Shisui's obviously unusual right eye, the anger in their hearts was ignited, and pairs of once-hidden crimson Sharingan burst forth uncontrollably, shining with a dazzling light, as if burning with endless rage and hatred. Immediately after, Fugaku waved his hand and shouted with righteous indignation, "There's no time to waste. Let us go to the Hokage building now and demand an explanation from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen." With that, he took the lead and strode towards the Hokage building. Beside him, Ming and Shisui closely followed, positioned on his left and right. Thus, the Uchiha group set off towards the Hokage building with great momentum, determined to achieve their goal. However, at that moment, Ming, walking in the procession, suddenly heard a crisp system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Uchiha Itachi has developed strong suspicions about Sarutobi Hiruzen and has changed his Hokage faction stance. The plot of Uchiha Itachi slaughtering the entire Uchiha clan has been altered, and the draw count has increased by 1. Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Ming's mouth, clearly in a pleasant mood. System draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. On the other side, as the night gradually faded and the dawn light began to emerge, Uchiha Itachi's deep eyes became sharper with the brightening sky. He moved through the streets of Konoha like a ghost, his figure quickly approaching the Hokage building. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt a hint of anxiety in his heart. Finally, he arrived at his destination, the Hokage building. Just then, a familiar figure entered his sight. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was preparing to go to work. One must admit, despite his thinning gray hair, Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite the old schemer. Although his character was lacking, his work ethic was indeed exceptional. Even though dawn had just broken and a light mist lingered in the air, he had already arrived early at the Hokage building, preparing for a day's work. Perhaps it was true what people often said, that as one ages, they sleep less. "Oh, Itachi. Good morning." Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted Uchiha Itachi, and a warm smile instantly appeared on his weathered face. He leisurely took a couple of puffs from his pipe, and then smiled as he greeted Itachi. With such performance skills, he truly deserved to be called a qualified politician. In response to the third Hokage's greeting, Uchiha Itachi did not engage in small talk, but directly stated, "Hokage-sama, I have important matters to report to you." His tone was calm and firm, revealing an undeniable sense of urgency. The perceptive Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sensed the gravity of the situation from Uchiha Itachi's serious expression, and quickly responded, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked into his Hokage office first. Uchiha Itachi followed closely behind, gently closing the door after entering the room. At that moment, his gaze fixed directly on the already seated Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he solemnly said, "Report, Hokage-sama. Last night, Uchiha Shisui from our Uchiha clan was ambushed by the root members led by the Hokage's advisor Danzo, and he lost his right eye." After taking a deep breath, Itachi slowly began to report the details and outcome of the incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile that had been on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly showed a hint of unmasked stiffness. Itachi had come this time specifically to observe Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotional response. Therefore, he would not easily overlook this fleeting change in expression. Seeing the momentary stillness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Itachi couldn't help but feel a pang of unease, and his already anxious heart sank a few more degrees. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke the oppressive quiet. He furrowed his brows, stared into Itachi's eyes, and asked seriously, "Are you sure about this?" Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Itachi nodded without hesitation, responding in a firm and undeniable tone, "I'm sure, Hokage-sama." Hearing Itachi's resolute and unequivocal words, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be struck by something, and his body trembled slightly. He instinctively raised the pipe in his hand to his mouth and took a few hard puffs. As the smoke curled up, enveloping his face, it became difficult to see his true thoughts at that moment. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen fall into deep contemplation, Itachi knew that the moment that Muki had mentioned had arrived. Therefore, he steadied himself and spoke again, "Hokage-sama, there's actually one more thing I need to report to you." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lost in thought, slowly raised his head and turned his gaze toward Itachi, ready to listen. At that moment, Itachi paused slightly, as if hesitating to speak. But he finally gathered his courage and continued, I have also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, my ocular technique is the same as Shisui's. It is Kotoemitsukami. Although Itachi tried to keep his voice steady, a hint of barely perceptible hesitation still slipped through. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice the subtle oddity in Itachi's words. Because when he understood what Itachi had said, his head, which had been slowly lifting, instinctively lowered as if an invisible hand had pressed it down. Fearing that his gaze would meet Itachi's eyes. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old guy, was indeed a master of hidden depths, cunning and treacherous in politics. He quickly lowered his head, his movements agile like a seasoned fox. Then, his hand reached for a nearby drawer, skillfully and silently pulling out a tightly sealed file bag, which he gently placed on the slightly worn wooden table between them. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chuckled dryly and said, Congratulations, Itachi. Our Konoha village now has another powerful and capable asset. Oh, by the way, I happen to have an important financial document that needs to be handled by Elder Tsunade. You should take it to her right away. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi respectfully nodded in response. Then he turned and walked towards the door. With a soft creak, the door closed tightly. However, at the very moment the door shut, the expressions of both people inside and outside the door underwent a dramatic change. The previously smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had appeared amiable and approachable, now had that kind smile recede like a tide, vanishing without a trace. In its place was a face shrouded in thick smoke, appearing incredibly grim. His piercing gaze and tightly pursed lips sent chills down people's spines. It's likely that if an entire class of preschoolers were gathered together and saw him like this, they would all burst into tears. On the other hand, what about Itachi? His situation wasn't any better. With his usual expressionless, icy demeanor, he now seemed even more covered in a thick layer of frost, cold and unapproachable, making it hard for anyone to get close. He held a document bag and slowly walked towards the finance department, wearing that mysterious and intimidating dark mask. This mask served as an impenetrable barrier, tightly concealing all his expressions, preventing outsiders from glimpsing even the slightest fluctuation of his inner emotions. Because of this, he no longer needed to exert effort to hide his true feelings. Recalling this test, a surge of indescribable anger welled up in Itachi's heart. Sure enough, just as that despicable guy Makoto had said, everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Shisui was suddenly attacked by that treacherous scoundrel Danzo. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction upon hearing the news, he could almost conclude that this man, whom he had once respected greatly, was certainly not unaware of the matter. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not clear about how the entire incident would evolve to this extent, he was at least an informed party regarding the initial attack. As his thoughts continued to spread, he recalled how disappointed he felt when he later confessed to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had activated his Mangeki Sharingan. The other's reaction only deepened Itachi's disappointment. From that moment on, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer meet his gaze directly. He instinctively dodged his gaze, trying to avoid eye contact. Although he quickly took some remedial actions to cover up his initial faux pas, throughout it all, Sarutobi Sasuke never once lifted his head to look directly at his face. This series of details all hinted at one undeniable fact. Ming was right. He lost. It's not surprising that Ming accurately judged Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's easy to guess. Someone as deep-minded and scheming as Sarutobi Hiruzen would never easily place himself in danger, even if you have never had the slightest thought of harming him. As long as you possess the power to threaten his safety, he could never wholeheartedly trust you, let alone completely entrust his life and fortune to your so-called loyalty. This is the confidence Ming had when betting with Itachi. It was all given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a good teammate, and in the end, he indeed did not disappoint him. Itachi walked through the spacious yet somewhat desolate corridor of the Hokage building with a serious expression, his footsteps steady and firm. Just then, not far ahead, a figure was approaching. The person was also dressed in umbu attire, wearing an animal mask that obscured their true face. However, Itachi recognized him at a glance. The newcomer had a mane of thick, silver hair that swayed gently as he moved, seemingly emitting a chill. More notably, a clear wave of Sharingan chakra was emanating from behind his mask. This power was all too familiar to Itachi, who shared the same bloodline limit. Indeed, this person was Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja of Konoha, the only known holder of Sharingan that was allowed to be used normally by outsiders from the Uchiha clan. As the two gradually approached, Their gazes briefly met, but soon they shifted away, like two shooting stars passing each other, instantly disappearing into their respective trajectories. They silently brushed past each other, without even a simple greeting. Kakashi walked briskly, seemingly carrying something important in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Hokage's office door. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the tightly closed door. The knocking echoed in the silent corridor, sounding particularly clear. Time passed second by second, and after a while, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, tinged with weariness, finally came from within. "Come in." After receiving permission, Kakashi took a deep breath, then slowly pushed open the door and stepped into the room with steady strides. Once inside the office, Kakashi walked straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated at the desk. When he approached, he stopped, slightly bowed, and said, "Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Kakashi, and his heart involuntarily trembled. He clearly remembered dispatching Kakashi to secretly monitor the Uchiha clan's every move. Now, Kakashi was in such a hurry to see him. Could it be related to what Itachi had just mentioned before leaving? It seems that what one fears often comes true. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could ponder further, Kakashi spoke up, "Report, Hokage-sama. For some unknown reason, the Uchiha clan has gathered nearly 50 elite shinobi, and they're being led by Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, who is currently marching aggressively towards the Hokage building." Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, abruptly raised his head from behind the desk, furrowing his brows and asking, "50 people?" His voice carried a hint of surprise and confusion. Kakashi quickly nodded in response. "That's correct, Hokage-sama. Based on my observations, there are approximately 50 of them." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment of thought, he asked again, "Where are they now?" Kakashi hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Hokage-sama, based on their current speed. They're expected to arrive at the Hokage building in about 10 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, slightly nodding to indicate he understood the situation, then ordered Kakashi, "Good. Immediately gather some Umbu members and have them on standby here for any orders." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Kakashi responded quickly, then turned and exited the room to carry out the task. After the ninja left, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked to the window, took out an old pipe from his pocket, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and took a deep puff. He puffed on his pipe while gazing out the window into the distance. 50 people? It seems that the Uchiha clan doesn't plan to take any radical actions this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt slightly relieved from the tension he had before. As time passed, it didn't seem like long before Sarutobi Hiruzen spotted the approaching team in the distance. The figure at the forefront was particularly eye-catching. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. He walked with his head held high, a serious expression on his face, followed closely by many elite genin of the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the table and quickly walked out of the room. Just as he stepped through the heavy doors of the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku, leading his clan members, arrived right in front of him. "Fugaku, look at this early morning. You actually brought your clan here to the Hokage building in person. I assume you have something important to discuss with me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, pretending to be puzzled, but his flickering gaze could hardly conceal his inner anxiety. Standing beside Fugaku, Makoto noticed this and subtly raised the corner of his mouth. He then turned his gaze to the serious-faced Fugaku. Without hesitation, Fugaku looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said solemnly, "Hokage-sama, our Uchiha clan's young genius, Uchiha Shisui, has suffered a malicious attack from the root organization led by Danzo. During this period, they cruelly took one of Shisui's eyes. Regarding this matter, we Uchiha clan believe that Hokage-sama needs to give us a reasonable explanation and account. It is well known that the Uchiha clan is straightforward and does not mince words, and Fugaku, as the clan leader, is no exception. Faced with such unfair treatment, he didn't bother with hypocritical diplomatic language. Instead, he got straight to the point and laid the core issue directly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's table. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain the pretense of ignorance he had intended. He knew that continuing to feign ignorance would not work. He cleared his throat slightly and, with a gentle expression, said to Fugaku, "Fugaku, I think we should go up and discuss this matter in detail. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings." After saying that, he looked at Fugaku with what seemed to be a sincere gaze. At this moment, Makoto, who had been silently observing Fugaku's expression changes, secretly thought to himself, "From Fugaku's current expression, this so-called Uchiha clan leader seems to be somewhat unreliable." At that moment, Makoto stepped forward without hesitation, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and loudly questioned, "Third Hokage, why must we go up to discuss this matter? Is there some hidden secret in this?" However, in response to Makoto's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even glance at him. He merely frowned and said to Fugaku with slight dissatisfaction, "Fugaku, it seems you need to discipline your younger generation well. Such disregard for rules and casually interrupting will only bring shame to your entire Uchiha clan." Makoto did not show any anger or concern at Sarutobi Hiruzen's indifference and sarcasm because, right after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Fugaku had already decisively spoken up to clarify. "Hokage-sama, this is our Uchiha clan's newly appointed elder, Uchiha Makoto. He is qualified to represent the Uchiha clan and speak." It turned out that on their way here, Fugaku had already reached a consensus with other high-ranking members of the clan to grant elder positions to both Makoto, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, and Shisui. Now was the moment for Fugaku to publicly announce this decision. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was first taken aback, then as if struck by a thunderbolt. His body trembled and he froze in place. Initially, he widened his eyes in shock, staring at Fugaku, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. However, just a moment later, he felt a chill rise from his spine, rapidly spreading throughout his body. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze involuntarily focused on Fugaku, whose pupils rapidly constricted as if he were experiencing extreme terror. This change was clearly visible, as if revealing the immense shock and fear within him. It is known that among the many ninja clans, the position of elder is typically divided into two categories. One is the ordinary elder, and the other is the highly respected elder. Although ordinary elders hold a relatively high position, their responsibilities are more focused on assisting the clan leader with family affairs and possess some authority to a certain extent. These elders may have expertise in wisdom, experience, or connections, but when it comes to personal strength, they are often not top-tier fighters. The elder position, however, is entirely different. The requirements for this position are extremely demanding. They do not have to worry about many complicated matters. Their only mission is to protect the entire clan with their absolute and powerful strength. Compared to ordinary clan members, the offering elders must possess terrifying strength that can crush others. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the most solid and reliable pillar of military power for the ninja clan. Although different clans have varying criteria for selecting offering elders, one point is common. If someone cannot meet those high standards and strict requirements, then even if the position of offering elder is temporarily vacant, no incompetent person is allowed to desecrate this position. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen is so flustered is precisely because he is well aware of the selection criteria for the offering elders of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, when he heard Fugaku's words, it frightened him so much. "Listen, monkey, there's one thing you must keep in mind. That is, you must be extremely vigilant regarding the offering elders of the Uchiha clan. Because in the Uchiha clan, only those who have opened the Manjiki Sharingan are qualified to become offering elders." Once, his esteemed teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, earnestly reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of this crucial point. At this moment, those words rang in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind like a tolling bell. He instinctively lowered his head slightly, trying to avoid making eye contact with Makimori, fearing that he might accidentally see the other's eyes. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Makimori's direction. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's obvious attempts to conceal his unease, Makimori understood. It was easy to guess that Senju Tobirama, regarded as the biggest dark horse of the Uchiha clan in the ninja world, must have thoroughly informed this Hokage of the situation regarding the Uchiha offering elders. "Third Hokage, may I ask if you are willing to take a moment to listen to what I have to say?" Makimori's words came slowly, yet they seemed to carry an invisible pressure. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly, trying to calm the turmoil within him. "Of course, Elder Makimori. However, it's not very appropriate for us to talk here on the street, is it? How about we move to my office, sit down comfortably, and then discuss things at length?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he gestured for Makimori and the others to follow him to the office in the Hokage building. "No need. I wouldn't dare step into your territory, third Hokage. What if I just stepped in, and you immediately called for a bunch of umbu to come and gouge my eyes out?" Although Makimori wore a smile, his words were filled with unreserved sarcasm and mockery, akin to the Uchiha clan's traditionally arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. However, before he could retort, Makimori interrupted him again, third Hokage. Look at the current situation. Shouldn't you give us a reasonable explanation? Also, hurry up and have Danzo hand over Shisui's eyes. Otherwise, Makimori was well aware that today he intended to engage in a long-winded conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. His only course of action was to create a commotion, and to make this farce as large as possible. After all, as long as the situation was chaotic and embarrassing enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-established good reputation in Konoha village and his so-called invincible status would gradually fade. Of course, it might still be unrealistic to completely shatter Sarutobi Hiruzen's invincible reputation with today's events. However, it's still a good thing if his image suffers some damage. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would directly take action against the Uchiha clan out of anger, with Shisui in the mix, it was impossible for other ninja clans to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen against the Uchiha, especially for those clans that, like the Uchiha, possessed bloodline limits. Relying solely on the Sarutobi and a few other clans, today's Uchiha are not so easy to bully. If they were truly pushed to their limits, it would inevitably lead to a huge conflict between the two sides. At that time, the entire Konoha village could fall into turmoil, and if other ninja villages intervened, Konoha might even be expelled from the ninja world. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, can discern these pros and cons. Moreover, as Ming looked around, he noticed that the crowd was becoming increasingly dense. Not only that, but amidst the bustling crowd, he even spotted a few familiar faces. Just these factors made Ming clearly aware that this farce today was unlikely to escalate into a fight. After all, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was present, based on the persona he had established in the past, he would absolutely not allow a large-scale fight to occur. There was no way he would publicly force the Uchiha clan to rebel. The Uchiha could rebel, but it couldn't be a public forced rebellion. Third Hokage, what we need to do most right now is to call Danzo out. To be honest, I really don't want to see a ridiculous scenario where someone who is an aide to the Hokage of Konoha ultimately chooses to betray the village. Ming smiled, but his tone was filled with sarcasm. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been patient, how could he withstand the continuous mockery from someone like Uchiha Ming, whom he regarded as just a naive kid, in front of so many people? At this moment, his anger was nearly impossible to suppress. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hold back and shouted, "Uchiha Ming, let's discuss and resolve this properly. Stop dragging in unrelated issues." However, in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's reprimand, Ming appeared indifferent and casually replied, "Oh, is that so? Well then, in that case, please return Shisui's eyes to our Uchiha clan." Looking at Ming's outstretched hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand gripping his pipe began to tremble. He really wanted to summon the monkey demon and knock that bastard Uchiha Makoto dead with a single blow. However, seeing the crowd surrounding him, Sarutobi suppressed that thought. Besides the commoners, there were members from the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, and others. Basically, most of the other ninja clans from Konoha were present. Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and several other heads of major Konoha clans were also there. No more silence. Your silence will not resolve the current problem. It would be better to quickly send someone to call Danzo, one of the parties involved here. Makoto's sharp gaze was fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before turning to someone behind him and instructing Kakashi, "Quickly go notify Danzo and have him come here." However, just as Kakashi was about to leave, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Wait." Everyone turned to see that the speaker was Uchiha Makoto. At this moment, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, showing an expression of displeasure. However, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked, "What else do you have, Uchiha Makoto?" When mentioning Makoto's name, Hiruzen almost spat the words out through clenched teeth, clearly filled with hatred and anger. Makoto smiled slightly, revealing a smirk as he said, "I'm worried that you might secretly inform Danzo, so I think it's not appropriate to only send Kakashi. It would be best to send a few more people with him." After saying this, his deep eyes were fixed on Hiruzen. In response to Makoto's questioning, Hiruzen snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, then if you're really not at ease, you could choose a trusted person from your Uchiha clan to accompany Kakashi. That should eliminate your doubts, right?" Makoto gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "Thank you for the invitation, third Hokage, but I really don't trust Danzo. Therefore, I must trouble you to send a few more Umbu members. Moreover, I firmly believe that with your fairness and prestige, There surely won't be any Umbu returning to report that Danzo just happened to leave the village at this critical moment, right? Despite this, Makoto knew very well in his heart that he would never allow any of his clansmen with the 3 Sharingan present to take risks en route to find Danzo. Although logically, Danzo shouldn't be crazy enough to attack members of the Uchiha clan at this moment, the unpredictability of events can be daunting. Who can guarantee that he won't suddenly lose his rationality? However, upon further reflection, the likelihood of that possibility was indeed minimal. Sigh, never mind. It's better not to think about these things. All right, Kakashi, take a team of Umbu members and quickly go find Danzo. Make sure to bring him here. As Hiruzen spoke, he stuffed the pipe in his mouth and took a few hard puffs, making a puff-puff sound. He urgently needed to rely on the power of tobacco to calm his restless heart a little. Otherwise, he felt he might really burst out soon. Time passed slowly. Each second felt particularly long. Finally, under Kakashi's guidance, Danzo slowly arrived at this place. At this moment, Danzo was completely unaware of everything happening here. This was because he hadn't slept at all last night. After completing the eye transplant surgery, he went to bed, and the root members hadn't had the chance to report this matter to him. When Kakashi found him, he simply conveyed the order from Hiruzen Sarutobi for him to go to the Hokage building, without mentioning any other information. As for why Kakashi acted this way, the reason was simple. He deeply despised Danzo Shimura from the bottom of his heart. Hiruzen, you called for me. Accompanied by a steady and powerful sound of footsteps, Danzo slowly walked over. His slightly weathered yet bandaged face came into view. However, before he could finish his words, his gaze was drawn to a group of people across from him. Leading the group were members of the Uchiha clan, each with a solemn expression, exuding an invisible pressure. Among them, the most striking was Shisui, who had one eye closed. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing Shisui. Given the situation, it was likely not that simple. With his experience and wisdom, he could discern the circumstances without needing further explanation. At that moment, a voice emerged from the Uchiha members, directly addressing Danzo. Danzo, hand over Shisui's eye. The voice belonged to Makoto. Upon hearing this, Danzo remained unfazed, a barely noticeable cold smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. He replied slowly, what do you mean by calm eyes? Are my eyes just fine in their sockets? Yatsum, what exactly do you want from me? And who are you to shout at me here? If you want to discuss this matter, let Uchiha Fugaku come and speak to me personally. Faced with Danzo's tough attitude, the members of the Uchiha clan felt a bit angry. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly lowered his voice to introduce Danzo. This is Uchiha Makoto, the newly appointed elder of the Uchiha clan. Of course I know him. Danzo snorted lightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a genius youth known alongside Shisui and Itachi within the Uchiha clan, it was impossible for Danzo, who paid close attention to the Uchiha clan, not to recognize Makoto. However, Uchiha Makoto has now become the elder of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's previously relaxed brow suddenly furrowed tightly, as if being squeezed hard by an invisible hand. A cold glint flickered in his deep-set eyes, sending chills down people's spines. Danzo had always maintained a high level of attention towards the Uchiha clan, a level of concern that even surpassed all matters aside from the position of Hokage. As one of the hidden manipulators of Konoha, he was well aware of the power and potential threat that the Uchiha clan possessed. Moreover, he was fully aware of the criteria for the elders of the Uchiha clan to ascend to their positions. Another Mangekyou Sharingan has appeared. Now, there are 2 Mangekyou Sharingans. Danzo mused to himself, a strong killing intent gradually rising in his heart. It seems that the Uchiha clan absolutely cannot continue to exist. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, firmly standing in front of Danzo. Hiruzen understood Danzo far too well. Their tacit understanding was as if they had worms in each other's bellies. Just by observing the subtle changes in Danzo's expression, Hiruzen immediately grasped what his old friend was plotting. The old saying, repeated countless times, rang true. The Uchiha clan could indeed rebel against Konoha, but it absolutely could not do so in a way that forced them into a corner. No matter how the situation developed today, they must not act recklessly. After all, at this moment, no one would choose to firmly stand by their side. Danzo, who had been quietly observing the situation, had already realized the true thoughts of his former friend and rival after witnessing Hiruzen's series of actions. However, not a hint of unusual expression appeared on Danzo's weathered face, as if everything was under control. In reality, his right hand, hidden beneath layers of white bandages, had already clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Though he thought this in his heart, Danzo ultimately remained silent, merely shooting Hiruzen a glare. Seeing Danzo glaring at him, Hiruzen was not willing to back down either. He abruptly turned his head and shot a fierce glare back at Danzo, making his point clear. Danzo, I am the Hokage. In response to Hiruzen's glare, Danzo merely let out a cold snort filled with disdain. He quickly turned the unpleasant topic aside and said nothing more. Just then, Makoto, who had been standing among the Uchiha crowd, suddenly took a few steps forward, directly bypassing Fugaku, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. With his head held high in a righteous tone, he declared, Danzo, stop hesitating. I'll say it one last time. Hand over Shisui's eyes immediately. Facing Makoto's unyielding attitude. Danzo remained stubbornly unyielding, coldly replying, You little brat from the Uchiha. Listen carefully. I've said it several times already. I have no idea what Shisui's eyes are. Seeing the situation, Makoto turned to Hiruzen, who had remained silent at the side, and questioned, Third Hokage, are you just going to stand by and watch? Uchiha Makoto, you need to provide solid evidence to support your claims. You can't just rely on your empty assertions to make me easily order the apprehension of my Hokage's advisor. Can you? That would be too hasty and unjust. Hiruzen replied calmly, but his tone clearly revealed his impatience. Prior to this, the atmosphere between the two sides had already reached a boiling point, almost ready to tear apart completely. At this moment, Hiruzen felt he no longer needed to pretend, especially in front of the Uchiha clan. After all, the true attitude he held towards the Uchiha family was well known among the various clans in Konoha. If he continued to forcefully act as if nothing were wrong, it would indeed be too hypocritical and ridiculous. In response to Hiruzen's retort, Makoto remained remarkably calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. He smiled slightly and responded, Oh? Then what kind of evidence does the third Hokage want? Hearing Makoto's question, Hiruzen pondered for a moment before answering. Any evidence that can prove your words to be true will suffice. As long as it is indeed persuasive and sufficient to support your viewpoint, I will judge it fairly. However, when Hiruzen looked at Makoto's face, which was always adorned with a mysterious smile, he couldn't shake off a strong sense of foreboding that suddenly surged within him. If I present evidence, what would the third Hokage do? Watching Makoto's charming smile, Hiruzen's unease gradually intensified. Let us see you present evidence first. Due to his unease, Hiruzen did not make any promises to the Uchiha led by Makoto. After all, better safe than sorry. Clatter, clatter, sounds came from behind Hiruzen. Oh, what is that? Ugh, that looks so disgusting. How could the Hokage's advisor be like this? Our Konoha's Hokage's advisor is actually a monster. The words of the surrounding villagers, along with the wide-eyed stares from the other ninja clans behind him, made Hiruzen's unease reach its peak. He suddenly turned his head to look at Danzo behind him. When he saw Danzo at this moment, he knew that Danzo was finished. The current Danzo was still the same Danzo, but the bandages on his right eye and right hand, as well as several metal restraints, had fallen to the ground, exposing the secret hidden behind the bandages in front of everyone. His pale arm, the grotesque Sharingan on his arm, and the Sharingan in his right eye socket with a special pattern all proved that Makoto's words were true. Solid evidence like a mountain. Uchiha Makoto, what have you done? Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Danzo finally came to his senses, raised his head, and shouted at Uchiha Makoto. I didn't do anything. Did you see me do anything, third Hokage? I've been standing here without moving. Makoto still wore that smile. Just now, the bandages that Danzo wore had inexplicably fallen off. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd in the distance emerged, recounting what had just happened. Everyone looked towards Makoto. Although there was no evidence, it definitely felt like Makoto was behind it. Makoto calmly spoke. Why are you all looking at me? I don't know what is going on either. It must be you. Danzo glared at Makoto with gritted teeth, the killing intent in his eyes almost turning tangible. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on and thought to himself, this is troublesome. Sure enough, Makoto began to exert his power. Now, none of this was important. Here, third Hokage, is the evidence you wanted. Are these Sharingan on Danzo enough? Now it was your turn. Makoto gestured towards Danzo, indicating that it was time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step in. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill running up his spine, and his scalp instantly went numb. It felt as if countless ants were crawling all over it. This was solid evidence. Just like that, it struck Danzo like a heavy hammer, directly crushing him. However, what to do next? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown, falling into deep thought. What else can he do to handle this matter? Does he really have to kill Danzo directly? As soon as this thought emerged, he quickly suppressed it. Uchiha Makoto, given the current situation, what do you think should be done? Unable to think of a good solution, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to listen to the opinions of the person involved. So he threw this tricky question back at Makoto. What should I say? Will you even listen if I do? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Makoto's lips curled slightly, revealing an enigmatic half-smile. Feel free to offer your suggestion, and whether it's feasible, we can discuss afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his tone somewhat unstable. Seeing the other party's attitude, Makoto paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Well then, first I think we should return all the eyes that belong to our Uchiha clan to their rightful owners. And then we can discuss other matters. At this moment, the most important thing for Makoto was undoubtedly to retrieve Shisui's eyes. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo beside him, only to see that his Sharingan was fully exposed under everyone's gaze. In that case, it was evidently impossible for Danzo to continue keeping these eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he could not waste time entangled in such a hopeless matter, and decisively issued the order. Kakashi, make your move. Without a doubt, it was not Kakashi himself who would carry out this surgical task. After all, within the mysterious Umbu, there must be specialized ninjas proficient in surgical techniques and sage arts. These hidden skills of the Umbu might be unfamiliar to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Kakashi knew them like the back of his hand. Hiruzen, you actually... Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had unhesitatingly ordered an attack against him, and his inner rage ignited instantly. However, just as he was about to counterattack, his hands had just formed a seal when his movements abruptly stopped. It turned out that he had been heavily surrounded without him realizing it. Pairs of crimson Sharingan stared at him like burning flames, filled with hostility as if they wanted to devour him alive. And those with Sharingan were elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage, in my opinion, this Hokage advisor beside you may already have the heart of a traitor. Makoto spoke, slowly extending his hands to gently remove the black contact lenses covering his eyes. In an instant, a pair of crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared before everyone, radiating a heart-stopping brilliance. Seeing this scene, the non-Uchiha Konoha ninjas felt their hearts skip a beat. At this moment, Danzo looked around and found himself deeply encircled. Not only were there dozens of elite Uchiha Jonin who had long-standing grievances against him surrounding him, but also the Uchiha Makoto, who had activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, watching him like a beast ready to pounce. Faced with such a severe situation, Danzo knew that resisting was futile, so he quickly chose to surrender. Danzo was very clear that if he attacked the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, there would definitely be no problem afterward, as he had done so before. However, at this moment, if he openly resisted against the Uchiha clan, he would only be awaiting death. Although he did not fear death, he was unwilling to die in vain without any value. After a storm of thoughts, he decisively chose to surrender. Kakashi personally led an Umbu member to quickly arrive in front of the already surrendering Danzo, executing the operation skillfully and swiftly, successfully extracting his right eye in a blink and carefully placing it into a small glass vial containing a transparent liquid. Immediately afterward, Kakashi turned around without hesitation and solemnly handed this invaluable glass vial to Uchiha Makoto. Makoto steadily received the vial and then signaled to Uchiha Fugaka beside him to arrange for the clan as personnel to perform the eye transplant surgery on the injured Shisui on the spot. The reason for not letting the Umbu members perform the surgery on Shisui directly was quite simple. They could not trust those Umbu members led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Similarly, for Danzo, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen were also mutually suspicious of the Uchiha clan, and naturally, he would not feel at ease in trusting such an important matter to the Uchiha clan. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the surgery proceeded in an orderly manner. Finally, when everything was over, Shisui slowly opened his eyes, and the previously dull eyes now shone with astonishing brilliance once again. The two powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan perfectly fused back into his eye sockets, sparkling brightly. Ding! Shisui's kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared. Reward draw, chances 1. Seeing the scene, the surrounding Uchiha clan members couldn't help but cheer excitedly. At the same time, Makoto, who had been tense, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Great! The first and most important goal has finally been successfully achieved, and I even got a chance to draw, winning twice. Next, everyone's gaze shifted to Danzo's mysterious arm. Just as Kakashi and the others were about to step forward to help Danzo remove the Sharingan from his arm, they were met with Danzo's resolute refusal. No need to trouble you all. This small matter, I can handle myself. Saying this, Danzo slowly raised his left hand, and in an instant, a razor-sharp wind chakra blade condensed in his palm. This chakra blade flickered with a cold light, as if it could easily cut through all things in the world. Without hesitation, Danzo swung his left arm, and the chakra blade struck down towards his right arm with tremendous force. In an instant, blood spattered, accompanied by the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Danzo's right arm had been completely severed and dropped to the ground. Ding! Danzo lost Shisui's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Reward draw chances 1. Makoto narrowed his eyes. The system only indicated the loss of Shisui's kaleidoscope, and did not mention the other Sharingan or the Hashirama cells, indicating that Danzo still had backup Sharingan. Facing such a bloody and brutal scene, Danzo remained calm, showing no signs of being moved at all. This old man, who had undergone countless life and death tests, held a high position for a long time, and was well-versed in power strategies, truly had an astonishingly firm mindset. Compared to Mito Kamen and T.K. Shikamaru, Danzo clearly had a more decisive aspect. Although he often plotted and schemed, but when faced with a desperate situation, knowing that things were irretrievable, he was able to make a swift decision without hesitation. At that moment, he understood that the Sharingan could no longer be preserved. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to decisively abandon his right arm, which contained Hashirama's cells. After all, for Danzo, losing an arm was not a fatal matter. As long as he could preserve his life, he could later find Orochimaru to get a new arm. However, if he directly removed the Sharingan that suppressed Hashirama's cells from his arm, he would surely suffer the backlash of those cells, resulting in his certain death. Weighing the pros and cons, Danzo clearly understood this calculation in his heart. Kakashi and the Umbu member carefully removed the 10 Sharingan from the severed arm of Danzo one by one. Among the 10 Sharingan, 2 glimmered with the profound light of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. 3 with a mysterious glow of the 2 Tomo Sharingan, like flames dancing in the darkness, while the remaining 5 were slightly dim 1 Tomo Sharingan, akin to a power source that had not fully awakened. As these Sharingan were placed into transparent glass bottles, the anger of the Uchiha clan erupted like a volcano. They widened their eyes, glaring at the bottles containing their own Sharingan. It was as if they could see through the glass the injustices and suffering they had once endured. Anger burned within them, almost breaking through their skulls, filling the entire space with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku stepped forward with a solemn expression, personally sealing these precious Sharingan into storage scrolls one by one. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if he were handling the rarest treasure in the world. With each seal and spell that he placed, it carried his deep sense of responsibility and commitment to the owner of the eyes. Once all the Sharingan were properly secured, Fugaku slowly stood up, his gaze coldly sweeping over the people present. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a chair, took a puff from his pipe, and then gently exhaled a cloud of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, his voice was deep and steady. The Sharingan has been returned to its rightful owner, Uchiha Makoto. Now you may continue with the rest of the story. However, at that moment, Makoto suddenly spoke up. There's still one more. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and the others all turned their puzzled gazes toward Danzo, who had just stopped the bleeding and was instructing his subordinates to reseal and store the arm. Without the support of chakra, the cells of Hashirama wouldn't directly turn into a tree. Therefore, this arm was still a lumpy, fleshy arm, not yet transformed into a wooden one. Besides mumming, only Danzo knew the true identity of this arm. This was also the reason why Danzo's pale arm wasn't confiscated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Danzo's expression darkened as he snapped. What are you looking at? I really don't have it here. At this moment, the gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and the others once again focused squarely on mumming. And at that instant, Kakashi felt a jolt in his heart as he realized something unusual. This Uchiha mumming had been staring at him. In an instant, a chill surged up Kakashi's spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, there was still a Sharingan at the scene that did not belong to the Uchiha clan, which was the one embedded in his eye socket, given to him by his close friend Uchiha Obito. The others present were not foolish either. Anyone could see the implications of mumming's obvious behavior. Even the members of the Uchiha clan nodded in understanding, indicating they had grasped the situation. Fugaku remained silent, feeling somewhat conflicted about the Sharingan that Kakashi possessed. However, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's strong persuasion, and after considering various factors, Fugaku ultimately did not forcibly take back the Sharingan. Now, seeing Ming wanting to reclaim it, Fugaku didn't feel much opposition in his heart. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up, Uchiha Ming. Kakashi's Sharingan was personally handed to him by its owner, Uchiha Bito, when he was on the brink of death, and this matter was also approved by Fugaku. What you are doing now seems inappropriate. Faced with Kakashi, a loyal and obedient subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind to do everything possible to protect him. After all, having such a dedicated and capable subordinate was rare. However, at that moment, Fugaku suddenly stood up and bluntly refuted, Hokage-sama, you may have remembered wrong. Although I didn't explicitly oppose this matter back then, I also did not nod in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, leaving him speechless. Recalling the issue of the ownership of Kakashi's Sharingan, almost the entire Uchiha clan had strongly advocated for its reclamation. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to personally approach Fugaku, who was then the clan leader, to discuss the matter. He remembered that day vividly, as he spoke passionately to Fugaku, explaining various reasons and pros and cons. Fugaku, however, had remained silent the entire time, listening without a word. In the end, he maintained his silence, slowly stood up, and quietly left the room, and the Uchiha clan did not raise objections regarding Kakashi's Sharingan afterward. Initially thinking that the matter had been tacitly approved by Fugaku, he never expected that Fugaku would now voice a different opinion. Although it seemed somewhat humiliating, Fugaku's action, concerning the prestige of the outstanding younger generation of the clan, was understood by the other high-ranking ninja present. After some reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit that, as Fugaku said, he indeed had neither nodded in agreement nor outright rejected it. Thus, this matter had been dragging on until now, seemingly without issues, but in reality, it had never been properly resolved. So, third Hokage, please. Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile. He is indeed a master at seizing opportunities to deliver a finishing blow. At this moment, he has found the right timing and thrusts his knife straight towards the opponent's heart. The situation has become extremely delicate, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is caught in a dilemma. Danzo's Sharingan has already been taken, so next, it seems that Kakashi's Sharingan will also be hard to keep. Kakashi grits his teeth and glares angrily at Makamura, his eyes seemingly burning with fierce flames, the rage ready to erupt and transform into tangible power at any moment. However, in the face of Kakashi's murderous gaze, Makamura appears completely unconcerned, still smiling at them. Don't look at me so viciously. I'm just reclaiming the bloodline limit that belongs to my family. Regardless of which country in the ninja world it is placed in, my actions are reasonable, Makamura says lightly. In fact, the reason Makamura is so resolute about reclaiming these Sharingan is not only because they originally belonged to his family. More importantly, in his previous life, he not only read the original work, but also went through a large number of fanfics. He is well aware of the astonishing potential and possibilities of Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan with the Kamui ability. Those who choose to neglect this are, in Makamura's view, simply foolish. After all, even if he cannot fully unleash its power for now, he cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the enemy, especially someone like Obito, who stand in opposition to most of the protagonists. If he leaves this precious Sharingan for him, wouldn't that be equivalent to creating a powerful enemy for himself? Such behavior is no different from seeking trouble. Isn't it just plain stupid? As long as Obito cannot obtain this eye, he will never have the chance to unlock Susanoo in this lifetime. Maybe in the next life, then. Losing the Manjiki Sharingan with Susanoo is like having one leg brutally severed. Such a weakness is undoubtedly extremely fatal. Of course, some might choose to sneakily launch an attack to reclaim the Sharingan from Kakashi. However, if the perpetrator is not from the Uchiha clan, such an approach might be acceptable. But if a member of the Uchiha clan uses such means, it would be entirely redundant and self-inflicted trouble. After all, one can openly and justifiably state their intentions in front of everyone and demand a return. As the party occupying the moral high ground, who would dare easily say no, whether it's the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Kakashi himself, neither can directly refuse to return the Sharingan. Just like at this very moment, Makamura resolutely stands before everyone, righteously representing the Uchiha clan to demand that Kakashi return the Sharingan. In this situation, who could step in to stop or refuse him? Even Kakashi, who is reluctant in his heart, cannot firmly say he will not return it, only able to remain silent in response. Don't continue to stay silent, Kakashi. Avoidance ultimately solves nothing. Instead of wasting everyone's precious time here, why not just be straightforward? Makamura stands leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, a faint smile on his face as he watches the people across from him looking distressed and caught in a dilemma. Seeing them in such an awkward position brings an indescribable sense of comfort to Makamura. He actually doesn't want to make things so absolute. But what can he do? Who told him that he is now an Uchiha, and not a Hitaki or a Sarutobi? Kakashi, please listen to me. This Sharingan was a parting gift from my dear friend Obito before his passing. It holds great significance for me. Kakashi takes a deep breath, trying to persuade him. However, before he can finish his words, he is ruthlessly interrupted by Makamura. All right, stop with the useless nonsense. There are many people in the ninja world with tragic backgrounds and difficult fates. Even in our Konoha village, there is a young boy with messy blonde hair who is far more pitiable than you. Okay, let's stop this topic here. I want to mention it again. I only want to reclaim this side. Everything else is irrelevant to me. Just now, when Makamura mentioned that messy-haired young boy in Konoha, everyone from the Hokage faction, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately turned their gazes toward him, like sharp arrows piercing through him. Upon seeing this, Makamura merely waved his hand casually, as if indifferent, lightly passing over the topic of that blonde boy. After hearing Makamura's resolute words, Kakashi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes revealing deep despair. At this moment, he was already at a loss, and helplessly turned his head, placing his last hope on Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that this respected third Hokage could step in to help. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned his head, taking a few puffs from his pipe. He took a deep breath, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze wandering, deliberately avoiding Kakashi's eyes filled with despair and pleading. Kakashi stared blankly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's indifferent back. The last glimmer of hope in his heart instantly shattered. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, with infinite darkness and cold tightly surrounding him. His once straight back seemed to be crushed by a heavy mountain, bending down involuntarily. The iconic white hair that used to stand upright now lost its vitality, languidly lying on his head, appearing messy and disheveled. Kakashi looked utterly dejected, as if he had lost his soul. Kakashi, try to look on the bright side. After some time, I'll find a suitable eye for you to replace it. Just hand it over for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice low and filled with helplessness. Deep down, he was reluctant to take the lead in this matter, but Ming remained silent, just staring at him. The position of Hokage made it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to bury his head like an ostrich and avoid this issue. He had no choice but to bravely stand up and say these words. This was undoubtedly a carefully crafted scheme by Ming. Both Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were deeply entangled in it, unable to find any way to break free. Faced with such a situation, they could only reluctantly choose to compromise. The same Umbu ninja from before was now particularly skilled in the task of eye extraction compared to previous times. The person operated with precision, quickly and successfully retrieving the Sharingan from Kakashi's eye socket. The entire process was smooth and seamless. Even the bleeding was expertly managed. This precious eye, Ming did not hand over to Fugaku like the previous ones, but chose to keep it for himself. The reason for this action stemmed from his doubts about Fugaku's ability to preserve it. When Fugaku and the others witnessed Ming's action, they did not say much. After all, although the three-tomo Sharingan was considered a rare item throughout the ninja world for the Uchiha clan, which had many Sharingan inheritances, such an eye was just that. However, just as Ming had properly stored the Sharingan, a clear and pleasant system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Changed Kakashi's subsequent series of highlight plot directions related to Kimui Sharingan. Reward: limited lottery chances won. Hearing this sudden voice, Ming couldn't help but be taken aback. Limited lottery? There's actually such a form of lottery? He secretly pondered to himself. Before this, Ming had never heard any information about the limited lottery. However, at this moment, these doubts were temporarily set aside by Ming. The more pressing matter at hand was how to deal with Danzo. Thus, Ming quickly calmed his mind and focused his attention on Danzo. Third Hokage, do you think I still need to offer suggestions on how to deal with Danzo? Ming looked calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi nodded slightly in agreement, saying, well, you might as well share your thoughts. As he spoke, he picked up his pipe and took a few puffs, seemingly contemplating something significant. Prior to this, the matters related to the Sharingan were not considered a major issue. Even if discovered, it could simply be returned in time. However, the next step of properly handling the personnel involved was indeed a major headache. Ming took a deep breath and slowly said, "Oh, actually, this matter is not difficult to resolve. First, all personnel involved in this matter should be sentenced to death without mercy. As for Danzo, as the mastermind, he certainly cannot escape. Moreover, we must demand that his root organization hand over those who participated in the ambush against Shisui." After pausing for a moment, Ming continued, "If specific individuals involved cannot be found, then everyone in the root organization should be executed as well. However, Kakashi can be given some leniency, as this matter cannot be entirely blamed on him." As soon as Ming finished speaking, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others present darkened considerably. However, they did not immediately interrupt Ming's words. Instead, they wanted to continue listening to see what Ming truly represented for the Uchiha clan. Well, now it was finally clear. Sure enough, this simple and ruthless approach to handling things was indeed typical of the Uchiha clan style. There was no doubt that they only wanted to see Danzo dead. This was absolutely unacceptable. Danzo was the Hokage's advisor of Konoha village and an important figure among Konoha's higher-ups, who had worked diligently for the prosperity and development of Konoha over the years. How could he be easily executed like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was exceptionally firm at this moment, his resolute demeanor suggesting that he would protect Danzo even if faced with 1,000 troops. Seeing Sarutobi so determined to protect Danzo, Ming couldn't help but retort, "Since you asked me for suggestions, but then completely ignored them after I spoke. Why did you even ask? Do you just want to hear them and then let them go in one ear and out the other?" However, Ming was not overly surprised by Sarutobi's reaction. After all, he knew very well that there was a deep friendship between Sarutobi and Danzo. Even when Danzo once sent someone to attempt to assassinate him, Sarutobi had ultimately not had the heart to deal with Danzo. Moreover, this was only because Danzo had taken action against the Uchiha clan. At this time, Danzo appeared very calm, even seemingly unperturbed. He understood one principle. Sarutobi Hiruzen would do everything in his power to protect his life. Although the Sharingan he possessed could not gain Sarutobi's support, Sarutobi would definitely protect his life at all costs. Danzo was fully confident of this and firmly believed it. No matter what, Lord Danzo absolutely cannot die. The contributions he had made were enough to offset any potential death sentence. Someone shouted loudly. Judging by the attire, it was a member of Danzo's root. "Get your dogs away from here. You don't deserve to speak." A voice from the Uchiha clan echoed angrily. At this moment, everyone knew that Danzo's life was Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line, and this had already left a deep impression in the hearts of everyone present. Seeing this, Ming unhesitatingly tossed this tricky problem back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly wanting to test the other party's attitude and thoughts. "Third Hokage, since you do not agree with what I said, now it's your turn." For a time, the entire scene fell into a deep silence. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke slowly. "Deprive Danzo of his position as Hokage's advisor, transfer all his root forces, and issue him a house arrest order, allowing him to stay at home to reflect and enjoy his old age." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was another unbearable silence. A long time passed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not add anything. Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled and couldn't resist asking, "Is that it? Aren't there any other punitive measures or conditions?" In response to Ming's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply nodded firmly, indicating that it was indeed just that. Ming was certainly dissatisfied with this result. He raised his voice and retorted, "Is that all? Can this really be considered a severe punishment?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and replied, "Isn't this enough? For the mistakes Danzo committed, this punishment is already quite serious." Ming sneered and continued to press, "So, according to you, if I were to do something of the same nature as Danzo, would it only require me to resign from my position as elder of our clan and then, like Danzo, be placed under house arrest to settle the matter?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously calm face changed slightly, his expression instantly darkening like water, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. He clenched his teeth and questioned in an exceptionally serious tone, "What exactly do you mean by that?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly taken aback by Ming's sudden words and momentarily failed to fully grasp the deeper meaning behind them. Meanwhile, the entire scene fell into a deadly silence. Only the confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Ming was intensifying. The others stood quietly by, watching this fierce clash, with no one daring to intervene. Just then, Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat mocking smile as he slowly said, "It's simple, third Hokage. Don't you have a little son? I remember his name is Sarutobi Asuma, right? Then I'll take my people to reenact what Danzo did to Shisui on Sarutobi Asuma without any changes. After that, according to how you handle this matter, you can impose self-punishment on me. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Moreover, Sarutobi Asuma is a few years older than Shisui, so what I'm doing shouldn't be considered bullying a child, right? Ha ha." After saying this, Ming laughed recklessly, and the members of the Uchiha clan laughed along, completely disregarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes that were about to spew flames of anger. However, he seemed to feel this was not enough and immediately added, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something important. Back then, that old Danzo showed no mercy when dealing with Shisui. Every move was aimed at taking Shisui's life. Fortunately, the strength of the water-stopping technique is strong enough to allow me to narrowly escape with my life. So, when I make a move against Asuma Sarutobi, I will naturally show no mercy. As for whether he can survive in the end, it all depends on his own abilities. Uchiha Makoto, you dare." Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes widened in anger, with veins bulging on his forehead as if they were about to burst. His body trembled slightly with anger, and the chakra around him surged like a raging sea, uncontrollably violent. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was left with only two family members, his son Asuma and his grandson Konohamaru. Once, he had lost his wife, his eldest son, and his daughter-in-law. Those painful memories clung to his heart like nightmares. Now, Mukai was actually using Asuma to threaten him, which undoubtedly touched the most fragile bottom line of his heart. No, it was even more excessive than directly trampling on his red line. This was clearly gripping his red line tightly, playing it wantonly, nearly breaking the string of rationality within him. What? When the same thing happens to your own son, you can't bear it? Mukai sneered, responding without showing weakness. At the same time, the chakra around him surged like a burning flame, and combined with the powerful ocular power released by Sharingan, he exuded a chilling aura. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, in this moment of confrontation, Mukai actually held the upper hand slightly. The knife hasn't fallen on you, so you can't feel the pain, right? If that's the case, then I'll let this knife strike you hard, so you can taste this feeling too. If you insist on sticking to your original method of handling this, then watch closely what happens next. A ruthless glint flashed in Mukai's eyes, his tone icy enough to send chills down one's spine. At that very moment, Mukai's crimson Sharingan burned like a raging fire, clearly reflecting Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. His gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could penetrate all disguises and defenses. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, Mukai showed no regard for his face at all. He continued to provoke and stimulate the other party with words, each sentence piercing the heart like a sharp arrow. However, despite this, Ming did not immediately show any intention of attacking the person before him. This was not due to fear or concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, but because he understood well the character traits of these two individuals. They were utterly unafraid of death. Looking back at the original work, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo, when faced with a life-or-death situation, they could both greet death with a calm and fearless attitude. This courage to face death, though it could not cover their flaws in character, was enough to prove that they were no ordinary people. Therefore, compared to directly killing them, using this kind of psychological attack to strike at their spirits would clearly bring them a heavier blow. After all, for those who are not afraid of death, mental torment is often harder to bear than physical pain. Ignoring Ming's verbal provocation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed as he sensed Ming's strength, and he realized in shock the gap in strength between himself and this young man was already so vast. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen felt this shock, but even the surrounding ninjas who were watching were also deeply stunned by the powerful strength displayed by Uchiha Ming. For a moment, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Only Ming's oppressive aura spread through the air. How ridiculous. Danzo has made a huge contribution to Konoha. What makes you think that a little brat who has hardly been on the battlefield can be compared to him? After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Let's not even mention what Danzo's so-called contributions to Konoha have to do with my Uchiha clan. Can these alone easily erase the deep hatred between him and us Uchiha? However, if we really talk about contributions, then why don't you, third Hokage, Tell us what remarkable contributions Danzo has made. Hearing the word contribution, Ming couldn't help but curl his lip. In his eyes, Danzo was utterly worthless. Were any contributions to speak of? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself a few times, but suddenly choked on his words, standing there like he had been hit by a paralysis jutsu. Looking back over the past few decades, Danzo had relentlessly suppressed and targeted the Uchiha clan. Not only that, but he also manipulated public opinion, forcing Konoha White Fang to a dead end. What was even more outrageous was that he secretly colluded with Orochimaru to engage in inhumane human experiments. When the matter was exposed, to save himself, he unhesitatingly forced Orochimaru to defect from the village. Furthermore, he placed the blame for the Nine-Tails incident on the Uchiha clan, using this opportunity to drive them to the outskirts of the village. Even the tragic deaths of the fourth Hokage couple were due to his careful planning to delay the support from the Uchiha clan. Not only that, but he also dug one pit after another in Naruto's growth path, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to establish a good image in Naruto's mind. All those dark dealings executed by the Root were naturally under Danzo's orders. Indeed, Danzo did many things in his lifetime, and in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, many of them might even be seen as creditworthy actions. But the key point was that the aforementioned actions were too despicable to be brought to the table. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had slightly furrowed his brow, his lips tightly closed, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Ming observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changes with great interest, a subtle smile appearing on his face. After a moment, Ming suddenly raised both hands and clapped a few times, the crisp applause instantly breaking the silence of the scene. This sudden action successfully attracted everyone's attention, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still lost in thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen was jolted back to reality by the applause, looking somewhat bewildered at Ming. Before he could speak, Ming took the lead and asked, "So, third Hokage, have you thought of any contributions from Danzo?" Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, even if Danzo hasn't made any significant contributions, he has worked hard and selflessly all these years. He still has some credit for his hard work." However, Ming was completely unmoved, sneering in response, "Humph, don't talk to me about hard work. In my opinion, if a person lacks ability, they should step aside early and leave opportunities for those who truly have strength. Don't be like a stubborn dog, clinging to a position and refusing to let go, only occupying the latrine without doing anything." Ming's words were ruthless, sharp, and vivid. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted all around. Even the usually serious Fugaku couldn't help but chuckle. The ninjas present were not ignorant civilians. Ming's words struck not just at Danzo. They whispered to each other, expressing admiration and surprise at Ming's candidness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest heaved violently with anger, breathing heavily, glaring at Ming, and then forcefully gestured to the other Anbu members, issuing a command to clear the scene. These Anbu members were well-trained and quickly acted to disperse the crowd of onlookers. The fact that the Uchiha dared to negotiate in front of so many people only fueled Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger further. He decided not to let the Uchiha have their way. Since things had developed to this point, there was no need to maintain the so-called facade any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped heavily, his eyes fixed on Makoto, and said coldly, "All right, let's cut to the chase. What will it take for you Uchiha to let this go? What will it take to settle this matter?" With the movement of the Anbu members, the surrounding civilians were quickly dispersed, leaving only a few members of the ninja clan at the scene. At this moment, the entire scene felt particularly desolate and oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was as dark as water, and his sharp gaze pierced through Makoto like a cold blade. After observing and interacting for some time, he had come to realize that today the Uchiha clan was not led by the clan head Fugaku, but by the young descendant before him, the newly appointed Uchiha elder, Uchiha Makoto. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's oppressive stare, Makoto showed no fear. He straightened his body and spoke calmly and assertively. "It's simple, just compensate. The other 10 ordinary Sharingan are not worth much individually, but together total 500 million Ryo. While Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan is worth 1 billion Ryo. The total for all the Sharingan comes to 1.5 billion Ryo, and we want this money in exchange for Danzo's life. As for the other root members involved in this matter, not a single one can live. There is no room for negotiation on that." Makoto firmly stated the compensation plan agreed upon within the Uchiha clan, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. Fugaku, Shisui, and others who attended the initial meeting looked at Makoto in astonishment. It was true that they had agreed to a compensation, but this amount was far beyond what the Uchiha had initially set. They had only agreed on 500 million ryo, and the Uchiha leadership thought that getting 300 million ryo would be a victory. Now that Makoto knew he was stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, he figured there was no better time to make a bold demand. So, he simply tripled the amount. Asking for more was likely impossible. But 1.5 billion ryo was negotiable, while 1 billion was his bottom line. Absolutely not. Even I, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages Kage, have a bounty of only 1 billion in the black market. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. When he heard that Uchiha Makoto had demanded a staggering 1.5 billion in compensation, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instinctively shook his head in refusal. "I'm not here to bargain with you," Makoto said expressionlessly, his tone calm enough to send chills down one's spine. However, such a simple statement made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darken immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently lamented in his heart. He felt that in the past few years, he had frowned more times than today alone. In helplessness, he had to turn his head and cast his gaze towards the always silent Danzo beside him. Danzo still maintained his furious appearance, full of killing intent. He had always held prejudice and disdain towards the Uchiha clan. Now, being openly blackmailed by someone he had always looked down upon only fueled the volcanic anger in his heart, making it hard to contain. If you are unwilling to pay up to avert disaster and also refuse to deal with Danzo, then you might as well pray every day not to encounter any accidents in the future. Mumming's cold gaze swept slowly over everyone like a tangible force, and his words were filled with blatant threats, making the Hokage's faction feel chills down their spines and cold sweat pouring down. If truly targeted by Mumming, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, they would probably find it impossible to escape. At that time, rather than fleeing in embarrassment, it would be much more straightforward to take their own lives to avoid further torment and pain. Uchiha Mumming. Could it be that your Uchiha clan wants to betray the village? Fugaku, as the clan leader, why are you turning a blind eye to this? Are you dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious at this moment, trembling with anger at the threats issued by Mumming. This threat was not mere bluster. It was a genuine, terrifying intimidation. Not to mention others, even for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you're targeted by Mumming for a sneak attack, he would surely meet a terrible fate. Betraying the village? That is utterly ridiculous. Back in the day, Konoha village was founded by our Uchiha and Senju clans together. The reason we chose to establish Konoha was merely to create a stable and peaceful living environment for our clansmen. Mumming was quite familiar with this history, having studied it deeply in both his past life and this one. His personal experiences in this life had given him an even deeper understanding of the various reasons behind it. But what does it matter now? At this point, Mumming could no longer suppress the raging anger in his heart, burning fiercely. Our clansmen are being openly hunted down by the village's upper echelons right here in this village. And now you, the dignified Hokage, are brazenly taking sides. What meaning is there for us to continue staying in such a broken village? Mumming's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling with anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, go ahead and make excuses. Also, at this moment, other ninja clans are basically all present. Do you have no opinions at all? Indeed, right now, they have only targeted the Uchiha clan because we are currently the strongest in Konoha. However, once the Uchiha clan falls, the next to suffer will inevitably be you. The Hyuga clan might be next. He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, pointing at everyone present, as if he wanted to unleash all the anger he felt inside. Especially the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, who was singled out by Mumming, looked extremely grim. Even if this matter were placed before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or even in front of Senju Tobarama, it would still be our Uchiha's right. As he spoke, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his knuckles turning white, seeing that Mumming's emotions had already spiraled out of control. The Uchiha clansmen nearby began to show signs of empathy, their faces filled with indignation. Shisui quickly stepped forward, trying to calm the agitated Mumming. "Mumming, please calm down. Let me handle this," Shisui said softly, gently patting Mumming's shoulder. Upon seeing Shisui intervene, Mumming's emotions settled a bit, but his chest still rose and fell violently. Shisui turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. "Lord Hokage, as one of the parties involved in this incident, I believe it is reasonable for me to say a few words. Although he was deeply disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, Shisui still maintained the necessary politeness. Shisui's calm demeanor, as if nothing had changed, successfully led Sarutobi Hiruzen into a misunderstanding, making him firmly believe that the person before him was still the loyal and reliable Shisui of the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking guilty, said softly, "Of course, Shisui. I sincerely apologize for what Danzo has done." However, Shisui unhesitatingly interrupted, "No need, Lord Hokage. A verbal apology is meaningless. It would be more practical to provide economic compensation." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. He clearly did not expect Shisui to so straightforwardly demand money. After a brief hesitation, he slowly responded, Shisui, regarding the compensation, it's not impossible, but could we discuss the amount a bit more?" Shisui shook his head expressionlessly, firmly explaining, "Lord Hokage, while the Sharingan belongs to me personally, the Manjiki Sharingan is not just my eye. It is a precious treasure passed down through generations of our Uchiha clan. The compensation is meant for the entire Uchiha clan, and as a member of the Uchiha family, I can only uphold this stance and attitude." As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously calm expression instantly turned cold. He fixed his sharp gaze on Shisui, and after a moment of silence, coldly said, "I understand. If that's the case, then this matter will need further discussion." Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that Shisui was no longer under his control. This was clearly felt from Shisui's unwavering words. It should be noted that the Uchiha clan members have always been stubborn and headstrong. Once they set their sights on something or a goal, they will relentlessly push forward without hesitation until they achieve their purpose. Sarutobi Hiruzen's light-hearted words inadvertently struck a nerve with Shisui. Deep down, Shisui had always harbored an indescribable trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, at this moment, that trust had completely evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Either let Danzo die, or hand over one. 5 billion is compensation to us. Choose one quickly. Want to continue discussing? That's simply a pipe dream. Who the hell wants to talk to you? At that moment, Ming's emotions gradually calmed down, and he strode up to Shisui, unceremoniously throwing down this harsh remark. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Uchiha Ming, you are going too far. What benefit does this relentless pressure bring you? Someone from the Hokage faction couldn't help but rebuke angrily at Ming's arrogant attitude. The benefits are numerous. Having money makes me happy. Isn't that enough? Even if there are no substantial benefits, as long as I see you guys unhappy, I feel quite satisfied. Isn't that reason sufficient? Ming responded disdainfully, his words filled with provocation and mockery. Hearing Ming's reckless remarks, everyone from the Hokage faction, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned red with anger, their eyes bulging, gritting their teeth. If looks could kill, Ming would have been cut into pieces by now. "I, Uchiha Chung, firmly stand on Elder Ming's side," shouted a tall, strong man with a resolute face. His powerful voice seemed to penetrate the clouds, making it impossible to ignore. "I, Uchiha Daimon, fully support Elder Ming." Immediately after, another agile, sharp-eyed young man stepped forward, openly expressing his support for Ming. "I, Uchiha." In no time, shouts rose and fell throughout the venue, as many Uchiha clan members declared their willingness to follow Ming. When they heard Ming's passionate and inspiring words, the Uchiha, who had been repressed for so long, suddenly erupted like a boiling pot, and the atmosphere on site instantly became extraordinarily heated. The Uchiha clan had long suffered from oppression and exclusion by Sarutobi Hizashi and his faction. Even the clan members responsible for security had endured much grievances, feeling stifled for a long time. Now, finally, there were clan members who could respond so forcefully. How could they not feel a sense of relief? This exhilarating feeling had not been experienced for a long time. At this moment, the reason why the Uchiha clan members were so determined to support Ming was not only because of his strong power, but more importantly, the actions he took resonated deeply with everyone. Ming faced the Hokage faction with a fearless demeanor, showing all Uchiha a glimpse of hope and courage. Just then, Ming slowly turned around to face the emotionally charged members of the Uchiha clan behind him. He slightly raised his hands and gently pressed them down. In an instant, the originally noisy crowd of Uchiha fell silent, as if under a spell, with everyone staring intently at the young clan elder. In this way, through his own strength, decisive decision-making, and actions against the Hokage faction, Ming successfully established a preliminary reputation for himself within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful to have someone like Sarutobi Hizashi, who seemed difficult but was actually quite supportive as a good teammate, making him shine even more in this endeavor to assert his authority. If you're still hesitating, then we will have to leave first. Ming looked expressionlessly at the various faces across from him. His calm gaze felt as cold as a biting wind, ruthlessly sweeping across each person's face. Anyone who met his gaze felt a chill rising from their spine, involuntarily shivering. Ming's meaning was very clear, even if it seemed like they were leaving. This matter could not simply end here. Undoubtedly, the personnel of the Hokage faction had already become the focus of Ming's attention. The Uchiha clan was notoriously impulsive and reckless, lacking in strategy akin to mindless brutes. Moreover, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan meant their emotions were extremely unstable, possibly having already fallen into some form of extreme state. Coupled with the fact that this Uchiha elder was just a boy of around 10 years old, full of youthful fervor and passion, once emotions flared, he could easily become reckless. When these layers of external factors piled on top of each other, the resulting threat was enough to send shivers down the spines of the Hokage faction. Just then, as Uchiha, Ming resolutely turned to leave, Sarutobi Hisashi finally couldn't suppress his inner fear and worry, shouting loudly, "Don't go. I represent the Hidden Leaf Village and agree to your conditions." It was truly helpless. At this moment, Sarutobi Hisashi felt genuine fear. He is not afraid of death, but he still has a son and a grandson, not to mention his family. It should be noted that in this generation of the Uchiha clan, there are actually 3 strong individuals with Mangekyou Sharingan, all of whom are young people under 20. If both sides truly erupt into a fierce conflict, the result will definitely be a violent confrontation. Regardless of which side ultimately wins after such a brutal battle, Konoha Village is bound to suffer heavy losses, and it may even cease to exist. Therefore, under such circumstances, he clearly understands that he cannot continue to pressure the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then let us send someone to collect the money. Ming stood firm, a slight smile on his lips, secretly delighted in his heart. "Ha, you finally spoke up? If you continue to be silent, I wouldn't be able to continue my performance." Hearing this, the other party visibly hesitated and replied, "The amount is really too much. Can you extend the deadline a bit?" However, Ming was not buying it at all and interrupted directly, "Don't give me that. I know very well that you definitely have this money. This matter must be settled today. What needs to be done today cannot be delayed. Do I really need to teach you this basic principle?" In fact, Ming was not exaggerating. 5 billion Ryo indeed sounds like an astronomical figure. However, for someone like Danzo, who has long controlled the upper echelons of Konoha Village and has managed it for many years, taking out such a sum is not a difficult task. When calculated carefully, compared to the various experiments he usually conducts en route, this amount is hardly worth mentioning. After all, those experimental projects are the real money pits. Throughout the conversation, Danzo remained silent, staring intently at Ming, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, seemingly trying to see through what this person in front of him was really calculating. Seeing the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he could not further provoke the Uchiha clan, so he quickly reached out and gently pushed Danzo a few times, indicating that he should make a decision soon. Finally, Danzo gritted his teeth tightly, as if using all his strength, and painfully squeezed out a few words between his teeth. "Yamanaka, go, bring the money back to me." "As you command, Lord Danzo." At the same time, a man wearing a mask with the Konoha symbol, revealing only his mouth, instantly performed the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot after hearing Danzo's command. Not long after, Yamanaka Kyujin reappeared in front of everyone. This time, he had a pile of storage scrolls in his hands. When he walked to a spot not far from Danzo, he found that Danzo was still sitting there expressionless, with no instructions or reactions. So, Yamanaka Kyujin carefully placed the storage scrolls in the empty space between the two parties and then silently stepped back. "The money has been brought back. Please take a look and count it," Yamanaka Kyujin said softly after completing the task. However, facing this situation, Danzo remained silent, as if everything happening around him was unrelated to him. At this time, seeing that Danzo was unresponsive, the always silent Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take the initiative to break the deadlock. "Since the money has been delivered, why don't you start counting it?" Just then, someone from the Uchiha family wanted to step forward to speak, but was stopped by Ming raising his hand. Seeing this scene, the others present looked at Ming with confusion, seemingly not understanding his intentions. Ming then explained slowly, "How about this? I would trouble the third Hokage to send members of the Umbu to conduct a preliminary counting of this wealth. Once they're done, We can conduct a detailed check together. After all, the amount involved this time is quite large, and if there is any mistake, it might lead to unnecessary trouble and disputes. So I hope everyone can understand and act cautiously. Although Ming's words sounded lofty, the meaning behind them was very clear. He did not trust Danzo and his rude organization at all. You, go count, Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly, waving his hand, secretly thinking, the money has already been paid. There's really no need to get stuck over such a small matter. After all, the bigger picture is what matters. With this in mind, he casually pointed to a member of the Umbu behind him. A ninja wearing a rabbit mask stepped forward in response. Walking steadily to the pile of storage scrolls on the ground, he squatted down and skillfully began to unseal the scroll one by one. As beams of light flashed by, delicate wooden boxes gradually revealed themselves, neatly arranged on the ground. The Dark Department member was extremely proficient in counting the money. His fingers moved rapidly over the bills like phantoms, fast enough to make one dizzy. At first, everything seemed normal, but when he was about halfway through counting, an unexpected change occurred. His body suddenly trembled, as if struck by an invisible force, and then he fell straight back, crashing heavily to the ground. Third Hokage, Maki, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but squint his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and vigilance. How dared Danzo cause trouble at this moment? Meanwhile, several Uchiha clan members who had been preparing to check on the situation also took action, unhesitatingly activating their Sharingan, their red pupils flashing with mysterious light as they scanned the people across from them. Quickly send someone to see what happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his face serious as he turned his gaze to Danzo. At this moment, Danzo also looked bewildered, completely at a loss. He secretly cried out in distress. He was really wronged. He had no intention of playing any tricks at this moment. Could it be that his subordinates acted on their own? However, at that moment, he was surprised to find that even the usually calm and composed Tsugen had a look of shock on her face, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Standing frozen in place. What was going on? Could it really be as he thought, that someone was secretly scheming against him? At this thought, a chill rose up his spine. Tsugen. Seeing that Tsugen was slow to act, he couldn't help but call out again. This time, his voice was noticeably harsher than before. Finally, after he called out once more, Tsugen seemed to awaken from a dream and hurriedly stepped forward to carefully check the condition of the unconscious Umbu member. Everyone's gaze focused on Tsugen, who first circled around the Umbu member a few times, then crouched down to begin a serious examination. As time passed, the entire scene fell into a dead silence, with only the occasional slight sound from Tsugen breaking the tranquility. After a long time, Tsugen, still crouching, remained silent, which made the others present increasingly anxious. Tsugen, speak up. What exactly is going on? Danzo's patience was wearing thin. He had never felt this frustrated with his usually capable subordinate. Facing Danzo's questioning, Tsugen slowly stood up, but still wore a look of confusion and perplexity. Report to Lord Danzo. After a preliminary examination, this Umbu member does not have any major issues. He just fainted. As for the specific cause of his fainting, I am not a professional medical ninja, so I find it difficult to determine, Tsugen honestly replied. Upon hearing this, Danzo's brows furrowed tightly, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Just then, a few ninjas with medical knowledge stepped out of the crowd, volunteering to take over from Tsugen and continue the diagnosis of the Umbu member. However, not long after, these originally confident medical ninjas also stood silently by, just like Tsugen, after finishing their examination, each one closing their mouths. You all should speak up. Now, even the usually composed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't contain his frustration, loudly reprimanding. If there's something to say, just say it. What does silence mean? Report to Lord Hokage. After our preliminary examination and inquiry, the reason this Umbu member suddenly fainted was due to low blood sugar. After some exchanges among themselves, one of the Umbu members stepped forward with an awkward expression, explaining to the Hokage the reason for his companion's fainting. Upon hearing this, everyone present was first taken aback, followed by a moment of silence. Low blood sugar? He fainted for such a reason? This was an Umbu ninja. Shouldn't they be elite individuals with strong physical qualities and rigorous training? How could they fall so easily due to low blood sugar? In an instant, various questioning and astonished gazes were directed at the Dark Division member lying on the ground, still unconscious. Take him down for treatment, and the rest continue with the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure and issued the order. It must be said that this somewhat comical interlude slightly eased the originally tense and serious atmosphere. The subsequent work progressed very smoothly, with the Dark Division first conducting a thorough inventory and verification of related items and personnel. Then, the Uchiha clan members conducted another round of confirmation, finding no abnormalities. Notably, Uchiha Fugaku did not use the storage scrolls provided by Root, but chose tools brought by his clan instead. Uchiha Makoto did not hear the system's prompt. Isn't paying for damages a matter? Well, everything should be fine now, right, Uchiha Makoto? As the entire process was about to conclude, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and turned to Uchiha Makoto beside him to ask. After all, they had been at it for several hours, and he truly did not want any more unexpected issues to arise. However, to everyone's surprise, in response to the Hokage's inquiry, Uchiha Makoto shook his head and calmly replied, "No, third Hokage." Upon hearing this, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was astonished, but even the others present, including Uchiha Fugaku, wore expressions of shock. What else remains unresolved? Why was this not mentioned beforehand? Everyone exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Regarding the Kyuubi incident, does the third Hokage really not think that our Uchiha clan has taken on an enormous burden for certain individuals? Makoto slowly raised his head, a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally firm and calm as he spoke these words. With the second matter settled, Makoto naturally shifted to the next third matter. When the words Kyuubi incident came out of Makoto's mouth, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the hearts of everyone present, the previously somewhat relaxed atmosphere instantly dissipating, replaced by a suffocating heaviness. It should be noted that the Kyuubi incident is undoubtedly a taboo topic for the entire Konoha village. On that terrifying night, the shadow of death loomed over every corner. Whether ordinary civilians or skilled ninjas, none could escape this catastrophe. That night, there were no identity differences. There was only a shared fate as innocent victims of the Kyuubi incident. The civilians suffered a devastating blow, with many losing their lives in that disaster, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Ninjas were not spared either, as many brave warriors fell in fierce battles against the Kyuubi, with casualties beyond imagination. Even those renowned powerful ninjas also appeared on the list of victims. For example, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who was regarded as the hope of Konoha, along with his wife Kushina Uzumaki, also perished that night. Facing Makoto's direct questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. His sharp, eagle-like eyes fixated on Makoto, as if seeing through the thoughts deep within him. At this moment, the tension that had just slightly eased became heavy and oppressive again, as if a storm was about to arrive. That night, our Uchiha clan was also a victim. Why must all the blame be placed on us, forcing us to bear this heavy burden? Makoto's emotions were somewhat agitated, his voice trembling as it echoed in the air, and the people present fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. In fact, those present had some knowledge of the events that occurred back then. However, upon hearing these words, a ripple arose in their hearts, prompting them to re-examine this past. Just then, the previously silent Danzo suddenly snorted coldly, breaking the silence. "Humph. The power to control the Kyuubi originally came from your Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan, and this is an undeniable, ironclad fact." His words struck like a heavy hammer against the person who had just spoken. Ming responded without backing down. The Uchiha clan has had its share of defectors in the past. Moreover, outside of Konoha, there's still Uchiha clan members present. Then, as if he thought of something, he continued, "For example, could that mysterious masked man possibly be the legendary Uchiha Bito? After all, given his strength and methods, it's not entirely impossible for him to do such things." As soon as these words were spoken, a whispering murmur arose among the crowd. Ming gave everyone some time to discuss before he spoke again. If it's not Obito himself, what if he remarried after leaving Konoha and had descendants? Wouldn't that make the masked man a descendant of Uchiha Bito? He slowly threw out one shocking hypothesis after another, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, who were already somewhat shaken, to fall into deep contemplation once more, and the scene fell silent again. Finally, Ming slowly concluded, "In my opinion, the true purpose of that masked man is very clear and simple: to deliberately provoke fierce conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. From this point alone, it's easy to infer that this person must have a blood feud with both Konoha and the Uchiha." In fact, even if Ming did not make this clear, many intelligent people were already aware of it. Among them were powerful figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and the scheming Danzo, as well as Hinata Hayashi and Narashikaku, who were equally perceptive. However, the key question was, why would they step forward to clear the Uchiha clan's name? It should be known that the Uchiha clan was too powerful. Weakening them was in everyone's interest. Thus, when no one deliberately slandered the Uchiha, they often took action to suppress them. Now, someone was openly placing a huge blame on the Uchiha. Under such circumstances, how could they willingly lift the veil obscuring the truth for the Uchiha? Everything you said is baseless and lacks solid evidence. Therefore, I cannot clarify this fact for you. At this moment, the situation was such that Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally had no possibility of making any concessions or compromises regarding the Uchiha clan. Initially, he chose to compromise out of necessity. If he had firmly refused to yield, even a little back then, the Uchiha clan would have likely exploded in anger, causing an uncontrollable chaotic situation. But this matter was completely different. The Uchiha clan had long accepted this old case in silence. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it vehemently now and refused to acknowledge it, the Uchiha would not likely go to war over something that had happened many years ago. What about the fact that Danzo stopped our people who were preparing to assist and explicitly forbade our Uchiha clan from participating in the rescue operation? How would you explain that? Ming widened his eyes, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone filled with anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ming expressionlessly, still repeating that question. Do you have any solid evidence to prove this? No matter how Ming accused or condemned, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed unmoved, only repeatedly questioning the existence of evidence. Danzo, both parties are here. Do you really dare to do it but not admit it? Ming suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze at the silent Danzo. However, in the face of Ming's direct stare and questioning, Danzo chose to look away, deaf to the inquiry. It was as if he were an invisible person in the room. Seeing Danzo's attitude, Ming could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Well, what a shameless and brazen aid to the Hokage of Konoha. When it comes to shamelessness, I, Uchiha Ming, am ashamed to compare. I respectfully call you the strongest." Lord Danzo. As he spoke, Ming deliberately gave Danzo a thumbs up. But the sarcasm in his words was overflowing. Let's not talk about this and that. Where's the evidence? Ming's words grew more intense, while Sarutobi Hiruzen still tried to defend the reputation of his longtime friend. Even after this incident, Danzo's already tarnished reputation had almost no chance of recovery. Just then, Ming suddenly reached into his robe and slowly pulled out a videotape. All right, here's the evidence you wanted. This is the footage of the night Danzo intercepted our Uchiha support personnel. Should I play it now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly looking at Danzo, whose remaining eye also widened. You were recorded? I didn't notice. Think again. How could I remember after so many years? So, is there ISNT there? There is, or ISNT there. I'm asking you. I really can't remember. Then find a chance to destroy it later. Okay. The gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo briefly crossed in the air, like two lightning bolts colliding. Although it was just a fleeting moment, their deep mutual understanding developed over the years seemed to have completed a silent exchange. However, this exchange ultimately did not yield any substantial results. That night was dark and chaotic, with many events happening, and given that so many years had passed, who could still remember whether there was a recording of everything that occurred? Perhaps only Uchiha Ming could provide the correct answer. Fortunately, after a difficult exchange of glances, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo finally reached a certain level of consensus. They must find an opportunity to completely destroy that potentially existing videotape. With that said, let's start playing it. Everyone, please follow me upstairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen warmly invited everyone present to go upstairs. No need to trouble yourselves. I was already prepared. Ming smiled slightly, quickly pulling out a delicate storage scroll from his robe and carefully laying it flat on the ground. As he unsealed the scroll, a faint light flashed, and a small, convenient projector appeared before everyone's eyes. Just as Ming was about to insert the videotape into the projector, Danzo, who had been silent all along, suddenly shifted his gaze and subtly signaled his trusted subordinate, Yamanaka Inoichi. As Inoichi understood the hint and was about to discreetly take action to destroy the tape, Ming added, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Actually, this tape is just a backup. The real original has long been safely stored away." As if seeing through the thoughts of Danzo and the others, Ming spoke slowly. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden violent coughing interrupted the originally quiet atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo both almost choked on their own saliva, their eyes widening in shock as they looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the projector emitted a slight, buzzing sound and began to operate slowly. An image gradually appeared on the screen, revealing a massive orange-red beast, as large as a small mountain. Before them, its strong, powerful limbs, sharp claws, and a 9 gigantic tails swaying behind it all evoked a sense of shock and fear. Nine-Tails Fox. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This name seemed to carry a curse, instantly casting a heavy shadow over the hearts of most people present. They couldn't help but recall their terrifying experiences, the bloody scenes flashing continuously in their minds. Time passed second by second, and a tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the crowd. As the videotape continued to play, that bloody night reappeared before everyone. Scenes of brutal battles, blood splattering everywhere, and the desperate cries of people intertwined, creating a chilling spectacle. That's enough. No need to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shouted to stop the tape. He looked gravely at the representatives of the Uchiha clan, quietly pondering how to deal with this sudden turn of events. At the same time, Danzo subtly signaled him with a glance, indicating that he should pay attention to the part where his own figure would soon appear. Clearly, both of them understood that everything presented in this videotape was a real occurrence, not some transformation technique or illusion disguise. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, "You speak. What does your Uchiha clan want?" His words were concise and clear, yet the weight behind them was enough to make one feel the severity of the situation. This straightforward question not only set a realistic and credible tone for the videotape, but also laid bare certain calculations that could not be openly stated. However, Mukio was not prepared to be overly demanding this time. As the value of this videotape was limited, the Hokage must step forward to clarify what happened that night and restore the reputation of our Uchiha clan. At the same time, the territory that originally belonged to our Uchiha clan must be returned to us, Mukio said firmly. Since the harrowing Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been forced to leave the land they had inhabited since the founding of the village and had migrated to a more remote and desolate corner. The core land that once belonged to the Uchiha clan was taken by Konoha village under the guise of expropriation. However, this so-called expropriation was merely a pretext. In reality, this valuable land ultimately fell into the hands of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans. They secretly divided up the land, each building their own brand new residences and shops. Now, Ming, representing the Uchiha clan, openly demanded the return of this land, which threw the four families into a state of panic. After all, so many years had passed, and new buildings had already risen in that place. How could it be returned? This matter was not a secret. Ming's request clearly indicated that he knew it was impossible to truly reclaim the land, but rather he aimed to obtain a substantial compensation. To put it bluntly, how much compensation does the Uchiha clan actually want? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, continuously puffing on his iconic pipe, secretly lamenting that it seemed they would inevitably suffer a significant financial loss this time. Not much, a fixed price, 2 billion ryo. Ming smiled and calmly stated this astronomical figure. Upon hearing this amount, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. 2 billion ryo? That's way too much. Tsunade Koharu couldn't help but exclaim, not expecting the Uchiha to demand such a high price. Hee, if you think the price is too high, then returning the land is also an option. For us, it doesn't matter. I'm not picky. Ming still wore a smiling face, but his words carried an undeniable resolve. Seeing Ming's smiling face, Sarutobi Hiruzen particularly wanted to hit him with a golden hoop rod. Return what? Here's a choice for you. In front is a bottomless cliff. Do you choose A, to move forward, or B, to retreat? Choose. Is there even a choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Danzo, Mito Minion, and Tsunade Koharu. The four of them exchanged looks, as if silently communicating some information. After a moment, they seemed to reach a consensus. Then let's do it this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly, his tone carrying a hint of determination. All right, the third Hokage is indeed straightforward. Then pay up. Ming's face was filled with a happy smile, his eyes sparkling with cunning light. When the other Uchiha clan members present heard that Ming had successfully extracted a whopping 2 billion ryo from the Hokage faction again, they were all stunned. It should be noted that the Uchiha clan was not without money. As a prestigious family that had stood in the ninja world for 1,000 years, they naturally had considerable wealth. However, they rarely encountered such enormous sums. often in the range of 10 to 20 billion ryo. The Hokage faction dared not delay for a moment and immediately sent people to rush the money over. After all, while 2 billion ryo was not a small amount for them, it was not completely unbearable when split among the four families. To prevent any further incidents from the Uchiha side, the four families quickly and efficiently sent people to deliver the money. What followed was a tiring yet exhilarating process of counting the money. Looking at the mountain of cash, the Uchiha members were filled with joy and satisfaction. This time, they truly made a hefty profit and could say they were well fed. Once the money was completely transferred, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others silently watched Ming as he directed his subordinates in counting the wealth. They exchanged glances without saying a word and quietly turned to leave. Sarutobi Sasuke took the lead, guiding the others back to the Hokage building like thieves, sneaking in. In fact, Ming was not completely oblivious to it all. However, he understood that everything has its limits, and going too far could backfire. Today, both he and the Uchiha clan had already gained quite a lot. Just as the Uchiha members were about to leave, a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu appeared quietly and took out a notice from his pocket, posting it on the prominent bulletin board at the foot of the Hokage building. Everyone focused their attention and found that this notice was about the specific arrangements for the Uchiha clan on the night of the Nine-Tails incident. It succinctly pointed out that the Uchiha clan had not been idle. On the contrary, they had been silently undertaking important logistical work, fully dedicated to protecting the lives and property of the villagers. As for whether the villagers believed what the notice stated, that was unknown, but at least for Ming, this outcome made him incredibly satisfied, because, ding, the reputation of the Uchiha clan has been restored, and the reward lottery chances have increased by 1. Ming was momentarily speechless, pondering to himself, just how bad was the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha? Just a slight improvement and a bit of restored reputation could earn him a lottery chance? He quickly made a rough calculation in his mind. In just half a day, he had already gained 3 lottery opportunities, one of which was a limited lottery that had never appeared before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Hokage residence, not far from the Hokage building, was blown up. Then many explosive tags followed in a chain reaction. The entire scene was filled with crackling and booming sounds. All the ninjas who noticed this situation rushed over immediately. Let's rewind a bit. It was at the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his Hokage faction and most of the Umbu guards of the Hokage building, was confronting the Uchiha clan beneath the Hokage building. Suddenly, a person dressed in a black robe and wearing a yellow whirlpool mask appeared in the Hokage's home. This Hokage's home is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. It represents the village chief's home passed down from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and contains many forbidden technique scrolls and confidential documents. He looked down and saw that everything was fine, without any flaws. The cosplay of Obito was perfect. The person in the black robe moved with a ghostly lightness and agility, as if he was already familiar with the layout of the house and the patrol routes of the guards. He cleverly avoided the highly alert guards and smoothly made his way to a building with numerous restrictions at its entrance. A serious atmosphere enveloped the house, surrounded by many powerful ninjutsu seals. However, these seals seemed to be nothing to the man in the black robe. He completely ignored their existence and boldly stepped into the library. Once inside, his gaze quickly fixed on a shelf in the center of the room. There lay a massive scroll, half the height of a person, which was the ultimate goal of his mission. The legendary book of seals passed down from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The man in black strode confidently toward the book of seals, each step appearing resolute and powerful. When he finally reached the book of seals, he did not hesitate to reach out and take it down. However, surprisingly, he did not immediately leave with the invaluable scroll. Instead, he sat down on the floor. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The man in black, as if performing a magic trick, casually produced a bag of seemingly ordinary sliced bread out of thin air. Then, without any hesitation, since he lacked the correct method to unseal it, he began to forcefully break the seals of the Book of Seals. Due to his rough approach, the self-protection mechanism of the Book of Seals was triggered instantly, activating self-destruction mode. In an instant, the entire Book of Seals was enveloped by a powerful wave of energy, and it seemed like it would be completely shattered and disappear. Just when it appeared that everything was beyond salvage, something unexpected happened. The Book of Seals, which had been rapidly shattering, suddenly stopped as if under a binding spell, halting its destruction. At that moment, the entire scene froze. with only the man in black's crimson eyes faintly visible through the rising dust, giving off a chilling feeling. He began to select the ninjutsu that interested him. The multi-shadow clone technique, also known as the Brothermore technique, he wanted it. The summoning, impure world reincarnation, the ultimate figurine technique, he really wanted it. The 8 gates release formation, a ninjutsu that nearly kicked off the big finale, while he was somewhat interested. The summoning, mutual explosive tag, for playing with firecrackers. If given to Conan, it would probably be tough for Obito. This one was indeed average, at least it didn't attract him much. The sealing technique, corpse demon sealing. Also known as the life for hand technique, absolutely not. The flying thunder god technique, a must-have skill for the main character in the Naruto world, both cool and powerful. He particularly wanted it. The Jinjutsu, dark passage technique, Tobirama's happy technique, would release. Shinju, somewhat cool, but since he couldn't use would release, it was useless to him. It turned out that the mysterious figure in the black robe before him was actually a shadow clone created by Mukyu. His true purpose for sneaking into the Hokage's residence was to master the powerful ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. So what made him so confidently believe that he could successfully control these forbidden ninjutsu? The answer lies in the seemingly ordinary bag of bread he tightly held in his hand. But don't underestimate this bag of bread. It is not ordinary food. In fact, it is a super learning item called memory bread, which Mukyu obtained through a lottery from Itachi Uchiha while on his way to the Hokage building. This memory bread comes from the wonderful world of Doraemon and possesses astonishing magical effects. By simply imprinting the knowledge or skills he wants to learn on the surface of the bread and then swallowing it, he can instantly memorize the information and master it with 100% accuracy. However, it is important to note that after eating the memory bread, one must not expel it immediately. Otherwise, everything learned will dissipate like smoke. Only by patiently waiting for the body to fully digest and absorb the memory bread can he ensure that the skills learned become a permanent gain, forever belonging to him. Faced with the dazzling array of ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, Mukyu was naturally very interested. However, unfortunately, the number of memory breads is limited, and he cannot record all the ninjutsu one by one. After careful consideration and selection, he ultimately decided to focus on learning and researching the 3 most crucial ninjutsu: summoning, impure world reincarnation, flying thunder god technique, and multi-shadow clone technique. The others weren't necessary. The 8 gates release formation is cool, but Mukyu thought about it and realized he didn't have much need for it. Mukyu picked up a piece of bread and gently pressed it against the Book of Seals. With a pop, the bread seemed to be magically imprinted with the content of the Book of Seals. He then repeated the process, and with another pop, another piece of bread successfully recorded the relevant content. In this way, Mukyu acted quickly and precisely, and in no time, he copied all 3 complex ninjutsu onto the memory bread. Looking at his results, he nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Now that the task was complete, it was naturally time to enjoy some food. Mukyu reached into his spatial backpack for a bottle of fresh juice he had previously drawn out, ready to eat. He took a big bite of the bread, and the sweet, malty flavor instantly spread in his mouth. The taste was quite good. Then, he gulped down a few sips of the cool and delicious juice, and the feeling was simply amazing. Before long, the entire bag of bread was devoured by Mukyu like a whirlwind, leaving not even a crumb behind. Finally, he contentedly let out a loud burp, the sound echoing in the air as if announcing the end of this delicious feast. At this moment, the once bulging bag was now empty, with only a few breadcrumbs left in the corner, witnessing the intense battle that had just taken place. One advantage of his shadow clone technique is that after the clone is dispelled, his memories are directly synchronized with the original body, eliminating any issues of disconnect. The skills learned are permanently mastered, which also enhances the efficiency of learning. His kaleidoscopic eye technique, and the Book of Seals was completely destroyed. Ming stepped on the ground covered with the powder of the Book of Seals, and calmly took out a huge black backpack, nearly half his height, from his spatial bag, placing it steadily in the center of the room. Next, he quickly and skillfully took out a large stack of explosive talismans that he had painstakingly gathered from the smoke-filled battlefield, carefully sticking them all around the room, in every corner and crevice. After completing this series of actions, Ming briskly walked over to the backpack that lay quietly on the ground. He took a deep breath, reached out to gently unzip his backpack, and his gaze immediately focused on a square object placed at the top of the bag. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a uniquely designed timer. Yes, this seemingly ordinary backpack had a significant background. It actually contained a large amount of powerful explosives that could be detonated precisely at a preset time. This was originally a prize that Ming had unexpectedly won in a lottery. However, due to its countdown lasting a full 3 hours, or a total of 180 minutes, he had always tossed it aside into an unnoticed corner, gradually fading from memory. Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Who on earth designed such a thing? What good person would get themselves a time bomb that takes 3 hours to count down? That certainly leaves too much time for escape." Were they planning to use that time to flee abroad? Even if it had the terrifying power of a nuclear warhead, giving you 3 hours of safety to escape would definitely be more than enough. However, the reality is that the countdown of this time bomb was firmly fixed by the designer, and no matter how Ming manipulated it, he couldn't change it by a single second. Fortunately, in this urgent situation, what he had originally considered a useless item turned out to be quite useful. After all, this so-called house of the Hokage contained numerous valuable ninja technique scrolls and a large amount of important documents. These things were of no use to Ming. It was not like before. Now he was picky about learning S-rank ninjutsu. As for those below S-rank, they were not worth wasting his precious time on. There was no need to master too much ninjutsu. Having a few handy ones and being proficient in them was enough. Too much would be overwhelming. As for the documents, he couldn't be bothered to look at the unimportant ones, and the important ones he knew more about than anyone else. However, thinking that if he left them for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they might become a weapon against him in the future, he decisively decided to destroy them. At this moment, Ming suddenly remembered that he had such a large amount of powerful explosives on him, which could come in handy. So, there are no useless prizes, only hosts who don't know how to use them. After a careful inspection and confirming that everything was in order, Ming revealed a satisfied smile and nodded gently. With a thought, he heard a bang, and the shadow clone was dispelled. At the same time, Ming, who was facing Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side, suddenly trembled and paused slightly. However, he quickly realized what had happened, and a hidden smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and coldly said, "If I produce evidence that can prove certain truths, what will you do then, third Hokage?" After saying that, Ming no longer hesitated and directly activated his hidden Manjiki Sharingan technique. However, since he had already worn a pair of black contact lenses beforehand, to outsiders, his eyes still appeared pitch black. As everyone knows, every unique eye technique awakened by a person with Manjiki Sharingan is derived from the strongest and most yearning emotional factors deep within themselves. Just like Shisui, who hoped to create peace through powerful illusions and successfully awaken the so-called strongest illusion technique, Koto Tsukumi, and Obito, who awakened the space-time ability Kamui due to his extreme desire to escape from this hypocritical and despairing world. Ming, who had been immersed in various exciting novel worlds in his previous life, was inevitably influenced by many novel elements. In his unique cognitive system, he firmly believed that time possesses a more powerful and mysterious force compared to space. When he thought about Obito's astonishing spatial abilities, Ming unhesitatingly decided to pursue a different, yet more shocking power of time. Thus, with the help of Super God Water, Ming successfully awakened his own time-based eye technique, Time Domain, in his left eye. This magical eye technique allowed Ming to precisely manipulate time in a specific area for a short period. He can accelerate the passage of time at will, causing everything in the area to operate at an astonishing speed. He can also slow down the flow of time, making the entire scene move at a fraction of the normal speed, or he can simply pause time altogether, plunging the surroundings into a strange and tranquil state of stillness. Moreover, if the situation is critical, Ming has a unique skill that allows him to cleverly hide himself behind time, thus evading deadly attacks from enemies or completing seemingly impossible tasks. It is no exaggeration to say that this eye technique, which can manipulate the rules of time at will, is an existence akin to a game-breaking bug. If Ming were placed in an anime world, there is no doubt that he would be the type of character whose overwhelming power leads to his demise due to the plot. At the same time, Ming's influence does not stop there. One of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, Izanagi, has also provided him with profound insights. As a result, Ming's right eye technique is straightforwardly named Domain of Reality and Illusion. As the name suggests, once this technique is activated, Ming can create an absolute domain within a certain range that he controls. Within this domain, the material form can freely transform according to Ming's will, allowing physical objects to easily become illusory and vice versa. Everything moves according to his heart's desire, with no rules in play. The downside is that it cannot transform other living beings besides himself. However, it must be acknowledged that both the left eye's time domain and the right eye's domain of reality and illusion are incredibly powerful ocular techniques that belong to the domain category, making them astonishingly formidable. The former involves the profound and unfathomable laws of time, while the latter pertains to the arbitrary manipulation of the real world. Together, they forge Ming into a being of monstrous caliber. Previously, the bandages and restraints of Danzo were turned into illusory objects by Ming, causing them to fall directly from Danzo's body. Time seemed to flow backward, as the invisible timeline was slowly pulled back to its original starting point. The crowd's expressions were grave as they hurriedly rushed to the place where the Hokage's residence once stood. However, what appeared before them was shocking. The Hokage's residence had completely vanished without a trace, replaced by a massive pit several meters deep. This pit resembled a gaping maw of the earth, mercilessly swallowing everything. Even more astonishing was that the entire scene was still shrouded in thick smoke and a scorching atmosphere, resulting from the powerful destruction caused by the explosion of over 100 kilograms of powerful explosives. The once solemn and dignified Hokage's residence was now obliterated, completely erased from the map of Konoha, leaving only desolation and silence. It is worth mentioning that the Umbu, responsible for maintaining the village's security, did not seal off the scene of this devastation. Perhaps, faced with such a tragic situation, sealing off the site had lost its practical significance, as there's almost nothing left here except for that eye-catching pit. What exactly happened? What on earth is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared wide-eyed at the ruins before him, unable to believe what he saw, his anger boiling like a volcano about to erupt. Just not long ago, he had been suffering from the Uchiha clan's endless extortion, and their unreasonable demands had nearly caused him to have a stroke on the spot. Now, just when he had finally managed to placate the Uchiha clan, his own Hokage's residence had inexplicably been blown to pieces. This series of unfathomable events left Sarutobi Hiruzen in deep confusion. Who was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? Why was he being targeted like this? Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, the name Uchiha flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Today, the Uchiha had suddenly shown up with people, and instead of going anywhere, they had dragged him and a large portion of the Umbu to the Hokage building, leaving them unable to move. The ninja clan members and those from the Hokage faction had gradually gone over, but where were the Uchiha? Only about 50 Uchiha had come. Where were the others? A series of Uchiha conspiracy theories floated through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. However, it wasn't long before he dismissed this idea. First of all, the reason the Uchiha had come today was that Danzo had attacked Shisui first. This timing was out of the Uchiha's control, and looking at it this way, Danzo was the one with the bigger problem. Moreover, the method of this conspiracy didn't align with the Uchiha's usual style of conduct, especially since the Uchiha had just made a move in the morning. If something went wrong, it was obvious to any discerning person that the Uchiha would be the prime suspects, just like that night of the Nine-Tails incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Was this another attempt to frame the Uchiha? Intelligent people often trust the problems they discover themselves, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was no exception. Uchiha Ming. Yes, you're so smart. Simply a genius bald head. Usually, while they were quick to label the Uchiha, an old saying goes, only those who wrong you know how wronged you truly are. Those who intensely despise the Uchiha are also the ones who understand the Uchiha the best in Konoha. The most important thing now is to find the culprit, not to pin blame on the Uchiha. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which was changing colors with a capricious expression, Ming couldn't help but secretly laugh. He was almost unable to suppress his laughter. Fortunately, he possessed an extraordinary willpower that allowed him to forcibly restrain his impulse to laugh out loud, and he mercilessly pinched his thigh, the sharp pain instantly bringing him back to his senses, successfully avoiding the embarrassing situation of laughing out loud. In fact, the explosion incident was not as simple and smooth as it seemed on the surface. There was an unexpected situation. It was originally expected that the explosives would detonate immediately after the countdown ended, but that was not the case. Ming had meticulously planned this operation and sent not just a shadow clone to carry out the task at the Hokage's residence, but also a transformed crow clone. This crow clone was tasked with a crucial mission to closely monitor the explosives, ensuring that no unexpected situations arose, allowing the explosives to detonate successfully. It is known that the Hokage's residence has always been a heavily guarded place, with countless patrolling ninjas. So, What if there were complications with the explosives after dispelling the clone? Therefore, a foolproof backup plan had to be prepared, and this crow clone was the ultimate safeguard to ensure everything was safe and sound. Just as there was nearly an hour left until the explosion, suddenly, a mysterious Umbu member appeared without warning. This Umbu member swiftly entered the room where the explosives were placed, and after a brief stop in another room, he walked out from the adjacent room and quickly disappeared without a trace. However, the matter did not end there. Just about 10 minutes later, another Umbu member silently arrived. Moreover, this time his target was very clear. Without a doubt, it was the room containing the explosives. When he cautiously opened the room's restrictions and stepped inside, he suddenly let out a terrified scream. This scream was like a thunderclap breaking the night sky, instantly attracting all the patrolling ninjas at the Hokage's residence. At this moment, the hidden crow clone knew that it was finally time for him to make his backup plan debut. He swiftly transformed, in the blink of an eye, into an Umbu ninja wearing a mask. Then, he inconspicuously blended into the crowd of rushing Umbu members and entered the room containing the dangerous explosives. Upon entering the room, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The crow clone shouted with a trembling voice, This is explosives? If such a large amount explodes, the consequences will be unimaginable. Who can use lightning release? Hurry up and use it to deal with these explosives before others could react. The crow clone quickly spoke up to divert everyone's attention to the explosives, hoping to prevent his identity from being exposed. His plan was also quite successful. No one noticed his problem, as their attention was focused on the explosives. Meanwhile, the crow clone secretly rejoiced, as the plan was progressing smoothly as he had envisioned. I will. As soon as the words left the crow clone's mouth, a member of the Umbu stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, Lightning release, explosive thunder. Just as he was about to unleash the lightning ninjutsu to destroy the explosives, another figure, seemingly the leader of the Umbu, suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop the impulsive subordinate. Wait, don't act yet. Quickly send someone to inform the Hokage. This matter is serious. It must be decided by the Hokage himself. Unfortunately, his words came too late. However, the crow clone, who had anticipated all of this, merely smirked slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. It turned out that as soon as the Umbu member stood up to prepare his technique, the crow clone had secretly activated the power of the Sharingan, quietly casting an illusion on him to make him ignore external disturbances. Because of this, he successfully avoided interference from any wise individuals. Of course, if he hadn't wanted to see some fun, he would have acted himself. After all, he wasn't incapable of using lightning release. The backup plan, lead others to act. The backup plan for the backup plan, act himself. In the world of Hokage, lightning release can restrain explosive release, just like how Sasuke fought Deidara. But the powerful explosives of this other world, when met with intense lightning release, would create quite a scene. Just as the lightning release landed on the explosive package, the Umbu ninjas realized the world had brightened. Run. The leader of the Umbu's face twisted in fear. Unfortunately, boom. Ninjas are inherently high offense and low defense professions, commonly known as fragile professions. This violent explosion directly took out all the Umbu ninjas present, as well as the crow clone of Ming. After that, everyone knows the story. At this moment, Fugaka noticed that Ming was quietly standing to one side, seemingly lost in thought, looking rather dazed. So he walked over and gently asked, Ming, do you have anything else to do now? Awakened by Fugaku's sudden question, Ming quickly came to his senses and replied, Oh, I have nothing else, clan leader. Hearing this, Fugaka nodded and said, In that case, let's return to the clan grounds. I have important matters to announce to the clan members. Okay, clan leader, Ming replied softly. Originally, finding the culprit behind the explosion should have been the job of the security department. However, since the Umbu had already taken over the scene, the Uchiha were naturally happy to take it easy. The Uchiha had made a big profit today and had seen enough of the Hokage faction's embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite frustrated today, so they decided not to provoke him, fearing he might explode and splash blood all over the Uchiha. Thus, the Uchiha quietly left the explosion site. The return journey was noticeably quicker than the way there. Before long, the Uchiha group successfully arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds. Once they returned, Fugaku immediately issued orders to notify everyone about the collective meeting of all clan members and explicitly stated that any ninja clan members who had not executed a mission must attend. As time slowly passed, Every minute and every second seemed to stretch. Finally, the clan members began to arrive one after another, and the originally empty space gradually became lively. Fugaku stood tall on the platform, surveying the gathered clan members below, then took a deep breath and began to recount what had happened that day. At first, the Uchiha below seemed a bit impatient, with whispers rising and falling. But as Fugaku delved deeper into the story, the crowd gradually quieted down. When they heard the crucial points, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces, and by the end, when they learned the entire truth, it turned into uncontrollable joy. Uchiha Ming. Someone was the first to call out loudly. This shout quickly spread like wildfire. Waves of cheers rose higher and higher, filling the entire scene with fervor. The clan members shouted Ming's name over and over again, their voices echoing to the skies. Clearly, Ming's actions today had deeply resonated with the Uchiha clan, perfectly aligning with their values and expectations. At this moment, Fugaku raised both hands, signaling everyone to calm down. Once the noise subsided, he announced loudly, "Now, I solemnly declare an important matter. From this moment on, Uchiha Ming will officially serve as the deputy minister of our security department." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt rang in Ming's mind. Ding. The host has successfully been promoted to deputy minister of the Uchiha security department, granting an additional lottery draw. In response to Fugaku's decision, the other Uchiha clan members present had no objections. After all, Ming possessed a powerful Manjiki Sharingan, and his approach was a typical Uchiha style. Not only that, but he had also secured a substantial monetary compensation for the Uchiha clan. With such outstanding achievements, it was only natural for him to take on the role of deputy minister of the security department, and how could anyone possibly oppose that? At that moment, Fugaku, with a smile on his face, slowly walked down from the platform and finally stopped beside Ming. He gently raised his hand and placed it on Ming's broad shoulder, giving it a couple of firm pats. Ming, go up and say a few words to the clansmen. Ming understood and nodded, then took a deep breath, stepping forward with a steady and determined pace. Making his way up to the high platform, when he finally stood on the platform, he scanned the crowd below and saw many clansmen passionately shouting his name, Uchiha Ming. The voices rose higher and higher, as if they were about to break through the clouds. Faced with this scene, Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and pride within him. He slightly spread his arms, palms facing down, making a gesture to press down. With this action, the originally noisy crowd gradually quieted down, all looking up with eager eyes at the tall and spirited young man on stage. Once the scene calmed down, Ming took a deep breath to steady his excited heart and then said aloud, "I want to sincerely thank the clan leader and all the clansmen for their trust and support. Here, I just want to solemnly say one thing from the bottom of my heart. I will do my utmost to make the glory of the Uchiha clan shine throughout the entire ninja world. I want the world to know that Uchiha is truly the strongest name." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Wow, wow, wow. The deafening sounds rose and fell. Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming. The shouts of Uchiha Ming once again resonated through the sky. In fact, there was nothing particularly significant to discuss or decide at this meeting. The main purpose was for Fugaku to announce Ming's promotion to the position of deputy minister of the security department. However, besides this matter, there was one issue that had been troubling everyone: how to handle the compensation fee of 3.5 billion. After all, it was now impossible to determine the exact owner of those Sharingan. At the Uchiha high-level meeting, Ming, as the newly promoted high-ranking member of the Uchiha, was also the greatest contributor to this amount of money. He proposed to distribute the money evenly among all the clansmen, and the high-ranking members approved this proposal, stating that the clan would not take a single penny. The Uchiha clan was not short of these tens of billions in funds. However, many Uchiha clansmen without ninja abilities were in dire need of money. Once this announcement was made, Ming's reputation in the Uchiha soared. That evening, Ming unhesitatingly declined numerous enthusiastic invitations from the Uchiha high-ranking members and set off alone on his way home, ultimately arriving safely at his personal little home. Speaking of Uchiha Ming's past, his background was quite tumultuous. When he crossed over, the original owner of this body was already a lonely orphan. When he arrived, it was during the outbreak of the thrilling Nine Tails chaos. Time flew by, and now 6 years had passed. He had long since adapted to and gotten used to this empty, neglected residence. After stepping through the door, Ming wasted no time and headed straight to the bathroom. He quickly shed the clothes that were covered in dust, turned on the shower head, and let the warm water wash over his body. as if trying to cleanse away all the fatigue and disturbances from his journey. After finishing his shower, he changed into a brand new blue onesie and walked lightly to the center of his spacious and bright living room. There, Ming sat cross-legged on the floor, steady and calm like an old monk in meditation. At this moment, just before the lottery, the calmness of his heart began to ripple with curiosity and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. The level of this excitement far surpassed the joy he felt when he was appointed as the deputy minister of the security department. System, what does limited lottery mean? Ming frowned slightly and asked in his heart. Ever since he heard the term limited lottery, he had been filled with questions about it. However, at this moment, the answer was about to be revealed, and his curiosity and anticipation grew stronger. Just then a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Ming's mind. Limited lottery refers to using a specific prize produced by this system as a key anchor point to lock onto a unique world associated with it. Therefore, the prize obtained from this lottery must come from rare items in that specific world. After hearing this explanation, Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, surprise flashing his eyes as he thought, this sounds quite interesting. In other words, if he used the Tenseiga as the anchor point, the items drawn in this limited lottery would definitely be from the Inuyasha world. However, there was no need to rush. It was better to use up the remaining lottery chances before making a decision about the limited lottery. Ming's gaze slowly fell on the system's reward record, and he began to examine it closely. Double kaleidoscope Sharingan Shisui appeared in the world, lottery chances 1. Danzo lost his Koto Tsukumi Sharingan, lottery chances 1. Successfully retrieved Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan, limited lottery chances 1. Successfully cleared the name of the Uchiha clan, lottery chances 1. Ming himself successfully promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Security Department. Chanson. In summary, within just half a day, Ming had consecutively gained 4 precious lottery chances and additionally earned 1 rare limited lottery chance. In this situation, Ming couldn't help but feel delighted and thought, very good, very good. Since that's the case, let's gamble. System, keep the limited lottery. For the rest, I want to go all in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Horse Talisman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pig Talisman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Observation Haki. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Devil Fruit Rubber Fruit. Silence is the bridge tonight. It was surprising to see such a situation arise during a consecutive draw. Could it be that the probability of drawing items from the same world during consecutive draws was this high? This was truly hard to believe. Or could it just be that he was incredibly lucky this time, encountering such a rare event? But upon further reflection, it seemed off, after all. Such coincidences were a bit too coincidental. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that he could even draw skills. However, he had previously drawn the telescope technique from this world. Since ninjutsu could be considered a type of skill, then observation haki was also reasonable. However, things like talisman and observation haki were somewhat understandable. What puzzled Ming the most was the devil fruit. Drawing a devil fruit was fine, but drawing the rubber fruit was a huge problem. This fruit, which superficially appeared to be a Paramecia-type rubber fruit, was actually a Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, sun god Nika. It belonged to the pillar of the neighboring One Piece world and was also regarded as the savior. System, what will happen to the One Piece world if you give me this thing? Joy Boy reincarnates in another world 800 years later and becomes a ninja? Then he diligently trains and eventually crosses worlds to return, bringing powers from another world to save his own? When you put it this way, it seems to somewhat fit the situation in Japanese anime. Ming suddenly had a lot of complaints he wanted to voice, but didn't know where to start. Forget it. Life must go on. Since he had drawn it, he might as well accept it. Could he just throw it away? Ming now also saw that 2 octagonal small seals and a round fruit with a purple skin and intricate floral patterns suddenly appeared in the system space. He casually flipped it over, and 2 octagonal stamps marked with simple line drawings of a horse and a pig appeared in his hand. The horse talisman and the pig talisman both come from the world of Jackie Chan adventures, with a total of 12, each possessing special abilities. The horse talisman has 2 particularly impressive abilities. Healing. The horse talisman can heal any injury or illness, achieving miraculous effects that can cure all ailments. It can eliminate all abnormal external forces within living organisms and remove harmful anomalies, restoring them to a normal healthy state. Repairing objects. The horse talisman has powerful repair capabilities, able to restore any damaged or broken items or entities to their complete state. For example, in Jackie Chan adventures, Jade once used the horse talisman to restore a shattered sculpture, and even instantly repaired a giant ship at sea. As for the pig talisman's abilities, they are notably simple and brutal. It is one of the only 2 offensive talismans among the 12, allowing the holder's eyes to emit high-pressure thermal energy laser beams. Ming's mind vividly recalled the impressive display of the pig talisman from the original work. While its destructive power may not be earth-shattering, it is still quite considerable. He slowly stood up and walked with steady steps towards the small, tranquil courtyard behind his house. The moonlight fell upon him, outlining a tall figure. After reaching the center of the courtyard, Ming paused and took a deep breath. He then tightly grasped the mysterious pig talisman in his left hand. A faint glimmer flashed across the pig talisman, and in an instant, a strange feeling surged in his heart. He could distinctly feel a warm, pulsating energy flowing where his eyes were. This energy was as gentle as the warm sun of spring, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Ming concentrated, his eyes suddenly widening, and 2 dazzling beams of laser-like light shot out from his eyes, racing straight towards the ground not far away. With a loud bang, it seemed as if the entire courtyard trembled. Immediately afterward, a cloud of dust rose up. When the smoke gradually cleared, a moderately sized pit appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, the pit's diameter was about 1.5 meters, with a depth nearing 1 meter. The soil around the pit was blown apart, and the once flat ground was now in disarray. However, in the face of such results, Ming frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment on his face. This power seems a bit weak. After some thought and comparison, he realized that the power displayed by this pig talisman was roughly comparable to that of a standard C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique, cast by an ordinary Uchiha Jonin in the Naruto world. It was even weaker than his own casual Great Fireball technique. In the Naruto world, those ninjas with Jonin-level strength could unleash B-rank attack, ninjutsu, whose destructive power often far exceeded this. Moreover, in the Naruto world, B-rank ninjutsu were considered standard techniques, which Jonin wouldn't have a few. If we're talking about fighting Chunin and Genin, that's one thing. But the problem is, when facing ordinary Chunin and Genin, Ming could simply use his 3-tomo Sharingan with a glare and be done with it. So why bother with the effort? However, Ming thought again. The pig talisman was not without its merits. At the very least, its activation speed was extremely fast, able to gather and unleash energy almost instantaneously. Furthermore, there was no consumption for him when using it, which was undoubtedly a very practical advantage. It seemed that the extraordinary items from the Jackie Chan Adventures world had their effects greatly diminished when they arrived in the Naruto world. It made sense when you thought about it. A super or divine water that lost about 70 to 80 of its effectiveness could still allow him to successfully awaken the powerful ocular technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even made significant progress in the Mangekyo phase. This was enough to illustrate that there were indeed differences between worlds. Some items could be incredibly powerful in their original world, but did not necessarily retain that effect in his hands. Not every item was like the Heavenly Tooth, whose effects not only remained intact, but were even enhanced. Aside from resurrection, it also had a healing function, but the method of healing through stabbing made it somewhat difficult for the treated person to accept. Ming put away the pig talisman. If nothing unexpected happened, it would just be a small novelty for him to use to relieve boredom. Unfortunately, it wasted one of his chances to draw. He slowly shifted his gaze to the horse talisman tightly held in his right hand, revealing a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. After just finishing the test with the pig talisman, his anticipation for the horse talisman was no longer as intense as it had initially been. Ming did not rush to use the horse talisman in his hand. After careful consideration, he decided to first expend some of his own power to better experiment with the effects of the horse talisman. He stood firmly in place, closed his eyes, and concentrated on mobilizing the chakra and ocular power hidden within him. In an instant, his entire chakra surged like a tumultuous tide. At the same time, the originally cold ocular power blazed like a raging flame. Meanwhile, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun at an astonishing speed, gradually merging together. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Accompanied by Ming's deep roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. But this was only the beginning. He continued to relentlessly inject his eye power into his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, as if he wanted to pour all the eye power from his body into it. Suddenly, a few objects resembling human ribs appeared out of thin air beside Ming. Ming increased the intensity of the eye power injection. The kaleidoscope pattern of the Sharingan in his eyes was spinning so fast that it left afterimages. At that moment, a shocking scene occurred. An enormous skeletal phantom gradually emerged behind him. Although it appeared somewhat blurry and indistinct at the moment, as time passed, Ming felt an unbearable sharp pain in his eyes. Soon, two warm, crimson liquids slowly flowed out from his eye sockets, tracing down his slightly pale cheeks. It was clear that using the kaleidoscope Sharingan at such high intensity had placed his eyes under extreme strain. However, Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. After a long and arduous effort, he remained focused, controlling the originally illusory and blurry skeleton that seemed ready to dissipate at any moment. Gradually, a surprising scene unfolded. The skeleton began to become clearer and more real, little by little. Finally, with the last hint of illusion vanishing, a black and red half-skeletal figure over 10 meters tall fully materialized behind Ming. This massive skeleton towered like a tall building, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and oppression. Upon closer inspection, the black and red skeleton had a terrifying and grotesque face, with hollow eye sockets shimmering with eerie light. As if capable of penetrating a person's soul, its sharp, uneven teeth conveyed a chilling sense of dread. Its enormous body displayed alternating black and red colors, emanating a strong aura of death, as if it had come from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, a surging torrent of black and red chakra continuously poured from the skeleton, quickly enveloping Ming's entire body. This chakra flickered and rolled like burning flames, forming a thick protective barrier, making Ming appear as if surrounded by a raging inferno. From a distance, this scene was filled with shock and mystery, bringing a profound sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this was the legendary power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the Susanoo he had summoned. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but marvel internally at the magnificent sight. This black and red Susanoo was indeed striking. However, after a brief glance, he quickly closed the Susanoo, because using this thing was not without cost. This big toy strained the eyes. The pain was one thing, but overuse could also lead to blindness. He couldn't just play around with it. At least, he couldn't use the kaleidoscope Sharingan so carelessly yet. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan might be different, where even if one used it recklessly, it wouldn't matter as long as they were happy. However, this summoning was not without purpose. After all, Ming primarily did this to test the miraculous effects of the talisman he held. Otherwise, if it was just to activate his own Susanoo, he could have just opened a little bit of the ribcage without needing to go to this extent. In his previous life, he read posts where someone mentioned that the Uchiha's Susanoo needed both eyes activated for the first time. Once it was opened, whether with both eyes, Itachi and Sasuke, or a single eye, Shisui, or even without eyes, Madara, it wouldn't affect the ability to activate the high-level form. Just like Obito, whose Kamui had almost been exhausted, still managed to summon Susanoo. In the past, Ming didn't have the qualifications to evaluate this claim, but now he did. His personal experience, this statement is true. Ming slowly walked into the room with a slightly fatigued body, casually closed the door behind him, and headed straight to the sink. He turned on the tap, and cool water flowed out in a rush. He cupped his hands to collect the water and vigorously rubbed his face, trying to wash away the bloodstains, while also seemingly wanting to wash away all his fatigue and discomfort. After washing his face, Ming dried his face with a towel and lifted his head to look at himself in the mirror. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the talisman he had been tightly holding in his hand began to emit a faint glow, which gradually intensified. As the light grew stronger, Ming could clearly feel a warm and gentle energy continuously flowing toward his eyes. The stabbing pain that had originally arisen from overusing his abilities now felt as if it was being caressed by a spring breeze, gradually easing. This wonderful sensation made Ming involuntarily close his eyes, quietly enjoying this moment of tranquility and comfort. After a few minutes, Ming finally slowly opened his eyes. Although there was still some slight discomfort around his eyes, it was much better compared to the unbearable stabbing pain he had felt at the beginning. He blinked a few times to adapt to the light in front of him, while raising his hand to check the clock hanging in the living room. He saw that the hands had only moved a few minutes, still far from 10 minutes. As expected, Ming murmured to himself, realizing that the effect of the horse talisman had indeed been greatly weakened compared to the original work. Judging by the current recovery rate, the consumption speed caused by using Susanoo was almost on par with its recovery speed. In this case, if he encountered an emergency and needed to use Susanoo frequently, he would likely fall into a passive situation. With this thought, Ming frowned slightly and began to consider countermeasures. After pondering for a moment, he turned back to the bedroom, walked to the cabinet by the bed, crouched down, and started to rummage through it carefully. Before long, he found a deep blue armband with a sealed pocket. Ming carefully placed the horse talisman into the pocket of the armband, then gently zipped it up and fastened the button. After that, he stood up and slowly slipped the armband onto his left upper arm near his shoulder. Once he adjusted the tightness of the armband, Ming stood still and moved his arm a bit, feeling whether the connection between the horse talisman and himself was smooth. After a few attempts, he found that the horse talisman worn on his arm could still function normally without any abnormalities. Confirming this, Ming nodded in satisfaction and stepped out of the room into his small yard. The moonlight fell upon him, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. Taking a deep breath, Ming's gaze sharpened, and he shouted softly, "Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate!" In an instant, mysterious and brilliant patterns emerged in his eyes, and the powerful ocular power erupted instantly. This time, his ocular power surged like a roaring tide, instantly filling his eyes. In a moment, a sharp pain spread throughout his body like an electric current, making it feel as if his eyes were about to be torn apart. However, at the same time that this intense pain struck, another warm and gentle energy flowed in like a babbling brook, continuously soothing his painful nerves, trying to alleviate the unbearable, stinging sensation. This wondrous feeling was an unprecedented experience for Ming, like being pricked by sharp needles in the eye while also immersed in a hot spring enjoying a comfortable massage, bringing him a contradictory sensation of both pain and pleasure. However, since no serious problems had arisen so far, there was no need to hesitate. He would continue to move forward. "Susanoo, come out!" Ming shouted lightly. He saw the light in his eyes flickering, and the powerful ocular power surged wildly, causing the previously calm air to become restless due to the disturbance of this power. Unlike last time, this time Ming's summoning of Susanoo directly skipped the rib stage and entered the half-skeleton state. Clearly, after the last practice and training, Ming had become more adept and precise in controlling Susanoo. However, along with the further manifestation of Susanoo, the stinging sensation in his eyes grew even stronger, as if endless flames were burning his eyeballs. But at the same time, the gentle energy originating from the horse talisman, which had always existed, began to undergo significant changes. It was no longer just providing relief as before, but was showing a trend of gradually strengthening and expanding in scale. Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the recovery ability of that horse talisman still had great potential to be tapped into and developed. With this thought, Ming decisively decided to push harder. He stood steadily in place, with his fists clenched at his waist, his legs slightly bent and apart, adjusting into a posture most conducive to exerting force. Immediately afterward, he focused his mind, pouring more of his ocular power continuously into the Susanoo before him. As Makamura's ocular power continued to flow in, the half-skeletal form began to undergo astonishing changes. The first change was the emergence of thin, yet incredibly resilient meridians, spreading rapidly at an imperceptible speed, covering the entire half-skeleton in the blink of an eye. Then, these meridians intertwined and connected, forming a complex network, and based on this, a thin layer of flesh and blood began to grow, filling in the gaps. Ultimately, encircling the outer layer was a black-red chakra resembling an outer garment. Without a doubt, this was the eye-catching advanced form of Susanoo, also known as the second form chakra, cloak. Makamura casually raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears streaming down his cheeks due to intense pain. At this moment, the conflicting sensations of stinging and comfort in his eyes became increasingly intense. Clearly, this was good news. At this stage, the horse talisman could still support such a powerful force impact and provide sufficient restorative energy for support. After all, if even the horse talisman couldn't withstand it, what flowed from his eyes wouldn't be mere tears, but probably a gush of blood. Despite the stinging sensation in his eyes, Makamura chose to ignore it, standing firmly in place, lifting one hand to gently pinch his chin, lost in thought. If his memory served him correctly, in this form, Susanoo could already utilize its exclusive weapons. For instance, the indomitable artifact Yada mirror possessed by Uchiha Itachi, which had sealing capabilities, had the greatest achievement of sealing the legendary Orochimaru in his eight-headed serpent form with the artifact Tatsuka no Tsurugi. There was also the incredible bow and arrow wielded by Uchiha Sasuke, all of which could be freely used in this form. Meanwhile, even the unique long-range ninjutsu Yasaka, no Magatama, could also be unleashed in this state. However, upon looking at his own Susanoo, which had empty hands and no equipment, Makamura couldn't help but sigh in resignation. As expected, compared to Uchiha Itachi, he seemed to lack the so-called high-end artifacts. Why not try to elevate to the next stage? This way, he could explore the limits of the horse talisman more deeply. With this thought, Makamura decisively decided to take action. Ocular power, increase output to the max. With a roar in his heart, his kaleidoscope Sharingan began to spin rapidly, as if trying to break through its limits. At the same time, thin streams of blood began to seep from his eye sockets and flow slowly down his cheeks. However, this blood was not flowing in vain, for at that very moment, the originally gigantic Susanoo behind him underwent an astonishing transformation. A heavy, black-red Karasu Tengu armor quickly formed, like an indestructible shield, tightly wrapping the entire massive Susanoo. This armor was intricately designed, leaving a pair of narrow, eye slits at the head, revealing a chilling gaze. Then, the enormous Susanoo brought its hands together and slowly pulled them apart. In an instant, a stick-like object appeared between its palms. Makamura squinted his eyes, which were stinging from excessive use of ocular power, concentrating as he controlled Susanoo to firmly grasp the stick with its right hand. Then, he exerted all his strength and suddenly pulled outward. As he did so, the stick was pulled out a long segment. However, the part whose specific length remained unknown still quietly hovered in the void. He took a deep breath, exerted his strength with both hands, and continued to manipulate the Susanoo to pull outward. The enormous hand of the Susanoo tightly gripped the staff, muscles taut and veins bulging, as if all its strength was being poured into this action. As the Susanoo kept exerting force, the staff began to elongate at a visibly perceptible speed. At that moment, its length had far exceeded the height of the half-body Susanoo, but surprisingly, the end of the staff remained hidden in darkness, elusive to the eye. A stubborn determination surged within Ming, and he gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. Today I will see just how long this thing really is. Thus, he generously poured his ocular power into the Susanoo, determined to find out. After a great deal of hard work, and under Ming's nearly frenzied pulling, the staff finally emerged completely from the void. However, when Ming saw the full appearance of this object, he realized that calling it a staff was quite inappropriate. What appeared before him was actually a magnificent and imposing halberd. The staff he had seen earlier was merely the handle of this halberd, just pulled from the void. This halberd was extraordinarily large, more than 3 times the height of Ming's half-body Susanoo. Its sharp tip gleamed with a cold light, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Intricate patterns were carved along its shaft, resembling dragons and snakes, lifelike and vivid. Just when Ming thought this colossal object would pose great difficulty in operating the half-body Susanoo, a miraculous scene occurred. The moment the halberd completely detached from void, its size began to shrink dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a weapon of moderate size, perfectly suited for the half-body Susanoo to wield with ease. Can be big or small. Haha, how interesting. Ming's bloodshot eyes continued to bleed profusely. However, he seemed oblivious to it, completely unconcerned. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the imposing halberd before him, and a smile of satisfaction involuntarily appeared on his lips. Although this halberd was not a legendary divine weapon, its grand and imposing design still brought joy to Ming. The cold light on the blade also indicated that this halberd was no ordinary item, especially when he grasped the handle. The heavy texture and the resonant feeling that echoed with his own strength made him feel as if this halberd was tailor-made for him. Just as Ming was filled with joy and about to leave his yard to find an open space to test the power of his newly acquired Susanoo, an unexpected event occurred. Without warning, a faint red light flashed in his right eye. At the same time, an indescribable strange feeling surged into his heart, as if several unfamiliar yet powerful auras were quietly approaching. Ming's heart tightened, and he suddenly lifted his head, his previously pained gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, shooting like 2 torches toward the right side. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 upright figures standing eerily still on the roof of a nearby house. He focused his gaze and realized that the 3 people were none other than the famous figures of the Uchiha clan, the clan leader Fugaku, the genius Shisui, and the great filial son Itachi. Ming had a blank expression. These 3 were all powerful users of the Manjiki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Usually, they were busy with their own matters, but today they had gathered here, which surprised Ming a bit. However, he quickly understood. The fluctuations of the Mangekyou Sharingan's power were still quite obvious, especially in the eyes of other Mangekyou Sharingan users. The distance to activate Susanoo was as conspicuous as a beam of light in the dark. How long have you been observing here? Never mind, since you're here, come on in, Ming said as he shook his head helplessly. He secretly pondered that he had been too relaxed in the clan's territory. With this thought, he closed his Susanoo and Sharingan, then waved his hand at the three, signaling them to follow him into the house. Immediately, Ming took the lead and walked towards his home. Fuya, Shisui, and Itachi exchanged glances, their faces showing complex expressions. But in the end, they silently followed behind Ming and entered one after another. However, at the same time, in the Hokage office located in the Hokage building, there was a completely different scene. The entire room seemed to have caught fire, with thick smoke rolling and spreading everywhere, to the point where one couldn't see their own hand. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs erupted. It was the only female member of Konoha F4, the non-smoking and unique Tsunade, who could no longer endure such a terrible environment. Her previously relaxed brows were tightly furrowed, like two deep ravines crossing her aged face, and her expression was filled with anger that seemed ready to burst forth. She suddenly stood up from her seat, her steps heavy and hurried, marching directly towards the window with an overwhelming rage. Upon reaching the window, she unhesitatingly extended her hand and forcefully pushed, causing the window to swing open. Then, she stood at the window and eagerly inhaled the fresh and pleasant air outside, seemingly hoping to calm the surging anger within her. You two, shut up quickly. Stop smoking. If you both end up killing yourself with smoking before we even find a real culprit, that would be a huge joke, she shouted angrily, her voice sharp enough to almost pierce the roof. Among Konoha F4, she herself never touched tobacco, and even the usually gloomy Danzo was someone who stayed away from cigarettes. Thus, it was obvious who the two were that were puffing away. However, in the face of her anger, Confronting Hiruzen seemed to be oblivious, continuing to sit there with his pipe in his mouth, occasionally making a clack-clack sound as smoke curled around him. On the other hand, Mito seemed to have some sense, perhaps fearing death more than anything else, after hearing the advice. He immediately threw the remaining half of his cigarette away, as if it were a hot potato. Why don't you tell me? Is there any way to catch this damn murderer? Do you already have an idea in mind? Although he stopped smoking, Mito's mouth did not stay idle, chattering away like a machine gun. Tsunade, standing by the window, appeared somewhat at a loss for words. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to interject. As for Confronting Hiruzen, he was completely immersed in his own world at that moment, ignoring the disturbances from the outside and enjoying the momentary tranquility brought by the swirling smoke. Seeing this scene, the usually silent Danzo finally couldn't hold back any longer. I've lost a hand, had my eye gouged out, and paid so much money, yet I don't complain, and you're complaining about what? Line up behind me later. Shut up. Stop blabbering here, it's meaningless. If you're so bored, take the umbu and investigate the case. Don't babble in front of me, Danzo said with a dark face, showing no mercy to Mito. Hearing this, Mito glared fiercely at Danzo. But he also knew what kind of person Danzo was, realizing that saying more would be useless, so he huffed and sat down his chair, falling silent. Seeing this, Danzo didn't bother with him anymore and turned his gaze to the leisurely smoking Confronting Hiruzen, his expression sharp and urgent. Hiruzen, we must prepare our forces immediately and take action against the Uchiha clan. This is the last opportunity. If we miss this, the consequences will be unimaginable. What Danzo had in mind were two major things: the Hokage position he had long desired and the Uchiha clan, which he had always viewed as a thorn in his side. Now, with the Hokage position firmly occupied by Confronting Hiruzen, it was difficult to shake him. Therefore, the only target he could act against was the Uchiha clan. However, when Confronting Hiruzen heard Danzo's words, he merely replied nonchalantly with 4 words. It's already too late. The voice was not loud, but it struck Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. Danzo frowned, his face filled with anger, clearly dissatisfied with Confronting Hiruzen's response, and coldly snorted. What do you mean it's too late? Are you going to just watch the Uchiha clan continue to grow stronger until they threaten the village's safety? Looking at Confronting Hiruzen's indifferent expression, clearly not wanting to engage with him, Danzo coldly snorted in his heart, thinking, I want to give up so easily. He stepped forward, locking his eyes on Confronting Hiruzen, and loudly said, Why don't you tell me? Where is it too late? The Uchiha clan indeed has 2 young kids with Mangekyou Sharingan, but Shisui's strength hasn't fully recovered, which is equivalent to only having one fully powered Mangekyou. Are you really going to let this rare opportunity slip by? Hiruzen. At this point, Danzo became increasingly agitated, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Now is the best and weakest time for the Uchiha. Even if our losses are a bit greater, it doesn't matter. It's all worth it. Compared to what we invest after taking down the Uchiha clan, our gains will be significantly greater. ISNT, such a simple math problem that you can't figure it out. Hiruzen. Danzo's spit was almost splattering on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He became increasingly excited as he spoke, his whole demeanor transforming with enthusiasm. In his mind, he even began to visualize himself successfully acquiring a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, while also picturing the wonderful scene of carefully storing away another pair of kaleidoscope eyes. Even though Shisui was currently in poor condition with his strength, who in the entire village could stand against him head-on? Can you? Or do you think your roots can do it? Or maybe the two of you together? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also frustrated by Danzo, pointing at Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Monrin with his pipe as he spoke. When Sarutobi Hiruzen directly named them, Tsunade and Mito Monrin's faces instantly turned extremely gloomy, although they knew very well that they were indeed no match for Shisui, which was an undeniable fact. It was too disrespectful for Sarutobi Hiruzen to point out so mercilessly. Mito Monrin and Tsunade thought, "Monkey, this is very rude of you. Do you even realize that?" Just as Danzo was about to speak, his intentions were already anticipated and predicted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious as he slowly said, "Danzo, in fact, you have misjudged something very important. The Uchiha clan currently possesses not just 2 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan, but 3 pairs." Upon hearing this, the other 3 widened their eyes in shock, and Danzo exclaimed incredulously, "What? There are actually 3 pairs? Besides the known Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Shisui, who else is there? Could it be Uchiha Fugaku? That usually seems so meek and ineffective. How could he hide such powerful strength so deeply?" When they learned that there was a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan hidden in the Uchiha clan, everyone, including Danzo, was utterly shocked. After all, this was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This legendary power had not been seen in the Uchiha clan for decades, since the days of Uchiha Madara. However, why did it suddenly emerge in such a critical and urgent moment like bamboo shoots after rain? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained in a very grave tone, "You are mistaken, Danzo. The owner of the 3rd pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan is not Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Itachi. Makoto, congratulations, you guys are actually right." Hearing this, Danzo still found it hard to believe his ears. He suddenly extended his remaining hand and pressed hard against the table in front of him, leaning forward and staring intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, urgently asking, "Are you really sure it's Uchiha Itachi? Not Uchiha Fugaku?" "That's right, it is Uchiha Itachi. He personally came to inform me this morning," Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, emphasizing it repeatedly to ensure everyone understood that he was not mistaken. This matter was too significant to allow any mistakes. Everyone present had to be absolutely convinced that they had not misheard and that the person in question was indeed Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, the room fell into silence, and everyone sank into deep thought. After a moment, Danzo broke the silence, slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and asked seriously, "So, do you know anything about the ocular technique he has awakened?" Danzo understood that for most ninjas, battle was essentially an intense information warfare. Only by fully grasping the opponent's strength, skills, and weaknesses could one remain undefeated in life and death struggles. Therefore, knowing the opponent's details often became the key factor determining victory or even survival. If one was aware of the opponent's situation, it meant they could control the battle and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Conversely, if they knew nothing, they could easily find themselves in extreme danger. In response to Danzo's inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and slowly uttered 3 words. "Koto Amatsukami." As soon as he spoke, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted in the air, and Danzo and the other 2 instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They were once again shocked by this astonishing news, stirring up turbulent waves in their hearts. The Koto Amatsukami eye technique posed an unprecedented threat to them. This level of deterrence made them completely lack the courage to challenge this fearsome eye technique, and they didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if they were unfortunate enough to fall victim to it. As a result, if one day they truly faced the Uchiha clan in battle, especially when confronting Shisui and Itachi, two masters of the Kodoeme Tsukumi. They would already have lost 30% of their combat power, even before the official engagement. For a moment, the entire Hokage office fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the four people sitting in the room were all silent, and no one knew what the others were thinking. Just thinking about the fact that the Uchiha clan currently possessed as many as 3 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan, 2 of which could unleash the terrifying Kodoeme Tsukumi, along with another pair of unknown techniques, made Danzo feel an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, almost crushing him completely. Compared to the other 3, although they also had a strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, it had not reached the point of an irreconcilable enmity. However, Danzo's situation was entirely different. He had completely turned against the Uchiha, and their relationship was one of absolute hostility. He is well aware that if the Uchiha side finds a good opportunity to strike him, they will undoubtedly do so without hesitation, not a moment's doubt. After all, he has always treated the Uchiha with the same cold ruthlessness and mercilessness. Therefore, Hisashi, hurry up and call Jiraiya and Tsunade back. As for Orochimaru, is there a way to bring him back as well? Danzo has always acted decisively and resolutely, showing no signs of hesitation or procrastination. Now, in his view, the situation is already different from the past. The most critical and urgent matter at hand is to gather all available forces in the village to prevent the Uchiha clan from being pushed to the brink and launching a desperate counterattack. After all, if it truly comes to that, the entire Konoha village may fall into an unpredictable and huge crisis. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. More importantly, with Konoha's current strength, Danzo finds it hard to get a good night's sleep. Jiraiya and Tsunade? Yes, they should be called back. As for Orochimaru, well, Mito Gate Yin and T-Rune Kamaru have no objections to calling back Jiraiya and Tsunade, but they are less supportive when it comes to Orochimaru. They are not Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The two of them are truly afraid of Orochimaru, a powerful and unrestrained madman who wouldn't be scared. Let's put Orochimaru aside for now. First, let's call Jiraiya back. In the end, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who made the final decision to bring Jiraiya back before discussing anyone else. In the spacious and bright living room of the Ming family, Ming, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi were sitting around a small, exquisite square table located in the center of the room. In front of each person was a delicate teacup filled with steaming, fragrant tea. However, as time quietly passed, the once boiling tea had gradually cooled down, no longer releasing wisps of steam. "Don't you have anything to say?" Ming broke the silence first. As he spoke, he picked up the cup of tea in front of him, unhesitatingly raising it to his lips and drinking it all in one go. Hearing Ming's words, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi exchanged glances, silently communicating with each other. The expressions on their faces were quite serious, as if they were bearing a heavy burden in their hearts. In fact, the 3 of them hadn't agreed in advance to come here together. They had coincidentally met as they approached this place. When they saw each other appear here, a hint of surprise surged in their hearts, but they quickly regained their composure. They were not foolish people, with a little thought about their situation. They could guess why the other 2 had shown up at this moment. Shisui and Itachi had a close relationship, and they both knew that the other had successfully awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. However, Fugaku's sudden appearance took them by surprise, leaving them unsure of how to respond to the current situation. Meanwhile, Fugaku was indeed very surprised by Itachi's presence at this moment. He looked at Itachi with a complex expression, his gaze revealing emotions that were hard to describe. After all, this eldest son, who had always made him proud, had unknowingly awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, while he, as a father, was completely unaware of it. "All right, since all of you are silent, I'll go first." Seeing the 3 remain quiet, Ming could no longer tolerate the stifling silence and the intense gaze they were exchanging, as if they could see into each other's souls. "You're all standing here like mute statues. What are you trying to do? Do you have some sort of telepathy? Is this really interesting?" With the 3 of them now focused on him, Ming decided to stop beating around the bush. He took a deep breath and said, "We 4 should be the only holders of the Meijiki Sharingan within the entire Uchiha clan at present." As soon as these words were spoken, none of the people present showed any signs of surprise, clearly indicating that they were already aware of this. Now, our Uchiha's combat power can be said to barely surpass that of Konoha. But don't rush. Let me finish my words. Just as Shisui and Itachi's expressions slightly changed, Makoto hurriedly added, "What you hope for is nothing more than for Konoha and our Uchiha clan to coexist peacefully." Now, This has become a very simple matter. As long as we make it public that we currently possess 4 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, without taking any other action, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his upper echelons will certainly not dare to easily provoke our Uchiha clan again. At this point, Makoto paused for a moment before continuing. Even if Danzo is still scheming, trying to stir up trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely suppress his restless heart that always wants to cause a scene. Then, he scanned everyone present and finally fixed his gaze on Fugaku, saying solemnly, "Don't be anxious. Since you all chose not to speak at first, let me finish my words first. If you have any different views or opinions, we can discuss them later." It was obvious that this statement was directed at the somewhat unwilling Fugaku. Shisui and Itachi's eyes immediately focused on Fugaku, as if they wanted to see through the clan leader. Fugaku was initially taken aback, then, not behaving like a leader of a prominent clan in the ninja world, he sat quietly in his seat, lowering his head and remaining silent. At this moment, Makoto picked up the teapot on the table, gently poured, and filled a cup with steaming tea for himself. He first carefully picked up the teacup, brought it close to his lips, and took a gentle sip, allowing the warm tea to moisten his somewhat dry throat. Then, satisfied, he nodded before continuing to speak. "Fugaku, in my opinion, what you are thinking probably isn't much different from what Shisui and Itachi are considering. The only slight difference is that you might lean a bit more towards our Uchiha clan, while they're likely to stand more on the side of the village. Am I right?" Fugaku kept his head down, remaining silent, and the entire room fell into a dead silence. Only the tea in Makoto's cup continued to gently steam. As time passed, finally, after a long wait, Fugaku slowly lifted his head. His eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and fatigue. After letting out a deep sigh, he softly said, "That's right, just as you've said, I have always hoped that the Leaf Village and our Uchiha clan could find a balance and achieve peaceful coexistence. However, reality is always cruel. In order to ensure the safety of my family members, I sometimes have to make some regrettable decisions, even if those decisions mean harming the interests of some clan members. But to just give up now, I'm really..." At this point, Fugaku's voice trembled slightly, clearly experiencing immense inner turmoil. Ming's gaze slowly fell on Fugaku, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating time and space, deep enough to be unfathomable. In his past life, he had browsed countless speculations and rumors about the Uchiha clan, which involved Fugaku, the Hawks, and the Doves, among many other aspects. However, upon truly stepping into this world, Ming was surprised to find that most of the speculations he had previously learned were actually incorrect. Especially regarding the relationship between Fugaku and the Doves, the outside world had long been rumored that they betrayed the interests of the Uchiha clan, even bowing down to and submitting to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But what about the truth? There were some obvious discrepancies with the reality. Indeed, they had made compromises on certain matters, thereby harming the interests of some Uchiha clan members. But the starting point for all of this was not as deplorable as people thought. In fact, Fugaku's original intention was merely to protect the Uchiha clan from the persecution of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the forces behind him. To put it simply, it was like paying for a sense of security. After all, Fugaku himself was well aware that if he relied solely on his own strength, even with the Mangekyou Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would absolutely be unable to withstand the powerful offensive from the entire Leaf Village. Moreover, how many hidden forces lurked in the shadows of the Leaf Village was also an unknown factor. Therefore, in this situation of the enemy being strong and oneself being weak, temporary retreat might indeed be the wisest choice. Once the news of him possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan accidentally leaked out, it would undoubtedly trigger a huge uproar for the entire Uchiha clan. Those Uchiha clan members who were already quite confident in their own strength would likely become extremely arrogant and overbearing as a result. This excessive inflated confidence could very well become the last straw that would crush the Uchiha clan, ultimately pushing the entire Uchiha clan into an abyss of no return. Especially as the clan leader, Fugaku's temperament and abilities were truly not commendable. Due to his own limitations, he often found it difficult to make wise and correct decisions when faced with various complex situations. Because of this, he repeatedly made one mistake after another, and these mistakes snowballed, causing the situation faced by the Uchiha clan to become increasingly dire and deteriorating. As for other aspects, after years of careful observation, Ming was already well aware. Whether it was the moderate and peaceful Doves, the radical and hardline Hawks, or the neutral faction represented by Fugaku, despite their obvious differences in specific action guidelines, fundamentally, their greatest wish was surprisingly consistent. They hoped the Uchiha clan could thrive and prosper. Perhaps it was precisely because the paths to achieve the goal were different that multiple factions emerged. However, regardless of which faction they belonged to, they had never entertained the thought of handing the Uchiha clan over to Hiruzen Sarutobi and others as a gesture of submission. It was also because of this that in the original work, Itachi resolutely decided to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke behind. And the true reason behind this lay here. After all, aside from Kagami, Shisui, and Itachi himself, no one in the Uchiha clan truly inclined to stand on the side of the Leaf Village. On ordinary days, there might be some clan members within the Uchiha clan whose attitudes towards the people of the Leaf Village were slightly friendlier compared to other Uchiha clan members. However, if it truly came to making a choice between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan, these seemingly closer Uchiha clan members would undoubtedly stand firmly on the side of their own clan without hesitation. After all, blood is thicker than water. For the Uchiha clan members, the interests of the Uchiha clan always took precedence over everything else. Back in the day, in order for the entire clan to develop smoothly and harmoniously, they even sacrificed Uchiha Madara, who was the clan leader and considered the strongest in the clan at that time. Of course, Ming would not express any opinion on this matter, and this conclusion was not his own. This conclusion was something he saw from the family archives. This result, of course, was also somewhat beautified and biased. Anyway, based on Ming's own years of observation, at least the Uchiha clan members he had come into contact with all revered the concept of family supremacy. It can be seen how important the status of the family is in the hearts of Uchiha clan members. And how could the current Leaf Village be compared to the former Uchiha Madara in the eyes of the Uchiha clan? The answer is clearly negative. Even someone like Shisui never had the thought of completely eradicating the other side to maintain peace for a certain faction. As for Itachi, as mentioned many times before, he was merely an inexperienced child who had been misled. With a little guidance, bringing him back on track would not be difficult. Moreover, with the inconsistent style of actions of Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others, achieving this goal was not an unattainable task. Look, the initial signs have already appeared, haven't they? I understand the difficulties you face as the clan leader, Lord Fugaku, but I must say, you also have significant issues yourself. Tonight, Ming did not intend to engage in any pretense with them. He would speak frankly, and that was his approach tonight. Just speak your mind. I'm listening. Fugaku slowly exhaled, as if the emotions he had suppressed for so long finally found an outlet. He raised his head and looked firmly at Makoto in front of him. Makoto met Faye's gaze and said without flinching, "Your thoughts are certainly commendable, and you have worked hard to preserve the family strength. However, there are significant issues with your decision-making. Since Faye has asked him to speak frankly, he naturally will not hold back any longer. Sometimes, making certain compromises for the benefit of the entire family is understandable. But if every time there is a compromise, even just because of a baseless excuse, and the family's ancestral land is handed over so easily, what does that even mean?" At this point, Makoto couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. If it weren't for the deep understanding that Faye is not the kind of traitorous clan leader who sells out the family and the country for personal gain, Makoto might even suspect that he is an undercover agent planted by Sarutobi Hisashi. Setting aside those other ridiculous actions, just this time, discarding the ancestral land that has been passed down for generations because of an unfounded excuse is truly incomprehensible. Even an undercover agent hiding in enemy territory would probably not dare to be so brazen. However, unexpectedly, Faye actually did just that. Faye sighed helplessly and said softly, "Everything I do is for the family. I certainly understand this matter, but the problem is whether the other members of the family will agree with you. The Uchiha clan today has long lost the proud bloodline that once defined us. If that's the case, then what significance does the so-called Uchiha even have? If it really becomes like this, I feel that this cowardly and incompetent Uchiha has lost its value to continue existing in this world. If it were me, I would rather die a glorious death than live in disgrace." Don't interrupt. This is a conversation between me and clan leader Faye. You all don't need to rush. It will naturally be your turn later. No one is leaving tonight. Makoto interrupted Shisui, who was about to speak, without any politeness. For a moment, the scene fell into dead silence, with only a few faint breaths audible. Faye's brows were tightly furrowed, his lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something in defense. However, his mind was a chaotic mess, unable to find any words that could effectively counter the other's viewpoint. Thus, he could only remain silent. Appropriate concessions are certainly acceptable, However, if there are excessive concessions, it is like opening Pandora's box, only making the opponent increasingly greedy, pushing further, and thereby fueling their arrogance and arrogance. Makoto paused slightly at this point, his gaze slowly sweeping over Fayek and the other two, seemingly wanting to give them some time to think and react. Then, he picked up the cup of water on the table, took a gentle sip to moisten his somewhat dry throat, and continued. You must know that the illustrious reputation of our Uchiha clan was not earned through money or boundless concessions. The Uchiha name, which resonates throughout the ninja world, was built through the blood and battles of countless generations of clan members who fought bravely and relentlessly, reclaiming it piece by piece from the hands of the enemy with their fervent blood, their weapons firmly grasped, and the blazing flames of passion. At this moment, Makoto stood tall and straight, like a spear that would never bend. He raised his right hand high, pointing his thumb directly at the bright and eye-catching Uchiha fan symbol on his chest, his expression solemn and serious, and shouted loudly, "Fugaku, do you not hear? The ancestors who have passed away are crying. They sacrificed their lives and fought fiercely for generations to win supreme glory. Yet now, in our generation, it is gradually losing its luster and slowly fading away. Think about it. When those Uchiha ancestors learn that the current Uchiha has been driven away from their own clan's land to an insignificant edge by others due to a baseless excuse, how do you think they will feel? Will they not feel immense regret for the achievements that they once fought for at the cost of their lives? So, I ask you all to think carefully. Does such a fallen and disgraced Uchiha clan still deserve their unwavering dedication and sacrifice? I believe that a truly complete Uchiha should consist of three crucial elements. First, the Uchiha surname, which symbolizes family heritage and glory. Second, the mysterious and fearsome Crimson Sharingan that strikes fear into the hearts of ninja in the shinobi world. And third, the innate pride and passion that flows in the blood of every Uchiha member. However, what is the current situation? Although Ming's voice was not very loud, when it reached the ears of Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, deafening and shocking. It is important to note that these three are all exceptionally wise individuals, having witnessed many things, with thoughts that far exceed ordinary people. For a long time, their minds have been filled with nothing but Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. It can be said that these two words have blinded their eyes, trapping them in a quagmire that is hard to escape. Fortunately, at this moment, Ming's words cut through the night sky like a flash of lightning. Skillfully steering the topic away from the current dilemma they were in and directing it toward the more distant Uchiha ancestors. It must be admitted that, given the current situation, this approach has proven to be quite effective, because whether it is Fugaku, Shisui, or Itachi, they are all dissatisfied with the current environment, even with their own clansmen. So, Makoto criticizes them from a different perspective. Sometimes the dead are useless, but sometimes the dead are invincible. For instance, right now, watching Fugaku slowly close his eyes and lower his head heavily, as if bearing a 1,000-pound burden, Makoto sighed lightly and then turned his gaze to Shisui and Itachi beside him. At that moment, Shisui and Itachi had unusually complex expressions. After silently exchanging glances, they finally directed their attention to Makoto. Makoto's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, and he said, "All right, let us give clan leader Fugaku a moment to calm down. It's your turn next." Upon hearing this, Shisui and Itachi felt a tightness in their hearts, but still forced themselves to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Makoto continued to ask, "Isn't your principle that you hope for peace between Konoha and the Uchiha clan?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shisui and Itachi nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Observing this, Makoto crossed his arms confidently and continued, "Actually, this isn't a difficult task. I've already told you the solution before. All the Uchiha clan needs to do is issue an announcement. At this moment, it was your time to speak freely, so please don't be polite with me." Recalling Makoto's earlier words, Shisui had prepared many arguments and questions to refute or inquire. However, at this moment, when he truly faced Makoto, he suddenly felt as if his throat were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a single word. Itachi, on the side, was in a similar predicament. For a long time, he believed that the Uchiha clan was far too arrogant and rude. Their arrogance had even reached a repugnant level, almost a pathological manifestation. In his view, aside from Shisui and his younger brother Sasuke, who were relatively normal, the rest of the Uchiha clan members were sick, severely sick, and even his biological father, Fugaku, was not exempt. But what was the situation now? Shisui and Itachi sat quietly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Makoto appeared calm on the surface, with no ripples. However, internally, he was already overjoyed and secretly laughing. One must understand that individuals as intelligent as Shisui and Itachi would be more effectively reached if they took a moment to think for themselves rather than being inundated with words. They possess keen insight and independent thinking abilities, and excessive preaching would only provoke their aversion and resistance. If you only try to persuade them using the living clansmen as examples, that would be utterly futile. These living individuals might not resonate with them or attract their attention. In contrast, mentioning the ancestors who sacrificed their lives for the family's interests would yield a completely different response. After all, they hold deep respect and nostalgia for these deceased heroes and would not easily develop resistance. This way, it would be easier to touch the softest corners of their hearts, prompting them to start self-reflection and gradually waver or even overturn their original beliefs and thoughts. At this moment, Shisui and Itachi must have been secretly pondering, is the path I have adhered to truly guilt-free? Have my choices betrayed those ancestors who once shed blood for the entire clan? If one day I also die, how will I face those heroes in the underworld? In this suffocating silence, time seemed to freeze, and it was unknown how long had quietly passed. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks broke the long silence, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the three, waking them from their contemplation. Today, for some reason, I seem to have spoken a lot. Perhaps it is the strong sense of mission and urgency in my heart that led me to elaborate on many thoughts to you. Now, I hope that after you return, you can calm down and carefully reflect on everything I just said. I will organize my thoughts over the next few days, and then I will officially announce the latest policy at the security department. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. I plan to take about a year to gradually advance towards the grand goal we are pursuing. At this moment, Makoto's gaze was incredibly serious and solemn as he looked at Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi. Since you currently have not come up with effective solutions, then I will take on this heavy burden. What you need to do is to stand firmly behind me and give me your full support, rather than being a stumbling block. Next, I will carefully plan and formulate a series of detailed and feasible proposals to lead our Uchiha clan steadily in a common direction. At this point, Makoto paused slightly, glanced at the three, and then continued. So now, do you have any questions or differing opinions regarding my arrangements? Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi all seemed to move in unison like controlled machines, gently shaking their heads to indicate their agreement with my decisions. Seeing this, Makoto nodded slightly in satisfaction. In that case, let us disperse for tonight. You all go home and use this tranquil time to think things over. After speaking, Makoto personally stood to see them off, watching their figures gradually merge into the boundless darkness until they completely disappeared before he turned back, smiling. After a whole day and night of busy work and mental strain, Makoto's body was already exhausted. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly crawl into bed, comfortably sleep, and allow his body to fully rest and relax. Thus, Makoto walked with somewhat heavy steps to the bedroom on the second floor, collapsed onto the bed, and soon fell into a sweet dream. Meanwhile, at the Fugaku and Shisui households, the lights in the living room stayed on throughout the night. I can't drink anymore. Let us go to sleep. It's so big. Come, let me see the big treasure. Sunlight streamed into the room, revealing a person lying in the center. A tall man with a forehead protector engraved with the character oil and long white hair that reached his waist. There's a red mark under his eyes. He is wearing a red coat, and underneath, it is a brown outfit. Perhaps due to sleeping, the man's clothes are disheveled, revealing a portion of his muscular chest. Beside his feet, there's a pair of wooden clogs, and on his hands, he wears armor-like gear. This well-built yet somewhat lewd-looking uncle is immersed in a beautiful dream with an unknown plot. His eyes are tightly closed, and the corners of his mouth are lifted, as if he is experiencing something delightful. What is even more striking is that a gigantic bubble of mucus is hanging from his nose, rising and falling with his breath, as if it could burst at any moment. Just then, there's a muffled bang, and a huge mucus bubble finally bursts under the pressure. This sudden sound is like a clap of thunder, instantly waking the white-haired man from his sweet slumber. He jumped up suddenly as if electrocuted, springing off the ground in a standard carp-leap position. "Tsunade, stop it! Tsunade, this is all a misunderstanding," the man shouted loudly while vigorously waving his arms, making a series of seemingly chaotic defensive movements in the air. However, after a fierce struggle, he suddenly realized that there was no one else in the room besides himself. Upon realizing this, the man was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, so it was just a dream. Haha, but what a pity. He was so close to. Hee. After laughing, the white-haired man slowly stopped his movements, then casually reached into his clothes with his right hand, scratching a spot on his chest that felt a bit itchy. Then, he dragged his worn-out wooden clogs, swaying as he walked toward the bathroom. Along the way, he kept mumbling some incomprehensible words, but just as he was about to reach the bathroom door, the man's footsteps suddenly stopped. His originally relaxed and carefree expression instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a serious and solemn look. At this moment, his gaze was as sharp as a knife, staring straight out the window as he softly said, "Come out." Although this sentence was spoken lightly, the momentum it carried was not to be underestimated. However, strangely enough, in the face of a potential threat, the man showed no signs of panic or vigilance. Just as the man's words fell, there was a loud whoosh, and the window in the room was suddenly pulled open with force. Immediately afterward, a shadow leaped into the room. The man focused his eyes and saw that the visitor was a mysterious ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector and an animal mask. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Jiraiya. The ninja knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting Jiraiya. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The old man's Umbu? What business do you have in seeking me? After recognizing the identity of this Umbu, Jiraiya, who had originally looked serious, suddenly seemed to change into a different person. The serious expression vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a laid-back, uncle-like demeanor. He grinned and said, don't be so tense. Just take your time to tell me what is going on." At this moment, the Umbu dared not be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly took out a sealed scroll from his bosom, carefully presenting it with both hands to Jiraiya, and respectfully said, "Lord Jiraiya, this is a secret order from Lord Hokage. Please have a look and receive it." But to his surprise, Jiraiya didn't even glance at the scroll handed over by the Umbu. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "No rush on that. We can talk about it later. I need to tidy myself up quickly and handle some important matters in my life." Saying this, he swaggered towards the washroom. Seeing this, the Umbu could only silently wait in place. Time passed by, and it was unclear how long had gone by. Suddenly, a familiar sound of a flushing toilet reached the ears of the Umbu ninja. Following that, accompanied by a soft creak, the washroom door slowly opened, and Jiraiya finally walked out leisurely. Jiraiya wiped his wet hands on his clothes. "What are you looking at? It's just ordinary water. Just wash my hands." Jiraiya keenly noticed that the Umbu member was staring at his hands with a strange expression, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking it was quite rude for the other party to stare so intently. The Umbu member seemed to have been caught in the act, quickly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't be bothered to fuss over such trivialities. He casually extended his right hand and snatched the mysterious scroll from the Umbu ninja's hands. Then, he skillfully formed a series of specific hand seals, and with a flash of faint light, the seal on the scroll was instantly lifted. Without hesitation, Jiraiya slowly unfolded the scroll and began to read the contents carefully. At first, he appeared nonchalant and unconcerned, but as the information in the scroll gradually unfolded before his eyes, the expression on his face began to change. From the initial ease, it slowly became serious, and this seriousness deepened continuously. By the time Jiraiya had read through every word on the scroll, his face had darkened to the point it seemed like it could drip water, his demeanor exceptionally serious and earnest, no longer resembling his usual playful self. The Umbu ninja, who had been quietly observing from the side, finally realized at this moment that he had not mistaken the person. The middle-aged man, who seemed to behave a bit unruly and even slightly lewd, was indeed the legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas from Konoha, known as the Toad Sage. "Let us go. We need to hurry back to the village." Jiraiya took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. After saying this, he turned and left the room, went downstairs, and paid the innkeeper the fees for his stay. Then, he followed the leading Umbu ninja, and the two set off on their way back to Konoha. After the late-night conversation that day, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During these 4 days, the entire Uchiha clan seemed to be immersed in a different atmosphere. On this particular morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Maki, after a long absence, stepped out of his house. Since being appointed as the deputy minister of the security department, he had not shown his face. When Maki had just approached the vicinity of the security department hall, A familiar figure appeared before him. It was Shisui. With a smile, Shisui came forward and said, "Maki, you actually went out today. It seems your new policy should be ready, right?" Maki nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right. I'm here to introduce this policy to everyone today." In fact, ever since he accepted the appointment, Maki had been diligently working, focusing on researching new policies and measures to change the current situation of the security department. As the clan leader, Fugaku publicly explained that Maki was deeply immersed in studying the new security department policy. Those clan members who were aware of the inside story were all filled with anticipation. They were all eagerly looking forward to Deputy Minister Ming, who possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, had outstanding abilities, and whose style of conduct particularly suited the tastes of the Uchiha clan, to complete his work as soon as possible and lead everyone to improve the current situation of the security department. At this moment, Ming walked into the security department hall with Shisui. Instantly, the somewhat noisy hall fell silent, followed by a chorus of greetings. "Good morning, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister. Long time no see. You finally came? Deputy Minister, have you had breakfast?" Many members of the Uchiha security department warmly greeted Ming. This enthusiastic scene was not only due to Ming's awe-inspiring kaleidoscope Sharingan and his high-ranking position as deputy minister. More importantly, the series of actions he had taken before had truly made the clansmen feel proud and uplifted. "Good morning, everyone. Just a friendly reminder, at exactly 9 o'clock, all team leaders must not forget to come to our meeting room for the meeting." Ming's loud voice echoed throughout the hall. "All right, Deputy Minister, we won't forget." Everyone responded in unison. Ming arrived early at the meeting room, placing sheets of paper with written content in front of each seat, then chose a quiet spot by the window to sit down. Sitting there, he began to organize his thoughts in his mind to express the information he wanted to convey more clearly and smoothly. As time passed second by second, it was approaching 9 o'clock. The door of the meeting room was slowly pushed open, and people began to enter one after another. The first to walk in were the Uchiha brothers, Tewa and Daho. Next was Uchiha Hokage, a robust man whose steps were steady and powerful, exuding confidence and authority. Following him were several characters who had appeared in the original work. Fugaku and Shisui entered one after the other. The meeting room was still bustling with activity. As in addition to the familiar faces, many mysterious figures who had not appeared in the original work also arrived. These individuals were equally formidable, each possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Clearly elite members of the Uchiha clan. In no time, about 30 people had filled the meeting room. Once the last member took their seat, Ming cleared his throat and officially spoke. "Good morning, everyone. I apologize for taking up your valuable time, but there are indeed important matters that need to be communicated today. First, please take a look at the papers I have placed on your tables, which contain the new policy regulations I have carefully organized. After you have reviewed them, I will explain in detail and answer any questions." The members of the Uchiha clan exchanged glances, then reached out to pick up the paper in front of them. "What does this mean?" Someone voiced their confusion first. "Huh? How could this be?" Another person exclaimed in surprise. "What? A fine? And it can be guaranteed with money? You can even offset the punishment with money?" Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Shisui stared wide-eyed at the text on the paper in his hand, feeling a buzzing in his head, and suddenly everything went dark, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. He shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, "Could it be that I've fallen under an illusion? Otherwise, how could I see such absurd things?" Shisui could hardly believe his eyes and cursed inwardly. Is this what Makoto has come up with after being cooped up at home for so long? Upon closer inspection of the content written on the paper, it was not particularly complex. As mentioned earlier, it could be summarized into 3 main aspects. The first was that all penalties originally meant to be served as physical labor were changed to monetary fines. The second was that those who previously needed to be confined for several days could now pay a certain amount of money to avoid punishment. And the third was that for those who would originally face several months of imprisonment, they could now simply pay a fine and symbolically serve a few days in confinement to get by. If one could not even endure a short imprisonment, there was an option to pay bail and walk out of the jail with ease. Of course, the prerequisite was that one must not cause any trouble after gaining freedom. Otherwise, if one committed an offense again, not only would the original fine double, but the time of confinement would also be extended. At that point, there would be no possibility of paying to smooth things over for an early release. Similarly, in extremely serious cases where one might need to serve over a year in prison as punishment, it was absolutely not allowed to be bailed out with money. However, what surprised everyone was that the new policy allowed these individuals to use money to improve their living conditions in prison, making their difficult time serving sentences relatively more comfortable. Additionally, the amount of fines for civilians and ninjas differed, with the fines for ninjas being several times, even dozens of times higher than those for civilians. Overall, if one were to summarize the new policy implemented by Makoto in one sentence, it would undoubtedly be, everything in the Uchiha Security Department seems to be equated with money. Just as everyone was beginning to grasp the true intentions behind Makoto's words, Shisui suddenly slapped the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "This is unacceptable. This absolutely cannot be done." At that moment, everyone was startled by Shisui's sudden outburst and momentarily at a loss for what to do. Makoto, however, appeared quite calm, as he had already anticipated Shisui's strong opposition. Given Shisui's usual character and temperament, if he had unthinkingly agreed with the policy, that would have truly been a surprise. Once this policy is officially enacted, our Uchiha Security Department's reputation outside will undoubtedly be greatly affected, and it will likely attract more criticism, Shisui said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was deeply concerned about the potential negative consequences of this policy. As expected, Shisui's worries did not exceed Makoto's prior expectations. After all, he understood Shisui's thoughts like the back of his hand. Reputation? Shisui, why should we cling to pursuing something so elusive that cannot truly exist? Makoto spoke slowly, his tone calm and firm. Upon hearing this, Shisui was instantly stunned, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Because it was completely different from what Makoto had previously guessed he might do, Shisui had no grasp of Makoto's thoughts at all. He originally thought that Ming would try to explain the importance of reputation to him, or propose some ways to remedy the current situation to salvage the so-called reputation. However, what he didn't expect was that Ming would so decisively deny the concept of reputation. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and both fell into silence. Shisui stared at Ming, trying to read his true thoughts from his eyes and expressions. Ming stood there quietly, meeting Shishui's gaze with calm eyes. Shisui, what do you think is the essence of our security department's work? To maintain peace in the village and create a good living environment for everyone. Shisui looked into Ming's eyes, speaking without a hint of hesitation. This was also what he had always wanted to do. If someone violates the security regulations of the security department, what would you do? Stop their actions. How would you stop them? I would choose a more peaceful way to communicate with them. Communicate? What if he doesn't listen to you? What would you do then? Just as Shisui was about to speak, he was interrupted by Ming. Illusion control? Or directly taking action? Which method do you think is better? Ming's gaze was sharp as he stared at Shisui, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that was not quite a smile. If you've already taken action against them, do you still expect them to speak well of you? Shisui was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Ming's questioning. Ming didn't give him time to think and continued. Don't always harbor hopes, thinking that you can solve problems with gentle methods. But the facts prove that this approach often only makes things worse. Not only do you fail to handle the original issue, but you also create many new problems. We are all ninjas. What we fear most during missions is dragging things out. How come you forget this once the mission turns into duty? His words were like a sharp sword, piercing the heart and leaving no room for rebuttal. After saying this, Ming strode over to Shisui, who had been silent, placed a hand on his shoulder, forcefully pressing him down into his seat, and softly said, "Sit down and think carefully." Then, Ming turned back to face the many elite members of the Uchiha clan in the audience, raised his voice, and said loudly, "Everyone, I believe many of you share similar views with Shisui, thinking that we should not treat those villagers who have made mistakes in a rough and ugly manner, lest we damage the reputation of our Uchiha clan. I can understand your intentions. After all, no one wants to bear a bad name. However, I must solemnly tell you that you are being too naive." Ming's words were like a heavy bomb, instantly darkening the faces of some people present. The reason was simple. The people he was referring to were them. Ming surveyed the surroundings and asked loudly, "So, can anyone tell me what our security department actually does on a daily basis?" The venue fell silent, and no one dared to respond to the question. However, Ming seemed to have no expectation of an answer from them, and continued on his own. "In fact, our security department's main job is nothing more than to do those things that offend people." He paused for a moment and continued to explain, "Think about it. Anyone who intersects with our security department, those we deal with, are either criminals themselves or relatives and friends of these criminals. And we, without mercy, have to arrest them all. In this case, can you still expect them to greet us with a smile? If it were you who were arrested, Would you greet the person who caught you with a friendly face? At this point, Ming suddenly stepped towards Uchiha Inoka's back and gently patted Inoka's shoulder. Feeling the weight of Ming's hand, Inoka couldn't help but shiver, but he still obediently began to think under Ming's guidance. After a moment, Inoka opened his mouth to say something, only to find himself at a loss for words. It wasn't just Uchiha Inoka. The other Uchiha clan members were also deep in thought. This matter is actually quite simple. With a little perspective shift, if they were the ones arrested and locked up, they probably wouldn't be able to show a friendly expression either. Watching the changing expressions on everyone's faces, Ming secretly chuckled. He knew that these guys had finally come to their senses. Therefore, our efforts from the very beginning have been misguided. No matter how we change or adjust our attitudes, it won't help. As long as the essence of the security department remains unchanged, we will never gain the reputation you seek. At this point, Ming suddenly stopped speaking, as if intentionally leaving a blank space for everyone present to fully digest the profound meaning of his words and to give them enough time to contemplate the information and possible consequences contained within. After a brief pause, Ming slowly turned around and walked back to his seat with steady steps. He gently sat down, casually picked up the water cup that had been prepared on the table, took a small sip of the cool liquid, and made a slight swallowing sound in his throat. Once the refreshing sensation slid down his throat and moistened his mouth, he placed the cup back on the table, then slightly raised his head and scanned the people present again. Following that, Ming cleared his throat and continued, regarding the security department's pursuit of reputation. To be honest, I do not know who first brought it up. However, at this moment, I just want to solemnly express my stance that this absurd farce should come to an end. While speaking, Ming deliberately controlled the intensity of his words. On one hand, he genuinely worried that Shisui might feel embarrassed due to his overly blunt and sharp criticism. On the other hand, it was because the person who initially raised the matter had already passed away. After all, publicly mocking someone who has already departed is certainly not a dignified act, only reflecting poorly on oneself and lacking grace. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that the person who initially proposed the security department's pursuit of reputation had a rather close connection with Shisui. This person was none other than Shisui's grandfather, the legendary Uchiha Kagami, who was the only disciple from the Uchiha clan under the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Ming secretly glanced at Shisui from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, Shisui's expression was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, clearly in a very bad mood. It is not hard to understand upon careful consideration. The goals that their 3 generations have been striving for were now completely denied by Ming, which would be difficult for anyone to accept, let alone someone as prideful as an Uchiha. That Shisui could still sit quietly here without losing control and activating his Sharingan was already a testament to his good temper. Then how should we handle the complaints we received? Suddenly breaking the silence, Uchiha Hokage turned to Ming and asked. Upon hearing this, Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Complaints? Were these complaints submitted to our security department or to the Hokage building? To be honest, Ming knew very little about the complaints. After all, he had not yet joined the security department before this. Uchiha Hokage, however, was quite familiar with this matter and replied leisurely, both. Some were sent to our security department, while others were submitted to the Hokage building. It depends on which place is closer to the complainant. After hearing this, Ming pondered for a moment and said, in that case, it's much simpler. Those complaints sent to the Hokage building, we can just ignore them as if they don't exist. As for the complaint letters sent to our security department, we can gather them all at the end of each month and burn them in front of everyone to settle the matter. Clearly, Ming did not take these complaints seriously at all. It should be known that the security department currently has no higher authority. Even the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot directly intervene in the work of the security department. So who would care about these so-called complaints? Not calling out to those complainants and asking who they were and why they were accusing him already shows enough courtesy. Burn them directly. Uchiha Hokage's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, staring at Ming in shock, his facial muscles twitching slightly due to the overwhelming surprise. It seemed he couldn't believe what he had just heard was so absurd. Meanwhile, those Uchiha clan members who were originally just a bit worried about the complaints were now completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning after hearing Ming's words. They looked at each other in disbelief and unease. Is it not possible? Ming raised an eyebrow and questioned back, seemingly surprised by Uchiha Hokage's reaction. No way, that's definitely not an option. Uchiha Hokage came back to his senses and quickly spoke up to stop Ming's bold and reckless idea. As he spoke, He anxiously waved his hands, and a fine layer of sweat even appeared on his forehead. Ming frowned and thoughtfully asked, "What substantial impact will these complaints have on us?" Uchiha Hokage took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and explained if there are too many complaints, it's likely to affect the funding allocation from Sarutobi Hiruzen to our security department. After all, the Hokage building has never looked favorably upon us, Uchiha. If there are too many negative evaluations, they will naturally have a reasonable excuse to refuse to provide us with sufficient financial support. Ming nodded in understanding, but immediately posed another question. Has there been any obvious change in the funding situation from Konoha that our security department received previously? Upon hearing this question, Uchiha Hokage instinctively directed his gaze toward the silent Fugaku standing beside him. It should be noted that all financial transactions of the security department were personally overseen by this security department head. Seeing this, Ming also shifted his gaze to Fugaku. In an instant, the other Uchiha clan members present also focused their attention on Fugaku, waiting for him to provide an answer. However, Fugaku remained tight-lipped, standing there quietly like a statue. The entire scene fell into a suffocating silence. Fugaku clan leader? Ming couldn't help but raise his voice slightly, attempting to break the silence. Cough, cough, cough. A series of intense coughs came from Fugaku, who gently patted his chest and slowly spoke. Ming, regarding that funding. I'm really sorry, but currently there is none. Although Fugaku's voice was not loud, it seemed to possess a special penetrating quality, allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fugaku, astonished, and asked, What do you mean there is no funding? Clan leader Fugaku, what exactly do you mean? At this moment, Ming was completely stunned, his mind like a stormy sea, unable to fathom such a response. Because financial funding was crucial for their security department. It should be known that all Uchiha clan members in the security department relied on this financial support for their salaries. Sitting in the first position, Fugaku slightly lowered his head, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face, and softly said, since the terrible Nine-Tails incident broke out a few years ago. The third Hokage has been emphasizing that the village's financial situation is very tight and not ample. So since then, our security department has not received any operational funds. After saying this, Fugaku gently sighed. He also thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face back then. Fugaku, there are many places in the village that require money recently. As you can see, repairs are everywhere, roads, villagers' houses, etc. I know it's not easy for your security department, but it's even harder on this side. I believe you Uchiha can understand my position, right? Just endure a little longer, and once the village recovers, it'll be fine. Fugaku wished he could punch Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face into a pulp, but he could only think about it. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere, using the family's reserve funds to hold out for now. For the stability of the family, he secretly collaborated with the dovish elder, Uchiha Otonaru, to keep this from all the clansmen. However, from that point on, the operational funds that originally belonged to the security department completely disappeared. Uchiha Hokage, who was nearby, furrowed his brows upon hearing this, and curiously asked, then how did the operational funds of our security department and everyone's salaries come from before? As a longtime member of the security department, I've always received my salary on time. Fugaku sighed heavily, a look of helplessness on his face. That money was all provided by our Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Ming couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Huh? So you're saying that several years ago, our Uchiha clan already started paying out of pocket to work for Konoha? This is simply absurd. Thinking of this, even Ming, who felt somewhat prepared for it, couldn't help but laugh out loud in anger. In his past life, the absurd notion of having to pay to go to work was merely a topic for people to joke about during casual conversations. Who would have thought that it would actually happen to them now? And he himself, unfortunately, became one of the main characters in this joke. Not only Ming, but even Uchiha members like Shisui, who usually had a good impression of Konoha and leaned towards getting along with them, were shocked to the point of being speechless upon hearing this. Such an outrageous statement was simply too much to handle. Not only were they expected to work hard and endure grievances for Konoha, but in the end, the reward for their labor had to come from their own pockets. Damn it, wasn't this just going to work while paying for it? In comparison, the Uchiha might as well go out and beg on the street. At least that would save trouble and effort, and they would still receive money. After calming the surging anger within him, Ming took a deep breath, trying to ease his excited emotions, and then immediately followed up with a question. Clan leader Fugaku, regarding this matter, besides you, does anyone else in the clan know about it? Fugaku slightly narrowed his eyes, unconsciously tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "If it's limited to our Uchiha clan, then the only ones who know the inside story are probably just me and the third elder who oversees the finances." Upon hearing Fugaku's words, memories in Ming's mind were instantly awakened. He immediately recalled who that elder Uchiha was. This elder Uchiha had always been a dove faction figure within the clan. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead, expressing his speechlessness over the situation. After all, given Uchiha's dove-like style of doing things, such a seemingly absurd action was not entirely unexpected. It should be noted that within the entire Uchiha clan, gentle dove faction elders like Uchiha are quite rare. Compared to those radical Hawk faction elders, his decisions often lean more towards compromise and negotiation. Not to mention the Hawks, even a neutral Uchiha, when faced with such a situation, would at least not choose to conceal the matter from the entire clan alongside Fugaku, let alone directly go to the Hokage building to demand an explanation. So, how much does the Hokage building actually owe us now? Ming eagerly pressed for an answer. He was secretly calculating in his heart that if he could successfully recover this debt, it would undoubtedly be a windfall for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the thought that the funds saved by Konoha were being squandered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group of old geezers made Mukumi feel as if his heart was being pricked by needles. Painful enough to almost make it difficult for him to breathe normally. The detailed number was currently impossible to tally. As expected, Fugaku had dropped the ball again. "What do you mean by impossible to tally the detailed number, my dear clan leader?" Mukumi almost forced these words out one by one. As mentioned before, complaints would affect the financial allocation to our security department, and the annual allocations vary. The funds from the past few years were not accurately calculated at the time, so they naturally became a muddled account now. Fugaku still explained to Mukumi and the other clansmen. Since this matter has been exposed, Fugaku simply decided to clarify everything to everyone. "So what is the minimum standard for each year? Or, do we Uchiha have any receipts for the money we fronted?" "None at all." "What do you mean by none at all?" Mukumi was almost driven to explode by Fugaku's antics. "Uchiha fool, what are you doing? How can you have nothing? What are you playing at?" Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has a deep foundation and ample resources. Otherwise, based on Fugaku's way of doing things, the Uchiha clan would have starved long ago. With nothing at hand, how could he demand the previously owed fund from Sarutobi Hiruzen? Our security department does not have a so-called fixed minimum allocation amount. After all, the number of members changes every year. However, before the allocation was interrupted, the amount allocated to the security department was actually on the rise every year. The highest allocation occurred during Minato Namikaze's tenure as Hokage. Not bad, not bad. This can serve as a reference standard. Mukumi nodded slightly in agreement. Hearing this, Mukumi finally received some good news. As for the relevant payment receipts, if they were issued solely by us Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang would definitely not recognize them. Fortunately, Fugaku wasn't completely brainless. At least he had some understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. "All right, I'll take care of this matter moving forward." At this moment, Mukumi had already stopped holding excessive expectations for Fugaku. As long as this guy didn't create more trouble for him or hold him back, Mukumi would be grateful. "All right, now let's get back to the main point. Let's discuss the newly issued decree. I wonder if anyone present has any differing opinions?" Mukumi crossed his arms and scanned the crowd, finally returning his gaze to the table with the decree document in front of him. At this moment, he saw Shisui and the crowd hesitate for a moment before slowly standing up. He first glanced at Mukumi and then softly asked, "Deputy Minister Mukumi, is there really no better solution?" Mukumi looked at Shisui and replied, "Shisui, I understand your thoughts, but why not consider this matter from a different perspective? You must know that those we've captured have indeed violated the relevant regulations of the security department. In the face of such a situation, how can we turn a blind eye and ignore it? If we simply let such criminal behavior go unchecked, wouldn't that be an extreme irresponsibility towards the other innocent villagers? Don't you think that's the case?" After hearing Mukumi's words, Shisui nodded thoughtfully, expressing his agreement. Seeing this, Mukumi seized the opportunity to continue. For a long time, there have been criticisms from the outside world claiming that our Uchiha clan is too strict in law enforcement. But in reality, all of this is to maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. We absolutely cannot show any slack or relaxation in strict law enforcement. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, being lenient in enforcement is equivalent to joking with the safety of Konoha. So, Do you find anything wrong with this viewpoint? Shisui looked up at Makoto and, after a moment of silence, gently shook his head, indicating that he had not found any issues. Well, very good. Since you agree with this, then the previous part is naturally without any problems. Makoto nodded and continued to prepare to enlighten Shisui. Next, we need to discuss the related matters regarding using money for bail and offsetting punishments with money. In fact, doing this is just to teach the other party a lesson. If they're unwilling to pay, then as long as they don't cause trouble, they can just behave themselves. After all, we Uchiha are not forcing them to engage in illegal activities, right? Shisui, you must understand that whether it's fines or other forms of punishment, the fundamental purpose is consistent. To make these offenders learn a lesson so that they can more consciously follow the various rules and regulations set by the security department in the future. Looking at Shisui's conflicted expression, Mukomi's smile grew even brighter. Therefore, Shisui, fines are merely one of many means. They are not our ultimate goal. Our security department's ultimate goal is still to ensure that the villagers of Konoha always live in a stable and peaceful environment, right? I believe you can definitely understand me, right? While it is indeed said that, at this moment, Shisui only felt that his mind was a tangled mess, as if there was something wrong somewhere. But what was frustrating was that he racked his brain but could never pinpoint exactly where the problem lay. So, how should this fine be handled appropriately? The 8th generation of Uchiha did not show any obvious resistance to paying fines. In fact, not only he, but other Uchiha clansmen mostly held the same attitude toward fines. As long as someone dares to violate the rules, we just need to capture them. As for how to handle the aftermath, that is entirely up to the higher-ups of the security department to decide. And all we have to do is strictly execute the tasks according to the higher authorities' instructions. I had actually considered this plan long ago. For the fines paid by the captured criminals, we can split them in half for processing. Makoto paused, glanced at the Uchiha below, and then continued. 30 needs to be submitted to the security department for operational funds and various expenses, while the remaining 70 will be distributed as bonuses to the clansmen who participated in the capture operation. Makoto finished this decision with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. Really? That is fantastic. Someone asked incredulously. Deputy Minister, you're not joking with us, are you? Another person immediately followed up. Awesome. Long live the Deputy Minister. Cheers erupted one after another, and the entire conference room instantly became lively. Whether it was the Uchiha clansmen who originally leaned towards Konoha or those who held a relatively neutral stance, all wore excited smiles on their faces. After all, who wouldn't enjoy the joy brought by money? The policy proposed by Ming undoubtedly equates to an indirect salary increase for everyone. As a result, everyone will be more motivated when carrying out their tasks, and it will also enhance cooperation and unity among the clan members. Faced with such a popular decree, everyone present naturally felt joyful. Even someone as calm and composed as Shisui did not perceive any issues at this moment, because in essence, they were still capturing criminals as usual. It was just that now there was an additional means of replacing harsh punishments with fines. A small portion of the fines would be submitted to the clan, while the larger part would go to the clan members who assigned the tasks, improving their lives. From Jisui's perspective, this behavior seemed to pose no significant problems. At this moment, did anyone still have different opinions or thoughts? Ming scanned everyone present and slowly asked. The crowd nodded slightly, indicating their acceptance of the proposal. Even Jisui, who had previously stood up twice in an attempt to stop him, was now quietly sitting there without any intention of opposing a third time. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but ponder. It seems that my eloquence, though not as powerful as Naruto's legendary talk no jutsu, still seems to have some effect. Well, since no one has any objections, I would like to ask the logistics department to work hard and properly organize the relevant content. Be sure to post this announcement by the end of the workday today and implement this plan officially starting tomorrow. Ming calmly issued his orders. Understood, Deputy Minister, replied Uchiha Hokage. As he aged, he had left the frontline department, and the logistics work of the security department was now fully entrusted to him. After the other personnel left, only Ming and Fugaku remained in the room. At this moment, Ming cast an inquiring glance at Fugaku and said, Clan leader Fugaku, should we go to your place or discuss in my office? Fugaku nodded in understanding and responded, let's go to my place. I have more relevant materials there, which will facilitate our further discussion on subsequent matters. Clearly, he was well aware that Ming's true purpose for coming was to demand the previously overdue security department funds from Sarutobi Hizashi. The two figures slowly walked through the bustling security department, one in front and the other behind, heading toward Fugaka's office. Along the way, both remained silent, but a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Finally, they arrived at the door of Fugaka's office. Fugaku directly pushed the door open and walked in, with Ming closely following behind. Once the door closed, the room fell into silence, with only occasional soft conversations breaking it. Time passed minute by minute, and about 2 hours later, Ming emerged from Fugaka's office with a gloomy expression. His footsteps were somewhat heavy, and he tightly held a large bag of documents in his hand. When he returned to his office, he forcefully slammed the door shut, making a loud bang. Upon entering the room, Ming walked straight to his desk, and without saying a word, he slammed the large bag of documents onto the table. The documents scattered all over the desk. At this moment, Ming was shaking with anger, and the fury in his heart seemed ready to burst forth. The reason for Ming's anger was that Fuyu actually allowed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to delay such a large sum of money owed to the Uchiha clan. It should be noted that the security department is not a small division. Currently, there are many register members, totaling 1,067 people from top to bottom. Essentially, the vast majority of Uchiha clansmen work in the security department. Among these individuals, there are not only ninjas but also many ordinary Uchiha clansmen responsible for logistics. The bonuses, base salaries, and daily expenses for ninja tools of these people add up to a considerable amount. After careful calculation, Ming estimated that the annual expenditure of the security department is approximately between 470 million to 490 million Ryo. If we take an average of the expenditures over the last 6 years, it comes out to roughly 470 million Ryo per year. Rounding off, that amounts to about 500 million Ryo each year. Since the Nine Tails incident occurred, a full 6 years have passed, which totals to 3 billion Ryo. Damn it, that old monkey Hiruzen Sarutobi actually embezzled 3 billion Ryo of operational funds from the Uchiha clan. That old man is truly a beast. Ming looked out the window, and the bustling scene of people coming and going in the distance calmed his heart, which was racing due to anger. Perhaps he could make that old monkey voluntarily return the money. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The gates of the Uchiha security department slowly opened, and a person dressed in Uchiha clan attire, holding a piece of paper, quickly walked towards the bulletin board outside. He skillfully then turned and left. This latest announcement quickly attracted the attention of some passing Uchiha clan members. However, apart from that, the hurried passers-by seemed to have no interest in it. Even the Umbu ninjas who were secretly observing everything just took a glance and continued with their surveillance tasks. However, an announcement is not just a pile of words. While most people ignored it, some would genuinely follow the instructions on it. Jinglin Tushur, as usual, got up early, and after washing up began to get busy. He skillfully opened the door of his snack shop, arranged the tables and chairs neatly, and prepared to welcome a new day of business. However, today was a bit special. As time passed, it had been over an hour since opening, and not a single customer had visited the shop. Jinglin Tushur sat behind the counter, bored and listless, staring at the door, hoping that a customer would appear soon. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly heard a series of crisp, knocking sounds on wood. Thud, thud, thud. This sound acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly invigorating the previously lazy Jinglin Tushur. He quickly stood up, a warm smile on his face. "Hello, guest. What would you like to eat?" However, when he saw who had come, the flickering hope in his heart seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. It turned out to be Shinura Binji. "What brings you here today? Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. It's on me." Inari Toshiyuki's originally calm expression changed instantly upon seeing that the visitor was Shinura Binji. After a brief pause, he seemed to remember something and forced a reluctant smile, pretending to warmly greet the other. Shinura Binji, without saying a word, slammed his palm down on the counter with a loud bang and then loudly shouted without any courtesy, "Cut the nonsense. Inari Toshiyuki, we've been old classmates for many years. Back then, I kindly lent you money. Wasn't that a huge help for you? So now, tell me, when are you planning to pay me back the money you owe?" Hearing this, Inari Toshiyuki trembled with anger, his hands tightly clenched under the counter, revealing bulging veins from the strain. The man named Shinura Binji looked to be just over 20 years old, with an average height and build just an ordinary physique. What was particularly striking was the ninja headband tightly wrapped around his right arm, emblazoned with the Leaf Village symbol, which undoubtedly represented his special identity as a ninja. He was not wearing the iconic green ninja vest of the Hidden Leaf Village, and he appeared somewhat slovenly and lazy, giving off a vibe of being carefree and unkempt. Not only that, but there was also a large piece of eye crust at the corner of his eye, as if he didn't care at all about his appearance. Looking at his sharp features, he certainly didn't seem like a serious person. We must admit that judging a person's character solely based on their appearance is indeed a very inappropriate and one-sided action. This method of judging by looks cannot accurately reflect a person's true character. However, using it occasionally isn't necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, as everyone can see, this guy named Shimizu Hyubai is not a serious person at all. That being said, Inuzuka Toshi had borrowed 100,000 ryo from Shimizu Hyubai about 2 months ago for cash flow needs due to the opening of a shop. Due to good business just 3 days ago, Inuzuka Toshi successfully repaid the principal of 100,000 ryo and also paid an additional 5,000 ryo as interest. It's worth mentioning that this interest is already slightly higher than the usual legitimate lending rates in the Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, Shimizu Hyubai claimed he had momentarily forgotten where he put the IOU and promised Inuzuka Toshi that once he found it, he would immediately tear it up and destroy it. Inuzuka Toshi didn't think much of it at the time. After all, they had been classmates in ninja school and had a certain friendship. Moreover, when Inuzuka Toshi initially borrowed money from Shimizu Hyubai, he had readily agreed. Based on these factors, Inuzuka Toshi chose to believe Shimizu Hyubai's words. However, he could never have imagined that he would misjudge someone this time. Just the next morning after he had finally repaid all his debts, Shimizu Hyubai unexpectedly showed up at his door, claiming he had found that crucial IOU. At that moment, Inuzuka Toshi, filled with joy, reached out his hands, eager to take the IOU that symbolized relief and freedom from him. But who would have thought that just as he was about to touch the IOU, Shimizu Hyubai suddenly and unexpectedly pulled it back. With a brazen look on his face, he said, Toshi, you haven't repaid my debt yet, so why should I return the IOU to you? Inuzuka Toshi was still in shock and stood there dumbfounded when he heard this, as if struck by lightning. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at this once familiar old classmate Shimizu Hyubai, filled with astonishment and anger. He clearly handed over the money in full to Shimura Hyubai yesterday, so how could he dare to go back on his word and turn black into white today? Jinglin Tushar was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he shouted angrily, You're talking nonsense. I clearly and truly gave you the money yesterday. How can you speak with such a guilty conscience? We are classmates after all. Ha, classmates. Just like that, a fierce argument broke out between the two. They refused to give in to each other, and their words became increasingly sharp, with the atmosphere reaching a tense peak. Unfortunately, Jinglin's earth and stone were filled with anger, but lacked any real power to counter it. He does not possess the talents of a ninja, so he is not a ninja. In contrast, Shimizu Heibei has long become a formidable chunin, and he has the powerful Shimizu clan, one of the prominent families of Konoha, as a solid backing. Faced with such a stark disparity, Inokiri Tashishi, an ordinary commoner without any background, is clearly unable to confront him head-on and gain any advantage. Nevertheless, he is unwilling to comply and pay again. After all, that money was hard-earned. Seeing Inokiri Tashishi's expression of wanting to act but being too afraid to do so, Shimizu Heibei couldn't help but laugh. He stepped forward and gently patted the face of Tushar, saying, Tushar, take your time and think it over. I'll come back in a few days. And now, here we are today. Morningstar, look over there. It seems something unexpected has happened. At this moment, Uchiha Morningstar and Uchiha Leifong, members of the Uchiha Security Department, were slowly walking along the patrol route designated by the department on the bustling street. Suddenly, Uchiha Leifong abruptly grabbed Uchiha Morningstar's arm and pointed with his chin toward a shop not far away, signaling him to look. They saw that the shop's entrance was crowded with people gathering to watch. Let me think. I seem to have some impression of it. Right? It should be a snack shop. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Morningstar recalled some basic information about the shop. Wait, why do I remember it as an izakaya? Never mind. Whatever it is, let's go take a look first. Uchiha Leifong speculated based on his accumulated experience. After all, in his view, the likelihood of disputes or disturbances occurring in places like izakayas was relatively high, while snack shops were generally more calm and peaceful. Without any hesitation, the two quickly walked forward as if propelled by the wind. They walked while forcefully pushing through the crowd, blocking their way. After some effort, they finally managed to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Those who were initially a bit dissatisfied with being pushed aside and wanted to complain turned around only to find that the newcomers were members of the Uchiha Security Department. Instantly, they all obediently closed their mouths, not daring to say another word. Hey, did you hear that? We are from the security department. Stop your violence immediately. No more fighting. Uchiha Chinching and Uchiha Luffing rushed to the scene and finally got a clear view of the situation. They saw two figures entangled together. One person was sitting on top of the other, swinging their fists and unleashing a storm of attacks on the person beneath them. This was not a fight. It was clearly one person mercilessly beating another who had no power to fight back. Hey. I'm saying this one last time. Stop immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Uchiha Chinching shouted angrily at the assailant. However, the person seemed to have completely lost their mind, ignoring Uchiha Chinching's warning and continuing to beat the person underneath with frenzy. Seeing this, Uchiha Chinching exchanged a glance with Uchiha Luffing, and they instantly understood each other's intentions. In a flash, they used body flicker technique and dashed towards the assailant like lightning. Before the assailant could react, Uchiha Chinching kicked fiercely at the person's chest. With a scream, the assailant flew off like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. After dealing with the assailant, Uchiha Chinching hurriedly bent down to check on the injured person lying at his feet. When he saw the injured person's face, his heart tightened. Hey, aren't you the owner of this shop, Jinglin Tushir? How are you feeling now? Do you need me to contact someone from Konoha Hospital to come and help? Thank you, but no need, Jinglin Tushir grimaced and got up from the ground. Seeing that Jinglin Tushir could still get up on his own, Uchiha Chinching nodded in relief. Uchiha Chinching had previously known this owner, Jinglin Tushir, and had visited his snack shop several times. Although the snacks here were not cheap, they were quite delicious. Overall, it was a very good snack shop. While Uchiha Chinching was talking to Jinglin Tushir, Uchiha Luffing approached the unconscious Shimizu Heibei, who had been kicked away by Chinching. He bent down to observe and found that there was nothing serious. He was just knocked out by Chinching's kick. However, he felt that Shimizu Heibei looked a bit familiar. How is he? Should be fine, right? I remember I held back, Chinching said while walking over, not waiting for Luffing's response, and bent down to check on Shimizu Heibei's condition. See, I told you, I definitely held back. When Chinching saw that Shimizu Heibei was only knocked out, he felt relieved. Chinching, he's from a Shimizu clan. Luffing suddenly recalled Shimizu Heibei's identity. Konoha is large and small at the same time. Members of the Uchiha security department cannot possibly recognize all the villagers in Konoha, but they certainly know the members of the Sarutobi, Shimizu, Mito, and Uchiha clans, especially their adult members. As the saying goes, kindness can be forgotten, but enmity can be remembered for a lifetime. The Uchiha security department certainly remembers the people from these four clans very well, even those from the collateral branches like Shimizu Heibei. The Shimizu clan? Chinching squinted his eyes, looking coldly at the still unconscious Shimizu Heibei. Take him back to the security department. I'll go inform the deputy director about this. Luffing, look at our security department's newly issued policy. If we want to implement it smoothly, we need someone to set an example, right? I think the Shimizu clan is the perfect target, Chinching said with a flicker in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Luffing's heart stirred, and his thoughts drifted far away, as if he could see a series of possible events unfolding. Moments later, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Chinching, both unexpectedly revealing very similar smiles. At that moment, in the security department, Ming was sitting in his spacious and tidy office. In front of him, an old projector sat on the desk, and a video of an interrogation was playing on the screen. Ming was intently watching the scene in the video, where a carefree man was being escorted by two guards for a magical interrogation. As the video progressed, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Ming's mouth. Finally, the video ended, and Ming raised his head, calmly looking at Uchiha Morningstar, who stood in front of the desk, and slowly said, So, this guy named Shimo Village Heiwei first extorted others, but when the extortion failed, he became furious and publicly assaulted the other party? Yes, Deputy Minister. That is indeed the case, Morningstar replied respectfully, then walked to the projector, carefully removed the interrogation tape from it, and placed it gently on the desk, continuing, This video is enough to prove everything. Ming stared at the tape on the desk, silent, only rhythmically tapping his index finger on the table with his left hand, seemingly contemplating some important decision. After a while, he spoke again. Well, I have understood this matter. Make sure to keep a close watch on this Shimo Village Heiwei, and also make several copies of this interrogation video as backups. Without my permission, no one is allowed to let him go, no matter who it is. Do you understand? Understood, Deputy Minister. Please rest assured. Morningstar stood up straight and replied solemnly. Watching Morningstar stride out of the office, Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the tape on the desk. Just when I was dozing off, this pillow had arrived. In the eerie prison of the Uchiha security department, the air was filled with incessant roars of anger and resentment. Hey, do you guys even know who I am? You dare to arrest me? I will definitely complain to Lord Hokage. I am a member of the Shimo village family, and I will tell our esteemed elder Danzo. Shimo village Heiwei shouted furiously while being held captive. However, the Uchiha guards responsible for watching the prison showed no reaction to his outbursts. They had already received clear instructions from Ming. There was no need to be polite to such an ignorant fool. One Uchiha Jonin, expressionless, activated the fearsome three-tomo Sharingan. With just a casual glance at the still cursing Shimo village Heiwei, a powerful illusionary force enveloped him, causing his previously arrogant demeanor to vanish without a trace. The next moment, an absurd scene unfolded. The Shimo village Heiwei, who had just been haughty and cursing, suddenly wore a foolish grin on his face. Then, like a puppet that had lost its consciousness, he walked to the corner of the cell, squatted down, and began to focus intently on picking at his toes. This comical scene was hard to suppress laughter. After all, in recent years, the Uchiha clan had chosen to endure for various reasons, so their long-standing reputation might still hold some deterrent power in the eyes of ordinary civilians. But for major families like Sarutobi and Shimo village, they had long ceased to take them seriously, especially the Shimo village family led by Danzo. Danzo is not the true patriarch of a Shimo village family. However, with his own strength and means, he has also earned the title of elder within the Shimo village family. Yet, his thoughts are almost entirely devoted to the root organization he controls, filled with vigilance and hostility towards the Uchiha clan. A fool who can't see the situation. The Uchiha Jonin guarding the prison snorted coldly, not taking the shouts of Shimo village Heiwei seriously at all. Just wait, there will be ways to deal with him later. Lord Ming, this is the information you instructed me to investigate. Please review it carefully. Uchiha Yefeng respectfully placed a thick document gently on Ming's spacious and tidy desk. Ming nodded slightly, extended his right hand, and leisurely opened the document. When he saw the content presented on it, his eyes brightened. It was the detailed information on Shimo village Heiwei. This document was extremely thorough, not only including the personality traits exhibited by Shimo village Heiwei in daily life and his behavioral habits, but also clearly listing his complex interpersonal relationships. Of course, the most critical part was the precise record of his personal wealth and assets. However, as Ming flipped through the pages of this information, suddenly, a line of text caught his attention, closely associated with Shimo village's second elder, Shimo now. Ming couldn't help but exclaim softly, surprised in his heart that this guy actually had a connection to Shimo now. Ming continued to focus on the information in front of him, and amidst the complex relationships of Shimo village Heiwei, a familiar name suddenly caught his eye, Shimo now. Speaking of Shimo now, he has quite a background. He is a highly esteemed second elder of the Shimura family and firmly aligned with Danzo's faction. Therefore, it goes without saying that everyone can guess his attitude towards the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha Rikuho respectfully reported to Makamura, Vice Minister, after my thorough investigation. I found that Shimura now had a deep friendship with Shimura Hayubai's father, and they were quite close friends. Ever since Shimura Hayubai's father passed away, Shimura now has consistently treated Hayubai as his own direct nephew, caring for him attentively. Because of this, Hayubai has the audacity and confidence to extort ordinary citizens. One must say that Uchiha Rikuho performed exceptionally well in this investigation, thoroughly uncovering the complex and twisted connections within Hayubai's network. Makamura nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He thought to himself, it seems this guy is indeed a useful tool. With this in mind, Makamura decided to increase the punishment for Shimura Hayubai beyond his original plan. He didn't think much of Shimura now, let alone his insignificant lackeys. Just now, Makamura was only slightly surprised. After all, who would have thought that an obscure thug like Shimura Hayubai would have connections with Shimura now? But at that moment, another piece of information successfully caught Makamura's attention. Shimura Hayubai's assets amount to 2 million ryo, not inheritance. What? This guy, Hayubai, actually has a wealth of up to 2 million ryo? Are you sure it's not inherited? After seeing this intelligence, Makamura could hardly believe his eyes. This amount isn't large, and he's dealt with much more money before, not to mention the recent 3.5 billion ryo he handled. But this amount coming from a Chunin who has never executed any missions is indeed shocking. That's absolutely correct, Vice Minister. It's all from Shimura Hayubai's extortion. If he hadn't spent quite a bit lavishly, the amount could conservatively be estimated to double. Uchiha Rikuho quickly responded. Hearing this, A barely noticeable smile appeared on Makamura's face. He didn't mind the spending as long as there was some left over. He nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. From now on, this money will be under the Uchiha name. Immediately after, Ming issued a command without hesitation. In light of Shimizu Heibei's serious violation of the regulations set by the security department, and the negative consequences such as injuries caused in the village, the following punishment is hereby decided. Shimizu Heibei is ordered to pay a hefty fine of 2 million ryo, and is sentenced to 3 months of imprisonment. Sir, isn't the amount of this fine a bit too high? Although Uchiha Ranfeng had already mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked and speechless when he heard the fine of 2 million ryo. He couldn't understand why. Just a simple fight, an ordinary issue that happens every day in Konoha, would result in such a high fine. At this moment, even Uchiha Raku, who was on the opposing side, was struggling with the reasonableness of this fine. This shows just how significant the penalty imposed by Ming was, which was extraordinary. It's important to note that in the ninja world, an S-rank top mission is incredibly challenging, often described as a life and death situation. However, even for such a difficult task, the starting fee is only 1 million ryo. You don't need to worry about other matters. I will handle everything. If anyone has any dissatisfaction or doubts about this, they are welcome to come and discuss it with me directly, Ming said with a calm expression. He was very clear in his heart that once he announced such a punishment regulation, the entire Konoha would inevitably become lively, as if it had erupted. But this was exactly the situation he hoped to see. Sure enough, once this punishment notification was made public, the whole of Konoha was instantly thrown into an uproar. People were whispering to each other, discussing fervently, as if a huge wave was sweeping in. In the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, there was a loud bang as Danzo, who had already recovered from his injuries, slammed his hand on the table in anger. He stared wide-eyed, glaring at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and shouted furiously, "Look, just look, Hiruzen. What the hell does that damned Uchiha Makoto want? It was just an ordinary brawl. And now, not only is someone imprisoned, but there's also a fine of 2 million ryo. Are our Shimura family members killing people on the street or something?" In fact, Danzo had never cared about such a useless person as Shimura Benkei. Even though this person belonged to the Shimura clan like him, in Danzo's eyes, there was no place for useless people. He is not angry because of Shimura Kanbei as a person. The real reason for Danzo's anger and frustration lies in the fact that the Uchiha dared to openly encroach on the territory of the Shimura clan, which was undoubtedly akin to giving him a loud slap in the face in public. In Danzo's view, the Uchiha's use of their power to punish members of the Shimura clan was nothing short of a blatant provocation, showing complete disregard for him as the leader of the root. Moreover, those damned Uchiha even investigated Shimura Kanbei's assets before imposing the fines, charging exactly what they found. Can you say this isn't deliberately targeting me? Listening to Danzo chattering away while banging on his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt quite annoyed as well. He shouldn't have a nerve to point out Danzo. How dare you say the Uchiha are targeting you? Who started first? Oh, you were the one who led the charge to gouge out that Uchiha genius boy's eyes and even ordered a manhunt for him. Now, they've just taken advantage of the situation, captured a distant relative of yours, fined him a bit, and locked him up for a while, and you can't accept that? Danzo, calm down. We need to think of a solution rationally. How about this? I'll send someone to call Uchiha Fugaku over so we can ask him directly what is going on. There might really be some misunderstanding here. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen constantly mocking Danzo, he knew very well that he and Danzo were ultimately on the same side. He was also quite upset about the Uchiha clan's actions this time. Finding that guy, named Shimura Kanbei, was a minor issue. Even if the Uchiha had taken that guy's life on the spot, it wouldn't matter to Hiruzen. However, what he truly couldn't tolerate was setting such a precedent for the security department to unilaterally change the rules. He could not allow the Uchiha clan even the slightest opportunity for power expansion. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly commanded, "Hurry and bring Uchiha Fugaku over. Just tell him I need to speak with him." Upon hearing Hiruzen's order, an Umbu ninja quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Hokage." He then swiftly turned and left. Before long, the Umbu returned. But following him was not Uchiha Fugaku, but the instigator of the whole incident, Uchiha Makoto. "Uchiha Makoto, what are you doing here? Is there no one left in the Uchiha? Where's Uchiha Fugaku? Is he dead?" "Shut up, old man. Clearly, you have too much energy to spare. If you need somewhere to use it, I can introduce you to our Uchiha to shovel manure. All the clan's manure will be yours." Facing Danzo's unabashed provocation, Makoto smirked slightly, revealing a look of disdain. He is not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied like Fujitake. He has never chosen to tolerate or back down in the face of such unwarranted provocation. Being rebutted so rudely by Ming made Danzo's face turn pale with anger. His eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He trembled as he pointed at Uchiha Makoto, shouting furiously, "Damn you, Uchiha Makoto. How dare you speak to me in that tone? This is simply outrageous." However, Makoto remained unmoved, standing tall with his head held high, his eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, the usually silent third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, cleared his throat and said, "All right, everyone, let's stop the shouting and talk about the important matters. Uchiha Makoto, regarding the announcement issued by your security department, what exactly is going on? Is there some misunderstanding or error in it? If so, please correct it as soon as possible to avoid making our village a laughingstock." Hiruzen Tsurutobi understood very clearly that this Uchiha Makoto before him was completely different from the Uchiha clansman he had seen before. It would not be easy to easily control and suppress him. If handled improperly, it could lead to a situation like Danzo's, where he would be burned by the fire he ignited. Therefore, he decided not to waste any more time and to get straight to the point to avoid giving Makoto more chances to explode. The situation had become very clear. Although both sides were on edge, it was impossible for them to actually start fighting. Since that was the case, it would be better to resolve the important issues first. Makoto smirked. "You run pretty fast." Ahem. Makoto cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice as if trying to draw the attention of the two people present. He frowned slightly and said seriously, "How could there be any problem with the announcement we released?" "Absolutely no problem." With this statement, Ming officially started the discussion topic. Without any hesitation, he strode confidently towards the direction of the chairs. Upon reaching there, he reached out and forcefully pulled one of the chairs over to the table in front of him. Then, as if nothing had happened, he sat down with a swagger and casually crossed his legs, looking completely at ease, as if he were at home, not treating himself as an outsider at all. However, this was just the beginning. Next, Ming slowly reached into his chest, or rather, into the mysterious space he carried with him. After rummaging around for a while, he surprisingly pulled out a beautifully packaged bottle of juice. He skillfully twisted off the bottle cap and tilted his head back, gulping down a large mouthful, moistening his throat, which had become slightly dry from speaking earlier. After completing this series of actions, Ming nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was fully prepared to engage in a heated debate with his opponent. At this moment, Tsurutobi Hisashi, who had been silently observing Ming's every move from across the table, appeared very calm. He seemed to have long been accustomed to Ming's impulsive behavior, even to the point of being somewhat numb to it. Tsurutobi Hisashi then calmly asked, "But why suddenly impose a fine? I remember in similar situations before, physical labor was usually the method of punishment." Clearly, he still did not agree with this change in rules. Hearing Tsurutobi Hisashi's question, Ming snorted lightly and replied dismissively, "Labor? Where are there so many labor tasks in Konoha for them to complete now? You must understand that the fundamental purpose of our security department's punishment measures is to instill a sense of reverence for the law. Therefore, whether it's labor punishment or a fine, there isn't really much difference at its core." After saying this, Ming raised the juice bottle in his hand and gulped down a few more mouthfuls, casually explaining the reason for changing labor to fines. Tsurutobi Hisashi took a puff from his pipe and said solemnly, "This concerns the legal foundation of Konoha. It absolutely cannot be changed lightly. Any arbitrary changes will undoubtedly lead to major problems, so it must be reverted quickly." Tsurutobi Hisashi clearly did not buy Ming's reasoning. In his mind, there was only one thing he couldn't allow: the Uchiha clan gaining any additional power, even in the security department, which had always been viewed as the Uchiha family's territory. There could be no concessions. Ming frowned and retorted, "What legal foundation of Konoha? The real legal foundation should be clearly defined administrative clauses, which specify what kind of mistakes lead to corresponding punishments. That is what qualifies as a legal foundation. Simply changing the form of punishment from labor to a fine, how can that be considered foundational?" However, Ming did not seem to back down in the face of the other's doubts. Instead, he responded with conviction, "Moreover, I've already told you, there are no suitable labor projects available now to use as punishment. If we don't change to other methods of punishment, should we just let the wrongdoers go unpunished after scolding them?" Upon hearing this, Tsurutobi Hisashi pressed further. "Then what about the labor tasks that were previously set?" Ming smirked slightly, revealing a hint of disdain as he replied, "Oh, those tasks? They were just sweeping the streets, cleaning up around Hokage Rock. and pulling weeds around the village. Those tasks have already been assigned to someone. We can't assign dozens of people to such trivial work, can we? That wouldn't even count as a punishment. Ming and Sarutobi Hisashi engaged in a fierce verbal duel, neither willing to back down. At this moment, Sarutobi Hisashi was completely at a loss for words against Ming's rebuttals. Indeed, how could his impulsive idea compare to Ming's well-planned and long-prepared strategy? More critically, Ming showed no mercy to Sarutobi Hisashi. Every time Sarutobi Hisashi presented a differing opinion, Ming would respond with a counterattack without hesitation. His words were sharp, like a sword piercing the heart, leaving Sarutobi Hisashi unable to defend himself. The core principle Ming adhered to was simple. You say your thing, and I won't listen at all. Just then, Sarutobi Hisashi slightly adjusted his strategy and changed the topic, asking, is there an error in the amount of the fine? However, faced with this question, Ming did not back down and decisively replied, there is absolutely no error. This amount was determined after thorough discussions within our security department, and there will definitely be no discrepancies. Ming's words hit Sarutobi Hisashi like a heavy hammer, darkening his already somber face even further. Everyone present knew that the Uchiha clan had already thoroughly investigated Shimizu Heibe's background, and this fine had not left even a single penny for him. In such a situation, how could there be any error in the fine amount? It was simply a statement that required no further elaboration. Sarutobi Hisashi fixed his gaze on Ming and said seriously, that amount is simply too much. Such a large fine will seriously disrupt the stability of Konoha. I believe it's reasonable to impose some punishment on those who make mistakes, such as a fine, but the amount really shouldn't be too high. However, in response to Sarutobi Hisashi's earnest words, Ming merely glanced at him indifferently, then turned his head aside, showing no intention of responding. Seeing that Ming was unwilling to engage with his topic, Sarutobi Hisashi had no choice but to be blunt. In any case, the fine was imposed, but the amount must be revised. Such a large fine cannot be executed recklessly. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Ming coldly snorted and retorted without backing down. You don't need to worry about this fine, esteemed Hokage. All our measures in the security department are strictly executed according to the previously established laws and regulations, with no overstepping whatsoever. As he spoke, Ming straightened his back, his gaze firm and indifferent, as if declaring his stance and determination to Sarutobi Hisashi. Sarutobi Hisashi did not expect Ming to be so resolute, and for a moment, his face turned pale with anger. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger rising within him, and then threatened, if you continue to be this stubborn, then the funding for your security department. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt as if something was blocking his throat. He couldn't utter a single word of the harsh remarks he had prepared. His face flushed red, and he struggled to speak for a long time. In that instant, he suddenly recalled something critically important, as if he had been enlightened. Years ago, due to Konoha's financial difficulties, he had seized the opportunity to cut off the funding for the Uchiha security department. Now, as he gazed at Uchiha Makoto's ambiguous smile, he couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition rising in his heart. From the subtle expression on the other person's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen could keenly sense that he was likely in deep trouble this time. Moreover, this trouble might become increasingly difficult to handle. Looking back to the past, he remembered how his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, had jointly drafted an agreement with the Uchiha clan that clearly defined the powers of the security department. To appease and calm the emotions of the Uchiha clan members, this special department was established as a reserved area exclusively for the Uchiha clan. Not only that, to eliminate the Uchiha clan's wariness towards Konoha, Senju Tobarama had deliberately granted the security department immense power. Within it, the Uchiha family had more say than even the Hokage himself. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, spoke up, he might not be able to compete with Uchiha Fugaku. More critically, to effectively prevent the Uchiha clan from encroaching on the core power structure of Konoha's upper echelons, Senju Tobarama, after careful consideration, decisively separated the security department from Konoha's overall power framework, making it completely independent of Konoha's hierarchy. As a result, while the Uchiha had supreme power within the security department, they could never exert substantial influence over the leadership decisions of Konoha's upper levels. Now, the downside had emerged. Due to the Uchiha clan's independent nature, if they decided to disregard Konoha's orders, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, would find it difficult to command the Uchiha security forces. In the past, Konoha could exert some pressure and influence by controlling the funding for the security forces. After all, the security department needed financial support to operate normally. And to secure this funding, they sometimes had to make compromises. However, times had changed, and the situation was now completely different. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even the Uchiha clan themselves had realized that even without financial support from Konoha, their security forces could still live quite comfortably. This meant that the economic rope that had bound the security department had been inadvertently loosened by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it would likely never be able to be tightened again. This is utterly despicable. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but silently curse. At this moment, he truly felt a sharp headache. In the past, those minor frictions and disputes were nothing. Even the previous financial losses were not a big issue. But now, if the Uchiha clan truly breaks away from the control of Konoha and drifts outside the village, then it will be Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha who will feel uncomfortable and disgusted. Third Hokage, I wonder if you have anything else to say? If not, then I'll take my leave first. After all, there are many matters waiting for me to handle in the security department, which is not as leisurely as your situation here. Mookie's lips curled slightly, a faint smile on his face, but his gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, observing his changing expressions with great interest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion alternated between pale and flushed, and his suppressed look made Mookie feel incredibly comfortable. Taking a puff of a cigarette to calm his mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and, after adjusting his emotions, said, "Mookie, you must be aware that due to that incident, our Konoha village's financial situation has been quite tight in recent years." Hearing this, Mookie secretly scoffed but maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Yes, I am naturally aware of this. It is precisely for this reason that our Uchiha clan has decided to voluntarily give up the financial allocations we were entitled to in order to fully support the village's construction and development. This is the responsibility and obligation that we Uchiha should bear." After saying this, Mookie met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze without fear, his eyes revealing a steadfast and confident light. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly did not expect Mookie to respond in this way, and for a moment, he was somewhat at a loss for words. He originally intended to use the name of justice to make the Uchiha clan continue to make concessions. Even if it meant slightly losing out just to feel good about himself, that would be fine. However, he never expected that the other party would also invoke justice to counterattack. Now the Uchiha no longer reaches out to the village for money. The ones who should truly feel anxious are not the Uchiha clan. So who is secretly worried? At this moment, Ming's heart was as calm as a mountain, without a hint of anxiety. As for the debts that Konoha owed to the Uchiha family in the past, the Uchiha would be able to collect all of them from them in the future, and they would demand it back with interest. Now look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highly respected third Hokage in Konoha, who is currently at a loss. Back then, he was so certain of his words, yet he was ruthlessly countered by Ming. Now, could he still kneel and beg the Uchiha to take back the money, disregarding his own dignity? That was clearly impossible. Ming gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and seeing him silent, he already understood. Since the third Hokage had nothing to say, then I shall take my leave. Then, he slowly stood up, a smug smile on his face, and swaggered toward the door. During his departure, he didn't even glance at Danzo, who was standing aside. As for Danzo, he stared wide-eyed, glaring fiercely at Ming's departing figure. Watching someone from the Uchiha clan, whom he had always looked down upon, treat him with such disdain and disregard made his face turn bright red with anger. Even his eyes were about to turn red. Don't worry, this wasn't because he had transplanted another Sharingan. It was purely due to his extreme anger. At this moment, Danzo's hands were tightly clenched in a fist, and due to the excessive force, the veins on the back of his hands bulged, as if they would burst at any moment. This shows just how furious he was. I endure again. I will continue to endure. I can't take it anymore. Hiruzen, you saw this with your own eyes. Look at this extremely detestable Uchiha clan. That damned Uchiha Ming has truly showcased the dangerous ideas of the Uchiha to perfection. If they're allowed to continue developing recklessly like this, I dare say that one day, Konoha will change its surname to Uchiha. Accompanied by a roar of anger, a loud bang suddenly echoed in the office. It turned out that Danzo could no longer contain his fury and slammed his fist hard on Sarutobi Hiruzen's large desk. Anger aside, Danzo had not yet lost his rationality. Moreover, Danzo was not truly foolish. As a good friend who had known Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years, he naturally understood what mattered most to his old friend. As the saying goes, to hurt someone, one must strike at their vital point. To deliver a fatal blow, one must stab at their heart. At this moment, he knew that the words he had just spoken had already pierced like a sharp dagger into the most sensitive and vulnerable part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. That was the highest power of Konoha. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's Achilles heel, which no one could touch, especially not the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately respond to Danzo's words. He remained silent, his gaze wandering, as he took deep puffs from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, he resembled a human chimney, puffing out clouds of smoke. After venting his frustration earlier, Danzo was no longer as angry. He sat back down in his chair and finally asked, "Hiruzen, how much longer will Jiraiya be gone?" Upon hearing Danzo mention Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously tense expression relaxed slightly, gradually returning to the calm and composed demeanor he was known for. After a moment of thought in response to his friend's inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "According to the latest intelligence from the Umbu, Jiraiya should be back in the village in the next 2 or 3 days. Are you prepared?" The thoughts of Danzo were clearly written on his gloomy face, with every wrinkle seeming to express his inner urgency and anxiety. "No, Danzo, this is something you shouldn't even think about." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute, as if there were no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Danzo's anger surged, and he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting, "What are you hesitating for? Are you really going to just watch the Uchiha clan continue to grow stronger and wait for them to come to attack us?" He continued by then, "It might be too late." Danzo was utterly disgusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness. To him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was simply too weak and sluggish. It's as simple as striking first to avoid disaster. Do you really not understand this? Danzo questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, the joints turning slightly white from the exertion. However, in the face of Danzo's intense questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely closed his eyes slowly, leaning back heavily against the chair's backrest. Though his eyes were closed, he did not stop responding to Danzo. "Danzo, it's not that I want to criticize you. You only know how to shout for bloodshed all day. Yes, if you really want to take action, you could do so at any time. However, the most crucial point is, once we truly take action, how should we respond to the ensuing situation?" This was undoubtedly a critical and unavoidable question. What unpredictable and severe consequences would this internal conflict bring? After all, when we confront the Uchiha clan directly, how will the other ninja villages, who have always had their eyes on us, react? Will they take advantage of the chaos and attack us? Or will they choose to sit back and profit from our struggle? Everything is full of uncertainty and variables. Also, if it comes to fighting, what if we find we cannot defeat them? And if we do win in the end, will the gains we achieve be enough to compensate for the immense costs and heavy losses we incur? All these factors must be carefully considered and weighed before we can reach a conclusion. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice not being loud and booming, it naturally exuded a steady and mountain-like demeanor, as well as the wisdom of a sage. He systematically threw one difficult question after another at Danzo, without showing any signs of stopping. The Uchiha clan currently possesses 3 pairs of incredibly powerful Sharingan. Even in the most optimistic scenario, where Jiraiya and I can each hold off 1 pair, who will handle the remaining pair? And what about the other elite Uchiha? Who will confront them? Is it my Umbu, or your Root, or other ninja clans? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, looking seriously at Danzo, his tone revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. If we initiate a war against the Uchiha clan without reason, don't expect other ninja clans to come to our aid. If they don't take advantage of us, I'll be grateful to the Sage of 6 Paths for blessing us. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was exceptionally clear, even more so than ever before. In fact, he had considered what Danzo said many times. Ever since Uchiha Makoto openly confronted him, he had imagined countless times whether to engage in a fierce survival battle against the Uchiha clan. However, knowing his own clan situation, the reality cruelly laid before him. If a fight broke out, they simply had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although he wanted to eliminate the Uchiha clan directly, the power disparity between them was simply too great. Once the flames of war were ignited, if they ultimately could not achieve victory, it would not only plunge Konoha into a deeper crisis, but also bring disgrace to their high-ranking officials, making them the laughing stock of others. Of course, by then, they might not even be around to worry about their reputation. According to the Uchiha clan's temperament, if a fight broke out and they lost, the hope for survival for their clan would be zero. Impure world reincarnation. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo in confusion. He hadn't fully heard Danzo's words due to his smoking. Danzo took a deep breath and said clearly, I said we can use the impure world reincarnation technique. Clearly, Danzo had given this suggestion a lot of thought, and it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly as he began to ponder. Danzo continued to explain, I've been preparing for a war against the Uchiha clan for a very long time. With my careful planning, if we can reincarnate the first Hokage and my teacher, what does it matter if the Uchiha clan has 3 pairs of Sharingan? In front of the first Hokage and my teacher, they are merely insignificant. After Danzo finished speaking, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with anticipation, his eyes revealing a sense of eagerness, as if to say, my plan is laid out here, just give the order, and the rest will be handled by me. However, what Danzo never expected was that Sarutobi Hiruzen merely took a few puffs from his pipe in silence, then shook his head, resolutely uttering 2 words, no way. These simple 2 words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Danzo's head, instantly igniting his fury. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's determined expression, Danzo trembled with rage, unable to resist raising his clenched right fist. The Senju clan, Tsunade, and also Senju Tobarama. Just as Danzo's furious and powerful fist was about to collide violently with the hard table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's steady yet slightly unusual voice suddenly rang out. He didn't say much, only 3 short words. However, these seemingly insignificant 3 words had a magical power that gradually diminished the force of Danzo's fist, which had originally swung out like a storm. Its speed became slower and slower. In the end, that powerful impact completely dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a gentle motion as if a breeze were brushing over the surface of a lake, as Danzo lightly rubbed his palm across the table. At that moment, the room fell into a suffocating silence. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen faced each other across the table, one sitting and the other standing, their gazes meeting. Yet neither of them spoke to break the silence. The air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if a huge dilemma loomed before them. Indeed, this was an extremely tricky and unavoidable issue. They had always intentionally or unintentionally chosen to avoid this sensitive topic, burying it deep within their hearts and pretending it didn't exist. But now, the situation had changed, and evasion was no longer possible. These problems were like a towering mountain blocking their path. As long as they used the Edo Tensei technique, there was no way around it. If they were to follow Danzo's plan to summon the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, through the Edo Tensei, then these key issues would immediately become their unavoidable death questions. Could they really tell the 2 deceased Hokage directly that the Senju clan had completely perished in Konoha? That Senju rope tree, the direct grandson of the first Hokage, had tragically died in an enemy explosion? Not only that, but even his corpse had been desecrated. And Tsunade, as the last remaining member of the Senju clan in the ninja world, had chosen to leave Konoha out of deep disappointment with the village founded by her beloved grandfather, embarking on a long journey of wandering in the ninja world. How could they explain these harsh realities to the first and second Hokage if they were to ask? If those words were to be spoken, both of them would probably be obliterated in an instant by the furious first and second Hokage, leaving not a trace behind. It is important to remember that Senju Hashirama's original wish in establishing Konoha was to create a peaceful and harmonious land for his people and close allies, free from the turmoil of war. Yet now, to tell Senju Hashirama this cruel fact, that although the village had been successfully established, their Senju clan had already vanished and no longer existed. Wouldn't that be equivalent to stabbing a knife into his hopeful and longing heart? He resolutely chose to integrate the entire Senju clan into Konoha back then. It was certainly not to send his clansmen into that cold and eerie Pure Land. This is simply the most absurd and ridiculous hell joke in the world. Furthermore, based on the precious notes left by the teacher, which detail the first Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha clan, you should be very clear. Even if the Uchiha clan openly rebels against Konoha, the first Hokage's first reaction would definitely be to capture them, not to kill. If the first Hokage were to learn that the Uchiha clan chose the path of rebellion entirely due to our coercion, then the outcome waiting for us. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't finish his sentence and fell silent. Danzo also imagined the possible consequences, and both of them couldn't help but shiver. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, looked seriously at Danzo, and slowly said, So, Danzo, regarding this matter, I firmly disagree. Absolutely not. At least not while our Konoha village is not facing a life-and-death crisis. No matter what, we must never disturb the souls of the first Hokage and the teacher. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen unconsciously emphasized his tone, using absolutely twice to stress his position. This shows that he harbored an indescribable resistance deep within him towards the idea of using the Edo Tensei to summon the Senju brothers. Upon hearing this, Danzo, who had initially not taken this matter to heart, couldn't help but react after Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious reminder. He nodded gently in agreement and said, You're right. It seems better not to disturb Lord First Hokage and the teacher easily. Yes, after some thought, Danzo was very clear that taking the path of Edo Tensei was obviously not feasible, at least not now. He found it difficult to accurately predict Senju Hashirama's attitude and actions after learning about these matters. However, one thing he understood very well was about the teacher he was familiar with, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Given his understanding of Senju Tobirama's character and abilities, the things he was currently plotting would likely be hard to completely conceal from that sharp gaze. If he truly summoned Senju Tobirama from the Pure Land, he couldn't rashly conclude whether the Uchiha clan would suffer a devastating disaster as a result. But one thing was undeniable. He himself would certainly not escape unscathed. Danzo raised his head, his eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. But he said, Hiruzen, if the Uchiha's power continues to grow, how will we balance it? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and replied, We can also cultivate our own clan. If the Uchiha clan can grow, why can't our clan? Whether it's manpower or resources, our advantages are far greater than those of the Uchiha. Moreover, this is a sensitive period of peace. We shouldn't always think of suppressing them, as we did in the past. Danzo snorted coldly from his nose, looking at Hiruzen with indifference, and said, Humph, you're still so naive, Hiruzen. The so-called peace now is just a temporary illusion, even a deceptive facade. Just then, a sudden commotion outside broke the atmosphere in the room. The two exchanged a glance, and then stepped out together to see what was happening. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a flustered Umbu ninja rushing towards them. When a ninja got closer, he was panting heavily but still forced himself to speak. Lord Hokage, something bad has happened. The Uchiha. At this point, the Umbu ninja seemed to stutter due to excessive nervousness. Standing next to him, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brows tightly and asked seriously, Don't panic. Take a breath and explain clearly what happened with the Uchiha. However, in stark contrast to Hiruzen's concern was Danzo, who had a barely perceptible smirk on his lips, revealing an undeniable glee at the misfortune. For Danzo, any trouble related to the Uchiha clan, even just hearing about it, brought him genuine joy and satisfaction. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his chaotic breathing, the Umbu ninja finally managed to narrate the events. The second elder of the Shimura clan caused a scene at the security department, even preparing to fight. And as a result, he was ruthlessly subdued by the Uchiha and taken to the security department's prison. What? Upon hearing this news, Danzo, who had initially been watching with amusement, could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly looked up at the Umbu ninja, his face filled with disbelief. Let's rewind time a little. In the Shimura clan's territory stood the residence of Shimura Naomichi. That day, the sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves and fell into the courtyard, with a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Shimura Naomichi was sitting in his yard, enjoying tea and admiring the flowers. However, this tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A flustered member of the Shimura clan rushed to the door of Shimura Naomichi's house, and without taking a breath, he eagerly knocked on the door. When the door opened, the clan member quickly walked into the yard, bowed to Shimura Naomichi, and anxiously said, Second Elder, something bad has happened. The Uchiha have actually arrested Shimura Hayu and taken him to the security department's prison. Upon hearing this, the usually calm Shimura Naomichi suddenly stood up, almost dropping the teacup in his hand. He widened his eyes and questioned in disbelief, What did you say? Are you sure there is no mistake? How dare the Uchiha clan be so bold? The clan member quickly nodded in response. It's absolutely true, Second Elder. The security department has already issued a formal announcement. Shimura Naoto took a deep breath, striving to calm his shock and anger. He knew that this matter was serious, but as an important figure in the family, He could not act impulsively. So he suppressed the anger in his heart and calmly asked, "What is the reason behind this? I can't believe that the Uchiha would arbitrarily take our Shimura family members." The clansman hurriedly replied, "Second Elder, according to the official announcement from the security department, it states that Shimura Byu is suspected of extortion, and after failing to extort, he also injured the other party." Upon hearing this, Shimura Naotai couldn't help but frown, secretly calculating in his mind. In his view, merely fighting wasn't a serious crime. After all, in this world of ninjas filled with disputes and conflicts, occasional physical altercations were inevitable. But to say that Shimura Byu was extorting someone, that required solid evidence. Otherwise, how could one believe a mere piece of paper from the Uchiha? You yourself said the extortion failed. Who knows if this is just an excuse by the Uchiha to target our Shimura family? An excuse? An excuse. It seems that the Uchiha is just looking for trouble this time. So what if they were caught? How many days would they be locked up for? Having already sorted out the ins and outs of the matter, Shimura Naotai picked up the steaming cup of tea on the table and took a sip before casually asking. In his view, this trivial matter wasn't worth him going to the security department to seek trouble for himself. However, the clansman standing opposite him seemed hesitant, his mouth opening and closing for a long time without uttering a word. Seeing this scene, Shimura Naotai, already in a bad mood for being interrupted, exploded with anger and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Speak up quickly, spit it out. Don't dawdle like a woman. What kind of behavior is this?" At this shout, the clansman trembled all over and stammered, "The current punishment given is..." "What is it? You need to tell me clearly." Shimura Naotai's eyes widened. Finally, the clansman seemed to have made up his mind, took a deep breath, and said, "Second Elder, the punishment given by the security department is a fine of 2 million ryo, plus 3 months of imprisonment." "What did you say? Say it again." Upon hearing this punishment, Shimura Naotai was completely stunned, even beginning to doubt whether his ears were malfunctioning and he was hearing things. Seeing Shimura Naotai's reaction, the clansman had to grit his teeth and repeat, "The punishment given by the security department is indeed a fine of 2 million ryo, plus a 3-month imprisonment. This is outrageous. This is simply too much." Coming back to his senses, Shimura Naotai was furious, standing up abruptly and slamming his palm hard on the table in front of him. With a loud crash, the solid wooden table instantly shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Are those Uchiha crazy? How dare they issue such an outrageous fine? Let's go, bring a few capable clansmen, and let us go to the security department to settle this. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, I will never let this go. After saying that, Shimura Naotai stormed out the door. The clansman hurriedly called a few people and jogged to catch up. Inside the Uchiha security department, it was crowded and bustling with people coming and going. Voices of the captured could be heard, shouting that they were wronged. However, all of this was in vain. One must know that when the Uchiha clan took action, they always had solid evidence, catching thieves with their loot. Anyone captured here was not innocent. At this moment, a commotion was heard from afar. "Make way. Everyone move aside. Clear the path ahead." Accompanied by this shouting, several strong figures were forcefully clearing a path through the dense crowd. Leading the way was a solemn old man, who was Shimura Naotai along with his entourage. Those who were initially dissatisfied and were about to turn and curse upon being roughly shoved, swallowed their words when they saw that it was the Shimura family. After all, no one dared to easily offend this prominent family in Konoha. Thus, Shimura Naotai and his group smoothly made their way to the front, directly to the spacious central hall of the security department. Shimura Naotai slightly tilted his head and gave a significant glance to one of his subordinates. The subordinate understood and nodded, indicating that he had grasped his elder's intention. Then, the subordinate cleared his throat and suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up. All of you be quiet." This sudden roar was like thunder in a clear sky, deafening and echoing throughout the security department hall. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Inside the hall, everyone's gaze was focused on Shimura Naotai and his group. Shimura Naotai looked calm, with a slight smile on his lips, and slowly began to speak. "I am Shimura Naotai. I heard that a member of our Shimura family has been taken by your security department, so I came here to see what was going on." Just then, Uchiha Hokage leisurely walked down from the upper floor. However, he did not fully descend, stopping halfway on the stairs, looking down at Shimura Naotai and the others with an air of superiority. In fact, as soon as Shimura Naotai and his group approached the security department, a subordinate had hurriedly come to inform Uchiha Hokage, concerned that Shimura Naotai was coming to stir up trouble. Uchiha Hakadai could not afford to be negligent and quickly walked out to maintain order. Uchiha Hakadai slightly lowered his head, coldly staring at Shimura Naotai, and with a tone of displeasure said, "Since you just came to check the situation, there's no need to make such a fuss, lest others see your Shimura clan as a joke." Uchiha Hakadai and Shimura Naotai were from the same generation. However, the relationship between their two clans had always been tense, and their personal relationship was naturally not good either. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose in Shimura Naotai's heart. He looked up angrily at Uchiha Hakadai's condescending and overbearing demeanor and retorted indignantly, "Humph! I didn't expect you, old man, to still be alive and well. I was thinking you must have already died on some battlefield. Our Uchiha clan doesn't have as many privileges as you Shimura do, and we certainly don't have elders who just lounge around all day after eating their fill." Uchiha Hakadai wasn't affected by Shimura Naotai's words, but what Uchiha Hakadai said struck a nerve with Shimura Naotao. "Humph! Stop rambling. Quickly hand over the people from our Shimura clan. Fighting and brawling is a trivial matter for us ninjas. Can it even be considered a problem?" Shimura Naotao glared with wide eyes, his tone unusually stiff as he forcibly changed the subject. His wrinkled face looked somewhat ferocious at this moment due to anger, with veins bulging on his forehead, as if he was about to rush forward and fight desperately. "Old man, you might as well stop dreaming. Shimizu Hayubai clearly and undoubtedly violated the rules established by our security department. Furthermore, this capture operation was personally ordered by our Deputy Minister Uchiha Maki. So you better obediently act according to our announcement and not attempt to resist or play any tricks. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Uchiha Hakadai responded to Shimizu Naomichi without backing down, his eyes revealing contempt and disdain. Recalling the words Uchiha Maki had said to the members of the security department not long ago, Uchiha Hakadai felt a surge of confidence. Maki's original words, "There's no need to be polite with them. The Uchiha clan now has enough strength to protect itself and does not need to give anyone face." Hearing these words, Shimizu Naomichi trembled with anger, pointing a shaking finger at Uchiha Hakadai, stuttering, You are so arrogant and tyrannical. This is simply too much." For a long time, the Uchiha clan had always been the first to choose compromise and retreat when facing their other families. After so many years, Shimizu Naomichi had long been accustomed to the weak and incompetent Uchiha clan, and he never expected that the Uchiha clan would become so audacious today. Now that the Uchiha style had returned to that of the once renowned Uchiha in the ninja world, he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, Shimizu Naomichi was completely consumed by rage, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide open as if he were about to spit fire. Driven by this uncontrollable anger, he made an extremely impulsive and unwise decision without hesitation. Suddenly, Shimizu Naomichi lifted his head, opened his mouth, and shouted with all his might, "Everyone heed my command." His roar sounded like thunder, echoing in the air and causing the ears of those around him to buzz. Upon hearing Shimizu Naomichi's furious shout, several members of the Shimizu family simultaneously responded, "Yes, elder." Their voices were filled with fervor and blind obedience, seemingly completely unaware of how dangerous Shimura Naomichi's decision was at that moment. Uchiha Hakadai, who stood by and observed coldly, took everything in. When he saw Shimura Naomichi lose his composure like this, a subtle glimmer suddenly flashed in the depths of his originally calm eyes. He couldn't help but recall what Ming had said to him before. At that time, Ming had asserted, "8th generation senior, in my opinion. That old guy, Shimizu Naomichi, will probably rush over uncontrollably. When the time comes, you just need to provoke him a little, and with his domineering and easily agitated personality, just like that of Danzo, he will definitely create a great opportunity for us." Looking back now, it really was a prophecy. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hakadai's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of a disdainful smile. He cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Naomichi and thought to himself, "Humph, this guy, aside from having the strength of an elite jonin, is completely useless in terms of brains, just a piece of worthless scrap metal. As for that so-called elite jonin strength, in front of the Uchiha's 3-tomo Sharingan, get our clansmen out." With this roar echoing through the security department hall, Shimura Naomichi could no longer contain the anger within him. His resolute gaze fixed firmly on the front of the security department building, and without hesitation, he gave a command, "Charge in, and at all costs, rescue our people." Faced with fines or imprisonment, Shimura Naomichi chose to break into prison. Hearing such a determined order from Shimura Naomi Chi, several of his capable subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, Elder." As soon as the words left their mouths, they dashed towards the security department's prison like arrows released from a bow, their figures swift as lightning. On the other side, Uchiha Hokage, commanding from the building, saw that the enemy dared to openly assault the security department. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, revealing a disdainful smile as he coldly said, "Overconfident fools. Since you dare to seek death, we will dare to bury you. Bring them down and show no mercy." "Understood, Lord Hokage," responded the Uchiha clansmen in the security department, their faces brimming with confidence and contempt. For these inherently combative Uchiha people, such battles were simply routine. Moreover, this was the security department, the territory of the Uchiha clan. Here, they had an absolute home field advantage. More importantly, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was extremely significant. It was conservatively estimated that this battle would be 100 against 6, with 100 being Uchiha. To be honest, the Uchiha had never fought such an advantageous battle. After all, the Uchiha clan was renowned for its exceptional combat abilities and unique bloodline limits. Under equal strength, one Uchiha could easily handle 3 ordinary opponents without any issues. In the past, it was the Uchiha who were the ones being beaten. At this moment, the battle-loving Uchiha clansmen within the security department were rolling up their sleeves, their eyes shining with excitement and bloodlust. They couldn't wait to showcase the true strength of the Uchiha clan, making those who dared to provoke the Uchiha's authority understand what fear truly was. The Uchihas had not discussed or planned their actions in advance, but surprisingly, they moved with an innate tacit understanding, and their roles were clearly defined. Moreover, they did not rush in with an overwhelming number of people to confront the enemy. Instead, they simply employed a seemingly simple yet effective strategy of 3 against 1. One person quickly charged forward, firmly blocking the opponent with their powerful strength and agile movements, successfully preventing the enemy from advancing even an inch. Another displayed their superb Jinjutsu skills, instantly activating the iconic Sharingan with 3 Tomo. In the brief moment when their gazes met, after a simple exchange of looks, the opponent became as if frozen in place, unable to move at all. The last person, like a cold-blooded assassin, maintained a high level of vigilance, their eyes fixed on the target. Once they confirmed the opponent was completely trapped in the Jinjutsu, they leaped up without hesitation, delivering a fierce flying kick. The kick landed heavily on the back of the opponent's head, producing a muffled thud. The struck individual immediately crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, losing consciousness. The entire process was as quick as lightning, taking only a few seconds from start to finish. Shimura Naoto watched helplessly as the 6 subordinates he brought were easily subdued by the Uchihas and tightly bound, stacked on top of each other like a tower. Soon after, when he regained his senses, he was horrified to find himself surrounded by a group of Uchiha clan members. In an instant, a chill ran down Shimura Naoto's spine, quickly spreading throughout his body. This coldness felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him, causing his previously anger-fueled mind to cool down. At this moment, Shimura Naoto no longer cared about face or dignity. He shouted in panic, "I am the second elder of a Shimura family. I have a very close relationship with Danzo. You guys have no authority or qualifications to capture me." Shimura Naoto knew very well that given his current strength and situation, it was nearly impossible for him to break through the encirclement and escape alone, let alone 1 against 100. Even just facing the watchful Uchihas in front of him was overwhelming. At this moment, the only thing that could save him from this predicament was likely his special identity. Thinking of this, Shimura Naoto silently prayed in his heart, hoping that this identity would be of use. Just then, a decisive and cold voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. "Haven't you realized the reality yet? Today, no matter what, no one can save you. I say this." Hearing this voice, everyone present turned to look. They saw Uchiha Makamura, who had just returned from the Hokage building, walking towards them with a steady and powerful stride. Those who knew Makamura greeted him respectfully, saying, "Vice Minister, you are Uchiha Makamura? Hurry up and let me go, or else Danzo will hold you responsible, and you won't be able to bear it." Shimura Naoto certainly recognized the famous Vice Minister of the Security Department, Uchiha Makamura. However, to his surprise, Makamura seemed completely oblivious to his presence, not even giving a hint of acknowledgement. Thus, Makamura walked forward step by step without glancing aside. When he passed by Shimura Naoto, he did not pause for a moment, as if Shimura Naoto were merely a worthless stone by the roadside. However, something astonishing happened. Just after Makamura brushed past Shinmura Naoto, the latter suddenly appeared as if his soul had been drawn out, standing frozen in place, unable to move. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Someone, take these guys to the dungeon. Since they want to find Shinmura Heibai, let them go in and keep him company. Makamura commanded with an imposing presence, his gaze cold as it swept over the subdued Shinmura group. Yes, Vice Minister. A Uchiha clan member responded respectfully upon hearing Makamura's orders. They quickly led other security personnel to execute the task, escorting the criminals one by one towards the dungeon. Watching this scene, Makamura nodded slightly, then turned to the crowd that had not yet dispersed and called out loudly, "All right, everyone, go back to what you were doing." After saying that, Makamura walked over to Uchiha Hokage, who looked worried and seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Makamura patted his shoulder and comforted him. "What's wrong, Hokage-senpai? If you have any thoughts, feel free to speak." Uchiha Hokage bit his lip and finally asked, "Vice Minister, are you just going to arrest him like this? What if later?" He stopped mid-sentence, not continuing. However, Makamura clearly understood what he meant, smiled slightly, and confidently replied, "Don't worry, Hokage-senpai. I have already considered the issues you are worried about. I will handle this matter personally, and there will definitely be no mistakes." Hearing Makamura say this, Uchiha Hokage felt somewhat relieved and said no more. Makamura then surveyed the surroundings and noticed a chair placed not far away. He strode over, pulled it, and dragged it to the railing on the second floor, then sat down leisurely, crossing his legs, quietly waiting for the uninvited guests to arrive. Lord Hokage. Respectful and urgent calls continuously broke the originally tranquil atmosphere. Before long, while Makamura was resting with his eyes slightly closed, he heard calls coming from below. "The uninvited guests have arrived." Makamura slowly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo walking side by side, followed by several masked, mysterious ninjas. The identities of these ninjas were unknown, whether they belonged to the Umbu or the Root. "Why are you two so free today, coming to our security department?" Makamura asked with a faint smile, though his eyes held a hint of amusement. Clearly, he was well aware of the sudden visit from these two. However, after days of verbal sparring, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this seemingly young Uchiha was no ordinary person. If he continued to engage in a war of words, he might not gain any advantage. Thus, he chose not to waste time and directly said, "Let's talk in your office." Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around the somewhat noisy security department hall and frowned slightly. "All right, follow me." Seeing this, Ming stood up briskly and led everyone towards his office. Along the way, he walked lightly, as if he were confident about the upcoming conversation. Once inside the office, Ming did not engage in excessive pleasantries. Instead, he sat down by himself and then asked in a casual tone, "Now, can we talk?" He didn't even get up to greet Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others as they took their seats, as if they were just ordinary visitors. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained quite calm. After all, during this time, they had already experienced Muki's unique way of handling things and were no longer surprised. After exchanging glances, the two silently sat down in the chairs opposite Muki. The scene before them was strikingly similar to what had just happened in the Hokage building. However, now they found themselves within the security department. "So, what exactly do we need to do to release Shimura Naoto?" Danzo said, glaring ahead with wide eyes, his face, which was already slightly dark, turning even redder due to his extreme anger. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, knowing that he could not rely on Danzo to solve the problem at this moment. Muki's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smirk as he leisurely said, "Since we are all so familiar with each other, I won't waste time on empty pleasantries. If you want to take Shimura Naoto away, it's simple, just pay. After all, he is the well-known second elder of the Shimura clan. A 1T overcharge, just 100 million Ryo, and you can take him away safely." Muki knew very well that an old guy like Shimura Naoto wasn't worth much, but it wasn't a bad choice to earn some pocket money for his clan from him. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Danzo slammed the table, standing up abruptly and shouting angrily, "Are you Uchiha out of your mind? That scoundrel isn't worth 100 million. This is nonsense." Although he was not the leader of the Shimura clan, in his eyes, the wealth of the Shimura clan was no different from his own. Over the years, he had indeed amassed a considerable amount of wealth through various means. However, facing Muki's outrageous demand, it was hard for him to bear. Muki remained silent, instead gesturing towards the door with his chin. The meaning was clear. "I've made my offer, and if you don't accept, you can just leave." "You." Danzo's eyes widened. veins bulging on his forehead, feeling a surge of anger that left him momentarily speechless. This price is impossible. Danzo finally caught his breath and shouted angrily. Shimura Nato is just an ordinary elite jonin. How can he be worth that much? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the agitated Danzo, shook his head helplessly, and after a light sigh, gently patted Danzo's arm, signaling him to calm down and sit down. Sigh, let me handle this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked at Muki. This price is indeed too high. Shimura Nato is not worth that much. Muki replied nonchalantly. This price can be divided into two parts. First, his strength as an elite jonin has some value, which is worth 10 million ryo. However, because he is the second elder of the Shimura clan, that identity is worth 90 million ryo. As he spoke, Muki's lips curled into a faint smile, continuing softly. His life itself may not be worth much, but his status as the second elder of the Shimura clan is quite different. You see, the influence and benefits that this identity can bring far exceed his personal life value. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Ever since dealing with this kid named Uchiha Muki, every time the topic of money came up, the price was always quoted in hundreds of millions. It was truly a case of an electrician getting shocked. Then let's forget it. Let him sit there and learn a lesson. At this moment, Danzo was not joking. He genuinely wanted to give up on Shimura Nato. Danzo, if you let him go, how can a madman who dared to assault the security department have a chance to sit in jail? You dare to kill him? Danzo stood up again. Muki's words were equivalent to directly cutting off Danzo's options. Muki clearly told them that sitting in jail was out of the question. Either pay the ransom or face execution. There was no third option. What was even more alarming was that Uchiha Muki had even mentioned killing if they refused to pay this amount. Who knew what would happen to Shimura Nato? Relying on the Uchiha to show mercy to Shimura's underlings was less reliable than hoping the entire Uchiha clan would suddenly perish. Shimura Nato could die, but the secrets he held could not be leaked. Upon realizing this, both of them felt a deep sense of helplessness wash over them. Kill. Isn't that a bit too much? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said. He secretly pondered, isn't it just a little trouble at the security department? Why make such a big deal out of it? However, Ming responded without any hesitation, Third Hokage, if you think this is not a big deal, then why not let me reenact what Shimura Naomichi did, exactly as it was in the Hokage building? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless, stammering in rebuttal. How can this be compared? Ming sneered and pressed on, oh, why can't it? In your eyes, is it acceptable for people to cause trouble at the security department, but not at the Hokage building? Faced with Ming's sharp questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, only able to mumble, and nothing. In fact, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, the disturbance at the security department was indeed a trivial matter. However, if someone dared to storm the Hokage building, it would be entirely justified to eliminate them on the spot. They would have brought it upon themselves. It must be said that for someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who clearly had double standards, Ming had his own unique and effective countermeasures. Since the other party considered this matter unimportant, he might as well throw this dilemma back at him and see if he would continue to show favoritism and indulgence. It was guaranteed that he would remain silent. Suddenly, a series of urgent and powerful knocks echoed in Ming's relatively quiet office, breaking the original tranquility of the room. Come in, Ming replied without raising his head, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of the person outside, directly allowing them to enter. As the door slowly opened, a figure hurriedly walked in. This person was Uchiha Morningstar, a member of the Uchiha clan who had once personally captured Shimura B. Deputy Minister, how should we deal with this group of troublemakers? Uchiha Morningstar couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered, his gaze fixed on Ming, as if hoping to receive an immediate answer from his superior. However, Ming did not respond as he wished. Instead, he shifted his gaze from the decorations on the desk, first glancing at Uchiha Morningstar standing in front of him, then turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo sitting nearby. What have you two thought about it? Ming's voice was calm and steady, but it subtly revealed an invisible pressure. At this moment, Danzo clenched his fists, his face dark with rage, clearly filled with anger. He glared fiercely at Ming, his eyes flashing with fierce light, as if he would explode at any moment. However, despite being infuriated to the extreme, the remnants of rationality in Danzo allowed him to restrain his impulsive actions. He knew very well that acting recklessly at this moment would be an act of sheer foolishness, even more stupid than Shimura Danzo. As soon as he takes action, he will also end up costing a large sum of money to the Uchiha clan. He now does not underestimate Uchiha Mukai's boldness at all. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows are tightly furrowed, his mind in chaos, unable to come up with a better countermeasure. The recent confrontations with Uchiha Mukai have completely caught him off guard. Each time has been a series of unexpected events, leaving him no time to think and plan. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the initiative, and be struck later to be controlled by others. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply understands the meaning of this phrase. Faced with such a passive situation, he feels somewhat powerless. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally makes a decision. That's it. Danzo, you immediately send someone to get the money and prepare to ransom the hostage. After speaking, he lets out a heavy sigh, as if trying to expel the frustration in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wishes to entangle himself with Mukai. He urgently needs time to calm down and carefully contemplate how things have escalated to this point. Danzo, standing nearby, also nods gravely in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Recognizing the situation, Danzo immediately issues orders, arranging for his root members to notify the Shimura clan to prepare 100 million ryo in ransom. This amount of money will naturally be borne by the Shimura clan. After all, in Danzo's eyes, Shimura now is merely a useless fool who is more of a hindrance than a help. And his root will definitely not spend its own money to rescue such a worthless piece of iron. For the wealthy Shimura clan, a mere 100 million ryo is not a difficult task. Before long, the ransom is ready. Next comes the transaction. One hand exchanges money, and the other hand exchanges the person. There is no problem with the money. Bring Shimura now to me right away. Mukai, sitting at his desk, expressionless, throws a stack of thick bills onto the table, then lightly taps the surface with his finger, giving orders to the members of the security department. Receive, Deputy Minister. The members who received the order quickly responded and then jogged off to execute the task. Before long, Shimura now arrives at Mukai's office under the escort of 2 Uchiha clan members. He is seen with his head lowered, his body slightly trembling, seemingly very fearful, not daring to raise his head to meet Danzo's gloomy expression. Where are the others? Why is it only Shimura now? Danzo furrows his brows, his sharp gaze fixed on Mukai, coldly questioning. In the face of Danzo's inquiry, Mukai merely smiles slightly, not answering, but instead locks eyes with Danzo with interest, as if waiting for the other party to lose their composure first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, appears calm when he sees that only Shimura now has appeared here. He already understands the general course of events. However, Danzo clearly does not catch on so quickly. Silence lingers for quite a while, and suddenly, Danzo seems to realize something important, his expression instantly turning extremely grim. He clenched his teeth tightly, his cheeks bulging, and his hands unconsciously formed into fists, the joints turning pale from the excessive force. However, in the end, Danzo still endured the anger within him and slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then turned to Shigemura Naomichi and the others behind him and said, "Let's go." After saying this, he stepped forward and left Mikimi's office together with Sarutobi Hizashi, leaving Shigemura Naomichi and the other attendants, who looked bewildered, to hurriedly follow behind. After leaving the security department, Shigemura Naomichi could no longer suppress his inner doubts and unease. After a slight hesitation, he couldn't help but ask Danzo, who was walking ahead. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a furious shout, "Shut up!" This roar sounded like thunder on a clear day, instantly silencing Shigemura Naomichi. At that moment, Danzo's face was terrifyingly dark, as if water could drip from it. His anger had reached its peak, and he had no intention of addressing Shigemura Naomichi's question. Shigemura Naomichi was startled by Danzo's sudden reprimand, causing him to shudder and instinctively close his mouth, not daring to say another word. Yet, confusion and caution still showed on his face, with his eyes fixed on Danzo's back, seemingly trying to find answers there. Seeing Shigemura Naomichi like this only fueled Danzo's anger further. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared fiercely at Shimura Naomichi, grinding his teeth and scolding. "You idiot. Can't you see it clearly now? You openly attacked the security department, which is undoubtedly a serious provocation to its authority. They will never let this matter go easily. And someone among you must pay the price, so that Uchiha can take this opportunity to establish his prestige. It has to be either you or the group of people you brought along. Someone has to bear the consequences. This matter cannot simply be settled with money. And what are you asking? Do you want to exchange yourself for your subordinates?" Just then, Sarutobi Hizashi, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He sighed lightly, stepped forward, and patted Shimizu Naomichi's shoulder, saying softly, "Naomichi, Danzo is right. This matter needs someone to stand up and bear the wrath of the Uchiha. It could be you, the one who gave the orders, or those who acted." So while Shimizu Naomichi may seem a bit reckless on ordinary days, he is not entirely without a brain. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo explained the situation so clearly, he finally realized what was happening. At that moment, his face turned pale as a sheet, as if all his strength had been drained, and he slowly lowered his head, his lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a word. What a useless waste. Danzo glared at Shimizu Naomichi's dispirited and lifeless appearance with disgust, and his anger grew even more intense. Go back and tell Shimizu Yuhi that from today on you, the second elder, no longer need to serve. The more incompetent a person is, the greater the power they wield, and the greater the losses they ultimately cause. Maki, hey, we're thinking the same. Danzo shouted in fury, then turned and led his root ninjas away. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimizu Naomichi, who appeared timid and disheveled, and shook his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh before leaving the scene with his Umbun ninjas. In the empty space, only Shimizu Naomichi stood there alone, head bowed, like a soulless statue, motionless. A gentle breeze rustled his disheveled hair, adding to the sense of desolation and loneliness. "Good morning, Vice Minister." A crisp and loud greeting broke the morning silence of the street. Maki was leisurely walking along the road, holding a steaming breakfast and enjoying it. Today, he was dressed in a neat Uchiha-style blue high-neck robe, with the Uchiha fan emblem printed on the back, clearly heading to the security department to start a new day of work. Hearing someone call him, Maki turned around. At that moment, Uchiha Rakufa rushed from behind like a gust of wind, beaming with a bright smile, and shouted, "Vice Minister." When he got closer to Maki, he slowed down a bit, walked alongside him, and greeted him warmly. Upon seeing that it was Uchiha Rakufu, Maki smiled and replied, "Oh, it's Rakufu. Good morning. You seem so cheerful today. Is there some good news?" Uchiha Rakufu grinned mischievously and said, "Vice Minister, guess what good news I have?" Maki, pretending to be playful, joked, "Could it be that our Rakufu finally found a girlfriend he likes?" Upon hearing this, the previously excited Uchiha Rakufu instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, pouting and complaining. "Vice Minister, how can you say that? It's really disappointing." However, seeing Maki's teasing gaze, he could only shake his head helplessly. Maki, secretly laughing to himself, thought, "It looks like today will be a source of joy." So he quickly reassured, all right, no more jokes. Tell me what the good news is." Uchiha Rakufu took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then lowered his voice, saying, "Vice Minister, you won't believe it. That annoying Shimizu Naomichi actually died last night." After saying this, he couldn't help but show the genuine happy smile. "What? Shimizu Naomichi is dead?" Maki asked in surprise upon hearing this news. This was completely unexpected for him, and he had no prior knowledge of it. Rakufa nodded, speaking calmly, "Yes, the news just came in this morning. It seems it was because of that previous incident. He not only lost the power in his hands, but also, having decisively abandoned those involved in the incident, caused dissatisfaction among his subordinates, leading them to turn against him. Last night, perhaps he couldn't bear the enormous pressure and the situation of being abandoned by everyone, so he ultimately chose to end it himself." After saying this, Rakufu's face returned to that familiar, cheerful expression. The reason was simple. Whenever he saw members of the Shimizu clan encounter misfortune or bad luck, he couldn't help but feel happy. If there was anything that could excite him more than this, it would probably be if something happened to the Sarutobi clan. And if he were to dig deeper, was there anything that could surpass the joy brought by the first two? The answer was naturally yes. If both the Shimizu and Sarutobi clans faced troubles simultaneously, that would be the scenery Rakufu most hoped to see. However, in the face of such news, Maki remained very calm, merely nodding indifferently to express his understanding of the situation. In his eyes, it wasn't surprising that Shimizu Naomichi had come to this end. In fact, Maki had seen the step coming when Danzo had them choose between two options. He just hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It had only been a few days, and those 6 people had still been alive. This one had been sacrificed first. That's right, those 6 from the Shimizu clan who had directly confronted the security department were still alive. At that time, many Uchiha clansmen advocated for the immediate execution of these 6 to establish Uchiha's authority, but Maki had stopped them. Although it would have been easy to kill these 6, doing so would not effectively deter those with ulterior motives who were plotting behind the scenes. Maki took a deep breath and slowly expressed his long-considered thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, the security department conference room fell into a dead silence, with everyone exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. However, just moments later, members of the Uchiha clan began to express their agreement, unanimously approving Maki's proposal. It turned out that Maki's plan was so simple and direct. He wanted to disable the chakra of those 6 people from the Shimura clan in front of everyone and throw them into the death row specifically used by the Uchiha clan to imprison serious offenders. Not only that, but he also intended to notify the families of these 6 individuals immediately, informing them that they would only have one opportunity per month to visit their relatives, while also being allowed to send a small amount of money for basic living expenses. After all, the Uchiha clan would not support these criminals without reason. As for how long these individuals could survive, it entirely depended on the support provided by their families and their own physical condition. If a family forgot to send money on time, or simply refused to pay, then they couldn't blame the Uchiha clan for being ruthless. By then, even if these prisoners ultimately starved to death, it would be a choice made by their families. When Ming proposed this suggestion, there were naturally no opposing voices within the Uchiha clan. Everyone voted in favor. Soon after, the relevant notifications were quickly issued. However, some dissenting opinions and questions soon arose. In response to these dissenters, Ming coldly replied, "If anyone thinks this is unfair, then what would you do if one day others imitate their behavior and come to cause trouble in your own clan's territory?" This statement was like a thunderclap, instantly silencing those who originally held dissenting views. From then on, no one dared to speak about this matter in front of Ming. "Vice Minister, look at that person." Just as Ming's mind was swirling with thoughts, Yefeng suddenly pointed ahead and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Ming immediately directed his gaze towards the direction Yefeng was pointing. In the distance, a figure stood out remarkably. The person was wearing a bright red vest, and their hair was as white as snow. Upon closer inspection, their expression seemed somewhat lewd, as they constantly stole glances at the young, voluptuous women on the street while leisurely walking this way. "Is that Jiraiya? That makes sense." Calculating the days, he should indeed be back, Ming murmured softly. The current situation of the Uchiha clan was enough to warrant Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to call Jiraiya back. "Huh? What did you say?" Due to the faintness of Ming's voice, Yefeng did not catch what he had just said. Seeing this, Ming no longer concealed it and directly answered. "That guy is one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya." "Oh, I see. No wonder he looks so familiar." Yefeng nodded in realization, then squinted his eyes, starting to take a keen interest in this legendary ninja. Although there was still a considerable distance between them and Jiraiya, it did not affect Yefeng's curiosity and attention towards him at all. In front of the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, this distance was practically negligible, as if the other party were standing right in front of him. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if cloaked by an invisible coldness. He was taken aback, instinctively raising his head sharply, his gaze shooting like lightning towards his right front. From a distance, he could see 2 members of the Uchiha clan standing by the street, quietly staring in his direction. If one were to ask how Jiraiya could recognize Ming and another person as Uchiha from such a far distance, the answer was evident. The distinctive Uchiha attire they wore played a crucial role. Compared to the green vests worn by ordinary ninjas, Ming had a particular fondness for the unique blue high-collared robe of the Uchiha. This robe was not only made of high-quality material and finely crafted, but more importantly, it perfectly showcased the unique temperament and style of the Uchiha clan. Due to Ming's deep affection for it, many members of the security department gradually began to emulate him, donning their long-cherished traditional attire. Over time, this even formed a unique retro trend within the security department. So was the Uchiha. When he realized it was Ming and the other person, Jiraiya's somewhat lecherous expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a serious and solemn demeanor. Without hesitation, he stepped towards Ming and the other person. "Deputy Director, he's coming towards us," said Lufeng, glancing at the approaching Jiraiya, his voice slightly lacking in confidence. After all, the person walking towards them was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and facing such a renowned figure, Lufeng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Yes, I see him," Ming replied nonchalantly. He knew that in a real fight at this stage, Jiraiya was not his opponent. Moreover, he understood Jiraiya's personality. He was not the type to come up and attack without saying a word. Furthermore, they were currently in the busy streets of Konoha, so, considering everything, the likelihood of them fighting was nearly zero. As Jiraiya's figure drew closer, Miyuki felt little turbulence in his heart. To be honest, he didn't have particularly strong feelings, whether positive or negative, towards this legendary Sannin. At this moment, it was their first meeting and the establishment of their initial impression of each other was taking place. After some contemplation, Miyuki decided to adopt a neutral and appropriate attitude. "Hello, Mr. Jiraiya." Miyuki smiled and took the initiative to greet the slowly approaching Jiraiya. Hearing Miyuki's greeting, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me." He had been away from the village for a long time, and logically speaking, a young child like Miyuki shouldn't be able to recognize him right away. Indeed, in Jiraiya's eyes, Miyuki, who was around 10 years old, was just a child. However, at this moment, not only Miyuki, but even the other young Uchiha standing beside him seemed to have recognized him as well. In response to Jiraiya's question, Miyuki merely smiled slightly and said nothing more. Yet, it was this simple smile that made Jiraiya seem to understand something instantly. He secretly pondered, could it be that the Uchiha clan has begun to specifically teach its members to recognize important figures? It seems their intentions are indeed. Upon thinking of this, Jiraiya glanced thoughtfully at Miyuki, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. In such a special situation of recognizing people, usually only one possibility exists. This means that once both parties clarify their positions, they will naturally remain highly alert and vigilant towards each other. Miyuki politely said to Jiraiya, "There are still matters I need to handle at the security department, Mr. Jiraiya. I apologize, but we will take our leave now." He never intended to engage in a lengthy conversation with Jiraiya on the street. Ming looked up at the sky. He was about to be late for work. At that moment, seeing Ming's friendly demeanor, Jiraiya reverted to his usual carefree and casual self. Just as he brushed past Ming, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him, and he quickly asked, "Haha, I haven't asked for your name yet." Hearing this, Ming's lips curled slightly into a faint smile as he replied, "My name is Ming, full name Uchiha Ming." After saying that, he nodded slightly to indicate farewell and then turned to leave with his companion, Lufeng. Watching the two figures gradually fade away until they disappeared, Jiraiya remained standing in place. He gently rubbed his chin with his right hand, his brow furrowed, seemingly trying hard to recall something important. He murmured to himself, "Why does the name Ming sound a bit familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere before." Thus, Jiraiya stood alone on the street, lost in deep thought. Uchiha Ming. That name seemed somewhat familiar, but Jiraiya was certain he had never had any interaction with this person before. However, where did this vague sense of familiarity come from? Just then, like lightning flashing across the night sky, a sudden inspiration surged in Jiraiya's mind. He finally remembered. It turned out that the name Uchiha Makoto had appeared in the secret order given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the order, Uchiha Makoto was a newly appointed elder of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he was one of the rare holders of the Manjiki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. More importantly, this person was regarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as one of the significant threats to the Hidden Leaf village. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. After the brief encounter with Makoto, he realized that the personality exhibited by Makoto was completely different from the contemptible Uchiha clan members that people usually thought of. The image of Miyuki that he personally felt was completely different from the one provided in the intelligence by Sarutobi Sasuke. This is truly a huge trouble. Jiraiya was frantically scratching his head with both hands while shouting loudly. Complicated and tricky situations like this have always been the most headache-inducing and unpleasant for him. Miyuki didn't think about Jiraiya at all. He went to the security department with Kase and then parted ways upon arriving. After that, Miyuki walked alone towards his own office. When he stepped into the office, he walked straight to the window and stopped, quietly gazing at the streets of Konoha below. He didn't feel that Jiraiya would bring him much trouble. However, for some reason, deep inside him, there was always a feeling that something was off. This strange feeling became stronger from the moment he saw Jiraiya. But no matter how hard he pondered, he just couldn't figure out what the problem was. Jiraiya returned to the village? Jiraiya returned to the village? Jiraiya returned to the village. Jiraiya returned to the village early. Miyuki murmured softly, and suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off, he finally realized what had been bothering him all along. He couldn't help but start to think, did Jiraiya's early return to the village mean that the plot had changed? And the Uchiha clan, known for their ruthless actions, had recently adopted a different style, their approach drastically different from before. Could this also be considered a change in the plot? Not to mention their use of the Shimura clan members to assert their dominance. Couldn't that also be seen as altering the original plot direction? If all these situations didn't count as changes to the plot, then what would? But if it was indeed considered a change in the plot, he should receive the corresponding rewards. Where are those rewards? System, come out quickly. Where's my reward? Hurry up and get it back to me. Ming called out to the system in his mind. The events of the past few days surged like a tide, overwhelming him and leaving him somewhat dizzy. And that damn broken system seemed to have disappeared, making not a single sound, to the point where he almost forgot about the system rewards. At this moment, Ming, having come to his senses, hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. However, no matter how much he shouted, the system remained silent, as if it had sunk into the sea without a trace, providing not even the slightest response. In desperation, Ming had no choice but to focus and drag out the system panel. Just then, he suddenly noticed a prominent, unread message on the system panel, flashing with a faint glow. Ding! The host has discovered a system bug, which is currently being repaired. Please be patient. For more detailed information, you can click here to view. Seeing this, Ming couldn't help but frown, filled with suspicion as he clicked on the message marked as a system bug and began to read it carefully. Before long, he quickly finished browsing through the content. In summary, the issue with the system mainly involved the repair and adjustment of the mechanism for obtaining rewards from chain plots. For example, if the Uchiha clan still existed, did that mean that as long as they did something, anything, even going out to eat, Ming could receive rewards? After the current modifications, if there were significant changes to the plot, subsequent ordinary chain plot changes would no longer yield any rewards. Only when a truly significant plot change occurred would rewards be given. Regarding the repair of this system bug, Ming didn't have much of a feeling about it. After all, from the beginning, he hadn't held high expectations, thinking that he could easily obtain valuable lottery opportunities with just a casual operation. Moreover, even if he could get the so-called lottery opportunity, if it was for something ordinary and unappealing, he wouldn't care at all. After all, he was not lacking in things like toilet paper at all. Afterwards, Ming looked at the remaining time for the repair and found it would take about 20 more minutes. So he slowly returned to his seat, sat down gently, closed his eyes, and began to rest, quietly waiting for the system to complete its repairs. At that moment, he suddenly heard a crisp ding sound indicating that the system bug had been fixed. Hearing this, Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Finally, it's over." But why is there no explanation? After checking, it showed that during the system repair, the host had changed the plot direction twice. The rewards from these two plot changes would be issued to the host along with compensation for the system bug repair in 5 consecutive draws. Only 2 times? Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled, and quickly clicked to see the details of the 2 recorded events. Soon, the screen clearly displayed the relevant information. It turned out to be just Jiraiya's early return to the village and a significant change in the overall style of the Uchiha clan. Other minor changes were not included. If they don't count, then they don't count. Anyway, this broken system can't communicate with me properly. However, compared to that, this rigid system that purely relies on program settings feels more reassuring. Those so-called intelligent systems have too many uncontrollable factors. They are too dangerous. Ming muttered to himself, but his face showed no signs of dissatisfaction or complaints. He felt that whether the system rewarded more or less, it was still a gain, and Ming was very content. On the contrary, he was actually quite satisfied with being able to receive such a generous repair compensation and the rare opportunity for 5 consecutive draws. After all, with these additional benefits provided by the system, he could live a relatively comfortable and pleasant life in the crisis-filled and challenging world of ninjas. Perhaps, with his own luck and strength, along with this unexpected opportunity, he could even aim for the honor that symbolizes the strongest in the world in the future. This was the strongest in the world. Thinking of this, Ming's originally calm heart began to stir, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. System, give me a draw. I want to go all in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full set of League of Legends equipment slots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zonya's Hourglass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Death Cap of the Doom Slayer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shimmering Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining loyalty tokens too. As expected, when drawing continuously, the probability of obtaining items from the same world is relatively high. However, Ming did not show any disappointment at all. On the contrary, when his gaze fell on the prizes this time, his eyes instantly burst forth with a fiery light, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Ming couldn't wait to take out the prizes to check their actual effects. The first was a mysterious object called the League of Legends equipment slot. Although he had taken it out, Ming saw nothing. Despite the emptiness before him, he could truly feel a subtle change. So he slowly closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and concentrated on carefully experiencing this unique feeling. Before long, he easily sensed the set of equipment slots hidden in the invisible. After taking a glance, Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that this set of equipment slots had a total of 7. Just then, he suddenly noticed that one of the slots had already been occupied, and placed in that slot was an item familiar to all LOL players, the Oracle Lens, commonly referred to as Scan. I didn't expect to receive such an unexpected surprise. It seems my luck today is really through the roof. At the moment he saw the Oracle Lens, Ming felt a surge of joy, and in an instant he understood the usage of this mysterious item. He slightly moved his thoughts, and a huge red radar scanning circle, with a radius of 50 meters centered around him, suddenly appeared. After scanning for 10 seconds, the red scan disappeared, and Ming did not discover anything different around him. He watched as the Oracle Lens fell into cooldown before checking its related introduction. After reading, he realized that this Oracle Lens was vastly different from the original setting in the game. The original Oracle Lens simply scanned the surrounding environment, warned of hidden enemy units, revealed invisible traps, and made nearby guards visible ineffective. However, the current Oracle Lens not only retained its original scanning function, it could effortlessly scan for anything that did not conform to reality. For example, if Ming accidentally fell into an illusion or wandered into a mysterious realm, and he was uncertain whether he had been affected, he could simply take out the Oracle Lens to quickly determine whether he was indeed trapped in an illusion or a dream. After all, the illusionary world and the real world were worlds apart. One must not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous little gadget. Knowing one's current situation clearly and accurately is undoubtedly a crucial survival rule. Moreover, this surprising Oracle Lens was merely a complimentary gift, essentially free, at least for Ming. Receiving such a practical gift made him feel incredibly pleased. Furthermore, the Oracle Lens could be used repeatedly without limits, and its cooldown time was only a short hour. The only downside was that the unused number of uses could not be accumulated for future use. Ming looked at the Oracle Lens, which had just finished its use and was now in cooldown, and thoughtfully shifted his gaze toward the second prize, the Zhongya Hourglass. Since the actual effect of the Oracle Lens had changed, what about the actual effect of the Zhongya Hourglass, which belonged to the same world? This filled Ming with anticipation and curiosity. He carefully reviewed the introduction to the Chrono Shard. Chrono Shard, once activated by the user, it grants complete immunity to any damage and prevents being targeted by enemies for a full 10 seconds. However, it is important to note that its cooldown time resets precisely at midnight every day, and any unused activation attempts do not accumulate. After understanding this information, Ming revealed a satisfied smile and gently nodded. For him, the most critical aspect of the Chrono Shard is the skill known as stasis, referred to by many players as invincible body. Nowadays, although some other attached attributes have been reduced, the core function of invincible body has been emphasized and further strengthened, which undoubtedly made Ming genuinely happy. Subsequently, Ming carefully placed the Chrono Shard into his equipment slot. At that moment, a strong feeling surged within him. He could activate the invincible body at any time and place. This feeling was akin to the powerful eye technique Susanoo that he possessed. It was a bright sunny day, and activating the Chrono Shard recklessly seemed somewhat extravagant and wasteful. What if he suddenly encountered a life and death crisis today? After some careful consideration, Ming decided to suppress his inner impulse and patiently wait for nightfall, using it just before the daily cooldown refresh. After all, safety comes first, and caution is never a mistake. Next, he turned to another top-tier equipment from the League of Legends world, the Death Cap of the Archmage. Death Cap of the Archmage. Spell power increased by 300. When Ming witnessed this magical effect with his own eyes, his mouth instantly widened in amazement. Although this effect seemed simple, the enhancement to Ming's strength was immense, resulting in shockingly violent outcomes. Specifically, this effect could directly triple the attack power of a ninjutsu he cast based on its original value. For example, if the diameter of the fireball he previously released was 10 meters, then at this moment, with the same amount of chakra, he could easily create a giant fireball with a diameter of up to 30 meters. Such a powerful increase in strength was truly astonishing. Without hesitation, Ming equipped the mysterious item known as the Death Cap of the Archmage into his slot and focused on feeling the change in power within. However, to his slight surprise. He did not feel any obvious special sensation. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it. Onward, an even more astonishing treasure was about to make its appearance. A unique specialty from the pirate world, the devil fruit. Moreover, this time, it was not an ordinary devil fruit, but a top-tier existence among the natural types. The glint fruit. In an instant, Ming felt a sudden heaviness in his right hand. Looking closely, he saw a strange fruit covered in intricate floral patterns and a vibrant yellow color, appearing out of thin air in his right hand. This was the legendary glint fruit. It was the powerful ability controlled by Admiral Kizu, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters in the original One Piece. So, how terrifying was the power of this fruit? It is said that even Kizaru's teacher, former Admiral Zifa, once commented on Kizu. Kizaru relies too heavily on his fruit abilities. What does this mean? It means that among strong individuals of Kizaru's level, his training in Haki could be considered average or even below average. However, even with such a clear shortcoming, Kizaru could still firmly hold his position at the top of the Navy's combat power thanks to the astonishing strength of the glint fruit. It is also worth mentioning that, until now, there has never been a scene where Kizaru fought with all his might. Naturally, Ming was coveting such an ability, but at the same time, he had deep concerns. After all, obtaining the power of the glint fruit would mean acquiring a deadly weakness, a fear of seawater. Although he was in the world of Naruto, where the seawater might not have the special properties that counter devil fruits, Ming was not willing to gamble with his future. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. If he truly had this fatal weakness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly crossed Ming's mind, and inspiration surged forth like a spring. A brilliant idea suddenly appeared in his head. Ming suddenly remembered the equipment slot from League of Legends that he had just lucked into. His gaze involuntarily fell on the shining fruit that emitted a strange light. Is the shining fruit considered an item? Ming wasn't entirely sure in his heart. However, since he already had such a novel idea, why not boldly give it a try? After all, trying out wouldn't cost him anything. Without hesitation, Ming took a deep breath, focused his mind, and concentrated all his attention deep within himself. As his thoughts subtly shifted, the shining fruit that he was holding in his hand suddenly vanished without a trace. As if by magic, Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his empty palm. Then, when he looked down at his hands, his heart moved, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that his hands had turned into two dazzling beams of light, as if formed from pure radiance. At that moment, Ming could no longer suppress the excitement within him and burst into loud laughter. It really worked. Filled with excitement, Ming quickly walked to the window and unhesitatingly opened it. He gazed into the distant, empty expanse of land, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and curiosity. Then, he slowly extended his right index finger, pointing at the ground far away, and gently clicked it. In an instant, an extremely tiny light projectile shot out with lightning speed. Although this light projectile was minuscule, its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it accurately hit the spot that Ming had aimed at. Ming focused his gaze and saw that a small hole had suddenly appeared on the previously flat and unremarkable ground. The soil and debris surrounding the hole had been scattered due to the powerful impact of the light projectile. However, Ming's experiment was not yet finished. He quickly took out a razor-sharp shuriken from his pocket, tightly gripping its handle, and then carefully made a small cut on the palm of his left hand with the blade. Logically speaking, such a wound would inevitably cause blood to flow. However, a miracle occurred once again. The wound that should have bled instead transformed into a crack shimmering with faint light. It looked like a dazzling gemstone embedded in his skin. No, at this moment, it could no longer be called a wound. It was not a wound at all, but rather a peculiar glowing opening. With a serious expression, Ming raised the razor-sharp shuriken in his hand and decisively struck down onto his arm. As he struck, Ming felt no resistance whatsoever. As if he were cutting through air, there was a crisp thud, and his entire arm was easily severed by himself, the severed limb falling onto the cold ground. However, something even more bizarre happened. At the point where his arm was severed, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and there was not even a trace of flesh visible. All that remained was a dazzling, brilliant light. Then, to his astonishment, Ming's severed arm slightly moved, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The arm lying on the ground instantly transformed into a stream of light, zipping back to the place where it had been severed with incredible speed. As the light gradually faded, Ming's previously severed arm astonishingly restored itself to its original state. intact and unharmed, as if it had never been injured at all. Ming gently lifted his hand, flexing his fingers with ease, feeling no discomfort or pain whatsoever. Furthermore, even the sleeves of his clothing showed no signs of damage. Everything appeared calm and normal. This unbelievable scene was simply hard to believe, as if the earlier incident of severing his arm had been nothing but an illusion. In reality, this was the well-known powerful ability of the nature-type devil fruit, elementalization. Ha 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 ha. Ming could no longer contain himself and laughed so hard in his office that he couldn't straighten up. He can now say he can roam freely in the ninja world. As long as he doesn't want to, no one can stop him. After laughing for a while, Ming looked at the last prize. There was only one prize left. 2 so-called loyalty talismans. Loyalty talisman, produced in the world of cultivation. Made using special techniques of the puppet sect. The user needs to drip their own blood on the talisman paper. Then, sticking the talisman paper on the target will grant them a subordinate who retains all their strength and thoughts, and is 100% loyal to you. Note, due to unknown reasons, the power contained in the loyalty talisman is continuously dissipating. It is estimated that it will lose its permanent loyalty power in 1 hour, and will completely lose its original effect in 2 hours, turning into a scrap of paper. Please use it quickly to avoid wasting it. Ming frowned, staring intently at the 2 yellow talismans in his hand, secretly muttering in his heart. Damn it, this thing doesn't look like anything serious at all. Wait, isn't this essentially a cultivation version of the permanent Bietian god? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Ming's mind, and he suddenly remembered that he still had a precious opportunity for a limited draw. You have to know, this is a mysterious and unpredictable world of cultivation, full of countless treasures and opportunities. Compared to that, the worlds he had drawn from before were truly insignificant. For example, in the Inuyasha world, although there were indeed some good treasures inside, the quantity was quite limited, and most of them were just external weapons and the like. And then there's the Dragon Ball world. Let's not even mention it. Although the super divine water is excellent, unfortunately, Ming had already used it long ago, and he couldn't use the genuine one. As for that empty super divine water bottle, it can't be used as an effective anchor point at all. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world, the truly powerful ones are almost all the characters themselves, and the outstanding external items available for Ming to draw are extremely few, with hardly any that are truly useful to him. After thinking it over, it seems that only the spirit tree fruit and the immortal beans could catch Ming's eye. As for the Dragon Balls, even if he could be lucky enough to draw one, how much use could a single Dragon Ball have? At most, it would just be a flashy decoration. If he happened to draw the Dragon Ball of the Super Dragon, then it would be a big deal. Other items like the Flying Nimbus, Rui Bang, Universal Capsule, Time Machine, and Patera Earrings hold no appeal for Ming. The Doraemon world has many gadgets, which Ming also finds tempting. The problem is that he has already consumed those gadgets. Even the bread bag was blown to ashes. Of course, even if there was still some left, they probably couldn't be used as effective anchor points, just like the Super Divine water bottle. The items from other worlds like Jackie Chan Adventures, One Piece, and League of Legends are good, but Ming always feels it a bit of a waste to use them directly in this regard, especially League of Legends. If it were the world of Runeterra, that would be great. There's so many good things in there. Various divine artifacts, countless bug-level rule items. Ultimately, items from game world still fall short, but now, it's finally possible. The cultivation world, it's worth it. System, immediately set the location anchor point to the loyalty talisman, and then draw right away. Ming urgently commanded the system. Soon, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Complete Restoration Pill. Upon hearing this name, Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled, muttering to himself, Complete Restoration Pill? I've never heard of that before. I only knew about the Complete Nourishing Pill. Is this a pirated version? Filled with curiosity, Ming quickly took out the so-called Complete Restoration Pill from the system space. When he focused his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him, exclaiming, Damn, it's so big. There lay a pill, round and about the size of a mountain peach, with a brown color and a few stripes, quietly resting in the palm of his hand. Such a large pill is quite rare, which explains Ming's astonishment. Ming instinctively leaned closer to the pill and gently sniffed it, but found he couldn't detect any smell at all. However, at that moment, an uncontrollable urge surged in his heart. He suddenly really wanted to eat this pill. Moreover, as time passed, this desire to eat became increasingly strong. Ming understood the reason for this situation. After all, there's a common saying, the more the human body lacks something, the the more it craves food or medicine related to it. At this moment, his strong appetite for the complete restoration pill meant that his body likely needed the nutrients or energy contained in it to compensate for its deficiencies. Complete restoration pill, produced in the world of cultivation, made from various herbs that nourish and strengthen the foundation. Eating it has the effect of solidifying the foundation and replenishing weaknesses. If there are deficiencies, it can replenish them. If not, it can nourish the body. The complete restoration pill tastes excellent. Liao. Ming carefully extended his finger and gently pinched the complete restoration pill. When his fingertip touched the pill, he felt a slight hardness. His heart tightened, and he didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that he might accidentally crush it. After all, if he broke such a precious pill, it would truly be a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Ming decided to simply bite it directly with his mouth. He opened his mouth and slowly approached the pill. The pill was not small, and he couldn't swallow it whole. So, Ming adjusted his posture, preparing to eat it in 2 bites. When he took the first bite, he initially thought it would be hard to chew, but to his surprise, the pill was not as difficult to chew as he had imagined. As his teeth came together, a part of the pill was bitten off, making a slight sound. Then, he quickly took the second bite, successfully getting the whole pill into his mouth. After swallowing the 2 bites of the pill, it wasn't long before Ming distinctly felt a warm sensation starting in his stomach. The warmth slowly spread, as if a gentle force was nurturing his body from within. However, apart from this warm flow, there seemed to be no other particularly noticeable changes. Is that it? Drinking a cup of hot water usually feels like this too. Ming's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. He hurriedly checked the system panel on himself, hoping to find some signs of the medicinal effect taking place. However, no matter how he looked, it was no different from before. Unwilling to accept this, he began to loudly call out to the system, expecting it to provide a reasonable explanation. Yet, no matter how much he shouted, the rigid system remained silent, showing no intention of responding to him. In fact, Ming did not come from cultivation world, and he was naturally unaware of many common knowledge issues in the cultivation realm that did not require special explanation. As for the system, it operated according to its preset program and never took the initiative to do anything beyond its established range. Therefore, poor Ming did not know that for pills used to strengthen the foundation and boost vitality, considering the user's health, the effects often would not manifest immediately. Instead, they would gradually take effect in a slow and subtle manner. And this subtle influence required time. Unfortunately, he was completely unaware of this. Well, it was best to use this loyalty talisman first. If he didn't, it would be a waste. One notable strength of Ming was that he had a big heart. While most people might ponder and get entangled in matters, Ming never did that. He would not spend excessive effort worrying about things that had already happened and could not be changed. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the 2 mysterious loyalty talismans in his hand. After carefully examining the system's prompt, he found that there was less than 30 minutes left before the talisman would expire. Not daring to delay any longer, Ming hurriedly followed the steps outlined in the instructions. He cautiously bit his finger, feeling no pain and seeing no blood. His body was passively activated by elementalization. Ming tried to control the state of passive elementalization. However, he had just come into contact with the shining fruit, which had a low development intensity, was easy to use for attacks, and could be handled right away, but this suppression of passivity required time to adapt. However, Ming had another way. That was to first take out the shining fruit. As soon as he had a thought, the shining fruit appeared in his hand out of thin air. Ming casually placed it on the table. He then bit his finger again, and this time succeeded in drawing blood. A drop of bright red blood squeezed out and gently fell onto the yellowed talisman paper. An astonishing scene unfolded. As soon as the drop of blood touched the talisman paper, it quickly seeped in as if attracted by a magnet. At the same time, the originally somewhat dim runes seemed to be infused with new vitality, starting to emit a faint red glow, which gradually spread along the lines of the runes, forming a delicate and vibrant red outline. After successfully completing the first talisman, Ming followed suit and quickly finished the second one. After preparing the 2 talismans, Ming did not forget to put the shining fruit back into his equipment slot on the table. With everything ready, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before he rushed out the door. As for the targets for these 2 loyalty talismans, Ming had already made up his mind after reading the introduction. They were none other than the 2 notorious troublemakers of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps to outsiders, these 2 could be considered the good-natured gentlemen of the Uchiha clan. They are polite and well-mannered on a daily basis. However, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan members, these two are undoubtedly the biggest troublemakers within the Uchiha family. Just looking at the recent period, regarding how to deal with Shimizu and others. Although Shisui has not explicitly expressed opposition on the surface, his low mood has already said it all. Even though he has not publicly objected to Itachi's actions, showing a tacit approval, deep down, he has always found it difficult to fully accept and adapt to such a violent approach to law enforcement. As for Itachi, there is no need for further words. He not only has not held a position in the security department, but has even stopped participating in the work of the Dark Division. Recently, Ming heard from Fujiwara that since that night, Itachi has been locking himself in his room at home all day long, and no one knows what he is tinkering with inside. Originally, Ming had been planning to find an appropriate time to have an open-hearted conversation with the two of them. After all, before this, Ming had only given them a preventive shot in advance to prevent them from suddenly standing up and openly opposing him. However, in recent days, due to Ming's own affairs and those of the security department keeping him extremely busy, he's been unable to find the time to sit down with Shisui and Itachi for a serious conversation. He wanted to deeply and sincerely communicate their thoughts and insights. However, now there has been an unexpected turn of events that Ming did not anticipate. This way, many unnecessary steps can be avoided, and Ming won't have to waste too much effort. All he needs to do is drop a drop of blood and gently press it on. That magical loyalty talisman can easily solve all problems and make everything fall into place. Ming has to say he is truly grateful for being so busy during this time. Otherwise, if he had spent a lot of effort to fool them and then the system gave them 2 loyalty talismans, he felt he could have spat blood. Shisui is actually not difficult to find, especially at this specific time. If all goes well, he should undoubtedly be working at the security department. Sure enough, when Ming arrived on the 2nd floor of the security department and walked straight to the captain's office, he gently pushed open the door and saw Shisui sitting there busy with work. It is worth mentioning that this office is not exclusively for Shisui. His current position is just an ordinary captain of the security department. Therefore, he does not yet have his own independent office space. Captains of his level typically need to share this office with 2 others to handle daily affairs. At this moment, besides Shisui, there is another captain present. When that captain noticed that it was Ming entering, a look of surprise and respect instantly appeared on his face, and he quickly stood up from his seat and respectfully greeted Ming. "Good morning, Deputy Minister." Seeing this, Ming smiled slightly and responded with a friendly smile. He then turned his gaze to Shisui and said, "Well, you too. Shisui, come out for a moment. I have something I want to talk to you about." Upon hearing Ming's words, Shisui was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly reacted and promptly replied, "Oh, okay, Deputy Minister." Without hesitation, he put down the documents he was handling, stood up, and quickly followed Ming out of the captain's office. Since it was working hours, the security department was bustling with people and busy figures were coming and going everywhere. However, Ming did not stop his steps. He skillfully wove through the crowd, leading Shisui toward his office. Along the way, the two maintained a front and back formation. "Deputy Minister, is there something you need to see me about?" Shisui asked. "Shisui, didn't I tell you before? Don't be so formal. Just call me by my name," Ming said with a smile, looking like a cunning fox. Shisui didn't mind and casually replied, "All right, Ming. In that case, just tell me what you need. I still have a lot of matters waiting to be handled." Ming chuckled and slowly leaned closer to Shisui, whispering, "How about we have dinner at my place tonight?" As he spoke, he reached out his right hand to pat Shisui's shoulder. Just as he raised his hand, he had nothing in his hand. As his hand was about to touch Shisui's shoulder, a yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his empty palm. The mysterious loyalty talisman accurately stuck to Shisui at that moment. As soon as it was applied, the talisman seemed to dissolve into water and disappeared without a trace. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to my work now," Shisui said calmly, nodding in agreement. "Great, see you tonight," Ming replied with a smile. "See you tonight," Shisui softly replied, also showing a warm and gentle smile. That smile was as soft as the spring sun, warming the heart. He then slowly turned around and walked towards the door, exuding a unique elegance in his steps. Watching Shisui's departing figure, Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. A subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he was contemplating something important. Just now, during the brief exchange with Shisui, Ming keenly noticed a subtle detail. It seemed that Shisui only turned to leave after receiving his clear consent. The loyalty talisman has taken effect. The rest can wait until dinner tonight to test the true effect of the talisman. At this moment, His gaze fell on another loyalty talisman in his hand. Ming took a deep breath and carefully stored the talisman in the system space. Then, with a thought, he returned to his bedroom on the second floor of his house. His family has the space marker of Flying Thunder God. Moreover, isn't that how the Flying Thunder God technique is used? The Ming family isn't too far from the Fugaku family. He pushed open a window and jumped out, moving like a ghost across the rooftops, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Within just a few minutes, he silently appeared at the entrance of the Fugaku family home. After standing still, Makoto raised his hand and politely knocked on the door, accompanied by a slight sound. The door slowly opened, revealing none other than Fugaku's wife, Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke. A warm smile immediately appeared on Makoto's face as he said, "Sorry to bother you, Makoto-san. I came today to look for Itachi." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on Makoto's youthful and graceful face. Although by normal standards, he should be calling her obeisant at his age, he simply couldn't bring himself to do so in front of such a beautiful and gentle woman, and had to settle for San instead. Makoto seemed not to mind Makoto's choice of address. Her lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly replied, "Oh, it's you? Makoto, please come in. Itachi is inside." After saying this, she stepped aside to let him in. Makoto quickly thanked her and followed Makoto into the house. They passed through the spacious living room and arrived at the foot of the stairs. Makoto looked up to see the wooden staircase winding up to the second floor. He then followed Makoto closely, stepping up the stairs one by one. Makoto led Makoto slowly to a door. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the wooden door, calling out to the room, "Itachi, Makoto is here to see you." After waiting for a while with no response, Makoto, smiling, gently said to Makoto, "Makoto-san, I can take care of this. If you have other things to do, you can go ahead." Hearing this, Makoto nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on the closed door, a hint of worry crossing her face as if she harbored many unspoken concerns. Finally, she slowly said, "Then I'll trouble you, Makoto-kun, to look after Itachi. I'll go prepare some pastries and fruit for you." After saying this, Makoto turned and walked downstairs, her footsteps seeming somewhat heavy, as if each step carried a weight of unspoken worries. Once Makoto's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Makoto didn't continue knocking and waiting for a response as before. Instead, he unhesitatingly reached out and directly opened the door, stepping into the room. Upon entering, Makoto immediately felt a suffocating atmosphere envelop him. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, making the entire space exceptionally dim, with only a few weak rays of light filtering through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor. However, even in such a dim environment, Makoto could still clearly see Itachi lying motionless on the bed. Without any hesitation, he quickly walked to the bedside. As he approached Itachi, he noticed that Itachi still had his eyes closed and showed no response. So he reached out his right hand and gently patted Itachi's arm. Just like with Shisui back then, it was simple and direct. In the blink of an eye, the talisman was already in place. "Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll cook, and Shisui will be there too." "I will go." Sure enough, once the talisman was placed, things were different. Makoto didn't stay long at the Fugaku home. He is not like those time travelers who have thoughts about Makoto as a wife. Itachi is also a silent person. There is nothing to say to the two of them. After giving Makoto a simple greeting, Makoto left the Fujiwara house. He looked up at the clear blue sky. "Sigh, I really can't be a good person. It's better to just be an ordinary person." This time, Makoto didn't rush back to the security department, but chose to stroll leisurely down the street. Otherwise, he could have just used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the office. He has no problem. Why rush to work? Here, Makoto's worries have finally been properly resolved, and the tension in his heart can finally relax. However, unlike Makoto, on the other side, some people carry far more worries in their hearts. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage office in the Hokage building is unusually heavy. All members of Konoha's F4 are present. Not only that, but even Jiraiya, who usually has an unpredictable schedule, has appeared here. It turns out that when Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently summoned Jiraiya back to the village, due to time constraints, many situations could not be explained to him in detail. After meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya certainly would not miss this opportunity to clarify those areas he was still unclear about. Thus, a heated discussion ensued, with one person facing four. The two sides exchanged views and argued back and forth for most of the day. Finally, after a long time of communication and analysis, Jiraiya finally sorted out the ins and outs of the matter. Suddenly, Jiraiya widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the four elders in front of him, and couldn't help but complain, "I say, old man, are you crazy? You actually summoned me back from outside for such a trivial matter? After saying that, Jiraiya made a standard dead fish eye expression, coldly sweeping his gaze over the four old men who seemed to be nearing the end of their lives, secretly sighing in his heart that dealing with these old geezers is really exhausting. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade immediately stood up to retort. What do you mean, trivial matter? The Uchiha clan has openly posed a serious threat to the safety of our village. Is this not a big deal in your eyes? Jiraiya, how can you say such heartless things when you are part of Konoha? Don't you care at all about the village's safety? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Tsunade couldn't hold back her temper anymore, stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, and waved the so-called moral banner, directly pointing at Jiraiya and scolding him. Humph. Jiraiya, as a Konoha ninja, you should always keep the village in your heart. But look at what you've done now. It's simply disgraceful and disappointing to us. However, in the face of Tsunade's accusations, Jiraiya did not back down at all. With a cold laugh, he said, Ha! Old lady, don't think that just because you are waving a moral banner, you can casually lecture people. Whether a person cares about the village or not is not something that can be determined by mere words. It depends on actual actions. Unlike you, who just knows how to talk all day, when it comes time to do something, you are completely useless. Jiraiya continued. I'm not some naive kid who could be easily fooled by you old folks. I have my own judgment about the truth of the matter, and I don't need you to speak out and translate for me. Clearly, Jiraiya showed no respect for this elder who liked to rely on his age. In fact, Jiraiya has always had some complaints about these elders in the village, believing they were living off their past glory. Not only have they not made many substantial contributions to the village, but they often interfere in others' affairs. His teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always favored these elders, has also gradually made Jiraiya feel dissatisfied. Many years ago, he resolutely chose to leave the village and wander alone in the ninja world. Aside from the matter mentioned in the prophecy, perhaps these various reasons have also had some influence. At this moment, Tsunade was so angry at Jiraiya's words that she trembled all over, her chest rising and falling violently, gasping for breath, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jiraiya. Unable to say a word for a long time, she knew that in terms of both strength and eloquence, she was no match for Jiraiya. Trying to confront him directly would only lead to her own suffering. Helpless, she could only turn to Sarutobi Hiruzen and complain pitifully. Hiruzen, look at your good apprentice. I only said one thing to him, and he has 10 things ready to retort me. This is just too outrageous. Tsunade faced Jiraiya, who was unyielding, and felt as if she had no way to deal with a porcupine. Jiraiya is a completely different existence from the Uchiha clan. When facing the Uchiha clan, they acted as a closely united whole, dealing with various situations together. However, once the target changed to Jiraiya, the situation was completely different. At this moment, the only one who could confront Jiraiya was her alone. All right, everyone stop arguing. Can you say less? Jiraiya, look at Tsunade. She is already at such an old age. As a junior, what would it cost you to give her a little leeway? Tsunade couldn't help but speak up to stop it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been watching coldly from the side, felt he could no longer remain indifferent. He quickly spoke up to mediate the dispute. Who would have thought that Jiraiya, in a fit of rage, had no intention of giving Sarutobi Hiruzen, the mediator, any face? Not only did he not restrain his words and actions, but he also intensified his attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean give way? Since she knows she is old, then she should quickly hand over the power she holds and obediently go home to enjoy her old age instead of staying here to stir up trouble. But to be fair, you old folks actually have some use. After all, if the village lacked you, those messy worries would indeed be significantly reduced. Jiraiya's merciless words immediately darkened the faces of Konoha's F4, as if they had been shrouded in a heavy cloud. Jiraiya's words were indeed very harsh. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the man in front of him with a serious expression, his voice low and heavy, emphasizing that now is not the time for jokes. Our village is truly at a critical moment of life and death, as if standing on the edge of a cliff. If there is any misstep, Konoha may be completely erased from the ninja world. Can you bear to watch our Konoha village be destroyed under my watch as a teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, trying to calm his heart that was racing with tension. He stared at Jiraiya, who had already transformed into the wild boy, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. What could Sarutobi Hiruzen do in the face of such a free-spirited disciple? Aside from offering kind words and trying to soothe him, it seemed there was no other way. Konoha was currently in an extremely dangerous situation. urgently needing strong combat power to support the situation. And Jiraiya was undoubtedly one of the most crucial forces among them. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of this, and he himself urgently needed this proud student to step up and protect Konoha alongside him. Among the 3 students he had taken in his lifetime, although they all had talent in terms of strength at this moment, the only one he could truly rely on and call upon was Jiraiya alone. Moreover, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya was not only exceptionally strong, but more importantly, his character was trustworthy. He understands Jiraiya very well, knowing that this person will never covet his power, let alone betray him. Because of this, even if Jiraiya has his little flaws, Sarutobi Hiruzen can tolerate them one by one and always trust him immensely. Even at this very moment, Jiraiya stands before him mercilessly, scolding him and his old friends from many years ago. He was at most just secretly angry in his heart, and, after the incident, he would absolutely not take any substantial revenge against Jiraiya. Jiraiya, looking helpless, said, "Old man, this matter is really too difficult to handle. At least with my abilities, I have no way to start." Jiraiya was not afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take a hard line against him because he understood the temperament of this Hokage teacher very well. However, what he truly feared was facing the currently pitiful Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, seeing an once majestic old man become so destitute and helpless would stir compassion in anyone, let alone the kind-hearted Jiraiya. Since returning to the village, Jiraiya had learned about the situation regarding the incident through various channels. Then, after further explanations and additions from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, he finally fully understood the ins and outs of the whole affair. Not to mention that long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group had harbored many grievances against the Uchiha clan and had been secretly taking various measures to suppress them. The reason this conflict escalated and ultimately erupted was that Danzo took extreme actions against the Uchiha clan's unparalleled genius, known as Shunshin Shisui. It should be noted that the Uchiha clan had gone through a long period and finally produced such a prodigy with the Meijiki Sharingan, which could be said to be the hope of their entire clan. But at this moment, these people not only cruelly gouged out his eyes, but also launched a frenzied hunt in the village. Such actions were simply outrageous. Jiraiya sat there, frowning tightly, and began to think from the perspective of the situation. If he were to encounter such a thing, being inexplicably subjected to the cruel act of having his eyes gouged out, and then facing relentless pursuit, he would never easily let the despicable murderer go. But the problem was that he now needed to think from the perspective of the pursuers. How could he possibly do that? Jiraiya simply couldn't put himself in the shoes of the pursuers. Was there no other way? According to common sense, given the strength the Uchiha clan had previously possessed, they simply did not have enough confidence to openly confront the powerful Konoha village. At most, Konoha would provide some corresponding compensation and reassurance to the Uchiha. After all, the key figure Shisui had not actually died, and the whole incident still had room for maneuver, far from reaching a hopeless and irretrievable deadlock. However, who would have thought that the development of the situation would completely exceed everyone's initial expectations? After being crazily pursued, Shisui not only survived tenaciously, but also his tragic appearance deeply stimulated his 2 close friends. This series of changes directly led to both of them awakening the legendary Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Now, the Uchiha clan suddenly possessed 3 pairs of incredibly powerful Meijiki Sharingan, and the situation underwent a drastic transformation. Faced with such a tricky situation, Konoha village immediately fell into a very passive position, with everyone at a loss and in a state of chaos. At this moment, Jiraiya felt a buzzing in his head, as if it were about to explode from the unbearable pain. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, secretly pondering, after all, isn't all of this a result of your own actions? If the persecuted Shisui were to be replaced by any one of you, would you really be able to let it go so easily? With this thought, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. It wouldn't necessarily be difficult to handle this matter, but it certainly wouldn't be easy to resolve either. The less troublesome situation would be if Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others stopped deliberately targeting the Uchiha clan from now on and could provide Shisui with appropriate and generous compensation. Based on Jiraiya's understanding and grasp of Shisui's character, he still had a considerable degree of confidence in persuading the Uchiha clan not to cause further trouble. After all, for the Uchiha, receiving the respect and equal treatment they deserved was what they valued the most in the past. However, when it came to the troublesome aspects, Jiraiya was well aware of the situation in his heart. He knows very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could never truly stop targeting the Uchiha clan. Even if they reluctantly nod in agreement, due to the current situation or other reasons, they will inevitably go back on their word in the future. Jiraiya can say with certainty that the likelihood of such an event occurring is as high as 300%, because Jiraiya is quite familiar with the personalities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. It's important to understand that their targeting of the Uchiha clan is not a recent development. It has been going on for decades. Such deeply rooted prejudice and bias cannot be easily changed. To expect them to abandon years of ingrained habits overnight is as difficult as reaching the sky. It is nothing but a pipe dream. Seeing Jiraiya suddenly fall into silence and stop speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were not the slightest bit surprised. After all, their purpose in summoning Jiraiya back was very clear and straightforward. They desperately needed his powerful combat ability to deal with the current tricky situation, rather than relying on his wisdom. In fact, faced with such a complex and difficult situation, even those present were racking their brains, but still could not come up with any effective solutions. So naturally, they did not have high expectations that Jiraiya could suddenly devise an excellent strategy. However, amidst the silence, after a long pause, Jiraiya finally slowly opened his mouth and broke the stillness, saying, "Old man, please bring out all the detailed information you have collected about Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi for me to take a look." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask what Jiraiya's intentions or plans were, but rather promptly took out several scrolls from beside him. With a gentle wave of his arm, he accurately threw these scrolls towards Jiraiya like hidden weapons. Jiraiya, with agility, reached out his hands and easily caught the scrolls flying towards him. Without any delay, he quickly opened one of the scrolls and began to read it carefully. As time passed, after Jiraiya focused and reviewed all the information regarding the three Uchihas, a serious expression appeared on his face. He then sighed deeply and said, "Damn it, there are still 2 pairs. You guys are really impressive. Just too damn impressive." After saying this, Jiraiya skillfully threw the rolled-up scroll back towards Sarutobi Hiruzen without error. Then, he slowly stood up, walked heavily towards the window, and gently opened it. "Old man, tonight I plan to visit Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Shisui to have a good talk with them. During this time, you all, especially Danzo, need to put away those underhanded schemes," Jiraiya said with a serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped without hesitation and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there. Looking in the direction Jiraiya had left, the room fell into a brief silence. At this moment, Danzo couldn't help but complain, "Hiruzen, look at this Jiraiya." However, before he could finish, he was roughly interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Enough, Danzo. Jiraiya is right. The little schemes you've been doing against the Uchiha clan must stop immediately. Konoha cannot withstand any more turmoil. We could face catastrophic disaster with just a slight misstep." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. What he cares about most in this life are nothing but 2 things, power and fame. But if the Uchiha are forced to rebel due to their wrong decisions, once the 2 sides go to war, regardless of the final outcome, Konoha will surely cease to exist. At that time, the power he tightly grasps will slip through his fingers like quicksand, and the once thunderous fame will dissipate like clouds blown away by a fierce wind, leaving no trace behind. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the pain and fear of losing power and fame are far more terrifying than losing his life directly. You look just like a weak and incompetent person now, Hiruzen." Danzo looked at his weak and overly tolerant friend with disdain, his contempt evident. In his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's way of doing things is utterly unworthy of the position of Hokage. However, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen be a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? He is also well aware of how to strike at his opponent's weaknesses. He suddenly raises his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Danzo, and coldly says, "Enough, Danzo. Remember, I am a Hokage." He deeply understood that what Tuanzang cared about the most was the Hokage position beneath him, and these words undoubtedly struck at his sore spot. Upon hearing this, Tuanzang was indeed killed without mercy. He snorted coldly without turning his head, then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves, leaving behind an angry silhouette. "Hisashi, you and Konohamaru can go back first. Let me be alone for a while." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes and gently waved his hand at Konohamaru and Mito, with a crisp sound of the door closing echoing through the room. The previously bustling Hokage office instantly fell silent. At this moment, the large office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting there alone. In the quiet, The sound of him smoking occasionally broke the stillness, as if telling of the endless sorrow and frustration in the heart of this Hokage. The day passed uneventfully, without any ups and downs. Mukai finished his busy day, as usual, and went to buy ingredients. After a careful selection, he returned home with a large bag full of items. Since there was going to be a gathering tonight, Mukai had already planned the dinner menu in his mind, which was delicious and convenient barbecue. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a happy smile. Mukai opened the door and walked into the kitchen, placing the purchased ingredients on the dining table one by one. Looking at the mountain of food before him, he nodded in satisfaction. Since there was already a barbecue grill at home, he only needed to buy some fresh meat and various essential condiments this time. By the time Mukai had cleaned and marinated the ingredients, the sky had already darkened a bit. Mukai set up the barbecue grill in his backyard, put in the charcoal, and now just had to wait for the others to arrive. As if summoned, the moment Mukai was pondering that he just needed to quietly wait for everyone to come, Shisui and Itachi unexpectedly appeared in front of him hand in hand. Wow, you prepared so much meat? Could it be that other people are coming over later? Shisui widened his eyes, incredulously looking at the large basin filled with dozens of pounds of meat. Mukai casually waved his hand, downplaying it. No, it's just the three of us tonight. We can eat as much as we want. I didn't require you to finish it all at once. Saying this, he elegantly raised one hand and quickly formed a hand seal, then gently blew out a faint little flame that instantly ignited the charcoal placed under the grill. Come on, everyone, don't be polite. Help yourselves, grill whatever you want. There's chicken, pork, beef, lamb, and various meat for you to choose from. And over there are some fresh fish and shrimp too. Mukai enthusiastically called to the two. Hey, you're inviting us to dinner, but you want us guests to cook and work? That's not quite right, is it? Shisui smiled teasingly with a raised corner of his mouth, casually lifting a few black bags from under the table and opening them. Sure enough, he found several clean fish and live shrimp inside. Hearing Shisui's words, Mukai chuckled and replied, Haha, that just shows I don't see you two as outsiders. Just as his words fell, Itachi, who was silently adding meat to the grill, suddenly paused his movements for a moment. But soon he returned to normal, continuing to slowly place chunks of fresh and juicy meat from the basin onto the grill. For a moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. No one spoke. Only the sound of meat sizzling on the grill broke the quiet. However, at that moment, it seems I came at just the right time. There's a feast. A hearty laugh suddenly rang out from the roof of Mukai's house, the laughter resonating like a bell, instantly breaking the surrounding tranquility. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see a burly middle-aged man standing on the roof of Mukai's house, an excited smile on his face. Come down, Jiraiya-sensei. If you keep messing around up there, you're going to collapse my roof. You'll have to fix it for me then. Mukai shouted helplessly at the person on the roof. In fact, long before this uninvited guest arrived, Mukai had already sensed his presence with his keen observation haki. Don't worry, kid. I know what I'm doing. Not to mention collapsing your roof. Even leaving a small footprint up there is impossible. Jiraiya confidently replied. After saying that, he slightly bent his knees and, like a nimble monkey, leaped down lightly from the roof. After landing, Jiraiya first looked around, seeing Shisui and Itachi sitting quietly on the side, while Mukai sat opposite them. In the middle of the three, there was a grill emitting wisps of smoke, filled with various fragrant grilled meats. Seeing this, Jiraiya walked over to Mukai's side without hesitation and sat down with a thud. Then, he quickly reached for the tongs beside him, eagerly grabbing at the chunks of meat on the grill. Jiraiya-sensei, you came uninvited today. I suppose you have something important to discuss with me? Mukai smiled slightly at Jiraiya's familiar behavior, showing no signs of displeasure. After all, he was quite familiar with the boisterous personality of this toad sage. Moreover, Mukai could roughly guess the purpose of Jiraiya's visit. Mukai fixed his gaze on the tempting grilled meat before him, while his mind raced to figure out how to engage in a so-called friendly exchange with this renowned ninja, Jiraiya. Oh dear, I can't say it's a trick. Absolutely not. Mukai secretly pondered, needing to come up with a clever way to get Jiraiya willingly to join his side. After all, isn't everything everyone does to make Konoha Village better? Because if they could clean out the trash, wouldn't Konoha, without trash, be beautiful? Thinking of this, Mukai couldn't help but show a sly smile. At that moment, Jiraiya, biting into a sizzling piece of grilled beef, suddenly let out a dry laugh. Hot. Ha ha ha, Mukai-kun, you're really clever. You guessed I had something to talk to you about right away. Clearly, Jiraiya did not expect Mukai to directly expose his intention. He originally planned to wait until after dinner to find a suitable opportunity to speak. However, Facing Jiraiya's slightly probing gaze, Mukai remained calm and composed. He gently waved his hand, signaling Jiraiya not to worry too much, and then slowly said, "There's no need to pay attention to those two. Our interests are closely linked. If something happens, they will definitely stand on the same front as me without hesitation." In fact, Ming was very clear about what Jiraiya was worried about at this moment. It was simply the fear of a divergence in the positions of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan wielders. If the Mangeki Sharingan holders could maintain a unified stance, it would certainly be a bad thing for Konoha. However, the more troubling situation would be a serious division within their ranks. Once this situation occurs, it will inevitably bring endless trouble and crisis to Konoha. It should be noted that Jiraiya is also a meticulous thinker, and he understands the situation of the Uchiha clan very well. He understood very well that the high-level combat power within the Uchiha clan was not truly on the side of Konoha, according to the investigations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Since the incident with Shisui occurred, the Uchiha's moderate faction had effectively ceased to exist. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan members were clearly divided into two factions, one consisting of radicals and the other being even more extreme terrorists. As for Shisui and Itachi, who once leaned towards protecting Konoha's interests, Jiraiya no longer dared to harbor any illusions or expectations. Jiraiya also knew that this couldn't really be blamed on the Uchiha. It was simply that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other old-timers were too careless in their actions. Putting himself in their shoes, Jiraiya thought that if he were in such a difficult situation, he would probably also harbor hostility towards those who attacked him. Due to the Konoha higher-ups' difficulty in intervening in Uchiha affairs, if a serious conflict or even mutual killings were to erupt within the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly cause tremendous damage and losses to the entire village. Moreover, the most troublesome issue was that they could not evacuate the innocent villagers in advance. When he heard what Makamura said, Jiraiya initially felt a slight relief, but then he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, just as he had mentioned before. Regardless of the personal stances of the owners of the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, it was not good news for Konoha. After slowly exhaling, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and finally asked seriously and solemnly, "I would like to take this opportunity to ask you guys, how do you currently view Konoha?" When Jiraiya said this, Makamura appeared unusually calm, as if the question had no impact on him. However, in stark contrast, Shisui and Itachi, sitting across from him, immediately stopped their actions of tightly gripping their clips. The two of them slowly raised their heads, their gaze fixed directly on Jiraiya. There was no change in their expressions, but their eyes were as cold and sharp as icy stars, silently staring at Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Muttering to himself, "Did I say something wrong?" For a moment, the scene fell into an awkward silence. Just then, Ming suddenly broke the deadlock. After giving Shisui and Itachi a subtle glance, he said, "Not at all. However, Mr. Jiraiya, before you ask us, could you first share your thoughts on this matter?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shisui and Itachi nodded in understanding. They then resumed their focus on grilling the meat. Shisui skillfully flipped the pieces of meat on the grill, while also remembering to place the already cooked delicious pieces onto the plate in front of Ming. The whole motion flowing smoothly and seamlessly. Jiraiya clearly did not expect that Ming would not directly answer his question, but instead pass the ball back to him. He was slightly taken aback, then showed a wry smile. "Yes, that's right, it's you. I know very well that your approach is different from that of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and that's precisely why I allowed you to sit here today." Ming spoke frankly, his words revealing dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's brows furrowed slightly, as if he were contemplating how to respond to the young man's candid and sharp remarks. He listened carefully to every word that Ming said and quickly sensed a deep-seated dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and others from his words. This dissatisfaction was like a surging undercurrent hidden beneath a calm lake. It seemed silent, yet its power was immense. At this moment, he felt a heaviness in his heart, secretly lamenting that this matter was likely becoming increasingly difficult to handle and resolve. The already complicated situation became even more challenging due to Ming's unabashed attitude. Organizing his thoughts in his mind, Jiraiya slowly began to speak. "Actually, the village is the village, and the leadership is the leadership. The village has no problems. The issue lies with those who manage the village." Jiraiya opened a bottle of drink, took a sip, and continued. "I also have many grievances towards the old man and the others. I have to admit that sometimes they indeed lack deep thinking when making decisions. Jiraiya was not merely venting his frustrations. He was well aware that if he wanted to create a harmonious and smooth communication atmosphere, being confrontational with the other party was definitely not a wise move, especially when he himself harbored similar dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and others deep down. At this moment, he only needed to go along with the flow and make some moderate complaints. This would not only help to strengthen the relationship between them, but also potentially bring him closer to the 3 Uchiha clan members in front of him, making it a win-win situation. Mr. Jiraiya, you are still too conservative. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are no longer the driving force behind Konoha's advancement. On the contrary, they have become a heavy burden hindering Konoha's progress. For Konoha to develop well in the future, these burdens clearly need to be resolved first. Although Mumming's words were sharp, Jiraiya's expression did not show any obvious fluctuations. Clearly, deep down, he also agreed with this assessment. Mr. Jiraiya, I believe you understand well. The current predicament of our Uchiha clan is not out of our own will. Everything is due to coercion, forced upon us by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group. Mumming took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Since he had decided to have a serious conversation with Jiraiya, Mumming knew very well that he had to gain something from this discussion today, no matter what. After all, he did not want to engage in futile efforts, wasting words with no results. What? Are you saying that the ultimate goal of your Uchiha clan is to seize the position of Hokage? Jiraiya suddenly turned his head, staring seriously at Mumming, who was happily devouring grilled meat. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi, sitting nearby, seemed to have received a signal, quickly putting down their food and focusing their attention on Jiraiya. However, in the face of such a tense atmosphere, Mumming remained unusually calm. He smiled slightly, waved his hand gently, and said, "Oh, come on, everyone, don't be so tense. Let's continue eating, enjoy the food and drinks. Don't let this delicious grilled meat get cold. Tonight, we are just sitting together to chat." After saying this, Mumming even waved his hand towards Shisui and Itachi, signaling them to relax. Upon hearing Mumming's words, Jiraiya, Shisui, and Itachi exchanged glances, then picked up their chopsticks again and started eating the grilled meat. Although they seemed to have returned to calm on the surface, everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts. The grilled meat, emitting an enticing aroma, was sent to Jiraiya's mouth, but at this moment, the delicacy tasted like chewing wax. Utterly flavorless, Jiraiya frowned, his gaze wandering, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts, to the point that he had no interest in the delicious food in front of him. Mumming observed all of this keenly. His sharp perception allowed him to instantly understand Jiraiya's worries. Originally planning to take the opportunity to tease this always cheerful toad sage from the original story, Mumming suddenly changed his mind at this moment. "Mr. Jiraiya, please rest assured. I can assure you that we do not covet the position of Hokage. At least the 3 of us definitely do not have such thoughts," Mumming said seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, who had been tense, finally relaxed a little. He let out a long sigh and thought to himself, as long as the Uchiha don't set their sights on the Hokage position, there might still be room for maneuver. After all, if a fierce conflict were to erupt between the Uchiha and the Leaf Village, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, Mingmu knew this all too well. Given the current situation of the Uchiha clan, if they wanted to seize the Hokage position, there were almost no other viable methods besides resorting to hardline tactics and directly launching a bloody and brutal struggle for the Hokage title. Moreover, even if the Uchiha clan could successfully ascend to the top, other powerful clans would probably never easily recognize or support their ruling status. There would still be battles to fight, and whether they could win was another question. Even if they won, what could the Uchiha gain? Just a broken-down Leaf village. It would be more reliable for the Uchiha to leave the Leaf and establish their own village. Furthermore, for Mingmu himself, he had no desire to become Hokage at all. Although to the vast majority of Ninja World inhabitants, the title of Hokage does sound impressive, Mingmu, having read the original work, knew that this seemingly lofty position actually brings very few substantial benefits. Just look at the later seasons of the Ninja World S4, where even the 5 Kage, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, could only bow and scrape before the terrifyingly powerful Uchiha Madara, not daring to breathe a word, and lacking even the confidence to speak up straight. This shows that in this world filled with extraordinary powers, the so-called Hokage title is merely an empty name. Here, power and status come after strength. In an extraordinary world, might is supreme. Moreover, Mingmu's system rewards him as long as he changes the plot. There is no difference between him becoming Hokage and letting someone else take the position. Even if he were to push Tsunade into power ahead of time, he would still receive rewards. So why would he go through the trouble of striving for the Hokage position? Even if one day he could fulfill his wish and ascend to the Hokage seat, the hardships and exhaustion involved are needless to mention. More importantly, Ming has no interest in it at all, not to mention the supreme Hokage throne. Even the current position of Deputy Minister of the Security Department has already begun to bore him. If it weren't for the fact that he had just taken office for a short time, and that resigning abruptly might attract criticism and make him lose face, he would have likely handed in his resignation to Fugaku without hesitation. Ming has already made a clear plan in his heart. After properly handling the affairs between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, he would resign from all positions and wander the world, exploring the ninja realm. By then, he could do whatever he wanted, such as delving into how to kick off the thrilling Ninja World S4 season ahead of time. Faced with Ming's unexpected attitude, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel suspicious. Since you disdain the Hokage position that others dream of, what exactly do you want? Are there any important power departments left in the village? Yumbu. However, regarding Jiraiya's speculation, Ming simply shook his head lightly and denied it without hesitation. I have no interest in so-called power. So what do you really want? Just say it. My brain isn't as sharp as you think, and I really don't want to keep guessing aimlessly. Jiraiya mumbled gloomily, casually pinching a fragrant piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks and unceremoniously stuffing it into his mouth. At this moment, Ming looked at Jiraiya with a firm gaze and slowly said, I want to see Konoha village replace the current Hokage with a new one. Someone who can truly control the situation and has no prejudice against the Uchiha. Not someone like Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who was almost sidelined by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Upon hearing the name Minato, Jiraiya's body trembled slightly, and a thin layer of mist appeared in his eyes. After all, Minato was his most proud disciple, but that mist disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. Then, Jiraiya took a deep breath, steadied himself, and asked, in your opinion, who do you think would be suitable for this Hokage position? However, when he noticed Ming staring at him intently, without saying a word, a sense of ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Hey, don't look at me like that. I definitely can't do it. Jiraiya waved his hands vigorously towards Ming, shaking his head like a rattle to express his firm refusal. Seeing Jiraiya in such a flustered state, Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself, then slowly analyzed. Right now, in the entire Konoha village, there are only two people who can smoothly and steadily take over the Hokage position from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. One is naturally you, and the other is your longtime comrade, Tsunade. Clearly, Ming was already well aware of Jiraiya's potential reaction. He said that just to fish for a response. What if Jiraiya nodded? If it really doesn't work out, isn't Tsunade there to support him? Tsunade, she really can, whether it's her achievements, abilities, or background. She's much more suitable than I am. After hearing about Tsunade, Jiraiya couldn't help but nod. She's indeed very suitable. Moreover, thinking carefully, he hasn't seen her for a long time. Tsunade is suitable, but this matter can't be rushed. As Jiraiya casually spoke, he gently shook his head. He came here today with an important mission to understand the Uchiha clan's current attitude towards the Hidden Leaf Village, especially to explore their bottom line of tolerance. At this moment, the mission had been successfully completed, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Through careful observation and clever probing, he had determined that these few powerful members of the Uchiha clan with Mangekyou Sharingan had no intention of rebellion, at least for now. As for the thoughts of other ordinary Uchiha clan members, they were relatively less critical. After all, as long as he could keep a close watch on the intentions of these three Mangekyou masters, even if the rest of the Uchiha wanted to stir trouble, it would be difficult to create much of a storm. This is really good. Don't just look at me. Hurry up and eat while it's hot, or it will cool down later. In a good mood, Jiraiya's appetite became particularly strong. He opened his mouth wide without regard for his image and stuffed juicy pieces of meat into his mouth, eating with great gusto. Occasionally, he would pick up a cup of hawthorn juice and gulp it down to wash away the greasiness in his mouth. Watching Jiraiya wolfing down food and getting grease all over his face, the nearby shepherd couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, secretly calculating. Maybe I can think of a way to speed up Jiraiya's enthusiasm. So, he deliberately feigned curiosity and asked, Jiraiya-san, have you heard of the name Naruto? Upon hearing the name Naruto, Jiraiya, who was engrossed in eating, suddenly paused his movements, quickly searching his mind for related memories. Naruto? That name sounds a bit familiar, but he couldn't quite recall who it was at that moment. Just as Jiraiya was stuffing his mouth with meat, his actions suddenly halted, as if time had frozen at that moment. He was originally chewing his food, but his mouth slowly stopped. The oil from the barbecue flowed out, and he didn't wipe it, letting it drip down the corner of his mouth onto his clothes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes at first. However, just after a moment, that confusion receded like a tide, replaced by a glimmer of brilliance. He finally remembered. The memory was like a lightning bolt breaking through the dark night sky, instantly illuminating the blurry figure deep in his mind. Kushina. To be precise, it should be Kushina's swollen belly. The protagonist of this story never gives up until the end. It's really cool. This protagonist feels a lot like the teacher. Is that so? Ha ha ha. So, teacher, can I borrow the name of the protagonist in this novel? Is that okay? Minato. That was just a name I suddenly thought of while eating ramen. Naruto. That's a great name. Kushina. How come you too? Jiraiya widened his eyes, a surge of complex emotions rising in his heart as he recalled some heart-wrenching memories. He strained to stretch his neck, as if trying to forcibly swallow the piece of meat stuck in his throat. After a difficult struggle, he finally managed to swallow the meat down into his stomach. Then, he took a deep breath to calm himself before slowly asking, "Is he the child of Minato?" His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of barely perceptible trembling. Haven't you been paying attention to him? The well-informed Mumming pretended to be unaware, slightly furrowing his brow, seemingly surprised that Jiraiya was oblivious to such an important matter. Jiraiya sighed gently and explained, "At that time, the old man said he would take good care of Naruto, and I happened to be caught up with urgent matters, so I hurriedly left the village." In fact, his departure from the village was not simply due to dissatisfaction with Sarutobi and others. More importantly, he had received a mysterious prophecy from the great sage Fukasaku, which required him to search for the legendary child of prophecy throughout the ninja world. Thus, he resolutely set off on this journey filled with unknowns and dangers, even missing the news of his disciple's child about to be born. Little did he expect that farewell would turn into a permanent goodbye. Sigh. Then you surely don't know about the tragic experiences Naruto went through in the Hidden Leaf Village. Mumming shook his head helplessly, as someone well acquainted with the original plot. He was very aware that the Jiraiya in front of him had made many misguided decisions. Aside from Mumming, no one knew that the legendary child of prophecy was right in the Hidden Leaf Village and had a close connection with Jiraiya. If he had been more attentive back then, after the death of the Minato couple, and returned to the village to carefully take care of the child left behind by his prematurely deceased beloved disciple, then all problems would have been easily resolved, undoubtedly leading to a most perfect ending. However, things did not go as planned. Fate always enjoyed playing tricks on people. He chose to believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in this way, he inadvertently missed the prophesied child. Not only did he fail to achieve his original goal, but he also let Naruto, the child of prophecy, live in the shadow throughout his entire childhood, while deeply disappointing his late teacher who had high hopes for him. Tragic? Encounter? Jiraiya muttered to himself, while reaching out to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't believe the words he had just heard. Images of Naruto kept flashing in his mind, but he truly did not know what Naruto looked like. That child, who should have been raised under his personal guidance, had always been cared for and protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it hard to associate words like tragic and suffering with him. With this thought, Jiraiya's originally light-hearted mood instantly vanished. He widened his eyes and questioned with a face full of doubt. What exactly happened to Naruto? He clearly has the care and attention of the old man. How could these two words be related to Naruto? At that moment, Ming, who was standing beside him, suddenly moved. His pitch-black eyes instantly transformed into the three-tomo pattern of a Sharingan. It seemed too dry just to talk about it. Should they use Genjutsu to experience Naruto's life? Or should you investigate it yourself? When Jiraiya saw Ming's stance, he couldn't help but feel a hint of hesitation. After all, the Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit, should not be underestimated. However, after careful consideration, he recalled the various exchanges and interactions he had with Ming that night, and combined with the intelligence confirming that Ming did not possess the kind of heaven-defying Genjutsu like Kotoame Tsukumi, and that he had only activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Jiraiya ultimately gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, choosing to trust this seemingly friendly Ming. This could be considered the greatest sincerity he could offer Ming. The three-tomo in Ming's Sharingan began to spin like lively spirits. Facing Ming's Genjutsu, Jiraiya chose not to resist. At the moment their eyes met, something interesting happened. Jiraiya's originally ordinary black eyes now also possessed a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, radiating a mysterious glow just like Ming's. It is important to note that the flow of time in the Jinjutsu world is vastly different from the outside world. While Ming leisurely took just 2 bites of grilled meat, when he looked back at Jiraiya, he found that the situation had changed dramatically. At this moment, Jiraiya's face was filled with despair, as if the entire world had collapsed at that instant. He slowly closed his eyes, and a crystal-clear tear quietly slid down from the corner of his right eye. The tear drew a tragic arc in the air before finally falling onto the cold ground, splashing a small spray of tears. At the same time, Jiraiya's hands, which were resting on the table, clenched into tight fists. Due to the excessive force, the veins on the back of his hands bulged out, clearly visible. These protruding veins resembled sinister little snakes, mercilessly showcasing the uncontrollable anger deep within the owner of those hands. Finally, Jiraiya could no longer contain the fury in his heart. He abruptly opened his eyes and roared into the void, "Old man, you have gone too far." Accompanied by this roar, a wave of chakra erupted, instantly filling the air with a heavy pressure that seemed to thicken due to his anger. "Thank you very much for your warm hospitality today. I am truly grateful. But I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." Upon learning about Naruto's past life and his current situation, Jiraiya's heart was instantly stirred by turbulent waves, and he could no longer maintain his composure to sit here. At this moment, those so-called Uchiha clan members, as well as the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, were completely cast aside from his mind, leaving him with no time to care about them. He just wanted to rush to the place where Naruto lived to meet his poor disciple. The illusion presented in Ming's Sharingan vividly showcased all the bullying and unfair treatment Naruto faced daily, even clearly revealing Naruto's home address. Jiraiya, like a nimble rabbit, jumped several times before quickly disappearing into the deep night. What a pity, Sarutobi Kanomaru is still too young. Otherwise, it would have been more interesting to compare the lives of these 2 Hokage descendants. Seeing this, Ming turned to Shisui and Itachi. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he casually said, "There's no need to pay him any mind. Let's continue enjoying our food. If we don't eat now, it will really get cold." Upon hearing Ming's words, Shisui and Itachi nodded in agreement. Thanks to Jiraiya's interference, Ming took the opportunity to gain insight into Shisui and Itachi's true thoughts deep down, reflecting on the past, when he asserted that their interests were closely linked and confidently declared that Shisui and Itachi would surely stand firmly by his side to support him. He had specifically observed their reactions at that time. To Ming's satisfaction, they not only did not raise any objections or counterarguments, but throughout, neither their facial expressions nor subtle gestures revealed even a hint of hesitation or reluctance. This was enough to prove that the mysterious and powerful loyalty seal had indeed taken effect successfully. From now on, regardless of any problems they encounter, Shisui and Itachi would provide Ming with their unwavering and unconditional support. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiraiya was like an enraged, white-haired lion, sprinting at full speed. His speed was so fast that it could be compared to when he first stepped onto the battlefield, desperately fleeing from an unbeatable enemy. The flames of anger in his chest had not diminished at all with the passage of time. Instead, they burned more fiercely like a rolling snowball, growing stronger and more intense. This anger blazed within him, as if it were about to consume everything, especially when he arrived at Naruto's residence and saw with his own eyes that Naruto lived in such a small and shabby single apartment. The formless fire deep within him erupted like a volcano, almost bursting forth as a tangible entity. Jiraiya shot a fierce glare at the nearby lush tree. However, after just a glance, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Then, he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his surging emotions. Just as Jiraiya reached the door and was about to raise his hand to knock, a shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost, abruptly stopping his action. "Lord Jiraiya, please hold on." The figure that appeared was a ninja from the Umbu, who spoke with a serious expression. Hearing this, Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, but quickly returned to normal. After all, he was not the type to vent his anger on others casually. So, he suppressed his anger and tried to make his tone sound calmer. "Why are you stopping me? Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has ordered that no ninja is allowed to approach the Jinchuriki." The Umbu member replied softly, slightly lowering his head. Faced with such a renowned figure in the ninja world and his identity as the Hokage's apprentice, the Umbu member maintained the necessary respect. However, when Jiraiya heard the other party refer to Naruto as the Jinchuriki, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. The Jinchuriki? You call him a Jinchuriki? Hehehe. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the Umbu member in front of him and walked to the side. Carefully peering through the window to look inside the room, he saw that the lights in the room were already off, and it was completely quiet, with no movement at all. Jiraiya silently stared for a moment before turning around and striding away. Watching his receding figure, the Umbu member let out a silent sigh of relief. Then, he quickly concealed himself again in a large tree, continuing to focus intently on the important task of monitoring the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, on the other side, an indignant Jiraiya was fiercely preparing to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi for a serious discussion. He hurriedly made his way to the Hokage building. Fortunately, when he arrived at his destination, he found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed there. In fact, ever since that explosion had reduced the Hokage residence to rubble, the entire Hokage building had plunged into a tense and busy phase of rebuilding the Hokage's home. During this busy time, in order to coordinate the reconstruction work more efficiently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, had resolutely decided not to return to the Sarutobi clan's residence for the time being, but instead chose to stay overnight in the Hokage building. On this particular night, when everything was silent and Sarutobi Hiruzen had just fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly, a loud bang broke the tranquility of the Hokage building. It turned out that Jiraiya had forcefully kicked open the tightly closed door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. The sudden noise awakened the sleeping Sarutobi Hiruzen, and almost instinctively, he sprang out of bed with incredible speed and agility, executing a perfect backflip as if he were a nimble monkey. It was remarkable for an elderly man like him to perform such a swift motion. "Who is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, his eyes revealing a hint of authority and vigilance. However, when he saw that the intruder was his proud disciple Jiraiya, his expression turned somewhat amused. At that moment, a member of the Umbu, who was usually responsible for protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, quickly appeared. He knelt on one knee with a look of panic on his face and anxiously explained to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I'm so sorry, Hokage-sama. As soon as I saw that it was Jiraiya-sama, I thought there wouldn't be any danger, so I didn't stop him. I never expected Jiraiya-sama to act so recklessly." Before he could finish speaking, the Umbu member's face was already full of guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his loyal subordinate and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right. It's not your fault. You can leave now." Clearly, he did not intend to pursue the matter further. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite lenient towards his subordinates. Especially when dealing with trivial matters, he demonstrated a high level of tolerance. At this moment, facing the scene before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm and composed. Not taking it to heart at all, Jiraiya stormed into the room, kicking the door open with a furious expression, his chest heaving as if he was very upset about something. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, what on earth has Jiraiya so angry? Could it be that Danzo has provoked him again? Other than that, I can't think of anyone else who could have made Jiraiya so upset. However, it seemed that Jiraiya's anger was not caused by the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to kick open his office door. From this, it could be inferred that someone from their own camp had offended him. This greatly increased the likelihood that it was Danzo. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, Jiraiya shouted loudly, "Old man, there's one thing. I came here tonight to ask about that kid Naruto." As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been filling his beloved pipe with tobacco, suddenly froze, his hand suspended in mid-air as if he had been hit by a paralysis jutsu. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the surroundings fell into silence. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally snapped back to reality, slowly continuing to fill his pipe. But his gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya, revealing a hint of worry and hesitation. "This matter must have been told to you by that group of Uchiha, right?" Jiraiya stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "It doesn't matter who told me. I just want you to give me an explanation. Is that too much to ask?" Jiraiya stepped forward, his voice rising slightly, his usually gentle face now slightly twisted with agitation. At this moment, Jiraiya was filled with confusion and dissatisfaction, desperately hoping to receive a reasonable answer from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if that answer was just to soothe him, he was willing to accept it as long as it could make him feel a little better, even if just a bit. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen only coldly replied, "An explanation? There is no explanation. What you see is the truth." His tone was surprisingly calm, as if this matter was of no importance to him at all. Just as Jiraiya knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very familiar with Jiraiya. He clearly knew that those so-called grand principles were useless in front of Jiraiya, because with Jiraiya's wisdom, It was impossible for him to be easily fooled. Don't be fooled by Jiraiya's usually carefree and muddled demeanor, as if he doesn't care about anything. In reality, he possesses great wisdom disguised as foolishness. It's just that most of the time, he is too lazy to employ that wisdom. Minato trusts you so much that he even entrusted his son to you before his death. And, as my teacher, I also have immense trust in you. But unexpectedly, you have betrayed all of our trust in you. How could you treat that child so cruelly? How old is he? How can you be so heartless? Speak up. The anger in Jiraiya's heart erupted like a volcano, no longer able to be suppressed. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his face flushed, veins bulging, and his emotions grew increasingly agitated as he rushed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi in 2 quick steps, extending his hands to tightly grip the other's collar like iron pincers. He trembled all over, leaning his face close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hot breath he exhaled hitting the other's cheek as he shouted angrily, "You Hokage? Do you still have any humanity left?" At that moment, a commotion came from outside the door. It turned out that the Umbu, hearing the noise inside, had gathered around. Upon hearing the noise outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he shouted loudly, "All of you, step back. Strengthen the perimeter guard. No one is allowed to set foot in here without my orders." "Understood, Hokage-sama." The Umbu responded in unison and quickly dispersed, carrying out their orders to set up a perimeter alert. After confirming that the Umbu outside had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, looking at Jiraiya with calm eyes like still water, and said, "Is this how you intend to talk to me?" Hearing this, Jiraiya felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, instantly waking him up a bit. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. Then, he released his grip on Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar and stepped back several paces, creating some distance between them. At this moment, the two stood silently facing each other, gazing into each other's eyes. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between them, separating the two on different sides. And the atmosphere was tense to the point of suffocation. Naruto had a hard time these years, and I truly felt guilty. Not only did I owe it to this child Naruto, but I also felt ashamed toward the Hokage couple and towards you. I am well aware of this, but everything I did was for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, as if trying to conceal the pain and helplessness deep within his heart. After a brief pause, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute and persistent, and spoke. Stop spouting grandiose nonsense here. What do you mean by for Konoha? Is Naruto's suffering also for Konoha? If what you say is true, then if Naruto could live a happy and joyful life, would Konoha be doomed because of that? Jiraiya was instantly furious upon hearing such absurd remarks and retorted without hesitation. Naruto is still just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Why should he pay for the mistakes made by you leaders of Konoha? Jiraiya clearly understood the reasoning behind this. In his view, the fundamental reason Naruto had to endure so much suffering and hardship was merely to provide an outlet for the emotions of those villagers who had experienced the Nine-Tails incident and were deeply traumatized. After all, if there were no Naruto to bear the resentment and anger of the people, all the blame, complaints, and fury would have been directed at the leadership of Konoha. At that time, the entire upper echelon of Konoha and the ninja clan leaders would likely not escape unscathed. Only the Uchiha clan might be able to remain uninvolved, simply because there were no members of the Uchiha clan present among the Konoha leadership. In other words, if they did not act this way after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha would become the biggest beneficiaries. After all, reputation is relative. They became stinky, and Uchiha remained still, naturally becoming fragrant. Therefore, to avoid this situation, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, first established Naruto as a public outlet for the villagers. Then, they shifted the blame for the Nine-Tails incident onto the Uchiha clan. In this way, the villagers had a channel to vent their frustrations, and the Nine-Tails incident was pinned on the Uchiha, allowing the Konoha higher-ups to perfectly achieve a 3-no involvement accomplishment, extricating themselves from this mess. Jiraiya could see through all these twists and turns. It wasn't immediately obvious, but it didn't take him much effort either. Jiraiya clearly stated all this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi remained silent in response. Seeing Sarutobi's expression, Jiraiya knew that this matter would end here. Sarutobi couldn't possibly admit fault. The Hokage could never be wrong. That's how it would be. I will take Naruto to care for him, and from now on, this child will no longer trouble the busy Hokage. Jiraiya expressionlessly uttered that sentence, and then turned around without hesitation, seemingly wanting to leave this place immediately. However, at that moment, Sarutobi suddenly spoke up. What will happen to the Uchiha clan if you plan to leave the village like before? This sudden remark struck like a thunderbolt, causing Jiraiya, who had just taken a step, to abruptly halt. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Then, he slowly turned his head, his gaze firm and resolute, looking straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said word by word, "This time I won't leave, but you can forget about Naruto. Remember, immediately inform those Umbu responsible for monitoring Naruto to withdraw. I don't want to harm my own people." After hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened a bit. He frowned and asked, "Are you really going to do this, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya sneered and retorted, "Humph, wasn't this all your choice, old man?" Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang as Jiraiya forcefully swung the door open and left without looking back. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly gripped his pipe, his fingers turning slightly white from the exertion. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed helplessly and shouted outside, "Come in." Almost at the same moment, a member of the Umbu dressed in black and wearing a mask entered and respectfully bowed, saying, "Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed himself a bit and then gave the order, immediately notified to withdraw all surveillance personnel sent to Naruto. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the Umbu member replied, and quickly turned to carry out the task. The room was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat quietly in his chair, staring thoughtfully ahead, secretly pondering the possible events that might unfold next. The current situation in Konoha village was complex and confusing, making it impossible for him to openly break with Jiraiya. If he chose to confront Jiraiya now, it would be equivalent to pushing Jiraiya towards the Uchiha clan side. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this clearly. He knew that for Jiraiya, what mattered most was not his role as a mentor or the lofty position of Hokage, but the peace and stability of the entire Konoha village. If a large-scale internal conflict truly erupted within Konoha, and Jiraiya was powerless to quell it, as long as the conflict had not crossed the bottom line that Jiraiya could tolerate, he was very likely to side with the stronger faction to end the dispute as quickly as possible. After all, the faster the dispute was resolved, the smaller the wounds inflicted on Konoha would be. However, what worried Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Jiraiya currently held no strong aversion to the Uchiha clan and instead seemed to have developed a distaste for his own side. Thus, once they truly engaged in a fierce battle with the Uchiha clan, no one could predict which side Jiraiya, a powerful ally, would ultimately support. Perhaps in the end, he would not only fail to become a strong arm for his side, but could also become a significant aid to the enemy. Ding! The relationship between Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen began to deteriorate sharply, and the host successfully altered the originally predetermined plot direction, gaining an additional lottery draw. At this moment, Ming, who had tidied everything up and was comfortably lying on a soft bed, was preparing to sleep. However, at that moment, a crisp, pleasant, and extremely familiar voice suddenly exploded in his mind. This is getting more and more interesting. Since that's the case, I can't waste this rare opportunity. Let's draw the lottery immediately. Ming murmured excitedly, his eyes shining with anticipation. As he concentrated, a virtual lottery interface instantly appeared before him, with colorful lights swirling and flashing, dazzling to behold. Finally, as the light gradually converged and stopped, a line of eye-catching golden letters slowly appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black God set. The moment he saw these words, Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning, jumping up from the bed with his upper body bare, his face filled with a complex expression of disbelief and extreme joy. The Black God set? No way. Could it really be the Black God set that I know? Ming's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the so-called Black God set, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, as if fearing that this treasure would disappear in the blink of an eye. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, as if a storm had arisen. If this set of equipment was indeed what he imagined, it would undoubtedly have an immeasurable impact on his future adventures. The difficulty would change from hard to very easy. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he looked at the Black God set. Black God set, originating from the world of swallowing the starry sky. It is a type of extraterrestrial technological product armor, usually attached to the skin. During battle, it can form protective clothing according to the user's will, with a maximum coverage area of up to 100. Its strength lies in its ability to ignore attacks at the level of a war god, making it highly favored by powerful beings. Oh yeah, ha ha ha. Ming's previously calm face instantly lit up, unconsciously showing the unique crazy laughter of the Uchiha clan. His laughter seemed to break through the roof, echoing throughout the space. He excitedly started dancing, chanting This time I can really walk sideways in the ninja world. Ha ha. According to the detailed introduction in Swallowing the Starry Sky, this mysterious black god set possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. In the ninja world, it is enough to be immune to all attacks below the level of the six paths. Even powerful attacks at the six paths level can have most of their power weakened, although when facing stronger and higher level beings. The effects of the black god set might seem somewhat ordinary. The key is that such super strong beings do not exist in the ninja world. Therefore, for Ming, this black god set is simply an invincible existence, completely enough for him to rampage in the ninja world. If there are no situations in the future that allow him to travel to other worlds, he even feels he can use this treasure until the end of his life. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't wait to quickly take out the black god set from his storage space. The black god set comes in a variety of strange and diverse styles. Its initial form can appear as gloves, or it can take the shape of clothes, hats, and pants. Even a small and exquisite ring shape is possible. The black god set that Ming held in his hand actually appeared in the form of a single arm armor. No way, because, in the original work, the protagonist Luo Feng's black god set is indeed in the form of a single arm armor, and it's the right arm. Ming cautiously picked up the mysterious arm armor, emanating a mysterious aura, and gently put it on his right hand. In an instant, a cool sensation flowed down his arm like a trickle. This mysterious equipment, known as the black god set, once worn on a person, would behave as if it were alive. It automatically penetrates into the skin and sucks the fresh blood from the human body. Once the blood is fully absorbed, the black god suit signifies the successful completion of the bonding process, closely integrating with the human body, fitting naturally like a second layer of skin. Even more remarkably, at this point, the black god suit can obediently respond to the owner's thoughts, truly achieving seamless control. Transform. Ming suddenly shouted this phrase, filled with a sense of youthful exuberance. However, it is understandable, as a seasoned fan of the two-dimensional world, how many can escape the curse of youthful exuberance? With this shout, the black god suit, which had been quietly lying on Ming's arm, instantly seemed to be activated, beginning to move at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It spread like a black torrent, rapidly enveloping Ming's entire body, wrapping him tightly from head to toe in the blink of an eye. Finally, a uniquely designed full-face helmet slowly descended, accurately enclosing Ming's head without leaving a single gap. At this point, the complete form of the black god suit was fully presented before Ming. At this moment, Ming looked imposing, like a war god descending from the depths of darkness. Excitedly, Ming raised his hands and joyfully bounced around, fully enjoying the body that had just been armed by the black god suit. He first lifted his left leg high, then forcefully kicked out, executing a beautiful high knee lift. Next, he performed a side kick, the movement clean and swift. Finally, he finished with a spectacular spinning kick, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly and effortlessly. What pleased Ming was that, despite wearing such heavy-looking gear, he felt no hindrance or discomfort at all. Instead, he felt lighter and more agile than ever, as if this black god suit had become a part of his body. Ming walked steadily to the full-length mirror, his gaze fixed intently on the figure reflected in it. There stood a future warrior clad in high-tech black and red armor, exuding an impressive aura. The armor displayed a deep black interwoven with vibrant red, like a perfect fusion of darkness and fire. Its surface occasionally shimmered with a faint yet dazzling light, reminiscent of shooting stars streaking across the night sky, mesmerizing to behold. One must admit, this design was simply stunning. However, despite the black god suit being so cool, its futuristic style seemed somewhat out of place in the traditional and rustic atmosphere of Konoha Village. It felt as though this armor had come from another time and space. Indeed, this black god suit might truly be the one that Luo Feng had crossed over with, Ming pondered. If the items he had previously drawn were from a world he was familiar with, it was highly likely they would be original items or perfect one-to-one replicas. With this thought, Ming became even more satisfied with the armor. Just then, as Ming concentrated, the imposing future warrior instantly vanished, replaced by Ming himself, who reappeared in the mirror wearing only pants and with his upper body bare. The use of the black god suit was so convenient. It could be easily activated with the user's thoughts and just as easily retracted. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Ming's lips. He then turned away from the mirror and leisurely returned to the soft, comfortable bed. Although he now possessed the black god suit, Ming did not have the urge to directly confront Hiruzen and demand to take turns being Hokage, thinking that it was his family's turn this year. Good things shouldn't be consumed all at once, as that could lead to overindulgence. Speaking of Ming's past life, he was undoubtedly a hardcore spender in the gaming world. As long as you were willing to invest a lot of money in rare items and powerful equipment, you could quickly become an unbeatable presence. And that feeling of invincibility was indeed very enjoyable. However, after years of gaming experience, Ming deeply understood one principle. Such an invincible state, while providing temporary pleasure, was ultimately hard to maintain for long. Generally speaking, ordinary players could happily enjoy such advantages for 1 to 2 years, with a bit more patience. Perhaps even 4 to 5 years, and even the most obsessed hardcore players could only last about 10 to 8 years at most. But who could guarantee that they would maintain such high enthusiasm to keep playing for 20, 30, or even 50 or 100 years? After all, a long period of invincibility could also wear down many things, including the initial love and passion for the game. To Ming, the current ninja world felt like a single-player game. Whether it was the main storyline or hidden side quests, he was well aware of them, and with his strong abilities, he could easily bulldoze through. However, while it might be enjoyable to do so, what would come next? Once all levels were cleared, wouldn't he be left with nothing but endless emptiness and boredom? Therefore, to avoid falling into a situation like Saitama from One Punch Man, where he became too powerful and lost the emotional experiences of an ordinary person, Ming realized he needed to find some fresh and stimulating activities to engage in. Being invincible was fine, but he wouldn't just push through everything. He would stick to his original plan of causing various incidents. Life doesn't stop, and neither should the mischief. He would shape this ninja world to his liking while also collecting system rewards. This kind of hopeful life was the best kind of life. Jiraiya hurriedly returned to Naruto's house. He had just arrived not long ago when a shadow appeared quietly like a ghost. Jiraiya focused his gaze and realized it was a member of the Umbu wearing an animal mask. The Umbu gestured to another Umbu who was responsible for monitoring Naruto, signaling him to follow. Of course, before leaving, the two Umbu did not forget their manners and respectfully greeted Jiraiya. However, at that moment, Jiraiya was filled with suppressed anger. Although he did not want to direct his rage at innocent people, he couldn't calm his anger when he thought about how Naruto was being bullied right under the noses of these guys, who watched without taking action. At that moment, he couldn't even bear to acknowledge the two. He even wished he could rush forward and give them a few punches. If it weren't for the tiny bit of rationality that firmly suppressed his urge to hit someone, he might have acted recklessly. Noticing Jiraiya's terrifyingly gloomy expression, the two Umbu dared not linger any longer. Like startled birds, they quickly turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya looked up at the scene still shrouded in darkness, then slowly walked towards a towering tree not far away. Once he reached the tree, he leaned against the sturdy trunk and slowly sat down, gently closing his eyes. But he did not fall asleep. He just sat quietly, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. Time passed second by second, and the eastern sky gradually brightened. Finally, a golden sun slowly rose from the distant horizon, its rays piercing through the heavy darkness like golden swords, proclaiming that light was about to replace darkness and illuminate the earth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on Jiraiya's weathered face. Feeling the warmth, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a crystal-clear morning dew slid down from his somewhat tousled hair and gently dropped to the ground, splashing a small spray of water. Although the sky had brightened significantly, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, as if the entire world consisted of just Jiraiya. The area had never been densely populated, and ever since Naruto gained fame in Konoha, those who could move away had chosen to leave. After all, Naruto's reputation made many people dislike this area. Now, most of the people who still lived here were economically struggling street thugs with nothing to do. They either cannot afford to buy a new house due to financial constraints, or they simply do not care about the opinions and evaluations of the outside world. Jiraiya leisurely raised one hand and skillfully formed several hand seals. With a light shout from his mouth, a bang sounded and a thick cloud of white mist instantly surged beside him. As the mist gradually dissipated, another figure identical to Jiraiya stepped out from within. This was one of the most basic techniques of ninjas, the shadow clone technique. Jiraiya slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the clone that had just appeared. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the clone had already spoken first. I understand. Prepare more food that is suitable for children, right? Clearly, as the original, Jiraiya and his clone were in sync. With just a glance, the clone had already discerned his intention. Moreover, the two were essentially the same entity, and the clone knew very well the reason for its summoning. You make a good point. But try to buy a bit more. I remember the Uzumaki clan is known for their big appetites, and Naruto, being part of that clan, probably has a good appetite too. Got it, I understand. The clone of Jiraiya nodded quickly in response, and before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished like a flash of lightning. As time passed, Jiraiya began to feel a bit anxious. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him at lightning speed. Jiraiya squinted to see clearly, and it was none other than the clone Jiraiya who had just left to buy food. At that moment, he was carrying two bulging bags filled with all sorts of delicacies. Meanwhile, Jiraiya casually caught a glimpse of something moving in Naruto's room. Well then, I'll leave everything to you. As the clone Jiraiya said this, he quickly handed over the two heavy bags of food to the original Jiraiya. Following that, with a bang, a thick white smoke suddenly rose. When the smoke slowly dissipated, the clone Jiraiya silently vanished without a trace. Jiraiya quickly bent his knees and, with a sudden burst of strength, kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air like an arrow. He jumped on a roof not far ahead. After that, he made several more leaps, light as a swallow, darting between rooftops, and in the blink of an eye, he landed steadily in front of Naruto's door. Once he stood still, Jiraiya suddenly felt his heart beating like a drum, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. He took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm his restless heart. But this tense emotion surged like waves, coming one after another, impossible to suppress. After a while, Jiraiya finally managed to calm the turmoil within him a bit, and cautiously took a few steps forward, extending one hand to tightly hold the two large bags of food, while using the other hand to gently knock on the closed door in front of him. The dull and powerful knocking echoed in the quiet corridor. Who is it? A youthful voice, filled with some confusion, came from inside the room. Jiraiya, standing outside the door, hesitated, seemingly unsure how to introduce himself. What should he say as the first sentence when they met for the first time? I am Jiraiya. No, the child probably wouldn't know who Jiraiya was. I'm your father's teacher? That didn't seem quite right either. I'm a disciple of the third Hokage? That didn't feel good either. After a fierce, internal struggle, Jiraiya finally spoke up. I'm a friend of your father's. After saying this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that this identity should be easier for Naruto to accept. However, at that moment, a sudden clatter erupted from inside the room, mixed with a panicked shout. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Hearing this commotion, Jiraiya's heart suddenly jumped, and he began to worry about Naruto's safety. Immediately after, he heard the sound of footsteps running in the room, followed by a crisp click as the door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The first thing that came into Jiraiya's view was a small figure, a little boy with a head of short golden hair. The boy was very short, not even reaching Jiraiya's waist. He was wearing a cute green frog-patterned pajama set, which had faded somewhat, and there were some wet oil stains on his chest, making him look a bit messy. Because Naruto was so short, Jiraiya hadn't had the chance to clearly see his face before his attention was drawn to the peculiar layout of the room. Jiraiya slowly moved his gaze away from Naruto, looking past his small figure to the table behind him. There lay a bucket of instant noodles that had spilled onto the table, with broth continuously flowing down the surface, forming thin streams of yellow that dripped onto the floor. The once-curled noodles were now free, scattered everywhere. Some hung from the edge of the table, while others lay quietly on the floor, resembling a chaotic celebration. Clearly, this bucket of instant noodles was the meal Naruto had just prepared to enjoy, but it had suffered such a calamity due to Jiraiya's sudden visit. Looking around the small room, it appeared especially cramped and in disarray. Various articles of clothing were carelessly tossed in the corners, mixed with trash. The floor was covered with empty, instant food packaging, making it almost impossible to find a place to step. Even the utensils placed by the sink emitted a nauseating odor from not being washed for a long time, attracting a swarm of buzzing flies. Just then, Naruto seemed to sense Jiraiya's gaze and suddenly looked up. Thus, their eyes met in the air, like lightning flashing across the night sky. Jiraiya instinctively withdrew his gaze, lowering his head, only to meet Naruto's clear and somewhat puzzled eyes. However, in that unintentional glance, Jiraiya felt as if he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. Minato, Jiraiya, a renowned ninja in the ninja world and also the teacher of the man known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, had naturally seen photos of Minato as a child. As he gazed at Naruto's face, an indescribable feeling surged within him. He couldn't deny the fact that, from any angle, Naruto as a child was simply a younger version of Minato, Those bright eyes, that radiant smile, the sunny expression between his brows, and that iconic golden spiky hair all confirmed it beyond doubt. "Hey, little guy, you really look like him," Jiraiya murmured. Just then, Naruto noticed Jiraiya's unusual gaze and asked with a puzzled expression, "Hey, uncle, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Jiraiya snapped back to reality, quickly covering the back of his head with his hand and chuckling awkwardly. "Oh, haha, it's nothing. Just suddenly remembered some past events." Naruto blinked his big eyes, seemingly not fully convinced by Jiraiya's words, but he still warmly invited, "Oh, is that so? Then come in, uncle." Saying that, he stepped aside to let Jiraiya through the humble entrance of his home. Once inside, Jiraiya looked around and found the room to be quite messy, especially the bed, which was piled high with Naruto's unwashed clothes, leaving hardly any place to sit. However, Naruto was used to it and didn't mind at all. As for why Naruto led Jiraiya in just after a single sentence, it's important to note that due to the powerful 9 tails sealed within him, Naruto has an unusually keen sense of others' malice. However, Jiraiya was completely different from the villagers he had encountered before. He radiated a reassuring aura with no hint of ill will. Just because of this, Naruto genuinely welcomed Jiraiya into his little home as a guest, even if it might not be as tidy and comfortable as one would imagine. "Uncle, please wait a moment," Naruto said while eagerly staring at the door. He quickly closed the door as soon as he saw Jiraiya step into the room and dash to the bedside like a gust of wind. Once at the bed, Naruto didn't bother to tidy up his messy, stained clothes, but simply pushed them aside with force. At that moment, he had no time to care about whether the dirty clothes would fall to the floor. His only thought was to clear a space for this uncle who didn't dislike him to sit. "Uncle, you can sit here," Naruto said with a shy and apologetic smile, pointing to the space he had just cleared. Thank you, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a slight smile, accepting Naruto's kindness. He walked steadily to the bedside, carefully placing the 2 heavy bags of food he was carrying to the side before sitting down in the spot Naruto had prepared for him. Just then, a loud and urgent grumble sound suddenly erupted. It turned out that Naruto's stomach was protesting because he was already hungry, making a noise that seemed to shout, "I want to eat. I want to eat. Oh no, my breakfast." Naruto slapped his forehead, looking at the spilled cup noodles with regret. However, just as he felt a little disappointed for not being able to enjoy his breakfast in time, an incredibly rich and mouth-watering aroma, like a lively little snake, silently snaked into his nostrils. Naruto instinctively flared his nostrils and sniffed hard. Soon, he confirmed that this tempting scent was coming from the 2 packages Jiraiya had set aside. "Looks like our little Naruto is hungry. How about we tidy up the table and happily have breakfast together?" Jiraiya teased Naruto. Sure. Naruto nodded vigorously. After all, for a starving Naruto, nothing was more appealing at that moment than a hearty meal. Moreover, he now understood that the food might have been specially bought by Jiraiya for him, and this unfamiliar kindness filled him with warmth and happiness. "Then let's get started." At this moment, Naruto was already ravenous, with his stomach growling. And how could Jiraiya just sit by and watch Naruto continue to go hungry? So, the 2 of them, one big and one small, quickly got to work preparing to enjoy this sumptuous feast. They quickly tidied up the messy items on the dining table. Naruto carefully collected the spilled cup noodles into a trash bag. Then Jiraiya slowly moved the table next to the bed. Once everything was ready, Naruto plopped down on the small stool, while Jiraiya sat on the bed. The 2 began to arrange food on the table. Before long, the small table was filled to the brim with various delicious dishes. There were fragrant grilled meats, enticing 3-colored meatballs, steaming curry rice, and sweet, tasty milk, among others. Some food could not be placed on the table due to the sheer quantity and had to be temporarily left in the bags. "Wow, it's all delicious," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at the array of food before him, his mouth watering uncontrollably. However, even though he was starving, he still held back his appetite and turned to Jiraiya, asking, "Hey, can I really eat all this?" In the past, some people had deliberately used food to play tricks on him, so whenever he encountered such situations, he remained cautious and wanted to confirm with others beforehand. Fortunately, Jiraiya was completely different from those with ulterior motives. Naruto felt no trace of the almost overflowing malice he sensed from others. "Haha, go ahead and eat, little guy. Enjoy all this food, it's all yours. Eat as much as you want, and if you feel it's not enough, I can buy more. I have plenty of money," Jiraiya said with a hearty laugh. However, as he looked at Naruto's well-behaved and sensible demeanor, an indescribable feeling of sadness and guilt surged within him. He knew very well that Naruto had lost his parents at a young age and had endured many hardships under the deliberate manipulation of Hiruzen Sarutobi to grow to this point. As Naruto's father's teacher, he had failed to provide enough care and attention for him. This guilt made him feel increasingly uneasy, and he could only laugh loudly to hide his inner discomfort. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto happily nodded and replied, Uncle, I'm going to dig in now. Wow, this grilled meat is so fragrant and delicious. Saying this, he eagerly picked up a big chopstick of grilled meat and stuffed it into his mouth. His small mouth instantly puffed up like a cute little squirrel. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Here, drink some milk to soothe your throat, Jiraiya said, quickly reminding him with concern, and swiftly opened a box of milk, placing it where Naruto could easily reach it. Sure enough, because he ate too quickly, Naruto accidentally choked on the food. He was seen coughing violently while frantically grabbing the milk box and gulping down a big mouthful. After finally catching his breath, he hurriedly thanked Jiraiya, saying cough, cough, cough. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, you should eat too. I definitely can't finish all this by myself. After saying that, Naruto stuffed another piece of grilled meat into his mouth, his face beaming with a happy and satisfied smile. That uncle is starting too. Jiraiya smiled and picked up a skewer of dango to eat. At this moment, Naruto was wolfing down various foods, his cheeks puffed out like two round balloons, his mouth completely stuffed with no space left. Because he had too much food in his mouth, he spoke unclearly, only able to make some indistinct sounds. Haha, you greedy little guy, eat slowly. I can't understand what you're mumbling about at all. Jiraiya laughed at Naruto's gluttonous appearance. However, Naruto didn't care to respond to Jiraiya's teasing and continued to chew desperately on the food in his mouth. After a while, he finally managed to swallow the piled-up food down his throat. Then, he eagerly spoke up. I said, Uncle, this milk is really super delicious. Hearing this, Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto with a puzzled expression and asked, What did you just say? I still didn't catch that. So, Naruto had to clear his throat again and loudly repeat word by word. I said, Uncle, this milk is really incredibly delicious. Finally, Jiraiya understood Naruto's meaning. He casually picked up a box of milk next to him, took a sip, and then examined it carefully. He secretly wondered, the taste of this milk, in my impression, doesn't seem to differ much. Could it be that my sense of taste has deteriorated? Thinking of this, he turned to Naruto and curiously asked, You actually think this milk is particularly good? Why can't I taste any difference from other ordinary milk? Naruto quickly nodded vigorously and replied, Uncle, this milk is indeed delicious. It's just that it lacks those little beans. If it could have those little beans, then I could drink the milk and chew on them at the same time. Little beans? What little beans? How could there be little beans in milk? Naruto's nonsensical words left Jiraiya completely confused, making him feel dazed. After all, after living for so many years, Jiraiya had never heard of such things as little beans existing in milk. His gaze was drawn to an empty milk carton on the ground nearby. It was an unremarkable paper box, lying there all alone. He curiously walked forward, bent down, and picked up the box. After examining it carefully, he realized it was just the most common and inexpensive type of milk packaging in the Hidden Leaf Village. This milk, Jiraiya had tasted many times himself and did not notice anything unusual, let alone any mysterious little particles. However, just as he was about to casually toss the box into the garbage bag, a few drops of milk fell to the ground. Seeing this, a trace of doubt surged in Jiraiya's heart. So, he re-examined the box in his hand, his gaze falling on the few remaining drops of milk inside. Something's not right, Jiraiya muttered to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment of observation, he finally found the problem. He noticed that there seemed to be some extremely fine granular substances on the surface of the remaining milk. These tiny things were almost impossible to detect without careful inspection. Naruto, do you remember when you drank this box of milk? Jiraiya turned around and shouted at Naruto, who was sitting at the table, devouring his food. Hearing the voice, Naruto looked up, his mouth still stuffed full. However, this time he was smart. He quickly chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth before answering. Well, it should be yesterday or the day before. Haha. Uncle, I forgot the exact time. Anyway, it was one of those 2 days. Oh, I see, Jiraiya nodded, indicating he understood, and then said, All right, it's nothing. You continue to enjoy your food, Naruto. It wouldn't be good if your meal got cold. I definitely won't waste this delicious food. You know, this is the most lavish and sumptuous meal I've had since I can remember, Naruto said, carelessly mumbling while enjoying the delicious dishes in front of him. His innocent and satisfied smile seemed to suggest that the whole world had been reduced to the food in front of him. However, Jiraiya, standing nearby, was not as carefree and joyful as Naruto. When he heard Naruto's seemingly indifferent words, his heart tightened, and an unnamed anger surged within him. He tightly clenched the now empty milk carton in his hand, and due to the force, his finger joints even turned slightly pale. Well, Little Bean, this is not Little Bean at all. This is clearly the sediment that has solidified from expired milk. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he angrily stared at the milk carton in his hand, muttering softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could you, as Hokage, let little Naruto drink this expired milk? This is simply too much. Thinking about the various sufferings and injustices Naruto had faced since childhood, Jiraiya's anger burned even more fiercely. The fact that he called Sarutobi Hiruzen by his full name indicated that his anger was about to explode. This poor child had lost the love of his parents at a young age and was often bullied and insulted by the villagers. Moreover, he could only fill his stomach with expired milk and eat instant noodles that had no nutritional value. Such harsh living conditions were incredibly cruel for a growing child, especially since his parents were heroes of Konoha. You enjoy the peace brought by this child's parents while bullying their child. Just thinking about this made Jiraiya's anger soar. He is a bit afraid of dying now. He is afraid that after he dies, he will encounter the Watergate couple. He really can't face them. On the other side, while Ming was walking to work eating a bun, the system had another notification. Ding! Jiraiya encountered Naruto Uzumaki earlier, significantly changing Naruto's life trajectory, and rewarded with a mysterious reward. Ming, walking on the road, was instantly stunned by this. The recent changes the system had brought him were quite significant. The sudden appearance of a limited lottery had already surprised him enough. Now, unexpectedly, another mysterious reward pops up. Is this system from a terrorist background? It attacks so smoothly. System, open the mysterious reward. Since he was on the street, Ming didn't say it out loud, but instructed the system in his mind. The mysterious reward has been opened. After the system said that, Ming quietly waited for a long time, but the surroundings remained silent, with no changes happening at all. He was very clear in his heart that he shouldn't expect that rigid and foolish system to actively show up and explain the situation to him. As the saying goes, you have to do it yourself to have enough to eat. Thus, Ming skillfully pulled out the system panel. Sure enough, on the originally empty system panel, a spiral, mysterious symbol resembling the eye of a typhoon suddenly appeared. At this moment, the symbol was spinning rapidly without stopping, while the words charging were clearly displayed next to it. Behind this peculiar symbol, a series of continuously decreasing numbers were flashing. Is this a countdown? Just a glance at these numbers allowed Ming to quickly calculate the exact time in his mind. Excluding the time he wasted, this number should be 720 hours from the start, which translates to a full 30 days. Since he had already figured out the situation, Ming thought that since he couldn't do anything else for now, he might as well wait quietly. The perspective slowly shifted back to Naruto's house. At this time, sunlight streamed through the window onto the dining table, illuminating Naruto's satisfied face. He was leaning back in his chair, his belly slightly protruding, clearly having eaten to his heart's content. A loud burp escaped from Naruto's mouth, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. I'm so full, so full. It was really delicious. Thank you for the generous hospitality, uncle. Naruto's eyes squinted into a line, seemingly particularly pleased with this breakfast. Meanwhile, Jiraiya beside him forced a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Jiraiya scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, Well, little Naruto, I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to, so I might need to step out for a bit. Before he finished speaking, Naruto jumped down from the stool like a nimble little frog, and with a light step, he ran over to Jiraiya with a tap tap tap. He tightly hugged Jiraiya's thigh, looking up with those big eyes full of desire and reluctance, pleading pitifully, Uncle, are you really leaving? Can you not go? Uncle, I promise I'll eat less in the future, really. Please don't go, okay? As Naruto spoke, he clung even tighter to Jiraiya's leg, as if fearing that if he let go, Jiraiya would disappear. For Naruto, today's breakfast was not just about food. The array of dishes certainly satisfied his appetite. But more importantly, he greatly enjoyed the relaxed and joyful atmosphere he felt when he was with Jiraiya. This feeling was something Naruto had never experienced before. It was like a ray of warm sunlight in winter, warming Naruto's heart and making him intoxicated, hard to let go. Every time Hiruzen Sarutobi visited Naruto, although he often had a clear purpose or intentionally approached Naruto to bestow favors, he never stayed for long. In comparison, Shikamaru and a few other friends at school brought Naruto a completely different experience. However, even being with these people, That feeling still couldn't be compared to what Jiraiya gave Naruto. At some point, Naruto realized he had an unusually strong sense of familiarity and a desire for closeness to Jiraiya deep within his heart. It was as if this seemingly carefree and casual man exuded a unique charm that made Naruto want to be close to him. Moreover, this feeling had helped Naruto through difficulties many times in the past. Thus, he gradually got used to following his heart's guidance and moving forward with this feeling. Naruto, don't cry anymore. Uncle just has some things to deal with temporarily, and I might not be able to be by your side during the day. But we can still enjoy a delicious dinner together tonight. How about that? Jiraiya, slightly bent down, softly comforting Naruto while gently reaching out his broad palm to stroke Naruto's somewhat messy blonde hair. Uncle, is what you said true? When Naruto heard Jiraiya promise he would come back for dinner, his earlier sadness about the impending separation was instantly swept away, replaced by an expression of uncontainable joy. Of course, Uncle won't lie to you. Seeing Naruto's smile return, Jiraiya couldn't help but show a kind smile. Then, Uncle, let's make a pinky promise. The one who lies is a toad. Naruto extended his pinky to Jiraiya. Fine. Then it's settled. The one who lies is a toad. Jiraiya awkwardly extended his hand. Their fingers, one big and one small, hooked together. I'll buy food to come back tonight. Naruto, so see you in the evening. See you tonight, Uncle. Then let's settle this matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi said slowly, sitting at his desk with a serious and steady expression. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja respectfully replied, then slightly bowed and prepared to leave. At this moment, they were in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office in the Hokage building. The room was simply and elegantly decorated, yet exuded authority. The walls were adorned with portraits of past Hokages and important items like a map of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, at that moment, a sudden loud bang echoed. The sound was deafening, as if the entire Hokage building trembled. Everyone turned to look, only to see the office door of Hiruzen Sarutobi had come off its hinges and crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Lying there quietly, as if recounting the violent impact it had just endured, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze quickly shifted to the door, a hint of surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja reacted swiftly, instantly drawing a kunai and taking up a highly defensive posture, unhesitatingly placing his body in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi to guard against any danger approaching the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. This is none of your business. You go outside first. A familiar voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Hiruzen Sarutobi's previously tense nerves relaxed a little. It turned out that the newcomer was Jiraiya. Indeed, since last night, this was already the second time Jiraiya had treated the poor door in such a rough manner. It seemed that it could not bear the strain of Jiraiya's powerful force and had to end its mission early, gloriously retiring. From guarding the Hokage's door to providing warmth for the Hokage building. All right, you step back, stay outside, and keep a close watch on the surroundings. No one is allowed to approach this place without my orders. Hiruzen Sarutobi instructed with a serious expression. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, fixed firmly on Jiraiya in front of him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not confused when he caught a glimpse of Jiraiya's furious expression. As if he were about to breathe fire, he understood in his heart. The source of this anger must be related to Naruto. As for the specific reason, based on years of experience and insight into the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen could roughly guess the truth. As per Lord Hokage's orders, the ninja from the Umbu, after respectfully bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely ignored the furious Jiraiya beside him and strode past him, quickly leaving the room. I must say, Jiraiya, you've truly opened my eyes today. In just one day, you've kicked down the door to my office twice. I don't recall ever teaching you such rude behavior. Have I? Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, feigning a surprised expression. Stop pretending here. Don't tell me you don't know why I'm here. Jiraiya glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with wide eyes, speaking bluntly. Oh, is that so? I really don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to play innocent, acting oblivious. However, Jiraiya was all too familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual tricks. Since the other party intended to evade the question, there was no need for him to beat around the bush any longer. So, he took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said directly, cut the nonsense. Hand over Minato and Kushina's house, along with their legacy. That S long gone. After the Nine Tails incident, Minato's house was destroyed. Subsequently, the village faced the daunting task of post-disaster reconstruction, and I invested all the inheritance left by Minato and his wife into that, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly. In fact, he had already spent that inheritance. Even if he wanted to return it, there was nothing left to give. What he just said wasn't he entirely a lie. He merely concealed part of the truth. Some of the funds had indeed been used during the village's reconstruction, while the remaining portion was quietly funneled into the Sarutobi family. Now, this wealth had become an integral part of the Sarutobi family's deep foundation and, of course, could not be returned. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya trembled with rage, his eyes wide as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to believe the other's shamelessness. You must know Minato had a child. For the sake of the village. If you spent a little, I believe even Minato wouldn't say anything. But you didn't leave a single penny for this child, and spent it all. He knew nothing about the specific situation regarding the legacy of the Watergate. He had only visited the former residence before coming here. As expected, it was no longer the house he remembered, and the person living there was not someone he recognized. Moreover, you've spent the money. Should you take care of that person? These should have been points that help people better care for the heroes. But look at what kind of life Naruto is living now. Even the war orphans in the orphanage, whose parents are unknown, shouldn't have to suffer like this. With this thought, Jiraiya's anger surged even more. Unable to endure any longer, he marched forward with a face full of rage, each step seeming to carry immense weight, heavily and powerfully thudding against the floor, producing a series of muffled sounds. He walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, raised his palm high without hesitation, and then slammed it down with all his strength. There was a loud bang, and the seemingly solid desk could not withstand the force, instantly cracking with a long, shocking fissure that extended from the surface to the legs, as if it were about to be torn in half. Jiraiya's eyes widened, burning with fierce anger, as he stared intensely at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted, "This child's parents sacrificed their lives for our village. Their precious legacy should have been a guarantee and support for this child's life, but you ruthlessly threw it into the village's construction. And now, this poor child not only lacks the love and care he deserves, but is also forced to eat expired and spoiled food just to fill his stomach. What's worse, he has to endure the wanton bullying and vicious insults from the bastards in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you clearly know all this. Yet you choose to turn a blind eye. Do you have any humanity left at all?" Facing Jiraiya's fierce accusations and angry roar, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, his face dark and terrifying. He lowered his head slightly, unable to meet Jiraiya's furious gaze. At this moment, although he felt a myriad of discomfort in his heart, he could not refute a single word that Jiraiya had said, because deep down, he knew that the truth was like a sharp sword, pointing directly at his heart, leaving him no way to escape. The descriptions of Naruto's tragic experiences from Jiraiya's mouth were undeniable, solid evidence that could not be questioned. No matter how he argued or explained, it could not change what had already happened. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only choose to remain silent, silently enduring Jiraiya's scolding and disdain. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's indifference, as if he were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, Jiraiya's disappointment surged like a tide, instantly drowning his last glimmer of hope. "You've changed, truly changed. The you now is no longer the kind teacher I once knew." Jiraiya's voice was low and filled with sorrow. This sentence pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a sharp dagger. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had been furiously cursing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a statue devoid of emotion, his face showing little fluctuation. However, at this moment, just this seemingly ordinary sentence made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tremble, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips trembled, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, only able to produce this short and powerless cry. "Enough. No need for more words. Take care of yourself from now on, teacher." After saying this, Jiraiya's previously blazing anger seemed to be extinguished in an instant by a cold wind, disappearing without a trace. He finally cast a deep gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a look filled with too many complex emotions: anger, nostalgia, and deep disappointment. Then, he resolutely turned around and walked steadily and decisively toward the door. "Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood up, reaching out his hand in an attempt to grab the corner of Jiraiya's clothes. Unfortunately, his movement was still a step too slow, as Jiraiya lightly waved his arm, effortlessly breaking free from his grasp. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only watch helplessly as Jiraiya's figure gradually faded away, until it finally disappeared from his sight. With Jiraiya's disappearance, it felt as though all the strength in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body had been drained away, and he heavily collapsed into the chair that symbolized the power of the Hokage. At that moment, the entire office was filled with a suffocating silence. Only the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen's heavy breathing echoed in the air. He stood there in a daze, filled with endless sadness and loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly realized that from this moment on, he had once again lost a disciple, and this was also his last disciple. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, why have you treated me this way one after another? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his voice revealing deep helplessness and pain. Memories of the past with the three disciples surged in like a tide. Orochimaru's cold yet gentle smile, Tsunade's bold and carefree laughter, and Jiraiya's seemingly cynical but genuinely righteous smile flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind one after another. Soon, a group photo of the four slowly emerged. In the photo, they smiled so brightly, as if time had forever frozen in that beautiful moment. However, at that moment, the precious group photo suddenly turned fragile like a bubble, and with a soft pop, it completely vanished without trace. Jiraiya left the Hokage building with heavy steps, his tall and slightly lonely figure blending into the bustling crowd. At this moment, he felt as if shrouded in a dark cloud, his thoughts tangled like a mess, aimlessly wandering the streets. Each step seemed to carry endless sadness and confusion, and the memory of his disciples passing hit him like a heavy hammer, causing him great heartache. What pained him even more was that his disciple's child was being bullied and insulted by the villagers who had benefited from them. At this thought, Jiraiya couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he was oblivious to the pain. What was most unbelievable to him was that his once respected teacher had now undergone such a drastic change. The image of the once kind and wise elder gradually blurred, replaced by a stranger he could hardly recognize. This series of blows plunged Jiraiya into deep confusion and pain. Thus, he walked slowly down the street like a walking corpse, oblivious to the lively and noisy scenes around him, hearing nothing, until a shout reached his ears. Jiraiya-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, who had been immersed in his own inner world, slightly blinked his vacant eyes at the familiar call, as if someone had suddenly awakened him from a long sleep. In an instant, his gaze refocused, filled with a hint of confusion as he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Uchiha Makoto sitting by the window in a nearby barbecue shop. At that moment, Jiraiya realized that he had unknowingly arrived near the security department. He raised his head, looking around in a daze, and murmured softly, I actually ended up here. However, at this moment, he had no idea where he could go next. His home was also destroyed in an instant by the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails chaos. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen later ordered its reconstruction, that so-called home had already turned into a house and had become unfamiliar to him. The last time he stepped into someone else's door, that sense of alienation and strangeness surged over him like a tide, making even the host feel a chill. And the warmth provided by the modest little inn by the street far surpassed what he felt in this so-called home. Therefore, he was filled with resistance towards the idea of going home, completely unable to muster even half a bit of enthusiasm. And when he thought of Naruto, Jiraiya's heart was even more conflicted. He truly did not want to face that innocent and always smiling child with a heart full of negative emotions. It's truly lamentable that in the vast Konoha village, there wasn't a single place that could truly accommodate his weary heart. Ming extended his hand enthusiastically to greet Jiraiya, saying, Come, sit down for a while. Mr. Jiraiya, I assume you have quite a few worries in your heart. Why not talk to me about them? Perhaps I can help you come up with some solutions. Even if we ultimately can't find a perfect solution, at least it's good for you to have someone to confide in. I consider myself quite a good listener. At this moment, Ming noticed Jiraiya's lost expression and understood the reason behind it. It turned out that even before Jiraiya had appeared, the system had already sent Ming relevant notifications in advance. Ding! Jiraiya has completely fallen out with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The plot has changed, and the reward lottery chances have increased by 1. Whenever there was a chance to draw a lottery, Ming would always choose to draw without hesitation. He had never had the habit of hoarding lottery chances. This time, when he chose the lottery method as a big wheel and pressed the draw button, the wheel of fortune began to spin. In the end, it landed on a surprising prize, an orange creature that was currently beside Ming, devouring roasted meat voraciously. This creature resembled a dinosaur, but had its unique features. Its body was large yet agile, with tiny arms and stout, powerful legs forming a stark contrast. It had a pair of large wings folded on its back. Its body was covered with a thick and hard layer of orange scales, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight by the window, as if clad in golden armor, exuding majesty. What stood out even more was the long tail behind it, which was constantly swishing back and forth. At the tip of the tail, a blazing flame burned fiercely, resembling the most dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky. Whenever this creature was happily satisfied with its meal, the flame on its tail would suddenly shoot up, seemingly expressing its inner joy and excitement. From a distance, the dancing flames and swaying long tail complemented each other, creating a magnificent and magical scene. Charizard, from the Pokemon world. Charizard is the final evolution of Charmander, said to be able to breathe powerful flames that can even melt rocks. Its tail flame burns vigorously, and its eyes are filled with fighting spirit. Charizard can unleash high-temperature flames capable of melting solid rock, but often inadvertently causes forest fires. Hence its widespread recognition. Mumming's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. You see, before this, whether it was drawing skills or items, he had already felt quite surprised and taken aback. But now, to think that even a living creature could be drawn out. This was truly beyond imagination. This shows that the mysterious and somewhat foolish system harbors an unfathomable potential for development. Although he did not draw those coveted powerful skills or astonishing equipment this time, when he saw that a majestic and imposing Charizard appeared before him, Mumming's heart was not filled with dissatisfaction or frustration. Rather, it was hard to hide his excitement. After all, if you casually stopped someone on the street who loved ACG culture and asked them, it would be hard to find anyone who didn't adore Ash's incredibly cool, powerful, and distinctively characterized old Charizard. For Mumming, he too had longed for and desired this powerful and handsome Pokemon. Therefore, having the opportunity to collect it this time undoubtedly fulfilled a beautiful dream buried deep in his childhood. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that after Mumming's careful observation and comparison, he discovered that the Charizard he obtained was much more powerful than the one Ash had. According to his memories from his past life, even those common Pokemon actually had clear level divisions. 0 to 10 levels. Beginner level, 10 to 30 levels. Ordinary level, 31 to 45 levels. Elite level, 46 to 60 levels. Gym level, 61 to 80 levels. Champion level, 81 to 100 levels. Master level. Yet the Charizard Mumming owned had already reached level 88, which was the champion level. It must be noted that Pokemon of this level are extremely rare in the entire Pokemon world. Not only that, but its ability is also the rare hidden ability Solar Power. This powerful ability allows this Charizard to have combat explosive power far exceeding that of its peers in specific environments. With such strength, even in the current ninja world, it could definitely be considered a formidable force. It's no exaggeration to say that its strength could rival those at the peak of the Kage level, or even those who could barely touch the Super Kage level threshold. At this moment, Mumming raised his hand and gently patted Charizard's shoulder. Interestingly, this Charizard had developed so impressively that it was much taller than Mumming, making it impossible for him to reach the top of its head. Roughly estimated, this Charizard must be at least 3 meters tall, over a meter taller than other normally sized Charizards. However, despite its towering and majestic stature, it showed no signs of resistance when Mumming touched it gently. In fact, this Charizard had just been drawn out by Mumming not long ago. Yet, it seemed to have a special fondness for Mumming, this somewhat inexperienced trainer. Of course, the title of trainer might not be quite fitting. Perhaps caretaker would be more appropriate. After all, in a certain sense, Mumming's help to it might only extend to providing care. Soon, taking advantage of the brief moment of free time, Mumming quickly glanced at Charizard's skill panel. However, after just a fleeting glance, he immediately realized that merely looking at it was far from enough. Scratch, Roar, Ember, Schmokeshrein. Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, Wing Attack, Fire Spin, Scary Face, Inferno, Flare Blitz, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Endure, Stalling, Blast Burn, Fire Pledge. Fire Punch, Overheat, Dragon Tail, Dragon Rush, Fire Fong, Weather Ball, Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Metal Claw, Rough Skin, Burn Up, Protect, Rest, Roar, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Solar Beam. Shadow Claw, Sleep Talk, Substitute, Sunny Day, Swift, Swords Dance, Body Slam, Sacrifice, Blast Burn, Thunder Punch, Meteor Mash, Flame Burst, Bite Double Edge, Belly Drum, Iron Tail, Ancient Power. Dragon Dive. That dazzling array of skills truly made him a bit dizzy. Mumming felt embarrassed to compare the pitiful few ninjutsu he had mastered. It was simply a disgrace. At this moment, looking at the long list of skills before him, he couldn't help but feel that this thing seemed longer than his own life. When it comes to Mook Ming's understanding of Pokemon in his previous life, it was quite limited. Although he had heard of the name Charizard, he had no idea how many skills it could master. However, he guessed it was probably just the ones he had seen so far. In his shallow understanding, Apart from the legendary Mew and the so-called god of creation, Arceus, who could master all Pokemon skills. Even other legendary Pokemon could only reach that level at best, possessing a skill panel similar to a Pokemon skill display board. Perhaps influenced by the mysterious system's power, when Charizard was summoned, a wonderful connection was established between the person and the dragon. Just like that, when Charizard let out a couple of roars towards Ming, he immediately understood its meaning. This big guy was hungry. So, Ming took Charizard to a barbecue restaurant near the security department. Other ninjas or ordinary people were not overly surprised to see Charizard. They merely looked at it with admiration and envy, treating Charizard as a brand new spirit beast. However, Ming was unexpectedly surprised to run into Jiraiya there. At that moment, Jiraiya was wandering aimlessly, having no clue about his next itinerary. Just then, he heard Ming calling his name, a voice that seemed like a guiding light. Since that was the case, he might as well go and see what was happening. Thus, Jiraiya walked towards the barbecue restaurant. As soon as he entered, his gaze was firmly captured by the gigantic figure across from Ming, who was devouring the barbecue. This creature was like a battle machine among foodies, continuously stuffing tender, juicy pieces of meat into its mouth, enjoying itself immensely. "Is this your spirit beast?" Jiraiya couldn't help but ask curiously. Ming smiled and nodded. "That's right, this is my close partner, named Charizard. Come, Sharidzar." This is the famous Jiraiya-san from the ninja world. As he spoke, Ming gestured toward Charizard. Upon hearing its master's introduction, Charizard slowly turned its head to glance at Jiraiya, and then let out a deep and powerful roar. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed like it was greeting Jiraiya. However, after just that brief greeting, it quickly turned its head back and immersed itself in the world of food, continuing to devour the barbecue with great enthusiasm. A sight that was quite amusing. Seeing this, Ming smiled and explained to Jiraiya, "Haha, Jiraiya-san, please don't mind. Charizard is just saying hello to you." I must say, although this Charizard looks incredibly fierce, like a brainless brute, it is actually quite intelligent. After spending this brief time with the Charizard, Ming could clearly feel that this big guy's emotional intelligence and insight were far beyond that of Uchiha Itachi. Well, even when it comes to actual strength, it is slightly superior to Itachi. "Oh, hello there," Jiraiya greeted while slowly walking over and sitting down next to Ming. He watched with great interest as the Charizard in front of him devoured its food. Each of its little hands held a skewer fork, and with its wide-open mouth, it swiftly gobbled up piece after piece of fragrant grilled meat, as if a storm were passing through. Looking at Ming's side, there were actually 6 barbecue machines set up, each filled with enticing, sizzling pieces of meat. However, even with all 6 machines working simultaneously, the speed of grilling meat could not keep up with the speed at which the Charizard was eating. In the blink of an eye, the large plate of cooked meat was swept away by the Charizard, leaving only an empty grill and a few remnants of grease, telling tales of its former glory. Ming was seriously using the tongs in his hand to flip the tender and juicy chunks of meat on the barbecue machine, releasing an alluring aroma. At the same time, he did not forget to chat with Jiraiya beside him. "Mr. Jiraiya, I see your face. You seem a bit downcast," Ming asked with a smile, directing his gaze at Jiraiya. However, in response to Ming's inquiry, Jiraiya merely looked around silently and did not answer immediately. Seeing this, Ming instantly understood. He chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Oh dear, I'm really sorry. It seems this isn't a good place for a conversation. How about we move to my office? It's quiet and comfortable there." Just then, the Charizard, who had been devouring its food with great gusto, finally stopped eating, clearly satisfied. The plate in front of it was completely empty, not a single crumb left. It opened its mouth contentedly and let out a big burp, a surge of hot air accompanied by few sparks erupting from its mouth. If it weren't for Ming's quick reaction, the curtains in the barbecue restaurant would have nearly caught fire. Hey, take it easy, will you? If you're this careless, my wallet is going to suffer." Ming shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of affection. There was no helping it. One had to spoil their own dragon. After paying the bill, Ming, Jiraiya, and the well-fed Charizard each held a cup of hawthorn juice and leisurely walked out of the barbecue restaurant. The Charizard held a specially made, oversized ice cup filled with cool, sweet-sour hawthorn juice. Thus, the 3 of them chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the security department. "Now we can talk, right?" Ming said with a smile, leading Jiraiya and the Charizard, who resembled a grandpa after eating, into his own office. As they passed through the security department, the Uchiha clan members around them cast curious glances. When they saw Jiraiya walking alongside Ming, a prominent figure from the Hokage lineage. A hint of confusion appeared on their faces. However, since Jiraiya was personally brought by Ming, despite their questions, the Uchiha clan members did not step forward to stop Jiraiya. This shows that Ming's prestige in the security department was quite high. Upon reflection, this was to be expected. After all, since Ming implemented a series of new policies, the Uchiha clan members had seen a considerable increase in unexpected income, indirectly improving their overall treatment. How could the clan members not feel respect for such an understanding leader who cared for his subordinates? Once in the office, Jiraiya and Ming sat face to face on the sofa. The Charizard, meanwhile, found a sunlit spot and comfortably curled up, seemingly ready to take a nice afternoon nap. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya broke the tranquility. Actually, I really don't know where to start. Ming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then softly asked, "It should have something to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen, right?" As he spoke, a subtle glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he already had some calculations in mind. Hearing Ming mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya nodded heavily and sighed. That's right, that old man has completely changed. The transformation is so great that it feels like the person in front of me is hardly the one I once knew. Mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen caused Jiraiya's once bright eyes to dim instantly, as if losing focus, and he seemed to be pulled into a world that belonged solely to him by an invisible force. This was perfectly normal, as the impact of power was immense. Ming nodded slightly, deeply resonating with this phenomenon. Whether in this war-torn and chaotic ninja world, on the complex and ever-changing political stage of his past life, or in the ancient dynasties of his previous life, there were countless examples of how power could lead to dramatic changes in a person's character and behavior. So what are your plans next? Ming asked directly. He had no intention of continuing to talk about Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Jiraiya was feeling confused and troubled. If he talked too much about the rights and wrongs of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would only make the other party more agitated, and he might even bring the anger upon himself, which would be counterproductive. I don't know. Right now, I just want to take good care of Naruto, Jiraiya said, shaking his head in confusion, his voice sounding somewhat low and weak. He had lost his direction in life, completely unable to find his life's goals. Even the matters related to the Child of Prophecy, which Jiraiya had been desperately pursuing, could not pique his interest at this moment. Over the years, he had searched everywhere for clues about the Child of Prophecy, but had always come up empty-handed. He had sacrificed far too much for this elusive and intangible goal. His home is gone. His most proud and exceptional disciple is gone. Now he has also fallen out with his teacher. Even the person he secretly admires is drifting further away from him. Everything beautiful he once had has dissipated like smoke, leaving him with nothing but exhaustion and endless sorrow. Do you remember the matter I mentioned to you before? Ming stared intently at the lost and disheartened Jiraiya in front of him and asked softly, "Huh? What matter?" Jiraiya raised his head in confusion, his eyes vacant and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing him like this, Ming secretly laughed and decided to give him a strong dose of reality. "Tsunade." "Oh, Tsunade? What?" "Tsunade." Jiraiya, who had been in a daze, instantly snapped back to attention as if struck by lightning upon hearing the name Tsunade, his eyes widening as he stared straight at Ming. As expected, mentioning Tsunade immediately got a reaction from him. Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued, "That's right, it's Tsunade. I've seriously considered it. With the current situation in Konoha becoming increasingly chaotic, it's time to invite Tsunade back to take charge." "Tsunade," Jiraiya murmured, involuntarily picturing the image of the fiery, bold, yet incredibly brave woman in his mind. Indeed, the village is in disarray, thanks to those old geezers, turning a good Konoha into a mess. As the thoughts became clearer, Jiraiya increasingly agreed with Ming's idea, and his longing for Tsunade grew stronger. "All right, in that case, I'll quickly pack my things and set off to find Tsunade." With that thought, Jiraiya could no longer contain his excitement and stood up to prepare for the journey, especially when his thoughts unintentionally drifted back to that deeply buried memory. A graceful golden-haired figure unfolded before his eyes like a painting. So many years have passed, surely her precious little one has grown a lot by now. Jiraiya mused to himself, a look of anticipation and eagerness appearing on his face. However, at that moment, an anxious shout suddenly came. "Wait a minute." It turned out that Ming, seeing Jiraiya getting up to leave, hurriedly called out to stop him. Hearing the shout, Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, paused his actions, and turned to Ming with a puzzled expression, asking, "What's wrong?" Ming looked at him seriously and said slowly, "You still have a lot to do." You don't need to personally handle the task of finding Tsunade this time. What could I possibly have to do? Jiraiya instinctively retorted, but as the words left his mouth, he noticed Ming was staring intently at him, his eyes seemingly filled with deeper meaning. Then, he heard Ming softly prompt, "Naruto." As those two words left Ming's mouth, Jiraiya's face instantly turned bright red. He is just thick-skinned, not shameless. He decided to take care of Naruto, but then forgot about him. Even with Jiraiya's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. I really almost turned into a toad. He has always been concerned about Tsunade, but he also has a duty to take care of Naruto, especially since he had just had a falling out with Sarutobi Hiruzen over Naruto's matter. If he were to abandon Naruto and leave the village now, what would be the difference between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? However, what made him uncomfortable at this moment was not the task itself, but Makim's statement that this time only he could go to find Tsunade, while he needed to stay in the village. Jiraiya frowned and argued. What do you mean only I have to stay? Why can't it be the other way around? Why do I have to stay in the village to watch the kids while you go find Tsunade? Oh, sorry, I misspoke. Makim admitted his small mistake without any hesitation. Jiraiya smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Makim then added, I need to correct what I just said. This time, it doesn't matter who goes to find Tsunade, but you cannot go. Jiraiya, who originally didn't care much about this matter, suddenly widened his eyes in confusion and asked, Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I go? You have to give me a reasonable explanation. Facing Jiraiya's serious attitude, Makim remained calm and answered, The reason is very simple. Mr. Jiraiya, you must know that the current relationship between our Uchiha clan and Konoha is extremely fragile, like a thin piece of window paper that could easily be torn with the slightest disturbance. In this sensitive period, only you can play a key role in easing the conflicts between both sides. After all, as long as you act as that buffer, it can at least ensure that the Uchiha and Konoha won't completely tear their faces and go to war. After saying this, Makim looked at Jiraiya with a meaningful gaze. They could fight. Makim was confident he could win against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. But such a direct outcome of physically eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not align with the script Makim had written in advance. What he wants is to kill both body and heart. Ming still remembers a popular post from his previous life about endings. The powerful are humble to the dust. The proud seek but cannot obtain. The wayward son dies for loyalty. The schemer dies for fidelity. The thief dies for devotion. The selfish die for sacrifice. Childhood sweethearts turn into enemies. Love at first sight becomes uncontrollable. Mutual unrequited love is always missed. While spending time together, each harbors ulterior motives. A sudden awakening cannot be reversed. A long-awaited reunion finds everything changed. The lustful witch dies for love. The schemer dies for fidelity. The traveler dies returning home. The reaper is trapped in the river of the dead. The shepherd dies for faith. The giant of dusk falls before dawn. The blazing sun extinguishes the light of the ancient sun. The dreamer never existed. The thief ultimately has nothing. The voyeur dies in the pursuit of knowledge. The sleepless fall into eternal sleep. The key of stars is trapped in the starry sky. The traveling mage never returns home. The serpent of fate is swayed by destiny. An anchor can carry the Black Emperor, but can also overthrow the Black Emperor. The lost guide, the deceived god of deception. The traveler has never left his hometown. All of the above represents the saddest endings. Conversely, this also means the most brutal punishments for those individuals. In the carefully crafted script by Ming, the character Sarutobi Sasuke is endowed with multiple traits. He is extremely obsessed with a good reputation and has an uncontrollable, fervent pursuit of power. Moreover, he is a typical double standard holder who always mindlessly favors his own family and allies. Based on these traits, Ming is already confident about the direction of the subsequent script, with clear and targeted goals. In Ming's script, death is not presented immediately for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but is placed at the end. Before that, Sarutobi Hiruzen will go through a series of processes such as the collapse of power, disgrace, and family fragmentation. However, in order to perfectly present these dramatic scenes, an indispensable witness who has seen the entire process is necessary. Undoubtedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the core figure of the entire event, has become the best candidate for the witness. At this moment, it is the opening act of Sarutobi Hiruzen's script, the dissipation of power. Seeing Jiraiya fall into silence and say no more, Ming already understood in his heart that the other party had clearly tacitly agreed to the proposal he put forward. If Mr. Jiraiya has no objections to this, then the matter is settled. In a moment, I will properly arrange a residence for you and Naruto within the Uchiha clan's territory, and you two can move in with peace of mind. Ming calmly gazed at Jiraiya in front of him and said slowly, "Move into the Uchiha clan's territory? Me and Naruto?" Upon hearing Ming's request for him and Naruto to move into the Uchiha clan's territory, Jiraiya couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, his whole being seemingly petrified in an instant, completely at a loss. "This action of yours is really too dangerous." Jiraiya frowned, shaking his head as he spoke. He could hardly imagine how Makoto could propose such a crazy suggestion. Jiraiya knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other high-ranking officials placed considerable importance on Naruto. Now, Makoto actually wanted Naruto to move into the Uchiha compound in a grand and open manner, which was undoubtedly a direct provocation to Sarutobi and the others, constantly stimulating and challenging their limits of patience. This is exactly the effect I want. I want them to be as anxious as ants on a hot pan, restless and uneasy. Why should we work ourselves to death while they get to live comfortably and peacefully? Dream on. Makoto's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, showing no signs of hiding his thoughts. Clearly, he was deliberately trying to create some trouble for Sarutobi and the others, making them anxious and irritated. "Mr. Jiraiya, you really don't need to worry too much. Even if Naruto moves into the Uchiha compound, you will still be responsible for looking after him. And once I leave the village, the fighting capacity of the Uchiha clan will naturally be significantly weakened. So, it's impossible for both sides to actually come to blows," Makoto confidently analyzed. He certainly understood what Jiraiya was worried about, but he himself was not afraid at all. If the Hokage were that ruthless and impulsive Danzo, who was often not very clear-headed, there might indeed be a possibility of an intense conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha due to a moment of impulse. However, the one sitting on the Hokage throne now was not that old Danzo, but the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was jokingly referred to as the Ninja Bear by people in his previous life. Speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, we can set aside his other merits for now. In Ming's eyes, the most outstanding characteristic of this third Hokage was his extraordinary patience. Because of this, with him in charge of Konoha, the probability of a conflict erupting between the Uchiha and Konoha was almost negligible, especially when Ming himself was not in the village. To Sarutobi, Ming was like the sword of Damocles hanging over him, instilling a sense of dread. This seemingly calm, yet actually turbulent situation brought the deterrent power of the Sharingan to its peak. "All right, stop hesitating. Let us decide on this. Besides, as a single man, can you really take good care of Naruto? At least here, I can arrange for people to help you look after him." Seeing Jiraiya's expression seemed to waver, Ming seized the opportunity and threw out another bombshell. "By the way, our clan leader's youngest son, Sasuke, is in the same class as Naruto, and they are quite good friends. Letting them go to and from school together, with peers around, will undoubtedly greatly benefit little Naruto's physical and mental health." "Fine, then it's settled. But speaking of which, where do you plan to arrange me? It wouldn't be near the Fugaka family, would it?" Jiraiya asked, looking at Ming with suspicion. Hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, Ming looked at him as if to say, "Are you still asleep, dreaming big? Mr. Jiraiya, don't you know what kind of reputation you have in the village? I wouldn't dare take such a big risk to place you near the clan leader's home." After saying this, Ming didn't forget to give Jiraiya a disdainful glance. You see, if he really placed Jiraiya near the Fugaka family, that rascally clan leader would probably come knocking with a big knife, demanding an explanation. Besides, Fugaku is the head of a prominent clan, and the power he wields is much greater than that of a mere deputy chief of the security department. As long as Fugaku doesn't agree, it's impossible for Jiraiya to smoothly move into the Uchiha territory. Moreover, just thinking about how there is a beautiful and gentle wife in the Fugaka household, while Jiraiya is notoriously lecherous, it would be a disaster to let such a person live next door. After pondering all this, Ming couldn't help but sigh to himself, realizing that convincing Fugaku to let Jiraiya live in the Uchiha territory wouldn't be an easy task. "Ah, little brother Ming, those are all tremendous misunderstandings of me. With New Year's approaching, let me wish all the bosses a happy new year in advance. I'm going to start a big cleanup. Besides, I'm not a lecherous person. Little brother, you're still young. You don't understand. Everything I do is for the supreme art, and those who serve as my artistic inspiration are absolutely noble beings that cannot be desecrated." As Jiraiya spoke, he scratched the back of his head vigorously, letting out a laugh that made Ming feel he was very guilty. "Well, let us leave it at that for now. Next, I need to quickly find the clan leader to communicate properly. As for the remaining matters, we'll talk about them after I negotiate with the clan leader. Alright, then I'll trouble you to take care of this, little brother Ming. Since he had already made up his mind to move here, Jiraiya no longer hesitated. He stood up and strode toward the office door. After Jiraiya left the security department, Ming finally set off for Fugaku's office. On the way, he still felt a bit anxious. After all, he had anticipated that Fugaku might not easily agree to let Jiraiya live in the Uchiha territory. However, when Ming detailed Jiraiya's situation to Fugaku, something that surprised him happened. Fugaku nodded without hesitation in agreement. The entire process went unusually smoothly, completely unlike the reluctance Ming had originally imagined. In the end, Jiraiya and Naruto's new home address was near Ming's house. With the same layout, a 3-story house with a garden. Ming walked out of Fugaku's office in a daze, filled with questions. When he reached the door of his own office, he suddenly seemed to have an idea, raising his hand and slapping his forehead hard. He had previously been misled by the scenes in the cartoons where Jiraiya peeped at women in the bathhouse. Although Jiraiya is notoriously lecherous and has a bad habit of peeping, it doesn't mean he lacks discretion or understanding of boundaries. For a ninja, especially someone as experienced and knowledgeable about the rules of the ninja world as Jiraiya, he knows very well what actions are acceptable and which ones cross the line. For instance, occasionally peeking at the village's ordinary women's bathhouse wouldn't cause too much trouble. However, if he dared to spy on Makoto, it would be akin to openly provoking Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Such a foolish act would be something no one with even a little common sense would do. After all, if that were to happen, the end result could only be one of two outcomes. Either Jiraiya takes down Fugaku, or Fugaku takes down Jiraiya. In any case, one of them would have to die. And it doesn't stop there. If Jiraiya dies, that's just that. But if Fugaku dies, Jiraiya's troubles would multiply. Because Fugaku has 2 sons, Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi has the Mangekyou Sharingan. By the way, Jiraiya is still unaware that Fugaku also possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan. But even without knowing Fugaku's strength, Jiraiya's way of dealing with the world would absolutely prevent him from doing something as self-destructive as that. This time, Ming was simply worrying for nothing. Since even leaders like Fugaku and Ming had nodded in agreement, and the matter itself didn't seem to be a monumental event. The other clan members didn't pay too much attention or concern to Jiraiya, a staunch member of the Hokage's lineage, moving into the Uchiha clan grounds. As for whether this was a conspiracy plotted by Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the scenes, the Uchiha high-ranking members merely scoffed at this, showing their disdain. After all, there's a saying, your teammates may not truly understand you, but your enemies will definitely know you inside and out. Speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is quite familiar with his usual style and methods. Although one cannot rule out the possibility that he might set some schemes to test the Uchiha clan's reactions, there is absolutely no way he would use Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as a pawn to gauge the Uchiha's attitude, not to mention the absurdity of having Naruto directly move into the Uchiha clan grounds. Even the Uchiha elders speculated that Sarutobi Hiruzen must be completely unaware of Naruto moving into the Uchiha clan grounds. Otherwise, given his usual style, he would certainly not be so indifferent and inactive. As for Jiraiya choosing to live here, this question seemed unimportant to everyone. They didn't care about the reasons and showed no interest in investigating further. After all, the Uchiha clan grounds, located on the outskirts of Konoha, far from the bustling village center, had the advantage of being spacious enough. Bringing in 2 people was no problem, let alone 100 or 80. Jiraiya's status was even less significant. The Uchiha clan valued friends not based on their status, but on the friends themselves. In the eyes of the Uchiha people, anyone who could make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel displeased or even disgusted must be a great person. Regardless of that person's original identity and background, it was all irrelevant. If someone held a different opinion, that was fine too. Here stood a living example. If you feel unconvinced, you could always follow Jiraiya's lead. As long as you could bring back a Jinchuriki and have them move into the Uchiha clan grounds, without a doubt, you two would become a good friend of the Uchiha clan. The matter of moving was thus settled easily and happily. Well, that's about it. From today onward, we'll be neighbors. Ming, with a big smile, came to Naruto's house and shared the news with Jiraiya and Naruto. At this moment, Jiraiya was leisurely sitting at the table enjoying dinner, while Naruto was wolfing down food with curiosity at the suddenly arriving Ming. After hearing the news, Jiraiya merely nodded slightly, seeming not too surprised. After all, with his experience and wisdom, he had already anticipated this outcome. However, Naruto instantly became excited, his big eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Wait, does this mean I'm going to be neighbors with that proud Sasuke who always thinks highly of himself? Naruto eagerly asked, his words revealing a hint of uncontainable joy. Proud Sasuke? Ming couldn't help but be amused by the nickname Naruto gave to Sasuke. He raised an eyebrow, thinking that the name was indeed quite vivid and fitting. Indeed, Sasuke had not yet matured into the later, more composed, cheerful, and smiling boy known as Sunny Sasuke. Looking at Naruto's expectant eyes, Ming answered with a smile. Huh, that's right, little Naruto. From now on, not only can you be neighbors with Sasuke, but you can also walk to and from school together every day. Isn't that exciting? Yes. I'm so happy. Naruto nodded eagerly, his face breaking into a radiant smile like the warm sun in spring. Just thinking about going to school with Sasuke every day and sharing those beautiful moments made his heart soar with joy. Then, Ming took out a brand new key from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya, saying, "This is the key to the new house. You can choose any day that's convenient for you to move in. The house over there is already tidied up. It's the one right next to my house. I believe Mr. Jiraiya should know its exact location." Well, Naruto doesn't have much stuff anyway. We can manage it ourselves. Jiraiya squinted slightly, recalling the area near Ming's home and quickly realizing which house Ming was referring to. Are you planning to set off immediately? Jiraiya asked as he took the key from Ming, feeling as if Ming's tone suggested he was about to embark on a journey. It wasn't just preparation. At this moment, considering the time, he should have already left the village. Ming looked up at the clock on the wall, which was slowly ticking, and then gave a somewhat uncertain response. All right, Jiraiya casually nodded, indicating he had no objections. After all, he was merely asking out of curiosity. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, before Ming could finish speaking, Jiraiya interjected, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Hearing Jiraiya agree so readily, Ming showed a hint of a relieved smile on his face. He then gently nodded at Jiraiya and little Naruto, saying, "In that case, Mr. Jiraiya and the lovely little Naruto, I will take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming's figure suddenly expanded, and with a loud bang, his entire body unexpectedly transformed into a dense cloud of white smoke that erupted. In the blink of an eye, the cloud quickly dissipated into the air, and Ming himself vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared at all. Wow, so cool. Little Naruto exclaimed excitedly, his bright eyes sparkling with a dazzling light like stars. Just now, he was completely amazed by the scene of that clone turning into smoke and disappearing. At this moment, Jiraiya walked over with a smile, gently patting Naruto's little head, and said, "Little Naruto, do you like this? Actually, Uncle can do it too. If you want to learn, I can teach you later." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation and joy, and eagerly nodded. Okay, thank you, Uncle. I will definitely learn well." After saying this, he didn't forget to give Jiraiya a brilliant smile, his white and neat teeth shining particularly brightly under the light. Meanwhile, not long after leaving Konoha, Ming suddenly felt a familiar wave of energy. He stopped in his tracks, slightly closed his eyes, and focused on receiving information from his clone. After a moment, Ming slowly opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Things here have finally come to a temporary conclusion. Next, I need to find Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha. Moreover, I must find a way to convince her to take over as the new Hokage. Ming thought to himself. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and then suddenly unleashed the power beneath his feet. In an instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a dark shadow that sped away at an astonishing pace, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the sound of rushing wind. Time seemed to freeze as it quietly passed, and no one could tell exactly how long had gone by. Ming looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, and a wave of regret surged within him. Why did I choose to rush on this journey in the dead of night? He pondered. I could have waited until tomorrow morning to set off. It's not like there's an urgent matter at hand. Does it really make a difference to lose just one night? Ming glanced around and saw nothing but dense trees surrounding him, resembling a deep green ocean. The initial enthusiasm gradually dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable sense of lethargy. His adorable Charizard is currently sound asleep in its exclusive luxury ball, sleeping incredibly sweetly. As a result, Ming couldn't muster even a bit of motivation to continue on his journey. He then noticed a rather pleasing large tree. Following that, he swiftly climbed up the tree like a monkey, reaching the top in the blink of an eye. just as Ming had carefully selected a branch that felt suitable for sleeping and was about to sit down to rest. A faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears from a distance. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly audible. Someone's coming, and it seems there is more than one person. Ming instantly became alert. After all, he had been in the ninja world for some years. Even though he had always been in the rare, peaceful period of Konoha and had never truly stepped onto a battlefield filled with smoke, his combat experience should not be underestimated. It is important to know that taking a life does not only happen on brutal and bloody battlefields. Ming slowly sat up straight, and his previously dark pupils instantly turned a striking red, shining like flickering blood under the moonlight. At the same time, 3 mysterious black tomo quietly appeared in his eyes, flashing with a heart-pounding light. The moonlight was especially bright tonight, pouring down like mercury and illuminating everything around. With his Sharingan, Ming could clearly see the slight rustling of leaves in the distance. Even the slightest movement of the wind or grass could not escape his keen gaze. As time passed, a group of figures soon entered his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 5 men walking towards him. One of them appeared to be middle-aged, with some signs of aging on his face. The other 4 were much younger, in the prime of their youth. After careful observation, Ming noticed that none of these 5 had any distinctive markings from a ninja village. However, from their instinctive movements and the tacit cooperation among them, it was clear that these individuals were not ordinary wandering ninjas, but rather formal ninjas trained professionally with a lineage of ninja heritage. Could they be spies? Ming pondered to himself. He thought of the recent tense situation between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, and it was only natural that other ninja villages would send people to gather intelligence. After all, in times like these, whoever can obtain more detailed information about the other party might just get a big piece of the pie. As for how to gather intelligence, sending spies is undoubtedly one of the most common and effective means. Of course, spies are not necessarily top-notch experts, just like the 5 individuals who appear before him. By sensing the chakra fluctuations emanating from them, Ming could quickly deduce their respective levels of strength. The middle-aged man at the front was clearly a standard Jainin, while the other 4 were all at the Chunin level. It seems a good show is about to unfold, Ming thought with a slight smile, already prepared to respond. Watching them approach directly towards his location, as if guided by the threads of fate, he decided to wait patiently and surprise these uninvited guests with an unexpected gift. With this in mind, Ming sat quietly like a mountain, showing no intention of standing up, resembling a silent statue, patiently waiting for the enemy to walk into his trap. 3, 2, 1. Just as Ming silently counted down in his mind, the 5 figures faced him directly. Hi everyone. Good evening, Ming greeted them with a smile, sitting there leisurely and waving his hand. Konoha's ninja. One of them, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized Ming's identity, and a look of vigilance instantly appeared on his face. Fire fan. Sharingan. He from the Uchiha clan. Another's gaze was fixed on the iconic fire fan on Ming's right chest, and upon seeing his Sharingan, he exclaimed in shock. Not good. We absolutely cannot expose our whereabouts. Attack. Kill him. The leader decisively issued the order, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Faced with the sudden appearance of Ming, the reactions of the 5 varied greatly. Some showed shock, others frowned, but in just an instant, they quickly reached a consensus that this annoying guy must be eliminated. Since it was night and Ming was standing under the shade of a tree, they only saw his Sharingan and didn't notice the 3 tomo within it. Otherwise, their first reaction would surely have been to run away, not to attack. In an instant, various ninjutsu were unleashed. Fire release, great fireball technique. A thick smoke surged towards Ming like a roaring beast. Wind release, gale palm. A fierce wind followed closely, carrying immense power. Wind release, great breakthrough. An even more powerful gust of wind surged forth, seeming to tear everything apart. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters rolled and burned in the air, crashing down towards Ming with deadly force. When the great fireball collided with the thick smoke and ash, the 2 combined and exploded instantly, coupled with the catalysis of the 2 wind ninjutsu. This combination of techniques reached an effect of 7 or even 8. Observing that the opponents had successfully executed a combination of wind and fire techniques that required high levels of coordination, Ming had already concluded in his mind, without a doubt. These were spies from one of the other 4 great ninja villages. Playing with fire release in front of the Uchiha? How foolish. Let these ignorant guys see what true mastery of fire release looks like. With a cold smirk, Mukiming's icy and disdainful gaze swept over the opponents who dared to show off in front of him, a proud Uchiha. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, an incredibly hot flame erupted from Mukiming's mouth, pouring forward like a newly born sun, its momentum overwhelming. The earlier attempts of these individuals to attack Mukiming with fire release now appeared laughable in comparison. The great fireball technique Mukiming unleashed far surpassed the combined power of the four's fire release. When the four fierce wind and fire combination techniques met Mukiming's massive great fireball, they were swallowed up without a trace, as if a mud cow had entered the sea. Not only that, but Mukiming's great fireball continued unabated, still carrying the power to destroy everything as it charged towards the five. Not good. Quickly dodge. The leader shouted in alarm as the situation turned dire. In the blink of an eye, there were four dull thuds as the four used the body replacement technique, narrowly avoiding the massive fireball that was about 50 meters in diameter, burning fiercely like a small sun. Oh my god, is this the legendary fire release of the Uchiha clan? It truly lives up to its reputation. One of the young men who narrowly escaped looked at the massive fireball gradually moving away, terror on his face, murmuring in fear. However, at that moment, a humble and polite voice suddenly came from behind him. "Thank you for the compliment, but such trivial tricks aren't anything special in our Uchiha clan." Following that was the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Soon, Mukiming stepped out. At the same time, 4 copies of Mukiming appeared from different directions. Each clone was holding one person, while the original Mukiming stood on top of another. In a mere 10 seconds, all 5 had been subdued, a complete rout. However, it is worth mentioning that Mukiming did not go so far as to take their lives. He merely knocked them unconscious. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted and unable to deal a fatal blow, but rather that he had an interesting game plan for them. Once Mukiming's clones had securely bound the 5 individuals, they forced them to kneel on the ground. Then, each clone ruthlessly slapped the kneeling person in front of them, waking them from their stupor. It's important to note that these 5 were all legitimate ninjas. Generally speaking, when faced with such a dire situation, ordinary people would likely panic and shout, but these 5 remained unusually calm. As they gradually regained consciousness and realized their predicament, none of them yelled or struggled wildly. Clearly, they understood. At this moment, they had become the fish on someone else's chopping board, at the mercy of others. If they foolishly caused a commotion, it would not help change the perilous situation. Instead, it could potentially provoke their captors further, bringing about even more unexpected dangers and troubles. Therefore, remaining silent was the wisest choice. At this moment, Mukiming looked at these relatively well-behaved captives, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. I've always liked smart people like you who know how to gauge the situation. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words asking questions. Next, you can voluntarily confess. Remember, if you can say something that satisfies me, then congratulations, your lives will be spared. Now, let's start from the first person on the left and show me your so-called sincerity." Ming was indeed very satisfied with the performance of the people in front of him. If he encountered those who were not quite clear-headed and started shouting as soon as they opened their eyes, he would definitely not give them a second chance to breathe. After all, Ming was not someone who showed mercy. At this moment, one of the young men spoke up. "We come from a sand-hidden village." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ming waved his arm and casually threw a razor-sharp kunai. The kunai shot out like lightning and instantly pierced the young man's forehead with precision. With a dull thud, the young man fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Immediately after, Ming calmly took out another brand new kunai from the ninja tool pouch on his thigh. His index finger gently slipped through the ring at the back end of the kunai handle. Then he casually began to spin the kunai in his hand. At the same time, he coldly said to the remaining people, "Continue." Upon hearing this, the second young man involuntarily swallowed hard, filled with fear and tension. But under pressure, he steeled himself and spoke up. "We are from Union Village." However, before he could finish his sentence, there was another thud sound. A kunai of the same style, with the same speed and precision, pierced directly into the same spot on his forehead. In an instant, blood splattered, and the second young man followed the first, heavily collapsing to the ground, never to move again. Seeing this situation, the third man already understood that their village was undoubtedly exposed, since they were doomed regardless. Continuing to entangle on this issue would only be futile and would lead to their demise. Thus, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to kneel in place, waiting for Ming's next move. At this moment, Ming mockingly pulled out another gleaming kunai from his waist pouch, seemingly hinting at something. Continue. We are from Yanin village. The third man stammered out this sentence, and, as if pulled by an invisible force, he instinctively raised his head, staring directly at Ming standing before them. At this moment, Ming remained as still as a statue, his face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, as if nothing in the world could stir his inner calm. His deep and cold gaze made it impossible for anyone to glimpse his true thoughts and intentions. The third man, Gulu, unconsciously swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, and a clear sound echoed in his throat. However, just as he swallowed this saliva, an unexpected event occurred. A sharp kunai suddenly appeared in front of him and stabbed down with lightning speed. With a soft thud, the kunai embedded itself deep into the third man's forehead, and he fell straight to the ground without even having time to scream. The remaining two men stared in shock, realizing he had completely lost his life. His eyes were closed, and his expression was as calm as if he were peacefully asleep. This sudden turn of events left the fourth young man present, and the middle-aged leader completely stunned, as they gaped at everything happening before them, their minds blank and utterly at loss. After a long while, they seemed to awaken from a dream, turning their terrified gazes toward Ming. Don't look at me, Ming said slowly, his voice deep and indifferent, devoid of any emotional tone. When he mentioned that they came from Rock Hidden Village, he appeared calm and unflustered, which was enough to prove the truth of his words. Upon hearing this, the fourth young man immediately began to tremble with fear, his speech becoming shaky. If he told the truth, then why did you kill him? As the shadow of death gradually loomed over him, his face turned pale as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. After all, he was next in line for interrogation, and anyone in such a situation would feel fear and dread. I already clearly told you before, as long as you honestly speak the truth, say something that satisfies me, you can survive, right? But if he had just confessed honestly like before, how could he be so nervous now, swallowing saliva continuously? It was evident that his nervousness at this moment indicated he was harboring ill intentions. He was either planning how to deceive me or preparing psychologically to deceive me. Since that's the case, why shouldn't I take the initiative? This could save him some saliva. After Ming finished speaking, the remaining two men were instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, completely at a loss. Sir, do you think there is a possibility that the current atmosphere itself makes him feel tense? The middle-aged man could no longer suppress his inner fear and doubt, mustering the courage to retort. Oh, there is actually such a viewpoint. It seems I was wrong. Well then, I formally apologize to him. Private Marseille? Ming said this while casually putting his hands together. Yet there was not a hint of apology on his face. His expression was even more dismissive than perfunctory. Watching Ming's insincere apology, the other two fell into silence. At this moment, what else could they do? If they had enough strength to defeat Ming, then it would be Ming himself kneeling here, begging for mercy. Unfortunately, the reality was the complete opposite. They were like fresh fish on a chopping board, while Ming was the cold butcher wielding a sharp knife. As the saying goes, man is the knife and I am the fish. They had no choice but to endure. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and continue. It's your turn now. Ming added impatiently. The person named snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, oh. I'll say it. He was so nervous that a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. We are ninjas from Iwagakure. I heard that there have been some unpleasant incidents between Konoha and your Uchiha clan recently. Lord Hokage specifically sent us to investigate the situation. We have no other tasks. Just here to conduct a simple inquiry. The young man who spoke last clearly learned from the experiences of his three teammates. His response could be described as smooth and unbroken. The entire process flowed as smoothly as flowing water, with no interruptions or hesitations. After he finished speaking, he cautiously looked up at Maki, who stood opposite him, and saw Maki slightly nodding in acknowledgement. After receiving confirmation, the young man secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile of survival was about to appear on his face. However, in that instant, a razor-sharp kunai shot straight towards him. It struck the same spot on his forehead, the blade completely embedding itself in the young man's head, leaving only the handle protruding. In an instant, blood splattered, and the young man tilted his head and fell to the ground dead. At that moment, the only surviving middle-aged leader in the group watched this unfold, his expression instantly freezing. He looked dumbfounded, unable to believe what he saw, as if he were paralyzed by fear, staring with his mouth agape at everything happening before him. his body shaking uncontrollably from sheer terror. "Enough! You demon! You never intended to spare us pitiful people." The middle-aged man shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, his face filled with despair and anger. At that moment, he finally realized that the guy from the Uchiha clan before him had never considered sparing them from the beginning. Maki had treated them like a cat, playing with a mouse, toying with them at will. First, he intentionally let them harbor a glimmer of hope, then mercilessly crushed it. When he felt he had toyed with them enough, he would cruelly kill them without mercy. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man was filled with regret and unwillingness. He never expected that he and his companions would so easily fall into the traps set by the enemy, becoming lambs for slaughter. However, it was already too late. No matter how much they struggled, they could not change the tragic fate that was about to come. I have to say, your ninjas from Awagakure are really naively laughable. Come on, you are spies deep in enemy territory. Did you really think you could be captured and leave unscathed? I wouldn't dare to dream such a naive dream. However, since things have developed to this point, I don't want to waste any more words with you. You should just close your eyes and have a good sleep. When you wake up, you might find that this was just a terrible nightmare, and in reality, nothing has happened. Ming slightly curled his lips, revealing a mocking smile, and coldly looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was already in extreme fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming glanced seriously at the middle-aged man. At the same time, a flash of bright red appeared in the man's eyes. In an instant, the middle-aged man's body seemed to suddenly lose its support, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly closed, completely losing consciousness. Seeing the scene, Ming couldn't help but shake his head, secretly sighing. These guys' thoughts are surprisingly simple. In fact, it wasn't that Ming was not curious about the information they possessed. It was just that, prior to this, Ming had already successfully extracted all the information he needed from them through his means. Let's think carefully, which family does Ming come from? The answer is obvious. The Uchiha clan. You should know that the Uchiha are a well-known Jinjutsu family in the ninja world. So, the question arises, when did the Uchiha clan need to rely on time-consuming and labor-intensive interrogations to obtain information from captives? According to the normal procedures of Uchiha interrogations, usually, one only needs to cast a Jinjutsu, and the victim will obediently answer any questions. And that's exactly what Ming did just now. With his current strength, he only needed to glance at them, and these few people would naturally answer any questions asked. After Ming's round of questioning, the last words spoken by that person contained no hint of falsehood. They were indeed dispatched by Inoki, the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. However, given that the information regarding the friction between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was neither crucial top-secret intelligence nor a difficult-to-obtain hidden event, it was not worth Inoki activating the long-embedded spies within Konoha, let alone sending out real elite spies to gather relevant information. Thus, after weighing the options, Inoki ultimately decided to send these 5 professional ninjas, business spies, to carry out the task. Among them, Fortunen were specifically responsible for security and defense throughout the operation, while the leading Jonin, a sensory-type ninja, was mainly tasked with espionage and intelligence collection. Furthermore, no other tasks were assigned to them. As for the core confidential intelligence of Awagakure, they were completely unaware. In other words, these individuals were of almost no value to Awagakure. Perhaps their only significance was to provide a bit of emotional distraction for the currently somewhat bored Ming. However, the emotional value brought by these 4 individuals was already sufficient. The middle-aged man that Ming ultimately decided to keep was, of course, not chosen out of a sudden act of kindness. In fact, this middle-aged man would play a crucial role in the subsequent developments. Immediately after, Ming began to handle the remaining corpses without hesitation. He moved skillfully and quickly, as if this were the most ordinary thing. After completing the task, he took the middle-aged man to another place. Here, Ming performed a special illusion targeting memory, cleverly modifying the middle-aged man's recollections of himself. The man's task itself had not changed. However, the number of participants had sharply decreased from 5 to just him alone. Moreover, Ming had meticulously set a powerful illusion deep within the man's mind to activate at a predetermined time. When the moment arrived, this illusion would quietly initiate, and its effects would be quite interesting. After finishing all this, Ming slightly curled his lips and softly said, "I wish you a wonderful dream." He then turned and left without any hesitation. As time passed, about 2 hours after Ming's departure, the middle-aged man finally slowly opened his eyes. He stretched and murmured to himself, "That was such a comfortable sleep, but I can't delay any longer. I need to continue on my journey." At that moment, He was completely unaware of any abnormalities. In his memory, all his experiences felt so natural. He simply felt tired from the long journey, which was why he chose to take a short rest here. This reasoning was entirely logical, and how could it possibly raise the suspicions of a middle-aged man? Thus, the middle-aged man, with his falsely perceived memories that he believed to be true, stepped back onto his path as a spy. As he gradually walked away until he disappeared from sight, the scene once again returned to calm. At this moment, a soft sound of a thud came from a nearby tree, and then a wisp of smoke began to drift from the dense canopy. On the other side, Ming, who had found another treetop to rest in, also received information from his clone. The plan was exactly as he had envisioned. The middle-aged man did not cause any problems, and nothing unexpected occurred while he was in a deep sleep. The clone technique was truly useful. Ming was now quite fond of this clone technique that could serve as a real-time monitor. With a casual sigh, Ming closed his eyes. Big, big, big. The gamblers shouted hoarsely, their faces flushed with excitement or anxiety, looking particularly fierce amidst the swirling smoke. Small, small, small. Another group responded with the same high-pitched voices, their eyes wide, fixated on the constantly rolling dice on the betting table, as if it carried all their hopes and destinies. Ha ha! Leopard, the dealer wins all. With the dealer announcing the results loudly, the entire casino instantly erupted. The dealer wins all, but no one cheered. Some pounded their chests in frustration, while others cursed loudly. Impossible. You're cheating. This was an indoor place filled with smoke, loud voices, and dense crowds. The strong, pungent smell of tobacco permeated the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The area around the betting table was packed with people of all kinds, some in tattered clothes, others dressed as ninjas. Yet none were without excitement, their eyes flashing with greedy light. In the center of the hall, in the VIP section, there was also a circle of people. This area was relatively quieter, but the atmosphere remained tense to the point of suffocation. A beautiful dealer in a black-made uniform stood expressionless at the center of the betting table, skillfully handling the dice and cards. Among this group, aside from the dealer, the vast majority of those who came to play were men. They either sported scruffy beards or slick-back hair, each face displaying an excited, greedy look as they tried to showcase their skills in this gambling game to win vast wealth. However, at that moment, there was an exception. Lady Tsunade, can you please stop after this round? A girl with black hair and black eyes softly said. She was cradling a cute little pink pig, her eyes revealing a hint of worry and helplessness. The woman known as Lady Tsunade wore a green jacket, her golden hair tied in a ponytail cascading like a waterfall down her back. She had a hot figure, and her voluptuous chest attracted many glances from the men around. Hearing the girl's words, Tsunade waved her hand impatiently and shouted, "Oh, Shizen, I'm about to win. Go away and don't bother me." It turned out that these two were the famous Tsunade and her little sidekick Shizen. Lady Tsunade, please, you can't keep gambling. If this goes on, we'll end up homeless tonight, sleeping under a bridge. At that moment, Shizen was no longer the girl who left the hidden leaf village with Tsunade. Faced with Tsunade, who was now deeply engrossed in the gambling frenzy, Shizen knew that every word she said would just be a breeze in Tsunade's ears, having no effect at all. After all, for a gambler like Tsunade, who was already hooked, how could mere words make her change her mind? If someone naively believed Tsunade's so-called last-round statements, then undoubtedly, the only outcome waiting for them was to curl up on the street in the cold night, suffering from the biting wind and the strange looks from passers-by. These experiences were hard-earned lessons that Shizen learned after repeatedly ending up with nothing and sleeping on the street due to Tsunade's gambling. Of course, expecting Shizen to persuade Tsunade to quit gambling was simply wishful thinking. In just half an hour, from Shizen's earnest pleas for Tsunade to stop until they finally left the casino dejectedly, everything happened so quickly. The price they paid was evident. Neither of them could even gather enough money to buy a bun. Ah ha ha ha, Shizen, don't be mad. This time I calculated everything carefully. I thought I was sure to win, but who would have thought I lost in the end? It must be this cursed place that doesn't suit me, specifically against me. Yes, it's this place that's the problem. Next time, let's pick a lucky spot to fight again, and I'll definitely win big. When that happens, I'll take you to enjoy delicious food and let you savor all the world's delicacies. Ha ha. Tsunade laughed heartily, beaming at Shizen. However, at that moment, Shizen simply stood quietly beside her, saying nothing. Tsunade noticed and realized she had probably unintentionally angered the girl again. So she hurried over, trying to comfort her. Oh, Shin, don't be so glum. Trust me, next time I won't let you down. Unfortunately, Shizen had long since become accustomed to such so-called comforting words from Tsunade. After all, Tsunade's legendary reputation as a big spender was not just for show. Over the years, following Tsunade, Shizen had heard countless empty promises. Every time Tsunade confidently claimed she would treat her to delicious food, in the end, they never even saw a single dime. Over time, Shizen had become immune to such meaningless words of comfort. Lady Tsunade, what are we going to do tonight? After a long silence, Shizen finally spoke up. Hearing Shizen's voice, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since she was speaking, it seemed Shizen had calmed down. Tsunade immediately broke into a bright smile and replied, "Huh? As long as I'm here, nothing is a problem. Don't worry, Shizen." To be fair, the reason Tsunade could laugh so heartlessly after losing was simply that she was already used to such situations. After all, in her life dictionary, losing at gambling didn't seem like a rare occurrence. Winning a hand was what posed a real problem. Therefore, she didn't take her financial loss to heart, treating it merely as a small episode in life. I vaguely remember there's a cave not far from here. If we're lucky and it's not occupied by anyone or any wild beasts, we might manage to stay there for the night. Tomorrow, we can look for some bandit hideouts to clean up. Then we can make quite a bit of money. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Faced with their current financial predicament, both Tsunade and Shizen appeared quite calm. After all, such situations were nothing new to them. Tsunade and Shizen had been wandering the ninja world for many years. During these years, their sources of income to maintain their living expenses and various costs basically relied on two aspects. One was through robbing bandits, a low-risk but lucrative way to acquire wealth. The other aspect was through Tsunade's expertise in treating the wealthy who could afford her services. Don't underestimate this job. With Tsunade's remarkable medical skills and reputation, just to have her personally treat someone, the starting fee was equivalent to the commission of an S-rank mission, which is a whopping 1 million ryo to start. Because of this, even though the two often found themselves in embarrassing situations with no money, they could still live freely in this ever-changing ninja world for many years. There was no other way. Tsunade's ability to earn money was not only incredibly fast, but also yielded astonishing amounts each time. Otherwise, given Tsunade's complete lack of self-awareness and gambling addiction, even if she were given more wealth, it would likely never satisfy her insatiable gambling habit. It's worth noting that with her dreadful luck, even if she tossed billions into the casino, it probably wouldn't even make a splash. Let us go, let us go. My stomach is starting to growl," Tsunade said as she stretched her arm and hugged Shizen tightly. With her bold and robust figure, she led Shizen away towards the distance, their silhouettes gradually fading away, ultimately blending into the picturesque sunset scenery. "Have you seen this person? No. Have you seen this person? No." Thus, Ming tirelessly repeated the same questions, hoping to gather clues about Tsunade's whereabouts from the many passers-by. Finally, when he asked the question he didn't know how many times, someone gave a different response. Yes, they were here last year. Ming's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "What about now? Where are they?" "I don't know." "All right then." Ming left the casino unbothered amidst the tense vigilance of the casino's bouncers, accompanied by his Charizard. His search for Tsunade was not aimless or blind. In fact, he had a unique and efficient method. Every time he arrived in a town, he would head straight to the largest casino in the area. Using his powerful illusion abilities, he would easily control the person in charge of the casino hall. Then, he would clearly present an image of Tsunade in their minds and ask if they had seen her. Moreover, with a Charizard that could carry him soaring through the sky, he was able to quickly shuttle between towns. This way, his efficiency in finding people was exponentially greater than others. Often, he just needed to fly to his destination, cast an illusion to control the target, and simply ask a couple of questions to determine whether there were any leads on his search. Ming jumped on a Charizard's back, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they shot into the sky. Although he had not directly found Tsunade, Ming did not feel disappointed. After all, obtaining concrete information about Tsunade already indicated that this mission had significant results. He was also rapidly closing the distance to her. As expected, the progress of the situation was as smooth as Ming had anticipated. He continued to inquire as before in various casinos. "Have you seen this person?" The answers varied. Some said, "I saw her about 9 months ago." Others said, "I saw her approximately 7 months ago." The inquiries and responses intertwined. Today, when Ming asked, the other party replied, "I saw her. They were here gambling just yesterday." Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Ming's eyes. After further questioning, Ming learned that besides Tsunade, there was a girl with black hair holding a small pig beside her. Ming nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, "So, Will they come here again today? The person pondered for a moment before responding. I think they will, as they have been coming here frequently lately. A slight smile appeared on Mu Ming's lips as he softly said, very good. Then, Mu Ming's 3-tomo Sharingan gently turned, and the illusion cast on the casino hall manager dissipated like smoke. Only then did the casino manager, who had been under the illusion, slowly regain his consciousness. Esteemed Uchiha Lord, I didn't realize you were visiting my humble abode. How may I serve you? When he finally awakened from his dazed state, the first thing he saw was the person standing in front of him, dressed in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan. Looking up, he was met with a pair of terrifying 3-tomo Sharingan. Faced with such a figure, the casino manager dared not show any signs of neglect, quickly bowing down and flattering the prominent figure from the Uchiha clan with a beaming smile. After all, for people like them running a casino business, they could afford a lack in other areas, but the ability to read the room was absolutely essential. They were well aware of who could be easily provoked and who absolutely should not be offended. The Uchiha clan undoubtedly represented the latter category. Moreover, the Mu Ming before him not only hailed from the Uchiha family, but was also a powerful individual with 3-tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, beside Mu Ming was a terrifying monster that looked exceedingly strong, even capable of burning itself. Just prepare us some food and drinks, and let's stay here for a while. Waiting for our target to arrive, Mu Ming said nonchalantly, showing no intention of being polite with the other party. To him, how many of these casino operators could truly be considered good people? If he weren't feeling lazy at the moment and didn't want to stir up trouble, he would have already taken care of these individuals and seized their ill-gotten gains to aid the common people of the Uchiha clan. Now, merely staying here for some food and drink didn't seem like much of a task. All right, please proceed to the second-floor lounge, my lord. It's too noisy down here. The casino manager said respectfully, gesturing for Mu Ming to follow. It turned out that the towering, fire-breathing dragon, standing over 3 meters tall, was exuding a scorching aura and immense pressure, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The presence of such a massive creature in the casino undoubtedly created significant psychological pressure on other guests, severely impacting the casino's normal operations. Mu Ming did not express any objections, as the lower level was indeed filled with various unpleasant odors, mingling into a pungent stench that greatly affected his appetite. He thought to himself that it was quieter upstairs, and the air quality was definitely better than down here. Seeing Mu Ming take his advice and bring the Charizard upstairs, the person in charge of the casino hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, Mu Ming's attitude was not particularly difficult to handle. What he fears the most are those masters who neither gamble nor make any demands. When a master who neither participates in gambling nor makes any requests suddenly appears in a casino, their purpose is easy to guess. They're either there to target the casino or to rob the rich to help the poor. In any case, there is no good outcome for the casino. In contrast, a strong person like Ming, who is just looking for someone and wants to enjoy some food and drinks, is much easier to deal with. Therefore, the person in charge quickly instructed his subordinates, hurry up and prepare a sumptuous feast, and do it quickly. At that moment, Ming and Charizard were already sitting comfortably in the second-floor lounge, savoring delicious food. However, they were unaware that the person they were looking for was also on the way to the casino. Jiraiya, have you calculated how much funding we managed to gather this time? Tsunade asked as she walked briskly, turning to the side to address Shizen, who was closely following her. The two had just come out of the currency exchange office, their wallets filled with cash, and were happily heading toward the casino. Shizen walked forward with light and steady steps, her petite figure particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. A small pig dressed in clothes was perched on her head. She tightly held a small notebook in her left hand while her right hand kept writing and calculating on it, muttering to herself. Well, Lady Tsunade, after this operation against the bandits, we've gathered about 130,000 taels of wealth, plus the bounty given to these bandits by the currency exchange office. We have a total income of 317,000 taels. Shizen looked up, her face filled with joy as she reported the results to Tsunade. However, upon hearing this number, Tsunade frowned slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Is that all? What can this amount do? It'll all be gone after a couple of games. For Tsunade, such income was clearly unsatisfactory. After all, she was used to earning hefty rewards every time she treated someone. In contrast, the profit from exterminating the bandits was pitifully low. Shizen naturally understood Tsunade's thoughts, so she quickly explained, Lady Tsunade, it's different. That group of bandits is completely different from those wealthy gentry. They originally had little wealth, So being able to scrape together 317,000 taels from them is already quite a good result. Despite Shizune's persuasion, Tsunade still felt somewhat dissatisfied. She shook her head and sighed. Sigh? Why can't it be compared? Both took a whole day of time and effort, but the income is world apart. At this rate, it seems I can't keep doing this thankless job. After saying that, she helplessly pouted. Tsunade had a very clear view of the two. Treating others was merely a matter of moving her fingers for her. Facing those fierce and brutal bandits, completely defeating them and successfully looting their hideout was also something she could do with just a little effort. The level of trouble was about equal. Treating patients, though seemingly simple and easy, would consume her an entire day. Robbing bandits also required a full day of effort to complete. Time investment was about equal. Treating others didn't require climbing mountains and crossing rivers, and patients and their families often treated her with the utmost respect, offering her the best food and wine. In contrast, robbing bandits not only involved long treks across mountains, but the environments where the bandits lived were extremely harsh and filthy, making her nauseous. In terms of effort, treating others won out. Finally, there was the most important comparison of income. Treating others, excluding food and drink, started at 1,000,000 taels and had no upper limit. Robbing bandits, without food and drink, had no set income limit, and there were times when the income was less than 10,000 taels. In terms of income, treating others achieved a crushing victory. Therefore, after a comprehensive comparison, Tsunade saw it clearly. Robbing bandits was obviously much less cost-effective compared to treating others. After all, who wouldn't want to work easily while enjoying generous treatment? As for the matter of robbing bandits, to eliminate harm for the people, Tsunade was not the kind of saint overflowing with kindness, looking for a place to expend it. When she saw injustice, she wouldn't hesitate to step in. But to say that she would intentionally eliminate harm for the people? Sorry, she wasn't that noble. With that time, she might as well go gamble a bit, which would be more comfortable. Esteemed guest, you've arrived, please come in. A receptionist standing at the entrance greeted Tsunade and Shizune with a beaming smile. This wasn't Tsunade's first visit to this casino, so the staff were quite familiar with her. Tsunade still walked in a carefree manner, striding forward, with Shizune following behind her, looking somewhat helpless. For the casino, guests like Tsunade were exactly what they dreamed of. First, Tsunade was generous and had money. Second, her gambling behavior was quite good, never cheating or causing trouble. Most importantly, every time she came, she attracted a large crowd of onlookers, bringing a lot of popularity to the casino. However, Tsunade did have a small flaw. Sometimes when she lost too much and couldn't pay, she would choose to slip away. But even so, casinos everywhere still warmly welcomed her. After all, as long as Tsunade was there playing, she could bring them substantial profits and popularity. This was also the reason why, after Tsunade ran off, the casinos she owed money to didn't put much effort into finding her. They had long made back multiple times what they lost from her. Just then, as Tsunade and Shizune had just entered the casino, the person in charge spotted them at a glance. His eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly walked forward. It should be noted that if it weren't for Ming specifically warning him earlier to pay attention to Tsunade's whereabouts and inform him in a timely manner, he wouldn't have dared to casually mention Ming's search for Tsunade. If his loose lips caused Ming to miss someone, he would be in big trouble. If luck was on his side, he would walk away with nothing. If luck was bad, he might end up meeting his end. Someone is looking for me. Who? Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly and asked the casino manager. Although she felt a bit curious, she didn't show much surprise. After all, it was common for various people to come to her for medical treatment, and it was also usual for these people to find their way to the casino. Over the years, Tsunade had long since become accustomed to this. She knew that as an outstanding medical ninja, she was well known in the ninja world, which naturally attracted many patients seeking her expertise. However, today, she just wanted to relax and enjoy some rare leisure time. Let them wait for a bit. I just want to have some fun today, no business talk. Tsunade waved her hand casually and said firmly. At this moment, her mind was completely off the so-called visitor, focusing instead on how to showcase her skills at the gambling table. For Tsunade, her work time had already ended, and what followed was her personal entertainment time. She couldn't wait to dive into the thrilling gambling games and release her stress and fatigue. As for work, she would think about it after she indulged in her gambling cravings and lost all the money in her pocket. However, the casino manager showed a difficult expression, hesitating to speak. But that esteemed guest. It turned out that the manager was unaware of Tsunade's true identity and background, merely seeing her as a big spender with bad luck. In contrast, the other waiting guest, Ming from the Uchiha clan with his 3-tomo Sharingan, inspired more respect in him. Thus, between Ming and Tsunade, the casino manager unhesitatingly leaned towards the former. All right, stop the nonsense. Let him wait patiently. If he asks, just tell him this is my decision, and he can come find me for anything, Tsunade said irritably, pushing aside the casino manager blocking her way, and then, without looking back, she strode into the casino with Shizun. Ha! My dear little darlings, I'm here. Tsunade excitedly shouted as she hurried toward the gambling table. She had a flushed face, and her eyes revealed a sense of urgency and anticipation, as if she couldn't wait to start this thrilling gambling game. Watching Tsunade in such a hurry, the casino manager could only shake his head helplessly, muttering to himself, sigh, I really don't understand this divine person. She always loses at gambling, yet remains obsessed with it. Is the feeling of losing so addictive? Of course, the casino manager was well aware of the situation. He had long seen that the guy named Ming was not here to seek revenge or cause trouble with Tsunade. Since Tsunade was unwilling to meet and even said she could push all the responsibility onto him, why should he foolishly play the role of the disliked villain? With this thought in mind, the casino manager decisively turned and walked upstairs. At that moment, Tsunade, who was focused on the gambling table, seemed to sense the movement of the casino manager leaving. She slightly raised her head, glanced at the casino manager's back as he walked toward the stairs, and then quickly returned her gaze, concentrating all her attention back on the upcoming game. With confidence, she shouted loudly, Big, I'm betting big on this round. Humph. I have a strong premonition that this opening round will definitely go smoothly. Fortune is on my side. A series of heavy and rhythmic knocks sounded. Come. A steady voice came from inside the room. The casino manager took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the somewhat heavy door to his office. Upon entering, his gaze first fell on Ming, who was leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking a beverage, then shifted to the Charizard beside him. Charizard was grinning widely, idly playing with a sharp shuriken, casually using the deadly weapon to pick its teeth. Looking at the large table that was originally filled with sumptuous dishes, it now only had a pile of empty plates left, as if it had just experienced a feast that swept through like a storm. Sir, the person you were looking for has arrived. She's downstairs. I've also informed her as you instructed that you were waiting for her here, but she is very stubborn and refuses to come up no matter what, the casino manager said cautiously, even breaking into a fine sweat on his forehead, afraid that his ineffectiveness would anger this important figure in front of him. Got it. In that case, I'll go down myself, Ming said calmly upon hearing that Tsunade had arrived, standing up from his seat. He slightly adjusted his clothes and then walked toward the door, closely followed by a fierce-looking Charizard. Seeing this situation, the casino manager dared not stop them and could only follow in their footsteps, heading downstairs together. The first-floor lobby was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, when Ming and the others appeared at the top of the stairs, the entire scene instantly felt as if the pause button had been pressed and the clamor ceased abruptly. Following Ming's gaze, everyone's attention focused on a woman who was raising a stack of cash, preparing to place a bet in the big area of the table. I'll bet big again. I refuse to believe this. Can it really be 6 times in a row that it's small? Tsunade was completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere around her, still shouting loudly with a determined expression. At that moment, she suddenly felt someone lightly tugging at her sleeve. Annoyed, she turned her head to see who was so inconsiderate as to interrupt her betting. Upon realizing it was Shizun, she frowned and asked, What is it? Lady Tsunade? Look over there, Shizun said, astonished, pointing in a direction. Tsunade turned her head in the direction Shizun indicated and saw Ming standing there with a gigantic, imposing orange beast. The previously noisy crowd quieted down, also due to the aura of the Charizard. Everyone looked at the Charizard, seemingly intimidated by its powerful presence, not daring to make a sound. It should be noted that this was not an ordinary Charizard, but a dominant-level existence. The mere hint of its aura was already overwhelming for the ordinary people present. Uchiha. As soon as Tsunade saw Ming, a bad premonition surged in her heart. She felt that the happy time she had worked so hard to enjoy today would shatter like a bubble with a pop. Senior Tsunade, this place is crowded and not suitable for conversation. How about we find a quieter place to talk? Ming said, a faint smile on his face. Looking at Tsunade calmly, Tsunade quickly scanned her surroundings, fully aware that since Ming had come looking for her today, if she didn't resolve this matter properly, she might not be able to continue enjoying this happiness. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and said, All right, let's go. With that, She casually handed the stack of cash she was holding to Shizen. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly left the casino. Once they were gone, it wasn't long before the remaining people in the casino resumed their original lively atmosphere. Ming and Tsunade's group left the peaceful little town and set off on the road to the wilderness. Along the way, everyone remained silent, with only the grass underfoot occasionally rustling. After an unknown amount of time, Ming finally stopped, turned around to look at Tsunade and the others who had followed him, and said, "I think we've walked far enough. It's time to tell you some things." After saying that, he stood quietly, waiting for Tsunade's response. Tsunade crossed her arms, showing an indifferent expression, her beautiful and sharp eyes casually sweeping over Ming, and she said lightly, "Oh? Then hurry up and say it. Don't waste my time." However, when Ming proceeded to say the next sentence, Tsunade's expression changed dramatically. With a hint of a mysterious smile, Ming softly said, "Senior Tsunade, according to my sources, Konoha is about to face an unprecedented crisis. It is very likely to be completely erased from the shinobi world after this storm." "What?" Tsunade was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Ming, her previously indifferent attitude vanishing. At that moment, her heart was filled with shock and worry, and countless possible reasons for such an outcome flashed through her mind. From a moment, Ming stepped out of the village. He had been continuously pondering a question in his mind. What method should he adopt to successfully persuade Tsunade to return to the village? It is important to note that Tsunade is an extremely strong-willed and stubborn person. This is evident from her resolute decision to abandon everything and leave Konoha without any lingering attachments. She has wandered alone in the dangerous and unknown world of ninjas for many years, yet has never returned to Konoha. Moreover, Ming is well aware that he does not possess the immense charisma and charm of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, who can easily change people's minds through simple and direct communication. Therefore, if he only uses ordinary rhetoric to communicate with Tsunade, the result is likely to be futile. Just as Ming felt helpless and at a loss, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. He recalled a very famous theory known in his past life, the well-known house demolition effect. The so-called house demolition effect can be illustrated as follows. If you propose to someone that you want to open a window in a dimly lit room for light and ventilation, that person may very well refuse your request without hesitation. However, if you initially do not mention the window at all and instead insist on tearing down the entire roof just to cool off, the other party will be more inclined to find a way to negotiate with you. At this point, you can smoothly propose the request to open the window. In fact, the other person may even be the first to suggest opening the window. In simple terms, it involves first throwing out a large, difficult, and somewhat outrageous request. Once that is clearly rejected, you then follow up with a smaller, more reasonable request that falls within the expected range and is actually easier to achieve. This way, the other party will psychologically compare it with the previously large and daunting request, leading them to mistakenly perceive the new request as much more reasonable and easier to accept. Consequently, their attitude will naturally soften, and they will ultimately choose to compromise. Thus, this exquisite house demolition effect instantly became Ming's action guide and behavioral principle for dealing with the difficult Tsunade. Ming quietly gazed at Tsunade, a faint smile on his face, yet he remained silent. This strange silence caused Tsunade to furrow her brows and ponder within herself. Although she harbored disdain for certain people in Konoha, that did not mean she despised the entire village. After all, Konoha is the place where her ancestors and family devoted everything. The village, which carries countless memories and emotions, has always held an important place in Tsunade's heart. No, even though I'm not currently living in Konoha, I still understand the general situation of the ninja world quite well. There is no significant crisis that could lead to Konoha being removed from a list. The Uchiha brat thinks he can deceive me? You are too naive. Tsunade fixed her sharp gaze on Ming, quickly analyzing and judging based on the information she possessed, and concluded that the probability of this matter being false was as high as 99%. However, in the face of Tsunade's skepticism, Ming still maintained that slightly irritating smile. The curve of his smile seemed frozen in time, unchanged in the slightest. He spoke firmly, "Tsunade-senpai, you are indeed mistaken this time. I can say with 100% certainty that this matter is real." Seeing Makumi's certainty, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt, but more than that, she felt impatience. She replied sharply, "I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Just say what you need to say. I think you didn't call me here just to play this boring guessing game, did you?" Although Tsunade was a woman, She was especially averse to pretentiousness and trivial matters. She crossed her arms and impatiently said, "If you have something to say it quickly, don't dawdle." At this moment, Makomi, standing in front of Tsunade, spoke with a serious expression. "The situation is actually not complicated. Our Uchiha clan no longer wishes to endure. Konoha village was founded by your Senju clan and our Uchiha clan together. Therefore, before we destroy it, I believe we should inform your Senju clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Makomi turned his gaze to Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression instantly became grave. "Are you serious? I don't have time to play with you." Tsunade stared at Makomi, her eyes revealing a trace of suspicion. Makomi smirked slightly, sneering. "Do you really think I would come all this way just to make a ridiculous joke with you?" As he spoke, his originally indifferent gaze became increasingly sharp, directly piercing through Tsunade, who was frowning. Tsunade's heart tightened, and she said in a deep voice, "Who are you to dare speak such wild words about destroying Konoha?" Makomi replied expressionlessly, "I am Uchiha Makomi." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression changed. "So you are the newly promoted elder of the Uchiha." Clearly, Tsunade had heard of Makomi before. Makomi nodded slightly, indicating acknowledgement. What do you do alone? Do you think you can overturn the entire Konoha just with your Sharingan?" Tsunade questioned defiantly. Although she knew some information, she did not have specialized subordinates for intelligence, and there were still some things she was unaware of. "Tsunade, I believe as the granddaughter of Senju Tobirama, you must be familiar with the god's power Susanoo that our Uchiha clan speaks of," Makomi said, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Tsunade's heart shook. Although she had vaguely guessed some things, she still did not speak, only nodding gently to indicate acknowledgement. "I suppose you have only heard of it and never witnessed the real thing, right? Why not experience and evaluate it in reality today?" Makomi's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Just as he finished speaking, his originally deep, dark pupils suddenly changed, transforming into the form of the three-tomo Sharingan. The blood-red tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, increasing in speed, and in the blink of an eye, they connected into one, forming a brand new and complex pattern. "This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan," Tsunade murmured softly. She widened her eyes, carefully observing Makomi's eyes. This was the most powerful and mysterious symbol of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, she personally felt this shock. Filled with surprise and curiosity, Tsunade stared unblinkingly at Makomi, wanting to deeply imprint everything before her into her mind. As the chilling power from Makomi suddenly erupted, a thick black-red chakra slowly emerged from his body like smoke. This black-red chakra rolled and surged, as if it had a life of its own, rapidly spreading outwards. In just a moment, it enveloped the surroundings, bringing a strong sense of oppression and suffocation. Just then, accompanied by the chakra expanding like a raging tide, a stunning sight suddenly appeared before Tsunade and Shizen. A gigantic half-armored warrior, towering several dozen meters high, suddenly manifested, its entire body displaying a deep, mysterious black-red hue, like a demon god rising from the depths of hell. This half-armored warrior had surpassed the previous skeletal and chakra-clad stages, officially entering the third stage of the half-armored Susanoo. Makomi was a bit surprised to see this half-Susanoo. It was much larger than the one he had summoned last time. The majestic figure exuded an unparalleled, powerful aura, as if it could easily crush any enemy daring to obstruct its path, to create enough psychological pressure and visual impact on Tsunade and the others, thereby forming absolute intimidation. Makomi unhesitatingly chose to showcase the third stage of the half-armored Susanoo as his opening act. After all, without endangering his own life. This was the strongest stage he could currently demonstrate. Gazing at the oppressive black-red Susanoo before him, Shizen, who had been standing steadily beside Tsunade, was suddenly frightened pale, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Then, with a thud, Shizen, overwhelmed by fear, lost strength in her legs and fell heavily to the ground, completely unable to stand. Even Tsunade, who had experienced countless battles and was well-informed, couldn't help but open her mouth in astonishment, momentarily speechless at such a terrifying sight. However, her shock wasn't due to fear of this powerful force. The real reason for her astonishment had another underlying cause. It turned out that Tsunade had read a wealth of detailed descriptions about the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan and Susanoo in the precious notes left by her great-uncle, Senju Tobirama. At that moment, Tsunade's eyes widened as she gazed incredulously at this legendary power of the Uchiha clan, now vividly presented before her. The scenes that had only existed in written depictions suddenly came to life, becoming incredibly vivid and dynamic. This visual impact was like a surging flood. violently crashing into the depths of her soul, stirring up a storm within her heart. This towering giant, several dozen meters high, resembled a small mountain, giving an endless sense of oppression. Its massive and solid body seemed capable of easily crushing any obstructions in its path. However, the feelings brought by this giant beast in reality were vastly different from those on paper. No matter how realistic the images on paper were, they were ultimately flat, static representations. But the living entity standing before her now was filled with shocking power and majesty. Moreover, in the precious notes left by Senju Tobarama, one name was repeatedly mentioned, Uchiha Madara. Tsunade stared at the person named Makumi before her, her thoughts involuntarily drifting towards the detailed accounts of Uchiha Madara in the notes, especially regarding the rumored hundreds of meters tall Susanoo. What kind of earth-shattering, terrifying power would it display? Just imagining that apocalyptic scene made Tsunade's hands tremble slightly. If the Uchiha really declared war on Konoha, Konoha's fate would probably end up just as Makoto said, being removed from the ninja world. How about it, Senpai Tsunade? Do you need to personally test it out? From within the massive body of Susanoo, Makoto's voice still came out crisp and loud, as if unaffected by this giant shell. In that case, I want to hold back. Tsunade is not the kind of person who gets scared and freezes at the sight of a powerful enemy. At this moment, upon hearing Makoto's almost provocative words, with Tsunade's fiery temperament, how could she easily back down? She let out a loud shout, painful heavenly foot. Before her words faded, Tsunade had already gathered her chakra continuously to her foot. In an instant, her legs shimmered with a faint blue light. Then she fiercely kicked towards the chest of the Susanoo controlled by Makoto. Facing Tsunade's fierce strike, Makoto appeared exceptionally calm and composed. He steadily controlled the Susanoo to stand still, with its entire body wide open, showing no signs of any defensive movements. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, like thunder striking the ground, reverberating all around. However, a surprising scene unfolded. When Tsunade's full-force kick landed on the Susanoo, it seemed to have no effect at all, like a stone sinking into the sea. The area that was kicked showed no cracks or damage, not even the slightest trace. How is this possible? Tsunade's face was filled with astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at the unscathed Susanoo before her. Initially, when she saw Makoto acting so defenseless, she thought that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo must have incredible defensive power and that her kick would probably not harm Makoto inside. Yet even so, witnessing her full-force attack being completely ineffective left Tsunade utterly shocked. She widened her eyes, her expression filled with disbelief. She had used all her strength, and yet this full-force strike couldn't even cause the slightest damage to the outermost layer of Susanoo. Should I try again? Makoto smirked, casually challenging Tsunade once more. Of course, I refuse to believe this. Tsunade gritted her teeth, unwilling to easily admit defeat. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a furious shout. Ha! Immediately, her figure shot forward like lightning, charging at the immovable and defenseless Susanoo. Ha! Accompanied by a series of angry shouts, Tsunade unleashed her ultimate martial arts technique, the dual shock fist. In an instant, her chakra-wrapped fist smashed toward the Susanoo like a storm. Not only her fists, but her elbows, knees, and feet also launched merciless attacks. Each impact produced a dull sound, as if trying to completely shatter the Susanoo in front of her. However, no matter how hard Tsunade attacked, her moves seemed to have no significant effect on the Susanoo. But she did not give up, continuously changing her attack methods and launching fierce assaults. Finally, after a series of dazzling attacks, a crisp sound of crack rang out, like glass shattering. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a piece of Susanoo armor about a meter in size that Tsunade had broken, falling to the ground. Originally, she thought that breaking this layer of armor would allow her to injure Makoto inside. But when Tsunade looked at the damaged area, the hope that had just ignited in her heart was instantly extinguished. Because what was revealed after the armor broke was not a hollow space, but the still incredibly solid body of Susanoo, complete with muscles and bones. At that moment, Tsunade finally realized that the strength of the opponent before her far exceeded her imagination. Helplessly, she stopped her attacks, unable to muster the will to continue. Watching Tsunade take a few steps back, Makoto also retracted the Susanoo. This time, when activating Susanoo, Makoto did not bleed or shed tears. He merely felt a slight discomfort in his eyes, which faded away with a warm flow passing through. Looking at Makoto, standing there calmly, seemingly unaffected by the attacks she had just displayed, Tsunade who was already panting and nearly unable to support herself, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Is this what you Uchiha call confidence? The Mangeki Sharingan is indeed incredibly powerful, and Susanoo is a terrifying technique with a chasm-like gap in strength. However, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as easy to deal with as you might think. If your Uchiha clan intends to defeat him and the Leaf Village relying solely on a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Tsunade stared intently at the youthful and somewhat innocent-looking boy before her, a wave of complex emotions surging in her heart. Confidence? Haha. However, at that moment, Makoto suddenly interrupted Tsunade's words, gently repeating the phrase confidence. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was exceptionally arrogant and unrestrained, echoing through the surrounding forest, causing people to glance over in surprise. Ha ha! With a Susanoo like this, even without me, our Uchiha clan has 3 more. While laughing, Makoto looked at Tsunade with confident and proud eyes. In fact, he was not exaggerating. Considering the strengths of Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, activating this level of Susanoo was not difficult at all. However, how powerful they could be after activation was something Makoto did not know. What? There are actually 3 more. Your Uchiha clan has suddenly produced 4 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan in 1 generation. When Tsunade heard this news, her previously composed expression instantly changed dramatically, her pupils contracting sharply. At that moment, she finally realized where the Uchiha clan's formidable confidence came from. If she were in such a position, with such powerful strength as a backing, she would probably also have the courage and determination to risk everything to overturn the current situation. 4 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. Is that not enough to instill fear in the Leaf Village? Makoto's voice was cold and filled with pressure, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. He continued, saying, not only that, our Uchiha also has nearly 100 elite Jonin who have activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Each of them is a killing machine on the battlefield, able to take on 5 with ease. At this point, Makoto paused for a moment, then raised his voice. In addition to those hundreds of Sharingan clan members who are proficient in fire release techniques, working together seamlessly and unafraid of death, facing such a terrifyingly powerful army, do you think the Leaf Village can withstand it? At this moment, Makoto left Tsunade with the impression of a war-crazed madman. Every word he spoke conveyed only one message. The Uchiha were definitely not bluffing this time, but were genuinely determined to achieve their goals, even if it meant risking everything. Calm down. Don't be so impulsive. There's really no need for this situation to escalate to this point, Tsunade said with a helpless expression, her gaze firmly fixed on the emotionally agitated Makamura, who seemed ready to raise his arms and shout for the Uchiha. Faced with such a Makamura, Tsunade felt a deep headache. Although she had been away from Konoha for a long time, she still had a rough understanding of Konoha's foundation and strength. She knew very well that if the Uchiha clan really broke completely with Konoha and engaged in a life-and-death struggle, the final result would only be mutual destruction. And it might even lead to a situation where both sides perish together. Just thinking about this made Tsunade furrow her brows. It is important to know that once the Uchiha and Konoha fell into such a brutal conflict, it would undoubtedly create an excellent opportunity for other hostile forces, especially for those like Inoki, the Tsuchikage of Awagakure, and the Reikage of Kyomogakure, who had been eyeing the land of fire. They would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. After all, this internal strife in Konoha was like a super big pie falling from the sky for them. And that is not all. When they cut into this pie, they would be pleasantly surprised to find it filled with dazzling gold. Heh, I can't believe you, Tsunade-senpai. Don't understand the difficult situation we Uchiha are facing, nor do I believe you're unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' actions and style. All of this has led us Uchiha to where we are now, completely contrary to our original intentions. We never wanted things to escalate to this point. We Uchiha just wanted to live our lives peacefully. However, reality is cruel. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be calm, but the wind won't stop. Makamura's face was filled with indignation as he spoke with a slightly trembling voice, expressing the grievances and unwillingness in the hearts of the Uchiha. His words were like a sharp arrow, piercing directly into the part of Tsunade's heart she most wanted to avoid, instantly plunging her into silence. How could Tsunade not know the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? The actions those guys took against the Uchiha clan were not something that just emerged recently. This was an old issue that had originated many years ago. She left Konoha precisely to avoid these dirty and rotten individuals. At this moment, Tsunade was secretly cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others at her heart. Damn, old man, look at the good things you and your group of bastards have done. You've pushed the Uchiha to such a desperate situation, and now they've been forced to open their Mangeki Sharingan. And their first thought is to perish together with you. Tsunade stood there with a furrowed brow, lost in deep thought. Time passed second by second, and the surroundings were so quiet that only her breathing and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. After her careful consideration, Tsunade slowly raised her head, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. She had to admit that the current situation was indeed tricky, and it seemed that there was really no better or more appropriate solution than the existing plan. In that case, Tsunade murmured to herself, "Let us proceed according to the ninja's usual style of doing things." In the world of ninjas, when faced with problems that cannot be solved directly, they often take a simple and direct approach to eliminate the person who caused the problem. At this moment, Tsunade already had a clear target in mind. The key figures causing the problem now were Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan. However, regarding the Uchiha clan, Tsunade knew all too well that with her current strength and status, it was impossible to completely eradicate them. However, the situation with Sarutobi Hiruzen was different. With this thought, Tsunade's gaze became sharp. Changing the Hokage might not be an unattainable or completely unrealistic thing. At this moment, Tsunade was seriously considering the matter of replacing the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A series of potential candidates for the next Hokage flashed through her mind. Jiraiya, his carefree and unrestrained personality. Could he handle this heavy responsibility? Then there was Orochimaru. Although he had defected, he still held some affection for Konoha. As for Kakashi, he was a promising choice. Among the many candidates, Tsunade did not include herself. In fact, at this moment, she had no desire to become Hokage at all. Tsunade-senpai, since I've said what I needed to say, I'll take my leave now. There are many other matters waiting for me to handle. Makamura directed his gaze at the silent Tsunade, only to see her frowning with her eyes flickering uncertainly. Seeing this, Makamura squinted his eyes slightly, paused for a moment, and then opened his mouth to bid farewell to Tsunade. After saying this, Makamura turned around and walked forward with determined steps. Just as he had taken 3 steps, Tsunade's slightly anxious voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait, I was thinking that maybe we could change the Hokage and find someone without any prejudice against your Uchiha clan to take the position, just like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, back in the day." Makamura slowly stopped his steps, then turned around slowly, looking directly at Tsunade, who was standing not far behind. He slightly furrowed his brows and thoughtfully said, "Changing the Hokage? That's indeed a way to solve the current predicament." But, at this point, Makamura paused slightly before continuing. Can the newly appointed Hokage really manage to wield the power that comes with the position? If they cannot fully control this power and end up being undermined by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others like the 4th Hokage, then such a change would probably lose its original practical significance. At this moment, Makamura still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. However, deep down, he couldn't help but laugh quietly, because just now, Tsunade finally said the words he had been eagerly waiting to hear. Faced with the question raised by Makamura, Tsunade also nodded gravely, indicating her agreement. That is indeed a problem. To expect someone to handle the complex affairs of the Hokage smoothly right after taking office is clearly not an easy task. After all, there are many factors and interests involved. Tsunade knew very well that this was undoubtedly a very tricky and unavoidable major issue. Whether it was the older generation like Jiraiya or the younger generation like Kakashi, it was unlikely that they could grasp all the powers of the Hokage seamlessly right from the start. As for Orochimaru, who was now at odds with Konoha, Tsunade had already crossed him off the candidate list without hesitation. No matter what Orochimaru's current thoughts and plans were, his identity as a rogue ninja from Konoha had already become an insurmountable chasm. Getting him to ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage in Konoha would be an enormous challenge. So it's better to forget it. She was afraid of trouble. "No, this can still be avoided," Makamura said decisively, his tone unusually firm, as if he was completely confident about this matter. Hearing Makamura's confident words, Tsunade couldn't help but furrow her brows and asked in confusion, Who can avoid it? I can't think of anyone in Konoha who fits that description." Just as Tsunade was racking her brains to think if she had overlooked any key figures, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed intently on her. Following that gaze, Tsunade discovered that Makamura was actually smiling at her. She instinctively lowered her head to examine herself. In that instant, she was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Tsunade quickly raised her head, stared at Makamura fiercely, and said sharply, "You from the Uchiha clan. So this is your true purpose for coming to see me." Not to mention that Tsunade had lived under the protection of 2 Hokages since childhood, and had long been aware of various situations and power struggles. She had been meticulously trained by Senju Tobarama as the future Hokage successor since she was young, possessing exceptional political skills, a keen political sense, and outstanding political wisdom. Now, with Makamura's various displays being so obvious, how could Tsunade not perceive his true intentions for visiting? Looking back, Tsunade thought that what Makamura had said earlier about needing to inform her in advance about the destruction of Konoha was simply nonsense. If Konoha and the Uchiha clan really erupted into fierce conflict, the Uchiha clan would likely be left with very few members, and there would be no thought left for the so-called glory of founding families. After all, once life fades away, all empty titles become meaningless. Oof, kid, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to scheme against me. Tsunade glared at the smiling Makamura with wide eyes, her anger growing stronger. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she would strike Makamura the next second. However, reason told Tsunade that with her current strength, she could not contend with Makamura. If she acted rashly, she would only humiliate herself. Thinking of this, Tsunade restrained her impulse to strike and gritted her teeth, saying, "If I weren't clear that I can't beat you, I really want to land a couple of punches on this ignorant brat." In the face of Tsunade's anger, Makamura appeared exceptionally calm. He shrugged slightly, still wearing that elusive smile on his face, and explained slowly, "Tsunade-senpai, please don't be angry. This matter was indeed not handled well by me, and I apologize to you for it. However, I have no intention of joking with you. I have come to ask you to return to the village to take on the role of Hokage. Of course, if you really do not want to get involved, then the battle between Konoha and the Uchiha will inevitably break out. The reason I didn't say this earlier was simply that I didn't want to force you into doing something against your will." After saying this, Ming seemingly sincerely bowed his head to Tsunade, expressing his apology. However, it was not difficult to see from his perfunctory attitude of nodding instead of bowing that his so-called apology lacked any real sincerity. Hearing Ming's explanation, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Oh, so according to you, everything you've done is for my sake? Should I thank you for thinking of me? No need for that, Tsunade-senpai. These things are what I, as a junior, should do," Ming said with a sincere expression, as if he was completely unaware of the sarcasm in Tsunade's words. He slightly leaned forward, pretending to be humble and polite. Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked at this ignorant brat in front of her, and her anger surged up. "You!" she exclaimed, her chest heaving violently. Her fingers clenched into fists. If it weren't for the last shred of rationality holding her back, she would have probably thrown a punch without hesitation. However, Ming seemed unfazed, still smiling as he said, "Don't be angry, Tsunade-senpai. I just want to lighten the atmosphere a bit. Look, your little follower seems a bit tense." Saying this, he turned his gaze to Shizun, who had been sitting on the ground. Upon hearing this, Tsunade realized that Shizun was still sitting on the floor. She quickly turned and walked over, bending down to carefully help Shizun up, asking with concern, "Shizun, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine, Lady Tsunade," Shizun replied softly, shaking her head. At this moment, her face was still a bit pale, clearly shaken by Ming's powerful Susanoo. After all, for someone who was just a low-level chunin, such terrifying power was beyond her comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade slowly exhaled, trying to calm her inner emotions. Then, she raised her head and looked at Ming, who was still standing there waiting for her response. After a moment of silence, Tsunade finally lowered her head. "Let's go back to Konoha." She knew about the hidden truths between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan. For this reason, she was clear in her heart. Although what Ming had said earlier sounded ordinary, the strong scent of blood hidden in his words gripped her heart like an invisible claw, causing her to feel a slight physical discomfort. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could timely change their attitude, if the Uchiha clan did not possess those terrifying Mangeki Sharingan, if countless ifs swirled and intertwined her mind. But the harsh reality was that there was no such thing as if in this world. Time rewinds. Let's turn the clock back to the morning of the day after Ming left Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves of Konoha, casting dappled shadows. At this moment, in the Hokage building located in the center of Konoha, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense. A ninja knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to the Hokage sitting behind the desk. Honorable Hokage, Uchiha Ming quietly left the village yesterday evening. Upon hearing this news, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and inquired, Uchiha Ming left the village? Has there been any investigation into the purpose of his outing? The ninja showed a troubled expression and replied, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. It's because Uchiha Ming's strength is too overwhelming. We couldn't get close enough to monitor him closely, so we couldn't obtain accurate information. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, well then, let's not worry about him for now. Is there any other important matter to report? The ninja hesitated for a moment before continuing. Additionally, Jiraiya-sama, along with the Jinchuriki, moved into the Uchiha clan's territory last night. What? What did you say? Repeat that. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his face filled with shock, staring incredulously at the Umbu member reporting the situation. He even extended his pinky finger to poke at his ear, doubting whether he had misheard. The Umbu member took a deep breath and respectfully and clearly stated again, Jiraiya-sama, along with the Jinchuriki, quietly moved into the Uchiha clan's territory last night. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a buzzing in his head, as if countless bees were flying around at the same time. He widened his eyes and slightly opened his mouth, taking a long time to regain his composure, muttering to himself, so I really didn't hear wrong. That bastard Jiraiya actually brought Naruto to live in the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected to receive such a shocking news early in the morning. Recently, he had indeed had many disagreements and conflicts with Jiraiya over Naruto's issues, but he never dreamed that Jiraiya would be so willful. Just because he was sulking, he brazenly brought Naruto, the Jinchuriki who sealed the Nine Tails and is crucial to Konoha, to live in the Uchiha clan. Even now, Sarutobi Hiruzen still does not believe he is at fault. He didn't take his conflict with Jiraiya to heart. Even when Jiraiya slammed the table and left, he thought it was just Jiraiya sulking. And now, this rebellious disciple has actually brought Naruto to live with the Uchiha clan, the very people he despises the most. Just thinking about it ignited a fire of anger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. What on earth is Jiraiya trying to do? Does he not regard me as his teacher anymore? He shouted in a rage, his voice so loud that it caused the entire room to tremble slightly. The once composed and calm man could no longer maintain his usual demeanor and tranquility. His face, covered in wrinkles like the bark of an old tree, became extremely distorted with anger, looking fierce and terrifying. With a loud bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table in front of him, his face full of fury, and then suddenly stood up. His stern gaze swept over the dark department in front of him, and he shouted loudly, immediately gather the personnel and follow me to the Uchiha clan. As expected, just as the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan had anticipated. When Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had moved into the Uchiha clan's territory, he could not remain indifferent. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly assembled a team of dozens of Umbu members and personally led many elite Umbu to rush towards the Uchiha clan's territory. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect was that when they hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya, who had already received news of their arrival, was quietly waiting there. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately spotted Jiraiya, standing alone, and, anxious and impatient, skipped the pleasantries and asked urgently, why are you the only one here? Where's Naruto? Where's everyone? How dare you leave him alone in the Uchiha clan? Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Jiraiya snorted coldly and retorted without hesitation. Humph. Now you remember to care about Naruto? Were you earlier? Let me tell you, from now on, all matters concerning Naruto will be my responsibility. So you, the esteemed Hokage, should focus on your own business and not waste my time here. At this moment, Jiraiya, who had always respected Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer indulged or tolerated his former mentor. He shot back immediately. Jiraiya's words were as sharp as a sword unsheathed, making Sarutobi Hiruzen's weathered face flush instantly. Jiraiya, I really don't have the time to bicker with you today. Hurry and take Naruto out of the Uchiha clan. In this large village of Konoha, you can choose any place to stay. Just tell me where you want to live, and I'll do my best to help you move in. If that doesn't work, once my Hokage residence is repaired, you can move in with Naruto then. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could care less about anything else. He only had one thought in mind. He had to get Jiraiya to take Naruto out of the Uchiha clan's territory. However, in response to what Sarutobi Hiruzen considered a sincere request, Jiraiya replied with a calm demeanor. No need. Naruto and I are quite comfortable living here. We won't trouble you, the busy Hokage, to worry about our daily lives." His words revealed an undeniable resolve. Seeing Jiraiya's stubbornness, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. And his previously mild tone suddenly changed as he shouted sharply, "Jiraiya, I'm not joking with you. This is an order. I command you to leave this place immediately." His voice was deafening, as if it could pierce the heavens. But who would have thought that in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern command, Jiraiya merely smiled slightly, showing a nonchalant expression and softly laughed. An order? That disdainful attitude clearly showed that he did not care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called order, and could even be said to be ignoring it. "Everyone, listen up," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted gravely, but his gaze was firmly locked onto Jiraiya, who appeared indifferent, as if unconcerned with everything. He secretly sighed, knowing that with Jiraiya's stubborn personality, he probably couldn't rely on him for help. "Hokage-sama." As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, the group of Umbu members behind him responded in unison, their voices synchronized and loud, displaying their discipline and rigorous training. Each Umbu member was dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, wearing various animal masks that only revealed their sharp eyes, exuding a chilling aura that intimidated ordinary people. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. He decided not to hesitate any longer, to cut through the chaos directly by issuing orders for his Umbu subordinates to forcibly break into the Uchiha clan's territory and bring Naruto back. However, just as he was about to speak, suddenly, shadows flashed like lightning from within the Uchiha clan's land, appearing before everyone in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figures that appeared one after another, softly uttering their names, and the more he spoke, the darker his expression became. "On the first day of a new year, welcoming the spring festival, I wish all the bosses and myself in the days to come health and happiness for the whole family, and everything goes smoothly." These individuals were all high-ranking members or top experts of the Uchiha clan, and each of their strengths was not to be underestimated, especially Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Standing at the forefront, their presence gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an invisible sense of pressure. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. Advancing meant leading the Umbu members to forcibly invade the heavily guarded Uchiha territory in front of many Uchiha clan members. Given the Uchiha's consistently tough and proud character, they would never allow them to pass easily, and a bloody and brutal battle was undoubtedly unavoidable. Retreating meant abandoning Naruto, who was in the Uchiha territory, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, always wary of the Uchiha, was reluctant to go back just like that. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows tightly, and beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He felt restless and anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still. In utter helplessness, he subconsciously cast a hopeful glance at Jiraiya beside him, yearning for firm support from this once proud pupil. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected was that when he looked at Jiraiya, he suddenly found that, at some point, Jiraiya had taken his place beside Uchiha Shisui. Although there was no verbal exchange between the two, just judging by their current stance, it was clear that Jiraiya had chosen to stand firmly with the Uchiha. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, which had been hanging high, instantly plummeted to the bottom and felt completely cold. It was them who had personally summoned Jiraiya back, full of hope that he would become a powerful backing and strong support for them. Who would have thought that things would turn out the opposite? Now, Jiraiya not only failed to become their aid as they wished, but instead had transformed into a huge obstacle for them against the Uchiha clan. This situation had truly become a big problem, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was still struggling intensely, torn between whether to advance or retreat. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from behind him. A sharp kunai appeared silently like a ghost, firmly poised against his vulnerable neck. This sudden turn of events made the unprepared Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart race, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. He widened his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his forehead filled with shock. However, the combat instincts honed through countless life and death trials over the years left him no time to think at this critical moment. Almost instinctively, he quickly raised one hand and began to form seals at a dazzling speed. His fingers moved gracefully, as if playing a wonderful yet deadly melody. The body replacement technique, instantaneous technique, and shadow clone technique flowed from him as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, without the slightest hint of hesitation. In just a brief span of 2 blinks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared from the spot like lightning. In the next moment, he had already appeared on a distant rooftop. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, there were not just one Sarutobi Hiruzen standing there, but three. They leaned back to back, tightly relying on each other, forming an impeccable defensive formation, vigilantly watching the movements around them. At that moment, a burst of crisp applause broke the tense atmosphere on the scene. As the applause rang out, Shisui walked out slowly with a smile on his face. He clapped his hands while exclaiming, truly worthy of the title doctor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage. This ninjutsu is indeed as impressive as its reputation. Upon hearing Shisui's praise, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not relax. On the contrary, his already sharp eyes were now fixed intently on Shisui, revealing an extreme seriousness and gravity. Because at this moment, the Shisui standing before him exuded an aura completely different from the gentle and humble Uchiha Shisui he was familiar with. Instead, the current Shisui brought Sarutobi a strong sense of pressure, even giving him the illusion that he was facing Uchiha Madara, the one who once instilled fear in the upper echelons of the entire Konoha village. Assassinating the Hokage. Are you Uchiha clan members trying to betray the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted with wide eyes, filled with shock and anger. He really didn't want to reach the current tense situation with the Uchiha clan. However, reality forced him to confront this tricky predicament. At this moment, the Uchiha clan felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, bringing increasing pressure that was hard to bear. Betray the village? Haha, what a joke. Konoha village was founded by our Uchiha clan. How could there be any talk of betrayal? At most, we just no longer want to play with you. As for the alleged assassination, it was merely a small reminder for you. Standing opposite him, Shisui still wore a smile, as if everything was under control. However, the words he uttered sounded increasingly like those of the once arrogant Uchiha Mokyo. What exactly does your Uchiha clan intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the anger within him and questioned. It's not what we want to do, but rather you have been forcing our Uchiha clan to make a choice. Which of the shinobi in Konoha is foolish? Who would fail to understand your little maneuvers and thoughts? Shisui sneered, his gaze piercing into Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this point, it seemed Shisui suddenly remembered something, his tone slightly pausing, and then he added with a smile. Well, of course, the previous me and Itachi were indeed like two fools, unable to see through it. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of blood in his chest and momentarily didn't know how to respond to Shisui's words. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Once, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Jiraiya had all stood on the same side as him. But now they had all turned against him and become his enemies. And Uchiha Fugaku, who had once been an easily swayed thug, had unexpectedly changed with the unpredictable nature of the world. Third Hokage, the Uchiha clan does not welcome your visit. If there are matters to discuss in the future, you can send someone to the security department to inform us. As for the Uchiha territory, we hope you will not come again to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Shisui's gaze was cold, and the familiar four-pointed windmill pattern reappeared in his eyes. As the four-pointed windmill slowly rotated, the Umbu ninja who had been standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, controlled by Shisui's powerful Jinjutsu, and holding a kunai pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally began to break free from Shisui's kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, gradually regaining consciousness. When he recalled that he had committed such an act of treason against the Hokage, fear surged in his heart, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The kunai he was tightly gripping slipped from his grasp with a crisp sound, falling straight to the ground. Don't worry, this was merely a brief control. With his meager strength, he was only fit to endure this level of Jinjutsu, Shisui said indifferently, casually glancing at the Umbu member who had just broken free from the Jinjutsu. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen direct his gaze there, Shisui seemed to guess what the Hokage was thinking. So, he kindly began to explain. However, the words that fell into Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears completely changed in meaning. This action was merely a small warning. If there's a next time, then who will be controlled, and for how long, is difficult to predict. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, his chest rising and falling violently with each breath. He widened his eyes and stared intently at Shisui, with flames of fury burning in his eyes. Angry, extremely furious. It had been many years since Uchiha Obito betrayed Konoha. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory, ever since then, the Uchiha clan had been law-abiding and had never been as arrogant and overbearing as they were now. Confronting him, the Hokage, so aggressively, What exactly does your Uchiha clan want? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and shouted. The meaning was actually very simple. From now on, our Uchiha clan will listen to the adjustments, not the declarations. Surely the third Hokage remembers that night of a Nine-Tails incident. At that time, Danzo had the audacity to impersonate the Hokage and give our Uchiha clan completely erroneous orders. It was precisely because of this wrong order that the Uchiha clan suffered extremely adverse negative impacts and consequences. Shisui looked firmly at everyone and continued. Therefore, to prevent such incidents from happening again, if the Hokage wants us Uchiha to do something in the future, that is fine. But one condition must be met. A physical document signed by the Hokage must be presented. Without a physical document, no matter who gives the verbal order, even if it is the Hokage speaking face to face, we Uchiha will not recognize it at all. Jishui's resolute words were like a thunderbolt, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned on the spot, momentarily confused. He widened his eyes and secretly thought, after going through so much trouble, is this all there is to it? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not understand what was wrong with this situation. In his view, it was just a minor inconvenience, and aside from that, it seemed there was no major issue. After all, what does it matter for the Hokage to sign a piece of paper? As long as he puts pen to paper, can't he have as many of these as he wants? However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was still lost in his thoughts, Shisui unceremoniously issued an eviction order. All right. The Uchiha clan does not welcome you all. Please leave here now. His tone was decisive and resolute, leaving no time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to react at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned around and took a deep look at the Uchiha clan members standing directly in front of him, as if he wanted to engrave each of their faces and expressions into his mind. Let's go. With his low and firm command, the group of well-trained Umbu members behind him immediately sprang into action, quickly following Sarutobi Hiruzen like a black torrent, leaving the tense atmosphere of the Uchiha clan grounds together. Jiraiya, who had been watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing figure, finally let out a long breath. Among all those present, perhaps no one was more unwilling to see this conflict escalate into a real battle than him. Regardless of which side took the first action for Jiraiya, the scene of comrades fighting and killing each other was a nightmare he deeply resisted in his heart. Jiraiya then walked briskly towards Shisui, a hint of confusion on his face. When he reached Shisui's side, he lowered his voice to ask, "What is so special about the request you made? Why insist on this?" In response to Jiraiya's urgent inquiry, Shisui merely shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "The special part? Senior Jiraiya will naturally understand the reasons behind it in the future." However, in reality, even Shisui himself was not clear about the hidden meaning behind this order. This was all because before leaving, Makoto had seriously instructed him on this matter, urging him to act according to the requirements and not to disclose any more information. This included how to respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen, what specific actions to take next, and various reactions from Sarutobi Hiruzen upon hearing it. Makoto had already prepared a complete set of detailed plans before leaving and handed them over to Shisui. Now, it seemed that Makoto's meticulously planned strategy had indeed come into play. Even more surprisingly, all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reactions were exactly as Makoto had envisioned. Even the entire flow and direction of the incident were spot on. Oh no! As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into his spacious and bright Hokage office, he immediately saw Danzo leisurely sitting at the desk he usually used for handling official duties. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. Following that, he seemed to suddenly recall something crucial, and the hand holding the pipe began to tremble slightly. He went to the Uchiha clan settlement with the intention of safely bringing Naruto, the Jinchuriki, back to Konoha village. However, the current situation is that not only did he fail to bring Naruto back, but the Uchiha side also took the opportunity to throw a particularly tricky problem at him. At this moment, he heard Danzo speak with a somewhat cheerful tone. "Hisashi, in my opinion, it's more appropriate for my route to control the Jinchuriki. Don't worry. I will do everything I can to make the Jinchuriki an indestructible blade to protect our village. As for Jiraiya, he has always been an unreliable person." That's right. Danzo hurried over this time with the goal aimed directly at Naruto. His covetous heart towards Naruto has existed for a long time. If we must trace it back to its origins, it would have to start from a night Naruto was born. However, due to the strong opposition from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, this plan has been forced to be shelved until now. Now, Danzo believes the time has come. This is the key moment when he is closest to successfully controlling the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen Sarutobi said solemnly, "Stop dreaming. Naruto is currently still in the Uchiha clan's territory. If you think your root's strength is strong enough, feel free to go and bring Naruto back. I won't interfere. But I must warn you in advance, don't mess around. The current Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. They are indeed willing to fight you." Hiruzen Sarutobi was really not in the mood to get entangled with Danzo over this matter. Since Danzo insists on this, let him go. As long as Danzo can rely on his own abilities to bring Naruto out of the Uchiha clan smoothly, then what does it matter if he hands Naruto over to Danzo? At least, Naruto in Danzo's hands would be much more reassuring than in the Uchihas. Of course, necessary warnings cannot be overlooked. After all, even he, as the Hokage, has just received threats from the Uchiha. If it were Danzo, the Uchiha might skip even the threatening step and go straight to attacking him. You personally went out and still couldn't bring the Jinchuriki back? What does that mean? Did the Uchiha actually make a move against you? Danzo's sharp gaze fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi, trying to catch more information from the other's expression and words. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The God of the heavens truly lives up to its name." His expression was unusually complex, filled with both apprehension towards this powerful illusion ability and a hint of indescribable worry. Upon hearing this, Danzo was startled, abruptly standing up with a tense look, gazing warily at Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if the latter had suddenly transformed into an extremely dangerous figure. "Don't think too much. Until the Uchiha make a firm decision to completely sever ties with us, they would never dare to easily use a forbidden illusion like Kodoamatsukami on me, the Hokage. Moreover, I am quite certain that I have not fallen victim to that damned illusion," Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly explained, fully aware that he needed to dispel Danzo's doubts at this moment. Otherwise, the delicate balance that had been maintained between the two would likely be shattered. However, Danzo clearly did not fully believe Hiruzen's words. He carefully examined his former companion, now the Hokage, before slowly sitting back down after several moments. However, this time he deliberately chose a position a bit farther away from Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain a certain safety distance. "So who exactly fell victim to Kodoamatsukami?" Danzo pressed on, his eyes still filled with vigilance. "It was a member of my Umbu," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, but his mind involuntarily recalled the heart-stopping power of Kodoamatsukami. At this moment, he had completely lost the desire to continue debating with Danzo. Just thinking about Kodoamatsukami made Sarutobi Hiruzen furrow his brows, his expression turning grave. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and he eagerly asked, "What exactly is the effect of Kodoamatsukami?" Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded and replied heavily, "Well, it's embarrassing to say, but I still don't know when this Umbu member fell victim to Kodoamatsukami. However, ever since he was affected, he has completely acted according to the orders given by Shisui, as if he had lost his own will." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "You have to understand, he is a powerful elite Jonin. Yet even so, when faced with Uchiha Kodoamatsukami, he had no power to resist at all, not even able to make a slight, abnormal reaction before being completely trapped in this technique. It's truly terrifying." Reflecting on the situation at the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a wave of fear. That sense of powerlessness and fear of the unknown lingered in his heart. So hidden, Danzo, as a seasoned warrior himself, was equally shocked by this illusion technique that could control others' minds silently. Generally speaking, a powerful illusion is indeed frightening, but if it possesses a high level of concealment, it becomes even more difficult to defend against. And now Kodoamatsukami not only has incredible power, but can also do so unnoticed, undoubtedly becoming one of the most terrifying illusion techniques in the world. "Hiruzen, we can't just sit here and wait any longer," Danzo shouted anxiously, but before his words finished, he was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Don't I wish to take immediate action to eliminate the Uchiha clan? But the current situation simply does not allow us to do so," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, frowning deeply, his face filled with sorrow. Looking at the still, stubborn Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and had no choice but to break down the current situation and explain to Danzo. "Right now, compared to the Uchiha clan, we have no advantage in high-end combat power. What's worse, Jiraiya has now also sided with the Uchiha," Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, his voice tinged with helplessness. "What? Jiraiya actually betrayed you, his mentor, and instead turned to the Uchiha?" What benefits did they give him? Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Projecting his own thoughts onto others, Danzo, with his narrow and selfish nature, surely believed that the Uchiha must have tempted Jiraiya with substantial benefits. Perhaps even a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan passed down from the Uchiha. Stop shouting. Let me finish what I'm saying. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded, somewhat irritated. He was very clear in his heart that Jiraiya was not the kind of person who sought personal gain. His decision was based on other reasons. Even the reasons were well known to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, these reasons were difficult to articulate, especially when it involved his own less-than-glorious role, making it even harder to tell Danzo the truth. Stop mentioning irrelevant things. The current situation is already very clear. The Uchiha clan's high-end combat power has a clear advantage. And importantly, that powerful Uchiha Makoto is not in the village right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued, if we act rashly, regardless of whether we can successfully eliminate the Uchiha clan, even if we miraculously succeed in wiping them out, we will likely suffer heavy losses ourselves, becoming severely weakened. At that point, a lone wolf Uchiha with a Mangekyou Sharingan will pose a huge threat to us. If things go badly, our clans might all end up on the path to destruction alongside the Uchiha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo, who had been silent, finally slowly raised his head. But he did not immediately respond, because he knew very well that every word Sarutobi Hiruzen said was an undeniable fact. Indeed, if they only managed to eliminate the current Uchiha clan, as long as Uchiha Makoto was still alive, the Uchiha clan could not be considered truly annihilated. After all, given Uchiha Makoto's displayed personality, powerful strength, and terrifying talent, once he learned that his clan had suffered a devastating blow from Konoha, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on them and their families at all costs. And, considering their situation and strength at that time, fully eliminating the Uchiha clan would have already exhausted all their efforts, and they would have no way to withstand the fierce attack from Uchiha Makoto, which would be like a storm. Moreover, critically speaking, based on the current comparison of actual combat power between the two sides, it was almost impossible for them to even eliminate the Uchiha clan. If they really recklessly provoked this genocide war, then their probability of winning would likely be just 20. They are to develop in this direction. After they took action against the Uchiha clan, the most likely scenario was that when Uchiha Makoto returned to the village, he would find that the Hokage had become a member of the Uchiha family, and Konoha would also have taken on the Uchiha surname. Meanwhile, this group of people would become part of the history of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who had a clear understanding of reality, were both frowning deeply. Acting now meant death. Not acting now meant waiting for death. What to do? Who could tell them what they should do now? During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were disturbed by the situation in the Uchiha clan, worried and anxious to the extreme. It felt as if they were about to be crushed by these troublesome matters. However, just as they were busy to the point of not even having time to drink water or catch their breath, a sudden change broke the original calm. A deafening bang echoed, sounding like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout Konoha village. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the iconic Hokage rock, located at the center of Konoha and adjacent to the Hokage building, had unexpectedly experienced a violent explosion. After the loud noise, a series of bang 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 explosions followed, mixed with the terrified wails of people, creating a scene that was simply unbearable to witness. The Hokage building, where Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were located, was not spared either. Under the continuous impact of the explosions, it began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Fortunately, although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were both elderly, they were still agile and swift, not yet at the point of being frail and immobile. Just when the Hokage building was on the verge of collapsing, they made a swift decision and used the body flicker technique to escape from the precarious building, successfully reaching a relatively safe location. Once they steadied themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others looked back at what was once a prosperous Konoha village, only to find that the center of the village had become unrecognizable, as if it had suffered a terrible disaster. The explosion sounded like firecrackers during the new year, crackling non-stop, while the village was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, with ruins and injured villagers scattered everywhere. Faced with such a tragic scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could not help but furrow their brows, silently lamenting. This is truly adding insult to injury. It seems we have new troubles ahead. What is going on? Where did the Umbu go? Someone come and report. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anxious and angry voice echoed in the air, as if he wanted to shatter the surrounding atmosphere. During this time, Due to the issues with the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other high-ranking officials had hardly had a good night's sleep. They were plagued by various worries and troubles every day, their nerves constantly on edge. This sudden explosion nearly sent these several hundred-year-old old-timers straight to their graves. Reporting to you, Hokage-sama, there has been a series of intense explosions in the central area of the village. An Umbu ninja appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others like lightning, then knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting the current emergency situation. I saw all of that. Tell me what you have found out. Sorry, Hokage-sama. We haven't discovered any information regarding the culprits yet. Could it be that it was the Uchiha clan causing trouble again? Upon hearing the Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction was to associate it with the unusually active and restless Uchiha clan recently. He couldn't help but feel suspicious and pondered to himself. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is deliberately creating trouble, trying to give us a harsh warning? However, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, this Umbu ninja did not easily agree nor randomly speculate and blame the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, he answered seriously to Hokage-sama, the true culprit behind this explosion is still under deep investigation, and we cannot determine it at this time. Clearly, this Umbu ninja adhered to a pragmatic attitude, providing accurate and reliable information based only on existing clues and evidence. First, save the people. The matter of finding the culprit can be set aside for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly, looking gravely at the scene of devastation before him. Centered around the Hokage Rock, a radius of several kilometers had suffered extremely severe damage, with houses collapsed, roads broken, and thick smoke billowing into the sky. Just by looking from a distance, he could imagine that the casualties caused by this disaster must be shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not delay any longer and decisively ordered, "Everyone present, listen up. I, in the capacity of Hokage, command you to immediately launch a rescue operation and ensure the injured villagers are saved." With his command, many ninjas responded and quickly engaged in the tense rescue work. It should be noted that most of the residents in this area were core members of Konoha village, meaning they were Sarutobi Hiruzen's own people. Those who were not part of their group had long been arranged in the corners of the village, such as the marginalized Uchiha clan. Just then, a sharp and hostile voice suddenly rang out. "Hiruzen, I believe this must be the work of the Uchiha." Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and there stood Danzo, who had always harbored dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha clan, his cold and sinister eyes fixed intently on the ruins in the distance, as if he had already concluded that this disaster was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a slight heaviness in his heart. He was well aware that the grudge between Danzo and the Uchiha clan had lasted a long time. However, it was clearly too hasty to jump to conclusions based solely on intuition. Yet, before he could refute, the nearby Tsunade Sakura surprisingly agreed, saying, "Hizashi, I think what Danzo said makes sense this time." This unexpected support took Danzo by surprise. He had originally thought Sakura would, as usual, side with Hizashi against him. However, since Sakura expressed her approval, Danzo naturally felt more confident and was eager to proceed. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brows slightly and gestured to Tsunade Sakura, saying, "Sakura, why don't you share your thoughts?" Although we currently do not possess conclusive evidence to prove that this incident was caused by the Uchiha clan, if we trace back the various outcomes that have emerged, the answer is already apparent. We must consider who is most disadvantaged by such a violent explosion in the heart of the village. Conversely, who stands to gain the most from it? Upon deeper reflection, isn't it clear who the real culprit is? What Tsunade Sakura expressed was quite straightforward. In her view, whoever became the ultimate beneficiary of this incident was undoubtedly very likely to be the mastermind behind it. After all, this explosion occurred in the core area of the village, which undeniably inflicted significant impacts and losses on them, the Hokage lineage. Other ninja clans also suffered varying degrees of damage due to this sudden disaster. Yet, the Uchiha clan emerged completely unscathed, not to mention the heavy blows suffered by their Hokage faction. The other ninja clans practically all owned shops or properties in the village's central area. Yet, the Uchiha clan didn't seem to possess even an inch of land or a single building in this crucial location. Could all of this merely be coincidence? Or was there some hidden conspiracy behind it? This massive explosion turned the Uchiha into the apparent biggest winners, thus raising the probability that they were the culprits to the maximum. I believe, Danzo, you were just thinking the same thing, right? After Sakura finished speaking, She looked at Danzo. Yes, you're right. That's exactly what I was thinking, Danzo replied, his expression somewhat unnatural, as it was late and others had not noticed this detail. All right, let's drop this matter and not mention it again. The urgent task now is to save the people. Sarutobi Hizashi sighed heavily, his brows furrowed and a worried expression on his face, waving his hand to signal everyone to stop the debate and began to systematically direct the Umbu members to carry out the rescue operation. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Every second wasted could put more innocent lives in danger. Thus, he was unwilling to waste any more energy on meaningless arguments. Yes, everyone responded in unison, following Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. However, the atmosphere remained exceptionally tense, as each person harbored doubts and concerns about the truth behind the incident. Nin Haru was right. The Uchiha clan indeed had no assets in the center of the village. But why was that the case? Was it really as simple as it appeared on the surface? If it was because the Uchiha didn't want to own anything, that was clearly impossible. After all, who wouldn't he want a place in a prosperous area? The Uchiha, as the largest clan in Konoha, was certainly not a family lacking in wealth. So the only answer was that the Uchiha were prohibited from doing so. Once again, placing the blame on the Uchiha. Anyone with a bit of sense could figure out why the Uchiha had no assets in the village center. Now, an elder was deliberately making an issue of this, clearly trying to force the Uchiha into a complete rupture with us, leading to armed conflict. During the rescue operation, a ninja muttered angrily under his breath. Given the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's last line of defense was to avoid a military conflict between both sides. So why did he harbor such animosity towards the Uchiha clan? The reason was simply his fear that the Uchiha's formidable power could threaten the safety and stability of Konoha, thereby shaking the supreme authority he held as Hokage. If a conflict did arise, all previous concerns would instantly become a harsh reality, bringing immeasurable disaster to the entire Konoha. The ultimate conclusion of all that was happening was too heavy and unacceptable for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, faced with such a situation, he ultimately chose to endure. After all, at this moment, there was no conclusive evidence that could directly point the finger at the Uchiha clan. If he rashly instigated a conflict with the Uchiha, it clearly would not align with his own interests. What was the casualty situation like on site? Until this moment, Jiraiya, Shisui, and Itachi had hurriedly arrived at the scene. Since the incident occurred deep in the night, the three had already fallen into a deep sleep. This was the result of them rushing to this location at the fastest speed after being awakened by the sudden loud explosion. It was still unclear what the specific situation was. Everyone was currently doing their utmost to rescue the injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly raised his eyes to glance at Jiraiya, and after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately responded to the question he posed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately and decisively bit his right thumb, quickly using the flowing blood to draw a line on his left palm. Then he swiftly performed various hand seals with both hands, chanting, summoning jutsu. In an instant, he slammed one hand heavily onto the ground. At that moment, a mysterious and dark incantation, resembling tadpoles, shot out from his palm like lightning, rapidly spreading in all directions. Simultaneously, a loud bang echoed, and a thick white mist, dense as if it were tangible, surged forth. Within this white fog, a few indistinct dark shadows could be seen flickering, as if they would burst forth at any moment. When the white mist dissipated, several large toads, taller than humans, appeared. Everyone, there's no time to chat. Please help rescue the injured, Jiraiya said, charging ahead. The large toads, seeing this scene, quickly jumped to help. Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances and also teamed up to rescue the injured. After a tense and orderly night of rescue operations, dawn finally broke. At this time, the morning light filtered through the clouds, illuminating the devastated and ruined Hokage building. Because the explosion area was limited to a small part of Konoha Center, everyone worked together to quickly account for all victims and damages. A serious-looking Umbu captain in a black uniform quickly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee to report, Hokage-sama. According to our investigation, the explosion was centered around Hokage Rock, with immense power that destroyed all houses within a 3-kilometer radius. Moreover, the aftershock of the explosion spread to places 5 kilometers away from the center. Then, taking a deep breath, the captain continued. Unfortunately, since the incident occurred in the dead of night, most people were asleep, and this sudden disaster resulted in 29 deaths, 41 serious injuries, and 163 minor injuries. As for property damage, We are currently unable to accurately estimate the exact amount. At this point, he couldn't help but lower his head slightly, showing a hint of guilt on his face. Faced with such heavy data, the atmosphere at the scene was exceptionally grave. Especially when this information reached the ears of everyone present, most people's spirits inevitably sank. However, there was one exception. Danzo. He stood expressionless at the side, seemingly indifferent to everything happening before him. After all, the rude organization he controlled had not been affected in any way. One could even say it was safe and sound. Although the Shimura clan also suffered some losses, for Danzo, who only cared about his own route, it didn't matter if the losses were a bit larger. He was unconcerned. The Uchiha clan, while also not affected, had their expressions instantly turned extremely serious upon hearing about the death of so many villagers. Shisui's brow furrowed, his eyes revealing deep worry, while Itachi tightly pressed his lips together, the muscles on his face slightly trembling, clearly undergoing immense internal turmoil. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious expression, "Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We must uncover the truth and provide a satisfactory explanation to the injured villagers. We must also give justice to those who tragically lost their lives tonight." While he was speaking, he subtly glanced at Shisui and Itachi with the corner of his eye. At that moment, a very distinctive mature woman's voice came from behind the crowd. "What is going on?" Hearing that familiar voice, Jiraiya was taken aback and couldn't help but mutter to himself, That voice is." Immediately after, it was as if he was drawn by an invisible force, and he suddenly raised his head. His inquisitive gaze swiftly cut through the crowd like lightning, landing directly on the woman in the green top standing behind everyone. "Tsunade, you finally returned." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in front of him, a hint of nostalgia evident in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly, as if containing 1,000 words, yet unsure of where to begin. At the same time, Sarutobi Sasuke's expression as he looked at Tsunade was quite complex, a mixture of surprise, relief, and a subtle hint of worry intertwined. However, not everyone present welcomed Tsunade's return, with Danzo's disapproval being the most evident. His gloomy face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot, coldly staring at Tsunade, with his eyes openly revealing disdain and hostility. He is not foolish. He knows that the Hokage position currently held by Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer as secure as it once was. Now, with this earth-shattering explosion suddenly occurring, the situation is increasingly developing in the direction that Danzo hopes for. As he sees the Hokage throne, which symbolizes supreme power, getting closer and closer, it seems almost within reach. However, what he never expected was that a formidable opponent, Tsunade, would emerge out of nowhere. As for competing fairly with Tsunade for the coveted Hokage position, the cunning and ruthless Danzo was not naive enough to entertain such unrealistic thoughts. If Tsunade had shown no interest in the Hokage position, it would have been one thing. But at this critical moment, Tsunade chose to return to the village, and she was followed closely by the formidable Uchiha Makoto. All these signs clearly indicate that Tsunade's true purpose for returning to the village is singular, to stabilize the situation and avert disaster. In simple terms, she is aiming for the Hokage position. Such an obvious matter is clear even to Danzo. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly fail to understand it? It is precisely for this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is so complex and difficult to read at this moment. However, even though he feels helpless, he knows deep down that his era as Hokage has completely come to an end. Of course, if Tsunade ultimately succeeds him as the next Hokage, he could actually accept it deep down. After all, with Tsunade's abilities and prestige, she might indeed be qualified to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting Konohagakure. Speak. What on earth has happened? Is there really someone so bold as to come to Konoha and launch an attack? Tsunade rushed to the front of the crowd, her face filled with anxiety. When she saw the scene before her, now turned into ruins, her brow furrowed tightly. The once lively and peaceful center of the village was now in chaos, filled with debris and thick smoke. What distressed Tsunade the most was that even the Hokage rock, which stood high in the village and symbolized the glory of the Hokage, had the rock carvings of past Hokages disappear without a trace. These rock carvings not only represented the spirit of Konohagakure, but also the achievements of Tsunade's ancestors. They witnessed the rise and fall of the village. Now, suffering such misfortune, how could she not feel heartbroken? Recalling how they hurried back after discussing with Makoto, Tsunade was grateful for the fire-breathing dragon by Makoto's side, which enabled them to return to the village so quickly. However, Tsunade never expected that even with their swift return, they were still a step too late. Tsunade was anxious, desperately wanting to find out who had the audacity to launch such a brutal attack on Konohagakure. Therefore, she began to loudly question those around her while quickly making her way to the center of the ruins. However, in response to Tsunade's inquiries, the scene fell silent, and no one answered her. Standing beside her, Jiraiya stared at Tsunade with wide eyes, seemingly mesmerized. As for the others, they all turned their gazes towards the fire-breathing dragon beside Makoto. This fire-breathing dragon was large, exuding a powerful aura of dominance. Its bright red scales shimmered in the sunlight, and flames were burning on its tail. Its sharp eyes revealed authority and power, making it intimidating to behold. At that moment, the fire-breathing dragon was like a giant light bulb, drawing everyone's attention and making it impossible to ignore its presence. What on earth is going on? Makoto's face was serious as he looked at Shisui and asked. Shisui quickly responded, Sir Vice Minister, here's the situation. Last night, for reasons unknown, a series of intense explosions suddenly occurred in the central area of the village. What you see now is the result of those explosions. Unlike the earlier situation where no one responded to Tsunade's questions, after Makoto asked, at least Shisui and Itachi would not ignore his inquiries. However, before Makoto could speak again, Tinari Kamachi jumped out impatiently, loudly accusing, Uchiha Makoto, isn't this incident a serious dereliction of duty on the part of your security department? Clearly, this old guy still held a grudge over Makoto not giving them face last time, seizing the opportunity to attack. In the face of Kamachi's accusations, Makoto did not back down. He turned his gaze sharply to Sarutobi Hiruzen and pressed, dereliction of duty in the security department? Third Hokage, do you share the same opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected Makoto would respond to him in such a way. But at this moment, all eyes were on him, and if he remained silent, it would be difficult to escape the situation. It is indeed the duty of the security department to maintain the safety of the village. So Kamachi's words were not without merit. Time was of the essence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen racked his brain, but still failed to realize the hidden traps behind the question posed by Makoto. In desperation, he had to respond according to his most genuine thoughts. Duty? If my memory serves me correctly, the investigations and actions against espionage and sabotage were long ago taken over by your umbu from the security department, transitioning from a cooperative effort to a strict prohibition against Uchiha involvement. Now that a problem has arisen, do you want to inexplicably shift this responsibility onto our security department? What is this? Is our existence as the Uchiha merely to shoulder the blame for you? Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? This was the opportunity Makoto had been waiting for. Years ago, due to the heavy pressure intentionally imposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, the Uchiha clan was forced to leave the land they had inhabited for generations. Even worse, the power originally held by the security department was largely divided and seized by the umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now Makoto manipulated a spy from Awagakure, triggering a portion of the explosive tags that had been secretly buried deep beneath Konoha by the vengeful Jinbu years ago, all for this moment. First, this strategy could inflict a certain degree of loss on the Hokage faction. Second, it would create a perfect excuse or reason for Tsunade to rise to power. In the chaos caused by this incident, Tsunade could naturally stand out and, under the pretext of solving problems and stabilizing the situation, smoothly ascend to become the new leader. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan could take this opportunity to reclaim the power lost by the Uchiha security department from the umbu. Once they regained these key powers, the Uchiha clan would possess a broader capacity for legitimate counterattacks, further consolidating their position. Additionally, destroying the Hokage rock would not only bring Makoto joy, but also serve as a highly symbolic act. Uchiha without a Hokage? Alright, then you don't need to take the Hokage rock either. The reason is simple. Looking at those big heads makes me feel nauseous. In the end, the other ninja clans chose to stand by and watch as the Uchiha were suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They aren't even considered enemies, just strangers at best. If you accidentally get caught up in this calculation, then I truly apologize. Just accept it quietly. In any case, this can be said to be a plan that achieves multiple goals. For the Uchiha, it has countless benefits with no harm at all. However, the only two victims in these years are probably Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, and Noki, the Tsuchikage. The former's grip on power will face severe impacts or even loss. The latter's carefully arranged spies have either died or unexpectedly facilitated the Uchiha, rendering all plans useless. But it doesn't matter. As long as Mumming himself doesn't suffer losses, there's no need to worry too much. Hearing Mumming's retort, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. His throat felt blocked as if something was stuck in it, and he couldn't utter a word for a while. This matter was indeed, as Mumming said. He had genuinely forgotten about it. The Umbu forcibly took over some power from the security department long ago, and a considerable amount of time has passed since then. Moreover, this power was not obtained through normal, compliant channels. All along, they used this power without any issues. Uchiha Fugaku seemed not to have spoken much or interfered in this regard. However, if one were to delve into it now, even though this power nominally still belonged to the security department, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not hold the other party accountable at this moment. After all, anyone with a bit of insight understands the reasons behind it. If Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on dwelling on this issue and tried to pin the blame on the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly be a heavy and significant blow to the reputation he had built up over the years. Nevertheless, at this moment, Mumming mercilessly tore away the cover-up that concealed the truth, which had already impacted Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation to some extent. However, it was still better than Sarutobi Hiruzen shamelessly trying to pin the blame entirely on the Uchiha. Now the responsibility is clear, right? Mumming surveyed the crowd gathering around him, his gaze sweeping over the serious and solemn faces. The senior members of the various ninja clans had also arrived, and the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Just now, Mumming's words had clearly reached everyone's ears without any ambiguity or subtlety. Everyone understood the implications perfectly. The third Hokage, the perpetrator behind this explosion, need not be mentioned. His actions were extremely heinous and caused immense damage to the village. Such a villain must die, without a doubt. However, the Umbu responsible for the security in this area had also shown such severe dereliction of duty, and as the highest authority in the Umbu, he cannot escape blame. Mumming stared unflinchingly at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. This straightforward accusation was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of everyone present, instantly silencing the previously noisy scene. Everyone knew full well that their families had suffered considerable losses in this incident. Now, someone indeed needed to step up and take responsibility for this accident. As for the perpetrator of the explosion, everyone secretly scoffed. What a joke. Even if he miraculously survived, how much wealth could he provide for compensation? It should be noted that the damage was not limited to one or two families, but involved many ninja clans collectively suffering. How could one person make up for the huge losses everyone incurred? Therefore, this unfortunate fellow was not even in consideration. So, who should be held responsible for this matter? The crowd's gaze unconsciously shifted back and forth between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Mumming. Only by firmly placing this blame on these two clans could there be someone responsible for compensating their losses. However, looking at the current situation, it was obviously impossible to make the Uchiha clan willingly take on this heavy blame. Therefore, the only remaining candidate could only be the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who keenly sensed the strange looks from the crowd, instantly changed his expression. His already troubled face now seemed to be shrouded in thick dark clouds, appearing extremely gloomy and terrifying. Ahem, since things have developed to this point, the Uchiha have nothing to do with it. You all can do as you please. Fire Dragon, Shirzei Itachi, let us go. Mumming's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile that was hard to detect. Then, without hesitation, he turned around, striding decisively and quickly leading Fire Dragon, Shisui, and Itachi away from this place of disputes without looking back. After all, this place had nothing to do with the Uchiha anymore. As for the upcoming spectacle of these guys turning against each other, while it might be quite entertaining, Mumming had more urgent and crucial matters to attend to. Yes, that would be to return home, take a nice hot bath, and happily prepare for the draw. After all, after going through so much to bring Tsunade back to Konoha and successfully retrieving the lost power of the Uchiha security department from the Umbu, the system had given him two precious chances to draw lots. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't used any of them. It's quite unfortunate, really. For some reason, whenever he spent a little longer with Tsunade, Mumming would inexplicably feel uncomfortable all over, as if he had picked up a lot of bad luck. So, he thought it would be best to hurry home and take a thorough bath to drive away this annoying bad luck. As the Uchiha clan's people gradually walked away until they disappeared from everyone's sight, no one spoke a word. All eyes were collectively focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood in the center of the scene. The pressing matter now was to quickly find out the true culprit behind the explosion. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke the silence. But his words seemed to merely express what everyone was thinking, without causing much of a stir. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked helpless. He knew very well that even as the Hokage of Konoha, he had no way to handle such a situation, because he absolutely could not afford to offend all the ninja clans in Konoha at once. This is a headache. If he encounters trouble on a regular day, he at least has two objects to shift the blame onto. One is the Uchiha clan. However, at this moment, the Uchiha clan is like an incredibly smooth, non-stick pan that doesn't get wet at all. There is simply no reason to pin any responsibility on them, especially considering the clear division of responsibility laid out by Ming regarding this incident, where all issues stem from the Umbu. Thus, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to shift the blame onto the Uchiha, he can't find any opportunity to do so. As for the second scapegoat, it would be the Root organization led by Danzo. Unfortunately, this idea is also difficult to realize. While it's somewhat acceptable for Root to carry out certain attack missions, to say they are responsible for the entire village's defense is utterly absurd and purely nonsense. Such a far-fetched excuse would probably not be believed even by the most foolish person in Konoha. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, knowing that this huge burden must fall on him no matter what. Umbu, listen up. The situation is urgent. You must use all your strength to catch that damn murderer. There can be no slack. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded loudly with a serious expression. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu members responded in unison, their voices orderly and loud, showing their commitment and determination to the task. Immediately after, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya beside him and said in a deep voice, Tsunade, Jiraiya, follow me. With that, he took the lead and walked in a certain direction. After exchanging glances, Tsunade and Jiraiya followed closely behind without hesitation. The three figures gradually moved away, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisive actions, the other shinobi present exchanged glances. Some clans initially wanted to take the opportunity to mention compensation for this incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but seeing his resolute attitude and hurried departure, those words were ultimately swallowed back down. If Ming from a distance were to witness this scene, he would surely understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen's dog training method had already taken effect. Not to mention these ordinary shinobi, even the proud Uchiha clan in the original story had nearly been subdued by Sarutobi Hiruzen's subtle methods. Unfortunately, it ultimately ended in failure, leading to the painful decision to eliminate the Uchiha, who attempted to break free from the reins of control. On the other side, several members of the Uchiha clan returned to the Uchiha compound together. Upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, they parted ways according to their different directions. Shisui and Itachi, the pair of brothers, also said their goodbyes and headed home. The two had not slept all night, busy running around to save the injured. At this moment, after settling down, a strong sense of fatigue washed over them like a tide, instantly overwhelming their bodies and minds. Meanwhile, Ming and his partner Charizard also set off on their way home. In no time, they returned to the doorstep of Ming's house. Once inside, Ming, not bothering to rest, immediately began preparing for the lottery event. He skillfully followed the previous routine, starting with a shower to wash away the dust and fatigue from his body. Then he changed into a clean and tidy outfit. After washing up and sitting in the living room, Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, after showering and changing clothes, there's a feeling that can bring good luck, a kind of miraculous sensation that changes one's fortune, which seems a bit unscientific. If anyone expressed doubt about this, Ming would definitely recommend they try it for themselves. If after trying there was no effect, it could only mean that the person hadn't fully cleansed themselves. So, Ming suggested, why not try a high-temperature disinfection with boiling hot water? Once everything was ready, Ming took a deep breath and silently thought, system draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained inverted pointer. Congratulations, host. You have obtained washing marrow pill. Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two prizes in front of him, as if he had been struck by a spell, instantly frozen in shock. The prize named washing marrow pill was somewhat understandable. After all, this kind of pill that can change one's muscles and marrow and transform one's body either comes from a world filled with swordplay and chivalry or from a mysterious realm of cultivation with wondrous magic. Regardless of which world it came from, such a treasure in the world of Naruto would undoubtedly be a coveted rarity. However, when his gaze fell upon the other prize inverted pointer, He was completely confused. He had some vague recollection, but not much. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall where he had seen this familiar yet strange item. Various guesses flashed through his mind in an instant, but none could confirm his suspicion. Helpless, Ming decided to set aside his doubts and carefully check the introduction of this item. He reached out, and a very peculiar tool instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. This item was about the length of chopsticks, with arrows at both ends. One end had a bright yellow arrow, while the other had a striking red one. Just as Ming picked up this item, a sense of familiarity surged within him. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't clearly recall where he had seen it. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Ming finally shifted his gaze to the introduction text. As he read further, his expression first turned confused, then gradually became clear, and finally, he understood. Inverted pointer, from the world of Doraemon. It is an arrow with two ends of different colors. Touching anything with the red arrow will make that thing become the opposite. However, how it will be opposite is quite uncertain. Its function, performance, nature, weight, and appearance could all change. The yellow arrow can be used to restore items that have been inverted by the red arrow. It is a tool that can create chaos if not used properly. Oh, so it's this thing? Ming realized. He naturally knew about this item, but his memory was a bit fuzzy when he just saw the name. So, in what situation should this thing be used? Ming murmured to himself while carefully examining this item before him. He had no doubts about the powerful abilities of this item. However, what puzzled him at this moment was in what kind of situation could this item be fully utilized. It should be noted that this item must be used through close contact to take effect. So, to some extent, it also limits its practicality. Perhaps, it would be best to put it in the equipment slot for now. Ming thought to himself. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the item, named inverted pointer, seemed to be summoned, and in the blink of an eye, it settled steadily into the equipment slot. At that moment, a wonderfully strange feeling suddenly surged in Ming's heart. He instinctively raised his right hand and, upon closer inspection, was surprised to find a small, exquisite red arrow had appeared on his right index finger at some unknown time. Immediately following that, as if drawn by some mysterious force, Ming slowly raised his left hand. As expected, a brightly colored yellow arrow appeared at the same position on his left fingertip. Ming took a rice ball out of the refrigerator. He held it in his right hand and activated the inversion power. However, nothing changed. No light, no stars, no special effects. Even with Ming's Sharingan, he noticed no difference at all. Without thinking much, he stuffed the rice ball, which he had imbued with the inversion power, into his mouth. As he chewed slowly and forcefully, the rice ball gradually broke apart in his mouth, and its taste was no different from usual. After swallowing the entire rice ball, time quietly passed. Before long, Ming's expression began to turn somewhat strange. He frowned slightly. His lips parted as if wanting to say something, but he hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. So, this is how the rice ball's effect has changed. It should be noted that the primary function of this rice ball was to eliminate hunger. Yet now, after this transformation, its effect had fundamentally changed from filling food to an appetizer. In other words, eating this rice ball not only did not give Ming a sense of fullness, but instead made him feel hungrier and increased his appetite. At this point, Ming understood that there was no need to continue testing the inversion pointer. At least for himself, there was no need to personally experience this feeling of getting hungrier the more he ate. However, through this experience, Ming was able to roughly speculate some uses of that mysterious inversion pointer. He smiled mischievously, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, secretly contemplating. In the future, if he encounters those whom he deems enemies, there will be plenty of interesting things to entertain them. The only regret for Ming was that at this moment, his equipment slots were already filled. These items were indeed useful. Currently, aside from a scanner named Oracle Lens, which was given as a bonus when he first drew for equipment and has been steadily occupying a special slot, the other 6 slots were all claimed. They contained the Zonya's Hourglass, the Death Cap of the Ruined King, Shroom Fruit, Horse Charm, Pig Charm, and the newly drawn magical inverted pointer. In the game LOL, those pitiful 6 equipment slots are a perpetual pain for players. Every time they reach the late game, looking at their 5-figure gold and then at the fully packed slots that can no longer hold any more equipment, the frustration is indescribable. At this moment, Ming's frustration was no less than that of those players. He still has a lot of equipment he can put in. For example, the Natural Tooth, or the Black God set. If not, there's also that rubber fruit sitting in the corner, which Ming is about to forget. It would be great if he could draw from those various equipment slots in other games in the future. For instance, weapon slots, accessory slots, and armor slots like in some role-playing games, allowing him to mix and match powerful equipment as he pleases. Just thinking about it now makes him feel delighted. Of course, for now, Ming can only fantasize about this, but who knows what the future holds. Perhaps one day it will really come true. So, Ming is not too hung up on this now. He just needs to look further ahead. Just then, he casually reached out and flicked his hand, and suddenly a small, exquisite white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, there was a vividly printed plum blossom pattern on the bottle, making it look particularly elegant. Washing marrow pill, originating from a low-level cultivation world. He continued to read on, and the description of the effects of this cleansing elixir made the corners of his mouth slightly rise. Purifying the body. The most notable effect of this elixir is its ability to thoroughly purify the practitioner's physique. Once consumed, the long-accumulated impurities within the practitioner's body will be quickly cleared away, greatly enhancing their physique, thus significantly accelerating their subsequent cultivation speed. Unlocking potential. This cleansing elixir also possesses the miraculous effect of unlocking the practitioner's latent abilities. When the practitioner takes this elixir, it can stimulate their potential, enhance their cultivation aptitude, and enable them to successfully reach higher levels of cultivation. Upon reaching this point, Ming did not hesitate at all. He decisively pulled out the cork from the small porcelain bottle and gently poured it into his palm. In an instant, a round pill, brown in color and about the size of a longan, rolled into his palm. This so-called cleansing elixir was vastly different from the previous 10 complete recovery pill. Ming carefully pinched the cleansing elixir with 2 fingers and examined it closely, yet he did not notice anything particularly special about it. Without overthinking, Ming unhesitatingly placed the pill into his mouth and immediately stepped out of the living room. After passing through the living room, he arrived at the entrance of the corridor in the small courtyard, completely disregarding the usual cleaning chores, and sat directly on steps. As for how this miraculous elixir worked, Ming was also at a loss. Initially, when he pinched the pill between his fingers, it felt hard. But once the pill entered his mouth, a wonderful change occurred, as its texture became soft and smooth like jelly, melting in his mouth. Almost at the same moment, a warm current that felt somewhat familiar surged from his throat, traveling down the esophagus and quickly spreading to every corner of his body. Soon, Ming's body was enveloped in a warm and comfortable sensation. However, this pleasant feeling did not last long. After a short while, an extremely strong and nauseating stench assaulted his senses. The smell was overwhelmingly pungent, even more intense than that of a sewer emitting a foul odor. Fortunately, Ming had already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. After all, he had specifically come to the courtyard in advance, considering that taking the elixir might produce an unpleasant odor, which would be easier to dissipate in the open air. As time passed by, the stench not only showed no signs of weakening, but grew even stronger. Faced with this situation, Ming could not help but shake his head and sigh. It seems I have ultimately underestimated the potency of this cleansing elixir. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, a shadow flashed, and Ming's figure appeared like a ghost in a densely wooded forest that was almost impenetrable to light. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on the towering tree located in the center of the forest. On the thick trunk, a shallow flying thunder god mark was clearly visible. Then he shifted his attention to the surroundings, carefully examining the environment. Huh, did I remember it wrong again? Ming murmured, slightly furrowing his brow. However, just a second later, his figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. As Ming's silhouette flickered and moved, the scenes around him seemed to change, as if under a spell. Sometimes it transformed into a lush forest, at other times into an endless vast plain. Sometimes it shifted to a deep and tranquil valley. Occasionally, it ascended to the peak of a towering mountain. Sometimes it arrived at the shimmering riverbank. And it even suddenly flashed into a bustling inn. At this moment, the room in that inn was already occupied by other guests. When Ming's figure flashed in this room, the entire process took less than a second. Besides a nauseating stench, nothing was left behind. Yet this sudden foul odor caused trouble for the unfortunate guest who originally stayed in the room. Oh, why does it smell so bad? Boss, your toilet exploded, damn it. Refund me. The poor traveler shouted in agony, covering his mouth and nose with his hand while cursing the innkeeper. Ming realized he had just flashed past and hurried back as quickly as possible. Finally, he successfully flashed back to the clear-bottomed riverbank. However, at this moment, The strong stench emanating from his body had become increasingly unbearable. With no other choice, he quickly stripped off his clothes. Then, like a nimble fish, he dove straight into the cool river water and quietly soaked in it, hoping to wash away the unpleasant smell. Fortunately, the weather was still relatively warm. Therefore, when Mu Ming's body soaked in the slightly cool river water, the sense of comfort was beyond words. Looking around, he saw that in the center of the river, centered on where he was, circles of dark water ripples were slowly spreading out in all directions. If this were not a rushing river, but a tranquil hot spring, it would have long been rendered useless due to these black impurities. At this moment, Mu Ming clearly felt that the power of his eyes and chakra was increasing at an unimaginable, extraordinarily abnormal, and astonishingly fast rate. If he compared his previous self-training power increase rate to 1, then at this moment, this growth rate had at least skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,000. Thus, Mu Ming lay back leisurely in the river, letting his body float and drift with the current. As for the bathrobe he originally wore, it had already emitted a foul smell after being soaked in the black impurities for a long time, so he simply discarded it aside and ignored it. Time passed quietly, and gradually, Mu Ming could keenly sense that both his chakra and eye power had reached a critical threshold. Just at this critical moment, he suddenly opened his eyes without warning. In an instant, his kaleidoscope Sharingan uncontrollably activated. At the same time, Mu Ming could genuinely perceive that his kaleidoscope Sharingan was operating at an incredibly high speed, like a high-performance machine. Spinning wildly, Mu Ming slowly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the calm, mirror-like water surface. Beneath the gradually clear and transparent water, his own reflection was visible. However, unlike usual at this moment, his striking kaleidoscope Sharingan was spinning at an astonishing speed, as if it wanted to draw everything around it into its vortex. Just then, a powerful and mysterious force continuously surged from deep within his pupils. This force was so overwhelming that it gradually brought his eye power closer to a critical threshold. As time went on, the pressure became greater and greater, like a volcano on the verge of erupting, ready to unleash earth-shattering energy at any moment. Suddenly, with a pop, the critical point burst like a fragile bubble. Immediately afterward, the heavy feeling that had been pressing on his heart vanished without a trace. Mu Ming clearly felt that his eye power had finally broken through that seemingly indestructible threshold, stepping into a brand new realm. He widened his eyes and carefully observed the reflection in the water, only to find that the once familiar kaleidoscope Sharingan pattern had undergone a wonderful transformation once again. The image is in the comments section. The outermost part of the pattern presented a perfect circular shape, resembling a red sun radiating with intense light. Its base color was bright and eye-catching, as red as burning flames. Surrounding the outer layer was a large black circle. This circle resembled an unfathomable chasm, exuding a heart-pounding depth. It was like a dense fog that concealed all truths within, filled with mystery. It also resembled a towering mountain, instilling a sense of awe. At the very center of the circle, evenly distributed around the center point, were 3 black magatama-shaped patterns. These magatama extended outward like the delicate blades of a windmill, but not entirely straight. They had a graceful curve, like the silk ribbons waved by a dancing fairy. The tips of each magatama pointed in different directions, forming an angle of exactly 120 degrees with each other. Such a precise arrangement was like a masterpiece crafted by nature, presenting an unparalleled symmetrical beauty. At the center, there was a pattern made up of numerous red concentric circles, resembling the pupil of a lively eye. The innermost layer of this pupil was a small, exquisite, tightly packed red dot, like a dazzling ruby embedded within. Arranged from the inside out were several gradually enlarging red rings, closely interlinked, resembling ripples gently spreading across a calm lake. In the center area, surrounded tightly by the 3 magatama, there was also a small concentric circle structure similar to an eye's pupil. This structure cleverly blended the colors red and black, intertwining and complementing each other to build the core of this eye pupil. Looking at the middle area between the magatama pointing outward and the outer black circle pointing inward, the pattern displayed resembled a marvelous combination of the kaleidoscope patterns of Dodo and Shizen. This unique combination retained the characteristics of both, while also creating a brand new visual experience that was striking. The new pattern had a stark contrast of red and black, extremely visually impactful, symbolizing the powerful and unique bloodline limitability of the Uchiha clan. This was my one-of-a-kind eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ming slowly extended his right hand, gently touching his slightly heated eye socket, as if he were touching a rare treasure. At the moment his fingertips made contact with the eye socket, a powerful and unparalleled belief erupted from his heart like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the calm flowing river was suddenly stirred into turbulent waves by the chakra surging from Ming's body, splashing water everywhere. Immediately afterward, a giant black-red figure rose dramatically from the river with a thunderous force. Its form continued to stretch upward, first to 10 meters, then rapidly climbing to 50 meters. Then came the astonishing 100 meters and even up to 500 meters, but this was just the beginning. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth and the howling of the wind, the giant's body continued to rise, like an unshakable mountain piercing the clouds. Finally, when it stopped growing, its massive foot firmly stepped into the surging river, while its head broke through layers of clouds, reaching the boundless sky. The complete body of Susanoo made its entrance. Ming stood at the brow of the towering giant, filled with indescribable excitement. The once unreachable white clouds were now floating beneath him, and this feeling was dreamlike, causing him to involuntarily spread his arms and let out a high-pitched shout towards the sky. "Ah!" The sound echoed through the heavens, resonating for a long time. After venting the pent-up emotions within him, the uncontrollable excitement gradually receded like a tide. Ming's previously impulsive reason finally regained the dominant position. He deactivated the shocking complete body of Susanoo. As the light gradually faded, the enormous armored figure vanished, leaving only Ming standing in place. Then, Ming concentrated his thoughts and reached into the system space, rummaging around before pulling out a brand new set of short-sleeved shorts, quickly changing into them. The next moment, his figure flashed like lightning, instantly crossing the spatial distance and reappearing in his familiar yard. Ming walked briskly into the living room and immediately saw the Charizard still lying on the ground, sound asleep. This guy was sleeping soundly, with its mouth slightly open, occasionally emitting soft snoring sounds, and even had a bit of drool at the corner of its mouth. Looking at its adorable appearance, Ming couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, thinking, this guy must be sleeping like a log, not noticing at all that I just went out. So, he ignored the sleeping Charizard and turned to walk toward the table. Arriving at the table, Ming slowly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to reorganize his thoughts. After unlocking the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the biggest change for Ming was not just the ability to summon the powerful complete body form of Susanoo at will. More importantly, he discovered that the chakra consumption of his kaleidoscope Sharingan techniques had drastically decreased. Previously, due to the overwhelming power of his kaleidoscope techniques, the chakra required for each use was extremely large, unprecedentedly so. Because of this, after using his kaleidoscope technique once during the confrontation with Danzo, Ming never dared to use this skill lightly again. After all, if he frequently used this highly chakra-consuming technique, it would quickly lead him into a crisis of blindness. However, the situation was now different. The kaleidoscope technique that once could only be used as a last resort had successfully transformed into a commonly usable initial technique. Thinking of this, a surge of confidence and anticipation welled up in Ming's heart. This change significantly enhanced Ming's actual combat power. Now should he speed things up? Just as Ming was fully focused on enhancing his own strength, far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, three legendary figures of Konoha, were engaged in what seemed to be a hasty and rushed conversation. They arrived at the base of a large, secluded tree, surrounded by tranquility and silence. Only the gentle rustling of leaves could be heard as the breeze lightly brushed through them. At this moment, the straightforward Jiraiya could no longer contain his impatience and broke the silence, saying, "Third Hokage, what exactly do you want to say by calling us here? Feel free to speak your mind." However, when Tsunade heard Jiraiya address Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a manner, a look of surprise crossed her face, and she cast a puzzled glance at Jiraiya. In her memory, Jiraiya and Sarutobi had always had a close relationship, never treating each other with such formality. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi understood that Jiraiya's anger from the previous events had not yet subsided. Jiraiya's visit for assistance last night was not out of support for his teacher, but rather to protect Konoha and the innocent villagers suffering from disaster. Faced with this situation, Tsunade chose to remain silent, although she felt quite confused about the sudden rift between Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Her keen intuition as a woman allowed her to sense that there were underlying issues and conflicts between the two that she did not fully understand. She thought to herself that the most urgent matter was to gather relevant intelligence. Only by fully grasping the situation could they better cope with the potential changes that might occur next. At that moment, Sarutobi, looking tired and serious, said, "I have decided to step down. As for the position of Hokage, you two should discuss who would be more suitable to take over." After saying this, he let out a slight sigh, as if burdened by a heavy weight, appearing extremely worn and weak. However, unexpectedly, Jiraiya showed no reaction upon hearing this. He merely let out a soft hiss, then turned his head away without hesitation, seeming completely uninterested in the situation, even unwilling to spare a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then raised his leg to leave the place. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but furrow her brows. It seemed that the issue between these two was quite serious. But she couldn't let Jiraiya just walk away, so she quickly called out, "Hey Jiraiya, where are you going?" Tsunade's voice was equally filled with confusion. In response to Tsunade's call, Jiraiya stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her, a faint smile appearing on his face as he softly said, "By the way, Tsunade, it's been a long time since we last met. Why don't we find a quieter place to catch up and chat? This really isn't a suitable place for a conversation." Throughout his speech, his gaze never landed on Sarutobi Hiruzen even for a moment. Tsunade first directed her gaze at Jiraiya, then quickly shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was silently smoking beside them. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, as if an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present. After a long while, Tsunade finally broke the silence and said softly, "All right, in that case, we don't need to run around anymore. Let's go to your house." Tsunade thought to herself that perhaps she should start investigating the situation from Jiraiya's side. After all, their long-standing friendship assured her that if she raised any questions, Jiraiya would definitely give her a clear and satisfactory answer without reservation. Upon hearing Tsunade's suggestion, Jiraiya replied, "Then follow me." He then turned and walked forward. Seeing this, Tsunade followed closely behind without hesitation. As she watched Jiraiya and Tsunade gradually walk further away until they eventually disappeared from view, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously tense face revealed a hint of an indescribable complex expression. However, throughout it all, even as he watched their figures completely leave his line of sight, he never spoke to call them back. Thus, Jiraiya led Tsunade forward until they finally arrived at the residence that belonged to him and Naruto, located within the Uchiha clan's territory. Tsunade was not truly aware of the real identity of this place, but the conspicuous flame fan symbols visible everywhere instantly made her understand where they were. Noticing the look of confusion in Tsunade's eyes, Jiraiya did not rush to explain. Merely saying lightly, "Tsunade, the background of this matter is quite complicated, and it's not easy to explain all at once. But don't worry, once we get inside, I'll tell you everything in detail." After slowly walking into the house with Tsunade, they were greeted by an empty living room. Naruto was not home. However, Jiraiya showed no sign of concern about this. Since moving here to live with the Uchiha clan, his views of the Uchiha had undergone a tremendous change after this period of personal contact and in-depth understanding. The deeply rooted prejudices he once held had gradually dissipated. It must be said that the Uchiha did have some small flaws and quirks. However, if one were to discuss the extent of their faults, they could not even be compared to the likes of Danzo. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Uchiha had no qualifications to compete with Danzo and his ilk in terms of who was worse. In fact, most Uchiha were just a bit proud. They often were not willing to acknowledge those they looked down upon, and their style of doing things was relatively straightforward, direct, and efficient, but this certainly could not be simply categorized as bad. As for Naruto, when he wasn't at home, he was most likely over at the Uchiha residence playing with Sasuke. Jiraiya had long since become accustomed to this. He first warmly invited Tsunade to take a seat, then quickly retrieved several plates of delicious dried fruits and snacks from the cupboard, neatly placing them on the antique wooden table. After doing this, he magically pulled out 2 large bottles of crystal-clear sake from under the cabinet. He then gently placed one bottle in front of Tsunade. Following that, Jiraiya sat directly across from Tsunade and confidently twisted open the cap of the sake bottle in his hand. He did not take out a wine glass, but chose to drink directly from the bottle. When Tsunade witnessed Jiraiya's expression at that moment, her heart sank. Jiraiya's face was serious, and his eyes revealed deep worry and helplessness, as if he were carrying an immense burden. Just with that glance, Tsunade knew that the matter at hand was certainly not trivial. Without hesitation, she reached for the bottle of sake in front of her, opened the cap without a second thought, and took a big gulp. The slightly spicy yet rich liquid flowed down her throat, bringing a wave of heat, but also allowing her to relax a bit. Seeing Tsunade's bold action, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Huh. How long has it been since we could drink like this together? It's been so long that even I can't remember. Tsunade smirked slightly and replied, Indeed, it has been a long time since we had such a scene. After saying that, she took another large sip of the alcohol, and her previously tense heartstrings seemed to gradually relax with the effect of the alcohol. The atmosphere eased a bit, and Jiraiya enthusiastically proposed, Come on, let's make a toast. Saying this, he raised his bottle high. Seeing this, Tsunade naturally responded with delight. She gripped her bottle tightly and gently clinked it against Jiraiya's. The crisp sound of the clinking resonated like two hearts connecting at that moment. Then, the two of them tacitly lifted their heads and drank deeply at the same time. After putting down the bottle, Tsunade casually grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table and began to chew slowly. She quietly waited for Jiraiya to tell the hidden story behind it. In the end, this matter is about me and Sarutobi Hiruzen letting down Minato. Jiraiya finally spoke slowly, his voice filled with guilt and self-reproach. He took a deep breath and began to recount to Tsunade the various twists and turns he had experienced during this time. Ever since the unfortunate passing of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Naruto's fate had been sealed. He not only suffers from bullying and discrimination from the entire village, but is also secretly plotted against by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The poor Naruto can only barely fill his stomach by drinking expired milk. In this vast and prosperous hidden leaf village, Naruto seems so small and helpless. He faced the indifference and malice of those around him alone, each step taken with great difficulty. However, even in such a harsh environment, Naruto continued to live tenaciously, striving to adapt to this world full of suffering. Alas, I'm truly sorry for them, Jiraiya said with deep sorrow, his voice trembling slightly. I have let down the trust that Minato and Kushina placed in me. I can hardly imagine what a heartbreaking scene it would be if one day they were to learn that their child, little Naruto, was living such a tragic life. As he spoke, a tear quietly slipped down the corner of Jiraiya's eye, as if it were a release of the endless guilt and sorrow within him. He instinctively raised his hand and gently wiped away the tear filled with sorrow. Then, as if he wanted to numb himself with alcohol, he picked up the bottle beside him again and tilted his head back to gulp down a large mouthful of liquor. Tsunade, who had been listening quietly, had already understood the situation completely. Her keen political intuition allowed her to quickly perceive the role Sarutobi Hiruzen played behind this series of events and his true intentions. As for that seemingly virtuous Hokage teacher, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a deep disdain in her heart. How can this be considered a good person? No truly kind and upright person would associate with someone as insidious and cunning as Dan's all day long. Looking at Jiraiya in front of her, who appeared so fragile, as if he had lost all strength to support himself, Tsunade felt a mix of bitterness and helplessness. She really couldn't think of any appropriate words to comfort her old friend of many years. After a moment of silence, Tsunade gently sighed, Well, since it's like this, I'll drink with you. Saying that, she reached for the bottle, clinked it with Jiraiya's, and drank it all in one go. In the back and forth, they had unknowingly finished 2 bottles of sake. However, for heavy drinkers like Jiraiya and Tsunade, 2 bottles of sake were merely an appetizer. Without a word, Jiraiya turned around and brought out a whole box of sake from the corner, placing it heavily on the table, and said cheerfully, Let us drink freely today. Thus, the two began to drink sake in large gulps as if they were in a competition. Before long, the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Taking advantage of the slight buzz from the alcohol, Tsunade suddenly asked, What exactly is going on with the Uchiha clan? Although she had figured out the conflict between Jiraiya and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the various mysteries surrounding the Uchiha clan still lingered in her mind. Hearing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya slowly put down the bottle, looked at her with slightly drunken eyes, and asked in return, What aspect do you want to know about? Tsunade shook her head, indicating that she knew almost nothing about the Uchiha. I haven't paid much attention to the news about Konoha in recent years, let alone the Uchiha clan, which has never had a good relationship with our Senju clan. I have heard some widely circulated rumors, but for other things that haven't been spread, I truly have no idea. So, please tell me everything you know about the Uchiha. She raised her bottle again and gulped down a drink. Well, I actually know very little about the Uchiha, Jiraiya said while shaking his head gently, seemingly feeling helpless about what he knew. However, after a brief pause, he decided to recount everything he knew to Tsunade. First of all, After the Nine-Tails incident a few years ago, the Uchiha clan underwent a large-scale relocation. As for the specific reasons, I can't say for sure, but it's definitely complicated. Jiraiya began to speak, his gaze deep and distant, as if his thoughts had drifted back to that time. Also, the Uchiha police force seems to have faced suppression and restrictions from Sarutobi Hiruzen and some other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Besides, this internal power struggle is really annoying. At this point, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown, a hint of worry appearing on his face. He then continued. Another important thing is that Danzo once made a move against the only person in the Uchiha clan at that time who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui. But what's unexpected is that after his meddling, the Mangekyou Sharingan in the Uchiha clan went from 1 pair to 3 pairs. That is quite satisfying. Jiraiya unconsciously raised the bottle and took a sip. If I didn't know about the complicated, deadly feud between Danzo and the Uchiha, I might have mistakenly thought that Danzo was trying to help the Uchiha clan rise. What is that saying? Oh right, from the brink of death, life is born. Thinking about it is quite ironic. At this point, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really looked down on Danzo and scoffed at his consistent way of doing things. Whenever he saw Danzo getting a setback or facing misfortune, he felt particularly pleased. At that moment, Tsunade, who was sitting quietly beside him, couldn't help but laugh after hearing these words. The hearty laughter echoed in the room, lingering for a long time. However, in the next second, the smile on Tsunade's face froze instantly. If she didn't have the identity of Hokage and didn't plan to take the Hokage position in the future, then the strength of the Uchiha clan would have nothing to do with her. After all, the Senju clan she belonged to no longer existed. For Tsunade, who was all alone, facing the future of the Uchiha clan, whether the Uchiha gradually grew stronger or completely disappeared or encountered any other situation, she could be completely indifferent. However, the current situation was completely different. This time, Tsunade's plan was to take over the Hokage position from Sarutobi Hiruzen and clean up the mess they had created. Therefore, if the Uchiha clan became too powerful, it would undoubtedly bring her, as Hokage, many tricky problems and troubles. It should be noted that the innate arrogance of the Uchiha clan was deeply ingrained in their bones. As a descendant of the Senju clan, which had fought against the Uchiha clan for over 1,000 years, Tsunade certainly had enough authority to comment on this. At this moment, Tsunade stared intently at Jiraiya and asked seriously, Jiraiya, you have lived here for quite a long time. What do you think of the people in the Uchiha clan? Seeing Tsunade's exceptionally serious expression, Jiraiya immediately understood the true concern behind her question. Clearly, she was also afraid that the Uchiha clan would start a rebellion or even use force to seize power. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Tsunade, you can rest assured about the Uchiha clan. While I can't guarantee that there are absolutely no people in the Uchiha clan who intend to seize power through force, I can assert that anyone with such thoughts simply doesn't have the ability to succeed. It's quite strange, really. The current pillars of strength in the Uchiha clan are not the type who are keen on pursuing power. What they truly desire is simply to live a smooth and stable life like ordinary people. As for the Uchiha clan's remarkable Mangekyou Sharingan, as a staunch pacifist, I naturally pay close attention and take it seriously. After all, the Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan is an extremely powerful and mysterious force, and those who possess such power are very few throughout the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year history. In terms of influence within the Uchiha clan, the holders of the Mangekyou Sharingan are undoubtedly Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Kakashi. Jiraiya could see clearly their attitudes towards Konoha. Overall, their attitudes were quite gentle and calm. They showed none of the arrogance and pride typically associated with the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who always silently protected the village, contributing their efforts to maintain the peace and tranquility of Konoha. Of course, there was also the rather fiery and famous Uchiha Kagami. Although he had previously targeted Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, Jiraiya had long since downplayed or even ignored these matters, whether intentionally or not. After all, in his heart, someone like Danzo was not considered a true human being. Now, he had added Sarutobi Hiruzen's name to that list. From Jiraiya's current perspective, damn it, those beasts don't deserve to share the title of human with him. When Tsunade heard Jiraiya say this, the tension she had been holding onto suddenly relaxed, as if the massive stone pressing down on her heart had finally been moved. The reason for this sense of relief was not complicated. First of all, Tsunade absolutely trusted Jiraiya. She firmly believed that he would never deceive her. Moreover, she had a considerable degree of trust in the Uchiha clan. This was not unfounded, as the members of the Uchiha clan had always been straightforward and frank, looking down on the idea of deceiving others through disguise and performance, let alone acting against their true thoughts. At this moment, Jiraiya shifted the conversation to the topic of the Hokage position. The position of Hokage should belong to you. You know my nature. I have no interest in that lofty position. Besides, I have other missions to shoulder. Facing Jiraiya's frank words, Tsunade did not show any surprise. After all, the two of them had gathered here today, and this crucial matter was bound to come up. It was only a matter of time before someone mentioned it. Meanwhile, Tsunade was also well aware of the important matter Jiraiya had referred to. In that case, I've decided to take on the Hokage position. When discussing serious matters with Jiraiya, Tsunade never needed to beat around the bush or be cryptic. Their familiarity and deep friendship made it unnecessary. They were not family, but they were closer than family. Upon hearing Tsunade's decision, Jiraiya smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, I will fully support you. The Uchiha clan will likely stand by you as well. Why is that? Tsunade asked, her face filled with confusion and curiosity. The reason was not complicated. Uchiha Kagami was an extremely intelligent person. He was crystal clear in his mind that given the current situation of the Uchiha clan, it would be nearly impossible to ascend to the position of Hokage. Furthermore, they were not willing to engage in a fierce struggle for that position. Therefore, choosing to fully support the next Hokage was undoubtedly the best path for the Uchiha clan at this moment. Jiraiya explained confidently, as he indeed had a better understanding of the Uchiha clan than Tsunade did. In the depths of Tsunade's mind, the Uchiha clan still retained the impression of being unruly and arrogant from years ago. However, she had not realized that time had passed and the world had changed. They were no longer comparable to decades ago. Most of the Uchiha members that had left a deep imprint in her memory had gradually faded into the annals of history. The new generation of Uchiha descendants had significantly changed in character compared to their predecessors, especially those in leadership positions. Otherwise, I could call them over, and we can sit down face to face and have an open and honest discussion. How about that? Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's conflicted expression and straightforwardly proposed his idea. All right, let's do that. It would be good to invite them over to talk. Tsunade agreed after a moment of thought. As one of the legendary figures of Konoha, Tsunade had almost no interaction or connection with the new generation of the Uchiha clan. In her limited encounters, the only one who left an impression on her was Uchiha Kagami, who had previously brought her back to the village. He was an incredibly powerful individual. But what surprised her more was that he was entirely different from the traditional Uchiha clan members. He actually used his brain, and she felt a bit of a resemblance to her great-uncle, completely breaking her preconceived notions about the Uchiha clan. Because of this, Tsunade had a deep impression of him. On the other side, Jiraiya quickly formed a hand seal with one hand, and with a series of crisp explosions, 3 identical shadow clones of Jiraiya appeared in the living room. I'm sure you all understand the details of this mission, right? So from here on out, I'll leave everything to you, Jiraiya said seriously. Got it. The 3 clones responded in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, they swiftly dashed out the door like arrows leaving a bow. Each of these clones had a clear target. One headed straight for Shisui's house, another rushed towards Fugaka's house, while the last clone moved leisurely, taking its time as if strolling in a garden. It ambled up to Kagami's front door. Upon arriving at the entrance, this clone first looked around, and seeing no one nearby, leaned against the low wall, then used both hands and feet to effortlessly climb over the wall and successfully infiltrate the yard. However, just as it landed and steadied itself, it suddenly felt a chill coming from behind, and instantly its entire spine felt cold. The clone of Jiraiya tensed up, instinctively looking up, only to discover a huge creature, entirely orange-red, crouching by the window in the living room. At that moment, the creature was staring intently at it with wide, bell-like eyes. Upon seeing this, the clone of Jiraiya finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh. With a smile on his face, he waved at the fire-breathing dragon and greeted it warmly. Hey there, Fire Dragon, good afternoon. Previously, the fire-breathing dragon had met Jiraiya and knew very well that this seemingly eccentric guy was a friend of Kagami. So when it saw that the visitor was Jiraiya, it naturally lowered its guard. Subsequently, the fire-breathing dragon lazily stretched its massive body as usual, then leisurely laid down on the soft sofa, continuing to enjoy the afternoon's comfort and tranquility. Seeing this, Jiraiya was unceremonious, directly pushing open the door and striding into the house. As soon as he entered, he eagerly raised his voice and called out, Kagami, Kagami, are you home? His loud voice echoed continuously in the room, as if it could shake the entire house. At that moment, the Charizard, lying on the sofa with its eyes closed and preparing for a nap, could no longer tolerate such noise. It opened its large mouth and let out a series of deep and angry roars. Roar, roar, roar. However, unexpectedly, the clone Jiraiya, who often dealt with animals, frogs, easily understood the Charizard's intention. He had a look of sudden realization and excitedly said, "Oh, so you mean he went out and isn't home right now?" Roar. Hearing this, the Charizard slightly raised its head and nodded at Jiraiya, indicating that he had completely guessed its meaning. Then it lay back down, ignoring this uninvited guest that disturbed its nap. "Do you know when he will be back?" Clone Jiraiya slowly walked in front of the Charizard, then gently sat down, looking at the creature with its tail tip ablaze with flames, and asked, "Roar." After hearing Jiraiya's question, the Charizard first let out a low growl, then shook its big head, indicating that it didn't know. "You don't know? That's troublesome." Jiraiya frowned, sighed helplessly, and scratched the back of his head with his right hand, seemingly pondering what to do next. After a while, Jiraiya suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "How about this, when he comes back? You must remember to tell him to come to my house. This matter is very important. You mustn't forget." After saying this, Jiraiya looked at the Charizard with eyes full of trust and expectation. Roar. The Charizard understood Jiraiya's words and nodded slightly in agreement. However, perhaps due to being too tired or too lazy to move, the Charizard didn't even open its eyes. Seeing the Charizard's indifferent attitude, Clone Jiraiya felt somewhat uneasy, but with no better options at the moment, he chose to trust it. So, Jiraiya took a deep breath, quickly formed a hand seal with one hand, and dispelled the clone technique. With a bang, a thick cloud of white mist suddenly rose up, enveloping Clone Jiraiya entirely. Soon, when the white mist completely dissipated, Clone Jiraiya had vanished without a trace. The Charizard, which had been lying half asleep on the sofa, was startled by the sudden noise. It suddenly opened its eyes wide, looking around in panic. When it discovered that Clone Jiraiya was gone, its eyes widened to the size of copper bells. The Charizard hurriedly crawled up from the sofa, making roar sounds continuously. It waved its short arms, trying to catch the remaining white mist, as if it wanted to pull Clone Jiraiya back to its side. However, no matter how hard the Charizard tried, the white mist quickly disappeared. Unwilling to give up, the Charizard began to search around the spacious living room. It rummaged through cabinets, peeked under tables, and even lifted the heavy sofa to see if Jiraiya was hiding underneath. But no matter how much the Charizard struggled, it couldn't find any trace of Clone Jiraiya. After a flurry of frantic searching, it stared with its round eyes, looking around, jumping up and down, even sniffing the air occasionally, trying to catch even a hint of Jiraiya's lingering scent. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't find any clues about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Finally, after spending a lot of time and energy, it had to accept the unbelievable fact that Jiraiya had disappeared without a trace with just a bang. Roar? It let out a confused growl, filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. But at that moment, the house was silent, and there was no one to respond to its questions, let alone provide a reasonable explanation. Roar, roar, roar. In helplessness, the Charizard shook its head, muttering something incomprehensible, then slowly dragged its heavy feet to the nearby sofa. It first found a comfortable position to lie down, then placed its big head between its front paws, blinking its eyes at the ceiling, seemingly still pondering the mystery of Jiraiya's disappearance. Gradually, the warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting onto it and bringing waves of drowsiness. Before long, the Charizard's previously open eyes involuntarily closed, and its breathing became steady and long. Thus, filled with questions, the Charizard slipped into a sweet dream, hoping that when it woke up, everything would have answers. Time, 3 days later in the morning. Location, Uchiha clan territory, in the courtyard of the Makamura family. Characters, Uchiha Makamura, Charizard, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fuku, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and 2 others, Naruto, Sasuke. Finally, everyone is here. Tsunade sighed lightly as her gaze swept over the fully occupied table. The meeting that was supposed to have everyone present had been repeatedly delayed due to various situations. That day, Makamura was absent, while Shisui and Itachi were exhausted from rescuing someone overnight and were catching up on sleep at home. On the first day, Makamura, Shisui, and Itachi finally managed to find time, but Tsunade was dealing with her own issues. On the second day, both Makamura and Itachi were free, But it was Shisui's turn to carry out patrol duties. Then, on the third day, both Makamura and Shisui could finally come, but unexpectedly. Itachi was once again tied down by his stubborn younger brother Sasuke, who asked Itachi to help him with special training. Thus, after going around in circles, it was only at this moment that everyone had finally gathered, and an unexpected character, Uchiha Fugaku, had also appeared. Since everyone is here, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point, Makamura said sharply, looking directly at Tsunade without any hesitation. We, the Uchiha, are willing to fully support you in becoming the next Hokage. But what actual benefits will this bring to our Uchiha clan? As soon as this was said, the other Uchiha members turned their gaze towards Tsunade, who was seated at the head of the table, waiting for her response. Tsunade's expression was extremely serious, and she solemnly said, I promise you, if I take on the role of Hokage, I will definitely give the Uchiha clan the respect it deserves. The previous phenomenon of the Uchiha being deliberately suppressed and targeted by the higher-ups in Konoha will never happen again. I guarantee it with my integrity. However, after hearing these words, Makamura shook his head without hesitation, expressing his dissatisfaction, and bluntly stated, Is that all? That's far from enough. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense, as if an intense confrontation was about to unfold. What else do you Uchiha want? Tsunade's beautiful face slightly frowned, her slender eyebrows quivering gently, seemingly very dissatisfied with the requests of the people before her. Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was not quite a smile, and he slowly said, It's not about what we want, but rather what you, Lord Hokage, can provide us. His words seemed a bit convoluted, but how could someone as wise as Tsunade not understand the deeper meaning behind them? Ming was well aware that if he were to propose demands that genuinely aligned with the interests of the Uchiha, Tsunade, with her upright and stubborn character, would most likely reject them without hesitation. In that case, it would be better to do the opposite and let Tsunade present the conditions or promises she could offer first. This way, either an agreement could be smoothly reached, or if that didn't happen, both sides could continue to negotiate on that basis to find a balance acceptable to both. Why should I? Tsunade indeed did not back down, her bright eyes glaring fiercely at Ming, her tones strong and resolute. Faced with Ming's somewhat provocative attitude, she naturally could not easily compromise. At that moment, Ming smiled slightly and turned to look at Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku beside him. They nodded in understanding, and then simultaneously activated their respective Mangekyou Sharingan. In an instant, 3 powerful and mysterious Sharingan shone brightly. Under the intense gaze of these 3 Mangekyou Sharingan, Tsunade instantly felt an unprecedented immense pressure bearing down on her. She involuntarily took a deep breath, trying to steady her mind as she met the oppressive gazes of the 3. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if the air itself had solidified. 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. Is that enough? Accompanied by this seemingly casual remark, Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Tsunade, whose forehead had already begun to bead with sweat. Tsunade's expression was serious, her breathing slightly hurried, clearly feeling the immense pressure. Yet she still refused to show weakness, gritting her teeth and responding loudly. Not enough. As soon as the words fell, a powerful chakra erupted from within her, spreading outwards like a surging wave. However, despite Tsunade exerting all her strength to unleash her chakra, when faced with the 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan from the Uchiha, she could only barely defend herself. It was evident that Tsunade was completely at a disadvantage at this moment, and the situation was precarious. Jiraiya, seeing the situation, internally exclaimed that things were not looking good. He knew very well that Tsunade alone could handle such a powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. But the problem was that there were not just 1 pair of Mangekyou Sharingan here, but 3 pairs. Without hesitation, he summoned all his chakra, and his aura surged toward Tsunade like an arrow leaving the bow, quickly joining the fierce contest of wills. In an instant, a 2 against 3 situation was formed. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya were still at a slight disadvantage after teaming up, they were no longer in such a dire and helpless situation as at the beginning. However, just as both sides were at a stalemate, a loud bang was heard as the solid wooden table between them could not withstand the mixed aura generated by their clashes and shattered into countless fragments, flying everywhere. Was that enough? Just as Tsunade and Jiraiya were still processing the astonishing fact that Fugaku also possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, Ming suddenly focused his eyes, and then a more terrifying and vast cold eye power erupted. It turned out that he had activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan at that moment. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by Ming's incredibly powerful cold eye power. Even Sasuke and Naruto, who were not covered by this eye power, couldn't help but shiver instinctively. In contrast, their powers seemed insignificant, like a few kindergarten children playing around in the face of this eye power. At that moment, Ming resembled an invincible war god descending into the world, his imposing aura instilling fear and awe. A breathtaking force surged like a tidal wave, forcefully separating the intense clash of auras among the few people, as if invisible giant hands easily suppressed those auras and mercilessly pushed them back into their respective owners' bodies. The group, including Madara, was left speechless, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke, who were relatively calm due to their ignorance, everyone else was stunned by Ming's display. Especially Fugaku. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but due to overwhelming shock, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Ming slightly nodded to indicate his acknowledgement. He slowly spoke. That's right, as you can see, this is the eye of the same level as Uchiha Madara, the evolved form of the Manjiki Sharingan, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. After personally experiencing the cold and vast power of Ming's eyes, which was so immense that it was impossible to perceive its entirety, Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly fell into silence. Faced with such terrifying power, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It should be noted that back in the day, the Uchiha clan only produced one Uchiha Madara, and that was enough to contend with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Now, their Senju Hashirama was no longer in this world, and even Senju Tobirama was gone. Yet, the Uchiha clan not only produced a younger and more promising Uchiha Ming, but also gained 3 additional pairs of Manjiki Sharingan compared to decades ago. Such a stark disparity in strength made it hard for them to imagine how to respond next. Their side had been severely weakened, while the other side had received an epic boost. What would they even do about it? Tsunade and Jiraiya stood silently, exchanging glances before falling into silence, as if the surrounding air had solidified. At that moment, Ming slowly closed his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which emitted a powerful sense of oppression. Meanwhile, Fugaku and the others followed suit and closed their own Manjiki Sharingan. After a while, Tsunade took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, since your Uchiha clan possesses such powerful strength, why not consider taking the position of Hokage? Her gaze was fixed on Ming and the other Uchiha members, filled with confusion and curiosity. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, expressing his strong agreement with Tsunade's question. After all, given the strength the Uchiha had displayed, if they were truly interested in contending for the Hokage position, they probably wouldn't need to make a big fuss. They could simply reveal a bit of their power in front of everyone and assertively declare, I want to be Hokage. Who agrees? Who opposes? Surely, the other ninja clans in Konoha, including Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, wouldn't dare to easily voice their opposition. However, in response to Tsunade's question, Ming slightly raised the corner of his mouth and countered, why must one become Hokage? Is becoming Hokage the only pursuit in life? He then turned his gaze to Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, continuing to ask, does anyone among you want to take that Hokage position? Upon hearing Ming's words, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi exchanged glances and then shook their heads in unison. Fugaku looked at Ming and said with a wry smile, I've long since lost that desire. Not to mention the position of Hokage, I would rather immediately hand over the position of clan leader of the Uchiha to you. After saying that, he helplessly spread his hands, showing a hint of fatigue on his face. In reality, Fugaku didn't have a strong desire for power. Just being the leader of the Uchiha clan was already giving him a headache. If he were to become the highest official in the village, the Hokage, he would likely be so stressed he might lose his hair. He might even become bald. As for Shisui and Itachi, they had absolutely no desire to become Hokage. Moreover, even if they were given the opportunity, given their current situation, they would still be unable to do so. Although their strength was decent when it came to intellect, they were far from adequate. They don't have that many complicated thoughts and schemes in their heads. At least at this stage, they're still too naive. This personality makes it unlikely for them to become politicians who are good at playing power games and scheming against each other. What about you? At that moment, Tsunade, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to have made up her mind and continued to question Ming. It seemed that she was determined to get to the bottom of things today. Even if it ended with Ming becoming angry and even hitting her, she was determined to clarify Ming's views on the position of Hokage. wanting to die with clarity. Ming, hearing Tsunade's persistent questioning, not only did not get angry, but couldn't help but laugh. Hami, being a Hokage does give you some power, but it also means working tirelessly for the entire village. When you think about it, it really seems like a bad deal. In my opinion, this business is not worth it. Ming slowly shook his head, showing a hint of disdain on his face, and then unhesitatingly expressed his true feelings. To be honest, I really have no interest in the position of Hokage. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, if it's just to be a Hokage who only knows how to indulge in pleasure and completely disregards the village's survival and development, that wouldn't be impossible. But then, a very serious problem would arise. I, as Hokage, would be unpopular, even if no one dares to openly oppose me out of fear of my strength. There would definitely be people who wouldn't let it go, and various small actions would inevitably follow. At that time, even though with my abilities I should be able to handle these troubles, it would still be quite annoying. Saying this, Ming helplessly spread his hands and shrugged. These words truly reflected Ming's inner thoughts. He doesn't want to be the Hokage at all, besides being afraid of trouble. There are two other inconvenient reasons he can't tell Tsunade and Jiraiya. First, he doesn't have a strong desire for power. In this extraordinary world where strength is paramount, pursuing power instead of martial prowess? Are you out of your mind? He has the strength but doesn't use it. That's two different things. What Ming wants is invincible power. Power does not equal fighting strength, but fighting strength is power. With fighting strength, power will naturally not be lacking. Ming has mastered power. He chose not to flip the table, but to play tricks with Sarutobi and the others, calculating against them. His intention is merely to pass the time and relieve boredom, just like playing with a mouse. It's also like two people playing chess, with a master letting the opponent have a rook, knight, and cannon, enjoying the thrill of the game, as long as Ming has enough strength. No matter what discrepancies arise in the situation, he has the ability to set things right. If it comes to the worst, then they are forcing him to take action. As for the second part, it's even simpler. Because his system didn't require him to do so, Ming just needs to make changes to the plot. Whether it's him or anyone else, it's all the same who becomes Hokage. It's just about having a dog take on the role of Hokage. He continues to take rewards without fail. So why would he seek trouble for himself? Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had been quietly listening, also basically understood Ming's true thoughts at this moment. It turns out that this guy is just afraid of trouble. More importantly, in Ming's view, the effort required to become Hokage is not worth the rewards he would ultimately receive. He doesn't want to engage in such a losing deal. Looking at Ming's indifferent attitude towards the Hokage position and their mutually relieved expressions, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but exchange smiles, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. Ming's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. But this smile seemed like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly dousing their originally pleasant mood. He slowly said, "And even if I refuse to become Hokage and don't hold any position in the village, doing nothing every day, not even lifting a finger, but with my strength, along with the entire Uchiha clan as my backing, I can simply make some modest requests to the village. For example, I want to enjoy life properly. Do you think the Hokage at that time would have the heart to refuse me?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face, which had still held some semblance of smile, instantly became stiff, her smile seemingly frozen on her face, because she immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind Ming's words. As long as Ming still possesses such terrifying strength, then even if he is not the Hokage in the true sense, he could actually exert an influence even more powerful than that of the Hokage. He is not officially employed by the village, so if he doesn't work, no one can say anything against him. But once he truly expresses his opinion, who would dare to easily ignore it? At this moment, Tsunade puts herself in the role of Hokage to think about the issue. When it comes to matters related to Ming, or even involving the Uchiha clan, can one really avoid carefully considering Ming's feelings and attitudes? The answer is clearly no. After all, no one would dare to easily offend someone with the power to turn the table. With Ming, a top-tier force more dangerous than tailed beasts, and even more controllable, she simply cannot ignore his feelings, nor can she afford to lose face with him over trivial matters. Thinking this way, Tsunade's expression becomes very grim. If she continues to think this way, doesn't it mean that she, as Hokage, would end up begging on her knees? At this moment, she realizes a chilling fact. If the position of Hokage is not held by Ming, then whoever ascends to this throne will inevitably face invisible constraints and restrictions from him, even if Ming himself has no such intention. His mere existence has already become a Damocles sword hanging over the new Hokage. Just think about it. Which ruler in the world would willingly allow someone like Ming under their command? This person is incredibly powerful, beyond imagination, and no one can compete with him. His personality is stubborn and obstinate, and you cannot completely ignore him, especially when it comes to dealing with certain tricky problems involving him or his family. One must consider his thoughts and feelings. In this way, what meaning does the so-called Hokage position have? Even if she becomes Hokage, can she still freely pursue her ambitions and realize her ideals? This Hokage seat is like being shackled with heavy chains. Therefore, as long as it is not Ming who ultimately becomes Hokage, whoever takes on this role will find the days ahead to be extremely difficult. Tsunade's already not so pleasant expression instantly darkens, as if water could drip from it. Her bright eyes even show a slight flush, clearly indicating that her emotions are on the verge of spiraling out of control. Ming's heart tightens suddenly, realizing that he may have gone too far in his words and angered the hot-tempered Tsunade. If this leads to Tsunade throwing down her responsibilities in anger and leaving the village, what will he do? After all, the position of Hokage is not something anyone can just sit in. Besides Tsunade, there are not many suitable candidates, although it is possible to choose someone less capable. To get them to willingly take on the Hokage position would likely require considerable effort. Moreover, if someone else truly becomes Hokage, those people are bound to have doubts. Oh, clearly your Uchiha clan possesses such strong power, yet you are unwilling to take the position of Hokage. Instead, you are pushing this role onto us. Is there some huge conspiracy or trap hidden in this? This way, Ming feels that he will certainly face trouble later on. Just thinking about it makes him feel like he is losing hair. At this point, Ming believes that he must stabilize these two key figures in front of him, convincing one of them to take on the important role of Hokage to fill the vacancy. So, he hurriedly puts on a smile and says, "Tsunade-senpai, please don't take it to heart. I was just speaking casually, purely as an example. You really don't need to take it seriously." However, Tsunade does not appreciate his kindness and coldly responds, "No, the example you mentioned is indeed very vivid and has made me see the severity of the current situation." After saying that, her expression still seems quite complicated. She lightly shakes her head and says nothing more. For a moment, the scene falls into a suffocating silence, and the others also tactfully close their mouths, not daring to easily break this stillness. Then, time seems to freeze, and the air becomes heavy. "Tsunade-senpai, this Hokage position really needs you." Almost at the same time, another sentence is heard. "I still decide to take this Hokage position." These two sentences hit the ground like heavy hammers, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The speakers are Ming and Tsunade, who unexpectedly express the same intention in unison. For a moment, everyone looks at each other in surprise. Especially Ming. He looks at Tsunade, his eyes revealing confusion, clearly not understanding why Tsunade would make such a decision. Tsunade does not shy away from Ming's probing gaze. She furrows her brows slightly and states directly, "Since you Uchiha do not want to take this Hokage position, compared to others, I think it is more appropriate for me to take it." Her tone is firm and decisive, making it hard for anyone to refute. In fact, Tsunade's thoughts are very simple. In her view, the current situation is complicated and people's hearts are hard to gauge. She finds it difficult to trust those who could potentially become the new Hokage. After all, power often distorts a person's mind. If the newly appointed Hokage cannot maintain a clear mind, once the new official's 3 fires accidentally burn the Uchiha clan, then the entire Konoha village will likely fall into an irretrievable predicament. Moreover, even if the new Hokage can tolerate the Uchiha clan at the beginning, who can guarantee that, over time, power won't gradually erode his heart? This potential risk makes Tsunade feel anxious. Reflecting on her past experiences, Tsunade knows very well how much power can affect a person's character. She has personally experienced how a person can resort to any means to pursue power and ultimately lose themselves. Therefore, she can confidently assure that she will never be swayed by power and will always uphold her true self. However, when it comes to others, Tsunade does not want to gamble with the future of Konoha, nor does she have the courage to trust them. Just like what Ming said to her earlier, Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans together. If the Uchiha really wants to destroy it, with her Senju here, there should be some room for maneuvering. Her being Hokage is to provide insurance for Konoha, although she does not know if this insurance will be effective. It is better than having none. Since you agreed, then it's simple. When do you plan to ascend? Ming nods, and since they have agreed, they move on to the next matter. Ascend? Tsunade and the others look at Makim in confusion. Ahem, take the position of Hokage. Makim quickly explains after accidentally letting it slip. Then let us do it as soon as possible. Fugaku, after becoming Hokage, I will still need the strong support of your Uchiha clan. After all, I want to clean up Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction, which cannot be done without your support and personnel. Tsunade looks sincerely at Fugaku. Fugaku slightly nods in response. Lady Tsunade, regarding this matter, our Uchiha have no objections. There's one more thing I want to mention in advance. After Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down, when you successfully take office, I will also pass on the Uchiha clan leader position to Makim. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, especially Itachi and Shisui, who both simultaneously cast concerned glances at Fugaku and exclaimed in unison, "Father, the clan leader." Meanwhile, sitting beside them, Makoto was also filled with astonishment. He had never expected Fugaku to make such a decision. Clan leader, Makoto slowly spoke. To be honest, given my current situation, I really do not have enough time to deal with the complex affairs of the clan. Even the position of deputy head of the security department, I do not plan to continue. For Makoto, the position of clan leader was akin to that of Hokage. As long as Fugaku was willing to abdicate, it would not matter who took over. It would not affect him receiving the rewards he deserved. So in a way, he did not care much about who would take on the role of clan leader. However, Fugaku looked at Shisui and Itachi with determination, signaling them not to worry. Children, you can rest assured. I am fine. This decision is not made on a whim, but one I arrived at after a long period of contemplation. Seeing Makoto activate the eternal Meijiki Sharingan has further solidified my resolve to pass the position of clan leader to him. I believe that with his strength, he will surely lead our Uchiha clan to a brighter future. Regarding what Makoto had said, Fugaku responded seriously. I never intended for you to waste your precious time and energy on handling trivial matters within the clan. That would undoubtedly be a great waste of your unparalleled talent. From the moment you take on the role of clan leader, I will serve as your deputy clan leader, managing the various complex affairs of the clan for you. After saying this, Fugaku paused for a moment and then turned his gaze to Shisui and Itachi. It's not just Makoto, you two are the same. At some point, I will relieve you of all your duties. You will only hold nominal positions in the clan. Your most important and urgent task right now is to continually strengthen yourselves and do your utmost to enhance your abilities. You must become stronger than anyone else in this world. As for the other trivial matters, you need not worry about them. Those things do not deserve your time and effort, because the three of you represent the brilliant future of our Uchiha clan and are undoubtedly its core. As the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was well aware of how Madara achieved the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. However, what puzzled him was that Makoto, in a situation with no direct relatives and all alone, had miraculously advanced from the Meijiki Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Despite his doubts, Fugaku was willing to trust Makoto, the unparalleled genius of the clan. He firmly believed that the reason Makoto had not disclosed the details of his advancement to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was due to the uniqueness and irreproducibility of the process. This uniqueness might stem from some rare opportunity, a mysterious inheritance, or other extraordinary factors. At the same time, Fugaku was deeply convinced of Makoto's intention to seek welfare for the Uchiha clan. After all, as fellow Uchiha members, their honor and disgrace were closely linked. They rose and fell together. Fugaku's heartfelt words struck a chord with everyone, making Makoto, Shisui, and Itachi nod solemnly in agreement, expressing that they would remember and put it into practice. They were all secretly pondering how to better contribute to their families and achieve the prosperity of their clans. Meanwhile, Tsunade was lost in beautiful daydreams. She imagined what a wonderful sight it would be if her clan, the Senju, still existed and thrived as before. If the brilliant youths before her were from her Senju clan, she would be overjoyed. She would even willingly face death just to see such a scene become a reality. In contrast, Jiraiya appeared much calmer and did not harbor any particularly special thoughts. At this moment, he was more focused on Tsunade becoming Hokage and his own departure from the village. His big event seems to have been delayed for quite some time. On the other side, the young Sasuke and Naruto are joyfully playing with the fierce and powerful Charizard. They were fully engrossed in the joyful interaction, completely oblivious to what the adults over here were discussing. In that case, I will no longer refuse. Mu Ming's lips curled up slightly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. For him, becoming a figurehead leader with no responsibilities was simply too beneficial. With such a great advantage before him, How could he let it slip away? Senpai Tsunade, although our Uchiha clan can send people to assist, our numbers are limited after all. If you want to secure the position of Hokage, relying solely on us won't be enough. You'll also need to rally support from other ninja clans. After a moment of thought, Ming kindly reminded her. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. You don't need to remind me of that. I am well aware. She quickly snapped back from her previous pleasant fantasy. As an experienced ninja and leader, Tsunade's political acumen was certainly not lacking. She understood this simple truth very well. So, Senpai Tsunade, when do you plan to take up the position of Hokage? Ming followed up with a question. After this explosion incident is completely resolved. The sooner, the better, Tsunade answered gravely. The village was currently in a state of panic due to the sudden explosion incident, and it was indeed not the best time to change Hokage. To ensure the stability and peace of the village, Tsunade knew that she must not act too hastily at this time, nor could she forcibly push Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the Hokage position at this moment. Well, that's fine. Ming nodded, and the others had no objections. Everyone understood that the priority now was to resolve the immediate crisis. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, it was completely unimportant and could be ignored. I'm sure even if he knew, he wouldn't have any objections. All right, then let's decide on that for now. Does anyone have anything else to discuss? Ming looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya, who seemed ready to leave, and asked. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly called out to Jiraiya, who was about to turn away. Jiraiya-senpai, please hold on a moment. Hearing Ming's call, Jiraiya turned back in surprise and asked with confusion. What's up, Ming? Facing the bewildered Jiraiya, Ming smiled slightly and said softly, I want to discuss some matters regarding the child of prophecy with you. When the four-word child of prophecy left Ming's mouth, Jiraiya's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly changed, becoming serious and grave. He took a deep breath, then solemnly nodded in response. Oh, in that case, please go ahead. I'm all ears. At this moment, the other people around them, hearing them mention the mysterious topic of the child of prophecy, also cast curious glances, expressing their interest. Ming organized his thoughts slightly, then began to speak slowly. Actually, regarding the true identity of the child of prophecy, all I can tell you right now is this. The blue-eyed boy calls the name of the tailed beast. After saying this, Ming quietly watched Jiraiya, waiting for his reaction. However, whether this riddle-like statement was truly valid, even Ming himself did not know. But the riddle clearly referred to Naruto, so if you worked it backward, the riddle was correct. He recalled seeing this line posted by a user on the Naruto forum in his previous life. That user, Ming vaguely remembered, seemed to be called Mo Lai Shi. The cameo suggestion was also given by this boss. Thanks to this boss for the inspirational support. It saved a bit of brain power, and all bosses are welcome to provide suggestions. What he means is that if he had the chance to travel through time, he would tell this to Jiraiya and let Jiraiya guess for himself. However, it seems that this netizen won't have that opportunity. But Ming can. In this lifetime, the reason he decided to inform Jiraiya about this matter actually has multiple considerations. First, he feels that Jiraiya needs to have something to do. He can't just let that guy wander around the ninja world all day doing nothing. Second, this could improve Naruto's current situation and give him a relatively complete childhood in the days to come. Most importantly, while others are working hard and selflessly, Jiraiya is just leisurely wandering around the ninja world. This simply can't go on. The more Ming thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt, and he absolutely couldn't let this situation continue. Therefore, he must find something for Jiraiya to do so he can focus. Now, Ming secretly pondered, from now on, let Jiraiya stay in the village and take care of the kids and stop thinking about wandering around. Just the thought of someone enjoying life while he was working hard made Ming feel particularly uncomfortable. In his view, the world only allows others to work while he stays idle. Upon hearing this strange statement, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and repeated, The blue-eyed boy calls the name of the tailed beast? Then, he turned his gaze to Ming and asked, Where did you learn this saying? Facing Jiraiya's inquiry, Ming hesitated for a moment, then replied, This is a special ability displayed by my Sharingan, but I can't explain the details very well. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. This saying was spoken by Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. In order to grab Jiraiya's attention, Ming specifically brought up this weighty name. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya? Who is that? At this moment, everyone present, including Tsunade, exchanged glances, all looking bewildered, as not a single person knew who this so-called Otsutsuki Kagaya was. Unable to help it, Ming could only explain to them, Otsutsuki Kagaya actually has another widely known title, Sage of Six Paths. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy scene instantly fell silent, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a while, someone seemed to awaken from a dream and murmured to himself, "So the real name of the Sage of Six Paths is Otsutsuki Yuhi?" The speaker was Tsunade, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise and contemplation. On the other side, when Jiraiya heard Ming mention that this information came from the Sage of Six Paths, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, repeatedly muttering, "Green-eyed boy, green-eyed boy." Clearly, he attached great importance to this information. Meanwhile, Shisui, deep in thought, stroked his chin and murmured, "Green eyes also means greenish eyes, right? But I don't think I've ever truly seen anyone with green eyes." As he spoke, he shook his head, a look of confusion appearing on his face. However, after Shisui's comment, Jiraiya seemed to suddenly remember something, grinning broadly and laughing. "Haha, great. Now that I know I'm looking for someone with green eyes, my target range has shrunk significantly. Thank you, Ming. This information is incredibly useful." Seeing that they were all led astray by Shisui's comment, Ming shook his head helplessly, secretly sighing at how easily these guys could be misled. Just as Ming was about to remind them, Tsunade, known as the medical sage of the ninja world, surprisingly spoke first. "Don't get too excited, Jiraiya. You should know that green eyes doesn't just refer to pure green eyes. In fact, blue eyes are also referred to as green eyes." Tsunade's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Jiraiya and Shisui and the others momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Of course, this situation couldn't be entirely blamed on them. After all, the average cultural level of ninjas in the entire ninja world is only equivalent to that of elementary school dropouts. Thus, it is understandable that there would be a lack of comprehensive understanding of some obscure or complex concepts and knowledge. After a while, Jiraiya was the first to regain his senses and hurriedly asked, "Tsunade, then besides green and blue, are there any other colors of eyes that can be called green eyes?" Clearly, at this moment, Jiraiya was most concerned about how large his upcoming workload would be. Facing Jiraiya's eager inquiry, Tsunade gently shook her head and confidently replied, "No, green eyes only encompasses these two colors, green and blue." After receiving Tsunade's clear answer, Jiraiya let out a slight sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "That's good. According to my memory, there aren't too many people with blue eyes. Even with the additional condition of blue eyes, it's still better than my previous aimless wandering in the ninja world." Jiraiya had always been very optimistic. When he heard that he only needed to add blue eyes, he didn't feel too much turmoil in his heart, not even a hint of disappointment. After all, this change was already a significant improvement compared to the various situations he faced before. However, just after Jiraiya finished speaking, the entire scene suddenly fell silent again, as if time had frozen once more. Even Jiraiya, who usually had a big heart, stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do. No way. Jiraiya's neck turned slowly and stiffly, finally fixing his gaze on the yellow-haired kid who was happily playing with Sasuke and a fierce fire-breathing dragon. In Jiraiya's memories, there were very few people he knew who had blue eyes. The most notable among them were Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, father and son. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could this seemingly ordinary yellow-haired kid actually be the mysterious being who could summon the tailed beasts? After searching countless times, could it be that this person was right in his own home? "Green eyes, boy, summon, tailed beast name," Jiraiya unconsciously murmured again, his voice low yet filled with disbelief. He then continued to analyze, as if talking to himself. "Actually, when you think about it, this range isn't as broad as I initially imagined. In the current situation, all tailed beasts are sealed within the Jinchuriki of each village." Tsunade then added to Jiraiya's unspoken thoughts. "Thus, those who can communicate with the tailed beasts are most likely these Jinchuriki with the tailed beasts sealed inside them." Shisui also thought of this and immediately followed Tsunade's words, then filtering among these 9 Jinchuriki to find those who have green eyes and are still boys. The target range becomes clear. After hearing Jiraiya and the others' analysis, Fugaku slightly squinted his eyes and fell into brief contemplation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "As far as I know, among the Jinchuriki in each village, there are currently only 2 who are still in their youth. The Jinchuriki of One Tail from Tsunade and Naruto from Konoha." At this point, Fugaku paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, coincidentally, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Tsunade, known as Gaara, has a pair of unique green eyes. On the other hand, our Naruto from Konoha has clear blue eyes." When it comes to the attention given to tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, is undoubtedly an authority figure and has substantial speaking rights. At this moment, Jiraiya, while pinching his chin, looked thoughtfully at Naruto, who was laughing heartily without any semblance of decorum, and couldn't help but be a bit dazed. However, Tsunade did not focus as much on Fugaku's comments about Jinchuriki like the others. Instead, she concentrated entirely on how Fugaku could be so clear about this confidential information. Tsunade furrowed her brows and fixed her sharp gaze on Fugaku, directly asking, "Fugaku, how do you know these confidential details so clearly?" In the face of Tsunade's direct questioning, Fugaku showed no signs of panic. On the contrary, he appeared unusually calm and replied slowly, "The Uchiha clan has always paid close attention to tailed beasts. Isn't that perfectly normal?" As he spoke, Fujiwara deliberately glanced at the person sitting beside him, as if he had no fear of any trouble that might arise as long as this person was here. This subtle movement of Fujiwara did not escape Tsunade's sharp gaze. She discreetly glanced at the person beside her and then gently brushed the matter aside, choosing not to mention it again. After all, as long as this person was present, even if the Uchiha clan could not control the tailed beast's power, they still possessed the strength to overturn Konoha village. Naruto. At this moment, Jiraiya was thinking about calling Naruto over to ask him a few questions. However, just as he was about to shout, Muki suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Jiraiya-senpai, there's no need to be so eager." Facing Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, Muki helplessly shook his head and patiently explained, "Naruto is still young, and his mind is not mature yet. Even if you call him over now, it would be difficult to obtain any useful information. It would be better for you to take good care of Naruto and let him grow up healthily along a normal trajectory." Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you so sure that it must be Naruto?" Although deep down, Jiraiya also somewhat agreed that Naruto was likely. He still had doubts compared to Muki, who already knew the answer. I want to pose a question to everyone here. If we set aside Naruto and Gaara for the moment and focus solely on the two-tailed beasts sealed within them, one tail and nine tails, which of you believes has the stronger power and abilities capable of creating significant events that could have a profound impact on the entire ninja world? Muki said with a playful expression, looking at everyone. His words were like a huge stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up ripples in the hearts of everyone present, especially Jiraiya, who, upon hearing this, felt an even stronger conviction deep within that the child of prophecy referred to Naruto. As for why Jiraiya was not at all worried that Ming might deceive him, the reason was quite simple. Although he had not known Ming for long, the sincerity and frankness he displayed during their brief interaction were already more than enough. Sometimes, trust between people is so wonderful that it doesn't require excessive words or concrete evidence. It can be established simply through intuition or a tacit understanding akin to a meeting of minds. Just like how people often feel inexplicably doubtful about certain people or things. When they truly encounter someone trustworthy, that feeling of trust naturally arises. This trust, when you ask, is simply without reason. According to what Ming just said, the nine tails within Naruto indeed has a great possibility of becoming the key-tailed beast that could influence the fate of the entire ninja world. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, looking at it this way, Naruto really is becoming more and more like the child of prophecy that I've been desperately searching for. At this moment, it wasn't just Jiraiya. Even Tsunade, Fugaku, and Shisui turned their gazes towards Naruto in unison. However, amidst this attention, only Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke, as if to him, only Sasuke was the most important presence. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Since that's the case, what we need to do next is probably just quietly wait for the situation to develop, Ming said, slowly exhaling and then smiling. Seeing that he had finished speaking, Ming was pondering about making a quick exit. But then he thought, wait, this is my home. So, he changed his mind and decided to send the others away. Before long, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Fugaku all left one after another. At this point, only Shisui and Itachi, who had been called by Ming, remained in the room, along with the two little ones who stubbornly refused to leave and were excitedly playing with the Charizard. "Are you two looking for us for something?" Shisui asked with a puzzled expression. Although Itachi didn't say anything, his eyes also showed that he had the same question. After taking a deep breath, Ming slowly said, "In a few days, we're going to embark on a journey full of unknowns." In fact, Ming's words were not mere nonsense. I wonder if everyone remembers that previously, Ming had received a mysterious reward. Now, that conspicuous countdown has already passed halfway, with the countdown reaching its midpoint. Some key information regarding this mysterious reward gradually revealed itself like a lighthouse in the fog. Analyzing the clues currently presented, it turned out that behind that mysterious vortex was a brand new world, filled with endless mysteries and possibilities. It turned out that the seemingly ordinary countdown was actually an important phase for Ming to prepare for a journey across worlds. According to the established rules, the entire charging process must last a full month, and once the energy is full, Ming would be able to step into that new world as he wished, staying there for a whole month. According to the rules, Ming could additionally bring no more than 10 people with him. When the month is over, he would be mercilessly pulled back to the familiar ninja world by the system. In other words, this mysterious reward grants Ming an unprecedented cross-world adventure. However, at this moment, Ming still knew nothing about what kind of world that was. Could it be a world he was once familiar with, like a cherished treasure? Or a completely unimaginable, strange realm that would leave him dumbfounded? All of this remained an unsolved mystery. Considering the uncertainty and potential risks of this journey, to ensure everything goes smoothly, after careful consideration, Ming ultimately decided to bring Shisui and Itachi along on this journey full of unknowns. After all, in his heart, the principle that a triangle has stability also applies to teamwork. Having 3 people travel together not only allows them to be well-rounded in offense and defense, supporting each other, but also enables them to face various challenges they might encounter on the journey with their unique Sharingan abilities. Moreover, looking across the entire ninja world, among many people, only Shisui and Itachi had gained Ming's trust. Their strength is unquestionable, and their loyalty is impeccable. With such 2 capable partners by my side, this journey across worlds is bound to have a better chance of success. An unknown journey? How long until we depart? Shisui exchanged a glance with Itachi, not asking about other matters, only inquiring about the departure time. 15 days. We have no problem with that. Then it's settled. Yes. Time is truly a marvelous thing. When you are idle and leisurely playing, it seems to gallop by like a runaway horse, catching you off guard. However, some things are not easily forgotten with the passage of time. It has been a full 10 days since that thrilling explosion incident occurred. During this long period, countless eyes have been anxiously waiting for the final investigation results. Now, the much-anticipated answer has finally surfaced. Regrettably for the Uchiha clan, the so-called result resembles a foggy mystery. Although the culprit seems to have been found by the ninjas, their identity cannot be definitively established. The ninjas painstakingly uncovered only a small portion of human remains at the explosion site. These fragmented limbs were scattered about, and after a difficult reconstruction, they could only barely piece together a small part of one person's body and 2 half-length thigh bones. More troubling is that the head is missing, and no identifying marks or clues have been found. Faced with such a situation, the ninjas felt as helpless as if they were holding a hedgehog, completely unable to conduct a thorough investigation. All conclusions regarding this person's true identity are currently based solely on speculation. According to the scene, this person should have been in the core area of the explosion that night. Yet even if this incomplete corpse is viewed as solid evidence of the culprit's existence, uncovering their mysterious identity and restoring the truth of the entire incident remains fraught with difficulties. Not only is the identity of the culprit a mystery, but even the crucial murder weapon is completely unknown. However, it is fortunate that the has made some discoveries. They found the detonating tags that triggered this disaster. But where did these detonating tags come from? How did they fall into the hands of the culprit? A series of questions continue to swirl in the minds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, waiting to be answered. After careful observation, the ninjas noted that the style and characteristics of these detonating tags revealed they were manufactured decades ago, truly a very old antique. Even if one were to exhaust all efforts to search for these ancient detonating tags, they would likely be hard to find. However, there is not entirely bad news. Fortunately, after thorough searching and checking, the ninjas still made some progress. They located the remaining undetonated detonating tags and successfully excavated all of them through relentless effort. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and others witnessed several large boxes filled to the brim with detonating tags, they couldn't help but be alarmed. Thinking of those tags that were nearly scattered throughout the entire village underground, someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who understood the situation, felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. It is hard to imagine how severe the consequences would be if all these detonating tags were successfully detonated by that culprit. It is not an exaggeration to say that Konoha village might really vanish from the ninja world from then on. One must admit that this incident is arguably the closest threat of destruction Konoha has faced since its establishment. A slight misstep could turn this once prosperous and talent-rich village into ruins. The powerful jonin of Konoha gathered together for a tense and serious meeting. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and everyone stared grimly at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat at the head of the table. This explosion incident has brought tremendous loss and panic to the village. As Hokage, I cannot escape responsibility. The main responsibility lies with me. Therefore, I have decided to resign. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, lowering his head, his voice heavy. He was well aware of the severe impact of this explosion case, and his Umbu had not truly identified the real culprit. As a result, he, as the Hokage, would undoubtedly become the target of public outrage. Worse still, he couldn't even find someone to take the blame for him. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu he led had become the biggest suspects, bearing the pressure and accusations from all sides. There was no other choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to choose to resign gracefully. After a heated discussion and weighing the options, the meeting ultimately made a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the once respected third Hokage, and Hatake Kakashi, the Umbu captain, would both step down in shame. As for the losses suffered by various families in the explosion case, they could only helplessly accept their misfortune. In the midst of the silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and then he solemnly said, "Although I'm no longer serving as Hokage, as the former Hokage, I still have the obligation to promote the stable development of the village. Next, I announce that we will begin the election process for the new Hokage. According to convention, the election of the Hokage should be reported in advance to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, at this moment, no one mentioned this matter. The eyes of everyone seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, collectively focusing on the figure sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen's left side, Tsunade. She sat gracefully and quietly in her chair, as steady as an unshakable mountain. Her beautiful yet resolute face showed no ripples, and her expression was as calm as a still pond. However, within this tranquility, there was an awe-inspiring, invisible majesty radiating. As long as Tsunade was present, if she intended to contest for the supreme Hokage seat, there would be no need for the daimyo's approval or permission. This was not unfounded. It stemmed from her numerous exceptional qualities. Tsunade's own formidable strength was beyond doubt. Furthermore, her prestige in Konoha and among the Konoha ninjas was unparalleled. Additionally, regarding her identity and status, Tsunade, as a descendant of the Senju clan that founded the village, was truly the princess of Konoha. All these reasons placed her in an invincible position in the competition for Hokage. The daimyo naturally knew these circumstances, so he would never dare to have any objections regarding Tsunade becoming Hokage. Even looking back at the past, such as when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, succeeded, the daimyo's side typically first discussed and confirmed the candidate among the advisory council before reporting it up, merely going through the motions to announce who the new Hokage would be. In short, it was just a formality. Now, faced with the rightful desire of this Konoha princess to ascend to the Hokage throne, who would dare to interfere in this matter? Even the powerful daimyo of the Land of Fire would have to weigh the implications carefully. If the daimyo were to have any different thoughts, it would only indicate one thing. He felt too secure in his position. At this moment, the entire conference room fell into a brief silence. The people sitting below exchanged glances, seemingly waiting for something. At this time, Jiraiya stood up slowly with a smile on his face. He looked around with a determined gaze. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he spoke loudly again. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, I believe Tsunade has the ability and wisdom to lead us forward. Therefore, I Jiraiya nominate her to be the fifth Hokage. After speaking, he sat down. Seeing Jiraiya so decisively express his stance, those who were still hesitant suddenly felt reassured. Everyone realized that Jiraiya had clearly given up on the idea of competing for the Hokage position. Thus, those who had remained silent began to whisper among themselves. At this moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on one person, Ming, because aside from Jiraiya, the only remaining potential threat to the Hokage position was him, the representative of the Uchiha clan. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Ming did not feel any surprise. He took a deep breath, then stood up and shouted loudly, "We Uchiha clan strongly propose that Lady Tsunade serve as the fifth Hokage." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the eyes of many clever people present. They couldn't help but recall the frequent interactions between Tsunade and the Uchiha clan since she returned to the village. It seems there might be a lot to this. At that moment, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, also quickly reacted. He stood up immediately and said in a steady voice, "The Hyuga clan fully supports Lady Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage." Following him, Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan also expressed his support, saying loudly, "The Nara clan also nominates Lady Tsunade for the position of 5th Hokage." Then, Yamanaka Inoichi from the Yamanaka clan also stood up without hesitation and declared, "The Yamanaka clan supports Lady Tsunade as the 5th Hokage." The Akimichi clan supports Lady Tsunade. The Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan. At that moment, seeing someone take the lead to express their stance, the representatives of the other clans naturally did not want to be left behind. All of them were clever individuals, and soon they began to echo one another. In an instant, the previously quiet meeting room was filled with a chorus of voices. The representatives from various clans were all loudly expressing their support and endorsement for Tsunade. However, if one were to judge their true feelings by the expressions of those present, it would be difficult to draw a definitive conclusion, because everyone's demeanor appeared extremely calm, as if wearing a thick mask that deeply concealed their true emotions. However, there was one exception, and that was Danzo. His thoughts and feelings were fully displayed on his dark, gloomy face, which looked as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a long face, resembling an angry black donkey. This vivid expression undoubtedly indicated his terrible mood at that moment. Tuanzong snorted coldly, and then said in a highly dissatisfied tone, "For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit unwell and really can't continue to accompany you all here. As for this election, I choose to abstain." Before he finished speaking, he abruptly stood up and strode toward the door without looking back, completely disregarding the future Hokage, Tsunade. Watching Tuanzong leave so decisively and without a care, Ming couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. After all, in his view, confronting those he looked down upon directly seemed too low-end and degrading. In contrast, cleverly stirring up conflicts between them while he leisurely sipped tea and watched the show was much more comfortable, wasn't it? "Forget him, let's continue." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, visibly irritated. At that moment, he was already extremely annoyed. Seeing Tuanzang's ungracious attitude towards him, the host of the meeting only fueled his anger. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still restrained his anger and didn't say another word. Instead, he turned and continued to preside over this crucial election meeting. It should be noted that according to past conventions, the Hokage election should be a very serious and complex matter. Typically, there would be multiple candidates participating. Those with voting rights would need to anonymously vote to choose the leader they deemed most suitable. However, due to Jiraiya and Uchiha Ming's unexpected interference, everything became unusual this time. Now, the election for the 5th Hokage had directly turned into a straightforward live voting election. Even more unexpectedly, there was actually only one candidate throughout the entire election process. Such a situation was truly unprecedented, leaving everyone present feeling surprised and confused. Nevertheless, the election still had to continue. The voting finally came to an end, and the atmosphere was unusually quiet, with all eyes focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was presiding over the election. He took a deep breath and then slowly spoke, after everyone's fair and just voting. "I hereby officially announce that Tsunade has been elected as the 5th Hokage of our Konoha village with unanimous votes." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression appeared somewhat complicated. He gently picked up the Hokage hat, a symbol of the highest power and honor of Konoha, slowly walked toward Tsunade, and finally handed it to her. Due to the dramatic nature of the outcome, everyone present was momentarily at a loss for words. It should be noted that the previous Hokage elections had been full of twists and took a long time to determine the candidates. However, this time, during the meeting where Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated, in just one meeting, the old Hokage stepped down and the new Hokage was already decided. The speed of this Hokage transition was indeed shocking to those who had experienced the 4th Hokage's election, leaving them feeling caught off guard, because things happened so suddenly. Tsunade's Hokage ceremonial robe hadn't even been arranged for production yet. But upon reflection, this didn't seem too surprising. After all, looking back at the history of Konoha's Hokage succession, very few Hokage were truly elected through the so-called formal procedures. No, as of now, it should only be the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Take the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He obtained his Hokage position purely through his unmatched strength, battling and fighting his way to it. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, more so inherited the burden from his elder brother as a matter of course. As for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he ascended to this village's highest throne during a critical moment of war. Only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could perhaps be loosely considered as having been elected by the villagers' votes. However, was there any unknown insider information behind this? That might just be a matter of perspective. The meeting finally concluded, and, according to convention, the final result regarding the Hokage candidate change had to be publicly announced. After a flurry of preparations and arrangements, Tsunade decided to hold her coronation ceremony in 3 days, where she would officially take on the responsibility of becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha Village. It is worth mentioning that the unfortunate Hokage rock, which had been destroyed, had already been quickly and perfectly repaired immediately after the incident. The following short 3 days were fully utilized to address 2 urgent tasks. One was to carefully carve a statue specifically for Tsunade. The other was to work overtime to produce the ceremonial robe symbolizing her Hokage identity. As this exciting news gradually spread throughout Konoha Village, the entire village appeared unusually calm and peaceful. This situation is not difficult to understand, as Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage of Konoha is entirely deserved and beyond reproach, even reaching a level where it is hard to find any dissenting voices. If one were to count those who were opposed, they could probably do so on one hand. As for others, even if they felt some dissatisfaction or displeasure in their hearts, they absolutely wouldn't dare to show it on their faces. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed since Tsunade's Hokage coronation ceremony. On this day, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Fugaku all received a message from Ming almost simultaneously. It turned out that Ming sincerely invited them to his home to discuss important matters. Coincidentally, when Jiraiya, Tsunade, and her close aide Shizune arrived at Ming's doorstep, they happened to run into each other. "Tsunade, it's only been a few days, and you've already settled into your role as Hokage. I still feel a bit dazed. Isn't this process a bit too fast?" Jiraiya exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Tsunade, who was walking slowly toward them. Tsunade was not wearing the ceremonial robe, symbolizing the supreme status and authority of the Hokage. Instead, she was still dressed in her familiar green coat. However, unlike usual, she was now sporting a pair of exquisite gold-wire frameless glasses, which added a deeper and more rational quality to her already sharp demeanor. Behind her closely followed her inseparable little aide, Shizune. Looking at Tsunade, who appeared in this new artistic and disciplined outfit, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, as if time had paused at that moment. He stood there in a daze for a while before regaining his senses. "We really have to thank you and Ming," Tsunade said with a slight smile. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiraiya and Ming leading the charge, she, as the Hokage, would probably still be preparing for the election. "Haha, not at all. I just did a little bit," Jiraiya replied, secretly pleased to hear Tsunade's words, but he feigned humility and waved his hand, regardless of Tsunade's intent behind her words. He took it as praise for himself and accepted it gladly. "By the way, do you know why Ming called us here? Is it because of the Uchiha clan?" Tsunade asked, frowning slightly as she pondered. After all, not only had she become Hokage, but Ming had also just changed his identity to become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. "Well, I'm not sure either. We'll find out when we see him," Jiraiya said with a slight smile, shrugging casually. He then pushed open the somewhat antiquated door in front of him and stepped inside. Tsunade hurriedly followed Jiraiya, and Shizune kept pace beside her. The 3 of them entered in succession, and once inside the room, they were surprised to find that, besides their group, Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku had been waiting there for quite some time. "You all have been here before, so there's no need to be formal. Please, make yourselves comfortable," Ming said with a smile, his tone relaxed and natural. Just as they settled down, Tsunade couldn't contain her urgency and asked, "Ming, you called us here today for something, right?" Her beautiful eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, were fixed intently on Ming. Ming looked at the anxious Tsunade and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Tsunade-senpai. "Ever since you became the 5th Hokage, your impatience has become even more evident." His words revealed a hint of camaraderie and teasing among friends. Hearing this, Tsunade's brows furrowed, and she retorted, "Humph, you really know how to make light of things. Now that I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha, there are countless matters to attend to in the village, and I'm so busy I'm losing my mind. I really regret taking on this burden back then." As she spoke, she sighed lightly, showing a bit of fatigue on her face. In response to Tsunade's complaints, Ming merely smiled and didn't intend to continue the conversation. He was all too aware of the hardships of being Hokage. If he didn't understand the difficulties involved, why would he refuse the position if it meant having a lot of power with little responsibility? After all, while power is tempting, the responsibilities that come with it are equally significant. All right, hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense, Jiraiya said eagerly, his curiosity about why Ming had summoned them evident on his face. Ming looked at the expectant and puzzled gazes of everyone, especially Tsunade's curiosity, and helplessly shrugged before saying directly, "Actually, there's nothing special. It's just that I, Shisui, and Itachi have some business to attend to outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku couldn't wait to ask outside, "Are you leaving the village?" Ming nodded affirmatively. Fugaku then pressed on, "Where are you going? How long will you be gone? Is it dangerous? Do you have a detailed action plan?" This series of questions came out of Fugaku like a rapid-fire barrage, fully displaying his inner worry. After all, these three were the future hopes of the Uchiha clan. If anything were to happen to them while they were out, he felt he might as well be dead. However, Ming's next answer made Fugaku's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, rise to his throat. Ming slowly said, "It's not convenient to disclose exactly where we're going right now. As for the time, if everything goes smoothly, it should take about a month. Regarding the level of danger, I'm not too sure at the moment, but I estimate it shouldn't be too dangerous. As for the action plan, there isn't one at the moment." Upon hearing this response, Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked again, "Can't you not go?" Facing Fugaku's almost pleading question, Ming remained silent for a moment before gently shaking his head and saying nothing more. Sigh. Fugaku let out a deep sigh and then closed his lips tightly, no longer speaking, but his eyes revealed a hint of worry and helplessness. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, seemingly catching some kind of speculation from each other's looks. Tsunade nodded slightly and then said softly, "So you called us here today, hoping that while you're away, we can keep an eye on the Uchiha clan, right? If so, I agree." Her voice was crisp and firm, conveying a reassuring strength. Jiraiya immediately echoed, "Yeah, if that's the case, I will definitely take responsibility." After saying this, he even patted his chest to guarantee it. However, Ming gently shook his head and said softly, "Well, there's indeed this consideration, but it's not the whole reason. The main reason I notified you in advance is to give you a heads up, just in case something unexpected happens after we leave. You might not be aware of certain situations, which could lead to some unforeseen troubles or changes." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and asked, "Unforeseen problems? What kind of unforeseen problems could it be?" He looked at Ming with a puzzled expression, hoping for a more clear answer. In response to Jiraiya's eager inquiry, Ming showed a helpless expression and replied irritably, "Didn't I already make it very clear? Since it's called an unknown question, it naturally means I don't know the answer either. Am I supposed to be a fortune teller?" After saying that, he shot Jiraiya a look as if he were a foolish kid. Jiraiya's face turned green. Hey. Ming, that look is a bit rude, don't you think? Aren't you the least bit worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo? Looking at Ming, who appeared relaxed, Tsunade frowned and asked. In fact, deep down, when facing the Uchiha clan, their long-standing enemy entangled with her Senju clan for 1,000 years, she had many complex emotions. Hearing Tsunade's question, Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile as he casually replied, "To be honest, I really haven't given them much thought." His tone was unusually cheerful, as if he didn't take these two old men seriously at all. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around him, Ming helplessly shook his head and patiently began to explain. "Think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo aren't simply trying to weaken our Uchiha clan. Their true goal is nothing more than a hope that we Uchiha either obediently follow their orders and become pawns in their hands, or simply disappear from this world entirely. No longer a thorn in their side." At this point, Ming paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Noticing Fugaku nodding instinctively, Ming continued, "Speaking of disappearing, that's even simpler. If we're gone, the Uchiha strength would be significantly weakened. So the question arises, if they act now, they can't possibly achieve their goal of making the Uchiha disappear. Even if they truly lose their minds and take this opportunity to ruthlessly exterminate all the Uchiha in the village, as long as a few of us are still alive, there will still be hope for the Uchiha clan to rebuild," Ming said with a determined gaze. He paused for a moment and then said, "If this continues to develop, by the time we return, those families that dare to target the Uchiha will surely face our reckoning. At that time, we, the few lone wolves with the Mangeki Sharingan, will keep a close watch on them." In this way, the first to achieve the annihilation of a clan will definitely not be our Uchiha clan. Therefore, anyone with even a little bit of sense wouldn't dare to act against the Uchiha while we are away. After all, their goal has always been clear. It's not simply to take revenge on us. Acting sneakily would only anger us and bring them no benefits. I believe that from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective. He wouldn't dare to act against us at this time. And he would also stop Danzo from causing trouble, because the consequences of such actions are something he can't afford. Do you think my reasoning makes sense? As Makoto's words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. Tsunade and Fugaku both remained silent, seemingly pondering what Makoto had said. Meanwhile, Jiraiya beside them showed a thoughtful expression, mumbling to himself. Oh, there's that perspective too. Hearing Jiraiya say this, Makoto continued to add, that's exactly why I said that after we leave, the Uchiha shouldn't encounter any issues, but it's not a guarantee that there won't be any problems. This is the reason we must always be on guard against people who think like Jiraiya-sensei. As soon as Makoto said this, Jiraiya, who had been lost in thought, suddenly fell silent, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. He had inadvertently become a counterexample. When you plan to leave? Fugaku, who had been silent until now, finally couldn't hold back his question before they were about to leave. Tomorrow. Makoto glanced expressionlessly at the countdown that others couldn't perceive and calmly replied. Upon hearing this answer, Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brows, a look of confusion on his face. Why the rush? Makoto shook his head slightly, explaining, it's not that I'm eager to act, but that I specifically chose this moment to tell you. Jiraiya nodded helplessly, indicating his understanding, mumbling, all right then. Then, Makoto turned his gaze to Shisui and Itachi beside him, sternly instructing, Shisui, Itachi, make sure to gather at my house at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. Shisui and Itachi replied in unison, nodding to Makoto. After everyone left one after another, Makoto slowly turned around and stared at the system panel that only he could see. At this moment, his mood was somewhat complicated, as the system panel displayed that he still had 4 precious lottery chances that had not been used. It made sense. That explosion incident that shocked the entire Konoha counted as one. Tsunade's early ascension to the Hokage position counted as another. And Fugaku's voluntary abdication and Makoto's successful election as the new clan head of the Uchiha each counted as one. Thus, these 4 achievements accumulated to earn Makoto 4 rare lottery chances. However, due to the numerous matters crammed together recently, he had never managed to find the time to use these precious opportunities. Now, just before setting off, was the perfect time to enhance his strength, so he decided not to hold on to them any longer. System draw. Drawing lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent stronger against stronger opponents. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent strength increases with injury recovery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent physical limits unbounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the weapon spear of piercing death thorns. Winning 3 talents in a row made Makoto's heart tremble. I can even draw talents? Not bad, not bad. He felt very satisfied with these 3 talents. Aside from some top-tier treasures, such talents were the best things. They could help him grow stronger. Talent stronger against stronger opponents. When encountering powerful opponents, one can break through their current limits, and their corresponding strength will also increase. As the saying goes, stronger when encountering the strong. This is exactly what it means. Talent strength increases with injury recovery. This can be understood as a toned-down version of the Scion talent. It doesn't achieve the effect of doubling combat power upon recovery from injury, but can still increase strength a bit. It's good enough to have this. What more can one ask for? Talent physical limits unbounded. Unlock your body's genetic code, removing the upper limit of your physical body. As long as you don't die from training, you can train as hard as you want. The goal is to split the planet with your fist or to achieve 1 punch to explode a star. In summary, brother, just take it easy when training. Overdoing it could still lead to your own demise. Although the descriptions of these talents were amusing, he was more interested in the talents themselves. As a few imperceptible red lights flashed, Makoto felt a subtle change in his talents. He simply clenched his fist, feeling nothing special. Then, a crimson long spear with special patterns appeared before him. Spear of piercing death thorns, a weapon that reverses the order of cause and effect. The moment this weapon is projected, the opponent's heart is pierced, and this effect is created first. Since the heart is pierced, the cause of hitting the spear occurs afterward. Without considerable luck, it can be said to be a guaranteed instant death upon release move. With low mana consumption, it doesn't require much mana to achieve this strong effect of piercing the enemy's heart, making it a very useful treasure. because the result of piercing the opponent's heart has already occurred upon release. Even if one kills the opponent first, it cannot change this result. Thus, the trajectory of this spear cannot be cancelled. It actually has a guaranteed hit effect. Setting aside this astonishing effect, just looking at the appearance of this spear is simply explosive. Makoto tightly gripped the crimson spear in his hand, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to see the mysterious power hidden within its surface. He cautiously tossed the long spear, named Piercing Dead Thorns, upwards with a gentle motion, his movements light and graceful. Just as the spear flew into the air and was about to fall, Ming quickly reversed his grip on the spear's handle, his entire being resembling a volcano ready to erupt. Then he suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto an eagle soaring high above. In the blink of an eye, Ming's arm shot upwards with great force, transmitting a powerful energy through his motion to the piercing dead thorns. In an instant, the spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, its speed transforming into a dazzling red lightning bolt. Just 0.01 seconds later, that red lightning accurately struck the eagle in the sky. However, due to the immense power of the strike, even Ming, who possessed the Sharingan and had vision far superior to ordinary people, could not tell if he had accurately pierced the eagle's heart. Because at the moment the spear made contact with the eagle, an unstoppable shockwave suddenly erupted. This shockwave was terrifying, instantly reducing the unfortunate eagle to a thick mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, that blood mist completely dissipated into the air, as if the eagle had never existed. After completing its mission, the piercing dead thorns did not stop there. It spun rapidly in the air for several circles before descending straight down with residual force. Ming, who was already prepared, swiftly moved and caught it steadily in his hand. He looked down at the spear, and surprisingly, after such a bloody kill, there was not a single stain of blood on the spear. It still gleamed with a captivating crimson light. He gently waved his arm, turning his palm over, and the spear, which had been radiating a cold light, instantly vanished, soon appearing in Ming's system space and being securely placed there. As for Ming, he had not had many opportunities to take action himself recently. Therefore, this powerful weapon would not be of use for the time being. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 9 o'clock the next morning. At this moment, sunlight was casting down upon the earth, draping the entire world in a layer of golden veil. Ming, Shisui, Itachi, and Charizard had all made full preparations and stood quietly together. The clothing worn by the four of them all features the Uchiha clan's signature flame fan pattern. Among them, Ming and the other two are dressed in the standard Uchiha blue high-collared robes, which are not only stylish and dirt-resistant, but also well-tailored, making them look particularly heroic. At the same time, Shisui and Itachi are wearing forehead protectors adorned with the symbol of the Leaf Village, which reflect a faint sunlight. However, Ming's forehead protector is not worn on his head like the others. Instead, he creatively uses it as a hair tie. This unique style adds an extra touch of nonchalance and charm to his appearance. Finally, there's the fire-breathing dragon. It also refuses to be outdone, as Ming has founded a piece of half-body armor with a warring state style characteristic of the Uchiha. This armor is finely crafted and also features the striking Uchiha flame fan emblem, adding a touch of Uchiha essence to the dragon's imposing presence. Are we all ready? Ming slowly scanned the few people in front of him, his gaze steady and resolute. All set, Itachi replied succinctly. No problem. Shisui followed up, his face beaming with confidence. Roar, roar, roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out an excited roar, seemingly filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventure. Hearing everyone's responses, Ming nodded in satisfaction, then shouted, all right, let's set off. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his mind to stimulate the mysterious vortex on the system panel, where the countdown had already ended. Just as he made contact with the vortex, an astonishing change occurred in his right eye. The originally pitch-black pupil suddenly transformed into a silver whirlpool pattern, sparkling with an unusual light, catching the attention of Shisui and the others. At the same time, a dazzling silver light suddenly illuminated the area, and a huge silver circular portal appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The portal exuded an enigmatic aura, as if it were a passage to another unknown world. Ming turned to glance at the people behind him and gently nodded to signal them to follow. He then stepped forward without hesitation, his figure flashing as he was the first to enter the shining silver portal. Following closely behind him were Shisui and Itachi, both moving with agility and focus. The imposing, fire-breathing dragon spread its large wings, let out a roar, and swiftly flew into the portal as well. However, just as these few had just entered the portal, two small black figures rushed in like lightning. They rushed towards the closing portal at an incredible speed. And just as the portal was about to close completely, they successfully dashed inside. The portal closed successfully, leaving the scene empty. Mu Ming's small courtyard returned to its former tranquility. Is this the new world? Mu Ming murmured, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. He carefully stepped forward, crossing through the mysterious portal. As he fully emerged from the portal, the scene before him changed drastically in an instant. This was a dense forest, and, at first glance, there seemed to be little of use. Even time had shifted. They had originally set off in the early morning, but now, when Mu Ming looked up at the sky, he found the blazing sun directly overhead, indicating it was clearly noon. Following closely, Shisui, Itachi, and Charizard also stepped into this brand new world. Just as the portal behind them was closing, two small figures suddenly appeared before everyone without warning. Everyone present was astonished at the sight of these two little ones, their eyes widening in disbelief, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. Sasuke? Naruto? How did you two end up here? Mu Ming was the first to regain his composure, asking in surprise. Naruto exchanged glances with Sasuke, and then they both broke into bright smiles, yet neither of them answered Mu Ming's question. Mu Ming gently tapped his forehead, silently lamenting. Itachi, standing nearby, was also anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly walked over to Mu Ming, looking worried, and said, Mu Ming, the situation is urgent. Can we find a way to send them back? Naruto and Sasuke initially felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Itachi's words. But when they heard what Mu Ming said next, their smiles became even brighter. Mu Ming shook his head and replied firmly, No way. Once this portal closes, we have to wait a month to reopen it. Before Naruto and Sasuke could celebrate, Itachi looked at Mu Ming, and Mu Ming understood that Itachi wanted to ask if he could tell Sasuke and the others some things. So, without waiting for Itachi to speak, Mu Ming nodded first, indicating that it was okay to tell them. Itachi then looked at Sasuke and the others seriously and said earnestly, You two little ones, listen carefully. You must behave and follow orders. This is not the ninja world. This is a completely new world, and the place we are in is filled with unknown dangers. No one knows what might happen. If you act recklessly and encounter a crisis that you can't handle, no one may be able to come and rescue you in time. So, please do not be willful. All actions must follow commands. No problem. Brother Mu Ming, we will definitely behave. Sasuke and Naruto almost simultaneously shouted in unison towards Mu Ming. Their eyes were firm and full of expectation, as if they were trying to prove their determination to Mu Ming. It was clear that these two little guys understood very well who truly held the final decision-making power here. However, when Mu Ming saw the radiant smiles blooming on their faces, a hint of doubt surged in his heart. He knew very well that these two little devils were not so honest, and their words of agreement at this moment surely contained a lot of embellishment. As for how much embellishment was mixed in, perhaps only heaven could know. Just then, Itachi seemed to suddenly remember something important, his expression slightly changing, and he hurriedly asked, By the way, did you two leave any messages for Father and Jiraiya beforehand when you sneaked over to find me? This wasn't Itachi being overly anxious. If they really slipped out without a word, Konoha would be in an uproar. Upon hearing Itachi's question, Naruto first proudly raised his chin at Mu Ming, then quickly lifted his right hand high, giving a thumbs up and flashed a wide smile, revealing a row of white, neat teeth, showcasing a very standard toothy grin. He confidently replied, Hee, Itachi and I, you can rest assured. I've already left a letter for Uncle Jiraiya. After saying that, he didn't forget to wink at Mu Ming. Seeing this, Sasuke also nodded repeatedly in agreement and quickly added, Yes, that's right, Oni-san. I've also left a letter for Father to inform him about this matter. After listening to their explanations, Itachi let out a slight sigh of relief. But still somewhat uneasy, he exchanged glances with Mu Ming. After Mu Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement, Itachi helplessly shook his head and said, All right, since that's the case, let's consider this matter settled for now. But you two must remember what you said today and follow Mu Ming's arrangements honestly, and you are not allowed to act on your own. Otherwise, Itachi deliberately elongated the last hum to warn these two troublesome little devils in front of him. In the ninja world, Konoha village, Uchiha clan area. In the early morning, sunlight poured through the window onto the bed, and Jiraiya lazily opened his eyes, stretching and preparing to get up. However, when he sat up, he suddenly noticed the unusual silence in the house. Usually, at this time, he could always hear Naruto's vibrant voice or the sounds made by him playing alone. But now, the surroundings were quiet, without a sound. Naruto? Naruto? Did this kid run over to Fugaku's house to play with Sasuke? So early? Jiraiya muttered to himself as he got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. He walked around the living room, kitchen, and various rooms, confirming that there was really no one at home, but he did not show too much panic on his face. After all, for Jiraiya, who had become familiar with Naruto's energetic style during this time, this situation was not the first time it had happened, so he was already used to it. Just as Jiraiya was about to make himself some breakfast, a sudden, urgent knock on the door echoed. He quickly walked to the door, reached out, and opened it, only to see Fuyue standing outside. At this moment, Fuyue's face was terrifyingly dark, as if a storm was about to come. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya asked with some confusion, secretly wondering if the two little guys had gotten into trouble again. But from Fuyue's expression, it seemed that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Without saying a word, Fuyue with a grim face handed the tightly clenched letter in his hand to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took the letter with a puzzled look, and after just a glance, he stood frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Without saying anything, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward Naruto's room like an arrow released from bow. A moment later, Jiraiya, with a similarly pale face, slowly walked down the stairs. He tightly held another sheet of paper in his hand, identical in style to the previous one, but the content on the paper made him feel both furious and shocked. "Uncle, I want to play with Sasuke." "Father, I want to find Onizen with Naruto." Jiraiya was eager to rush out the door, but was promptly stopped by Fugaku, who said, "Don't go, Jiraiya-senpai. The Makamura house is empty right now." Fugaku shook his head helplessly. In fact, he was well aware of what Jiraiya wanted to do. After all, not long ago, he himself had made the same move. Indeed, he had just come from the Makamura house. At this moment, the two men silently stared at each other, reading the deep helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. Finally, they both sighed deeply, as if releasing all the frustrations in their hearts with that breath. Then they turned and walked toward their respective homes. At this moment, no matter how anxious they were, it would be of no use. The only thing they could do was perhaps to trust that Makamura could handle everything well. The scene shifted to a brand new world. Ha! Naruto and Sasuke were laughing uncontrollably, without a care in the world. However, Makamura frowned at their carefree demeanor and said, "All right, you two can laugh all you want. But when we go back, a good beating is definitely unavoidable." Sure enough, as soon as Makamura said this, the smiles on Naruto and Sasuke's faces instantly froze. One could only say, Naruto truly was Naruto. Even though he heard that he might get beaten when they returned, Naruto quickly returned to his usual self, waving his hand dismissively and saying, "Oh, what is there to be afraid of? We'll deal with future things when the time comes. Right now, being happy is the most important." After saying that, he grinned and continued to laugh. "In that case, let us hurry up and set off. We should go see what this brand new world is like," Makamura thought to himself. He had no choice but to take the lead, walking with the others toward the distant place where smoke was rising. The ninjas moved swiftly, their agility like flying, and it didn't take long for them to exit the vast forest. Soon, a small village of modest size came into view. It seemed they had arrived just in time for a meal, as the streets were sparsely populated with only a few passers-by. Suddenly, Itachi spotted an elderly man with gray hair intently organizing a fishing net not far ahead. He quickly approached the old man, intending to inquire about the situation. "Hello, sir. May I ask where this place is?" The old man, who had been focused on his work, looked up upon hearing the question, and his expression suddenly turned tense upon seeing Itachi and the others. "What instructions do the gentleman have?" As he spoke, he quickly glanced at the fabric of Itachi's clothing out of the corner of his eye, realizing from their luxurious attire that their backgrounds were certainly extraordinary. In an instant, a thought crossed the old man's mind. Neither he nor his village could afford to offend these individuals. "Don't be nervous, sir. We really don't have any special requests. We just want to ask for directions," Itachi said, quickly repeating his earlier question. "This is Blackbread Village," the old man hurriedly explained. "Blackbread Village?" Naruto repeated in surprise, while Sasuke struggled to suppress his laughter beside him. But ultimately, he couldn't hold it back and let out a chuckle. However, just as he laughed, he felt Itachi's exasperated gaze. Sasuke instantly wiped the smile off his face, forcing it back, but because he was too hasty, his face turned bright red. Seeing his beloved younger brother like this, Itachi helplessly moved to shield Sasuke behind him. Sasuke understood the hint and immediately hid behind his older brother, continuing to laugh quietly. At this moment, Itachi stood to the side, completely unsure of how to ask further questions. The old man also dared not underestimate Itachi, standing there, unable to leave. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Just then, Shisui, with keen observation, suddenly noticed something unusual. He flickered and used the body flicker technique, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Before long, Shisui returned like a ghost, holding tightly in his hand a gigantic white seagull, which was even taller than Sasuke. As everyone focused their attention, they saw that the seagull wore a pristine white naval hat, with a bright red pouch hanging around its neck, and a side bag on its body. This unique outfit stirred a sense of familiarity in Ming, as if he had seen it somewhere before. When Shisui noticed that the seagull had fainted, he lifted it up and shook it a few times. A stack of papers fell out from the seagull's backpack. Ming picked them up from the ground and discovered that they were real-time newspapers from this world. The front page headline featured a familiar red-haired figure wearing a straw hat that Ming recognized even more. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, the notorious pirate crew Red-Haired Shanks from the New World has appeared in the East Sea. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, the legendary daughter Kingdom Amazon Lily has seen a change in monarchy, with the new king being Boa Hancock, the new captain of the Kuja pirate crew. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, the most expensive devil fruit in history has appeared, valued at a staggering 5 billion berries. The content of the newspapers instantly made Ming realize which world this was. It turned out to be the world of One Piece. Known in his past life as the Sea alongside Naruto, referred to as the Dead Fire Sea, Ming also discovered an interesting fact. The main character of One Piece, Monkey D. Luffy, set sail in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle. He was 17 years old when he set out to sea. It would be about a year before he ate that fruit. Interestingly, he was the same age as Sasuke in Naruto. These three protagonists from two different worlds coincidentally found themselves in the 6th year of their respective lives. Ming couldn't help but gently shake his head, trying to dismiss all his chaotic and useless thoughts. Once he figured out which world he was in, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he instantly came up with a plan. He quickly stepped forward, took the position originally held by Itachi, and politely asked, "I apologize for the intrusion, Elder. I would like to ask you, where is the nearest naval base around here?" The old man raised his hand and slowly pointed southeast, saying, "If you row your boat straight in this direction, you'll see a naval base." Upon hearing this, Ming quickly replied, "Thank you for the information." After getting the answer he wanted, Ming turned around, ready to lead Shisui and the others away from the place. However, at that moment, a hurried shout suddenly came from not far away. "Not good, not good. Something terrible is happening." Soon after, everyone saw a slightly slender boy running towards them with a panic-stricken expression. "Village chief, not good. A pirate ship is coming towards our village with great momentum." With this exclamation, the entire village seemed to be enveloped in a tense atmosphere. What? How can there suddenly be a pirate ship coming? Upon hearing this news, the old man, who had previously been calm, suddenly changed his expression, his face filled with shock and fear. He quickly scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he no longer cared about the people standing beside him, including Ming. He hurriedly turned his head and urgently instructed the young boy in front of him, "Quickly ring the alarm bell and immediately notify everyone in the village to head to the shelter in the forest. Move fast." Before he finished speaking, the boy dashed away like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the previously silent Ming and Shisui exchanged a glance. Shisui slightly nodded in acknowledgement, then gently let go of the still unconscious seagull he was holding. In an instant, Jishui's figure vanished like a ghost, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Time passed second by second, and before long, Jishui's familiar figure reappeared before everyone. However, Ming and the others did not deliberately say goodbye or explain anything to the anxious old man. They simply turned and left silently, their footsteps light and soundless, as mysterious as when they first arrived. The old man noticed the quiet departure of Ming and the others, but had no time to care about anything else at that moment. After all, the urgent task was to ensure the safety of the villagers' lives. So, he could only mutter to himself, forget it, take care of yourselves." However, shortly after Ming and the others left, another boy with slightly curly hair came running breathlessly from a distance. "Village chief." The busy old man did not hear the boy's call. His expression was tense, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. But he remained composed and continued, directing the villagers to evacuate urgently. The old man, slightly hunched, waved his hands in the air, shouting loudly, "Everyone move faster. Other things can wait. Just pack up the valuables and food, and let the elderly and children go first." At that moment, a figure rushed in like the wind, and it was the boy with slightly curly hair. As soon as the old man saw him, his brows furrowed tightly, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. It should be noted that their village had carefully arranged for several fast-running boys to minimize the potential losses from pirate attacks, with 3 boys forming a group to keep watch by the sea day and night, closely observing the pirates' movements. Each of the 3 boys had their own responsibilities. One was specifically tasked with relaying messages to the village in a timely manner. Another was responsible for issuing emergency alerts at critical moments, and the last one could not leave the coastline for any reason, regardless of the situation. "What's wrong? Xiaoya? Why are you in such a hurry? Where have those vicious pirates gone now? What about Xiao-san? Where's he?" At this moment, Xiao-Er, panting and red-faced from running, struggled to catch his breath, stammering, No, it's fine, the pirates, they all..." Seeing the boy out of breath and unable to finish a complete sentence, the old man could only helplessly comfort him. "Xiao-Er, don't rush. Take a few deep breaths first. I really can't understand what happened with you speaking like this." So the boy stood still, leaning on his knees and gasping for air. After a while, as his breathing gradually stabilized, he finally regained some strength. Then, he straightened up, took a deep breath, and said, "Village chief, there's really no need to evacuate. That group of vicious pirates has all sunk to the bottom of the sea." Hearing this, the already worried old man was taken aback, his eyes widening as he asked, "What on earth happened? You need to explain it clearly." Not long after Xiao-Er returned, a person in blue appeared beside me and Xiao-san, which scared us both. Xiao-Er explained the whole situation to the old man, who had a somewhat complex expression. It seemed that they had indeed benefited from their help. It turned out that Shishui's sudden disappearance earlier was to deal with that group of pirates. Rewinding time, Shishui's figure flashed like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he used the instant body technique to reach the calm shoreline. His sharp gaze quickly swept around, soon noticing 2 slender boys hiding sneakily behind a huge rock not far away, their eyes fixed on a dilapidated ship in the distance flying a skull flag. "Hello, I'd like to ask you a question. That ship should be the so-called pirate ship, right?" Shisui suddenly asked, his voice not loud but clearly reaching the ears of the 2 boys. The sudden appearance of Shisui startled the boys, causing them to tremble all over and almost cry out. One of the boys, slightly more composed, stammered a reply, "Why, yes." Hearing this affirmative answer, Shisui nodded in satisfaction and said softly, "That's good." He then stepped towards the shore, his eyes fixed on the gradually approaching pirate ship, as if trying to see every detail of the ship through the layers of waves. Seeing Shisui calmly walking towards the sea, the 2 boys immediately panicked. One boy kindly reminded Shisui, hurriedly shouting, "Hey, big brother, you should find a place to hide quickly. Those pirates are ruthless. It would be a big trouble if they found you." The other boy kept nodding in agreement. Clearly, the 2 boys regarded the clean and neat Shisui as a naive aristocrat who was oblivious to the dangers of pirates. However, in response to the boys' kind advice, Shisui simply turned his head, showing him an incredibly gentle and warm smile, and slowly said, "No need to worry. Thank you for your concern. However, I don't think I need to hide from them." After saying this, Shisui once again cast his gaze towards the increasingly close pirate ship, standing firmly in place, motionless, as if patiently waiting for something. At this moment, the other boy, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but tremble and ask, "Why you're not with those pirates, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the boy who had previously warned Shisui turned pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Because if Shisui really was in cahoots with the pirates, their recent actions could very well bring disaster to themselves and their village. "You'll find out soon enough," Shisui said with a gentle smile, his tone calm and confident, as if he were completely unconcerned about what was about to happen. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 boys grew even paler, filled with fear and unease, unsure of what kind of fate awaited them and their village. At that moment, the pirate ship drew closer, its dilapidated hull gradually revealing a menacing appearance. Without mentioning Jishui's powerful Sharingan, even the 2 boys without special abilities could clearly see the group of pirates on the ship, chattering loudly with fierce expressions. "It's time. Fire release. Great fire annihilation," Jishui whispered, his eyes fixed on the approaching pirate ship, accurately estimating the distance between them. Once he confirmed that the enemy had fully entered his effective strike range, he acted without hesitation. In an instant, he completed the hand signs with astonishing speed. This hand sign was the proud signature fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Following that, a roaring inferno erupted from Jisui's mouth, like a surging sea of flames, sweeping directly toward the pirate ship. The pirates, who had been laughing and unguarded, were taken aback by this sudden scene, their smiles vanishing without a trace. However, faced with such a close-range and powerful inferno attack, any struggles they made at that moment seemed utterly powerless and futile. This blazing sea of flames lasted for several minutes. It was as if time itself had been swallowed by the fire, each second feeling unbearably long and torturous. The surrounding temperature was frighteningly high, the scorching heat gripping the hearts of the two boys like invisible hands. The unbearable heat mercilessly roasted them, even causing their hair to slightly curl under the high temperature, as if it would ignite at any moment. Finally, when the sea of flames gradually extinguished and dissipated, the sight before the two boys left them speechless. The once dilapidated pirate ship had vanished without a trace, like a mirage. Along with it, the vicious pirates had also disappeared into the vast sea. The calm surface of the sea left no trace behind. At that moment, the nearby sea was still bubbling and gurgling, as if it were boiling. The pervasive heat enveloped the entire space. The two boys looked at the scene, a sense of inexplicable fear surging within them. Where was the calm and depth of the sea they once knew? It was just like the large iron pot used for cooking at home. What is this? One boy exclaimed, wide-eyed and murmuring in terror. The other boy was already dumbfounded, mouth agape, but unable to utter a word. After a long while, when they finally managed to recover from the shock, they realized that there was no one else around except for themselves. The mysterious boy had quietly left at some point, just like the pirates who had been ready to attack their village had vanished into thin air. Then, what they had just witnessed unfolded. One boy returning to the village to report. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming led everyone back into the forest where they had previously appeared. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, as if laying a layer of golden satin over it. Brother Ming, do we really have to build a ship to go to that so-called naval base? Sasuke recalled Ming's earlier question, glancing around the lush forest, deep in thought. Ming nodded slightly, affirming, we are indeed going to the naval base. But we don't need to travel by ship. After saying that, he said no more, his eyes suddenly flashing with a scarlet light. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, activate. Sasuke gazed at this legendary eye of the Uchiha clan with longing, filled with envy. In an instant, an immense power surged from Ming like a torrential wave, with chakra flowing in like a raging river. Ming's eternal Mangeki Sharingan began to spin rapidly, radiating light, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound echoing through the sky. A towering black and red giant erupted from the ground with tremendous force. This complete, Susanoo stood like an unmovable mountain, exuding a terrifying, oppressive aura. At this moment, Ming and the others stood steadily at the forehead of the Susanoo. However, the sudden rise startled the unprepared Sasuke and Naruto, causing them to scream in shock. The two of them screamed in terror. Ah! The sound echoed throughout the forest, startling flocks of birds that flapped their wings and scattered in flight. In contrast, Jisui and Weasel appeared much calmer. Although they were equally shocked by the scene before them, they quickly adjusted their mindset and took the time to observe the structure inside Susanoo. Ming paid no attention to Sasuke and Naruto's panic, fully focused on controlling his own Susanoo. With a loud whoosh, the giant wings suddenly flapped, creating a howling wind. The Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters high, shot up into the sky like a released arrow, speeding towards the direction indicated by the old man earlier. In the small village, just moments ago, people were busy packing things in their homes. Suddenly, a shadow that blocked out the sun descended, and everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see an enormous, towering black-red figure standing not far outside the village. That was Ming's complete Susanoo, its massive body exuding a chilling aura. The village elder squinted, trying to see what was happening inside Susanoo. However, the distance was too great and the view too blurry to discern whether Ming and the others were inside. Yet, based on his years of experience and intuition, the village elder had a strong premonition that this mysterious and powerful giant must be connected to Ming and the others. Sigh. The village elder gently sighed, a hint of emotion on his face. These adults were truly remarkable, but unfortunately, our little village simply couldn't provide them with more help. Even so, the village elder sincerely hoped that Ming and the others would have everything go smoothly and complete their journey. So he quietly closed his eyes, pressed his hands together in front of his chest, and earnestly sent his most sincere blessings to Ming and the others in his heart. May you all have a smooth journey, turn misfortune into fortune, and achieve your wishes soon. With the astonishing speed of Susanoo, it wasn't long before Ming caught sight of the familiar seagull emblem in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and began to control the Susanoo to slowly descend. As the Susanoo approached, the entire naval base instantly fell into chaos. The sharp, piercing alarm sound echoed through the sky, accompanied by the rising shouts, "Do, enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The noisy sounds intertwined, as if they were going to burst people's eardrums. However, just as the Navy personnel were flustered and had not yet formed their ranks, Ming and the others had already landed steadily in the center of the naval base's square. Facing the panicked Navy personnel, Ming showed no hesitation and directly locked his gaze on the naval commander dressed in distinctive attire. Immediately, he unleashed the Sharingan Jinjutsu without hesitation, and a powerful mental force shot out like lightning. In an instant, the naval commander felt a wave of dizziness and then lost all consciousness. Sasuke noticed that the unfamiliar Navy commander's eyes had turned into the exact same eternal Mangeki Sharingan as Ming's. This sudden change left the surrounding Navy personnel in shock, staring blankly at their commander. "Wow, cool!" exclaimed Naruto and Sasuke beside him, their eyes shining with excitement as they couldn't help but praise in unison. At this moment, Ming appeared exceptionally calm. He coldly watched the naval commander who had been subjected to the Jinjutsu and said in a deep voice, "Immediately have your subordinates remain calm. And then bring me a permanent record pointer from your Navy headquarters, Marineford." "Yes. Everyone be quiet. Please wait a moment." The tall, serious-looking naval colonel nodded in agreement, while raising his voice to let out an angry roar, his voice booming like thunder throughout the entire base. His roar shook the surrounding air, causing it to tremble slightly. The originally noisy and boisterous Navy personnel instantly fell silent. After finishing his roar, the colonel suddenly turned around and hurriedly strode towards the interior of the base. His straight white military uniform swayed with his steps, and the cloak behind him rustled loudly. Seeing their most powerful colonel at the naval base easily subdued by an intruder in one move, the other naval soldiers exchanged glances, secretly shocked. They were well aware of the colonel's formidable strength, but at that moment, they found themselves powerless in front of him, leaving them somewhat at a loss. Especially when they noticed that Ming and the others did not seem to have any further malicious intent, merely making a simple request to obtain the permanent record pointer of the Navy headquarters Marineford. These sailors became even more hesitant to act rashly. After all, if they angered him out of a moment of impulse, it could lead to even more serious consequences. No one dared to joke with their own lives. As everyone waited nervously, time passed second by second. Before long, the naval colonel returned briskly, holding a small object that looked somewhat like an hourglass. "Here, this is what you wanted, the permanent record pointer of our Navy headquarters Marineford," he said, handing over the item. When Shisui and the others focused their eyes on it, they discovered that this so-called permanent record pointer had circular wooden discs at both ends. These two wooden discs were connected by 3 slender wooden sticks, appearing very delicate and exquisite. In the center of these 3 small sticks, there was a green circular glass ball embedded. This glass ball was firmly secured in the middle position by the 3 small sticks, shining brightly like a dazzling pearl. Through the transparent glass ball, one could clearly see a slender pointer suspended inside by fine threads. This pointer gently swayed within the glass ball, as if guiding people in the right direction. Additionally, on the upper circular wooden disc, there was a carefully carved, clear, and eye-catching inscription that read Marineford. "Thank you. We take our leave," Ming said. After carefully examining the permanent record pointer in his hand, which reflected a faint green light under the sunlight and confirmed that it seemed fine, he decided not to linger any longer. He waved his hand, and Shisui and the others immediately understood and followed closely behind him. Just as they turned to leave, a massive and imposing black-red complete Susanoo descended upon the world like a demon god. Its wings suddenly flapped, stirring up a gale that sent clouds of dust swirling and caused the naval personnel in the square to stagger. Then, the Susanoo surged upward with tremendous force into the vast sky. Meanwhile, the naval colonel, who had been under the control of Ming's powerful force, was gradually awakening from his dazed state. He blinked his eyes, which had returned to their original appearance, and looked around in confusion, involuntarily shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Hearing this sudden cry, a naval officer, clearly close to the colonel and considered his trusted aide, rushed over. As he approached, he found that although the colonel had regained consciousness, he was still in a state of shock. Cautiously, he asked, "Colonel, have you come back to your senses?" However, at that moment, the naval colonel was completely unaware of everything he had just experienced, and he replied with a confused expression, "What do you mean?" The naval officer, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, dared not hide anything and quickly explained, "It seems you were just controlled by those people using some sort of strange ability." He spoke while pointing in the direction where Ming and the others had left. Since the other naval officers were too far away, they couldn't see the specific situation that had occurred at the time. However, he was close enough to clearly perceive the subtle changes in the colonel's eyes during the time he was being controlled by Ming. Faced with his confidant's words, the colonel still looked bewildered and confused, asking, "Can you be clearer? What do you mean I was controlled? What exactly happened?" The naval officer could only relay what he had observed about the changes in the colonel's eyes, as well as how the colonel had cooperated to provide the desired permanent record pointer for the naval headquarters Marinfondo, along with his own speculations. The colonel furrowed his brow slightly, falling into a brief moment of contemplation. His gaze flickered uncertainly, as if weighing something important. After a moment, he finally made up his mind and turned to his subordinate beside him, instructing solemnly, "Listen carefully regarding this matter. You must keep it to yourself and absolutely cannot disclose a word to anyone. Do you understand?" After receiving a firm response from his trusted naval officer, the colonel no longer hesitated. He strode forward with hurried and powerful steps, heading straight for the naval base. Upon entering the base, he jogged quickly and soon arrived at the communications room. He swiftly reached for a phone bug and unhesitatingly dialed the number. Meanwhile, far away in the communications department at the naval headquarters in Marinfondo, the phone rang abruptly. A naval soldier responsible for answering the calls hurriedly picked up the receiver and politely said, "Moshi Moshi, this is the naval headquarters in Marinfondo." When he heard the message from the other end, a look of astonishment appeared on the soldier's face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Nanny, are you sure? This is not a trivial matter." He then eagerly asked, "Do you have their photos? If so, please send them over immediately." After receiving a positive response, the soldier breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "All right, okay, I'll receive it right away." Shortly after hanging up the phone, another officer, also wearing the rank of naval colonel, rushed into the communications room. He looked anxious, with beads of sweat even forming on his forehead. After confirming the relevant information, he didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed toward a special room. The door to that room was tightly closed, but a prominent sign hung on it reading Admiral's office. Standing in front of the door, the colonel took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Then he slowly raised his right hand and gently, rhythmically knocked on the door, knock, knock, knock. A commanding voice immediately came from inside, "Come in." After receiving permission, the naval colonel took a deep breath, slowly extended his right hand, and gently pushed open the heavy door. With a slight creak, the door slowly opened, and he stepped inside. The room was very bright, and the naval colonel could clearly see a huge desk placed in the center. Behind the desk sat a tall and imposing middle-aged man. He was draped in a navy cloak embroidered with golden patterns, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, exuding an aura of awe. Without a doubt, this man was the renowned Admiral Buddha of the Warring States. Besides Buddha, there was another striking figure in the room. On a nearby sofa, a middle-aged man with graying hair was lounging. He tightly closed his eyes, deep in sleep, completely unaware that someone had entered the room. Even more amusing was the large bubble of mucus hanging from under his nose, which was even bigger than his own head. From the way the bubble kept expanding and contracting, one could imagine how sweetly he was sleeping at that moment. At this time, the naval colonel ignored the middle-aged man who was asleep and walked straight to the desk, respectfully saluting the Marshal Sengoku, then quietly reported, "Report, Marshal. This is an urgent message just received from the East Sea Branch 12. It has been reported that not long ago, someone brazenly invaded East Sea Branch 12. Here is the information about the invaders." What? Upon hearing this, Sengoku was startled, and his expression instantly became serious. He hurriedly reached out to snatch the document from the hands of the colonel, quickly flipping through it, his eyes eagerly scanning every line. At the same time, he kept asking, "What exactly are the losses of the East Sea 12th Division? What is the situation regarding casualties? Quickly tell me the details." His voice revealed a hint of tension. The colonel was taken aback by Sengoku's anxious demeanor and, after a moment of shock, hurriedly replied, Marshal, according to the intelligence provided by the East Sea 12th Division, They only lost a permanent record pointer that points to our Navy headquarters at Marineford. As he finished this sentence, even the colonel found it hard to believe, his face showing a look of existential doubt. Huh? Sengoku's eyes widened upon hearing this answer, and he abruptly lifted his head to fixate intently on the colonel, as if trying to glean some clue from his expression. What did you just say? Say it again. What exactly are the losses from the East Sea 12th Division? Sengoku's tone was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The colonel took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then repeated. Marshal Sengoku, you really didn't hear wrong. After I confirmed it with them multiple times, the East Sea 12th Division indeed only lost a permanent record pointer to Marineford in this operation. Although this sounds unbelievable, it is the truth. After listening to the colonel's words, Sengoku fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the reason behind it. Gradually, his previously tense face relaxed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a somewhat peculiar smile. This smile contained both surprise at the unexpected outcome and seemed to hide some other indescribable emotions. He began to examine the information in his hands again. However, this time there was no longer the tension and anger he had felt before. The information in this report was indeed pitifully scarce, with the most crucial parts consisting of only a few sparse images. Yet, when Sengoku's gaze fell upon these images, he couldn't help but gasp as they clearly depicted Ming and several others. Moreover, there was a stunning scene of a colossal complete Susanoo descending and taking off. As magnificent as a mountain. These people were all children. In fact, there were even two very young kids among them. Sengoku's eyes were firmly locked on the youthful faces of Ming and the others, secretly speculating what kind of astonishing power they possessed. When his gaze shifted to the image showcasing the massive black and red Susanoo, the entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. The Susanoo stood tall and imposing, seemingly capable of blocking out the sun, and its overwhelming aura sent shivers down the spines of ordinary people. What kind of ability was this? Could it be a previously unseen mythical beast-type devil fruit? Or perhaps a special, superhuman-type devil fruit? Faced with this unprecedented special ability, even someone as well-informed as Sengoku couldn't help but extend his index finger and unconsciously tap the table. He furrowed his brows, rapidly contemplating various possibilities in his mind. However, regarding this form of ability he had never seen before, it was indeed difficult to grasp thoroughly. As a Marine Admiral, Sengoku had naturally flipped through the world government collection of devil fruit illustrations countless times. Yet even so, facing the towering Susanoo before him, he had no impression of it in his mind. After all, while the devil fruit abilities he had encountered in the past were numerous and complex, none had appeared in the form of such a gigantic humanoid entity with the ability to fly. It was truly unheard of and unseen. Given that they had not yet caused any substantial harm or loss, they could be temporarily ignored. From various indications, their meticulous search for the record pointer leading to Marineford suggested they had a plan to come here. In that case, it would be wise for them to wait patiently for them to come to them. Oh, by the way, you should immediately start investigating to see if you can gather detailed information related to them. Sengoku instructed in an orderly manner. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The Marine colonel saluted with a standard military gesture and promptly turned to leave the office. Once the figure of the Marine colonel disappeared outside the door, Sengoku gently leaned back in his chair, slightly relaxing his body. He then set this matter aside for the time being. As a Marine Admiral, Sengoku was never rigid or overly formal in handling various affairs. His perspective on issues was quite flexible and broad. After all, neither Maki nor his companions had ever launched any aggressive actions against the Marine branch, nor had they shown any signs of hostility towards the Marines. Given this, it indicated that there was currently no serious problem requiring urgent response from the Marines. Moreover, regarding that permanent record pointer pointing to the Marine headquarters, it was not a confidential item. Therefore, Sengoku believed that the immediate priority was not to worry about others obtaining the pointer, but rather to understand the backgrounds of Maki and his companions in depth. He pondered whether it might be possible to recruit these young individuals into the Marine ranks, especially the one with the black and red, giant figure resembling a small mountain, who was a devil fruit user. Just a glance made one feel their immense power. Not to mention, this guy even had the ability to fly. Such an outstanding talent was something Sengoku was eager to recruit, wishing he could bring them under his command immediately. While the Marine headquarters was indifferent to the existence of Maki and his companions, they were currently rushing at full speed on their journey. At this moment, the Susanoo, which had been flying at high speed, suddenly halted its forward progress without warning. The Susanoo flapped its enormous wings and steadily hovered in midair. "What is wrong, Maki and I?" Naruto quickly turned his head, a look of confusion on his face as he asked. Sasuke, standing beside him, also stopped admiring the scenery and turned his gaze towards Maki. It was worth noting that since birth, Naruto and Sasuke had never witnessed such a magnificent view of the ocean, especially below the sea surface. There were occasionally massive shadows swimming by that left them in awe. That stunning visual impact was an unprecedented experience for them, truly exhilarating. Facing the questioning gazes from Naruto and Sasuke, Maki smiled slightly and softly replied, "I just spotted someone quite interesting down below." With Maki's powerful vision granted by his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, even at this moment, thousands of meters above the ground, he could see the crowd and other stationary objects as clearly as if they were right in front of him. It was for this reason that Maki had suddenly stopped during their journey, having keenly sensed that there were people living on the island below. Of course, the fact that someone lived there was not the key point. What was truly important was that Maki had seen a figure familiar to all the fans of the sea, someone with iconic green algae-like hair, who had eaten the lost traveler fruit and turned into a lost person. Where? I can't see it. Upon hearing Maki's words, Shisui, Itachi, and the others immediately turned their gazes downward. They widened their eyes, trying hard to find that special presence. "That child is really quite interesting," Shisui said, as he and Itachi activated their respective three-tomo Sharingan. Although what they saw was not as clear as what Ming had seen, it was sufficient for the current situation. However, unlike other awakened Uchiha, Sasuke and Naruto could only watch the blurry black dots below moving continuously. No matter how hard they tried to see, they could not make out the specific circumstances. On Aizen, what exactly is happening down there? Sasuke asked anxiously. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was glad that his respected Aizen could serve as a commentator and provide live coverage. "Well, there's a little boy with green hair who looks about your age. Right now, he is engaged in a rather intense battle with another girl of the same age," Itachi patiently explained to Sasuke in his usual gentle tone. "What's so interesting about that?" Sasuke looked at the scene in confusion, then turned to Naruto, glancing at him and thinking to himself, "It's just an ordinary spar." From what Itachi had just said, they racked their brains, but couldn't find anything interesting or novel about it from Ming and the others. For them, this scene was simply boring and far less interesting than watching the giant shadow moving slowly under the sea in the distance. Just then, Shisui suddenly spoke up. "Look, that little boy is really amazing." They saw him gripping 3 bamboo, swords tightly in each hand, and astonishingly, he also had 3 more bamboo, swords clenched in his mouth. This meant he was wielding a total of 9 bamboo, swords while sparring with the little girl. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Sasuke and Naruto finally understood that there was indeed something unique about this seemingly ordinary spar. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity and excitement. Looking at Ming with a pleading expression, urgently saying, "Ming, please, I really want to see what's going on down there. I really want to see." Seeing Naruto's pitiful appearance, Ming nodded slightly and replied, "All right." With permission granted, Naruto immediately burst into joy, cheering, "Yay, Ming, you're the best," while dancing around excitedly. As the Susanoo controlled by Ming gradually descended, the figures below started to become clearer in Naruto and Sasuke's view. At the same moment, the details of the scene on the ground began to come into focus, as if a painting was slowly unfolding before them. Indeed, it was just as Shisui had previously described. The little boy was in a jaw-dropping posture, wielding 9 bamboo swords, engaged in a fierce spar with a little girl. They saw a green-haired boy with 3 bamboo, swords clenched tightly in his mouth, while holding 3 bamboo, swords steadily in each hand, standing there fully armed. Opposite him was a similarly young girl, holding only 1 bamboo sword. However, the outcome of this seemingly uneven duel greatly surprised Naruto and the others. Unfortunately, despite the green-haired boy having a significant advantage in weaponry, when they actually clashed, Naruto and Sasuke realized that the boy was completely no match for the girl with just 1 bamboo sword. He was almost being completely dominated by her. This was truly a typical example of the underachiever with more supplies. Meanwhile, as the enormous Susanoo in the sky continued to lower its flight altitude, the shadow it cast on the ground became wider and wider. The two were focused on their sparring, and the surrounding onlookers naturally noticed the unusual situation above them. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man in a gray kimono shouted loudly, tilting his head back. He had a ponytail and wore round, frameless glasses with narrow, squinting eyes that made it difficult to see his expression. At this moment, his right hand was tightly gripping the hilt of a gleaming katana at his waist, as if he would draw it at the slightest provocation. "We're just a few passers-by," Ming replied calmly, not wanting to create any conflict with Shimatsuki Kushiro and the others. This dissent was purely due to Naruto's strong request. If it weren't for that, he had no intention of coming down at all. Passers-by? Shimatsuki Kushiro's squinting eyes remained fixed on Ming and the others, who had already released their Susanoo state. His pair of half-closed, squinty eyes acted like a tightly sealed protective barrier, firmly concealing the true emotions deep within him, making it difficult for others to glean any clues from his gaze. "That's right, just a passerby. Have you ever seen an intruder bring a child along?" A nonchalant expression appeared on Ming's face, his words revealing a strong sense of confidence and assurance. After all, given his strength, he really didn't need to worry too much in front of these people. He didn't want to take action, but if it really came down to it, he didn't need to worry about him. After hearing this, Shimatsuki sure couldn't help but look up and down at Sasuke and Naruto, who were standing beside Maki. After a moment of observation, he realized that these two little guys indeed seemed to be about the same age as his daughter Konoha and his disciple Zoro. Shimatsuki sure slightly narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze to Maki and the other two. The leader Maki had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing in the world could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. The other, Shisui, wore a gentle smile that felt warm and friendly, like a spring breeze, and the last one, Itachi, had a face as cold as water, with no expression, making it hard to discern what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Shimatsuki sure's right hand, which had been gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, unconsciously relaxed a bit. He took a deep breath and then said softly, "Hello, I am Xuanyue Jingsalang, the master of the Kendo Dojo in Xuanyue Village." His voice was not loud, but it conveyed a sense of calm and authority. Upon hearing the introduction, Ming politely nodded in response. "Hello, Master Xuanyue. My name is Uchiha Ming. The people standing beside me are my clan members and friends. This is Uchiha Shisui. That one is Uchiha Itachi. And here are Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto." With Ming's introduction, each person mentioned nodded slightly to Xuanyue Jingsalang. At this moment, Xuanyue Jingsalang also stepped aside and brought the two people behind him to the front, saying, "Everyone, this is my daughter Konoha, and this is my student Roronoa Zoro." Seeing Ming and the others being so polite, Xuanyue Jingsalang's initially tense nerves gradually relaxed, and his attitude naturally became much friendlier. After all, his own character was quite similar to Shisui's. Both were kind-hearted and gentle with others. As Jingsalang spoke, Konoha smiled shyly at everyone, while Zoro held 6 bamboo swords in his arms and had 3 more in his mouth, looking quite unruly. "Hey, I say, green hair guy, why do you have so many bamboo swords stuffed in your mouth like you've got a bunch of candied hawthorns in there? Doesn't your mouth feel sour?" Among this group, the only one who could speak so bluntly was, without a doubt, the ever-jovial and carefree Uzumaki Naruto. The target of Naruto's words was, of course, quite obvious. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, doubling over in amusement. "Enough! Stop talking nonsense!" Zoro shouted angrily, and the bamboo swords that were tightly clamped in his mouth suddenly lost their support, falling to the ground like scattered beads. Seeing this, Zoro quickly bent down to pick up the fallen bamboo swords. However, at that moment, tragedy struck. In his eagerness to pick up the bamboo swords on the ground, he completely forgot that he was still holding another 6 bamboo swords. As a result, 2 more bamboo swords slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Now, instead of just 3 bamboo swords, there were 5 scattered on the floor, all haphazardly lying around in a mess. However, Zoro was no fool. His mind was sharp. He quickly came up with a brilliant idea. He unhesitatingly rejected Goena, who was kindly trying to help him, and then quickly threw all the remaining bamboo swords in his arms onto the ground. Next, he crouched down and swiftly organized the 9 scattered bamboo swords, arranging them neatly in order before hugging them all again. After doing all this, little Zoro stood up, a proud expression on his face, and provocatively glanced at Goena, who was covering her face and couldn't bear to look. Seeing little Zoro like this even amused Uchiha Sasuke beside him, who couldn't help but smile slightly. As for our classmate Naruto, he was even more exaggerated, laughing to the point of almost crying, slapping his thigh, and pointing at little Zoro while shouting loudly, "Haha, you're killing me. You're really too funny, green hair guy. Hey, listen up, yellow hair. I'm not just some green hair guy. I have a name. Remember it well. My name is Roronoa Zoro. Little Zoro, who was still slightly small in stature but had an exceptionally determined gaze, shouted loudly at Naruto with a flushed face. Naruto looked at little Zoro, who was serious, scratched his head, and replied with a smile, all right, got it, Renoa Zoro. That name is quite long. At this moment, Naruto put away his usual mischievous demeanor and appeared particularly agreeable. Seeing this, little Sasuke couldn't help but curiously ask, in that case, Zoro, why do you have so many bamboo swords? He pointed to the pile of bamboo swords on Zoro's back, his face full of confusion. Upon hearing this question, little Zoro immediately answered loudly, do I even need to say it? Of course, it's to defeat that annoying Guena. Saying this, little Zoro tightly gripped one of the bamboo swords, as if he was about to rush out and duel someone. Then, as if remembering something, he lowered his head slightly and muttered to himself, damn it, so far, I've challenged her a total of 2,000 times and haven't T1 even once. But I will never give up. One day, I will definitely defeat her. He still remembers that Kuina once said, even if you have 2 swords, being weak is being weak. A defeated opponent should just shut up. From that moment on, little Zoro gave up on the idea of talking and thought, if 2 swords aren't enough, then 3 swords will do. Thus, Zoro's 3-sword style was officially introduced. Can having more weapons guarantee a win? Sasuke's words made little Zoro's face turn red instantly, because, despite using 3 swords, he still hadn't beaten Kuina, who used just 1 sword. Talk all you want. I will win sooner or later. Just wait for my 2001st challenge, Kuina. Seeing little Zoro getting flustered, Sasuke wisely dropped the topic. The upcoming 2001st. What a coincidence. Mookie narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself. To be honest, he couldn't remember when exactly Kuina had passed away. However, there was a crucial time point in the story between Kuina and Zoro. As for whether Kuina fell on the Supreme Staircase or succumbed to the mysterious Supreme Grinding Stone, Mookie's memory was quite hazy. The only thing he could be sure of was that Kuina was confirmed to have passed away afterward. Well, whether this is a coincidence or not, since fate has brought me to meet her at this moment, why should I be stingy in granting her an opportunity? Mookie's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was already activated, and at that moment, he subtly glanced at Kuina. In that instant, a flash of crimson light suddenly appeared deep within Kuina's eyes. But it was fleeting. This unusual color appeared so briefly that everyone present, including Kuina herself, didn't notice it. Only Mookie knew that in that moment, he had quietly transferred one of his ocular techniques into Kuina's eyes. Friends, just ahead is my dojo. If you don't mind, how about coming to my home for a short rest and tasting the tea I personally brewed? Shimazuki Jinchuru smiled warmly and sincerely invited Mookie and the others, gesturing for them to follow him to his dojo. Shisui and the others turned their gazes to Mookie, waiting for him to make a decision. However, Mookie gently shook his head, indicating refusal. I'm really sorry, Master Shimazuki. We have urgent matters to attend to, and time is very tight, so we can't stay too long. Mookie said politely, with a hint of apology in his words. Upon hearing this, Shisui and the others nodded in understanding, and there was no objection to Mookie's decision. After all, everyone knew that they could only stay here for a month. Seeing Mookie's firm attitude, Shimazuki no longer insisted on keeping them. Since these young people have important tasks, I can only smile and say, well then, I hope you can visit my humble abode next time when you have the time. Yes, we definitely will. So, let's part ways here today. At this moment, little Naruto ran over to little Zoro and waved his fist to cheer him on. Zoro, I remember you. You must do your best. You have to defeat your opponent next time. Little Zoro raised a confident smile and replied loudly, don't worry, Naruto. I will definitely not lose, and I will win next time. On the other side, seeing this, Sasuke deliberately took the opposite stance to Naruto. He walked up to Kuina, encouraging her, Kuina, don't lose to that guy. Facing Sasuke's provocation, little Zoro glared back without showing weakness, secretly vowing to prove his strength in the next match against Kuina. Don't worry, at least for now, he won't win against me. Kuina crossed her arms and slightly lifted her head, her eyes filled with immense confidence. This confidence was not unfounded, but came from her long and intense battles with Zoro, where she had defeated him over 2,000 times. With such an astonishing record backing her, it was enough for her to establish an invincible belief when facing Zoro. Mikami, who was standing nearby, understood from Kuina's firm words that the theory that Zhuangyue Jinchuru had told her, that women would become weaker as they grew up and couldn't be the strongest swordsman, was deeply rooted in her. At this thought, a fleeting idea crossed Mikami's mind about whether to stir things up. He slowly lowered his head, gazing gently at Kuina, and softly said, "Continue your dream. Kuina, don't be bound by those outdated and decayed concepts. You should know that in this vast world, there are many awe-inspiring, strong women." Mikami patted Kuina on the shoulder, prompting her to look up at the expansive sky, and continued. For example, Charlotte Linlin, who is revered as the Empress of the Sea in the New World. And then there's Guion, who serves as a vice admiral in the Navy. She became a peak swordsman due to her exceptional swordsmanship talent, just a step away from being a grandmaster. So, don't give up on your pursuits so easily. Kuina quietly listened to Mikami's words. Initially, when she heard the names of these strong women, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, as if a candle in the dark had been reignited. But soon, that glimmer faded away like a shooting star. But being a woman, I ultimately can't compare to men, Kuina murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Despite being inspired by the achievements of those strong women Mikami mentioned, the deep-rooted gender bias instilled by her father was still hard to eradicate. At that moment, Mikami decisively interrupted what Kuina was about to say, his gaze firm and sharp as he looked directly at her, solemnly stating, "Don't say but anymore. These issues can all be resolved. If your physical condition has truly reached the so-called limit, then you can use the power of a devil fruit to further enhance your physical capabilities. Indeed, mythical Zoan-type devil fruits are extremely rare. However, regular Zoan-type devil fruits are not uncommon in the vast ocean. I believe that when the time comes, with the strength you possess then, obtaining an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit should not be difficult." Mikami's words struck like lightning, instantly illuminating Kuina's previously dim heart. She widened her eyes, looking at the confident figure before her, and the flickering flame of hope in her heart reignited fiercely. At this moment, Kuina was no longer as confused as before. She had clarified her path forward, to continuously train hard and strive to become stronger. Even if her body eventually reached the so-called limit, there would still be other ways to help her break through this barrier. With this thought, Kuina felt her blood boiling, with unprecedented fighting spirit surging from the depths of her heart, rapidly spreading through her limbs. Xuanyue Jingshu, who had been silently watching his daughter, also noticed the subtle change in Kuina. She seemed to have undergone a transformation, exuding a chilling, sharp aura that even the surrounding commoners who did not understand swordsmanship could feel. Seeing this, Jingshu understood that it meant his daughter had made a new breakthrough and progress in her swordsmanship training. When Kuina's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened like stars, the aura she emitted became as sharp as a drawn sword, enveloped in a high-spirited battle intent. This astonishing change left little Zoro and little Naruto dumbfounded. Naruto turned his head in confusion to look at Mikami, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back his words. At that moment, little Sasuke, however, seemed to discover something amusing, laughing uncontrollably. Kuina firmly walked up to Mikami, deeply bowing with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Mikami, for your guidance. From today on, I will keep striving to become stronger and stronger. In the future, when people mention strong women, my name, Xuanyue Kuina, will surely be among them." Looking at this girl who had embarked on a path completely different from the original story, Mikami felt a sense of relief in his heart. After all, how could someone who had continuously defeated Zoro, known as a monster, over 2,000 times be an ordinary person? The answer was naturally negative. At this moment, Mikami's lips curled up slightly, revealing an interested smile as he whispered to himself, "It seems that this matter is becoming more and more interesting." Before his words fell, he took a few steps back, suddenly widening his eyes, unleashing his powerful ocular abilities. Immediately afterward, the towering full-body Susanoo reappeared before everyone, resembling a majestic mountain, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. The gigantic Susanoo slowly raised its arm, gently waving goodbye to Xuanyue, Jingshu, and the others. Then it suddenly spread its massive wings, accompanied by a fierce wind, soaring into the endless sky. Zoro and Kuina kept their eyes fixed on the gradually receding Susanoo until it transformed into a small black dot and vanished from sight. "Mr. Mikami, see you next time. My strength, Xuanyue Kuina, will definitely not disappoint you." Kuina suddenly cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted at the small black dot in the sky. Little Zoro tilted his head, watching the somewhat excited Kuina. Jingshu felt a mix of emotions, and even the smile that usually adorned his face was struggling to hold on at that moment. On the other side, inside the Susanoo, sitting cross-legged in the spacious interior, raised his innocent little face, looking up at the tall and upright Mikami. Mikami brother, are we heading straight to that Navy headquarters next? That's right, everyone hold on tight, because I'm going to make this big guy speed up now. Mumming smiled in response, his gaze sweeping over the relaxed crowd within his Susanoo. Seeing everyone's unguarded expressions, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly, revealing a barely noticeable mischievous smile. Immediately after, Mumming took a deep breath, and the chakra within him surged like a roaring wave, while his unique eyes shimmered with dazzling light, continuously infusing power into the Susanoo. At that moment, the Susanoo, which had been flying at a steady speed, suddenly erupted with astonishing force, charging forward like a runaway wild horse. Shisui and Itachi felt an overwhelming force pushing them forward. However, the two reacted quickly, almost instantly mobilizing all their chakra. In particular, the chakra in their feet anchored them to the Susanoo, stabilizing their forms. In contrast, little Sasuke and little Naruto were much more flustered. Sasuke was somewhat lucky because he had been obediently standing next to his beloved brother Itachi. When the Susanoo suddenly accelerated, his body uncontrollably leaned back. Fortunately, the quick-witted Itachi swiftly reached out and firmly grabbed Sasuke's collar, preventing him from falling to the ground and embarrassing himself. However, poor little Naruto was not as fortunate as Sasuke. While he was comfortably sitting cross-legged, he had no idea what was about to happen. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged from behind without warning, catching little Naruto off guard. The suddenness of the event left him with no time to react at all. His body rolled backward like a ball, continuing along the inertia. Thus, little Naruto rolled until he finally came to a stop at the edge of the Susanoo's wall. At this moment, he felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the entire world was spinning. Struggling to get up from the ground, he found that he was swaying, unable to maintain a straight line, resembling a drunken man. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Retching sound came from little Naruto's mouth. His retching made Mumming's face turn slightly green as well. In a flash, he swiftly appeared beside little Naruto, steadily extending his right hand and gently pressing it on Naruto's shoulder. Then, he took a deep breath and secretly activated the mysterious restorative power contained within the horse talisman. As this power surged, little Naruto suddenly felt a warm and gentle flow, like a trickle of water, slowly entering his body from his shoulder. This warm current seemed to possess magical powers wherever it passed. The previous nausea and discomfort vanished without a trace, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Wow, Brother Mumming, you're amazing. Do it again, do it again. Little Naruto's eyes widened, filled with excitement and anticipation, and he even unconsciously waved his hands. Clearly, he was not angry about the previous discomfort, but was instead full of curiosity about this wonderful experience. Seeing little Naruto's enthusiastic reaction, Mumming was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly shook his head and covered his face with his left hand. However, he quickly released his hand, revealing a slight smile as he said, "All right, little guy, no more jokes this time. Are you all ready? We're about to accelerate again." After saying that, Mumming's gaze swept over Naruto, who was tightly hugging Shisui's waist, and Sasuke, who was also clinging to Itachi's waist, before his expression became focused. At this moment, Mumming showed no signs of playfulness, concentrating all his attention on the impending burst of speed. With the support of the horse talisman, he could fully unleash his chakra and physical strength without any reservations. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed. The originally calm and pristine clouds underwent a dramatic change without warning, where the Susanoo was located. In that place, a massive and striking circular hole formed, as if torn apart by an invisible force, with clouds swirling at the edges, making it a breathtaking sight. This strange phenomenon only appears when the flying speed successfully breaks the sound barrier. At this moment, the Susanoo not only broke through the sound barrier, but also sped away like a runaway wild horse, showing no signs of slowing down. 1 times the speed of sound? Far from enough. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 2 times the speed of sound. However, this was still not the end. It quickly crossed the boundary of 3 times the speed of sound. Thus, the speed of the Susanoo continued to rise, constantly breaking record limits. At an altitude of several thousand meters, there was nothing but layers of pure white clouds. Such a vast and empty sky allowed the Susanoo to gallop freely, with no worries of colliding with any obstacles. If someone were standing on the ground and looking up at the sky, they would see a breathtaking scene. Amidst the thick, snow-white clouds, a long, black line was racing at an unimaginable speed. This black line flashed like lightning across the sky, vanishing in an instant but leaving an indelible impression. Meanwhile, Ming was fully focused on the permanent record pointer of Marineford in his hand, charging forward in the direction it indicated with all his might. In the vast and boundless sea, there stood a magnificent and imposing marine headquarters, Marineford. This was the core base of the Navy, an organization directly under the world government, where countless brave and fearless naval warriors upheld their mission to maintain world peace and order. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, a gentle breeze blowing, and the blue sky sparkled like a giant sapphire, with white clouds drifting leisurely. The warm sunlight fell on every inch of Marineford's land, adding a touch of tranquility and harmony to this formidable military fortress. Yawn, today's weather is really nice, perfect for a nap. With a lazy yawn, a tall and upright middle-aged man appeared in the sight of the people. His hair is black, but his hairstyle is quite strange. The hair on top is slicked down neatly, while the sides are puffy and frizzy. He is dressed in an exquisite blue and white suit, with the cuffs of his military coat in blue, tailored perfectly with smooth lines that perfectly outline his strong physique, draped in a cloak that symbolizes naval glory and justice. He also wears a green-eye mask on his head, adding a touch of laziness to his overall demeanor. Additionally, he is holding a large sun umbrella, as if he is grasping the coolness of the entire summer in his hand. At that moment, another voice came from nearby. It's indeed nice. A perfect day for tea and reading the news. The speaker is also a middle-aged man, tall and lean, with a light and leisurely stride. His hair is very short black curls. He is wearing a bright yellow striped suit, which is eye-catching and striking. A fashionable pair of sunglasses rests on his nose, obscuring his listless eyes. The cuffs of his admiral's coat are distinctly yellow, complementing his overall outfit, like the former. He also dons the admiral's cloak that symbolizes naval glory and justice, fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. However, compared to the former's dignified and solemn demeanor, this man's face appears slightly lewd, with a smirk that is hard to decipher, making it difficult to grasp his true thoughts. At this moment, he casually has his hands in his pockets and is leisurely walking down the deck of the warship, resembling a gentleman taking a stroll. You two are really too laid back. With a light reprimand, a figure slowly descends from another warship. This person is tall and straight, dressed in a bright and eye-catching red suit, perfectly tailored to outline his strong physique. He wears a very ordinary navy hat, with the brim slightly lowered, adding an air of authority, further accentuating his resolute and stern face. The cuffs of his admiral's coat are dyed a flamboyant red, as if they are flames burning brightly. And on the pocket of his chest, a vivid pink rose is pinned, adding a subtle softness to his overall appearance. Additionally, the cloak that symbolizes the Navy's justice flutters in the wind, making a rustling sound. These three are the renowned and formidable admirals of the Navy headquarters. Feared by countless pirates in the pirate world, they not only possess extraordinary strength, but also master powerful natural-type devil fruit abilities. The man with a lazy expression is Kazan, a natural-type ice fruit user with a Navy codename Hokage. Wherever he goes, if he wishes, the cold air spreads, instantly freezing everything into ice sculptures. And he can even freeze the sea. The other man, who carries a slight lewd aura, is Borsalino, a natural-type light fruit user with a Navy codename Kazuru, who moves as fast as a flash. His speed is unparalleled, making it difficult to catch a glimpse of him. Finally, the fierce-looking and imposing figure is none other than Sakazuki, the natural-type magma fruit user, known by the Navy codename Akainu. His ability allows him to become a humanoid volcano, with scorching magma that seems capable of melting everything in the world. Coincidentally, today marks the rare occasion when the three admirals gather at the Navy headquarters. Normally, each of them has different tasks. It is uncommon for all three to be present at the same time. Among them, Borsalino has been stationed for a long time at the Scientific Defense Forces location. Kazan and Sakazuki, on the other hand, operate on a rotation system. This means that if one of them goes out on a mission, the other stays at the Navy headquarters to maintain their post. This arrangement is based on strict regulations established within the Navy. These regulations clearly state that the three admirals must never leave the Navy headquarters simultaneously. At least one must remain to guard the base, as the security of the Navy headquarters, being the core hub of the entire naval force, is of utmost importance and cannot afford any lapse. Just as the three were about to speak, Borsalino suddenly changed his expression, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. He quickly raised his head, staring directly into the seemingly empty sky above, as if sensing something unusual approaching Marineford at an astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, Sakazuki and Kazan also became aware of it. The two reacted extremely quickly, their movements perfectly synchronized, almost indistinguishable in timing as they simultaneously lifted their heads, casting their gazes toward the vast blue sky that sparkled like a gem. From this brief moment, it was evident that in terms of observation haki, Borsalino was undoubtedly the strongest among the three admirals. In contrast, Sakazuki and Kuzan's levels of observation haki were roughly equal. Hard to differentiate. "Hey, what on earth is that?" exclaimed Borsalino. "I've never seen anything so bizarre in my life." Accompanied by this astonishment, the Navy personnel followed Borsalino's gaze. Sure enough, a small black dot slowly emerged in their line of sight. At first, the dot seemed insignificant, but as time passed, it grew at an astonishing rate. Gradually, the small dot became larger, and its outline began to take shape. Finally, the Navy at the port could clearly see that it was a giant, completely black and red, with wings. At this moment, Susanoo was rushing toward them like a giant eagle soaring through the sky. The roar generated by its flight was like thunder rolling in the distance, reaching everyone's ears. Could it be an invader? Just then, the usually silent Sakazuki suddenly widened his eyes, a terrifying red light flashing from the depths of his gaze. At the same time, a pungent and exceptionally strong sulfur smell continuously emanated from his arm. As Susanoo drew closer to the defensive perimeter of Marine Ford without showing any signs of slowing down, and with several figures inside that were not Navy, Sakazuki made a quick decision and shouted, "Meteor Volcano." He gave Borsalino no chance to react. In an instant, Sakazuki raised both arms high. Shockingly, his arms had transformed into two pillars of scorching magma, burning fiercely and emitting thick smoke. Next, these gigantic fists made of magma, filled with immense power and intense heat, shot towards Susanoo like two high-speed meteors. No, they weren't just two fists. It was more like a Gatling gun, continuously firing enormous, searing magma fists. These magma fists seemed endless, bringing with them a heart-pounding heat and terrifying impact, raining down upon Susanoo in the sky. Unlike in the original work, where the meteor volcano first launched into the sky before descending, this time, the meteor volcano was aimed directly upward, striking Susanoo head-on. Inside Susanoo, Makamura had already noticed the three admirals standing at the port. However, before he could successfully land on the ground, the magma fists, rushing like meteors, were about to smash right in his face. "Wow, this jutsu is so cool," exclaimed a nearby Naruto, his eyes sparkling with admiration, instantly turning into two bright little stars. Even the usually calm Sasuke couldn't help but nod in agreement, acknowledging the power of this jutsu. Even Shisui and Itachi, two well-informed ninjas, paused to watch the spectacular scene with interest. However, they appeared quite composed in the face of the magma fists that were about to hit them, as Makamura was present. Facing the onslaught of magma attacks, Makamura smiled confidently, a slight grin on his lips. "So this is Akainu's meteor volcano," he murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the Navy Admiral Sakazuki, who was performing the meteor volcano in the distance. With a flick of his right hand, he drew a sword from thin air. Unfortunately, it wasn't a sword that emerged. A massive halberd appeared in Susanoo's hand out of nowhere. There was no need to use any special techniques. The enormous, godlike Susanoo swiftly spun the halberd in front of him. In an instant, the powerful rotation formed an indestructible whirlwind shield. At this moment, the rain of magma fists descended like a torrential downpour. However, in front of the whirlwind shield formed by the spinning halberd, they were as fragile as tofu. With crisp sounds of impact, the seemingly formidable magma fists were easily deflected by Susanoo, with none able to breach this layer of defense. Witnessing this scene, Kazan and Borsalino, who had initially paid little attention to the battle, suddenly grew serious. They were well aware that the strength displayed by the mysterious giant before them had exceeded their expectations. Just then, Kazan heard a light shout beside him. "Old man is here to join the fun." Before the words fell, Borsalino's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. In the next second, he appeared like a specter high above behind Susanoo. Immediately, Borsalino crossed his arms over his chest and unleashed his ultimate move, the Yada no Kagami. In an instant, countless shining photons rapidly gathered behind him, resembling burning meteors. As Borsalino activated his attack, these photons surged downwards like wild horses, transforming into numerous dazzling light bullets that poured down from above. Such a large-scale attack could cover a vast area, leaving no room for escape. However, In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Makamura, who was inside Susanoo, remained unperturbed, not even blinking an eye. He controlled the Susanoo, which quietly hovered there, blocking the meteoric volcano in front of him, allowing the light projectiles to mercilessly bombard the massive body of the Susanoo. Accompanied by deafening explosions, thick smoke billowed upwards, instantly enveloping the Susanoo. According to the famous no damage when there's smoke rule in the anime world, when the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated, everyone was astonished to find that the Susanoo stood there completely unharmed, without even a trace of damage. Its towering and majestic figure still emanated a chilling aura. Within the KY area, Borisolino's figure flickered like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he firmly landed back at the port. He lowered his head to look at the shining 8-foot-long jade pendant in his hand, and couldn't help but shake his head, muttering to himself with a hint of frustration. This thing just can't break through defenses. Then he raised his head and showed a helpless smile to Sakazuki and Kazan, scratching his head and complaining. I've already tried my best, but it still doesn't work. As for the fact that Borisolino's 8-foot-long jade pendant couldn't break defenses, Sakazuki and Kazan didn't show much surprise or concern. After all, they had worked with Borisolino for many years and were well aware of each other's abilities. Although the 8-foot-long jade pendant was powerful, its effectiveness was often limited when facing truly strong enemies. More often, it was used to clear the battlefield, dealing with weaker minions. At this moment, Ming, who was standing above, kept a close eye on the movements below. When he saw Borisolino and the others stop attacking, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, 3 clones identical to Ming appeared out of thin air within a massive Susanoo. Following that, Ming controlled the Susanoo to slowly ascend, its enormous body gradually distancing itself from the ground. Below, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino simultaneously had a thought. This guy wants to escape. However, would things be as simple as they thought? The answer was clearly no. Before Borisolino could make a move to intercept, the 3 of them saw 3 black shadows rapidly descending from the sky like shooting stars. Sakazuki and the others did not act rashly. They just kept a close watch on the 3 shadows. Once the 3 shadows landed steadily, Sakazuki and the others finally saw their appearance, and they looked exactly the same. Triplets? Kazan couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, secretly pondering what these 3 were all about. However, there was no time for him to think further, as one of them shouted, "Who cares? Since they dared to intrude on our Navy headquarters, let's take them down first." The speaker was none other than Sakazuki. In fact, before Sakazuki made his initial move, the relevant personnel had already quickly evacuated the surrounding crowd. Therefore, Sakazuki could act boldly and without hesitation at this moment. He suddenly took a step forward, exuding a powerful aura, and shouted, "Hellhound!" At the same time, his right fist instantly transformed into a terrifying doghead-shaped lava, rushing toward the 3 clones of Ming with scorching heat and terrifying impact. Faced with such a fierce attack, the other 2 clones of Ming reacted quickly, dodging out of Sakazuki's attack range in a flash. Only the clone in the middle remained in place. However, he didn't seem afraid of Sakazuki's attack. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Susanoo, manifest!" In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and a smaller version of the complete body, Susanoo, suddenly appeared. This Susanoo was precisely controlled by the clone, Ming to be about 3 to 4 meters tall, almost the same height as Sakazuki. This condensed Susanoo was a unique skill that Ming developed after expending a lot of effort and research. Normally, the complete Susanoo was enormous, making it advantageous against weaker enemies, easily crushing them, especially when outnumbered. However, when facing strong opponents of the same level, such a massive body could become a flaw, turning the Susanoo into a very obvious target, making it easy for opponents to find weaknesses and strike hard. Ming was well aware of this issue, so he had a sudden idea. Since he could make the Susanoo larger, why not try to make it smaller? With this thought in mind, he disregarded the massive consumption of his ocular power and chakra, repeatedly conducting experiments and adjustments. Heaven rewards the diligent. After countless failures, he finally succeeded in the astonishing feat of shrinking the complete Susanoo. When the complete Susanoo was completed, its form underwent a miraculous change, transforming into a mighty, fully armored appearance. Perhaps due to this extreme condensation, this armored version of the complete Susanoo possessed an unimaginable level of defense, especially in one-on-one close combat. It was truly an invincible existence. With the solid protection of the armored Susanoo, The clone Ming didn't even use his usual weapon, the halberd, but directly chose to engage in a fierce fistfight with the doghead lava. He fearlessly confronted the fierce punch of the doghead lava, clashing head-on with it. Unfortunately, despite the clone Ming's commendable courage, he still fell short in terms of raw strength. Although the doghead lava couldn't break through the indestructible defense of the armored Susanoo, its violent impact still successfully sent the clone Ming flying. However, things didn't end there. As everyone knew, Sakazuki was known for his ruthless and merciless attacks. He had always adhered to a combat style of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. Seeing the clone Ming suffer heavy damage, how could Sakazuki miss this excellent opportunity to attack? Without hesitation, he rushed forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the clone Ming. Sakazuki moved as fast as lightning, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind the Ming clone, who was flying backward. This was the Marine's 6 powers shave. Ahem, hello everyone. Let me briefly mention the power connection between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece so far in this book. In Naruto, Shadow level Super Shadow, Semi-6 Paths level. For example, Tsunade Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju. In One Piece, Warlords Vice Admiral Candidates, Admiral, 4 Emperors. In my setting, Shisui and Itachi currently possess the strength of peak Shadow level or half-step Super Shadow level with strong attack power and strange, varied abilities. But their physical strength and endurance are lacking. In the One Piece world, they would reach the destructive power of an admiral. However, considering their physical and endurance deficiencies, their overall combat power barely reaches the level of admiral candidates or vice admirals. When the Mangekyou Sharingan reaches its peak, it is solidly at the Super Shadow level, even though their peak period is very short. Additionally, the combat power of the 4 emperors and admirals has never been definitively established. Oda has always been vague about it. So, I will set it based on past performances. May the bosses bless me. I hope I won't be betrayed by Oda later. My new setting, the old admirals and old 4 emperors are probably at the same level. The new 4 emperors and new admirals haven't shown much. So let's put that aside for now, but the 4 emperors are stronger than the admirals. In numerical terms, it's like the difference between 10 and 8. In simple terms, if an old 4 emperor fought an old 3 admiral one-on-one, the 4 emperor would definitely win in the end. But this process won't be any easier for the 4 emperors. Of course, I'm talking about them being at their peak. The battle between the elderly Whitebeard and Akainu has little comparative significance. Next, we have the Kaga-level characters in Naruto. In my perspective, Kaga-level is essentially equivalent to a Marine Admiral or a 4 Emperor. In other words, Admirals and 4 Emperors in my setting are on par with Kaga-level characters like Hashirama Senju and Nagato, with the Sage of 6 Paths power in Naruto. Characters like Tobarama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Guy with the 8 Gates, Healthy Nagato, Dual Kimui Kakashi, and Obito with the Rinnegan, etc. fall into the quasi-6 Paths level. Currently, the main character is at this level. As for the One Piece world, there are no strong individuals at this level yet. The Gorosei are on par with the Admirals, but they also fall into the same category as the Admirals and the 4 Emperors. To quantify, the 4 Emperors are 10, the Admirals are 8, and the Gorosei are at 6. So, from an overall strength perspective, it's 4 Emperors, Admirals, Gorosei. However, their defensive capabilities, recovery abilities, and immortality are rather bizarre, even a bit outrageous. As for the most mysterious Emu, there is currently no information available, so let's not count her for now. In my plan, she won't be making a move for the time being. That's about it for now. I can't think of anything more. If I come up with more later, I can always add it. Great fire! With this low shout from Sakazuki, his aura suddenly surged, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. He exerted his strength in both feet, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, and his whole body shot towards Ming like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, his right arm transformed into magma, swelling up, and the expanding magma fist became larger than Sakazuki himself, clearly building up power to deliver a lethal blow to Ming. However, at the moment Sakazuki swung his fist, about to hit Ming, something unexpected happened. The clone of Ming, previously in a disadvantaged position, suddenly had the wings of Susanoo behind him flapping violently. The powerful wind created visible ripples in the surrounding air, and under this force, the clone of Ming's body flew straight up, easily dodging Sakazuki's seemingly inevitable heavy punch. Haha, surprised, huh? Didn't you see I have wings? I can fly. The cheeky face of the clone Ming appeared especially arrogant in the air as he laughed triumphantly and taunted Sakazuki, who looked as gloomy as water below. At this moment, Sakasuki looked at the mumming in the air, his rage nearly bursting out, wishing he could immediately stuff his hot magma into the other's mouth, making him unable to act so arrogantly. What comes around goes around. Now it's my turn. The corner of the clone mumming's mouth slightly curled up, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a flash of light appeared, and the familiar halberd instantly appeared in his hand. At this moment, Sakasuki, witnessing all this, couldn't help but widen his eyes, secretly pondering, who the hell are these guys? Remembering that the towering giant had also used such a move earlier, his brows furrowed tightly. And unable to hold back his inner curiosity, he asked, "Who are you?" However, facing Sakasuki's question, the clone mumming replied with a grin, "He guess." Unlike the original mumming, this clone's personality seemed particularly unrestrained, as if completely free. To be honest, such a character could make the opponent grind their teeth in anger, wanting to rush up and pin him down, then beat him to a pulp. Hearing the teasing response from the clone mumming, Sakasuki's face grew even darker. He coldly snorted and said fiercely, guess? Once I capture you and take you to impel down, there will be plenty of time for you to honestly explain." As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on his face, clearly indicating that he was genuinely enraged. Sakasuki had never liked to waste words. Compared to talking, he preferred to solve problems with action. The reason he had asked earlier was merely out of momentary curiosity and instinctive reaction. At this moment, seeing the clone mumming being so ungrateful, he no longer wanted to hold back. With a loud roar, Sakasuki shouted, "Great eruption!" In an instant, an incredibly hot magma erupted from his fist, rushing towards the clone mumming. At the same time, the clone mumming did not back down, tightly gripping the halberd and shouting, "Serious slash!" He then swung the halberd to meet the surging magma fist. In an instant, the magma collided with the halberd, producing a thunderous roar. Sparks flew, and the heat wave rolled, making the surrounding air seem to ignite and blaze fiercely. The halberd was clearly at a disadvantage. As for the naming of the moves, when the clone mumming saw that Sakasuki's technique even had a name, how could he, who liked to act freely, not want to keep up? However, the styles of naming their moves by these two were indeed vastly different. Sakasuki's move name was serious and imposing. However, our playful clone mumming, that move name was just as unreliable as he was completely improvised nonsense. In fact, this clone mumming was originally much weaker than the original mumming. Yet this guy insisted on directly confronting the physically powerful Sakasuki in an area where he was clearly at a disadvantage. Truly a case of hitting a stone with an egg. If it weren't for the protection provided by Susanoo, he would have been smashed by Sakasuki countless times by now. And now, watching this playful clone mumming being tossed around by Sakasuki like a yo-yo, the other two clones of mumming could hardly bear to watch the tragic scene. Just as the two were about to take a step forward to rescue, they were suddenly blocked by Borisolino and Kazan. The situation became increasingly tense. "Kawa, could you please stay quiet here?" Come on, buddy. Give us a break, don't move, okay?" Seeing that these two clearly had no intention of fighting, the two clones of McCuming exchanged glances and retreated, evidently giving up on the plan to assist the yo-yo clone of McCuming. "Yawn, what a wise choice," Kazan said while yawning and casting his gaze toward the clone of McCuming, who was fiercely clashing with Sakasuki in the distance. The clone of McCuming was clearly at a disadvantage. Rather than engaging in battle, it was more like he was being subjected to Sakasuki's relentless attacks. Looking like a yo-yo being whipped in the air, utterly miserable. Hey, can you not go too far? If this keeps up, I'm really going to get angry." The clone of McCuming was evidently agitated, his previously calm face now flushed with anger. However, facing Sakasuki's ferocious onslaught, he seemed at a loss for effective countermeasures. Hearing the clone of McCuming's protest, Sakasuki showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. "Ha, kid, if you have the ability, why don't you fight back? What is the use of just shouting here? Do you expect me to go easy on you?" Saying this, Sakasuki delivered a heavy punch that sent the clone of McCuming flying dozens of meters away. Question: when do you feel the most exhilarated? Answer: when someone provocatively taunts you. In the next moment, they are pinned to the ground, begging for mercy after you beat them up. Sakasuki was feeling this exhilarating high right now. "All right, you're forcing my hand." The clone of McCuming was also getting angry. Question: when do you feel the most frustrated? Answer: when you were just provoking someone a second ago, and the next moment, you can't even lift your head because you're being beaten. The clone of McCuming was feeling this overwhelming frustration now. Just as Sakasuki continued to throw punches at the clone of McCuming with fierce momentum, his powerful fists whistled through the air, closing in on the clone. However, something unexpected happened. In the next moment, the clone of Ming, who was supposed to be standing still, suddenly vanished without a trace. Before Sakazuki could react, a powerful force suddenly hit him from behind. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki felt as if he had been kicked hard by an invisible giant foot, and his body shot out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huh? What is going on? Sakazuki was astonished. He never expected the opponent could so easily evade his attack and instantly appear behind him to counterattack. At that moment, he was filled with confusion and shock, even feeling a bit lost. However, the pride of being a Marine admiral quickly brought Sakazuki back to his senses. He roared, "Dog bite, Red Lotus." As his voice fell, his right arm began to emanate a blazing red light, and then the entire arm quickly turned into magma. The magma flowed and rolled continuously, gradually forming a huge and ferocious dog head shape. Then, Sakazuki suddenly swung his arm, and the magma dog head elongated at an astonishing speed, lunging with its fangs and claws towards the clone, Ming. This move was extremely terrifying, not only possessing the burning damage of high-temperature magma, but also the destructive power of the dog's fierce bite. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, the clone Ming didn't even glance at it. He continued to walk towards Sakazuki at a leisurely pace, as if the terrifying moves before him posed no threat. As the magma dog head opened its massive mouth, about to bite down on the clone of Ming, the clone's crimson right eye suddenly shifted slightly. In an instant, a mysterious light flashed from his eye. Then, to his disbelief, the aggressive magma dog head passed straight through the clone's body like a phantom, diving into the ground and disappearing without a trace, leaving even the ground that had been hit by the magma completely undamaged. This was the ocular technique Void Realm from Ming's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It felt like this technique hadn't been used in a long time. To explain again, once Ming activated this ocular technique, he could create an absolute domain under his control within a certain range. In this domain, the material forms of reality and illusion could freely transform according to Ming's will, with solid matter becoming ethereal and vice versa. This interplay of real and illusory states changed with Ming's thoughts, without any predictable patterns. The only drawback was that it could not transform other living beings aside from Ming himself. However, at this moment, magma was precisely a non-living substance. It is important to note that in the pirate world, those with natural type abilities, as well as all ability users capable of performing long-range attacks, would invariably be restrained by Ming's unique ocular technique. Even when facing a melee combat powerhouse like Carp, who relied purely on physical skills, it was fine that he couldn't transform Carp's punches into illusions. Ming could learn from Uchiha Obito. If he couldn't make the opponent's attacks intangible, he could simply make himself intangible. In this way, any attack from the opponent would hit nothing but air, unable to touch Ming at all. What on earth is going on? What kind of devil fruit user are you? As he watched his powerful attacks completely miss, Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was known for his toughness, everything happening before him was too absurd for him to accept. However, Sakazuki was not the type to easily admit defeat. He possessed a stubborn and unyielding spirit. He gritted his teeth and once again gathered all his strength to launch even more ferocious attacks. Waves of scorching magma punches rained down towards the clone of Ming. But without exception, these seemingly powerful punches passed effortlessly through the clone's body, as if it was just an ethereal illusion, causing not even the slightest damage to the clone. Meanwhile, those surging magma punches fell mercilessly onto the Navy headquarters port behind the clone, instantly transforming this originally calm and peaceful area into a terrifying forbidden ground, filled with flowing magma and shooting flames. Thick smoke billowed up, obscuring the sky. The scorching magma flowed everywhere, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. The entire scene was like the end of the world, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Haha, useless. The clone of Ming slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Then he suddenly swung his right arm, forming a fist, and struck fiercely towards Sakazuki with lightning speed. Just as the clone's fist was about to clash head-on with Sakazuki's, the originally normal-sized Susanoo fist rapidly expanded as if blown up, becoming enormous in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Sakazuki felt darkness envelop him, as if a massive steel fortress was toppling towards him. Before he could react, that overwhelming force crashed heavily onto his body. In an instant, Sakazuki was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through several thick walls and ultimately landing awkwardly on the ground. Meanwhile, the successful clone of Ming slowly lowered his head, curiously examining his fist, which had returned to its normal size, and muttered to himself, "Hee hee. The expansion technique of the Akimichi clan is indeed interesting. It feels great to use." From the clone's words, it was clear that this technique, which suddenly enlarged a part of the body, was inspired by the unique secret technique of the Akimichi clan in Konoha village. Although the damage caused by this technique was not particularly impressive, it could often catch opponents off guard and yield unexpected effects, making it quite enjoyable. Just as Sakazuki was getting up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and preparing to rush towards the clone of Ming again with determination, a series of synchronized and heavy footsteps approached from afar. A group of figures dressed in white justice cloaks, wearing naval hats, appeared before everyone. Leading the way was none other than the renowned Marine Admiral, Sengoku. He is tall and has a serious demeanor, with a pair of sharp eyes hidden behind his eyes, as if able to see through all schemes and plots. Closely following him is Carp, hailed as a naval hero. His robust physique and carefree smile leave a deep impression. Walking alongside them is the elegantly composed Admiral, Chief of Naval Staff Crane. Although she appears slim and petite, she possesses extraordinary wisdom and precise decision-making skills. Additionally, there is Zephyr, who once served as a naval general and is now the chief instructor of the new naval recruits. Behind him were several vice admirals currently serving at the Navy headquarters, each a battle-hardened and exceptionally skilled individual. Sengoku quickly spotted the somewhat disheveled Sakazuki and the clone of Mukyu in the distance. He then shifted his gaze to Kazan and Borsalino, who were standing still and unharmed, before finally fixing his eyes on the two identical clones of Mukyu in front of them. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. What on earth is going on? Who are you? At this moment, the clone of Mukyu, standing opposite Kazan, noticed the imposing group of Navy officers, and a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. He then called out to the other two clones without hesitation. "Let's stop playing and get straight to it." Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow my orders and make sure to stop them." However, his command seemed to have no effect at all, because they were facing Mukyu, who wielded the power of time. Just then, the complex pattern in the left eye of the three clones of Mukyu slightly shifted. This subtle movement seemed to trigger some mysterious mechanism, causing time at the entire scene to freeze instantly. Sengoku opened his mouth wide, reaching out his hand as if to make a move. But his body was completely frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. Carp raised his right fist high, covered with a layer of intimidating haki. Yet at that moment, he couldn't move an inch. Sakazuki's magma arm, which had been extended, with hot magma dripping continuously from it, suddenly stopped mid-air, forming glistening magma beads, as if time had completely frozen them. Kazan's situation was equally bizarre. His right half had somehow turned into a beautifully crafted ice sculpture, while the other half remained unchanged. Borsalino's right leg had transformed into a dazzling golden solid light pillar, abruptly standing there. However, even though everything around them had come to a standstill, the three clones of Mukyu slowly raised their right hands as if unaffected. Upon closer inspection, one could see a bright red arrow gradually appearing on their right index fingers. Following that, the three clones of Mukyu moved in perfect unison, without any hesitation, extending their index fingers with the red arrows, pointing with astonishing speed and precision at Sakazuki's magma arm, Kazan's ice sculpture body, and Borsalino's shining right leg. Achieving such accuracy under the intense conditions of battle is no easy feat, but with time now frozen, they were able to touch their locked targets as easily as eating or drinking, just as they successfully made contact with their targets. The patterns in their eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, began to rotate once more. As the patterns in their eyes turned, the time that had seemed frozen resumed its normal flow instantly. "Quick, stop them. We can't let them succeed," Sengoku shouted, still maintaining his tense posture as if about to issue a command. In the blink of an eye, the three clones of Mukyu simultaneously activated their armored Susanoo. The wings extending from the back of the Susanoo flapped violently, creating a gust of wind, and the three shot into the sky like arrows. Carp's iron fist, though immensely powerful, could only swing at empty air in the face of the clones' swift reactions and rapid ascent. Meanwhile, the three admirals who had been tampered with by the clones finally realized the severe situation they were in. This was clearly not a minor inconvenience, but a significant issue that could affect them and the future of the Navy. "Hellhound, With a furious shout, Sakazuki swung his right arm, and a scorching column of magma surged forth like a roaring hound, charging towards the flying clones of Mukyu. However, this time, as the attack named Hellhound was unleashed, Sakazuki instantly felt something was off. Compared to before, this Hellhound felt entirely different in both sensation and power. The once unstoppable, highly impactful magma column only traveled 7 or 8 meters before it seemed to lose its force and fell heavily to the ground. Even more strangely, in the past, whenever Sakazuki's magma touched the ground, it would ignite fiercely, turning everything around into a magma no-go zone. But now, there were no signs of the magma scorching the ground at all. Sakazuki's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He instinctively stepped towards the pool of lava that had already stopped moving on the ground, filled with confusion and unease. He reached out to touch the lava on the ground, and as his fingers plunged into the seemingly still red-hot magma without hesitation, a cool sensation instantly spread throughout Sakazuki's body. Sakazuki could hardly believe what he was feeling. His magma had undergone such a tremendous change. After his clone, Ming used the power of inverted pointer and gently tapped it. The extremely hot magma that could melt steel had now become as gentle and cool as warm water, even giving a comfortable touch. However, this brought about a problem. If the magma lost its high-temperature property, could it still be considered true magma? The most critical issue was that without the support of high temperatures and explosive impact, the magma that had once terrified countless pirates had its lethality essentially wiped out. His strength had been reduced by more than 30%. With this thought, Sakazuki's expression darkened further, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. On the other side, Kazan was also facing a problem. Just as he was about to unleash his fruit ability to attack, something unexpected happened. The ice he controlled underwent a strange transformation. To be precise, compared to Sakazuki, Kazan's situation was even worse. Kazan lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground because his ice had simply vanished, turning into water vapor. And water vapor clearly couldn't support Kazan to remain standing like ice could. It is known that ice is typically formed by the condensation of substances in a low-temperature environment. When this bizarre phenomenon was reversed, its form also underwent a transformation. The ice, which should have brought coldness and chill, had now transformed into wisps of light water vapor. Moreover, this water vapor was not the kind of high-temperature steam that could burn skin. Its temperature was roughly equivalent to the warm steam that rises from a comfortable hot spring bath. Ice blocked Pheasant Beak. Kazan, undeterred, planned to continue his attack. With this roar, Kazan quickly extended his right hand, gathering cold air in his right arm, preparing to unleash an ice bird to attack the clone Ming. But the result left Kazan wide-eyed and incredulous as he looked at his outstretched palm. In the past, whenever he used this technique, a massive ice bird formed from condensed ice would soar out, bringing with it a sharp chill to attack the enemy. But at this moment, not only did his palm not produce the ice bird he expected, but instead, a continuous stream of harmless water vapor emerged. Faced with such a bizarre scene, even the usually calm and collected Kazan was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. The same went for Borsalino. Compared to the other two, the changes happening to him were minimal. However, this seemingly minor change brought him unbearable trauma. When the light he took pride in was completely inverted, other aspects did not show much difference. Only his speed became incredibly sluggish, like that of a snail crawling. Little brother, speed is power. Have you ever tried light speed kicks? Borsalino slowly raised his right foot, which had transformed into a beam of light, and then kicked fiercely towards the clone Ming standing in front of him. But an astonishing scene occurred. The beam of light moved forward at a speed that was unimaginably slow the moment it left his body. No, it was even slower than a snail's pace. Thus, the beam of light that Borsalino kicked out seemed to freeze in place after it shot forward. Even when observed closely with the naked eye, there was hardly any trace of movement. Borsalino, somewhat dumbfounded, stepped forward, bent down slightly, and adjusted his gaze to align with the beam of light he had personally kicked, which was slowly advancing in midair. What on earth is happening here? Borsalino's eyes widened in terror as he watched everything unfold before him, as if he had been struck by lightning, completely losing his usual calm demeanor. Throughout, no matter what situation he encountered, Borsalino always appeared indifferent and unfazed. However, at this moment, he could no longer maintain that composure, and the inner panic surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Unlike Kazan and Sakazuki, Borsalino relied almost entirely on the power of his glint-glint fruit. The other two, without their devil fruits, were like a person who had lost one of their limbs. It affected them, but they could still live. But Borsalino was different. His entire strength basically comes from the glint-glint fruit. Without the glint-glint fruit, he is like a person who has lost 3 limbs. He is not dead, but it has severely affected his normal life. Standing aside, Sengoku, witnessing the transformation of his 3 admirals, was momentarily stunned, unable to close his mouth. Although these 3 individuals each had various flaws and issues that often frustrated him, he absolutely could not accept the cruel reality of them being rendered useless. Similarly, the Navy could not bear the consequences of all 3 admirals losing their devil fruit powers at the same time. What on earth happened to you? Sengoku anxiously shouted at Akainu and the others. However, at this moment, Akainu and the others were completely preoccupied and had no time to respond to Sengoku's inquiry. The 3 of them were still immersed in continuously washing themselves with their own strong-armed color hockey, trying to regain their fruit abilities in this way, completely ignoring the movements from the outside world. However, all of this was in vain. The scenes they had just experienced were not an illusion or a dream, but real events. There was no doubt that the fruit abilities they possessed had been completely abolished by those clones of Mukomi-ai. Even more serious was the problem they were unaware of. The special item, called Inverted Pointer, had a permanent effect. This meant that unless Mukomi-ai himself intervened to restore them, they would never be able to return to their original forms for the rest of their lives. It was even very likely that these 3 originally powerful and fearsome natural-type devil fruits would thus become worthless, losing their magical powers and value. I know you several people are the ones who previously went to the Navy branch to request the permanent record pointer from Marineford. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming here? From your current performance, it does not seem like you are here specifically to cause trouble for our Navy. At this moment, although Sengoku was also shocked, he took a deep breath and managed to maintain the last trace of remaining rationality. Sengoku hurriedly reached out to stop Carp and the others, who were about to attack again, and then turned his gaze towards the several floating clones of Mukomi-ai. He saw that the corners of the mouths of the 3 clones of Mukomi-ai slightly curled up in unison, followed by a series of muffled sounds of bang bang bang. In an instant, the 3 clones of Mukomi-ai exploded like fireworks, transforming into a thick cloud of smoke that quickly dissipated without a trace. Just at the moment the clone technique was lifted, the real Mukomi-ai and his companions, like shooting stars, streaked across the sky and slowly descended to the ground. Accompanied by the convergence of that powerful force, the complete Susanoo vanished like a dream, and the true forms of several people were thus fully revealed before Sengoku's eyes. Marshal Sengoku, it is truly an honor to see you today. I have long admired your great reputation. Mukomi-ai said with a smile, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. However, the 3 standing beside him, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, at this moment, were completely unable to pay attention to the fact that their fruit abilities had already been abolished. Their gazes were like burning flames, firmly locking onto Ming as if they wanted to devour him alive. At the same time, the overwhelming armed color hockey surged out from the 3 of them, like a heavy layer of black armor, completely covering their arms. Moreover, they all tightly clenched their fists, causing the veins on the backs of their hands to bulge and the joints to emit crisp cracking sounds. If it weren't for the fact that they knew they were no match for Ming, and that Admiral Sengoku had strictly prohibited them from acting rashly, they might have already been unable to contain their anger and pounced on Ming like hungry tigers. Sengoku's gaze was serious as he observed the extremely young Ming and the others before him, and a wave of complex emotions surged in his heart. Although he couldn't precisely understand what special abilities Ming possessed, the mere fact that Ming could easily manipulate the 3 strongest forces of the Navy at such a young age was enough to prove his immeasurable potential. This kind of potential had already surpassed anyone Sengoku had encountered so far. Stop being cryptic and speak clearly. Seeing that Ming maintained such a calm demeanor, Sengoku's previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. After all, as long as both sides could sit down and communicate, it meant that there was still a chance for everything to turn around. As long as there was room for negotiation, then Kuzan and the other admirals still had hope for a full recovery. I plan to make a deal with the world government. As soon as these words came out, Admiral Sengoku and Naval Chief of Staff Crane's expressions darkened instantly, their brows furrowing deeply into 2 deep ravines. Since you want to negotiate with the world government, why not go to Mariehua? Why come to Marineford instead? Moreover, is this your so-called negotiating attitude? Sengoku questioned Ming while pointing at the furious Kazan and the other three. The atmosphere became increasingly tense and oppressive, as if a storm was about to break. First of all, Mariehua is not a place suitable for bringing children. The environment there is quite complicated, and one misstep could negatively affect the kids. Ming said, shrugging helplessly, then gestured towards little Sasuke and little Naruto, indicating that his concern for the children was sincere. Then he looked at Sengoku casually and continued, secondly, we never intended to fight. You can't blame us for this. In my opinion, the ones who first acted were clearly the Navy, okay? While saying this, Ming appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was as clear as a mirror. He is very clear that what he said about not wanting to go to Mary Geos is indeed his heartfelt truth. After all, that place is filled with the dark sides of humanity everywhere. It is far too dangerous for two naive kids like Sasuke and Naruto. He certainly did not want to cast a shadow over Naruto and Sasuke's young hearts because of this, nor did he want these two protagonists to go astray, although the probability of them going astray was practically zero. However, to say that he completely did not want to take action would be pure nonsense. In fact, from the very beginning, Ming understood the operational style of hawkish Navy figures like Sakazuki very well. A group of unidentified strangers barging into the Navy headquarters at Marineford without a word was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Sakazuki and others, especially considering that Marineford had previously suffered a massive invasion from the Golden Lion. The entire Navy was in a state of high tension regarding such matters. In this situation, facing uninvited and utterly rude strangers, it was easy to guess what kind of fierce reaction the hawkish, iron-blooded soldiers led by Sakazuki would have, without Ming needing to think too much about it. Therefore, the outbreak of this conflict could almost be said to be part of Ming's plan. Ming decided to take action himself for two main purposes. First, he wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly test what level his true strength was in this pirate world. After all, only with a clear and precise understanding of his abilities could he better navigate this new world. So far, his strength was sufficient. Purpose 1 was successfully achieved. The second purpose was to give these Navy officers a stern warning. This way, when they later engaged in negotiations, he could have more initiative and say, making the entire process smoother. After all, a fierce battle was inevitable. Even if both sides could temporarily coexist peacefully for now, once formal negotiations began, a fierce conflict would certainly be triggered. Ming was crystal clear about this. The reason he was so certain that a battle was unavoidable was that he had already made up his mind to use the devil fruit he had left sitting in the corner gathering dust as a bargaining chip for a crucial deal with the world government. Once upon a time, Lady Luck seemed particularly fond of Ming, allowing him to draw two extremely rare devil fruits. One of them was the Glint Glint fruit, which he currently used, identical to that of Admiral Kazu. The other was the legendary Paramecia-type Gum Gum fruit, which he had obtained from the very beginning. Not only was it the same as the protagonist Luffy's, but more precisely, it was the Zoan-type human-human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. Ming was well aware that once he revealed this devil fruit in front of the world government, even if he did not actively attack the Navy at that moment, the world government would definitely issue orders to the Navy to take action against him afterward. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to take the initiative. After all, there's an old saying, the first to strike is strong, the second to strike suffers. Of course, according to Ming's speculation, even if he clashed with the Navy, the world government would likely not let it rest and might send the mysterious intelligence organization known as CP0 to test him. At most, the Navy would no longer directly participate. Well then, you can tell me what kind of deal you want to negotiate? Sengoku asked, intrigued by Ming's words. These young people actually dared to attack their Navy headquarters, not only incapacitating 3 of his high-ranking officers, but also wanting to negotiate a deal with the world government? This matter, upon careful consideration, was quite perplexing, yet interesting to him. Are you really going to discuss business here? Ming looked around at the capable Navy officers present, a playful smile appearing on his face as he fixed his gaze on Sengoku. When Sengoku witnessed Ming's intriguing and meaningful smile, an indescribable unease crept into his heart. It felt as if countless ants were crawling gently on his heart, making him uncomfortable all over. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as he scanned Ming, not missing any subtle details, as if he were trying to see through to the secrets deep within the other's heart. He scrutinized him for a while before slowly speaking. In that case, let's go to my office for a detailed discussion. As for the rest of you, return to your respective duties. With Sengoku's command, the crowd that had originally gathered began to disperse. Sengoku then personally led Ming and his entourage towards his office located in the core area of the Navy headquarters. When this large group of people streamed into Sengoku's office, the usually spacious office felt a bit cramped at that moment. If it weren't for the fact that this office belonged to Sengoku, the highest commander of the Navy, with ample space, it would have been difficult to accommodate so many people. At this moment, in this large office, the representatives from the Navy took their seats in turn. Naturally, at the forefront was Sengoku himself, along with Vice Admiral Tsu, the Navy's great strategist, and the legendary Marine hero, Admiral Garp. Of course, the three admirals whose abilities have been nullified were also essential attendees. In contrast, Ming entered the room with an air of casualness, showing no signs of restraint whatsoever. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down, then skillfully poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and began to enjoy it leisurely. Not only that, but he even casually picked up an unopened pack of sanbei and smiled as he offered it to the young Sasuke and Naruto beside him. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi stood quietly behind Ming, their postures tall and their expressions serious, resembling two loyal and dedicated guards silently protecting Ming and the others. Just then Zephyr, who had gone to arrange matters, walked in steadily, quickly shutting the office door behind him. After completing these tasks, Sengoku turned his gaze to Ming, who had been sitting quietly and appearing at ease, and signaled with his eyes that it was now Ming's turn to speak. Ming, being a straightforward person, wasted no time. He opened his previously empty palm, and with a seemingly casual yet not without hidden meaning simple flip, a mysterious purple, round devil fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. This devil fruit was intricately carved with exquisite arabesque patterns, making it particularly eye-catching. Sengoku caught sight of the devil fruit, and his whole body reacted as if he had been electrocuted, jumping up from his seat in shock. He was filled with shock, his eyes fixed intently on the devil fruit, as if trying to see through its exterior to uncover the huge secret hidden within. Seeing Sengoku's intense reaction, Ming couldn't help but smile slightly and slowly said, "Hee, as I expected, as the dignified admiral of the Navy, you are well aware of the true identity of this devil fruit." Sengoku first glanced around the office warily to ensure there were no outsiders present, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he immediately clenched his teeth and glared at Ming, growling with an angry face, "Humph, I really have to thank you for being so thoughtful in considering us in the Navy." In the face of Sengoku's sarcastic words, Ming remained unfazed. Instead, he smiled even brighter and responded, "Haha, Admiral Sengoku, thank you for the compliment." In fact, Sengoku really had to thank Ming. If Ming had indeed revealed the devil fruit in front of the Navy without any reservations and casually said a few irrelevant words, even if he had not disclosed any crucial information, the astonishing act of nullifying the devil fruits possessed by the three admirals would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Consequently, the devil fruit in his hands would inevitably be discussed. The problem is, this devil fruit involves highly confidential matters of the world government. Once news about this devil fruit began to circulate within the Navy, even if the most basic Navy soldiers knew nothing of the specifics. According to the world government's usual methods and practices, a large-scale purge of the lower-ranking Navy personnel would definitely be a routine operation they are accustomed to. As a result, let alone ordinary Navy members, even renowned vice admirals within the Navy would likely find it difficult to remain unscathed. After all, not every vice admiral possesses the formidable strength and high prestige of someone like Garp. It is foreseeable that by that time, the overall strength of the Navy would undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow and be severely weakened. What is even more frustrating is that this loss would be caused by the world government, an organization that is supposed to be on their side. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, dumbfounded by the back-and-forth dialogue between Admiral Sengoku and Ming. They stood frozen in place like wooden sculptures. The Navy's Chief of Staff, Crane, known for her political experience, was quick to react. She fixed her piercing gaze on Admiral Sengoku, furrowing her brow, and asked in a deep voice, "Sengoku, is there something about this matter that we are not allowed to know?" How clever Crane was. Just by observing Sengoku's slightly unusual reaction, she could keenly sense that there might be hidden complexities behind the situation. At this moment, Ming suddenly spoke up, "Listen, anyway, you will all find out the truth sooner or later." He noticed that Sengoku had a troubled expression, and after some inner contemplation, he decisively made a decision for him. Sengoku slightly nodded, indicating his tacit approval. After the brief moment of thought, he felt that revealing the truth to everyone shouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, those present were all elite members of the Navy, They were not roles that the world government could easily manipulate or eliminate. Thus, Sengoku took a deep breath, turned to Ming, and seriously asked, "So, please tell me, what exactly do you intend to trade this devil fruit for with the world government?" For the moment, Sengoku had no time to consider the potential impact of this mysterious devil fruit and the series of problems it might cause. The most important thing now was to clarify Ming's specific intentions and needs. As for whether this devil fruit would cause trouble for the world government or lead to a huge uproar, Sengoku's thoughts were simple. That is something the world government needs to worry about. What does it have to do with me, the head of a violent organization? I have decided to hand over this devil fruit to the world government as a bargaining chip, asking the so-called genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk to personally assist my family in overcoming a long-standing problem that has troubled us. At this point, Ming took a deep breath and slowly revealed his true intention for making the long journey to Marineford. It is important to note that he could only stay in this familiar, yet unfamiliar pirate world for just a month. Now, he had only a little over 29 days left. Time was fleeting like a galloping horse, and precious moments allowed for no delay or waste. Aside from the various unique devil fruits, there were no other items in the pirate world that particularly interested Ming. Moreover, he did not have a strong interest in collecting those peculiar devil fruits, each with unique abilities. Furthermore, this trip was not undertaken alone. He was accompanied by the exceptionally powerful Shisui and the clever Itachi. Thus, a bold and tempting idea involuntarily arose in Ming's mind. Could he use Vegapunk's extraordinary scientific wisdom and exceptional talents to encourage Shisui and Itachi to bravely challenge their limits and uncover even more astonishing powers hidden within them? He even speculated further, wondering if it would be possible, with the help of this scientific giant, to successfully break the seemingly unbreakable barrier that separates the Uchiha clan from the ordinary Sharingan to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if they could not completely break this obstacle, as long as they could loosen it somewhat, making it less insurmountable, wouldn't that still count as a gain? However, facing this series of rapid-fire questions, Ming actually had no definite answers in his heart. But then he thought, since he had come this far, why not give it a try? After all, life is an adventure full of countless possibilities. If one does not bravely attempt, how can one know whether unexpected surprises await? Previously, when Ming saw Borsalino with his own eyes, he immediately had a judgment. There was no conflict between the items produced by the system and their counterparts in the original world. However, he had never considered the question of whether the simultaneous appearance of two prophesied gum-gum fruits would throw the entire pirate world into chaos. After all, in his view, he had never considered himself a good person. He had no interest in such grand topics concerning the stability of others' worlds. He only cares about his own interests and safety. You actually think you can get Dr. Vegapunk to personally help you just by relying on this devil fruit? Haha, I have to say, kid, your thinking is really naive. At this moment, the once calm and composed Admiral Borsalino, whose powers had been nullified, had already lost his previous demeanor. He opened his mouth mercilessly and spoke the above words in a tone that was somewhat mocking. It is well known that among all the Marines, Borsalino is one of the people who has frequent contact with Dr. Vegapunk. Because of this, he understands Vegapunk's temper and personality quite thoroughly. Therefore, to think that a mere devil fruit could persuade this genius scientist to lend a hand is almost impossible, no matter how rare and precious the fruit is. Unless Dr. Vegapunk himself suddenly developed an intense and uncontrollable interest in this devil fruit. Otherwise, even the mighty and authoritative world government would not easily intervene in Vegapunk's research plans, which are difficult for others to comprehend. They would not waste Vegapunk's precious time just because of someone's casual request. Even those ordinary celestial dragons, who are touted by the world government as godlike beings, cannot achieve such a thing. It should be noted that every minute and second of this genius doctor is incredibly valuable, leaving no room for waste or squandering. At this moment, Ming wore a very standard toothy smile and said to the furious Borsalino in front of him, "Mr. Borsalino, don't you want to regain the amazing powers of your devil fruit?" Upon hearing this, Borsalino seemed to completely forget that he had just been complaining and angry. But at this moment, he had no intention of caring whether Ming's smile was particularly infuriating. All his attention was focused on what Ming had just said. Then he widened his eyes and asked loudly in an eager and expectant tone, "Is there really a chance for my devil fruit power to be restored?" At this time, not only was Borsalino himself showing such excitement and nervousness, but even Kazan and Sakazuki, who were sitting nearby, perked up their ears and listened attentively and earnestly to what Ming would say next. However, facing the eager eyes and anxious hearts of the Marines, Ming smiled and said in a playful tone, "Well, about that, I'm actually not very clear myself. Maybe one day your devil fruit power can really be restored, but it could also be that it may never return to its original state. Anyway, all of this is something that has already been predetermined in the dark, and no one can say how it will develop." Well, after hearing Ming's words, they all finally understood the situation. Whether the powers of the 3 Marine admirals, which they're known for, can be restored hinges entirely on Ming alone. He said it's fine, even if it's not fine. He said it wouldn't work, and even if it did, it still wouldn't work. At that time, the Navy would probably have to start making the worst-case scenario plans to select new candidates to fill the vacancy. At this moment, Sakazuki, who had already seen through the true meaning of Ming's words, instantly turned extremely gloomy. He slammed his palm down on the incredibly hard desk, and with a loud bang, he stood up like an enraged lion. What infuriated him even more was the strange tone Ming used while speaking, which was utterly effeminate. This made Sakazuki, who was usually fierce and fiery, extremely angry, to the point where his arms uncontrollably began to change, transforming into flowing hot magma that spread down his arms onto the desk. Unlike the terrifying magma from before that could easily burn the desk to ashes, this surging lava, upon contact with the desk, surprisingly did not cause any substantial damage. It flowed like ordinary coffee, merely staining the once clean surface with a bit of dirt. Aside from that, the desk remained completely unharmed, with not even a crack or blemish appearing. When Sakazuki witnessed the scene before him, the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst. Streams of cool magma continuously flowed out from within him, surging like a flood after a dam break. Just at that moment, a faint red light suddenly flashed from the backpack at Ming's waist. It turned out to be the Charizard that had been sleeping inside the Pokeball due to boredom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Charizard suddenly appeared, raising its head towards the sky, opening its massive mouth, and letting out a roar that echoed throughout the office. Immediately after, thanks to its innate sensitivity to the smell of sulfur, Charizard quickly locked its gaze on the desk where the magma was flowing. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, it took a few steps forward and dashed towards the desk like an arrow. Upon reaching the desk, Charizard eagerly stretched out its small yet powerful claws, quickly grabbing a large handful of the cool magma and stuffing it into its mouth without a second thought. Then came the sounds of voracious chewing and swallowing. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, it let out a series of incomprehensible roars. However, the people around were baffled by these sounds. Only Ming could decipher their meaning. As Ming understood, Charizard was trying to express that the taste of this cool magma was incredibly delicious, and its texture was as delightful and smooth as refrigerated yogurt for Charizard. When the other Navy personnel saw Charizard appear, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and their pupils constricted sharply. Although from the perspective of high-ranking Navy officials like Sengoku, this Charizard might not be particularly powerful, merely at the level of an elite vice admiral, it was essential to recognize that they viewed Charizard merely as a pet, akin to a goat raised by Sengoku. If such a pet possessed such strength, one could imagine the danger level of its owner, Ming, and those related to him had increased several levels. Everyone's attention was also drawn to the striking flame fan emblem on Charizard's armor, and Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances, both pondering quietly. Which power did this emblem represent? At this moment, Sengoku reached out and gently tapped the desk in front of him with his fingers, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound. Then, with a serious expression, he brought the conversation back to the main topic. If you want to negotiate with the world government, I must remind you seriously out of goodwill. If you don't want this negotiation to end in failure, you better put away that arrogance of yours. Undoubtedly, the focus of the ongoing talks between the two sides was the transaction with the world government. Only if all subsequent negotiations could proceed smoothly without error would it be the greatest support for the Navy. If the negotiation ultimately broke down, the consequences and losses the Navy would have to bear were something even Sengoku himself did not dare to contemplate. For this reason, he did not hesitate to issue a warning to Ming, emphasizing the potential issues with his attitude. My arrogance? Is my attitude really that arrogant? Ming widened his eyes in disbelief at Sengoku, finding it hard to believe he was hearing such an evaluation for the first time, momentarily stunned in place. He instinctively turned his head, casting his gaze towards Shisui and Itachi, hoping to get some explanation from them. However, to his surprise, both of them simply shook their heads gently, indicating their disagreement with Sengoku's statement. Seeing this, Sengoku sneered and said, "Perhaps you come from some powerful family that rarely shows itself. Due to being isolated from the outside world for a long time, you've gradually developed this deep-rooted arrogance. I can assert that if you maintain this attitude, it will be almost impossible for your dealings with the world government to succeed. On the contrary, the chances of both sides coming to blows will increase infinitely." After saying this, Sengoku leaned back, comfortably resting against the chair, as if he had seen through everything. In fact, when he first met Mukyu and the others, Sengoku had keenly noticed the problems they possessed. Except for the cheerful and lively blonde kid, Naruto, the other black-haired, black-eyed youths, Mukyu, Shisui, Itachi, including the boy of similar age to the blonde kid, Sasuke, seemed to exude an innate arrogance in their words and actions, a quality that seemed deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. The arrogance they displayed was not as ostentatious and domineering as that of the celestial dragons, who looked down on all living beings with disdain. On the contrary, this arrogance appeared more secretive and subtle, akin to how people feel an uncontrollable urge to gently pet and play with adorable cats and dogs when they see them. Often, this impulse carries a sense of superiority, particularly in the face of someone as powerful as Sengoku. This feeling becomes even more pronounced. Sengoku, with a serious expression, stated, "I know you believe your strength is exceptional, strong enough to toy with our 3 admirals at will. However, I want to seriously tell you that the world government is not as simple as you think. You see, the world government has maintained control over this world for 800 years. Such a situation could not form without sufficient military might backing it up. You might want to think it over carefully. After all, it's a long span of 800 years. At that moment, little Sasuke, who had been leisurely enjoying delicious sunbae and quietly listening to the dialogue between the two parties, suddenly burst out laughing. That crisp laughter instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Sengoku slightly furrowed his brows and quickly turned his gaze to the laughing Sasuke, asking, "What's wrong? Little guy, do you think there was something wrong with what I just said?" He then glanced around at the seemingly indifferent Mume and others, seemingly trying to catch some clue from their expressions. "Are you saying that the so-called history of the world government is only 800 years? Sasuke looked at Mume, and seeing no unusual expression from him, he turned his attention back to Sengoku and replied casually, "Only 800 years? Hey, little guy, do you think this long, 800-year span is so insignificant in your eyes?" Sengoku did not mind Sasuke's slightly rhetorical tone. At this moment, all he could think about was how to extract more important information about Mume and the others from Sasuke. Sasuke raised his chin slightly and proudly said, "To us, it's just like that. After all, our Uchiha clan has a lineage that has lasted for over 1,000 years." This statement was like a thunderclap, suddenly exploding in the hearts of Sengoku and the others, causing them to be greatly shaken. No one had expected that what started as a tentative inquiry would so easily unearth such a shocking landmine. It is known that, according to Sengoku's understanding, besides the lofty world government, among the many nations, there are only a few like Wano country in the New World and Alabasta on the Grand Line that have survived the storms of 800 years and remain intact. After all, countries that have withstood the test of time and countless tribulations to survive until now are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the families that have been able to pass down their lineage are even fewer compared to nations. Perhaps only a very few celestial dragon families might have a lineage close to such a long history. However, even Sengoku, who has seen a lot, cannot be sure if there exists a family whose lineage has already exceeded 1,000 years. But there is no doubt that, just like the world government that controls the entire world order, any family with a lineage lasting 1,000 years and still standing strong must have deep foundations to support them. These foundations could manifest in powerful strength, vast wealth, mysterious secret arts, or intricate networks of relationships, among other aspects. Because of this, when Sengoku realized that Mume and the others might be connected to such an ancient and powerful family, he unhesitatingly elevated the danger level of these individuals to the highest point. After all, in the face of such unknown and unfathomable power, even the slightest misstep could lead to unpredictable and serious consequences. If a mysterious family with 1,000-year lineage were to clash with the world government, it would surely be the common people who suffer. Mume did not take Sengoku's warning too seriously. Although, in Mume's previous life, the manga One Piece had not yet reached its conclusion, and he had no way of knowing how the overall power dynamics would end up. However, who is Mume? An old-school otaku, Not to mention those scenes described in online novels where the human emperor possesses unparalleled ambition that can dictate eternity. Even the behind-the-scenes masterminds treat the masses like pawns, manipulating them at will, or being able to control time and play with reincarnation. Comparing these examples to the power dynamics of the One Piece world is nothing short of blatant oppression and bullying. Just talking about those works that belong to the same genre as One Piece, for example, some characters can directly explode stars with their physical bodies, easily obliterating entire star systems, and even the vast universe can be thoroughly destroyed by them. Currently, Mume not only has a mysterious and powerful system as a solid backing, but also possesses the Black God set, which can be considered invincible in the One Piece world. With so many advantages at his disposal, expecting him to regard the world government as a formidable enemy is truly asking too much. After all, at this moment, Mume already possesses enough capital and confidence to dominate the One Piece world, making it somewhat unrealistic to ask him to act submissively. He can play, but there's no need. Seeing Mume's indifferent and laissez-faire attitude, Sengoku was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that since it was like this, he could only let nature take its course and leave it to fate. Then, Sengoku slowly moved to his large and tidy desk. He looked serious as he reached out his right hand to gently pick up the uniquely shaped Den Mushi placed on the table. Next, he skillfully dialed a few specific numbers on the Den Mushi's dial. Beep beep. A series of urgent sounds came from the Den Mushi, as if eagerly calling for the other party to answer. Seconds passed, and finally, with a crisp click, the call was successfully connected. Hello, is this Sengoku? Why did you suddenly call me? Is there something important? A deep and authoritative voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. Just from these few short sentences, one could feel the extraordinary status and powerful aura of this person. Hello, Lord Saint Satan. The situation is like this. A few people from Marineford just arrived, saying they want to negotiate a deal with the world government. Since they approached our navy directly, they hope we can relay the message to you. Sengoku didn't dare to delay and quickly explained the reason for his call. Oh, someone wants to negotiate a deal with the world government? Interesting. What kind of deal do they want to discuss? Upon hearing this, the previously calm Saint Satan instantly became interested and asked with curiosity. Only someone like Sengoku, with a special status, would make a call like this. After all, not just anyone could attract the interest of a figure like Saint Satan. Naturally, insignificant people like ordinary citizens would never have the chance to call Saint Satan directly. Moreover, under normal circumstances, ordinary people could not even find Sengoku to personally help relay messages. So, either the caller had extremely powerful strength to persuade the Navy, or they held something that the world government desperately needed. Therefore, Sengoku would take the initiative to help relay the message. One must commend that, as one of the elders responsible for the technology sector, Saint Satan's mind is indeed sharp and very useful. Sengoku glanced briefly at the nearby pudding and said, "He happens to be here right now. I'll hand the phone to him so you two can communicate directly. How do you feel about that?" In fact, Sengoku was clear in his mind that this matter did not sound like a good deal and could easily cause trouble, which he did not want to get involved in at all. Hearing this, Saint Satan slightly nodded and said, that works. At that moment, Pudding, hearing this, did not wait for Sengoku to speak and confidently stepped forward. He quickly took the receiver from Sengoku's hand and turned around, facing the crowd. He then casually sat down on Sengoku's desk, crossed his legs, and adopted a very relaxed and casual posture. "Hello, is this Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense among the elders?" "Just right. I have a deal that perfectly aligns with your responsibilities." Pudding boldly addressed Saint Satan by name, completely omitting the respectful title Saint. For the high and mighty celestial dragons, adding Saint or Palace to their names is akin to using your Highness or Lord in the world of Naruto, serving as a title of great respect. However, Pudding did not think that anyone in this chaotic and adventurous pirate world could deserve such respect from him. Therefore, when he spoke, he instinctively omitted all subsequent honorifics. At this moment, he seemed completely unaware of what his actions implied. In Mariehua, within the majestic and solemn Panga City, Saint Satan sat in his office palace. At this moment, a male teenage voice came from the uniquely shaped Den Mushi in his hand. Initially, just the tone of Pudding's speech made Saint Satan feel displeased. However, when he finally understood what Pudding was saying, Saint Satan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness appearing in his gaze as he said in a tone that was almost indifferent, "Little brat, is this how you come to negotiate a deal with me?" Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office, the gathered Navy personnel fell silent upon hearing Pudding's words. They had already lost all hope for this so-called deal. At this moment, what they hoped for was merely that both parties could remain restrained and avoid causing a fierce conflict. That alone would be fortunate. In response to Saint Satan's questioning, Pudding replied without any awareness. What? Did I say something wrong? Clearly, he did not realize the issue he was facing. Saint Satan sneered and then slowly said, Little brat, since you insist on negotiating a deal with our world government, why not tell me what you want? You can start speaking now. After all, as one of the elders, Saint Satan would not easily lose his temper like those ordinary celestial dragons who only knew how to indulge and waste. Especially since he was in a relatively good mood today, he was willing to give this rude little brat a few more words. I have the gum fruit. Pudding slowly began. I know very well that your world government has been desperately searching for it. Today, I am willing to hand it over to you, but in exchange, I hope to receive assistance from Dr. Vegapunk to help me solve a tricky problem. I wonder how you feel about such a deal? Pudding did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his intentions and needs. The gum fruit? How much do you know about its secrets? Upon hearing the words gum fruit, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Saint Satan's otherwise calm eyes, as if he wanted to see through Pudding on the other end of the den mushy completely. In response to Saint Satan's question, Pudding let out a light breath and casually replied, actually quite a lot. But to be honest, I have no interest in those so-called secrets. At this moment, I just want to hear your response. As he spoke, Pudding subtly gestured to Itachi beside him. Itachi understood and quickly poured a cup of steaming tea for Pudding, respectfully presenting it to him. Pudding took the teacup, lightly blew on the cup's rim, and then leisurely took a small sip. However, at this moment, Saint Satan unhesitatingly rejected Pudding's request. Dr. Vegapunk cannot spare the time right now. His recent research schedule is fully packed, and he truly cannot attend to other matters. Therefore, we cannot agree to your condition. However, at this point, Satan paused for a moment, then shifted his tone to one of certainty and said, We can offer a huge fortune as compensation, a full 5 billion berries. This amount is comparable to the sky-high price of the previous sold devil fruit. Satan was confident that Ming would definitely not refuse the terms he proposed. After all, it was already a great favor for someone of his high status to speak directly. Moreover, he had shown mercy by forgiving Ming's previous disrespectful attitude and tone towards him. Thinking of this, Satan couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking that he was indeed very generous and magnanimous. However, what Satan never expected was that Ming would unhesitatingly give a negative answer. No. Moreover, from his tone, it was clear that there was no room for negotiation, and it was a resolute refusal. The confident smile on Satan's face instantly froze, and he incredulously grabbed the phone worm and asked, Kid, do you even know what nonsense you're talking about? As he spoke, Satan's eyes, which had been slightly squinted, suddenly widened, and two sharp gazes shot straight into the void in front of the phone worm, as if he wanted to pierce the other party through the phone worm. Ming, however, remained unmoved and firmly said, I said, no, my only requirement is this. It will not change, and I will not accept any bargaining or rebuttal. After saying this, Ming even paused deliberately to ensure that his meaning could be accurately conveyed to the other party. At this moment, Satan was already furious. He gritted his teeth and continued to threaten, Kid, I'm giving you one last chance to think carefully about how to choose. Will you obediently take the money and gladly accept the goodwill of our world government? Or will you refuse and become an enemy of the entire world government? Unfortunately, before Satan could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Ming. Without saying a word, Ming directly pressed the hang-up button, not giving Satan a chance to continue his lengthy speech. With a busy tone ringing, the conversation came to an abrupt end. Ming sat at the desk of Sengoku, casually shrugged at the people around him, his face showing no sign of frustration or anxiety over the failed transaction. On the contrary, his calm expression seemed to tell everyone that this was merely an unimportant little episode. You all heard it, the transaction failed. Ming said this lightly, his voice neither loud nor soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Just then, a familiar boobaroo sound suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence. It turned out that the phone worm on the desk had started to buzz restlessly again. Seeing this, Ming casually grabbed the phone worm and lazily asked, Moshi, who is it? The voice on the other end was Satan's, low and filled with authority. Kid, do you know that what you're doing will bring trouble to your family and clan? This sudden warning made the already quiet office fall completely silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Ming, wanting to see how this young man would respond to such a threat. To everyone's surprise, Ming seemed to completely disregard the other party's words and directly press the hang-up button again, not even bothering to offer a single explanation or rebuttal. Satan, who had his call abruptly hung up, was momentarily stunned. It should be known that, with his noble status and powerful influence, no one had ever dared to treat him so boldly. It seemed that in his entire life, no one had ever hung up on his phone worm directly while he was speaking. This was the second time his call had been cut off. This unprecedented experience left Satan feeling both angry and shocked. After regaining his composure, Satan immediately realized that he could not let this go. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and quickly dialed the previous number again. As expected, the call was soon connected, and the same irritating young voice came through the receiver. "Kid, you will die, and your family and clan will also reach their end because of your actions. I mean it. Welcome, welcome." Ming's response this time still seemed indifferent, even extremely perfunctory. After saying this inexplicable comment, Ming did not give Satan any chance to speak and swiftly hung up the phone again. Inside Panga City, Satan, who usually held a high position and was extremely authoritative, was now furious due to Ming's unexpected series of actions. His previously hidden beast-human form could no longer be suppressed and revealed itself. Satan's body underwent an astonishing transformation. His upper body retained a human appearance, but his lower body sprouted 8 strong and powerful long legs, supporting his body like a spider. Moreover, a layer of black flame-like clouds wrapped around him, with flames flickering and leaping, making him appear both mysterious and terrifying. The most striking feature was the pair of sharp bull horns on his head, glimmering with a cold light, giving an unsettling feeling. This was the third time. This utterly detestable little brat. It's simply too much. Someone come. Satan roared uncontrollably towards the palace, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the entire palace. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, a figure quickly pushed open the door and walked in. This person was tall and dressed in a pure white suit, wearing a white mask that made it difficult to discern their true face. He quickly walked up to Saint Satan and without hesitation knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Saint Satan, may I ask what your command is?" Saint Satan suppressed the anger in his heart, gritting his teeth as he issued the order. "Immediately take people to Mary Geos, and together with the Navy, capture that ignorant little brat, and make sure to bring back that crucial devil fruit. Sengoku knows who that brat is. Just go find him directly. Hurry." At this moment, Saint Satan was filled with rage and annoyance, completely overlooking the key issue of why Sengoku had not been able to retrieve his own Den Mushi. Perhaps his anger had clouded his judgment, or he simply had no time to consider these details, only wanting to catch Ming as soon as possible to vent his frustration. "As you command, Saint Satan." The masked man from CP0 replied respectfully, then slightly bowed and turned to leave the palace with steady and swift steps. Saint Satan slowly walked to the window, standing quietly there with his hands resting on his cane, his gaze fixed through the window toward the distant island known as Mariewa. The sunlight cast upon him, outlining his tall and sinister figure. Yet at this moment, his expression seemed somewhat complex and elusive. "Little brat," Saint Satan murmured, his voice soft as if only he could hear, "We will meet again soon. That moment is not far off. I look forward to its arrival very soon." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile, as if he was filled with confidence and anticipation for what was about to happen. "Sengoku, now that my negotiations with the world government have broken down, why don't we make a deal?" Ming's eyes twirled as they instantly locked onto the silent Sengoku beside him. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was first taken aback, then turned to look at the rubber fruit in Ming's hand that was radiating a mysterious glow. After a brief examination, he gently shook his head. "Sorry, we in the Navy have no interest in this thing." With that, Sengoku withdrew his gaze, as if the rubber fruit, which the world government had been desperately searching for, was merely a trivial toy. After all, for him, the Navy was currently facing numerous complex issues, and there was simply no extra energy to deal with what seemed to be a troublesome matter. Moreover, he was well aware that taking on this issue would likely bring endless trouble to himself and the entire Navy. As for Ming's failed negotiations with the world government, Sengoku secretly sneered, thinking, let it fall apart. After all, the Navy has never been on the same page as the world government. If he could see the world government struggle with certain matters, as long as it didn't affect the peace and stability of the sea, he would be more than happy. Why would he be foolish enough to step in and clean up this mess for the world government? It was simply a fantasy. Absolument impossible. Not even to think about it. Ming casually held the rubber fruit in his hand and tossed it upward with a slight force. The rubber fruit traced an arc in the air before landing steadily back into his palm. Immediately after, he turned his wrist and, with an extremely clever motion, stored the rubber fruit into the system space, dazzling as if performing a magic trick. No, what I want to discuss is about your three admirals. Ming's voice was calm and firm, yet it thundered in Sengoku's ears. Sengoku couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Ming would make such a request. You actually intend to restore them? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ming. To him, the negotiations between Ming and the world government had already broken down, and their relationship had reached a freezing point. It was impossible for Ming to take such actions to strengthen the world government. However, Sengoku had no idea that Ming had his own plans in mind. For him, whether to restore the power of the three admirals did not depend on the grudges between him and the world government, but rather he simply didn't care about that. With the strength of the three admirals, what difference would it make even if they were restored? If a conflict were to arise again, couldn't they just jump up and press down again? Sengoku originally thought that once the negotiations broke down, Ming would refrain from restoring the three admirals' powers and would request the world government to step in to resolve the matter. At that time, he would have an excuse. Facing the powerful Ming, it wouldn't be that the Navy didn't take action, but rather that it was truly difficult to compete with only the Navy's strength. Moreover, if he could take this opportunity to show the world government that the Navy had done its utmost but still couldn't defeat the enemy and incurred such significant losses, wouldn't that force the world government to provide some military funding while restoring the three admirals' powers? That would be killing three birds with one stone. Therefore, when the incident first occurred, Sengoku indeed felt very anxious. But as he regained his composure and thought carefully, he felt that with the world government as a backing, there was no need to worry too much. So, before long, he gradually relaxed and no longer paid attention to the matter of the three admirals losing their fruit powers. However, Sengoku was ultimately too overconfident. He firmly believes in the strength of the world government, yet is completely unaware that as long as Ming does not take action, even if the world government intervenes personally, it is likely to be futile. If Sengoku were aware of this, he might no longer be able to maintain his calm demeanor. Now, let's discuss this transaction. As long as my conditions are met, I can help your Navy restore the abilities of those three individuals who were rendered powerless. Ming's lips curled slightly as he looked steadily at Sengoku and slowly said, "First, your Navy needs to provide me with the complete and detailed training methods for armament hockey, observation hockey, and the 6 powers of the Navy. Second, give me a record pointer that can guide me to the location of Dr. Vegapunk. Finally, I want an opportunity to personally experience the 3 types of hockey you possess." After clearly listing his conditions, Ming quietly awaited Sengoku's response. However, what he saw was Sengoku frowning and shaking his head in refusal. Absolutely not. Such demands are simply too many. We are clearly engaged in a fair 3-for-3 transaction. Yet you suddenly, how can that be acceptable? Upon hearing Sengoku's refusal, Ming did not show any signs of surprise or anger. Instead, he merely looked at Sengoku with a faint smile, his eyes glinting with an elusive light, and slowly retorted, "Oh, do you wish to bargain with me here?" Sengoku was about to continue his rebuttal when Ming's sudden friendly reminder abruptly interrupted him. "I must kindly remind you, Sengoku, regarding the restoration of their 3 abilities. If you want them to be restored to their original state, it can only be achieved with my direct intervention. No one else, not even that genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, can do anything about it. I stand by this statement. If you choose to reject my proposal this time, then by the next time we meet, the situation will likely be very different. Because by then, I may have obtained some of those abilities through other means. And the price your Navy would have to pay will be far more than what it is today." Sengoku frowned slightly, pondering in his heart. To be honest, Ming's demands are not unreasonable. Sengoku's instinctive bargaining was merely a reflex. Among Ming's several requests, the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey, although relatively rare on a vast sea, would be easy for people of Ming's strength to acquire if they truly wanted them. Furthermore, regarding the 6 powers of the Navy, although the name Navy 6 powers sounds intimidating, many pirates are capable of proficiently executing 1 or 2 moves from it. Moreover, those who have betrayed the Navy have mastered the entire set of the Navy's 6 powers. As for having Sengoku demonstrate his 3 types of hockey for Ming to experience, this is of no value to Sengoku at all. In fact, there is no need to even mention it. In the countless fierce battles of the past, Sengoku would freely unleash his 3 types of hockey, even if the opponent didn't pay him a dime. Among all these conditions, perhaps only the record pointer to Dr. Vegapunk's island could be considered something of true practical value. Sengoku's gaze slowly swept over the senior Navy officials around him, finally landing on the three admirals. Although these three admirals had not spoken, just from their expressions, it was clear that they were eagerly anticipating this transaction and very much hoped Sengoku would agree. Even Akainu, known for his resolute attitude, showed no obvious signs of opposition at this moment. It is simple. Akainu has long harbored the great dream of eliminating pirates and restoring peace to the seas. And achieving this goal would undoubtedly be greatly aided by the powers of his devil fruit. Also, Ming and the others are not true pirates in the traditional sense. So Akainu's aversion to them is naturally not as strong as towards those truly vicious criminals. After careful consideration, Sengoku finally nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. All right, it's settled then. However, the training methods for the two types of Haki and the Navy's 6 powers cannot be leaked. As soon as he finished speaking, the tense atmosphere around them eased considerably, and the three admirals discreetly sighed in relief. All right, I assure you, these training methods will not be spread beyond our own people. Ming did not hesitate. He never intended to share this information widely. Soon after, Sengoku walked to his desk, pulled out 3 small, exquisite booklets from a drawer, and gently handed them to Ming. Meanwhile, Borsalino quickly returned to his office and soon came back with a record pointer, placing it on the table before them. However, Ming did not even glance at these items before directly putting them away. After all, even if he looked at them, it would be of no use, as he could not discern their authenticity. Nevertheless, Ming firmly believed that Sengoku would not easily play any tricks on him. After all, such a large Navy headquarters stands here. If all of this were a false scheme, the consequences that would follow would be unbearable for Sengoku. He deeply understood that with the wisdom and experience of the warring states, he could clearly perceive the interests and relationships involved. When he saw how decisively the warring states acted, Ming also decided to get to work. With a smile on his face and a determined look in his eyes, he turned to the 3 generals in front of him and said gently, "Next, please demonstrate your respective devil fruit abilities." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki Kazan and Borsalino exchanged glances and nodded without hesitation, beginning to showcase their powerful and unique devil fruit powers. In an instant, Sakazuki's once normal right hand transformed into a magma hand emitting thick smoke, as if it were ablaze with fierce flames. However, the temperature radiating from it felt surprisingly cool. At the same time, Kazan's right hand was enveloped in a layer of mist, gradually condensing into a swirling mass of steam that appeared dreamlike, while Borsalino's right hand astonishingly transformed into a dazzling golden light, so brilliant that it was almost blinding. Faced with this otherworldly scene, Ming remained unfazed and walked steadily toward them. As he approached, he slowly extended his left hand, revealing a particularly striking yellow arrow on his left index finger. At this moment, despite the numerous eyes around them focusing intently on this spot, Ming was completely unconcerned with their gaze. He unreservedly pointed his finger gently on the arms of the 3 generals. When he touched Sakazuki's magma arm, an incredibly intense heat suddenly erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, causing those nearby to clearly feel the rapid rise in temperature of the magma. The heat wave surged forth, enough to suffocate an ordinary person. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary. When he pointed at Kuzan's steam arm, however, the situation was entirely different. The high temperature that had filled the surrounding area was instantly replaced by coldness, and the steam quickly condensed into tiny water droplets, which then, in the blink of an eye, solidified into glistening ice blocks. These ice blocks densely piled together, forming a hard and cold ice arm. Borsalino, caught between Sakazuki and Kazan, instantly experienced what it meant to be in a realm of ice and fire. However, at that moment, Borsalino's thoughts were not on this aspect. His physique was sufficient to allow him to disregard the fluctuations in temperature. Unlike the first 2, Borsalino's arm, which had turned into light, remained unchanged after Ming pointed at it. Whether before or after the point, it retained its dazzling and brilliant form, as if it were an eternal existence. All right, that's enough. Now your abilities have returned to normal. You might as well try to see if there's anything unusual about your respective powers. Ming said as he took a few steps back, leaving ample testing space for the 3 of them. Among these 3, the one most eager to test his new power was undoubtedly Borsalino. He eagerly directed his gaze toward the open window, then extended his right index finger and gently pointed at the window. In that instant, a brilliant golden light bullet shot out from his fingertip with lightning speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye as it flew out of the window and vanished into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Kazan, sitting there, also made a new move. He first pulled the chair back a bit, creating some distance from the table. Then he placed his hands together in front of his chest and slowly spread his palms to the sides. Accompanying this action, a transparent military knife made of pure ice crystals gradually appeared before everyone. This knife was crystal clear, radiating a chilling aura, with an incredibly sharp blade that sparkled with a terrifying cold light. Sakazuki's movements seemed particularly simple and brutal. He stood up, turned around to face his chair, and slowly extended his sturdy fingers. To everyone's surprise, a drop of scalding magma began to flow down from the tip of his finger, eventually dripping onto the wooden chair in front of him. At the moment this drop of magma made contact with the chair, a sizzling sound was heard, and a raging fire suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire chair in flames in the blink of an eye. The fire was exceptionally fierce, and in just a moment, it had burned through the thick seat of the chair, continuing to drip down towards the ground. However, in the face of such a situation, Sakazuki showed no signs of panic at all. His gaze was sharp as lightning, and his movements were as swift as the wind. With a single wave of his large hand, he accurately caught the droplet of magma that was falling. Interestingly, when this droplet of magma touched Sakazuki's palm, it did not cause burns or any other injuries as it would for an ordinary person. Instead, it quietly merged into Sakazuki's palm like a drop of water blending into the ocean, as if it had never existed. Witnessing the fruit abilities displayed by the three admirals, Sengoku and the other high-ranking officers finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the heavy stone that had been hanging in their hearts finally settled. At this moment, Ming turned to Sengoku and said, "Since that's the case, only the last task remains. Completing this will signify the successful conclusion of our transaction." Now, Sengoku raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned about the fact that only the experience of his three-color haki was left. After all, everything that needed to be given had already been provided, and this was the least valuable thing left. Then let's head to the training ground. Teacher Zifa stepped forward, leading everyone to a remote and seldom visited training ground. This training ground was quite tranquil due to its distance from the naval base. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. Sengoku walked steadily to the center of the training ground, standing calmly, while the others stood to the side, watching intently. Shisui, Itachi, you need to pay close attention now. The ability Sengoku is about to teach is extremely practical, Ming said seriously to the two beside him. The reason for requesting Sengoku to personally demonstrate the three-color haki was that Ming was well aware of Shisui and Itachi's incredible talents. He believes that with their understanding, even if they cannot fully master it, they should at least be able to learn it quite well. Ninjas have always possessed a keen sixth sense, and for elite ninjas like Shisui and Itachi, mastering observation haki is not particularly difficult. As for armament haki, although it is not hard for them to awaken it, due to their current physical conditions, it may be challenging to make significant progress. However, Ming does not have too many harsh demands. As long as they can successfully awaken it, that is enough. As for the luck-dependent Conqueror's haki, Ming is 90% confident that Itachi can awaken it. Shisui's probability is a bit lower, about 50 to 50. As for himself, Ming has never doubted whether he can awaken Conqueror's haki. How could a middle schooler not have Conqueror's haki? With a crossover and a system, isn't that just playing the protagonist script? What is a protagonist? Commanded by heaven. With eternal prosperity. I am both unique and eternal. They understood. Shisui and Itachi nodded slightly, indicating that they understood the current task arrangement. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were still young and found it difficult to comprehend the demonstration of skills that were not skill teachings. They couldn't participate. So Ming let them play on the side. All right. Ming calmly nodded to Sengoku, signaling that everything was ready and could officially begin. Then let's start with observation haki. You two attack me. Sengoku nodded in understanding. He then closed his eyes, entering a focused state, and spoke to Shisui and Itachi. Upon hearing his voice, Shisui and Itachi both turned their gazes towards Ming. Ming, with a calm expression, nodded to them, giving them an encouraging look, and said, "Just go for it." After receiving Ming's permission, Shisui and Itachi had no more worries in their hearts. In an instant, their eyes underwent an astonishing transformation. Their originally pitch-black pupils rapidly turned blood red, and 3 black tomos slowly emerged in their eyes, forming the appearance of the 3-tomo Sharingan. This sudden change caused the many Navy personnel present to change their expressions. They widened their eyes, staring in shock first at Makoto, then at Shisui and Itachi. After all, the 3-tomo Sharingan and Makoto's eternal Mangeki Sharingan share a certain degree of similarity, making it hard not to draw various associations. For a moment, the entire training ground fell into a tense and eerie atmosphere. After exchanging a glance, Shisui and Itachi, in perfect harmony, disregarded everything else and prepared to launch an attack on Sengoku. The tacit understanding between the two was seamless, enabling them to know each other's thoughts without the need for verbal communication. In the blink of an eye, they both made their move, initiating the Uchiha clan's unique ninjutsu, the Uchiha-style shuriken technique. Shisui and Itachi moved in a crisscross pattern, swiftly throwing 5 or 6 razor-sharp kunai towards Sengoku. These kunai streaked through the air like shooting stars, charging fiercely at Sengoku. However, Sengoku, with his eyes still closed, merely twisted his body a few times seemingly at random and easily dodged the densely incoming kunai. Just as Sengoku successfully avoided the kunai, those that missed him collided with each other in midair, with a series of crisp sounds echoing around. The kunai changed their flight paths after the collision and once again aimed directly at Sengoku. In an instant, the kunai seemed to possess a life of their own, altering their direction and rushing towards Sengoku again. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but feel slightly startled. He was indeed surprised by this technique that could manipulate the kunai's trajectory. However, relying solely on such a method to pose a substantial threat to him was clearly wishful thinking. If it weren't for the need to display his powerful observation haki to counter this attack, he would have found the effort to dodge such an assault hardly worth his time. Sengoku flickered in and out of sight like a ghost, effortlessly evading each of the howling kunai. His movements were fluid and graceful, without any sense of hesitation or unnecessary actions. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance, neither surprised that Sengoku easily evaded their attacks, for they both understood well, even before this confrontation began, that with their current strength, defeating this battle-hardened and experienced fleet admiral was nearly an impossible task. Moreover, at this moment, it was not a true life-or-death struggle. It was more of a display and exchange of skills. Shisui and Itachi stood on either side, perfectly in sync, like 2 impenetrable defenses tightly enclosing Sengoku in the middle. Shisui then called out, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." In an instant, a raging flame surged forth like a fierce beast, pouncing towards Sengoku. At the same time, Itachi did not hold back either. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the earth release technique. Earth release. Yellow spring marsh. The ground instantly turned muddy, resembling a vast swamp, attempting to trap Sengoku's feet. Faced with such a tightly coordinated and fierce assault, Sengoku was slightly taken aback, but a smile soon appeared on his face. It must be said, regardless of the actual power of these 2 ninjutsu techniques, the unique attacking styles of these 2 kids had already piqued Sengoku's interest. Just as the flames were about to engulf him and the swamp was pulling him deeper, Sengoku suddenly gathered his energy, pushed off forcefully with both feet, and directly executed the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 powers, launching himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow, easily evading the combined attacks of Shisui and Itachi. He stepped off with his left foot, then his right, ascending into the sky, using the air as a stepping stone. A simple maneuver allowed him to dodge their attacks effortlessly. Seeing that their 2 ninjutsu techniques had no effect, Shisui and Itachi chose not to activate their more powerful Mangeki Sharingan. Instead, they decided to respond to the situation with various seemingly flashy ninjutsu techniques. The 2 of them always remembered that the initial goal of this action was not to defeat the powerful enemy of the warring states, but to learn the magical skill known as observation haki from him. At first, Shisui and Itachi used fire release and earth release techniques respectively. However, these 2 conventional ninjutsu techniques were to the warring states what distant cannon fire is, completely unable to inflict any substantial damage. Following that, they did not hesitate to use wind release, water release, and lightning release, among other elemental ninjutsu. Although they were somewhat inexperienced in these areas compared to the Uchiha clan's mastery of fire release, their solid ninja foundation still allowed them to perform the corresponding ninjutsu relatively smoothly. Unfortunately, No matter how hard Shisui and Itachi tried to vary their ninjutsu types and attack methods, the warring states always effortlessly evaded all attacks. It was as if those fierce ninjutsu were merely a dazzling yet useless fireworks display. This was indeed the case. After all, at this moment, Shisui and Itachi, who had only activated their 3-Tomo Sharingan, were at best at the level of top elite Jonin. When facing such a powerful opponent as the warring states, the gap between them was simply too vast. What's happening? Had they already made some progress? The warring states said, opening his previously closed eyes. When his gaze fell on the battlefield, he saw Shisui and Itachi standing silently like two statues, their eyes tightly shut, as if they had entered a state that was difficult for others to comprehend. As time passed, it wasn't too long before Shisui was the first to open his eyes, followed closely by Itachi. After exchanging a glance, Shisui and Itachi once again closed their eyes in unison. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. They almost simultaneously made their move, each throwing a food pill essential for ninjas toward each other's direction. Ming focused intently on the two rapidly flying food pills, although they appeared to be heading toward Shisui and Itachi. A closer look revealed the truth. The general direction of their flight was indeed correct, but their specific trajectory was not aimed directly at Shisui and Itachi themselves, but rather toward an open area behind them. As the food pills flashed by, they passed over where Shisui and Itachi were standing. Just at that moment, the originally motionless two suddenly sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. Itachi, with his eyes tightly shut, seemed to shift and appeared in front of the food pill in the blink of an eye. His long arm gently reached out, as if he had already sensed that he was about to have an intimate encounter with the soldier's food pill. However, at that moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd were inexplicably focused on Itachi's outstretched right hand. They were surprised to find that Itachi's hand was actually a little lower than they had expected. In an instant, the shuriken rushed by like a wild horse breaking free, brushing past Itachi's right hand and flying beyond his body. Itachi's first attempt ended in failure, with nothing in his palm. However, Itachi was not an ordinary person after all. His reaction speed was astonishing, almost responding in an instant. He suddenly turned around, took a step forward, and with his left hand swiftly swung out like lightning, reaching for the military rations. This time, Itachi finally did not miss. He accurately caught the flying military grain pill in midair and held it tightly in his hand. At the same time, Shisui also displayed extraordinary skills. In a flash, he seemed to blur and instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, Jisui's figure reappeared directly beneath the military grain pill. He raised his right hand high, his palm open just right. At the moment the military rations pill fell, it seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, landing directly in the palm of his hand, which was as still as water. He then closed his hands together, easily and steadily grasping the military rations pill. From just these two results, it is clear that his performance is noticeably more outstanding. His movements were fluid and seamless, with no sense of hesitation throughout the entire process. The mastery of observation haki displayed by Shimizu and Itachi was not merely a simple awakening. It was a significant advancement after the awakening. The crisp and resounding applause echoed throughout the training ground, with Naruto, Sasuke, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane rising to their feet. Their faces filled with joy and admiration as they applauded and cheered for Shimizu and Itachi. Genius, a true genius. No, it should be called a monster. Such talent is a rare find in a century. The first to exclaim this was Zephyr, whose weathered face revealed unmistakable excitement. As the instructor responsible for training the new generation of the Navy, Zephyr understood the difficulty of nurturing exceptional talent. However, the strength and talent displayed by the two young men, Shimizu and Itachi, especially their almost abnormal ability to grasp observation haki with just a glance, exceeded all his expectations. It is worth noting that the naval recruits he was responsible for training were generally older than Shimizu and Itachi. Yet, when comparing their performances, the gap was astonishing. No, perhaps describing it as a world of difference would be more fitting, as there seemed to be no comparability between the two sides in any regard. In today's Navy, aside from the renowned 3 admirals, it had been a long time since such an astonishingly monstrous figure had appeared. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head slightly, secretly lamenting the changes of the times and the emergence of new talents. He then slowly shifted his gaze, first resting on a quietly standing Ming, before returning to Shimizu and Itachi. At this moment, Zephyr's expression was somewhat dazed, as if he had fallen into deep contemplation. It can only be said that it is no wonder Zephyr reacted this way. Any teacher seeing such talented students would feel the same. Now, that observation haki was no longer an issue. The next step would be armament haki. Taking a deep breath, Ming steadily walked toward the center of the training ground. He was quite familiar with observation haki, having previously drawn this skill from the system. However, facing the new realm of armament haki, he was still inexperienced. At this time, Sengoku, standing at the side, had his gaze firmly fixed on Ming and the other two, with excitement shining in his eyes. In his view, these three young people were rare talents. If they could be recruited into the Navy, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the Navy's strength. With this thought, Sengoku couldn't help but ponder. Once they learn these abilities, will they turn and join the pirates? However, this concern was quickly cast aside. With years of experience and keen insight, Sengoku could see through Ming and the others' character traits. They were certainly not those who admired the pirate way and acted recklessly. Therefore, he firmly believed that the likelihood of these individuals turning to piracy was almost zero. This precise ability to discern character was one of the important qualities that made Sengoku an excellent admiral. Moreover, he had even begun to strategize in his mind. Once the right opportunity arose, he would do everything possible to bring these young talents into his navy. As for the matter of Ming's breakdown in negotiations with the world government, it was not as troublesome as it seemed. In Sengoku's eyes, this seemingly serious conflict had not reached an irreparable level. He believed that the two sides are currently only engaged in some intense verbal disputes and have not reached a point of complete breakdown in their relationship that cannot be reconciled. After all, compared to an irreconcilable deep hatred like that of killing a celestial dragon, the current situation still has room for maneuver. If Ming and his kin are willing to join their navy, then Sengoku would be very willing to step forward and act as a mediator to resolve the conflicts between the two sides. With the status and influence of their navy, as well as their ability and wisdom to handle complex situations over the years, he is confident that he can encourage the Gorosei to provide a calm and communicative opportunity. Then, a mutually acceptable solution can be found to repair the damaged relationship and achieve a win-win situation. After that, their navy would truly soar to new heights. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but smile, and his gaze towards Ming and the others became increasingly gentle. Ming was completely immersed in how to quickly awaken his observation haki, and he didn't notice Sengoku's true thoughts at all. At this moment, Ming's mind was filled with thoughts on how to enhance his strength and master this powerful ability as soon as possible. Finally, Ming decided not to hesitate any longer. He took the initiative to launch an attack. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shone with a heart-pounding light. Immediately, an incredibly solid armor like Susanoo enveloped his body. However, unlike before, Ming did not wield any weapons in this battle. He chose to charge at Sengoku with his bare hands, as if he wanted to defeat his opponent with pure strength. In the face of Ming's fierce offensive, Sengoku did not back down. When Ming's fist, accompanied by a roaring wind, was about to hit his body, Sengoku suddenly made a move that everyone had predicted. His two arms instantly turned as dark as ink, as if wrapped in a layer of hard black substance. Subsequently, Sengoku unhesitatingly swung his fist to meet Ming's incoming strike head-on. In an instant, Ming's and Sengoku's fists collided fiercely, like two meteors crashing in the sky. Accompanied by this earth-shattering blow, a powerful compressed air current suddenly erupted from the point where their fists met. This air current swept around like a hurricane, sending dust flying and leaves rustling. However, neither Ming nor Sengoku was an ordinary person. As they felt the powerful impact, they did not freeze or lose focus. On the contrary, the two quickly changed their moves almost simultaneously, preparing to face each other's upcoming more intense attacks. The atmosphere of the scene reached a peak of tension, and a thrilling battle began. Fists collided fiercely, and legs continually intertwined in the air. Ming was well aware that his strength was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Sengoku. However, thanks to the powerful boost from Susanoo, he was able to fight evenly with Sengoku, who had not yet exerted his full strength. Just as Sengoku suddenly threw a punch, Ming swiftly retreated, taking advantage of the momentum and successfully creating some distance between them. Immediately after, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, his body angled to the side. Then, with an incredibly fierce spinning kick, he aimed a powerful strike at Sengoku's head. This kick carried the force of an avalanche, seemingly intending to defeat his opponent in one blow. In response to Ming's fierce offensive, Sengoku was equally unyielding, and he also retaliated with a sidekick. In an instant, their legs collided like two meteors crashing together. To everyone's astonishment, due to the use of haki and the power of Susanoo by both sides, the collision produced a sharp, piercing metallic sound that echoed throughout the training ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shisui and Itachi were equally busy and did not have a moment to spare. The two of them had a perfect understanding, still using the unique kunai manipulation technique of the Uchiha clan as their opening move. In an instant, several kunai, glinting with a cold light, shot out from various tricky angles, targeting the vital points of Sengoku. However, this time Sengoku displayed an unusual calmness, not even turning his head, let alone making any evasive moves. All one could hear were a few crisp sounds of ding-ding, as those kunai, which had been highly anticipated to inflict serious damage on Sengoku, hit his back, knee, temple, and other critical areas with unerring precision. Even one kunai struck the area of his eyelid. Yet, it was not surprising at all that these seemingly powerful attacks had no effect on Sengoku. They seemed as harmless as a tickle. Not only did they fail to cause any substantial damage to Sengoku, but they couldn't even distract him for a moment. Those thrown kunai were like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, failing to attract his attention or concern in the slightest. Upon seeing this, Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance and narrowed their eyes slightly, then quickly launched their ninjutsu attacks, a common combat technique among ninjas. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi quickly formed hand seals, and a massive orange-red fireball suddenly erupted from his mouth, larger than Sengoku himself, shooting towards him like a meteor engulfed in raging flames. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. At the same time, Shisui was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and then opened his mouth wide, a giant dragon made of deep orange-red flames roaring towards Sengoku. This flaming dragon was vividly alive, baring its fangs and claws as if it intended to completely devour Sengoku before it. However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Sengoku remained exceptionally calm. Just as the fire dragon and fireball were about to hit him, he swiftly reacted, a layer of black light emanating from his body, and in an instant, he appeared as if he had donned an indestructible set of black armor. The entire body was covered in armed haki. By this means, he enveloped his haki around himself, significantly enhancing his defensive power. When the fire dragon and fireball collided violently with Sengoku, a thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, flames surged into the sky, with thick smoke rolling out. The collision triggered an extremely violent explosion. The powerful shockwave and high temperature from the burning distorted the surrounding air. At the center of the explosion, a terrifying vortex of flames formed, with scorching heat and violent energy ravaging in all directions. At this critical moment, Ming didn't hesitate to leap into the fray, joining the fierce assault like a bolt of lightning. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting, "Wind style, violent wind dance." As he completed his hand seals, he thrust his hands forward, and a powerful, howling gale suddenly erupted from his palms. This gale was like a raging dragon, rushing towards the blazing flame vortex. Under Ming's exquisite control, the gale and the flame vortex instantly converged. In an instant, the wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's might, making the flame vortex even more ferocious. The already intensely hot flames now erupted like a volcano, crazily expanding outward. In just a moment, the size of the flame vortex had more than doubled. Not only that, as the flame vortex continued to expand, the temperature of the surrounding air sharply increased, as if even space itself were being distorted by the terrifying heat. However, facing such a ferocious blaze, Sengoku showed no sign of concern. From deep within the flame vortex came his steady and authoritative voice, "Disperse." Immediately after, there was a deafening bang, and the entire flame vortex seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, creating a massive opening. Sengoku calmly walked out from this opening. His towering figure was bathed in raging flames, yet not a hair was harmed. It turned out that he was enveloped in an impenetrable layer of armament haki, which was precisely what allowed him to remain unharmed in such a fierce vortex of fire. Even the cloak symbolizing justice on Sengoku's body remained intact. Not even a wrinkle or stain had tainted it. This clearly indicated that the thrilling ambush just now was merely a warm-up for him. Ming directed his gaze towards Shisui and Itachi, who were both intently focused on Sengoku's robust arms covered in armament haki, their eyes displaying 3 spinning black tomo. Ming felt no surprise or dissatisfaction that Shisui and Itachi had not yet activated their Meijiki Sharingan. After all, the customs between ninjas and pirates were worlds apart. On the seas of pirates, they often unabashedly revealed their powerful abilities before a battle, even disclosing the type of devil fruit they had consumed without reservation. However, ninjas were entirely different. When two ninjas crossed paths and engaged in close combat, the outcome of the battle often depended on how much information each side possessed. Therefore, ninjas have always adhered to a low-profile approach, keeping their cards close to their chests. For them, every hidden card was crucial survival capital. Unless in a life-or-death situation, they would never easily reveal their trump cards. At this moment, for Shisui and Itachi, their Meijiki Sharingan was undoubtedly such an invaluable and decisive trump card. Thus, in this occasion, that was merely a skill exchange, there was no need to even consider whether they would use this powerful ability. The answer was already evident. They absolutely would not use it. Not to mention, overusing the Meijiki Sharingan comes with severe side effects, making them even less likely to use it lightly. Knowing that Shisui and Itachi had yet to master the powerful and practical armament haki, and even Ming himself had some key aspects of this power that were still unclear, Ming was very aware that the fierce battle before him was far from over. He suddenly exerted force, his feet pushing off the ground like they were equipped with powerful springs, and he shot towards Sengoku like an arrow released from a bow. Just in time, Sengoku exclaimed with a flash of excitement in his eyes, unable to contain his joy. Until now, he had been in a passive position, and now that he finally had the chance to counterattack, how could he not feel delighted? This time, Sengoku decided to hold nothing back. At least in terms of pure power, he unleashed all of his strength without hesitation. The moment Ming's fist collided with Sengoku's, he immediately sensed something was wrong. A surge of overwhelming power, like a tidal wave, was continuously transmitted through Sengoku's fist, leaving him with no means to resist. In just an instant, without even a second to maintain a stalemate, Ming felt as if he'd been struck head-on by a high-speed train, and his body involuntarily flew backward. However, it was fortunate that not all outcomes were disastrous. Just at that moment of hard impact with Sengoku, Ming suddenly felt as if a dam within him had been violently opened, and a brand new power began to surge through his limbs. His armament haki had finally awakened at this moment. It turned out that at the moment of collision, Ming's palm had slammed into Sengoku's iron fist. Ming sensed an unstoppable, terrifying force sweeping toward him like a raging tide. Confronted with such a frightening power, Ming gritted his teeth and tried his utmost to withstand this immense force. However, despite exerting all his strength, he still could not resist the powerful impact. Just when Ming felt he was about to collapse, on the brink of exhaustion, a mysterious, unfamiliar energy suddenly wrapped around his nearly faltering Susanoo fist like a downpour from the heavens. This whole process happened so quickly that it took less than a second. Immediately afterward, everyone heard a dull thud, and Ming's entire being shot backward like a cannonball. At the same time, Sengoku's heart stirred. For in that last moment of their clash, he too sensed an exceptionally familiar wave of energy emanating from Ming's fist. "You actually awakened armament haki?" Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. This sentence was like a thunderclap, echoing across the previously silent battlefield, causing everyone present to turn their gazes toward Ming, who was now stabilizing himself at a distance. Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Ming slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and revealed a calm and composed smile. He showed no hesitation or concealment, but instead nodded generously and admitted, "Indeed, I have to thank you, Marshal of the Warring States, for your generous assistance. If it weren't for that astonishing strike of yours just now, I might have struggled to break through my limits at a critical moment and awaken this armament haki." After saying this, Ming raised his right hand and gently clenched it into a fist, revealing a faint layer of black light that shimmered around it. Although this black hue appeared somewhat dim, there was no doubt that it was the remarkable armament haki. At this moment, Ming had successfully awakened this powerful skill. Since that's the case, it was now time for Shisui and Itachi. Shisui turned his gaze towards the Warring States, with a hint of shyness and embarrassment on his face, and softly said, "Then, let us choose to engage in close combat. Please, Marshal of the Warring States, show a bit of mercy when you strike." His tone was sincere and humble. When he heard Shisui refer to him as Marshal, Sengoku couldn't help but think of the future scene where Shisui, Itachi, and several other Uchiha joined the Navy together. Those beautiful images surged in his heart like a tide. For a moment, he laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and responded generously, "Haha, well said. You two little rascals can attack first, so I can see how strong your bodies are now." After receiving permission, Shisui and Itachi thanked him in unison. "Thank you, Marshal Sengoku." Immediately after, the two charged forward, like arrows shot from a bow, rushing towards Sengoku. The ninja world and the pirate world are two realms with entirely different styles and customs. The pirate world is like a free-spirited ocean, its philosophy as unrestrained as turbulent waves. Here, relationships between people are built on a foundation of spontaneity. If one person finds another pleasing to the eye, their relationship can be minimal. They may even have no connection at all, and that is perfectly fine. In such cases, if one party wishes to impart their skills to the other, there are no issues, and they face no restrictions or obstacles. In contrast, the mysterious and ancient ninja world resembles a hidden mountain, exuding rigor and tradition everywhere. Here, personal inheritance is one's own, and the biases of factions run deep. Learning a new ninjutsu is not an easy task. First, the learner must become an official disciple of a certain ninja master. Second, they must undergo strict examination and approval from that master. Only when both conditions are met will the master selectively teach new ninjutsu techniques to the disciple based on specific circumstances. As for outsiders, even if they possess remarkable talent or irresistible charm, if they have not joined a master-esque school, attempting to glimpse the profound mysteries of ninjutsu is simply a pipe dream. It is precisely because of this vast difference that Shisui and Itachi felt grateful to Sengoku. Although their exchange was merely a transaction based on mutual benefit, Sengoku's meticulous and responsible attitude towards this demonstration earned their sincere respect. Shisui and Itachi flashed and moved like two bolts of lightning, instantly appearing next to Sengoku using their exquisite body flicker technique. The two coordinated perfectly, maintaining a left-right formation as they launched a fierce attack on Sengoku. Faced with such a rapid assault, Sengoku appeared unfazed, smiling as he commented, "Your speed is indeed impressive." At that moment, Sengoku resembled an experienced mentor, earnestly teaching his students. In reality, he had another plan in mind. He wanted to leave a good impression on Shisui and Itachi to smoothly recruit them into his navy camp. However, Sengoku did not know that all of this was merely his personal ideal. Maki and the others were not from this world, and they could not stay here for long. As for joining the navy, for them, it was even more illusory than the unreachable moon in a well or flowers in the water. It was simply a wishful thinking. At that moment, Shisui's right fist struck out like a fierce storm towards Sengoku. But Sengoku reacted quickly, easily blocking Shisui's punch with his right hand. At the same time, Itachi's right fist also came crashing down with great force, but it was also firmly caught by Sengoku's left hand. As Sengoku felt the strength coming from their attacks, he said, "Although you two little ones are agile, there is still a huge room for improvement in terms of physical strength." After a comparison in his mind, Sengoku concluded that Shisui and Itachi's current physical condition was roughly equivalent to the level of the top lieutenant colonels in the Navy headquarters, with a certain gap remaining to reach the physical strength of a Navy colonel. At their age, having such a level of physical strength could be considered decent, not outstanding, but not at the bottom either, placing them in the upper middle range. However, when considering this situation in conjunction with their original true abilities, their physical strength was indeed somewhat hard to look at. It must be said that Sengoku truly lived up to being a Navy marshal who had undergone political training. His speaking art and skills were simply superb. If it had been a straightforward and blunt Navy instructor Zifa expressing the same viewpoint, he would have simply said, "Your physical strength is too weak." Yet the same meaning conveyed through Sengoku's mouth, while the core meaning remained unchanged, left others with a vastly different impression. After meticulous observation and analysis, Sengoku had a clear, thorough, and accurate understanding of their physical strength. At this point, he felt confident. Although the physical strength of Shisui and Itachi was indeed not satisfactory, it could barely pass as acceptable. At least they had crossed the minimum threshold required for the awakening of Hokage. With that in mind, he decided to go all out. This was also a good opportunity for Garp, Zifa, and others to witness firsthand. Even if Sengoku were no longer the Navy Marshal, he would still be an exceptional and impeccable teacher. At this moment, Sengoku's heart burned with an intense passion. His blazing gaze was tightly locked onto Shimizu and Itachi, as if he wanted to see right through them. A slight smile, tinged with danger, curled at the corners of his mouth. Although Sengoku had never personally taught anyone how to awaken armament Hokage, that didn't mean he knew nothing about it. On the contrary, He had experienced the difficult and challenging awakening process himself. Therefore, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. In Sengoku's eyes, awakening armament haki was not as complex and difficult as imagined. As long as one mastered the correct methods and techniques, possessed enough tenacity and willpower, and their physical fitness met the minimum standard for awakening armament haki, anyone could potentially succeed in awakening this powerful ability. The so-called correct method, in Sengoku's words, was to learn to take hits. Indeed, it might sound a bit absurd, but in reality, it contained profound reasoning. Only by continuously enduring external attacks and pressures could the body gradually adapt and unleash the latent power hidden deep within, thus achieving the awakening of armament haki. Kapu, this is the truth. Sengoku is amazing. Zifa, truth my ass. Amazing my ass. You two are misleading the youth. Get the hell away from me. Sengoku knew that this time he had to play the role of the one delivering the blows. Given that, simply relying on armament haki was obviously not enough. Listen up, you two little ones. Awakening armament haki is not complicated, but it is by no means easy. The key lies in applying sufficiently powerful strikes to your bodies. Of course, this premise is that your own physical strength has reached the standard. Only then, when subjected to fierce attacks, will your bodies instinctively develop a self-protective awareness. This awareness will prompt you to mobilize the mysterious power hidden deep within your bodies. And once successfully activated, that will be the moment of awakening armament haki. Sengoku sternly reminded the two in front of him. Shimizu turned to look at Itachi beside him, and after exchanging a determined glance, they responded in unison. We understand. Please proceed with confidence, Admiral Sengoku. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku suddenly stomped his foot, the force causing the ground to tremble slightly. Immediately after, his figure flickered, and like a ghost, he executed the Navy's 6 style through. In an instant, his figure appeared like lightning right between Shimizu and Itachi. At this moment, Shimizu and Itachi had yet to fully react, only feeling a gust of fierce wind rushing towards them. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku unabashedly swung his right arm, his fist the size of a sand pot smashing straight towards Shimizu. At the same time, his left hand struck out with thunderous force, targeting Itachi beside him. Shimizu and Itachi's eyes were firmly locked on the front, fully concentrated on tracking Sengoku's every move. With the keen insight of the Sharingan and the extraordinary combat perception ability of observation haki, they could clearly capture every subtle movement of Sengoku's figure. It was as if time had slowed down and become clear at that moment. Shimizu's figure flickered as he quickly made a responsive action. He raised his arms, trying to block the fierce attack from Sengoku, which came like a thunderous force. At the same time, although Itachi was slightly slower, he still managed to bring his arms together in a defensive posture after a brief moment. However, despite their defensive stance, Sengoku's power was simply too overwhelming. With a loud bang, the two were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Clearly, merely being able to perceive Sengoku's actions and react in time did not mean they had the strength to withstand the fierce onslaught of this Navy admiral. What followed was a one-sided beating that was hard to watch. Sasuke and Naruto, who were watching from the side, widened their eyes, filled with shock and anger. Seeing his beloved brother Itachi being beaten so badly by Sengoku, Sasuke's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, as if they were about to burst. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Ming pondered privately. If at this moment Itachi were to throw his head back and howl, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then say something like, "I'll leave the Uchiha clan in your hands, Sasuke," the hidden Uchiha power within Sasuke would likely be completely awakened, successfully unlocking the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha heritage. Even if he broke through directly to the two-tomo Sharingan like a Beto, Ming wouldn't be surprised at all. On the other side, Shisui and Itachi were in a state of pure beating during this intense battle, but they could clearly sense that their strength was steadily improving. Therefore, they held no resentment in their hearts regarding the beating they received from Sengoku. However, among everyone present, Sengoku was undoubtedly the most comfortable and at ease, as he was the one actively delivering the blows. Not only that, but this way he could take the opportunity to fully move his body, which had become slightly stiff from sitting for too long, and effectively relieve the frustration caused by dealing with a series of complicated military affairs. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. As for Shisui and Itachi, they had mostly been in the sky, hardly ever having the chance to fall back to the ground. Even when they used their recently awakened observation haki to dodge Sengoku's attacks, it proved futile. No matter how hard they tried, they could never escape Sengoku's powerful strike range. This shows that when observation haki is used against relatively weaker opponents, it indeed has an overwhelming advantage. If it doesn't work, then let's stop here for now, Ming thought to himself. If attempts still fail, it might be better to wait until they return to the ninja world and find time to learn relevant skills later. After all, they had already mastered the training method for armament haki, and Ming had even awakened armament haki himself. The effectiveness of Shisui and Itachi continuing to take hits would likely be greatly diminished. After all, for Shisui and Itachi, armament haki belonged to a completely new power system, and it was natural that they would struggle to keep up with their own rhythm during their first contact with it. However, at that moment, Shisui firmly said, "Wait a moment, please, Marshal Sengoku. Increase the intensity of your attacks further. We can still hold on." Despite Shisui and Itachi being bruised and battered by Sengoku, it was actually because Sengoku was intentionally holding back that they only appeared to be in a miserable state on the surface, while their bodies had not sustained any substantial damage. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he said, "Good kid, you really haven't let me down. If that's the case, then get ready." At this moment, Sengoku was also getting excited. It's known that he rarely takes on such tricky matters voluntarily. Buddha's one style. Buddha's hand. With this roar, Sengoku's originally ordinary arm instantly became dazzling. His right arm sparkled with the golden fruit ability, shining brilliantly like sunlight beneath the golden light. The arm was shrouded in a thick layer of black, which was the deeply honed armament haki of Sengoku. In an instant, the golden and black lights fused together, and a massive black-golden energy palm burst forth from Sengoku's arm. This palm, carrying a destructive force, shot towards Shisui and Itachi at an unimaginable speed, like lightning. Facing such a fierce attack, Shisui and Itachi showed no intention of retreating. They roared in unison, their chakra surging rapidly within them, and their eyes shone with a heart-stopping brilliance. Soon after, two pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared. Shisui and Itachi quickly adjusted their positions, standing shoulder to shoulder, one on the left and one on the right. At that moment, a mysterious and vast power erupted from their bodies, and the ultimate divine power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, made its entrance. Before Shisui on the left, a gigantic green skeletal arm suddenly materialized. This arm had no muscles, yet it exuded an explosive sense of power, as if it could easily tear apart anything in its way. Meanwhile, before Itachi on the right, an orange-red skeletal arm also appeared, radiating a chilling aura. The two differently colored skeletal arms intertwined in the air, forming an indestructible defense that tightly protected Shisui and Itachi behind them. Furthermore, thick ribs extended beneath each arm, intertwining like a solid fortress, completely enveloping the two. However, the attack launched by Sengoku was truly terrifying. In the next moment, the black gold energy hand slammed heavily against Susanoo. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire space. In the face of such violent force, Susanoo's defense appeared incredibly fragile. The orange-red skeletal arm was the first to succumb to the pressure, shattering with a loud crack. Following that, the green skeletal arm also could not escape its fate, being forcefully broken into several segments. Even the exceedingly tough ribs began to fracture and collapse at that moment. However, after enduring the continuous blocking and weakening from Susanoo's arms and ribs, the originally fierce and imposing black gold hand had its power diminished to its lowest point. At this time, although it still carried some residual strength, it was nothing compared to its initial ferocity. Shisui and Itachi did not choose to summon a brand new Susanoo to face this final blow. Instead, they exchanged a tacit glance and resolutely crossed their arms tightly in front of their chests, bracing their pure physical bodies to withstand the impending energy shockwave. To the onlookers around them, it appeared as though Sengoku's massive hand, shimmering with black gold light, was crashing down on Shisui and Itachi like a small boat. Then came a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, causing the entire training ground to tremble. The immense impact made the ground shake violently, raising clouds of dust that quickly converged into a thick fog, completely obscuring everyone's view. For a moment, those around could only hear the booming sounds echoing in their ears, unable to see what was happening amidst the dust. "Oni-san!" Little Sasuke shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with fear and concern. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, forcing him to involuntarily close them. After a moment, as the pain subsided slightly, Sasuke quickly opened his eyes, fixating them on the swirling dust, his feet moving forward uncontrollably, as if he was about to rush in without a care. However, just as he was about to act, a strong hand suddenly reached out from behind, precisely grabbing his collar. Little Sasuke felt a tremendous force lift him up abruptly, leaving him suspended in midair. "Makoto, let me go. I need to save my Oni-san." Little Sasuke struggled fiercely, his hands flailing in the air, trying to break free from Makoto's grip. His small face turned bright red, his eyes filled with urgency and anxiety. Despite being lifted in the air by Ming, he showed no signs of giving up, continuously twisting his body and shouting about wanting to rescue Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, the dust in the arena grew thicker, like a heavy curtain that completely obscured the vision of everyone present. However, the people present were not ordinary individuals. How many of them couldn't use observation haki? Oh, of course, aside from Naruto and the little guy currently being held by Ming. Don't worry, Sasuke, both Itachi and Shisui are not only safe, but on the contrary, they have gained a lot. Really? Ming brother. Sasuke's movements came to an abrupt halt. He stopped twisting his body and instead widened his eyes to look at Ming, his face full of anxiety, desperately wanting an affirmative answer. Really, you'll be able to see them in a moment. It was not Ming who answered Sasuke, but Carp, who was standing beside him. His tone was calm and firm, making Sasuke unable to doubt his words. How could Garp patiently explain Sasuke's confusion? Why would Garp have this attitude? Ming guessed that it might be because Sasuke was the same age as Luffy, which seemed to evoke Garp's love as a grandfather for his grandson. Ming wasn't particularly certain about this, but at that moment, it no longer mattered. The reason was simple. The thick dust that had filled the arena had slowly dissipated on its own. Once the dust settled, everyone finally saw the situation inside, especially Sasuke, who was burning with anxiety, widened his eyes, and stared intently at the scene. He saw that both Shisui and Itachi had faint traces of blood on their faces. The two of them closed their eyes tightly, arms crossed firmly over their chests, legs slightly bent, standing steadily in place, not being blown away by the powerful force as they had previously imagined. However, this was clearly not the most critical point. The real focus of attention was the faint, almost transparent black light that emanated from their arms. Finally, we did it, everyone. We succeeded. At this moment, Shisui and Itachi straightened their bodies, standing in place, breathing heavily, easing the extreme pressure they had just experienced from the intense battle. So, what do you two think about joining our navy? I can't guarantee too much, but I can assure you that if you're willing to join, you can at least start with the rank of Rear Admiral. Sengoku's gaze towards Shisui and the others became increasingly fervent, eagerly anticipating the recruitment of such outstanding talents into the Navy. Well, let's not rush into this just yet. We have some other important matters to attend to. Shisui responded politely and tactfully to Sengoku's enthusiastic invitation, but he chose to decline without hesitation. Hello, may I ask what exactly that skeletal arm that suddenly appeared on you is about? The speaker was Vice Admiral Tsuru, whose focus was quite different from Sengoku and Carp. Sengoku and the others were entirely focused on observing Shisui and his companions' every move, not missing any subtle details. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru's attention was completely on the fleeting Susanoo. Speaking of this Susanoo, it was indeed very mysterious. Just a moment ago, a flash of light appeared, and a huge skeletal arm suddenly emerged. But due to the dust that had been kicked up, aside from Vice Admiral Tsuru, the others sensed it with their observation haki. Yet their attention was drawn to the awakened armament haki of the two. At this moment, when Vice Admiral Tsuru raised the question, Sengoku and the others suddenly realized this point and turned their gazes towards Makoto. After all, the posture of those two skeletal arms was strikingly similar to the Susanoo that Makoto had used earlier to a shocking degree. The Navy personnel secretly speculated. Could there be some unknown connection or secret involved? With a smile, Makoto slowly walked towards Shisui and Itachi, his steps light yet steady. When he stood between the two, he extended his hands, gently yet firmly pressing his palms on their shoulders. Then Makoto slightly closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to activate the mysterious power of the magical talisman within him. At that moment, the injuries that Shisui and Itachi had just sustained from the battle began to heal at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but even the large amounts of chakra, eyesight, and nearly depleted stamina they had used before were now rapidly recovering as if drawn by some mysterious force. While focusing on healing the two, Makoto spoke. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the question you raised indeed touches upon the most core secrets of our Uchiha clan. His voice was steady and gentle, yet the profound meaning contained within it made one's heart tighten involuntarily. Upon hearing this, he immediately showed a hint of apology on her face and hurriedly responded to Ming. I sincerely apologize. I was too reckless. Please forgive me. Ming gently shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind, and continued, actually, it's not that I can't answer your question, but it might not be appropriate to inform you just like that without reason. However, if we can reach a consensus through some fair and reasonable exchange conditions, then sharing these secrets with you wouldn't be out of the question. Regarding the Uchiha Mangeki Sharingan, although it is indeed highly confidential information, it is not absolutely impossible to disclose, even a little bit. As long as we grasp the right measure and appropriately reveal some information that has already been known or is relatively common in the ninja world to the Navy, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. However, when the Navy personnel present heard Ming's words, which clearly carried a bargaining tone and were decidedly money-grabbing, they all fell into silence for a moment, especially Sengoku. He is considering whether to recruit Ming into the Navy. If he really comes in, Ming's tendency to enjoy trading could pose a significant risk for their Navy. They can't just assign Ming to be with another troublesome character in the Navy, can they? That would feel like a huge waste. Just as Sengoku was deeply entangled in his thoughts, Crane suddenly spoke up again. By the way, I just noticed something. This child's eyes suddenly turned red. There shouldn't be any problem, right? As Crane's words fell, everyone who had been focused on this matter turned to look in Sasuke's direction. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes were a vibrant red, with a striking black tomo standing out prominently. Sasuke has actually awakened the Sharingan. Itachi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon discovering this situation. He widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Sasuke's eyes, which had already awakened the Sharingan. It is known that the Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and its power is beyond doubt. Now, Sasuke had successfully awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. How could Itachi, the overly protective older brother, not feel surprised and delighted? The Sharingan? Could this be the secret of your Uchiha clan? The meticulous Through, upon hearing Itachi's exclamation, instantly recalled the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Makamura, Shisui's 3-tomo Sharingan, and Itachi's own 3-tomo Sharingan, and combined with Sasuke's newly awakened 1-tomo Sharingan, she already had an answer in her heart. Therefore, she narrowed her eyes slightly and asked Makamura in a very certain tone. Facing Tsuru's inquiry, Makamura hesitated for a moment but still nodded, indicating that Tsuru was correct. After all, the existence of Sharingan was no longer a little-known secret. Especially in the world of ninjas, it was almost common knowledge. Even though they were currently in the pirate world, it seemed unnecessary to continue hiding it. That's right, just as you thought. This Sharingan is indeed the powerful legacy passed down through generations of our Uchiha clan. Its initial form is the 1-tomo Sharingan you see before you. As the user's strength increases and under the influence of other factors, the Sharingan can further evolve, appearing successively as the 2-tomo Sharingan and even the higher-level 3-tomo Sharingan. With a smile, Makamura calmly explained some information about the Sharingan to the Navy, his voice steady and calm, as if every word contained endless mysteries. As he spoke, the previously confused expressions of the Navy gradually became clearer. They gained a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of this mysterious family heritage power. After finishing, Makamura slightly raised the corners of his mouth and casually revealed some public information about the Uchiha clan. However, was there a deeper intention hidden behind this seemingly casual act? Perhaps only Makamura himself knew in his heart. In fact, the reason Makamura went to such lengths to demonstrate and explain the Sharingan to the Navy had no particularly explicit purpose. If there was a reason, it was simply to show off a bit in front of these powerful figures from the Warring States era and to make an impression. After all, having characters from his favorite anime in his previous life look at him with new eyes was quite an interesting and fulfilling thing. Just then, the perceptive Tsuru suddenly asked, "Since the 3-tomo Sharingan is not the end, what is the name of the eyes you possess?" And there should be a higher level above the 3-tomo, right? It must be said that Tsuru's intuition was indeed very sharp. She was not easily swayed by Makamura's words, but quickly seized the key point and turned to ask Makamura. In response to Tsuru's question, Makamura merely chuckled a few times and did not give a direct answer. Seeing Makamura's reaction, Tsuru and the others, including Sengoku, immediately understood that this question probably touched on the core secrets of the Uchiha clan. Thus, everyone tacitly decided not to pursue the matter further. After a moment of silence, Sengoku broke the deadlock and said, "So, I wonder what you hope to exchange for the remaining information about your Uchiha clan in return for demonstrating your strength and sharing some information with us? As long as your request is not too excessive, we can consider this deal with you." Clearly, Sengoku understood the principle that there is no free lunch in the world. He wanted to clarify Makamura's true demands in order to weigh the pros and cons and make a decision. Animal type, devil fruit. When Sengoku heard Makamura mention these words, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. A little secret in exchange for a devil fruit? Even the cheapest animal type devil fruit seemed a bit excessive, right? Sengoku frowned and said, still subconsciously wanting to negotiate. However, Makamura smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "I haven't finished speaking yet. A regular animal type devil fruit cannot exchange for this secret. What I require must be a rare mythical zoan type. Moreover, just one mythical zoan type is far from enough. It cannot exchange for all the secrets." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression instantly became serious. Mythical zoan type devil fruits are extremely rare and powerful. He himself is a user of a mythical zoan type devil fruit and is very aware that the value of a mythical zoan type devil fruit far exceeds that of other devil fruits. Even a regular natural type devil fruit cannot compare to a mythical zoan type devil fruit, which shows how precious a mythical zoan type devil fruit is. And the fact that Makamura immediately asked for such a level of devil fruit and stated that one was not enough to exchange for all the secrets undoubtedly made Sengoku feel that this was beyond his means. At this moment, Sengoku had completely dispelled the thought of continuing to explore the secrets of the Uchiha clan. After all, such a price was simply too high. Even for them, as one of the three major powers of the sea, it was an unbearable burden. Seeing Sengoku fall silent, Makamura knew his answer. He was not surprised at all. He said this with the intention of fishing. Even if there are no gains, there's no loss, right? This thing is all about a chance. If a chance really comes, it will be a huge profit. Come on, Sengoku. Unleash your conqueror's haki and let me see the strength of you as the fleet admiral. Go all out. Mukumii shouted loudly. Standing steadily in a triangular formation with Shisui and Itachi, both Shisui and Itachi showing serious expressions. In that case, as you wish. After being interrupted earlier, Sengoku regained his senses, and he no longer had the thought of continuing to play around, so he decided to end it quickly. Sengoku's gaze became sharp, focusing intently on Mukumii and the others. Suddenly, his eyes widened fiercely, as if two bolts of lightning had split the sky. In an instant, a suffocating aura of ferocity surged from him, accompanied by black and red lightning, violently pressing down on Mukumii and the others like a mountain collapsing. Faced with this sudden and immense pressure, Mukumii remained relatively calm. In contrast, Shisui and Itachi appeared somewhat strained. They involuntarily let out muffled groans under the terrifying pressure of the conqueror haki, and even their once straight bodies began to bend slightly, as if they could collapse at any moment. It is worth mentioning that Sengoku's mastery of conqueror's haki is truly superb and extraordinary. Among the many people present, only Mukumii, Shisui, and Itachi felt that overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a mountain were pressing down on an egg. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the watching Sasuke and Naruto, all they saw was Sengoku suddenly glaring. Immediately after, the two renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Shisui and Itachi, began to tremble uncontrollably. In contrast, Mukumii, although his face was slightly flushed from the immense pressure, stood firm like a mountain, showing no signs of panic. At this moment, Mukumii had no time to care about Shisui and Itachi's situation. He was fully immersed in the wonderful state he had long anticipated, experiencing firsthand the conqueror's haki, which was already legendary and said to be possessed by 1 in a million. However, contrary to his previous expectations, Ming did not feel any dizziness or physical discomfort. If he had to describe his current feelings, the only accurate term would be a strong emotion, frustration. An unprecedented, indescribable sense of frustration surged within Ming, as if the oppressive negative emotions were about to burst him apart. This feeling of frustration intensified, causing Ming's face to gradually turn red. It felt as if someone was forcefully holding down his head, compelling him to kneel and bow. Faced with such a humiliating sensation, the anger within Ming erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. In a moment of fury, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, which had been shut, suddenly activated and began to spin rapidly under Ming's subconscious drive. At the same time, An extremely cold and vast, chilling power surged from within Ming, sweeping around him like an invisible whirlwind. Even more astonishing was that this power was growing at an astonishing speed beyond ordinary comprehension, seemingly without end. Beside him, Carp Zephyr and others witnessed this series of changes in Ming, their expressions becoming exceptionally grave, their eyes fixed on him, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing they might miss any critical detail. The three admirals of the Navy, who were also standing quietly nearby, instinctively activated their devil fruit powers, elementalizing part of their bodies. Sakazuki's right hand instantly transformed into scorching hot magma, as if it could burn everything. Kazan's left hand crystallized into transparent ice, emitting a chill. And Borsalino's right foot shone with dazzling light, as radiant as the sun. The fire-breathing dragon, catching the familiar smell of sulfur, turned its gaze firmly towards Sakazuki's magma hand. Sakazuki sensed something, but did not react. His right hand returned to its original form. Standing directly opposite Ming, Sengoku undoubtedly felt the most profound sensations among everyone present. He widened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on Ming, not daring to relax for a moment. He saw clearly that Ming's crimson eyes, filled with mysterious and complex patterns, were spinning wildly at an astonishing speed, dazzling to behold. At the same time, the cold aura emanating from Ming intensified like a rising tide, continuously spreading outwards. Little Sasuke and little Naruto, clearly sensing the change in their surroundings, couldn't help but rub their arms vigorously, trying to fend off the encroaching chill. The training ground, which had been pleasantly warm, suddenly turned exceptionally cold. This chill was different from Kazan's cold, as it felt like being plunged into a deep abyss of hell. Ah, damn it, my life is in my hands, not in heaven's. Ah! Ming howled to the sky, his voice seemingly breaking through the clouds, reaching the heavens above. At that moment, the frustration, anger, and unwillingness that welled up in his heart transformed into roars that echoed through the world. The suffocating feeling caused by the conqueror's haki of the warring states reached its peak, making Ming unable to endure any longer. However, at this moment, when that suffocating feeling peaked and reached the limit he could bear, he finally unleashed the power that had been hidden deep within him for so long. As Ming's long howl resonated, a miracle occurred. The once stagnant growth of his ocular power suddenly seemed to break through some kind of shackles, surging forward like a roaring tide, increasing at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the chakra within him surged forth like a runaway wild horse, its quantity rapidly doubling and climbing. Not far away, Shisui and Itachi keenly sensed the extremely dangerous aura emanating from Ming. Without hesitation, they quickly distanced themselves from Ming. Just less than a second after they moved away, a shocking scene unfolded. The power of Ming's eyes and chakra erupted from his body like a tangible substance, continuously spewing forth. Not only that, but within this powerful energy, there was also a new energy mixed in that was similar to the aura of Sengoku. This new energy manifested as dazzling black-red lightning, intertwining and merging with the eye power and chakra, forming a terrifying force capable of destruction. In the blink of an eye, this powerful force, mixed with black-red lightning, spread outward from Ming, devastating everything in its path. Whether it was hard rock or flat land, everything was instantly crushed and destroyed, leaving this remote naval training ground shattered into a ruin filled with debris. Sengoku stood firm in place, showing no intention of dodging. He radiated a layer of pitch-black armed color, like an indestructible armor tightly enveloping him. He silently gazed at Ming in the distance, his eyes revealing an unmistakable look of astonishment. Ming's outstanding performance truly shocked Sengoku, not to mention that he had so easily awakened the legendary Conqueror's Haki. The fact that his newly awakened Conqueror's Haki could already influence reality was enough to leave the entire sea in awe. However, what truly left Sengoku astounded was the astonishing change occurring in Ming's eyes. Originally, Ming's eyes displayed a crimson hue, interwoven with intricate and mysterious patterns. But now, the crimson color had faded, replaced by a deep purple as the base color. Even more peculiar was that within this purple, there were circles of densely packed black rings, shimmering with an eerie light like stars in the universe. The reincarnation has made its appearance. What on earth is this? Sengoku murmured, his voice trembling slightly from shock. The scene before him was so unbelievable that this seasoned warrior momentarily forgot to move his feet. At that moment, Ming's long howl was nearing its end. The previous howl had reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The training ground had transformed into a zone of lightning. Even the naval headquarters in the distance could hear the commotion. After the howl, Ming felt an incredible sense of comfort, as if every cell in his body was filled with boundless strength and vitality. The reincarnation he had promised to his bosses had finally made its debut. This unprecedented feeling of exhilaration completely immersed Ming, to the point that he was unaware of the changes quietly occurring within his body. Ming slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gradually recovering from the state of near explosion he had been in. At the same time, the chakra that had been surging forth like a roaring tide, along with his powerful vision and astonishing conqueror's haki, seemed to be drawn back by an invisible force, beginning to flow back into his body in an orderly manner. At this moment, Ming felt incredibly light, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. He opened his eyes, casually moved his hands and feet, and then looked around. He saw that everyone present was staring at him in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. "What's wrong with you all? You look like you've seen a ghost," Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. However, no one answered his question, and the scene remained dead silent. At this moment, Sasuke, who was hiding behind Charizard, tremblingly extended a finger and stammered, "And Ming, your eyes." Ming was slightly taken aback, then carefully experienced the changes within himself. This experience surprised even him. He suddenly realized that compared to before, he could clearly feel that his ocular power had undergone a tremendous change in both quantity and quality. Now, his ocular power had become even more powerful and reclusive, as if containing endless energy waiting to erupt. Feeling the flow of chakra within him only left Ming in silent shock. The chakra, which was originally majestic and overwhelming, had now grown even more turbulent, like a rushing river, whistling through his meridians. Moreover, even the conqueror's haki, which had always been known for its difficulty in control since its initial awakening, seemed to have now merged with his soul, allowing him to wield it freely and at will. Ming condensed a small water sphere in his hand, then raised it and looked at the small water sphere. "This is the Rinnegan." Ming widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the crystal-clear small water sphere in his hand. Through the clear and transparent surface of the sphere, he clearly saw the astonishing changes happening in his eyes. The once familiar scarlet pupils were now flickering with a mysterious and profound purple light, and countless black circles within the pupils seemed to contain endless power and secrets. Ming blinked and stared blankly at the reflection in the small water sphere, feeling an indescribable shock and excitement surge in his heart. That feeling was as if he had traveled through time. He couldn't help but recall the countless scenes he had once fantasized about. Now, they were vividly presented before his eyes. What does unintentional actions lead to unexpected results mean? This is it, Ming murmured to himself, his lips involuntarily curling upwards as he crushed a water balloon in his hand, revealing a wildly joyful smile on his face. Reflecting on the beginning, he had merely hoped to awaken the so-called garbage cleaner conqueror's haki. However, who would have thought that the gears of fate would turn so cleverly, allowing him to not only awaken the conqueror's haki, but also to break through the boundaries of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan and successfully enter the realm of the Rinnegan. However, when Ming calmed down and thought carefully, he felt that the birth of the Rinnegan was not purely coincidental. It should be noted that the perfect recovery pill and bone-cleansing pill he had taken contained an extraordinarily vast and pure energy. Logically speaking, with the power of these two pills, even if they could promote his eyes from a normal state to the height of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, it shouldn't have completely exhausted all the energy. Not to mention that Ming didn't even start from a one-tomo Sharingan. The fact is, the remaining energy from those two pills had not been completely consumed. Instead, it lay dormant within the depths of Ming's body like a slumbering force. As for why Ming's body had not undergone any significant changes in the meantime, it was because he hadn't engaged in any serious combat for a long time. Even his emotions rarely experienced intense fluctuations. This long period of calm and tranquility caused the remaining energy to lose the opportunity for rapid activation and utilization. But as the saying goes, the world is ever-changing, and transformations always arrive quietly. Just when Ming personally experienced the conqueror's haki of the warring states, the emotions deep within him were ignited like a surging tide, causing unprecedented waves of emotion. It was under such an intense state that when Ming fully unleashed his power, the residual energy that had been dormant in his body seemed to respond to a strong calling. beginning to flow at an astonishing speed and rapidly integrating into every corner of his body. Thus, the energy that had long been settled in him was finally maximally released and absorbed, becoming a crucial factor for Mu Ming's successful advancement to the Rinnegan. Once the truth was revealed, Mu Ming's doubts vanished in an instant. Naturally, he no longer overly cared about the outcome. After all, achieving a self-breakthrough and surpassing one's original limits was indeed a fortunate thing. Moreover, compared to a forced breakthrough through external means, akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow, a natural and gradual enhancement like his was evidently more desirable. With that in mind, why worry about it? Mu Ming smiled as he turned his gaze towards the worried faces of Shisui and the others, softly saying, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. I'm really fine. I've just made a small bit of progress in terms of my own strength." In fact, Mu Ming's words were not meant to be modest. The truth was that this progress was far less significant than Shisui and the others imagined. Even though he had just completed the upgrade from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to the Rinnegan. However, even with the Rinnegan, he still had not successfully broken through to a level above the Quasi-Six Paths tier. Currently, he remained at the Quasi-Six Paths stage. This was akin to someone climbing a peak. Although they had taken a solid step forward, they had not truly reached the summit. Mu Ming's current situation was just that. He had only taken a small step forward within his existing realm, and there was still some distance to go to break through the current bottleneck. Even if that distance was minimal. Just like Uchiha Madara, who once dominated the ninja world. Although he had awakened the Rinnegan, his physical strength still seemed somewhat insufficient. Therefore, at this stage, Mu Ming could basically be considered one of the most powerful beings below the Six Paths level. Even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, Mu Ming believed he would not be inferior to Madara in many respects. However, compared to true Six Paths level powerhouses, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Shisui Itachi, get ready. Mu Ming's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a cunning smile, and his eyes, now restored to black and bright like stars, suddenly flashed with an imperceptible light. At the same time, standing beside him, Sengoku seemed to have a moment of understanding, instantly grasping Mu Ming's intentions. Just then, a powerful aura erupted simultaneously from Mu Ming and Sengoku, like surging waves, sweeping towards Shisui and Itachi. This aura was their conqueror's haki, accompanied by black and red lightning, containing endless pressure and power. At this moment, Shisui and Itachi, who were still immersed in the shock brought by Mu Ming's awakening of the Rinnegan, had their thoughts wandering far away. However, when they felt the two overwhelming waves of Conqueror's haki surging towards them, all their astonishment and daze evaporated in an instant. Before they could react, the dual Conqueror's haki struck them like a mountain crashing down, mercilessly slamming onto them. Shisui felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him, making it exceptionally difficult to breathe, and his body involuntarily trembled. Itachi felt as if he were caught in a raging storm, teetering on the edge of collapse, at risk of being completely engulfed by this terrifying power at any moment. Under this irresistible pressure, both Shisui and Itachi were forced to kneel on one knee. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously slid down their foreheads, splashing onto the ground and creating tiny droplets of water. They gritted their teeth, using all their strength to hold on, refusing to completely collapse. At this moment, with Shizuku and Itachi as the center, the air within a 10-meter radius seemed to solidify. Dangerous black-red lightning appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by deafening thunder, striking wildly in all directions. These lightning bolts, filled with destructive power, rampaged through the space like enraged giant dragons, clawing and thrashing about. Moreover, due to the intense impact and pressure of the Conqueror's haki, the ground beneath Shizuku and Itachi began to shake violently, with dust swirling up. As time passed, the ground actually sank several centimeters, forming a noticeable pit. Shizuku and Itachi looked at each other with serious expressions, their lips quivering slightly, clearly having many words they wanted to say. But under the immense pressure from the outside, these words stuck in their throats, difficult to express. At that moment, Mukam seemed to see through their thoughts and softly said, "You don't need to hold back. You can unleash all your power without worrying about other factors." The reason Mukam said this was quite simple. Having successfully awakened the Rinnegan, Mukum's strength had reached a level where he could act freely without any constraints. As soon as Mukum's words fell, Sengoku and Kaku immediately focused their gaze on Shizuku and Itachi, their eyes filled with curiosity. At the same time, after hearing Mukum's encouragement, Shizuku and Itachi exchanged glances, then inhaled deeply, no longer suppressing the surging power within them. In an instant, two crisp sounds rang out, and the three-tomo Sharingan in Shizuku and Itachi's eyes instantly transformed into kaleidoscope Sharingan adorned with a pinwheel and triangular shuriken patterns. They radiated dazzling emerald green and brilliant orange-red light. Immediately, an incredibly powerful chakra and ocular power erupted from their bodies, quickly merging together to form two massive, almost tangible Susanoo manifestations. As their kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, energy waves of interwoven emerald green and orange-red began to surge around Shisui and Itachi. Before long, several thick, dual-colored Susanoo ribs slowly emerged, surrounding their bodies like a solid shield. Supported by this immense power, Shisui and Itachi, who had been nearly immobilized by pressure, gradually straightened up and regained their former momentum. However, just as they were beginning to adapt to the current pressure intensity, Mookie, who had been silently observing them, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and two chilling blood-red beams shot out from his gaze. In the next moment, Mookie's eyes transformed into a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, exuding endless pressure. Yet this was not the end. The complex and mysterious patterns of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to spin rapidly, resembling a swirling nebula in the universe, dazzling and mesmerizing those who beheld it. Following this breathtaking contraction, the previously bright blood-red light abruptly changed to a deep purple. The intricate patterns swiftly morphed into deep black circles, emanating a chilling aura. The Rinnegan activated. In an instant, Mookie's eyes became like two burning suns, brilliant and captivating. At the same time, Mookie's Conqueror's Haki surged like it had taken a strength-enhancing pill, instantly multiplying several times, compared to the black-red lightning of the warring states. It was as obvious as comparing a thick rope used in tug-of-war to a needle and thread for mending clothes. The massive black-red lightning tore through the sky, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Just as Shisui and Itachi had managed to stand upright with difficulty, they were once again bent down by that overwhelming pressure. Even their Susanoo began to dim, and the ribs gradually faded away. They gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to resist this terrifying power. Yet their legs trembled uncontrollably, as if they would collapse to the ground at any moment. Both Shisui and Itachi were acutely aware that the immense pressure emanating from Makoto was like a towering mountain, so heavy it was almost suffocating. Reflecting on the past, during those years, the three of them, Makoto, Shisui, and Itachi, were evenly matched in strength, hailed as the trident of the Uchiha clan, and received much attention. But now, the mere presence of Makoto was enough to suppress them, making it difficult for them to stand tall. Faced with such a significant disparity, even though Makoto had never uttered a word about it, it was an unbearable torment for these two proud young men. Despite their unwavering loyalty to Makoto, there was an unavoidable hint of unwillingness deep within them, not directed at Makoto himself, but stemming from their strict self-requirements, loathing why they could never keep pace with Makoto's rapid growth. Just as the pressure on them was about to overwhelm them, that taut string of reason in their hearts snapped under the unbearable burden. Shisui and Itachi clenched their fists almost simultaneously, their gazes rising to the endless sky. Then, from the depths of their throats erupted a deafening roar. Accompanied by this hoarse roar, blood began to seep from the corners of their eyes, like two bright red tear marks tracing down their cheeks. At the same time, the chakra within them surged wildly like a torrential flood, losing control. The powers in their eyes burned like flames, hot and dazzling. The originally faint green and orange Susanoo, which had been suppressed by the dual pressures of Makoto and Sengoku, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. First, the green and orange Susanoo solidified again, its ribs re-emerging, followed by the formation of gigantic skeletal arms. In the blink of an eye, two half-skeletal giants stood before them. However, this was far from the end. Gradually, intricate meridians and vibrant flesh began to cover the bodies of the half-skeletal giants. These meridians and flesh intertwined, as if giving life to this colossal being. Moreover, a layer of chakra, like a thin veil, gently enveloped its surface, enhancing its intimidating presence. Yet it didn't stop there. At that moment, an astonishing sight occurred. Beyond the chakra veil of the Susanoo, an indestructible Yatagarasu armor began to emerge. Thus, Shisui and Itachi's Susanoo successfully entered its third stage, the half-body Yatagarasu armor Susanoo, officially making its stunning debut. Shisui's tall and powerful Susanoo radiated a mesmerizing emerald green light, as if sculpted from the purest jade in the world. Its indestructible chest armor slowly opened, revealing a shining orange magatama that sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky. The weapon he held tightly was a uniquely designed, single-handed spiral sword, its blade glimmering coldly, as if it could easily tear through the void. In contrast, Itachi's Susanoo emitted a blazing orange-red flame, magnificent like a burning sunset. This Susanoo firmly held the legendary artifact Yada Mirror in its left hand, its surface smooth as ice, reflecting all the surrounding light. In its right hand, it gripped the legendary Totsuka blade, the blade long and sharp, exuding an endless aura of slaughter. With this, Itachi's Susanoo possessed two legendary artifacts, perfectly combining offense and defense. Flawless. It's here, big brother Susanoo. The training ground erupted with little Sasuke's ecstatic shout. Little Naruto and little Sasuke both looked at the giant shadow before them with joy on their faces, and Sasuke's eyes sparkled with admiration and pride. Unable to help but exclaim loudly, "Wow, that's amazing. This is big brother's Susanoo. I will definitely have one too." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Tsuru, who had been calm as water, suddenly brightened her eyes. As the Navy's chief strategist, her keen insight immediately made her realize that this could be a great opportunity to obtain important information about the Uchiha clan. She quickly walked up to Sasuke and eagerly asked, "Susanoo, did you just say this technique is called Susanoo?" Sasuke turned to look at Tsuru, then nodded vigorously, responding, "That's right. This is the powerful ability unique to our Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Only clan members with the Mangekyou Sharingan can use it." As he spoke, he didn't forget to throw Tsuru a boastful glance. Tsuru felt a surge of joy in her heart and continued to ask, "So, does that mean once you activate the Mangekyou Sharingan, you can use this power called Susanoo? Like the giant flying giant that Makoto summoned earlier?" Sasuke was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Tsuru to catch the key point in his words so quickly. But he straightened his chest and proudly said, "Of course. But it's not easy to activate the Mangekyou Sharingan. Most clan members can't do it in their lifetime. My big brother activated it successfully at the age of 13, becoming an undeniable genius in our clan." At this point, Sasuke's eyes were filled with admiration for his brother. As for Makoto's Susanoo, although they look different and have different colors, there's no doubt that they all belong to the category of Susanoo. They just aren't in the same form. Facing Tsuru's question about Makoto's Susanoo, Sasuke gently nodded, affirming that what Tsuru said was correct. After hearing Sasuke's explanation, Tsuru couldn't help but furrow her brows, a look of contemplation on her face, and then asked, "What does it mean that they aren't in the same form? Can you please explain?" Her eager gaze was fixed on Sasuke, hoping for a more detailed and clearer answer. "Ah, you are really troublesome. Susanoo is an extremely powerful and mysterious ocular technique of our Uchiha clan. According to family records, it has developed into as many as 6 different forms or stages, each exhibiting astonishing power and uniqueness. First is the initial form, which is what we just witnessed. In this stage, Susanoo can only manifest enormous arms and a solid skeletal structure. These massive arms can be flexibly used to launch fierce attacks, while also serving as a sturdy shield to effectively withstand various external impacts. Furthermore, they even possess the ability to grab enemies and combine with the main body for more lethal combination attacks. Although at this moment, Susanoo is only in a skeletal state, it is sufficient to withstand the vast majority of conventional attack methods. Next is the first form. When Susanoo advances to this stage, its appearance transforms into a massive half-body skeletal frame. The entire skeleton resembles an indestructible fortress, tightly protecting its user within. Meanwhile, both its defensive and offensive capabilities are significantly enhanced compared to the initial form. Looking at the second form, at this stage, Susanoo has evolved to possess physical tissues with meridians and flesh, and is clad in a layer of thick and tough armor. Not only that, but it is also equipped with various weapons for practical use, further elevating its combat capabilities. As for the third form, it undergoes another transformation based on the aforementioned second form, adding a set of exquisite armor styled after the Tengu. With this Tengu armor, Susanoo once again experiences a qualitative leap in both defense and attack power. The fourth form that follows can be seen as a significant turning point in Susanoo's evolution. While maintaining the basic characteristics of the second form, it successfully grows a complete lower body, transforming into a fully functional being. As for the final complete form, successfully unlocking it is no easy feat Not only does one need to cultivate their ocular power to the pinnacle, but they must also possess an incredibly vast amount of chakra to support it. However, once this form is successfully activated, Susanu's size becomes unimaginably gigantic, like a towering mountain. Additionally, a pair of large and powerful wings grows from its back, granting the user the ability to soar through the skies freely. The power displayed in this form is terrifyingly immense, capable of effortlessly destroying mountains and intercepting meteors, as if all things in the world are under its control. Speaking of the flying giant that Mikami once used, it is indeed the complete form of Susanoo. Of course, such a form is exceedingly rare. Although there are many members of the Uchiha clan who can unlock the Manjiki Sharingan and manifest Susanoo, those who can wield the complete form of Susanoo are indeed few and far between. Upon careful consideration, there are only 2 individuals in total, and Mikami is one of them. At this moment, little Sasuke is completely focused on Itachi, who is unleashing his full power in the arena, leaving him no time to consider anything else. Therefore, when Vice Admiral Tsuru tries to extract some information from him, he is completely oblivious to her intentions and instinctively spills all the information he knows. By the time little Sasuke finally realizes something is amiss, he discovers that he has already blurted out everything that should and shouldn't have been said. Suddenly alarmed, little Sasuke quickly covers his mouth with his hand, his face revealing an expression of extreme vigilance as he stares intently at Vice Admiral Tsuru, who appears dazed and seemingly still in shock. Vice Admiral Tsuru pays no mind to Sasuke's wariness. She is already stunned by his words. What exactly is this incredibly mysterious Uchiha clan? A powerful figure like Mikami actually has another person in the clan who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes widen as she blankly gazes at the 2 half-giant figures clad in Tengu armor, resembling a massive naval base. The terrifying strength displayed by Shisui and Itachi fills her with a strong sense of shock. In her view, the current strength of these 2 youths has already surpassed that of elite vice admirals in the Navy, yet they haven't reached the level of admirals. It would not be an exaggeration to call them quasi-admirals. Just then, she suddenly recalls what little Sasuke had just said. Within our Uchiha clan, there are many who can unlock the Manjiki Sharingan and manifest Susanoo. So what does many mean? The term many refers to a considerable number, even quite a lot. If there are only a handful or a dozen, it could hardly be called many. Thus, by the most conservative estimate, the Uchiha clan must have at least over 20 members with quasi-admiral strength. Moreover, besides Mikami, who has completely surpassed the admiral level, there is actually another equally absurdly powerful individual. My God, this is truly terrifying. The mysterious Uchiha clan possesses a power that seems to exceed Vice Admiral Tsuru's conventional understanding, to such an extent that it sends chills down her spine. If this terrifying force were to direct its aggression at their naval headquarters, what kind of shocking war would ensue? Vice Admiral Tsuru contemplates this in her heart, but with each thought, her fear increases. She simply cannot imagine whether their navy, with its current strength, could withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the Uchiha clan. Just thinking about this makes Vice Admiral Tsuru shudder, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She knows well that if that moment truly arrives, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. However, the potential answer looms over her like a sword hanging above her head, preventing her from daring to delve deeper into her thoughts. What exactly was that Rinnegan they mentioned earlier? Vice Admiral Tsuru muses, knowing she cannot remain immersed in such extreme pessimism and must quickly shake off this negative state. Thus, she decisively shifts her thinking and refocuses her gaze on little Sasuke, who is completely captivated by Itachi's Susanoo. At this moment, little Sasuke is entirely unaware that he has once again become the target in Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru begins to cleverly interrogate him. Excuse me, what was that Rinnegan just now? It must be said that this Sasuke truly lives up to the nickname Clear Sky Assistance. He always remembers the good, but forgets the bad. Just moments ago, he suffered a loss at the hands of the crane, and now he is unwittingly about to fall into the traps set by the crane. Originally, the crane thought that Sasuke would instinctively reveal the secret of the Rinnegan, but something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Sasuke rolled his eyes back, his eyeballs glaring upwards, and then his whole body seemed to lose all strength as he collapsed limply to the ground. At the same time, Naruto, who was also present, mirrored his actions, rolling his eyes back and slowly falling down. The crane was startled and quickly looked up at the training ground. In an instant, The once calm training ground was filled with intertwining black and red lightning, clashing and crackling with sound. These black and red lightning bolts seemed to have a life of their own, rapidly spreading and transforming the entire training ground into a sleeping ground filled with the terrifying black and red lightning of the Conqueror's Haki. Their Conqueror's Haki had truly awakened. Seeing Itachi and Shisui successfully awaken their Conqueror's Haki, the entire training ground fell into a dead silence. Even Carp, who was usually carefree and indifferent to details, now had no trace of ease on his face. In fact, Carp has always given people the impression of a cynical old man, but that is merely his facade. In reality, his inner thoughts are as clear as a mirror. He understands many things better than anyone else, but he is unwilling to get involved. Just like how he only serves as a free Marine vice admiral, refusing the position of admiral. Those who think Carp is a fool are the real fools. Not to mention Carp's way of doing things, just his peak strength alone is not something a fool could cultivate. At this moment, Carp fixed his gaze on the 3 members of Team 7 in front of him. Their abilities and performances displayed so far had made him unable to smile. Just look at them, each equipped with the powerful 3-color Haki and the elusive Sharingan. The various ninjutsu they unleashed, with their artistic and dazzling appearances, displayed incredible power. Moreover, the inherent strength and deep background of these 3 individuals pressed heavily on Carp's shoulders like an enormous mountain. Discovering that there were uncontrollable top-tier powerhouses within his jurisdiction easily created psychological pressure on the current ruling forces. In the center of the training ground, the originally dazzling red lightning gradually weakened and eventually calmed down. What the hell? Accompanied by a gasp, Itachi, who had just been immersed in the joy of successfully awakening his Conqueror's Haki, suddenly snapped back to reality. He immediately looked towards his beloved Adudu Sasuke. However, the scene before him made his heart tighten. He saw Sasuke and Naruto lying motionless at the feet of the Charizard, as if they had lost consciousness. Itachi, whose stamina was nearly depleted, didn't care about anything else and quickly formed hand seals with one hand, using the body flicker technique to instantly flash to Sasuke's side. He crouched down, carefully checking Sasuke's condition, his eyes filled with concern and anxiety. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru spoke up beside him. "Don't worry, they're fine. Just fainted from the Conqueror's Haki you released earlier. They just need a little rest and will recover soon." Despite hearing Admiral Tsuru's explanation, Itachi remained uneasy and insisted on conducting a thorough examination of Sasuke himself. Once he confirmed that Sasuke was indeed unharmed as Tsuru had said, he finally felt a bit of relief. Then, Itachi turned his gaze to Naruto on the other side, noticing that the little guy had similar symptoms, which made him completely relax. "Thank you. Please keep an eye on them. Charizard," Itachi said gratefully to Admiral Tsuru, then turned to Charizard. "Roar." Charizard let out a low growl, seemingly responding to Itachi's request. It then slowly crouched down and spread its enormous wings, gently enveloping Sasuke and Naruto in a warm embrace. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto were quietly nestled together, their eyes tightly shut, clearly still unconscious. However, from their slightly rising and falling chests, it was evident that their vital signs were stable and there was no cause for concern. Standing nearby, Shisui was also sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Ever since awakening his Conqueror's Haki, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. This feeling surged through him like a torrential flood, immersing him completely. The goal has finally been achieved, Shisui gasped, murmuring to himself. He gazed at the setting sun in the distance, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions. At that moment, Maki looked up, scanning the sky. The once clear blue sky had turned into a vibrant orange-red, the colorful sunset unfolding like a beautiful painting before everyone's eyes. "In that case, we shall take our leave," Maki said, retracting his gaze and turning to Sengoku and the others, speaking calmly. After the intense battle and a series of previous twists, it had been nearly half a day since they arrived at the Marine headquarters. Now, as the sky grew darker and dusk approached, it was time for them to leave. Hearing Maki's words, Sengoku frowned slightly, his gaze complex as he looked at Maki and the others. After a moment of silence, he slowly asked, "Is your next plan to find Dr. Vegapunk?" "Yes. Time is of the essence. We can't delay any longer," Maki said seriously, waving his hand towards the massive Charizard, signaling it to hurry and bring Sasuke and Naruto over. Charizard slowly pushed itself up from the ground, its movements somewhat clumsy, but it managed to stand steadily. Then it opened its giant wings, gently cradling the 2 little ones in its embrace. However, at that moment, A crimson light suddenly flashed in the eyes of Maki, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and the three admirals. Almost simultaneously, they turned their heads, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of the Marine headquarters. Could it be that the world government's people have arrived? Maki frowned, staring at the distant Marine headquarters, turning to Sengoku and asking in a very certain tone. Hearing this, Sengoku slightly raised his hand to adjust his glasses, revealing a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Hee, I think with your intellect, you must have already guessed that something like this would happen. Sengoku's tone was calm and composed, clearly not taking the sudden turn of events to heart. At that moment, under their powerful observation haki, they could clearly sense several figures with cold and bloody auras entering the Marine headquarters. More crucially, these individuals did not engage in any fierce conflict with the Marines after entering. Instead, they quickly changed direction and rushed straight towards them. Based on various signs, there was a 99 chance that these uninvited guests were the vicious dogs carefully trained by the world government. All right, we are grateful for your hospitality. In that case, before we leave, let us clean up your house properly, as a way to repay Admiral Sengoku and everyone's kindness, Maki said with a smile, first looking at Shisui, then at Itachi. In response to Maki's words, Sengoku and the others remained silent. In fact, among the Marine high-ranking officials present, no one truly held any goodwill towards the world government. While openly opposing the world government might not be realistic, choosing to turn a blind eye to some trivial matters was acceptable to them. Then, we leave everything to you. We might be inconvenient for what happens next, so we will no longer linger here, Sengoku said, leading the Marine members away. The direction they were heading was exactly the opposite of the route that the group of world government personnel approaching was taking. During this brief waiting period, Ming naturally wouldn't let himself idle. He placed his hands on the shoulders of Shisui and Itachi, channeling the power of the horse talisman spell. A mysterious energy immediately burst forth from his hands and directly entered the bodies of Shisui and Itachi. As the energy of the horse talisman spell gradually converged, the two, who had been slightly fatigued and weak, instantly felt a significant improvement. Their spirits lifted as if they were filled with strength again. Ming didn't know why, but he felt that the effect of the horse talisman spell now seemed a bit better than when he first drew it. Was it because it was placed in the equipment slot and combined with his increased strength? Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Because Ming saw 6 figures appear ahead, all dressed in identical white suits and wearing the same white masks. This bizarre attire made it clear at a glance that they were different. The man in the lead, dressed in a white suit, looked at Ming and the others and coldly said, "It seems you are the ones we are looking for. We are ordered by Lord Satan to take you back to the holy place. You will come with us immediately." The leading man had just received news from the Navy headquarters that several unidentified outsiders were currently in this area. Upon seeing Ming and his group, he instantly confirmed that the target of the task assigned by Satan was these people. "Are you CP0? Ming looked at this group of CP0 with interest. "Act immediately. If there are any resistors, spare their lives, but break their limbs." The leading man didn't even bother to respond to Ming's question and unhesitatingly issued this cruel and clear capture order. After all, Satan's command to him was only one: to bring Ming and the others back to the holy place unharmed. Upon hearing the order, the other 5 men in suits replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, the 6 of them vanished like ghosts, their figures flashing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only small dents in the ground where they had rapidly trodden. The 6th form of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Seeing this scene, Ming couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Hey, how long has it been? It's been a long time since anyone dared to ignore me like this. You all rest for a moment. I'll take care of the next part." With a smile on his face, Ming extended his right hand, gently blocking Shisui and Itachi, who were about to take action. A series of dense and muffled sounds came. Bang, 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 bang. Ming quickly formed hand seals with both hands. At the same time, clouds of white smoke suddenly erupted on this training ground, which had already turned into ruins. Accompanied by the gradually dissipating smoke, a scene that stopped the CP0 members in their tracks appeared before them. There were a total of 12 figures identical to Ming. "Since you want to bully us with your numbers, let's have some fun." Standing behind the many clones, the real Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest, wearing a teasing smile, his gaze fixed on the CP0 members who had now stopped. However, facing this sudden change, the leading CP0 merely snorted coldly. Clearly not taking Ming's cloning technique seriously, he coldly said, just some trivial skills. merely a distraction. Everyone charge. After saying this, he rushed towards Ming and his clones. At that moment, Ming keenly sensed that there were many extremely concealed observations of observation hockey hidden around. Without thinking much, he knew that those who were secretly watching were the likes of Sengoku and others who had left earlier. It seemed that this battle had attracted quite a bit of attention. Sigh. The real Ming let out a light sigh, revealing a look of boredom on his face, and muttered to himself, "Suddenly, I feel like this battle has lost its meaning. Let's settle this quickly." Playing around with CP0 under the watchful eyes of Sengoku and others made Ming feel a bit like the person who juggles monkeys in a circus, and he instantly lost interest in continuing to play. The strength of these CP0 members was actually not as powerful as imagined. At most, they were just at the elite vice admiral level. Among them, the leader was only slightly stronger than the others, and I mean slightly in the most literal and unexaggerated sense. However, whether strong or weak, it made no difference to Ming. In his eyes, these so-called CP0 members were merely insignificant and fragile beings, as small as ants. As long as he wanted, he could easily eliminate them as if squashing an ant. At that moment, the 12 Ming clones shot off in different directions like lightning, instantly creating distance between themselves. Following that, mysterious and profound purple light suddenly illuminated the eyes of the Ming clones. It turned out that 12 pairs of terrifying purple Rinnegan appeared simultaneously. Ha ha ha! Ming laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Since that's the case, let me show you the power of the Rinnegan I just activated. Today, its first appearance will be generously granted to you arrogant fools. After saying that, the 12 Ming clones scattered like ghosts, preparing for the debut of the Rinnegan. For the clones moved in perfect unison, quickly forming hand seals, and a powerful chakra wave instantly erupted from them. Then, the four of them pressed down hard, slamming their palms against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. With this low roar, the entire ground seemed to tremble. In the next moment, towering hardstone walls, dozens of meters high, erupted from the ground at an incredible speed, forming an indestructible cage that trapped all the CP0 members inside. These earth flow walls are not only high and thick, but also exceptionally sturdy. Even the bottom surface they covered had become as hard as steel. The space enclosed by the earth flow walls resembled a cubic structure with only 5 sides, the only exit being the open sky above. Faced with such a sudden change, the leading CP0 merely let out a cold grunt, showing no signs of panic on his face. He didn't waste a word, directly gesturing to his subordinates behind him to use moonwalk and escape. However, just as the CP0 members leaped up, they suddenly sensed something unusual. Looking up, they saw that 8 clones of Ming had appeared above the earth flow wall, without them noticing. These clones were scattered on the 4 sides of the earth flow wall. Looking down from a height at the trapped CP0 members below, their eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Watch out for their surprise attack. The leading CP0 member was startled and quickly warned his companions. Before he could finish speaking, he had already acted first, his figure flashing as he dashed towards the nearest clone of Ming like lightning, gathering a ball of black armed color hockey on his finger, clearly intending to kill in one strike. Finger gun. Unfortunately, his actions were still a step too slow. Before his attack could be unleashed, the clones of Ming had already launched their assault. Shinra Tensei. With a synchronized roar, the 8 clones of Ming struck simultaneously, extending their hands towards the CP0 members below. In an instant, the entire earth flow wall trembled. 8 unparalleled repulsive forces surged from the hands of the clones, like torrents of colorless waves rushing downward with destructive power. Where the light passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Cracks appeared on the earth flow wall. Fortunately, for the clones of Ming were continuously outputting chakra to maintain the earth flow wall. As for the 360 attack of Shinra Tensei, this immense repulsive force did not spread haphazardly like in the original work, but under the exquisite control of the clones of Ming, it moved like well-trained arrows, straight down towards the trapped CP0 members below, accompanied by a muffled sound. 6 CP0 members were instantly slammed to the ground under the pressure of the 8 powerful repulsive forces. They seemed to be pressed down by an invisible mountain, unable to move at all, only able to watch helplessly as their bodies sank deeper and deeper until they were tightly pressed against the ground. Immediately afterward, streams of bright red blood gushed from their mouths, forming a mist of blood in the air, creating an exceptionally tragic scene. What was worse, the repulsive force came so quickly and fiercely that the CP0 members had no time to react. Their legs broke under the terrifying impact, and the sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. Seeing the scene before him, the main body of Ming slightly raised the corners of his mouth, sketching a bloodthirsty smile, and a cold light named cruelty flickered in his eyes. Super God, Luo Tianzong. Again, 8 furious shouts rang out, and 8 even more violent and ferocious repulsive forces swept in, ruthlessly charging toward the already breathless CP0 members like an 8th-level storm. Isn't this a bit too much, Sengoku? Are you not planning to step in and stop this? If this group of CP0 really dies at our Navy headquarters, it might not be easy for you to explain to Mary Ehua. From a distance in the training ground, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked worriedly at Sengoku beside her. Sengoku frowned deeply, sighed heavily, and said, "Sai, it's already too late for you to say that. I need to quickly think about how to deal with a phone call that will come later to hold us accountable." After saying this, Sengoku helplessly shook his head, turned around without hesitation, and slowly walked away with heavy steps. Hearing Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And then she hurriedly used her observation haki to scan the huge pit. When she saw the situation in the pit, she immediately gasped. Those originally fierce CP0 members were no longer intimidating at all. More than 70% of their bodies perfectly merged with the soil of the ground, unable to be separated. Since their bodies were like this, their vital signs must have disappeared. Admiral Tsuru, this kid's moves are surprisingly quick. Back when he fought against our Navy, he was clearly able to control his strength. Yet now, facing these CP0 from the world government, he has suddenly become so ruthless, which really caught her off guard. This development is not good. With this in mind, Admiral Tsuru's mood became increasingly heavy. The empty training ground was in disarray, clearly indicating to others that a fierce battle had just taken place. After dealing with CP0, Ming displayed his avant-garde environmental awareness. He quickly formed hand seals and performed earth release ninjutsu. As he moved, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the hard surface transformed into a soft swamp. The bodies of the CP0 seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly sinking into the depths of the ground, ultimately disappearing without a trace. After finishing this, Ming did not stop. He glanced around, looking at the training ground that had turned into ruins, his brow slightly furrowed. Then, he once again used the earth release technique, manipulating the soil to flow like water, gathering it together to gradually smooth out the originally uneven ground, restoring it to its former state. Once everything was tidied up, Ming finally nodded in satisfaction. He turned around to look at Shisui and the others behind him, waving his hand to signal them to follow. Then, the group prepared to leave the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters building, Sengoku was sitting in his spacious and bright office. He looked through the window and witnessed the enormous black and red giant suddenly appear out of thin air, followed by a rocket-like ascent straight into the clouds. The giant traced a long arc in the sky, gradually moving away until it completely vanished from sight. Just as Sengoku was lost in thought while gazing out the window, the phone bug on his desk suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Beep, beep, beep. Sengoku came to his senses and sighed helplessly. Ah, what a hassle. However, despite his reluctance, he reached for the phone bug and said into the receiver, "Hello. This is Sengoku." Ming took out the permanent recording pointer that marked the location of Egghead Island from his system space. Immediately, his powerful chakras surged, and the gigantic Susanoo emitted a heart-pounding aura, beginning to accelerate rapidly. Along the way, they flew over the roaring ocean and countless small islands. The number of islands, inhabited or uninhabited, was so great that the two of them could hardly count them. Surprisingly, this journey encountered no obstacles or setbacks. As Ming generously expended his chakra to fully operate Susanoo, time flew by. When night fell and the stars twinkled in the sky, the group finally caught a distant glimpse of the distinctive island below. This island resembled a gigantic, transparent mushroom, quietly standing on the surface of the sea. Even in the depths of night, the island was still brightly lit, as bright as day, resembling a futuristic city filled with technological wonders. Wow, Brother Ming, is that our target island? It looks like a mushroom. How interesting. Little Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he pointed at the island below. Ming instinctively nodded, equally captivated by the unique island. At this moment, Ming and his group were hovering high in the air, looking down at the magical place known as Egghead Island. The island was dotted with tall buildings, and various peculiar structures were arranged in an orderly fashion. Some of these buildings even shimmered with colorful lights. resembling a scene from a dream. In the center of the island stood a towering research tower that reached the clouds, surely the location of Dr. Vegapunk. Egghead Island had a unique shape, distinctly divided into two completely different parts. The lower part appeared relatively normal, while the upper part seemed as if it had been inverted onto a transparent glass dome like a giant plate, giving it a strange and mysterious feeling. The architectural style of this Egghead Island was vastly different from other places, even to the point of being contrary. It was entirely filled with various futuristic modern elements, showcasing a high-tech and ultra-modern atmosphere. Here, traditional architectural forms had completely disappeared, replaced by sleek, cool-looking modern skyscrapers and complex, sophisticated mechanical facilities. Wait, Vegapunk was originally supposed to be at Punk Hazard. Later, due to problems with Caesar's experiment, Punk Hazard became a life-threatening zone, and that's why he moved to Egghead Island. Why is he appearing on Egghead Island now? Ming furrowed his brow at this scene, but then relaxed, unable to find a reason. He could only attribute it to the butterfly effect caused by his presence in this other world. Of course, these details weren't important, and Ming didn't care. Where Vegapunk was didn't matter. What mattered was finding Vegapunk. Let's go down. As Ming's words fell, he controlled Susanoo to dive rapidly toward Egghead Island like a fierce falcon. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound rang out. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Susanoo entered the warning range of Egghead Island, the entire island erupted with alarms. At the same time, a stimulating red light began to flash continuously, like flames dancing in the air. In this situation, even Ming and the others, who were unaware of Egghead Island's defense systems, could immediately recognize the implication. An uninvited guest was invading. As they approached, they saw a layer of semi-transparent defensive barrier appear ahead, like an indestructible wall blocking their path. Below the defensive barrier, a row of dark cannons was lined up, glaring menacingly at them. Then, as if they received a unified command, the cannons simultaneously fired dazzling laser beams, weaving a dense rain of lasers that poured down towards Susanoo. Ming looked at those so-called little gadgets with ease, a slight smirk of disdain appearing on his face. A laser defense system? Huh, do they think this can stop me? Susanoo, diving down like a fierce falcon, suddenly spread its wings that had been tightly closed. This action caused Susanoo, which was falling at an astonishing speed, to momentarily pause in midair. And it was this brief pause that cleverly evaded the torrential laser attacks. Estimating the power of these lasers, Ming chose not to dodge any longer. Without hesitation, Susanoo continued to dive down, completely ignoring the dense lasers hitting it, charging straight toward the island's defensive barrier. Just as it was getting closer to the barrier, Susanoo suddenly clenched its massive right hand tightly and swung it forcefully toward the defensive barrier. A gleaming halberd suddenly appeared in Susanoo's previously empty right hand. As the arm swung, the blade of the halberd rubbed violently against the surrounding air, producing a piercing whistling sound. In an instant, the surrounding temperature sharply increased, even reaching a level capable of igniting the air. The tip of the halberd ignited in blazing flames, swirling like a fire dragon in the air. With Ming's overwhelming, unstoppable power, it smashed down hard onto the island's defensive barrier. A crisp crack echoed, and both Ming and the island security personnel below clearly heard the loud sound akin to shattering glass. The once impregnable and solid defensive barrier of the island was torn apart in an instant, like fragile paper, under the might of Susanoo's tremendous strike. With a loud bang, the once dreaded barrier shattered into countless fragments that flew everywhere. After successfully breaching the defense and entering the island, Ming quickly decided to Susanoo. The group that accompanied him also jumped onto the top of a towering building in the upper section of the island. At that moment, the patterns in Ming's mysterious and profound eternal Manjiki Sharingan began to rapidly shrink. Following that, the symbol of even more terrifying power, the Rinnegan, suddenly appeared. In an instant, he emanated an aura that sent chills down spines. Ming steadied himself and slowly extended his hands. His left palm and right palm accurately pointed in different directions, as if he were controlling the balance of the entire world. As he uttered a low command, Shinra Tensei, an unimaginable and incredibly strong repulsive force surged from his palms like a volcanic eruption. This repulsion swept through the surroundings with a force that could topple mountains, destroying everything in its path, whether it was the towering buildings or the laser defense weapons standing ready in the distance. All turned to ruins in an instant. However, amidst this chaos, the fire dragon suddenly turned its head sharply, its gaze locking onto a specific spot behind Mukyu. Roar, roar, roar. Destructive Death Ray. Its massive dragon mouth opened wide, and without needing to charge, a dazzling beam of light shot out like lightning, heading straight for a laser launcher that had narrowly escaped destruction. With a loud boom, the laser launcher was obliterated by the fire dragon's powerful attack, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing this, the nearby little Naruto couldn't help but burst into excited laughter and gave the fire dragon a thumbs up, loudly praising, "Awesome. Fire dragon. Roar, roar." Hearing Naruto's praise, the fire dragon happily roared in response, seemingly very satisfied with its performance. From a distance, Mukyu noticed a group of fully armed and ready Navy personnel gathering in an orderly manner beneath the building. His gaze sharpened slightly, and the hands that were originally ready to perform ninjutsu slowly lowered. Then his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, an indescribably powerful aura surged forth like a raging tide. Crimson lightning, as red as blood, entwined around him, and as his mind moved, these lightning bolts seemed to possess life, roaring down towards the navy below. Conqueror's Haki. This innate and extremely rare ability was vividly displayed in Ming at this moment, when that invisible yet weighty pressure swept across the navy below. Regardless of their ranks or strengths, were utterly powerless to resist. One by one, they rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground, their bodies lying limp like puppets without strings, unable to move an inch. "Let's go," Ming said expressionlessly in a low voice, then led Shisui and the others to leap down from the building without hesitation and walked confidently towards the centrally located building. However, just as they were moving forward, suddenly, a crisp and sweet girl's voice echoed around them like a yellow oriole flying out of the valley. "Who are you? What brings you to Egghead?" Hearing this voice, Ming's lips curled slightly into a smile as he confidently replied, "Dr. Vegapunk?" After a brief silence, the voice responded again, giving a somewhat ambiguous answer. "Well, although you haven't guessed completely right, you can't say it's wrong either. Then please convey my message. I hope to meet Dr. Vegapunk." "Yes, I'm visiting as a guest," Ming said with a humble smile on his face. At this moment, Ming was very clear in his heart that he could not take a hard line against the famous Dr. Vegapunk, as he had come for an important matter. As the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. The necessary courtesies must still be observed, and maintaining politeness is always the right choice. However, if things really escalated beyond control, Ming was not without ways to cope. Although he no longer had a third loyalty charm to use, he still had Shisui, a capable assistant by his side. Jishui's Byatenjin was a very powerful ninjutsu. However, Ming was not entirely sure whether Byatenjin would work completely on someone as formidable as Vegapunk. After all, compared to Dr. Vegapunk's superbrain, Jishui's strength might still be somewhat inferior. Because of this, Byatenjin could only be considered a last resort preventive measure. A guest? A guest who smashed my house to pieces? Just as Ming was pondering this, suddenly, a portal opened in the building that had seemed like a ruin. Next, a beautiful girl with orange-yellow hair, dressed in a pink bodysuit and wearing a purple coat, stepped out holding a helmet and was speaking. "What? Is this the so-called Dr. Vegapunk?" Xiao Naruto's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open as he stammered. Xiao Sasuke beside him was also in shock, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. The two exchanged glances, their minds echoing the words spoken by the woman earlier. Then, Xiao Naruto seemed to come to his senses suddenly, blinking at the petite, beautiful figure not far away. Then turning his head to look at Ming with a puzzled expression. "It's Vegapunk. Kid, that's a bit rude of you." The girl walked gracefully towards them, a faint smile on her face. She stopped in front of Xiao Naruto, reached out her long, fair right hand, and gently patted his head in a very natural manner. Then, the girl turned her gaze to Ming, Shisui, and Itachi, who showed no signs of surprise. For Ming, his lack of surprise was because he was fully aware of the girl's true identity, or rather, Vegapunk's clever tricks. Although the girl before him was somewhat different from her character in the animation, it was not significant. As for Shisui and Itachi, their lack of surprise was due to their usual cautious attitude. One of the ninja codes of conduct is caution, no matter who they face. Even if the other party is just a seemingly weak and harmless girl, they would never let their guard down. After all, in the ever-changing and dangerous ninja world, there are many powerful female ninjas, just like Tsunade, or the legendary Sannin of Konoha. On ordinary days, Tsunade might give off a harmless impression, but if someone dares to provoke her easily, they won't get off without a pounding. Therefore, Shisui and Itachi naturally would not be deceived by this woman's weak appearance. Not to mention that she was quite tall, much taller than both of them. What if this woman's true strength surpassed theirs? Hello, I am Punk 2, Vegapunk Lilith Evil. The graceful and charming girl before them was indeed Dr. Vegapunk's second clone, Lilith. She was now smiling as she introduced her identity to Ming and the others. Hearing this strange and unfamiliar name, Xiao Sasuke and Xiao Naruto exchanged looks, their eyes filled with confusion. Punk 2, Xiao Sasuke blinked his lively eyes and was the first to voice his question. Vegapunk Lilith? What does that even mean? Xiao Naruto scratched his head, looking at Lilith with a bewildered expression. However, it seemed that Lilith had no intention of answering the two kids' questions. If you want to meet the main body of Vegapunk, just follow me. With a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, she turned around and walked lightly ahead. Let's follow her, Ming said calmly upon seeing this, gently patting Xiao Sasuke and Xiao Naruto on the shoulder, signaling them to hurry up and follow. In fact, it was not that Ming had guessed that there would be no traps, but with his current powerful strength, he had no need to worry about such things. At least, in this pirate world, he now had the capital to act as he pleased. Even if he encountered danger, he could push through it with his strength. Thus, the group closely followed Lilith's footsteps, traversing through ruins and debris, and finally arrived at the entrance of a futuristic-style building located at the very center of this area. Lilith walked up without hesitation, and after being scanned by a light at the door beeped twice. With a low rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a bright passageway before everyone. They entered in a single file, the ground beneath their feet shimmering with a soft glow as if guiding their way forward. On both sides of the corridor were tightly shut alloy doors that looked indestructible, emanating a heart-pounding metallic sheen. As they continued to walk, one door after another was opened, each revealing a different scene behind it. But without exception, all were filled with a sense of advanced technology and mystery. Finally, after passing through countless doors, they arrived at a spacious and bright laboratory. In the center of this laboratory stood a figure, the very target of their visit, Dr. Vegapunk. This doctor had a very peculiar body proportion. His body was short, sharply contrasting with his long legs. What was even more striking was that he had a bright red apple ornament on his head, which at that moment was sticking out its tongue at them. Little Naruto widened his eyes and craned his neck to look up at this giant-like old man, involuntarily exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow, he's so tall." Ming appeared more composed. He took a step forward first, and an invisible repulsive force emerged. Using this force, his body slowly floated up until his line of sight was parallel with Dr. Vegapunk's. Then he smiled and said, "Hello, Dr. Vegapunk. It's great to finally meet you. It was really not easy to see you." Dr. Vegapunk looked at this unexpected group of visitors with great interest, secretly speculating about their intentions, and then responded, "Oh, I wonder what you all want from me." Ming earnestly said, "I sincerely hope you can lend a helping hand to help our family get rid of the hereditary bloodline disease that has troubled us for a long time. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit that does not exist in the pirate world. If one were to explain its principles and characteristics in detail, it would indeed be an extremely complex and tedious matter. Therefore, on the way here, Ming had thought it through and decided to use a more straightforward and concise way to explain this issue. Bloodline disease? Oh, so that's what it's about." When Dr. Vegapunk finished listening to Ming's explanation, he suddenly understood the key point as if enlightened. Speaking of Dr. Vegapunk, he is a top expert in the field of genetic factors in the pirate world. Whether it was the difficult illness that Bonnie had previously or other stubborn diseases related to bloodlines, as long as he personally intervened, they could usually be resolved easily. Therefore, when someone came seeking help for this extremely troublesome bloodline disease, it was somewhat routine for him. "Please come sit here. Next, you can describe to me the specific situation of your family's bloodline disease in detail," Dr. Vegapunk said with a smile, inviting Ming and the others to sit down and speak slowly. It seemed that he had no intention of refusing Ming's request. How clever Dr. Vegapunk is. They say that those who know how to adapt to the times are the true heroes. Just from the fact that Ming and the others risked defending both the world government and the Navy to break in and see him shows how much they value this matter. So, he might as well cooperate honestly. If he really pushed them to the limit, killing him was probably impossible. But whether they would hit him was another question, from the destructive power they had shown earlier. This old body of his probably couldn't withstand a beating from Ming and the others. Dr. Vegapunk smiled and led everyone to one side, gesturing for them to take a seat. At that moment, Lilith was holding a tray with drinks and cookies. She then placed the food on the table in front of them. Well, the story I'm about to tell starts from the source. Our family has a special eye that has been passed down through generations. It's called the Sharingan. The Sharingan usually awakens due to strong external stimuli, Ming said softly, focusing his gaze on Dr. Vegapunk, then slowly raised his hand to point at his own eyes. His pupils, originally as black as ink, gradually changed as he concentrated and activated a certain power within him. First, the black pupils turned red. Then suddenly a black dot and a black tomo appeared in the pupils, quickly increasing to 2, and finally forming 3 black tomos revolving around a central black dot, creating the 3-tomo Sharingan. The entire process resembled a spectacular magic show, leaving Shisui and others dumbfounded. Hey, big brother, can a 3-tomo Sharingan degrade to the 2-tomo, or even a 1-tomo Sharingan? Little Sasuke was also confused and quietly asked Itachi beside him. I'm not sure. Normally, it shouldn't be possible. Itachi slightly shook his head, also unclear about how Ming achieved this. The ordinary Sharingan can be further subdivided into the 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and 3-tomo Sharingan. The most significant difference among them is, of course, the number of tomos. Ming patiently explained. Witnessing such a marvelous sight before them, Dr. Vegapunk's previously somewhat perfunctory expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of astonishment and intense curiosity. It was evident that the Sharingan displayed by Ming had successfully captured the keen interest of this genius scientist. The ordinary Tomo Sharingan was still acceptable. Although its abilities were not particularly strong, at least it did not have any obvious flaws or shortcomings. However, if one were to break through the limitations and achieve a qualitative leap based on this, that would be a completely different scenario. At this point, Ming slightly nodded towards Shisui and Itachi. Seeing the two understand, they immediately displayed their own kaleidoscope Sharingan in front of everyone. This is the advanced form of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Look at this unique and distinct pattern. It's simply breathtaking. Not only that, but even the aura emanating from them underwent a drastic change, a thick, chilling sensation. So its spiritual power. This is really interesting, making one eager to explore the mysteries within. Dr. Vegapunk stared intently at Shisui's strange pattern resembling a 4-cornered windmill and Itachi's mysterious pattern shaped like a triangular dart, secretly marveling in his heart. At the same time, he keenly sensed that when these two boys activated their kaleidoscope Sharingan, an aura completely different from before suddenly enveloped them, like a cold wind from hell piercing straight into one's heart. Faced with this scene, the desire in Dr. Vegapunk's wise eyes to uncover the truth behind the kaleidoscope Sharingan surged even more fiercely. That's right, it's spiritual power. Since the birth of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, hidden dangers have quietly been buried. Ming took a deep breath, his expression serious as he continued. Every member of our family possesses a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Besides its basic abilities, due to the differences in each person's inner pursuits, they will awaken unique ocular techniques exclusive to themselves. However, the key issue is that once the ocular power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is consumed, it cannot recover on its own. This means that if a clan member frequently uses the Manjiki Sharingan, once their ocular power is exhausted, that clan member's Manjiki Sharingan will become blind. By that time, this once fearsome Manjiki Sharingan will have turned into a pair of useless eyes. At this moment, Vegapunk fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. After a while, Vegapunk, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "So, in the face of such a tricky problem, what solutions have you previously adopted to address it?" His gaze was not focused on the powerful abilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan itself. Instead, he threw out a question that surprised both Shisui and Itachi. After a brief silence, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, and then Itachi slowly began to answer. Through the experiments of our Uchiha ancestors, we discovered a feasible method. If we can gather the ocular power of 2 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan and apply it appropriately, we can promote 1 pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan to evolve. Ultimately, this will transform it into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan that will never go blind. Itachi was explaining the kaleidoscope Sharingan to Vegapunk. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Makoto activated his own eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In that instant, the entire laboratory was enveloped by this powerful ocular power. Specifically, everyone felt an extreme chill in the laboratory, which had originally been at a comfortable temperature. Furthermore, although Vegapunk himself had little actual combat ability, his sensitivity to power was exceptionally keen due to long-term interactions with various strong individuals. When he saw Makoto's eyes An indescribable fear immediately surged in his heart. He could clearly perceive the gap between Ming's eyes and those of Shisui and Itachi. The difference was so vast that it felt like the distinction between heaven and earth. If Shisui and Itachi's Sharingan were already powerful and mysterious enough, then Ming's eternal Meijiki Sharingan resembled the eyes of a demon from the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. To merge the two pairs of Sharingan into one, this inheritance model of your family seems too bloody and cruel. As Baijipank spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, his voice involuntarily trembling slightly. Especially when he locked eyes with Ming's eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. In those blood-red eyes, there was not a trace of the emotional fluctuations that should belong to a human, only endless indifference and eeriness. Such a gaze made one involuntarily associate it with an helpless infant being closely watched by a highly venomous king cobra, where a slight misstep could lead to death. In that instant, both of them felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down like a flood that had burst its banks. Lilith beside him was also startled by whatever she saw, her face pale with fear, her delicate body unable to help but tremble slightly. When Ming witnessed the unusual behavior of Baijipank and Lilith, a sense of alertness surged within him. With his keen insight, he immediately realized that something was off. Without hesitation, he quickly closed his oppressive Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan closed, it felt as if the laboratory had received heating. The cold environment around began to gradually warm up. After a period of easing, Baijipank and Lilith finally slowly regained their senses. The feeling of being pulled back from the brink of death gradually surfacing in their hearts, causing them to let out a long sigh of relief. No, my performance just now was too strange. Suddenly, Baijipank furrowed his brow tightly and murmured to himself. His gaze appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he had not fully escaped from the strange state he had been in before. Meanwhile, he began to carefully recall everything he had just experienced, trying to identify the issue. At that moment, Baijipank suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Ming. He stared intently into Ming's deep eyes and asked with a hint of surprise and certainty, "Do your eyes possess the unique ability to create illusions?" Faced with Baijipanka's inquisitive gaze, Ming calmly nodded slightly, acknowledging his guess. He then slowly began to explain. In fact, even the most common, ordinary three-tomo Sharingan already has the ability to cast illusions. As for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan that I possess, while it cannot strictly be classified as a type of technique primarily based on illusions, it is undeniable that it is somewhat related to illusions. After a brief pause, Ming continued, "Regarding what you just experienced, after some thought, I have roughly guessed the reason. Perhaps it is because my eyes just upgraded this afternoon, which makes it difficult for me to fully control all the ocular powers at this stage." At this point, Ming couldn't help but sigh lightly, then spread his hands helplessly, a faint look of apology on his face. "So, it is very likely that this is the reason why, after opening my eyes, a portion of my spiritual power inadvertently leaked out, leading to the situation you encountered earlier. I truly apologize, Doctor." After listening to Ming's sincere explanation, Baijipanka fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before nodding, his doubts finally resolved. "I see. So it turns out I was right. I couldn't have felt such an intense and chilling fear solely because of your aura?" At this point, Baijipanka finally unraveled the confusion that had been lingering in his mind. "So, your purpose in coming to me this time is to see if I can help solve the long-standing problem of blindness in your family's Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Baijipanka asked, his gaze fixed intently on Ming. Ming nodded seriously and replied, "You are correct, Dr. Baijipanka. Although my eyes have upgraded to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan without the assistance of another Kaleidoscope Sharingan, this process was purely coincidental and cannot be replicated in others of our clan. That is why I came to seek your help, as you are the top scientist on the sea, bar none. Moreover, after long-term observation and contemplation, I believe that the seemingly powerful Kaleidoscope Sharingan is, in fact, just a semi-finished product. It possesses some of the powerful abilities of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but also exposes many serious flaws." Ming paused, glanced at Shisui and Itachi, who were listening intently, and continued, "As for the root cause of this situation, I think it may be either due to our clan members lacking some crucial substance within their bodies, or because the energy required for evolution is insufficient, causing the entire evolutionary process to be divided into two stages. Of course, it is most likely that both factors are present. At present, I personally tend to believe in the last possibility. After hearing Mu Ming's detailed and in-depth analysis and speculation, Vegapunk nodded slightly, expressing agreement with his viewpoint, and said, "Well, your inference does have a certain degree of reasonableness. However, theories ultimately need to be verified through practical tests. How about this? Please provide me with a small blood sample from the three of you so that I can study it thoroughly." With that, Vegapunk unceremoniously requested blood from Mu Ming and the others for research purposes. "Oh, by the way, that cute little guy over there should also be a member of your clan, right? I would like to draw a little blood sample from him as well, to make it easier for me to conduct a comprehensive and detailed comparison and analysis." Before Mu Ming, Shisui, and Itachi could respond, Vegapunk eagerly directed his curious and inquisitive gaze toward Sasuke, who was happily enjoying delicious cookies with little Naruto nearby. Hearing this, Mu Ming thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, that's fine." In fact, when he decided to bring everyone to seek Vegapunk's help, he had already anticipated that they might need to provide some blood for the other party's research. Therefore, he was not too surprised by Vegapunk's request to draw blood from them, including little Sasuke, and was mentally prepared for it. Seeing Mu Ming agree so readily, Shisui, Itachi, and little Sasuke naturally had no objections. After all, they had all come here with the same purpose. As long as they could successfully resolve the various troubles and questions brought about by the Uchiha clan's bloodline power, what did it matter if they gave a little blood? At this moment, Lilith, who had been silently observing the entire situation from the side, suddenly stepped forward and volunteered to act as Vegapunk's temporary assistant, helping him with the upcoming blood collection work. She skillfully took out several new syringes and efficiently drew a full tube of bright red blood from Mu Ming, Shisui, Itachi, and little Sasuke. Watching the 4 tubes of blood samples, which looked like rubies in her hands, Vegapunk's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He tightly held the test tubes containing precious blood while hurriedly saying, "All right, please wait here for a moment. Analyzing the data in these blood samples is not a simple task, and it will likely take me some time. But rest assured, I will quickly provide you with accurate results." After saying this, Vegapunk eagerly turned and walked towards the laboratory inside, seemingly unable to suppress his urge to start in-depth research immediately. When Ming noticed the uncontrollable enthusiasm in Vegapunk's eyes, he couldn't help but smile, revealing a grin of successful scheming. For Ming, he was not at all worried that Vegapunk would be interested in their Sharingan. On the contrary, what he feared most was that Vegapunk would show no interest in researching the hidden powers of the Sharingan at all. After all, as long as Vegapunk developed a strong curiosity and desire to explore the powerful abilities of the Sharingan, there would be no need for Ming to urge or remind him. This genius scientist would throw himself into the in-depth study of Sharingan-related issues with an enthusiasm beyond ordinary imagination, just to unravel the various doubts in his mind as quickly as possible. In this process, their Uchiha clan would also reap significant benefits from Vegapunk's research. Just then, while Vegapunk and Ming were busy in the laboratory, some situations occurred outside. Those Navy soldiers who had been knocked out by Ming's conqueror's haki were gradually starting to regain consciousness. Among this group of slowly waking Navy soldiers, one person's appearance stood out remarkably. This person had a fluffy bob hairstyle and was wearing a bright red belly band emblazoned with a white 3-hook jade pattern. After this distinct man struggled to get up from the cold ground, his face instantly turned pale as a sheet. "Not good. These guys' target is Dr. Vegapunk," he exclaimed in surprise and turned to the still half-asleep Navy officer beside him, saying, "Wake up. Quickly report the situation here to the Navy headquarters and request Admiral Kazuru to come for support. I need to rush in and check if the doctor is safe." After speaking, the man in the peculiar outfit dashed towards the direction of a laboratory without hesitation. "Yes, Major Momonosuke." The other awakened Navy officers responded in unison, then quickly dispersed, rushing in all directions to urgently search for a snail phone to report the situation to their superiors. Meanwhile, Major Momonosuke walked with firm and powerful steps straight towards the central building, which housed Dr. Vegapunk and his team's laboratory. Along the way, he was anxious and kept praying, "Doctor, you must not be in any trouble." The thought of something happening to the genius scientist filled Momonosuke with anxiety and worry. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the laboratory, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then opened the heavy door. As soon as the door opened a crack, he eagerly peered inside. When he noticed that the exterior of the building showed no obvious signs of attack or damage, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, he still dared not let his guard down. After all, until he saw Dr. Vegapunk safe and sound with his own eyes, everything remained uncertain. Thus, Major Momonosuke cautiously passed through one closed door after another, each step tightening his already anxious heart. As he ventured deeper into the laboratory, the surroundings grew quiet. Only the sound of his own heavy breathing and footsteps could be heard. Finally, when the last heavy door slowly opened, the scene before him made the tension in Momonosuke's nerves instantly relax. The spacious and bright hall was filled with various experimental instruments neatly arranged, just like a usual scene when Dr. Vegapunk was engrossed in his research. Seeing this familiar sight, Momonosuke couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, "Haha, it seems those enemies couldn't find Dr. Vegapunk after all. Thank goodness." At that moment, the heavy weight on his heart finally lifted, and a long-lost smile appeared on Momonosuke's face. "Not really. The reason there was no battle is simply that we successfully reached an agreement with Dr. Vegapunk." Just then, a strange and clear young voice suddenly resonated behind Major Momonosuke. This sudden voice struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to shudder and break out in a cold sweat. With a whoosh, Momonosuke immediately executed the Navy's sixth style, known as Soru, moving swiftly like a shadow, creating a considerable distance between himself and the mysterious voice behind him in an instant. Only then did he slightly relax and turn to look at the person standing not far behind him. He saw a tall, handsome young man sitting on the sofa, smiling at him, with clear eyes that held an elusive mischievousness. It was Ming, the one who had just spoken. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Momonosuke's eyes widened, watching Ming with wariness while secretly channeling his inner strength, preparing to respond to any sudden situation. "This is bad. I came here in such a hurry, I didn't bring my axe." Cold sweat continued to bead on Momonosuke's forehead. Although Ming and the others appear to be a group of handsome, harmless, and naive young boys, Momonosuke would not be deceived by such appearances. Just the fact that they had the audacity to openly invade Egghead Island was enough to show that these guys were definitely lawless scoundrels. Even more frightening was the ease with which they had breached Egghead Island's numerous defenses to arrive here, indicating they possessed a strength that allowed them to act recklessly and without regard for the rules. "Don't be nervous, brother, even if you didn't bring your axe. It's no big deal. It wouldn't be of any use anyway. Didn't I make it clear earlier? We came here to ask for Dr. Vegapunk's help. You can consider us guests of Dr. Vegapunk." Ming leisurely picked up a brown drink from the table and took a small sip. This taste. It's sweet and sour, and it even has that fizzy sensation. Guests? Ha, what a joke. I've never heard of anyone's guests who would come in like you, breaking down the door without even the owner's consent and barging in arrogantly. Major Momonosuke glared angrily, hands on his hips, eyes wide open as he stared at the audacious guy before him. Hey, this guy sure has a sharp tongue. However, Ming was not someone to be trifled with either. He smiled slightly, revealing a somewhat provocative grin. "Well, now you see me, right? Before, it was just that you hadn't met me. If you'd known me sooner, you would have seen me long ago." As soon as Ming finished speaking, the other few people around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, Major Momonosuke was anxious and had no time to continue sparring verbally with Ming. "Less chit-chat. Quickly tell me, where's the doctor? What have you done to him?" Momonosuke clenched his fists, the joints cracking from the force, clearly filled with worry and anger. "He's definitely fine. He's inside focusing on his research right now." "Hey, I say, Momonosuke, did you really not notice me at all while I was silent?" Sitting in a corner, Lilith, who had been ignored by Momonosuke this whole time, felt a bit annoyed and decided to speak up loudly. Momonosuke was startled by this sudden shout and turned to see that the person standing next to him was actually Lilith. He suddenly realized, "Oh, so it's you, Lilith. So, the doctor is in that laboratory right now, right?" Lilith nodded slightly to confirm and then said, "That's right. So you don't need to worry about our situation at all. Besides, if something dangerous really happens, even if you rush over, it would probably just be in vain and you might lose your life. Don't worry, we are very safe for now. As for you, it's better to go outside and maintain order at the scene." The usually petty Lilith not only harshly reprimanded Jean Tao Wan, but also assigned him a work task. Jean Tao Wan was taken aback at first, then raised his hand to pat his forehead, showing an expression of regret, mumbling, "Oh no, this is terrible. I actually had those soldiers contact the Navy headquarters." "It's okay, brother. We just came directly from the Navy headquarters," Shisui said with a relaxed smile, patting Jean Tao Wan's shoulder to comfort him. Hearing this, Jean Tao Wan still frowned and replied anxiously, "I'm not worried about Admiral Kazuru coming personally. What I'm really worried about is those guys from the world government suddenly showing up. He was talking while unconsciously rubbing his hands, clearly very anxious inside. Well, from what I've observed so far, despite the rather special way you all arrived on this island, various signs indicate that you seem to be friends with Dr. Vegapunk. If that's the case, then you must also be friends with me, Sabayati. As for the old man Kizaru, if he really comes here, I am quite confident that I can successfully persuade him not to meddle in these matters. However, if the world government gets involved, it will definitely cause big trouble. After all, considering the immense power possessed by both the world government and you all, if a fierce battle suddenly breaks out on Egghead Island, then we, the Navy brothers stationed here, will probably suffer unimaginable heavy losses. After saying this, Sabayati seemed to suddenly remember something important and hurriedly threw out a sentence. Oh no, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so you all please take care. Before he finished speaking, he was already rushing out like a gust of wind. Seeing Sabayati talking nonstop like a machine gun and then suddenly running out without any pause, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, both showing a hint of astonishment on their faces. What on earth is going on with him? Shisui widened his eyes and pointed in the direction Sabayati had left, looking at Lilith with a puzzled expression, hoping to get an answer from her. Seeing this, Lilith shrugged helplessly and chuckled. Don't mind him. He's always like this. He can't keep anything to himself. And as soon as he thinks of something, he immediately says it out loud. You'll get used to it. Obviously, Lilith was already accustomed to Sabayati's chatty personality. At this moment, the little Naruto, who had been listening on the side, couldn't help but comment. Humph, if this guy were a ninja, I would bet he would never get a ninja headband. After saying that, he pouted, expressing disdain for Sabayati's talkative behavior. Little Sasuke, who was beside him, also slightly nodded, clearly agreeing with Naruto's view. Roar, roar, roar. The Charizard let out a low and loud roar, slightly lowering its massive body, tightly holding an empty plate in its hand, staring intently at Lilith while continuously shouting. Seeing this, Lilith couldn't help but show a hint of confusion and tentatively asked, Aren't you full yet? Upon hearing this, the Charizard immediately nodded vigorously, then extended its two small three-fingered claws, first pointing at the empty plate in front of it, and then gestured up and down, seemingly trying to convey something to Lilith. Lilith tilted her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she said, Oh, I understand. You mean you want food that can fill multiple plates, right? The Charizard excitedly nodded again and unexpectedly extended a finger to Lilith, flexibly forming a thumbs-up gesture. Seeing this, Lilith couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, little Naruto also raised his hand high and shouted, I want some too. I want to eat a lot. Sasuke, what about you? After saying that, his round eyes were filled with expectation as he looked at Lilith. Sitting beside him, little Sasuke gently shook his head and smiled, replying, I've already eaten enough. I don't need any more food. Little Sasuke's appetite was just that of a normal child, which couldn't be compared to little Naruto, who could eat more than an adult. As for the Charizard, it's not even human, so there's no comparison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sabayati rushed out like a cannonball. He rushed all the way and finally found the Navy personnel who had just awakened and successfully gathered. Hey, did you notify the Navy headquarters? Jean Tamaru asked loudly, panting. At that moment, he was anxious and had no time to care about the condition of the other Navy personnel, directly getting to the point. In fact, Jean Tamaru already had a clear understanding of the specific situation on the Navy side, when Ming ruthlessly destroyed the laser defense weapons. Those Navy soldiers who were not targeted by Ming could be said to be completely unscathed. Afterwards, many Navy personnel, including himself, were instantly stunned by that terrifying conqueror's haki. However, this did not pose a serious life-threatening risk to the Navy. Therefore, Jean Tamaru was not particularly worried or anxious about the casualty rates on the Navy side. After all, from the current situation, the overall situation was still controllable. However, when he glanced at the surrounding buildings that were completely destroyed and the damaged weapons and equipment, Jean Tamaru frowned slightly. But soon, this worry vanished without a trace, because Jean Tamaru clearly knew that all the funds for Egghead Island were directly allocated by the world government and would not take up the Navy's precious military budget. Since that was the case, he didn't need to worry too much about the damaged buildings and weapons. Thinking of this, Jean Tamaru couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and said directly, if there's really no money to repair the buildings or purchase new equipment, just let the doctor report to the higher-ups for funding. This kind of thing is hardly worth mentioning. Why waste my precious time and energy on such trivial matters? Thus, when Jean Tamaru snapped back to reality, he suddenly raised his head, and his gaze fell directly on the group of Navy soldiers in front of him. He saw that they all had confused and speechless expressions, standing still in place. Seeing this, a surge of unnamed anger rose in Jean Tamaru's heart, and he shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Speak up. Are you dumb?" Upon hearing his angry roar, the crowd seemed to wake up from a dream. At this moment, a man with the rank of Navy captain hurriedly stepped forward, saluted Jean Tamaru, and said, "Report, Major General Jean Tamaru. We have notified the Navy headquarters and the world government, as per your instructions." We just hung up the phone, and both sides responded that they would immediately arrange for reinforcement troops to come over. However, when Jean Tamaru heard this, his expression instantly turned extremely gloomy, with several veins even popping up on his forehead. He widened his eyes and glared at the lieutenant, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What? You bunch of idiots. I only told you to notify the Navy headquarters. Who told you to go overboard and notify the world government?" The lieutenant was clearly intimidated by the imposing presence of Admiral Jean Taiwan, his body trembling involuntarily. However, he still mustered the courage to explain, "Pardon me, Admiral. Please calm down. The situation was urgent at the time, and we thought that having more support would mean more strength. So we sent out a rescue signal to both sides." "Umph." Jean Taiwan interrupted the lieutenant with a cold snort. "Do you know how much trouble this will cause?" "Forget it. It's too late to say more. What did the Navy headquarters and the world government say specifically? Did they mention who would come to reinforce us?" Although Jean Taiwan was furious inside, he also understood that since the situation had developed to this point, blaming his subordinates would be of no use. The most critical issue now was to find out what kind of reinforcements both sides would send so that he could prepare a response plan. "Admiral Jean, this..." The lieutenant's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His lips trembled slightly, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat as if he had a fishbone stuck in it, struggling to get his words out completely. Jean Taiwan furrowed his brow. He wasn't really foolish, and seeing the lieutenant's performance made his anxiety grow even stronger. He widened his eyes and stared fiercely at the panicked lieutenant in front of him, shouting harshly, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Who exactly has arrived?" The lieutenant trembled violently at the shout from Jean Tamaru, almost collapsing directly to the ground. He took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and stammered, "Why, yes." However, the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get them out. Jean Tamaru, seeing this, was furious. He turned to a straight-standing naval lieutenant beside him, pointed a finger, and loudly commanded, "You tell me, who exactly has come?" The lieutenant trembled slightly, a hint of fear on his face. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to salute and then replied in a slightly trembling voice, "Report to Rear Admiral Jean Tamaru. The person sent for reinforcement by the Navy headquarters is Admiral Kizaru." Upon hearing this, Jean Tamaru's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, "So, it's the old man who has come. That's great. That's great. I mean with the old man here. What are you all afraid of?" After hearing it was Kizaru, his previously taut nerves relaxed, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled back down, making him feel much lighter. But at that moment, the lieutenant slightly raised his head, his eyes flickering with unease and hesitation, and then cautiously added, "There is one more thing. It's about the person sent by the world government." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly focused on the lieutenant. Jean Tamaru appeared quite calm and waved his hand casually, saying, "Go ahead. Anyway, the situation is already like this. Even if the world government really sends CP0 people over, as long as Admiral Kizaru is here to hold the fort, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly." Jean Tamaru had full confidence in Admiral Kizaru. In his eyes, this naval admiral, who usually liked to slack off, drink tea, and trim his nails, was like a towering pillar of white jade. Therefore, he wasn't particularly concerned about what kind of reinforcements the world government would send. However, since the question had already been asked, it wouldn't hurt to listen. So everyone quieted down, waiting for the lieutenant to continue. The lieutenant took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his voice still trembled a bit. It's the one from the 5 elders known as the Divine Guardian of Scientific Defense, Lord Jagor Lucius Satan. He actually came in person this time, and he came on the same ship with Admiral Kizaru. After finally saying these words, the lieutenant seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his whole demeanor relaxing a bit. But the others present fell into a brief silence because of this news. After all, the 5 elders were the highest authority of the world government. Now that one of them had actually come to the scene, it undoubtedly brought more variables and uncertainties to the situation on Egghead Island. Oh, so it's the 5 elders who came. Jean Tamaru initially didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, mumbling these words. However, When he repeated 5 elders for a second time, he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a large watermelon. After quite a while, he finally came to his senses and exclaimed, "What? Lord Satan from the 5 elders actually came in person, and he came on the same ship as the old man? How was that possible?" At this moment, Jean Tomaru could no longer maintain his composure. He lunged at the lieutenant who had brought the news like a mad beast. He grabbed the lieutenant's collar tightly and yanked him up, lifting the tall lieutenant entirely off the ground. Then, he yelled hysterically at the lieutenant, "You tell me clearly, are you absolutely sure? Are you trying to mess with me with this kind of thing? How could such a small matter attract the 5 elders to take action personally? You better not be lying to me, or you'll face the consequences." The lieutenant, caught off guard by Jean Tomaru's rough treatment, was instantly flustered. As Jean Tomaru was too agitated, the saliva from his speech rained down on the lieutenant's face. The lieutenant, in a flurry, wiped the saliva off his face while stammering, "Why, yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed Lord Satan from the 5 elders who personally came to handle this matter. Based on the timing, they should be ready to set off by now." After hearing the lieutenant's confirmation again, Jean Tomaru felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His hand, which was tightly gripping the lieutenant's collar, gradually loosened. He weakly set the lieutenant down, swaying a few times and almost losing his balance. He felt as if his legs had lost the strength to support his body, trembling slightly, and that sense of helplessness gradually spread. Finally, he couldn't bear this feeling any longer and simply sat heavily on the cold, hard ground. At that moment, his eyes were hollow and vacant, staring blankly at the nearby wreckage, a sight of utter devastation. "Oh, Egghead Island, it seems this time it's really going to turn upside down," he murmured, his voice filled with despair. Just then, another naval lieutenant hurried over, standing straight in front of Vice Admiral Bartolomeo, saluting sharply before speaking. "Vice Admiral Bartolomeo, we have just received orders from the world government demanding that we do whatever it takes to hold off the invading enemies until Admiral Kizaru and his fleet arrive." After finishing, the lieutenant waited seriously for Bartolomeo's response. However, Bartolomeo merely glanced at him indifferently, not even bothering to say a word, completely ignoring the lieutenant who had come to deliver the orders. He knew very well that within the Navy, there were those like him who held a sense of justice and adhered to their conscience, but there were also those who blindly revered power, regardless of right or wrong. The inner scales that measure good and evil in such people had long been corroded by power. Thus, they naturally leaned more towards the side of the world government, which represented absolute authority. The lieutenant before him, who was so eager to relay the world government's orders, clearly belonged to the latter category. Bartolomeo had always looked down on such people. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a whole week had passed since Ming and others stormed Egghead Island. During this past week, everything seemed exceptionally calm, with no unusual events occurring. However, this superficial tranquility was not as peaceful and harmonious as people hoped. It felt more like an unsettling prelude before a storm. At this moment, the atmosphere on the Navy side felt as if it were on the brink of a tempest, with the air around them seeming to gather strength. Each passing moment making the Navy personnel feel that sense of oppression and tension. Just a little longer, and when this long-accumulated energy finally erupted, its power would surely be enough to destroy everything, bringing about catastrophic consequences. On the other side, a crisp, lively, and excited laughter of young boys suddenly reached everyone's ears. "How fun. Haha, look, big brother, I can fly." Without guessing, it was clear that the cheerful voice belonged to the lively and adorable little Sasuke. Strangely enough, this laughter was coming from the sky. Curiously looking up at the horizon, they saw little Sasuke and little Naruto dressed in the same Egghead Island outfits as Lilith, soaring across the sky like 2 shining meteors. Among them, Naruto's outfit was a bright and striking orange, while Sasuke wore a mysterious and deep purple garment. Notably, this futuristic outfit was not only stylish and beautiful, but also meticulously tailored to their individual requirements. On the back and front of their clothes, they bore the iconic symbols representing the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki, and a unique emblem symbolizing the Uchiha clan, Flame Fan. This way, even though they had changed into pirate world attire, upon returning to the ninja world, they could still be easily identified by their family affiliations. The shoes they wore blazed with fiery flames, resembling 2 burning pillars of fire, allowing them to soar freely in the sky. The intense flames not only did not burn them, but became the driving force propelling them forward. Until now, it had always been Ming using his powerful strength to carry everyone while flying. However, at this moment, as they felt the ability to fly on their own, the excitement and joy that surged within them were beyond words. Unlike being led by someone, they now felt like birds soaring high, fully enjoying the freedom of racing through the sky. Not far below, Ming, Shisui, Itachi, and Charizard had already changed into new outfits. Ming wore a black and red ensemble, with deep black interwoven with bright red, creating an aura of mystery and authority. Shisui donned a fresh green outfit, giving him a gentle and vibrant appearance. As for Itachi, he chose an orange-red garment, where the brilliant orange complemented the steady red, further highlighting his unique calm and youthful temperament. Charizard was more straightforward. It wore a specially made black and blue outfit it had chosen. Except for its tail tip, wings, and head, its other body parts, including its tail, neck, claws, and feet, were all wrapped up. Notably, the clothes they wore were not randomly selected, but were thoughtfully designed and prepared by Lilith. Each outfit's color corresponded perfectly to their respective Susanoo hues, showing that Lilith had put great effort into this. Moreover, this new type of clothing far exceeded their previous ordinary garments in terms of defensive capabilities and comfort. Even in terms of weight, the new clothes were much lighter, almost making them feel no burden at all. Faced with such excellent attire, the three of them unhesitatingly discarded their old clothes and willingly donned the new outfits. However, the most crucial aspect of this ensemble was the flying ability unique to those shoes. But for Ming, he already possessed the ability to fly. Whether by repulsion or using Susanoo's power, he could fly. Therefore, he did not care much about the flying aspect. Shisui and Itachi only briefly tried out the shoes' flying function before losing interest. Compared to flying with the shoes, they were more eager to soar through the skies like Ming, relying on their own Susanoo or even repulsion powers. As for Charizard, it didn't care about flying abilities at all. As for the two little ones, that was understandable. After all, they were still at an innocent and playful age. Showing a keen interest in new experiences was quite normal. At that moment, Lilith hurriedly walked out of the laboratory, her face filled with joy as she shouted to Ming and the others. Mr. Ming, Dr. Vegapunk's research has made progress. Hearing this, the three of them reacted differently, but undoubtedly the most excited were Shisui and Itachi. It should be noted that Vegapunk's research results were likely closely related to whether they could achieve a breakthrough in their own strength. Because of this, they didn't even have time to say another word and hurriedly followed Lilith, running back to the laboratory. Of course, Itachi, being an absolute brother complex, wouldn't he forget about his silly little brother even in such a time-sensitive moment. Before leaving, he still used the shadow clone technique to leave a clone behind to guard the two little ones who were happily playing in the air with Charizard. When Ming arrived at the laboratory, the first thing he saw was not Dr. Vegapunk, but two unfamiliar figures. Let me introduce, these two are also clones of Vegapunk. Just like me. This one is Punk number 3, Vegapunk Edison. A green Edison with the 03 mark on his forehead said to Ming and the others, "Hello, I am Edison." The other was a robot, predominantly red, with the Punk 04 mark on his right chest. "Hello, I am Punk number 4, Vegapunk Pythagoras." Pythagoras introduced himself directly without Lilith's introduction. "Hello, I am Uchiha Ming, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi." The three of them also introduced themselves. "They are my clones and also my assistants." When Ming saw Vegapunk, whose hair was messy like a bird's nest, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he eagerly asked, "Dr. Vegapunk, I sincerely hope you can bring us some exciting good news." At that moment, Vegapunk cheerfully responded, "There will naturally be good news." This simple response was like a flash of light in their minds, instantly making Shisui and Itachi extremely excited. They both instinctively activated their dazzling red 3-Tomo Sharingan. Then Vegapunk, without any intention of being mysterious, directly began to explain. "After in-depth research, I was surprised to find that there is a very unique and mysterious component hidden in your blood. For convenience, I will temporarily name it the mysterious factor. According to the differences in your Sharingan levels, the content of this substance, which I call the mysterious factor, in your blood shows a gradually increasing trend. Starting from the 1-Tomo Sharingan that little Sasuke had, as the level of Sharingan increases, up to the current Manjiki Sharingan that you two possess, the content of the mysterious factor in your blood has been steadily rising. However, during this research process, I unexpectedly noticed a rather interesting phenomenon. At this point, Vegapunk slowly shifted his gaze from the data report in his hand and thoughtfully turned to Ming, who had been quietly standing to the side. His gaze was filled with true wisdom, as if he could see through Ming's exterior to the blood flowing within. After a brief pause, Beijiao spoke in a low yet audible voice. In comparison, there is indeed a significant difference between your blood and theirs. This difference is not reflected in the surface composition, but rather hidden at a microscopic level that the naked eye cannot directly observe. Upon hearing this, Ming, who had been calm until then, suddenly became alert. His bright eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and he unconsciously took a small step forward, eagerly asking, "Oh, is that so? Could you please elaborate for us, Doctor?" To be honest, I'm aware of my own uniqueness, but I can't quite pinpoint what makes it special. Ming's tone revealed an unmistakable sense of anticipation and curiosity, clearly very interested in the topic. Beijiao nodded, slightly in acknowledgement. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, he began to explain in detail. After my careful testing and in-depth analysis over the past few days, I have finally discovered the secret contained in your blood, which is the presence of an enormous amount of mystery factors. The sheer number of these mystery factors is almost unbelievable. If we set the concentration of mystery factors in your blood at 1, then by comparison, we can determine that the concentration in the blood of Shisui and Itachi is only about 0.001. At this point, Beijiao couldn't help but shake his head slightly, seemingly still in disbelief at such a vast difference. He gazed again at the detailed report data in his hands. His brow slightly furrowed as he thoughtfully remarked, "Moreover, the situation is far from as simple as you might think. In fact, it's not just about the sheer quantity. More importantly, the quality of the mystery factors in your blood is extraordinarily high. No, to be precise, for some unknown reason, the mystery factors in your blood have already undergone a qualitative transformation. They're no longer comparable to the mystery factors in others' blood. The gap between them is so vast that there is no room for comparison, and they can be called super mystery factors." As Beijiao explained, he kept shaking his head, as if doubting his own words and unhesitatingly negating and overturning them. "Oh, doctor, please stop beating around the bush. Just tell us the final conclusion directly, okay?" Ming interrupted, seeing that Beijiao was becoming more and more verbose. Ming knew that once the Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, the results were completely different from before. The Rinnegan was so powerful that it could even feed back into itself, promoting the evolution of the physical body of its holder. Although this process was not as visibly apparent as the change in the eyes, Ming could clearly feel the changes in his body. At this moment, Ming was not entirely uninterested in the exploration process. Rather, compared to the lengthy and complex analysis, what he was most concerned about deep down was the straightforward conclusion. Hearing Ming's urgent prompting and noticing the anxious expressions on the faces of the other two, Beijiao couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh, then slowly nodded in response. "All right, since you are all so eager to know the result, I won't ramble on any longer." He thought to himself that these young people really lacked patience these days. The conclusion is, the concentration of mystery factors is the most important condition for the evolution of your Sharingan. Without exception, Beijiao said with a serious expression. In front of him sat two people, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, their faces showing an expression of great anticipation as they fixed their eyes on Vegapunk, as if they were waiting to hear from him a method that could instantly evolve their Sharingan. However, Vegapunk suddenly fell silent. For a moment, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Shisui finally couldn't help but break the silence, looking at Vegapunk with some confusion, and asked, "Why have you stopped speaking, Doctor?" Vegapunk, sticking out his tongue and blinking in the same puzzled manner, replied, "That's the conclusion. I've finished speaking." Upon hearing this, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, feeling a wave of helplessness in their hearts. After a moment, Itachi took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly agitated emotions, and slowly asked, Doctor, since you have come to such an important conclusion, how exactly should we address this issue? For example, would a blood transfusion be feasible? That absolutely won't work. I personally tried it. The mysterious factor contained in your blood seems to be tightly bound to your own genetic code. Simply mixing the blood of different people together won't have any effect at all, Vegapunk said with a serious and earnest expression. Then, he paused slightly before continuing to explain. Moreover, I think if it were really as simple as you believe, just mixing the blood of your clan members would solve the problem. Then this dilemma wouldn't have troubled your entire family for so long, right? So I say, everyone should think carefully about whether this is such an easy-to-understand principle. At this moment, Ming had been quietly listening to every word Vegapunk said, especially when he noticed that Vegapunk's tone seemed relatively relaxed while speaking. He couldn't help but ponder to himself, It seems this renowned genius scientist from across the sea must have a well-thought-out plan. Otherwise, in line with a scientist's style of conduct, he would never show such composure without certainty. Perhaps he not only has found an effective solution, but might even facilitate a qualitative leap and enhancement of their clan Sharingan. After all, if he didn't have some degree of confidence or progress, Vegapunk definitely wouldn't appear so assured. Doctor, stop teasing them and quickly tell us your solution, Ming said, looking at Vegapunk with a helpless expression. Upon hearing Ming's words, Vegapunk's long tongue, which was sticking out, gently wiggled, seemingly amused by Ming's comment. He shook his head and sighed. Oh dear, I say, you little brats. Why does each of you act like an old man? You don't even have a hint of the vitality that children your age should have. Vegapunk was truly at a loss for words, taken aback by the demeanor of Ming and the others, who were more stable and mature than adults. The children before him were nothing like the young generation that should be adventuring on the high seas. If the other young people in this sea area had also experienced the same as us, being ruthlessly thrown into brutal and merciless bloody wars since they were only 4 or 5 years old, then they would surely grow up rapidly and become as mature as we are. After all, those who are not mature enough have long since become truly mature. Itachi spoke expressionlessly, his tone flat, but the weight and sadness contained in his words were impossible to ignore. For a moment, the entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Even Pythagoras, the robot, was silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy and oppressive. Cough, cough. Vegapunk cleared his throat, deliberately coughing twice, as if to cover up the heavy topic they had just discussed before speaking again. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Remember what Ming told me before about your Uchiha clan Sharingan? If you want to advance to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, you must use 2 pairs of Mangeki. When I heard this, an idea suddenly popped in my mind, and it's a particularly simple good idea. After saying this, Vegapunk couldn't help but cough lightly again, as if this would make his words seem more natural. At this moment, Ming and the others had already perked up their ears, their expressions focused and serious, afraid of missing a single word of what Vegapunk was about to say. Vegapunk paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to build suspense, before slowly uttering 2 words, cloning. Just those 2 simple words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. For a moment, the entire room fell into a brief silence. Soon after, Ming and Lilith, realizing what he meant, showed expressions of sudden understanding. However, on the other side, Shisui and Itachi looked confused, completely at a loss. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ming quickly asked, Doctor, when you say cloning, are you referring to just cloning the eyes, or do you intend to clone the entire person? Both can be attempted, but cloning a complete person will take longer. If it's just a pair of eyes, the speed will be much faster. Vegapunk's attitude was particularly relaxed and casual when discussing the field of cloning technology. After all, for him, this technology had been thoroughly researched and was completely under his control, making it easy to operate. In that case, let's try both. Ming made the decision without hesitation, since they currently had no specific schedule. Waiting here for the remaining 20 days to obtain experimental results was not unacceptable. After all, as ninjas, patience is a required lesson. So, how long will each of these 2 situations take? Ming was somewhat worried, unsure if they could witness the final results before leaving. Well, that's actually quite simple. If it's just cloning individual organs, it will take about 7 days to complete. If you want to clone a complete person, it will take about twice the time needed for cloning the organs. Vegapunk was well-versed in cloning technology, having conducted countless studies and practices in this area before. Therefore, he could quickly estimate the completion time in his mind after a brief consideration. All right, then we will rely entirely on the doctor and all of you. Ming nodded happily, expressing his full trust in Vegapunk's abilities. When Shisui and Itachi heard this estimated time, they exchanged smiles, clearly very satisfied with the result. Just before Ming and the others were about to leave, they left 3 vials of blood with Vegapunk. After doing this, the 3 turned around and left with peace of mind, leaving Vegapunk and his 3 clones to face the vials of blood and the impending tense experimental work. After leaving the laboratory filled with wisdom and high-tech equipment, the 3 walked slowly down the road, shoulder to shoulder. Shisui, on the left, slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Ming in the middle, and quietly asked, Ming, do you think the so-called cloning technology mentioned by Dr. Vegapunk can really effectively solve the dilemma we face with the Mangeki Sharingan? Itachi, standing on the far right, also felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing this. Just moments ago, while in the laboratory, although the 2 of them had only a vague understanding of the content mentioned by Dr. Vegapunk, They had remained silent due to the presence of others. Now, with no one else around, they could finally express their inner doubts to Mumming without reservation. Mumming pondered for a moment, seemingly seriously considering how to answer this question. After a brief silence, he slowly began to speak. Well, you can understand cloning as copying, like copying a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, or even copying an Uchiha Mumming, an Uchiha Shisui, or an Uchiha Itachi. Mumming looked at Shisui and the others and said, I believe that based on the records in our clan, this cloning technology will certainly have some effect, but it's difficult to assert how effective it will be at this point. At this point, Mumming paused slightly to organize his thoughts and continued, throughout our long history, no one in the Uchiha clan has ever ventured into the field of cloning. There hasn't even been a thought of it. However, this technological power, which is completely different from ninjutsu, based on my current knowledge and understanding, has a considerable chance of success. Seeing that Shisui and Itachi appeared somewhat downcast, Mumming naturally understood what they were thinking. However, at this moment, everything was still unknown, and the only action they could take was to continue waiting patiently. Just then, Itachi suddenly looked up and posed a crucial and important question. If the cloning technology can really be realized and is feasible, how should we deal with it once we return to the ninja world? Should we take Dr. Vegapunk back with us? After all, there are others with Manjiki Sharingan, including my father. If things don't work out, that's fine. But if it succeeds, what will happen to Fugaku? And what about Sasuke in the future? Itachi can choose to ignore Fugaku, but is it possible for him to ignore Sasuke? In response to a series of questions thrown out by Itachi, Mumming smiled slightly and replied leisurely. Actually, this point is not complicated. If operations like cloning are truly feasible, then even if we return to the ninja world, it will not cause too much impact, because we also have such technological talents in our ninja world. As long as we can find an effective solution, other subsequent matters will no longer be a tricky problem. Are you talking about Orochimaru? The image of Danzo's terrifying, pale arm covered in Sharingan flashed instantly in Shisui's mind. According to the information Shisui found later, it was indeed Orochimaru who personally operated and meticulously cultivated this extremely bizarre arm for Danzo. Indeed, if Vegapunk is the top scientist in this world, then Orochimaru is undoubtedly the most outstanding figure in the scientific community of our ninja world. Mumming nodded solemnly, affirming his viewpoint. In the work of Naruto, there are many supporting characters with distinct and unique personalities. These supporting characters, with their unique charm and brilliant performances, have become unforgettable memories for many Naruto fans. Among them, Orochimaru is one of the most dazzling, important supporting characters besides the protagonists. It can even be said without exaggeration that even the two male protagonists in the anime sometimes give off an impression that they cannot overshadow Orochimaru's brilliance. This charisma makes Orochimaru seem to have an innate allure that draws many Naruto fans' attention. And this is the scientific cultivation of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru. Let us look forward to good news from Dr. Vegapunk. Shisui still wore a gentle and warm smile, akin to a spring breeze, regarding the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which is crucial for the Uchiha clan. Shisui has come to terms with it. If this attempt ultimately succeeds, that would be great. But even if it doesn't go as hoped, it doesn't matter. After all, he is still young. Moreover, Shisui does not believe that with Mumming as a precedent, he cannot obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, a subtle red light suddenly flickered in Mumming's eyes. He then unhesitatingly performed the body flicker technique, instantly moving like a ghost to the edge of the clouds. Afterwards, he slightly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the calm and empty sea surface in the distance. Soon after, two light sounds of whoosh whoosh were heard, and Shisui and Itachi also hurriedly arrived at this spot. What's going on? Shisui asked suspiciously, staring at the sea surface ahead, his gaze scanning back and forth. However, after observing for a while, he did not notice anything unusual. They're coming. Mumming softly responded to Shisui's question. Just as he finished speaking, a pole suddenly emerged from the calm sea, with a small triangular white flag hanging from its top. Initially, the pole only slowly rose a short distance from the water, but as time passed, it continued to rise until it was fully revealed to everyone. What was hidden beneath the pole gradually became clear. It was actually a ship, and it was a very large ship. Mumming, Shisui, and Itachi immediately activated their three Tomo Sharingan simultaneously to see the situation in the distance more clearly. With the powerful insight of the Sharingan, they could see that there was not just this one ship appearing in their field of vision. More and more ships began to surface. rapidly emerging from the sea like bamboo shoots after rain. Before long, these ships densely covered the entire sea surface, and from afar, the originally sapphire-blue ocean was now shrouded by a mass of dark ships, forming a terrifying black sea. What is that symbol in the middle? And those others are all Navy fleets. Itachi frowned tightly, his expression serious as he leaned over to look at the massive fleet of warships on the distant sea, unconsciously murmuring. Although the cross pattern made up of 5 black spheres on the sail of the central ship was completely unfamiliar to him, he had seen the seagull patterns on the sails of those surrounding ships at the Navy headquarters. Yes, the unique symbol on the ship in the center is the exclusive emblem of the world government, the only ruling power in this world. Coupled with the ship's specifications, it seems that the person coming here must not be an ordinary character. It is highly likely that it is someone of considerable power and fame from the world government personally making an appearance. However, even in the face of such a situation, Ming maintained a seemingly indifferent and unconcerned smile on his face. It seemed that none of the scenes unfolding before him could stir even a hint of worry or panic within him. At that moment, Itachi turned his gaze to Ming and asked in a very calm tone, "So, do you need me to give them a special greeting?" If one only listened to the words, they might not feel anything wrong. However, through the hint of ferocity that fleetingly passed through Itachi's eyes, it could be easily perceived that the so-called greeting he mentioned would definitely not be the usual kind of greeting we understand in daily life. Ming gently pinched his fingers and then waved his hand to decline, saying, "No need. Let's just quietly wait here until they notice our presence and come to us on their own. Look, someone has already noticed us." Before his words had completely settled, Shisui and Itachi turned their gazes in the direction he was looking. In the distance, amidst a massive fleet, on a ship that was completely different in specifications from the others, several faint traces of observation haki were directed straight towards their location. In an instant, a golden light suddenly rose from the ship, resembling a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the light was already close, halting abruptly in mid-air, and then erupting into a dazzling golden brilliance. As the light gradually receded, the golden glow coalesced into a figure, who appeared right in front of Ming and the others. Ming slightly squinted his eyes, sizing up the person before him, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely spoke. "We meet again, Admiral Kizaru." It turned out that standing before Ming and the others was none other than the Navy Admiral Kizaru, known for his lazy demeanor. Kizaru's gaze flickered as he looked at Ming. Noticing Kizaru's gaze, Ming understood. An overwhelmingly powerful conqueror's haki suddenly manifested, black-red lightning enveloping the area where they stood. While everything else seemed unchanged, Kizaru himself showed no reaction to the impact of the conqueror's haki. However, Ming's conqueror's haki successfully dispersed the several traces of observation haki from afar. Under the influence of Ming's conqueror's haki, Kizaru narrowed his eyes, looking up and down at Ming, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Oh dear, I really didn't want to meet you all. I thought I could stay far away and have nothing to do with this dangerous young man. But who would have thought? I ended up so unlucky, being dragged here to do this hard work. Now, I really don't know how to wrap this up later. If possible, young man, please take it easy on me. After all, I'm just an old bone, not built for fighting." After saying this, he feigned a pitiful look and shrugged at Ming. Seeing Kizaru looking weak and seemingly half dead, Ming couldn't hold back his laughter, genuinely amused by Kizaru's disgruntled state. Truly, he was Kizaru. The subtext in Kizaru's words was clear. He didn't want to didn't want to be enemies with Ming. But unfortunately, he had been summoned by higher-ups and couldn't refuse. If it really came to blows, he would mix in if he could, but if not, he hoped Ming would just give him a light hit, just enough to provide a reason for him to get by. "I don't want to fight either recently. Just soaking up the sun, surfing, and fishing has been incredibly comfortable." Ming actually didn't want to fight at all. The reason for this, if you ask, would boil down to laziness can be addictive. However, when a stop was something Ming could decide, but whether to fight or not was not solely up to them. Just at that moment, both Ming and Kizaru seemed to have a tacit understanding and simultaneously stopped their conversation. The reason? Naturally, it was because an oblivious fellow had arrived. With their exceptionally keen observation haki perception, Ming and Kizaru clearly sensed an elderly man dressed in a black suit, wearing a black top hat, leaning on a cane, with graying whiskers. Just a moment ago, he had been on that massive ship in the distance. But in the blink of an eye, he had teleported right in front of them. "Kid, we finally meet," the old man said to Ming in a deep, authoritative voice. Lord Satan. Upon seeing this mysterious elder appear before them, Kizaru wasted no time and immediately greeted him. However, in stark contrast to Kizaru's enthusiasm, Satan seemed to ignore Kizaru's greeting entirely. He didn't even lift his head, too lazy to pay any attention to Admiral Kizaru. Since Saint Satan arrived at Egghead Island, whether it was his profound observation haki or his sharp eyes like those of a hawk, they had been firmly locked onto Ming without ever shifting away. Those eyes were like two cold sword lights, seemingly trying to penetrate Ming's body, thoroughly seeing him from head to toe. We have indeed met. However, Satan, you really do feel a bit less impressive in person than in reputation. At that moment, Ming suddenly broke the silence. He met Saint Satan's gaze without fear, looking straight back at him with a slight smile playing on his lips. At the same time, he responded to Saint Satan's words in an unusually relaxed tone, hinting at a bit of teasing. In his previous life, Ming had always been filled with strong curiosity about the enigmatic Gorosei, especially in a world like that of pirates, where they held supreme power. Did it mean they also possessed unfathomable strength? Now, as he faced one of the Gorosei, Saint Satan, his long-standing doubt finally found an answer. The saint before him indeed exuded a power that was not to be underestimated. Judging solely by the immense aura he radiated and the surging energy hidden within him, he could definitely be considered a top-tier powerhouse. However, even among those at the top tier, there were clear differences. In Ming's perception, although Satan was strong, he felt far less imposing than Kizaru, standing beside him. Of course, this gap might not be due to Satan's lack of strength, but could also be a misperception on Ming's part. After all, accurately assessing someone's strength is no easy task, and even someone as experienced as Ming might make misjudgments. However, these details were not that important to Ming. The real key point was that the moment he first looked at Saint Satan, he clearly realized deep down that this seemingly formidable figure, overlooking the pirate world from the top, could at most serve as a qualified punching bag for him and was not worthy of being his true opponent. Meeting in person is not as good as hearing about it. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. Satan slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flashing in his gaze. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming and tyrannical conqueror's haki erupted from Saint Satan like a flood breaking through a dam, crushing towards Ming. However, facing such terrifying pressure, Ming remained unfazed. He slightly curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Arrogant? This is what you call arrogant? I have even more arrogance. Do you want to see it? Before his words finished, an equally powerful and tyrannical conqueror's haki suddenly burst forth from Ming, roaring towards Satan's haki assault like a awakened Tiger King. The two extreme conquerors' haki clashed head-on, like two meteors violently colliding in the air, producing intense pressure. In an instant, a fierce wind rose. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by the collision of the two haki auras. Meanwhile, black and red lightning intertwined around both parties, crackling loudly as if to tear apart the entire space. In this suffocating standoff, the powerful aura expanded outward from the two like a center, causing the ground to crack and collapse, forming deep ravines. Yet at the core of the storm, Ming and Saint Satan stood like two mountains, motionless. Time passed second by second, and neither side was willing to back down. At that moment, a glint flashed in Ming's eyes, and he thought to himself, this can't continue. Let me break the deadlock. As soon as his idea emerged, he put into action. The originally three-tomo Sharingan of Ming suddenly began to rotate rapidly and gradually changed, eventually transforming into a pair of mysterious and dazzling eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With the completion of this transformation, the conqueror's haki emanating from Ming suddenly increased to a new level, its overwhelming aura firmly suppressing Saint's conqueror's haki. What was once a stalemate, with no clear winner in the fierce clash of conqueror's haki, now experienced a remarkable shift. The conqueror's haki released by Saint was gradually being suppressed by Ming's conqueror's haki, showing a one-sided situation. However, despite this unfavorable circumstance, Saint showed no signs of tension at all. He simply glanced at Ming, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, and said, "Kid, I have to admit, your strength is indeed quite good. It's just a pity that compared to that mouth of yours, you're still far behind." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Before long, Saint's figure slowly rose. In the blink of an eye, he was significantly taller than before. At the same time, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. His lower body actually morphed into a giant spider with 8 thick legs. Between his arms, there swirled dark flames like ink, burning fiercely as if they wanted to devour everything. The most bizarre part was that 2 sharp, formidable horns suddenly sprouted from the top of his head, glimmering with a chilling light. This was the Ox Ghost Satan/Saint's beast human form. After completing this transformation, the Conqueror's haki radiating from his body instantly became immensely powerful once again. Not only did it easily erase the previous disadvantage, but it also turned the tables, occupying an absolute upper hand. As Satan/Saint's overwhelming Conqueror's haki surged toward him like a tsunami, threatening to swallow everything, Ming still maintained his previous calm demeanor, the corners of his mouth even slightly lifting to reveal a playful smile. What? Do you really think you're capable now? However, this "I can do it when the sky is clear" look on your face feels incredibly familiar, Ming said lightly, his tone laced with sarcasm and disdain. Just as his words fell, the eternal kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes suddenly began to shrink dramatically, the once vibrant red light instantly replaced by a deep, mysterious purple. In an instant, an overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from him as the Rinnegan made its official debut, accompanied by the emergence of the Rinnegan. Ming's Conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic explosion, pressing down on Satan/Saint with an unstoppable force. At this moment, Ming was firing on all cylinders. The power of the Conqueror's haki he released was beyond what Satan/Saint could contend with. This time, the clash of their Conqueror's haki had no substantial contest at all. As Satan/Saint opened his mouth, barely able to utter a word, Ming's unmatched Conqueror's haki struck like a massive hammer, easily shattering Satan/Saint's Conqueror's haki as if it were tofu. Satan/Saint felt a tightness in his chest, involuntarily letting out a painful grunt from his throat, staggering back a few steps, clearly having taken a heavy blow. The outcome of this fierce clash of Conqueror's haki was already determined. Without a doubt, the final victor was Uchiha Ming. Kid, this world is vast, so vast that it exceeds your imagination, and the sky is so high that you can never reach it. Satan/Saint fixed his gaze on Ming's face, which bore a faint smile, and a flash of brutal rage suddenly crossed his eyes. As Satan/Saint's words fell, several spider legs, glimmering coldly like blades, suddenly shot through the air. These spider legs emitted a faint, heart-pounding blue light. Just a glance made it clear that these blue lights were definitely some super supplements. Yes, the kind that could leave you dead without a complete corpse. The world is vast. The sky is high. Is your vision limited to this insignificant little planet? How ridiculous. Just a mere planet. How high can the sky really be? How big can the land be? Upon hearing Satan/Saint's words, Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a dismissive smile. However, his body remained as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Just as the fierce spider legs of Satan/Saint were about to strike Ming hard, a crisp, piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. At the critical moment, a powerful black-red, semi-transparent barrier appeared out of nowhere, forcefully blocking all of the incoming spider legs. Following that, the mysterious black-red, semi-transparent barrier seemed to come to life, rapidly expanding at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic and majestic black-red, complete body, Susanoo, gradually revealed its shocking true form from this barrier. At this moment, Ming was controlling the Susanoo, which looked like a war god descending, skillfully adjusting its size to always match Satan/Saint's beast human form. Insignificant little planet? Kid, your arrogance is truly absurd. A hint of disdainful cold laughter appeared at the corners of Satan/Saint's mouth, his gaze piercing as he stared at the oblivious Ming. He suddenly swung that thick and fierce spider leg, and with a sharp sound of slicing through the air, liquid balls emitting a ghostly blue light rushed toward Ming like raindrops. Satan/Saint was no simple-minded brute with brawn over brains. As a powerful figure with the title of scientific defense war god for the world government, Satan/Saint was also a well-educated scientist. He had a deep understanding and research on the formation principles and internal structures of planets in the universe. Therefore, when he heard Ming belittle planets like that, he couldn't help but feel a surge of laughter rising in his heart. On the other side, facing the onslaught of attacks, Ming showed no concern whatsoever. He stood calmly in place, his eyes revealing an extraordinary composure. Just as the blue liquid sphere was about to hit him, in an instant, Susanoo's hand suddenly pulled out a glimmering halberd from midair. Without a moment to lose, Susanoo swung the halberd, like a sea dragon tumbling wildly in the air. And those originally fierce blue liquid spheres were shattered in the blink of an eye. The broken blue liquid splattered everywhere, falling to the ground like rain. These blue liquids seemed to possess a strong corrosive nature as they touched the ground, emitting a chilling hiss sound. Soon after, the uneven ground began to be rapidly eroded, releasing wisps of pungent smoke and gradually revealing various pits of different depths and shapes. Do you really think that merely knowing a little about the superficial concepts of the planet allows you to transcend beyond it? How ridiculous! I have witnessed countless people like you over the long years who, thinking they grasped a tiny bit of trivial knowledge, began to swell with arrogance and became conceited, looking down on others. However, from beginning to end, they had no idea of the heavy weight that the Words World government carry on this planet. Accompanied by Satan's furious roar, an unmatched, domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. His eyes widened, and two sharp gazes shot toward Ming like lightning. At the same time, an exceptionally fierce mental shock, wrapped in dazzling black-red lightning, surged toward Ming with an overwhelming force. Haha, swollen with pride? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, your vision remains limited to the realm of the world government, and you pitiful people have never experienced what a true peerless powerhouse is. In the face of Satan's fierce mental shock, Ming's reaction appeared particularly calm and composed. He merely smiled faintly, and then chose to ignore this seemingly overwhelming attack. The conqueror's haki, capable of causing instant collapse in ordinary people, seemed to transform into a gentle breeze in front of Ming's mysterious reincarnation eyes, having no effect on him whatsoever. At most, it just added a few black and red lightning embellishments. And those embellishments had long been blocked by the black and red Susanoo. What kind of unparalleled strong person have you short-sighted guys ever seen? Could it be your legendary Joy Boy? Haha, that's utterly ridiculous. You should know that even the so-called Joy Boy you believe in was defeated by our great world government 800 years ago. It was that decisive victory that created the world government which has ruled the entire world for 800 years. Saint looked at Ming with disdain, his words filled with contempt and ridicule for the other party. At this moment, Saint believed he had seen through Ming's true identity. In his view, someone like Ming, who harbored strong hostility towards the world government, was most likely a loyal follower of Joy Boy, the nemesis that the world government had always feared. Therefore, he became even more reckless in his denigration of Joy Boy, attempting to suppress Ming's spirit. Joy Boy, that figure praised by many as miraculous? In my opinion, he is nothing but a complete joke. Who would have thought that Ming's response would be so unexpected? Not only did he not become furious as Saint had hoped, but instead appeared calm, as if he didn't care about the name Joy Boy at all. Your vision is so narrow that it completely limits your pathetic imagination. Look at that legendary savior, the sun god Joy Boy, and then look at the three ancient legendary weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Can these be considered truly powerful? Ming paused for a moment after saying this, then nodded and said, perhaps the Pluton that can destroy an island in one blow, the Poseidon that controls all sea kings, and the Uranus. Based on the existing intelligence, the Uranus that your world government has hidden for so long should be some kind of space-based weapon. It is said that using Uranus has the side effect of raising sea levels. So what is beyond the sky? The moon, or rather, directly transforming the moon into a super fortress and weapon. Therefore, after you use Uranus, the gravitational fluctuations between the moon and this planet cause global sea levels to rise as well. Forget it, these are no longer important. 4 frogs at the bottom of the well like you, who have yet to step off this planet, they can indeed be considered powerful. Ming's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a contemptuous smile, while he continuously murmured these words. At this moment, Ming was fully focused on controlling Susanoo, which wielded a giant halberd, engaging in an intense and thrilling clash with Satan's spider legs, which were as hard as steel. Both sides exchanged blows, neither giving way, with each collision resulting in earth-shattering sounds and sparks flying everywhere. Damn, brat, stop dreaming here. Satan's pupils suddenly constricted after hearing Ming's words, and then he roared in anger, faced with Ming's arrogant and ignorant and fearless attitude. Even his usually calm and experienced nature was nearly pushed to the edge of his patience. After all, he had traversed the seas for so many years, and it was the first time he encountered someone as utterly ignorant and fearless as Ming. However, Saint was gradually getting used to Ming's absurdly arrogant tone. Speaking of which, he had long been accustomed to people like Ming, who began to inflate themselves just because they knew a few unknown secrets. However, those people in the past were at most just a bit arrogant, But someone like Ming, who had inflated to such an outrageous degree, was truly a first for him. As for Ming's bold speculation, a flicker of murderous intent almost turned tangible in Saint's eyes. However, he felt that Ming was right about one thing. None of this was important. This little brat and his few subordinates would definitely die here today, at his hands. Sigh. Ming shook his head helplessly, his face full of pity as if he were looking at a fool. After a deep sigh, he coldly fixed his gaze on the forward Saint. Suddenly, Susanoo took the initiative, swinging its powerful arm, its fist like a mountain, roaring through the air and smashing down toward Saint's spider legs that were preparing to launch a fierce attack. With a loud bang, the hurriedly counterattacked spider leg was forcefully knocked back, and Saint staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself due to the immense force. Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. It seems you are not only weak, but even lack imagination in your dreams. After saying this, he stood with his hands behind his back at Susanoo's brow position, looking directly at Saint, his eyes flashing with arrogance. A true strong person is someone who allows you to unleash your imagination, and yet you cannot even begin to imagine. Invincible within a planet? You should have used Uranus 800 years ago. If you have used Uranus and this planet still exists, it means that Uranus's power has not reached the level of planet destruction. And for true strong individuals, even at the initial stage, they possess physical strength that is astonishing to behold. Just a pure physical punch striking a planet can instantly achieve the terrifying feat of exploding a star. Can you even imagine such power? The force of a casual hand wave from them can surpass your Uranus. Ming paused, then continued. When strong individuals advance further, they may not even need to exert all their strength. A mere fingertip can suffice. Just a tiny energy sphere the size of a fingertip can annihilate a planet, turning it into cosmic dust. As they advance further, they can easily destroy entire star systems, causing stars to shatter and all things to perish in their wake. At this point, Ming's voice rose slightly, as if describing something extremely shocking. However, this is still far from enough. There is an even more terrifying kind of strong individuals who hide in the shadows, like the puppet masters controlling everything. They are adept at manipulating time and the cycle of life, using the eternal heavens as a chessboard, with all sentient beings as pawns, not hesitating to spend millions, tens of millions, or even billions of years, during which they sacrifice countless lives to set up a grand scheme. Everything they do is merely to create an opportunity for themselves, a chance to transcend, to break free from the shackles of worldly laws and become that supreme existence, eternal in this world. And all of this is something you frogs at the bottom of the well cannot possibly understand. Ming felt utterly helpless because the other party's vision was too short-sighted and their understanding was shockingly shallow. In such a situation, he knew that if he directly began to show off or demonstrate his strength, the other person would likely be as confused as a monk who couldn't find his way. Therefore, before officially entering the mode of showing off and acting cool, Ming felt it was necessary to play the role of a teacher and educate this ignorant person about some common knowledge and key points. Otherwise, even if he went all out to display his prowess, the other party might still be unable to grasp the essence of it. This situation is akin to the advertisements put out by luxury brands. Both the expensive luxury companies and the general public are well aware that these items are simply not affordable for ordinary people. Given this, why do so many luxury brands still spend heavily and spare no effort in promoting themselves? The reason is quite simple. Their goal is to widely disseminate their extraordinary status and prestigious level to the masses, thereby giving customers who purchase and use these products a strong and lasting sense of satisfaction and pleasure, which greatly enhances the so-called emotional value. The same logic applies to Ming at this moment. Satan Shung's narrow perspective was almost unbearable for Ming. Even if Ming wanted to show off in front of him, this guy would probably just stand there, blinking his confused eyes like a deer caught in headlights. Therefore, what Ming needed to do was to broaden Satan Shung's horizons first, allowing him to understand some higher-level things and concepts before implementing his meticulously planned show-off strategy to achieve the shock effect he desired. Are you crazy? You must be crazy. It's ridiculous that I'm arguing with such a complete madman. Ha! Satan Shung roared with uncontrollable anger, his words filled with rage. Faced with everything Ming said, Satan Shung's first reaction was not shock, but instead a face full of anger and speechlessness. He never expected that he would be entangled with such a madman here for so long, wasting a significant amount of his precious time and energy. At this thought, an unnamed fury surged in Satan's heart. He suddenly raised his right hand, and in an instant, countless blue venomous spikes surged into the sky. These spikes were densely packed, pouring in from all directions like a torrential rain. But this was just the beginning. With a thought from Satan, his profound, armed, color haki and terrifying conqueror's haki instantly burst forth, quickly covering each venomous spike. The two powerful haki intertwined and fused, making the already formidable venomous spikes even more terrifying. At this moment, Ming looked up and saw countless venomous spikes filling the sky. They flickered with an eerie blue light, like messengers from hell, rushing toward him with endless killing intent. Looking at this breathtaking scene, Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. "Godi!" Satan roared, then violently swung his arm down, accompanying his movement. The sky full of venomous spikes shot through the air like arrows released from a bow, producing a sharp and piercing whistling sound as they charged toward Ming with overwhelming force. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded by this powerful momentum, sending chills down one's spine. Facing the overwhelming tide of venomous spikes that blotted out the sky, Ming remained unperturbed, slowly raising his right hand, synchronizing with the action of Susanoo, accurately targeting the fierce venomous spikes. At that moment, Ming lightly shouted, "Shinra Tensei." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain boundless power and majesty. Almost in the same instant, a tremendous force, mixed with the domineering color of Haoshiku, burst forth from Ming's body like a flood breaking through a dam, rapidly spreading outwards. Wherever this powerful Haoshiku aura passed, the air seemed to twist and deform, faintly emitting a heart-pounding humming sound. Immediately afterwards, an unmatched repulsive force erupted violently in the direction pointed by Ming's palm. This repulsive force swept through like a violent hurricane, with the power to destroy everything in its path. The originally aggressive, poisonous liquid spikes, in the face of this terrifying repulsion, were like hitting an indestructible, invisible wall. Their momentum came to a sudden halt, and then, at an astonishing speed, several times faster than their advance, they flew back. On the other side, Satan's Saint, who had intended to launch a fatal strike after Ming was exposed by the poisonous liquid spikes, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes upon witnessing this scene. However, he reacted quickly, thrusting his staff sharply into the ground. In an instant, the two-color domineering aura on the poisonous liquid spikes vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, those poisonous liquid spikes that flew back miraculously transformed back into liquid poison and scattered down. The vast majority of the liquid poured down towards the ground below, with only a small portion falling onto the second-level platform. Huang Yuan, who had been closely monitoring the development of the battle, suddenly changed his expression upon seeing this breathtaking scene. He moved without hesitation, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden streak of light, rushing down below. As he sped along, the yellow monkey waved his hands and shouted, 8-foot Cheongoyu. Before his voice faded, countless shining energy orbs descended like a meteor shower from the sky. These orbs were dense and numerous, each containing extremely terrifying energy. A series of crackling sounds echoed as the falling venom evaporated without a trace upon contact with the energy orbs due to the high temperature. Once all the venom was cleared away, the yellow monkey finally let out a sigh of relief. He hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over the unharmed Navy soldiers below, and a heavy stone finally fell from his heart. Immediately after, the body of Kizaru, which was still flesh and blood, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, transforming once again into a golden beam in the blink of an eye, racing towards the battlefield above at an astonishing speed. At this moment, a shocking and horrifying scene was unfolding on the battlefield above. A young man in his prime, like a fierce beast, was controlling a massive black and red giant, forcefully pinning down the head of an old man whose hair and beard were as white as snow, mercilessly smashing it against the ground, accompanied by a series of incredibly violent punches that rained down on the old man like a torrential downpour. Each punch contained immense power, kicking up dust and scattering stones, the dull thud of the impacts echoing across the entire battlefield, sending chills down people's spines. Kizaru, hurry up and help. At this moment, Satan's Saint, who was being relentlessly pummeled into the ground by Ming, shouted with a face full of anger. His originally proud and arrogant expression had long since vanished, replaced by endless frustration and anger. At that moment, Huang Yuan's figure reappeared before everyone like a shadow. Hearing Satan's Saint's cries for help, he helplessly glanced at Ming. Ming was seen riding on Satan's Saint, his fists falling like raindrops, each punch containing terrifying power, leaving Satan's Saint with no ability to fight back. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Yuan instantly unleashed his signature move, Light-Speed Kick. The kick was as fast as lightning, carrying a fierce gust of wind straight towards Ming. However, facing such a swift attack, Ming seemed oblivious, as if he had completely not noticed Huang Yuan's actions. The next moment, there was a loud bang as Huang Yuan's foot struck solidly against the Susanoo behind Ming. In an instant, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two, causing the ground around them to tremble. Strangely, both Huang Yuan, who delivered the kick, and Ming, who absorbed the impact, emerged unscathed. Instead, it was Satan's Saint, who had been continuously beaten by Ming, who suffered the consequences. Due to the immense force of Huang Yuan's kick, Satan's Saint, already battered and bruised, was further pushed to the brink. He was knocked back by tremendous force, flying dozens of meters away, before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Satan, your recovery ability is indeed strong, but unfortunately, in front of me, you are nothing more than a qualified target. Ming's Susanoo charged forward again, not giving Satan any time to catch his breath. While continuing to swing his fist down at Satan, he mocked coldly, watching Satan's mangled body rapidly recover to its original state in just 2 or 3 breaths. Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. But soon, this surprise was drowned out by his intense desire to fight. Ming, with a cold gaze, controlled the massive and imposing Susanoo. Suddenly, Susanoo exerted its strength, swinging its thick arms like a giant, sending Satan flying into the air with a thunderous force. Immediately after, Ming shouted, "Ultimate Flash." Susanoo stood firmly on the ground, its legs positioned in a stable stance, as if it was firmly rooted in its stance. It slowly raised its giant hands, accurately aiming at Satan in midair. At this moment, Susanoo's wrists were tightly pressed together, and its fingers naturally spread out like blooming flower petals, forming a strange calyx shape. In an instant, a dazzling golden beam of light erupted from Susanoo's palm like a roaring dragon. This golden beam was not only incredibly thick, but also so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it, containing a powerful energy that seemed capable of tearing apart space itself. It is worth mentioning that the inspiration for this ultimate move came from a certain high and mighty second prince of the Saiyans. The energy within it was derived from the Flash Fruit. However, although this seemingly unmatched imitation of the ultimate Flash accurately hit Satan, the final result was not satisfactory. It merely broke through the 4 spider legs that Satan hastily put up in defense. For Satan, such an injury, while painful, was nothing more than trivial surface wounds. Even before Satan could land back on the ground, the 4 spider legs that had been interrupted rapidly recovered to their original state, growing back intact. Infinite. Reloading Virtual Flash. With Ming's furious shout, his eyes sparkled with madness and excitement. At this moment, he no longer cared whether he could kill Satan in front of him. For him, this opponent with bizarre recovery abilities and fleshiness had become a rare and extremely interesting toy. Susanoo's massive figure stood majestically between heaven and earth, its 10 thick fingers shooting out dazzling golden beams like a machine gun, continuously firing. These beams tore through the sky, rushing straight towards Satan with an incredibly fierce momentum. Compared to the previously unleashed Ultimate Flash, the beams launched this time were noticeably thinner. However, this did not diminish their astonishing power. Moreover, in terms of quantity, they were vastly different. Countless beams intertwined to form an extremely brilliant web of light, completely enveloping Satan, leaving him nowhere to escape. Lord Satan, at this moment, several individuals in white suits from CP0 finally arrived at the scene. They happened to see the scene where Satan was attacked by Ming. They did not hesitate, instinctively transforming and standing in front of Satan's Saint. A gray bear, a black and white dog, a brown wild boar, and a black eagle. The next moment, they all fell within the attack range of Ming. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. However, Ming showed no signs of stopping, and the intensity of his attacks grew even fiercer. Next, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and up to half an hour later, Ming remained firmly standing in place, continuously manipulating Susanoo to launch attacks. For a full hour, Satan's Saint was overwhelmed by the torrent of golden light beams, and his originally indestructible defense gradually crumbled under such terrifying and dense assaults. Although he tried to resist or evade, Facing this relentless barrage of light beams that rained down like a storm, all his efforts seemed futile. When the thick smoke finally began to dissipate, Huang Yuan could finally see Saint's appearance at that moment and couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling that it was horrifying to the point of being unbearable. He saw that the once imposing pair of horns on top of his head had now broken off one, leaving the remaining one standing alone, looking particularly out of place and desolate. Looking at his once dignified face, it was now covered in numerous deep pits, as if hit at close range by a shotgun, leaving him almost unrecognizable from the previously invincible Saint. Moreover, his body was also covered in wounds, presenting a scene of blood and flesh in a muddled state, with pit after pit resembling greedy mouths, wantonly devouring his life force. The most devastating damage was to his arms. The left one was completely severed at the root, with blood gushing from the wound and droplets continuously falling. The right arm was not much better, only a section of the upper arm remained, shaking slightly with his body's tremors, as if it would completely break and fall off at any moment. As for his terrifying 8 spider legs, they were in a pitiful state, with 6 already missing and the remaining 2 also incomplete, one of which was only half left, barely supporting Saint's massive body from collapsing to the ground immediately. As for the few CP0 members, they appeared only to retreat, disappearing without a trace. The only thing they might leave in this world is the few pools of fresh blood on the ground in front of Satan. Despite suffering such severe injuries, Satan still gritted his teeth against the intense pain, gasping for breath while fixing a nearly mad gaze on not far away, bursting into wild laughter. "Ha, little brat. Is that all you can do? Let me tell you, I am immortal. No matter how serious the injury, I can quickly recover. As for you, after such intense firepower output, your stamina must be nearly depleted, right? This time, I will definitely not be soft-hearted like before. I will make you understand what true despair is." At the same time, the already battered body of Satan was astonishingly recovering at an incredible speed. The wounds glimmered with a strange light, and muscles and bones seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly growing and healing, as if time lost its effect here. "Come out!" Satan suddenly let out a roar. This shout exploded in the air like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Accompanying Satan's shout, an extremely strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged. This spatial fluctuation spread rapidly outward in ripples, centered on where Satan stood. At that moment, 2 enormous pentagram patterns appeared out of thin air on the ground to the left and right of Satan. These pentagrams shone with a mysterious black light, each teleportation array engraved with complex and ancient runes, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, it could be found that the 4 pentagram patterns were not identical. They bore prominent numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, clearly indicating different purposes or representing some specific meanings. As these teleportation array patterns gradually became clear and complete, a thick black energy, as dark as ink, began to rise slowly from their centers. This black energy spiraled like smoke, giving a chilling and terrifying feeling. Gradually, this black energy gathered more and more, eventually enveloping the entire teleportation array, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, not long after, when the black energy began to slowly dissipate, the scene within the teleportation array finally revealed itself to everyone. For figures gradually emerged from the darkness, initially indistinct, but as the light shone, their true forms quickly became visible. There were a total of 4 figures. They are the other 4 members of the famous 5 elders. The one on the far left is tall and striking with a shiny bald head. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes are sharp like a hawk. He tightly grips the demon sword Shodai Kitetsu, with a chilling light flashing his eyes. This person is Izambaron V. Nazashu, the financial martial god of the world government, Venus. Next to him is a man with long golden hair and a beard. He is dressed in a finely tailored black suit, but he is not tied a tie. Instead, he has boldly left his collar open, exposing his strong chest. The gruesome scar on his chest is particularly striking, as if it tells the story of countless fierce battles he has endured. This is the agricultural martial god of the world government, Shepherd Peter Saint Jupiter. Looking at the third person, he also has white hair, but his head is completely bald, with only 2 tufts of white beard resembling Ave shape on either side of his chin. He is also wearing a black suit, which gives him a solemn and dignified appearance. However, the most eye-catching feature is the large, bright red birthmark on his forehead. This man is the legal martial god of the world government, Topman Vachali's saint, Mercury. The last one has long white straight hair and an equally long white beard flowing in the wind. He was also dressed in a black suit, exuding an extraordinary aura with every gesture and movement. He is the environmental warrior of the world government, Marcus Massing, Mars. Yawn, you 5 elders have finally gathered. It really took me a long time to wait. Ming let out a big yawn, his face full of impatience, as if he was about to fall asleep from waiting. At this moment, everyone's gaze focused on Saint Satan. It could be seen that he still had many unhealed wounds on his body, looking quite disheveled. Seeing this, Saint Massing couldn't help but frown and asked with concern, Saint Satan, what happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? Saint Satan, with a bitter expression, helplessly replied, this little brat's strength is just too strong, far beyond my expectations. I couldn't handle him alone, so I urgently called everyone to come and help. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders exchanged glances and a serious expression flashed in their eyes. Saint Nejiru let out a cold snort and slowly drew out the gleaming long knife in his hand. At the same time, his body began to undergo a marvelous transformation. His originally normal figure gradually swelled up, muscles bulging. Even more astonishingly, his lower body slowly transformed into that of a tall and powerful horse. However, it was a skeletal horse with no flesh. Saint Nejiru, Beast Transformation Ability Horsebone. Not only Saint Nejiru, but the bodies of the other 5 elders also began to change. Saint Peter's legs were tightly pressed together, and then his entire lower body quickly transformed into a long, worm-like tail. His skull transformed directly into a huge sandworm head, fierce and terrifying. Saint Peter, Beast Ability Sandworm. Saint Vachali, Beast Ability, Sealing Boar. Suddenly, a flash of light surrounded him, and he instantly transformed into a tall, upright boarman. Most striking were the 4 thick and long tusks protruding from the corners of his mouth, gleaming coldly as if they could easily tear apart anything that stood in their way. At the same time, Saint Maz also unleashed his unique beast ability, Itsunamitama. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a peculiar being. His head took on the shape of a bird, with a sharp beak and lively eyes. Behind him stretched a pair of broad and powerful bird wings, each feather shining with an unusual glow. Moreover, his hands and feet turned into sharp claws, and his muscular upper body continuously swung a long tail. Together with the previously mentioned Saint Satan, these 5 powerful beings, known as the 5 elders, displayed forms that were remarkably diverse. However, despite their vastly different appearances, they shared one common feature. A swirling black flame cloud, like a ribbon, encircled each of their arms. The blazing black flames resembled the breath of demons from the depths of hell, adding an air of majesty and terror, and symbolizing that their beast abilities had all reached the awakened state. At this moment, the 4 distinctive beastmen and the fully recovered Saint Satan directed their fierce gazes simultaneously at Ming. Their eyes revealed unabashed hostility and a sense of oppression, as if they wanted to use this invisible mental power to deliver a heavy psychological blow and pressure to Ming. Ming let out a disdainful laugh, his gaze sweeping over the few 5 elder stars in front of him, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, filled with undisguised sarcasm. He said, "Look at how you all look now. It's just like those monkeys in a circus putting on a show." His words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into the opponent's heart. However, in the face of such provocation and sarcasm, the 5 old stars appeared unusually calm and composed, as if they couldn't hear the taunts coming from Ming at all. Ming felt the same way. He did not feel any mental oppression from the 5 elders, and he even had the leisure to mock them. Kill! With a furious shout, Naisashir charged towards Ming without hesitation. The 4 skeletal hooves forcefully kicked the ground, and with the raised dust and debris, his entire figure shot towards Ming like an arrow. At the same time, Naisashir tightly gripped the demon sword Chu Dai Kitch, one of the supreme knives, its blade glinting with a cold light as it cut through the air in a sharp arc, fiercely striking down at Ming. Facing the aggressive attack, Ming merely smiled faintly, calmly controlling his Susanoo. He saw Susanoo tightly grip the halberd with one hand and then reverse the grip, plunging the halberd into the ground. With a loud clang, amidst the sparks flying, Naisashir full strength attack was easily blocked by Ming. But at that moment, the nearby Vachali seized the opportunity and swiftly launched a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a large wild boar man, baring his fangs and roaring as he exerted the wild boar's powerful charge, rushing towards Mukiming with unstoppable force. This was the signature skill of the wild boars from all realms, Wild Boar Charge. Mukiming naturally noticed Vachali's movement. However, to the surprise of the five elders, he did not make any moves to dodge or defend. Vachali was pleased with Mukiming's arrogance. As Vachali got closer, he ultimately crashed into Mukiming. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted behind Mukiming, sending his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Meanwhile, the waiting Mizusei, in midair, flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. He had transformed into a birdman form and had already spread his wings in advance, positioned on Mukiming's trajectory. When he saw Mukiming flying towards him, Mizusei raised his claw without hesitation, using all his strength to kick down at Mukiming. In the eyes of the onlookers, Mukiming fell straight towards the ground like a shooting star. With a loud boom, the entire earth trembled. The powerful impact created a massive, deep pit on the already rugged ground, as if struck by a meteorite from the sky. The five elders stood in a line, firmly at the edge of the pit, their expressions unchanged as they stared down at the large pit shrouded in swirling dust. As the dust gradually settled, one could vaguely see Mukiming's Susanoo figure lying in the center of the pit. At this moment, Tenseiga had picked up a sturdy decorative stone pillar from somewhere. He held it in his hand like a cane and then forcefully leaned it against the ground, with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. Revealing a trace of disdainful smile, he shouted down to the bottom of the pit, "Kid, are you still so arrogant now? If you have the guts, keep jumping." Beside him, the insect man Peter Saint, who had not yet made a move, cast a sidelong glance at Satan Saint, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. With this level of skill, how could you be beaten so badly by him? Upon hearing this, Satan Saint was momentarily stunned. Despite feeling very puzzled about the huge disparity in Mu Ming's strength before and after, he quickly regained his composure and nodded in response. Well, maybe it's because he had already exhausted too much energy from our earlier fight. After saying this, Satan Saint himself seemed to find this reason a bit far-fetched. However, at that moment, he really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. When exactly did you start to have this absurd illusion? Firmly believing that the one in the pit is me? Just then, a crisp and loud voice of a young man suddenly exploded like thunder behind the five old stars. Hearing this, the five old stars were all taken aback in their hearts and turned around sharply. Not far away, on top of a ruined building, a young man was leisurely sitting with his legs crossed. He appeared relaxed, with a hint of boredom on his face, as if everything happening before him was merely a farce. This person was Uchiha Mukyo. The five Kages looked further away and could see Shisui, Itachi, and Kizuru hiding in the distance, their gazes fixed tightly on this spot. What on earth is going on? Who is that person? St. Peter turned with a skeptical expression to look at the massive pit. As the dust in the pit gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. The five Kages focused their eyes and saw the same black-red Susanoo. However, just as the five Kages were astonished, a loud bang echoed. The towering Susanoo instantly exploded into a thick white mist, dissipating like smoke at the bottom of the pit. Now, Mukyo's shadow clone, protected by Susanoo, had eliminated the past weakness of being easily destroyed with a single touch. Could it be that this was just a clone of that little brat? Damn it, when was this trap set? Saint Satan's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. What a waste. Can't even tell the real from the fake. Saint Vachali coldly snorted at Saint Satan with a look of disdain, his contemptuous gaze seeming to pierce through him. Although Saint Satan felt dissatisfied upon hearing this, he did not directly refute it. He merely muttered very, very quietly, "Didn't you fail to distinguish them as well?" However, this subtle voice did not escape Saint Vachali's keen ears. "What did you say?" Saint Vachali suddenly turned around, casting a cold glance at Saint Satan, filled with a threatening aura. Under Saint Vachali's glare, Saint Satan felt uneasy and quickly smiled, saying, "Oh, I meant we must strike with all our might. We absolutely cannot give that little brat any chance to breathe." Just then, Mukyo, who had been silent, suddenly raised his right hand and positioned it in front of his chest, making a gesture akin to pointing a sword. Following that, 5 loud bangs sounded. 5 white mists appeared out of thin air in front of Mukyo. These white mists rolled and surged as if they had a life of their own. Once the 5 mists gradually dissipated, 5 identical Mukyas appeared simultaneously before everyone. Each Mukyo was indistinguishable in appearance, demeanor, and the aura they exuded. As everyone knows, when ninjas perform ninjutsu, They often need to use both hands to form specific hand seals to facilitate the manipulation of chakra energy within them. However, experts like Mukyu had already freed themselves from such cumbersome restrictions. For him, it was as simple as a thought to unleash powerful ninjutsu at will. Just like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their chakra was as easy to manipulate as their arms. Hand seals? What a joke. A clap of the hands. And whatever you want comes to be. Mukyu didn't choose to clap his hands to release his ninjutsu. Instead, he opted for a single-handed sword point. Don't ask. He just thought this gesture looked cool. Strike first, suffer later. Therefore, before the 5 Kages could even react to attack, the 5 Mukyu's clones simultaneously opened their dazzling, eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In an instant, 5 powerful and terrifying auras spread out, sending chills down spines. Following that, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, 5 gigantic and immensely powerful complete Susanus rose up as if they were emerging from the depths of hell. Their forms, resembling those of the 5 Kages in beast form, radiated endless pressure and destructive power, with the power of the magical talisman backing him. Mukyu was not even considering the so-called reasonable allocation of chakra at this moment. He only had one thought in his mind. Assisting? Not a chance. It's all about the main attack. In the next moment, the 5 complete Susanoo seemed to receive an order and vanished in a thin air in the blink of an eye. However, the 5 elders are not to be underestimated. Their observation haki is not something they train for nothing. We see Saint Vashuri merely turn his head slightly. Then, with his 4 sharp, wolf-like fangs exposed, he effortlessly blocked one of the Susanu's halberds that was swung at him. At the same time, Saint Nisudru showed no signs of backing down either. He tightly gripped the demon sword, the first generation of Kitsch, and with a powerful swing, successfully blocked the fierce strike of another clone's Susanoo wielding a Fangtian Huaji. However, compared to the relaxed and effortless demeanor of Vachali Saint, although Nasashir, Saint also managed to fend off the attack, he was inevitably pushed back several large steps by the Susanoo controlled by this clone, Makuming. Maz Saint's response was extremely simple. He suddenly flapped his broad and powerful wings, soaring into the sky like lightning, easily evading the clone Susanoo's fierce attack. However, the complete Susanoo would not let him off easily. The massive wings on its back were not just for decoration. With a strong tremor, Susanoo spread its wings and aggressively pursued Maz Saint like a fierce bird of prey, seemingly determined to bring him to his doom. At this moment, the beast-human form of Maz Saint and the clone Susanoo engaged in a spectacular aerial duel in the vast sky. They exchanged blows without yielding to each other, each move containing earth-shattering power, leaving the Navy watching from below, trembling in fear. On the other side, Saint appeared confident. Drawing on the valuable experience gained from his previous battle with Susanoo, he unhesitatingly raised his 4 thick spider legs covered in hard shells and instantly enveloped them in an indestructible layer of pitch-black armed color. Immediately after, he charged towards the gleaming halberd in the hands of Susanoo with a thunderous momentum. When the two collided, a deafening sound erupted, as if the entire island trembled in response. In contrast, the situation for St. Peter was much more difficult. When a clone Susanoo launched its surprise attack, although he did react to some extent, it was ultimately half a beat too late. With a whoosh, the halberd rushed towards St. Peter's massive insect head like a storm. At the critical moment, St. Peter exerted all his strength to tilt his head to the side, barely escaping the fate of being decapitated on the spot. Unfortunately, he was unable to completely evade this fatal strike. The incredibly sharp blade of the halberd cruelly scraped across his forehead, instantly slicing off nearly half of it, with blood splattering everywhere, a horrific sight. Before the clone Susanoo could deliver a follow-up blow, St. Peter's head, which had been severed, began to visibly regrow at an astonishing speed. However, this detail alone was enough to clearly show that compared to the other 4, St. Peter was slightly inferior in both reaction speed and defensive capability. How interesting. At that moment, without giving the 5 elders any chance to retaliate or counterattack, Mokomi-ai once again assumed that familiar sword-pointing posture. In an instant, a series of tight and rapid bang 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 sounds echoed. This familiar sequence of sounds resonated around like a dense drumbeat. At the same time, an even more familiar white mist quickly spread, enveloping the entire space. Faced with this sudden scene, the 5 elders couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in their hearts, as if a massive stone had crashed down upon them. They nervously watched the gradually dissipating white mist, each person's heartbeat involuntarily quickening. When the white mist completely cleared, The scene before them made the five elders' hearts nearly stop. There were exactly 20 identical clones of Ming, arranged neatly as if copied and pasted. Including the 5 clones that had appeared earlier, the power comparison between the two sides had now turned into a staggering 5 to 25. This enormous disparity in numbers plunged the originally confident 5 elders into despair. Immediately after, a shocking scene unfolded as one black and red Susanoo after another appeared like demonic gods. They were tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura and pressure. Maz Saint was still engaged in a fierce battle with the clone Susanoo in midair. He took a moment to overlook the scene below and saw that the originally empty ground was now completely occupied by black and red Susanoo. These massive figures were densely arranged together, seemingly forming an indestructible defense line. They're just clones, keep attacking. I don't believe that little brat can sustain such a huge energy drain. Nasu Shuru glared with wide eyes, fixated on those Susanoo, holding the first generation Onitetsu to block the Fong Tianhua Ji, and then said sternly. After witnessing this scene, the other members of the 5 Elder Stars felt a bit surprised in their hearts, but they also showed no signs of retreat. Their thoughts were in line with Nasa Sheer Sieger. No matter how many enemies there were, if they couldn't be killed, victory would ultimately belong to them. Now was the crucial moment for both sides to compete in endurance and attrition. At this time, the most important thing was to not let this seemingly weak, yet surprisingly powerful little ghost escape. Because once it was allowed to escape or grow, it would definitely become a major threat to their world government in the future. Therefore, no matter the cost, they had to completely eliminate this potential threat in its cradle. Yes, he is not wrong. My consumption is indeed very large. Just then, Mukiming's voice leisurely came from behind. He also heard the words spoken by Saint Neizashuru, but chose not to directly refute the other party. Instead, he casually responded in a nonchalant tone laced with a hint of mockery. This attitude instantly infuriated the 5 elders, causing the veins on their foreheads to bulge. Damn little brat, how dare you be so audacious? Saint Neizashuru roared in uncontrollable anger. However, before he could finish his words, the clone Susanoo launched an attack at lightning speed. The clone Susanoo wielded a massive halberd and executed a move reminiscent of the plus version of the spring and autumn sword technique, Power Split at Mount Hua. The complete Susanoo gripped the halberd tightly, took a run-up, and jumped. The entire Susanoo spun sideways in midair and then, with the force of gravity accelerating it, struck down fiercely. Although the halberd was not as effective for slashing as a broadsword, this strike was still as powerful as a thunderclap, crashing down with overwhelming force towards Saint Neizashuru. With a loud bang, Saint Neizashuru barely had time to mount an effective defense, only managing to raise the original Onitetsu and brace it against the ferocious incoming halberd. His originally sinister body now appeared extremely disheveled. Even the 4 skeletal hooves could not withstand such a powerful impact, beginning to sway precariously, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Nasu Shuru gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, trying with all his might to stop the Fong Tianhua Ji from continuing to press down. However, the terrifying force made him feel as if he were a mantis trying to stop a chariot, with every second feeling like an agony. Despite putting forth all his strength, he could still clearly feel the Fong Tianhua Ji pressing down little by little, getting closer and closer to the top of his head. At that moment, Maz Shuru, seeing Nasu Shuru in such a dire situation, anxiously wanted to rush over to provide support. He shouted loudly downwards, "Saint Neizashuru, I come to aid you." Then he unleashed high-temperature flames towards the clone Susanoo, fiercely confronting the numerous clone Susanoos that kept surging around him. However, the number of those clone Susanoos was overwhelming, and each one was quite powerful. At this moment, they were closely cooperating, forming an indestructible defense line. Although Saint Maz struggled for a while, it was difficult for him to break through the encirclement and reach Saint Neizashuru's side. As he saw Saint Neizashuru's situation becoming increasingly perilous, Saint Maz felt an intense anxiety in his heart, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Meanwhile, Saint Neizashuru was facing an unprecedented crisis, and his situation grew more dangerous. Originally, he was being firmly suppressed by a formidable clone Susanoo, without any chance to breathe. However, at this moment of despair, 4 more Susanoos surged from behind like a tide, completely surrounding him. Each of these Susanoos unleashed the same move, the plus version of the spring and autumn blade technique. Force splitting Mount Hua. The overwhelming blade force, just like before, seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, sending chills down one's spine. Moreover, unlike before, there were now 4 such terrifying attacks appearing simultaneously, instantly increasing their power geometrically. As Saint Nezushiro was about to be engulfed by this overwhelming onslaught and fall into an irreversible predicament at the critical moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. "Get away from me!" It was Saint Vacheli stepping forward, appearing like a raging beast, recklessly using his massive hard head and sharp fangs to withstand the furious attacks of the 5 Susanus. Despite enduring tremendous pressure, with his indomitable will and astonishing strength, Saint Vacheli managed to break through the heavy encirclement. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly directed a roar imbued with his top-tier conqueror's haki towards the direction of Saint Nezushiro. In an instant, a powerful sound wave wrapped in black-red lightning charged towards Saint Nezushiro with the force of a runaway wild horse. Wherever the sound wave passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of piercing explosions. Finally, after Saint Vacheli successfully unleashed this powerful aid skill, he could no longer withstand the attacks of the Susanus and was quickly surrounded again by the incoming Susanus. It felt as if Saint Vacheli was only able to unleash this aid attack because the Susanus had intentionally let him do so. Seeing this situation, the other members of the 5 Elder Stars finally felt a slight relaxation of the tension in their hearts. One must say that Saint Vacheli's idea was indeed commendable. However, the only downside was that it seemed a bit too idealistic, greatly overestimating the strength and destructive power of his skills. Shifting focus to where Saint Nezushiro was located, one of the Susanus suddenly changed the direction of the halberd it wielded with tremendous force, striking down fiercely towards the conqueror's haki roar filled with destructive energy. With a loud bang, the entire island seemed to tremble. After the loud noise, the initially overwhelming conqueror's haki roar dissipated under this strike, as if it had never existed. After this, Susanoo successfully shattered the conqueror's haki roar. Saint Nezushiro, behind it, had already fallen into an absolute predicament. The other 3 Susanus simultaneously unleashed the powerful force, splitting Mount Hua on Saint Nezushiro. 3 unmatched spear lights intertwined and descended, instantly slicing Saint Nezushiro into several segments. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Saint Nezushiro's mangled upper body and several severed lower body parts fell heavily onto the cold ground, blood splattering everywhere. A sight too horrific to behold. He was howling in pain while struggling futilely to get up, but it was all in vain. Witnessing such a tragic scene, the other 4 elders were instantly filled with rage, and they shouted in unison, "Nasu Shuru." That furious roar echoed in the air like thunder, lingering for a long time. At the same time, their gazes towards Mumming became increasingly serious, filled with vigilance and caution. Clearly, after witnessing Nasu Shuru's tragic fate, they had come to a profound realization that this enemy before them was not to be underestimated. They won't die, but they still have normal pain sensations. Okay. Especially with the visual effect of being dismembered, it can practically explode the eyes of those who have been in high positions for so long. Dismemberment is something they have done to others many times, yet they have never experienced it themselves. Don't get excited, it will soon be your turn, Ming said with a relaxed expression, but the other 4 elders ignored his words, their gazes fixed tightly on the 5 avatars of Susanoo. They stood steadily beside the dismembered body of Nasu Shr, waiting for his recovery. At this moment, Saint Satan's body trembled slightly, wanting to speak but seemingly choked by something, only able to produce intermittent syllables. You. Meanwhile, Ming smiled, as if he had already seen through what Saint Satan was thinking, and slowly explained, "I certainly understand that you possess immortality, but I'm just simply curious and want to see if your so-called immortality has any limits." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 elders instantly darkened. Their already heavy psychological burdens felt even more crushing at that moment, because they understood very well that this little brat named Ming was definitely not a simple-minded fool with developed limbs. So the question arises, if that's the case, what exactly is his elaborate scheme? The answer is already apparent. It is nothing more than to continuously test and ascertain the limits of their immortality, treating them like playthings. At that moment, the dismembered Nasu Shr finally completed his self-repair. He struggled to rise from the ground, holding the original Oni Tetsu to support his wobbling body, his mouth wide open, greedily gasping for air, each breath accompanied by heavy gasps. In that instant, Nasu Shr's eyes widened, his face filled with unmistakable terror. He watched helplessly as the five gigantic and imposing Susanoo lunged at him like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. With a muffled sound of puff, Nasushure's body was instantly torn into several pieces by these powerful beings, blood and flesh flying everywhere, a gruesome sight. His desperate gaze was truly something to behold. Meanwhile, the other elders, upon seeing Nasushure's tragic fate, felt a tightening in their hearts, causing them to make slight mistakes in their movements. St. Peter originally intended to evade the attack with his agile skills, but this time he was not so fortunate. Although he managed to dodge 2 whistling halberds with all his might, he ultimately could not escape the other 3 deadly weapons. 2 of the halberds struck his chest and wing, respectively, while the last one sliced through his neck with tremendous force. In an instant, St. Peter's large bug-like head flew high into the air, blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, Saint Satan faced a similarly grim situation. 2 incredibly sharp halberds pierced through his chest like lightning, directly penetrating his heart. After the Susanoo withdrew the halberds, Saint Satan's chest was left with a gaping hole. He clutched his chest in agony, spewing blood, and slowly collapsed to the ground. As for Saint Maz, he was tightly surrounded by 4 Susanoo, with no way to escape. No matter how he charged left and right, he could not break free from the enemy's restraints. Finally, when his energy was dispersed, the remaining Susanoo seized the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. A flash of cold light passed by, and Saint Maz's body was cleaved in half. His upper and lower body instantly separated, creating a gruesome scene. The only remaining elder, Saint Voculi, despite revealing a fleeting flaw in the intense battle, was not significantly threatened due to his indestructible and nearly invincible strong defense. However, the Susanoo clearly would not let this rare opportunity slip by. The mighty Susanoo swung its halberd, shining coldly, and struck fiercely at Saint Voculi. As Saint Voculi focused his defenses on vital areas like his upper body and head, this strike landed accurately on his relatively weaker abdomen. In an instant, accompanied by a dull sound, the incredibly sharp halberd tore through Saint Voculi's abdomen like it was nothing, blood splattering everywhere, a shocking sight. Such a severe injury would likely leave others severely wounded or even dead on the spot. But for the highly defensive Saint Voculi, the situation was quite different. This seemingly horrific wound was as trivial to him as a small cut on a finger. Not to mention it was life-threatening. Even his mobility seemed unaffected. However, when everyone turned their gaze to Saint Voculi's otherwise expressionless face, they could still detect a slight change. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the slight furrow of his brow and the barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his mouth hinted that the pain from the wound in his abdomen was far from the ease he appeared to show. Perhaps only Saint Voculi himself understood how this seemingly insignificant pain would impact his subsequent battles. Wow, that one looks like it might hurt a bit. After witnessing the misfortunes of the elders one by one, Mukumii sat cross-legged nearby, without a shred of compassion, making sarcastic remarks. His biting words were like a chilling wind, ruthlessly blowing towards the already fallen 5 elders. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kizaru couldn't help but instinctively gasp. He widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at the scene before him, pondering silently in his heart. Then, he slowly turned his head and cast his gaze toward Shisui and Itachi beside him, lowering his voice and cautiously asking, "Has this brother Mukimitsu always had such a sharp tongue?" Upon hearing Huang Yuan's question, Shisui was initially taken aback. Then he revealed a wry smile. He hesitated for a moment, then helplessly nodded and replied, more or less. This brief answer, while seemingly casual, struck a deep chord in Kizaru's heart. At that moment, various images kept flashing through Kizaru's mind. If one day he unfortunately became an enemy of mumming, what kind of end would await him? Just imagining that scenario sent a chill up Kizaru's spine. After all, being easily manipulated by someone else is an extremely frustrating experience. If coupled with the other party's merciless taunts and humiliation, it would be worse than death. Thinking of this, Kizaru couldn't help but reaffirm his inner conviction. No matter what, he absolutely could not provoke this terrifying, morally bankrupt mumming. Just as Voculi, Saint was fully focused and extremely vigilant, watching the next move of the Susanoo. No one expected mumming to suddenly make such an unfathomable move. Mumming unhesitatingly raised that finger again, as if to unleash some mysterious, powerful, and familiar technique. Upon seeing this, Voculi, Saint was suddenly taken aback, instinctively stepping back a few paces. At the same time, He quickly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms in front of his chest. With a layer of dark, glossy haki enveloping his arms, assuming a defensive posture, his gaze fixed tightly on Ming, not daring to slacken for a moment. The next second, with a series of loud, familiar, and thunderous booms echoing, thick white mist surged out from where the Susun were, spreading rapidly in all directions like a roaring tide. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield, which had been relatively clear, was completely shrouded in dense white mist, making it difficult to see the surrounding situation. Upon witnessing this scene, not only were the 5 elders left dumbfounded, but even the usually calm and composed Kazuru was momentarily stunned. He then turned to look at Shisui beside him, incredulously asking, "Wait, they're already over 20. He can still continue to create clones?" Kizaru was bewildered. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Could it be that this cloning ability has no limits at all? He simply couldn't imagine how many clones Ming had already created before, and how he could continue to divide further. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? In comparison, the so-called top natural abilities or legendary phantom beast abilities they possessed were simply trivial, not worth mentioning at all. No, they weren't even worthy of being called trivial. They were simply the most trivial of all. Looking at it this way, Ming alone could surround their entire Navy headquarters. What could a mere 20 or so clones do? You know, that forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones. Once used, hundreds of clones are just a small matter. Just take Ming as an example. I clearly remember that he once did a test and directly created thousands, almost 10,000 clones. Shisui said with an expression as if asking whether Huang Yuan had ever seen the world. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Thousands? And even tens of thousands? Is this guy really still human?" Clearly, what Shisui described had completely exceeded his imagination, leaving him so shocked that he could hardly speak. Jishui's words hit Huang Yuan like a heavy hammer on his heart, causing him to instantly lose the desire to continue the conversation. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. At this time, as the surrounding white mist gradually dissipated, the situation that the 5 elders and Huang Yuan were worried about ultimately did not occur. It turned out that the white mist was indeed caused by the clone technique. But contrary to their expectations, it was not because new clones had appeared again. On the contrary, it was that all the previously existing clones had been actively dispelled by Ming. Looking at this unexpected scene before them, the only standing 5 elder, Saint Watchely, had a serious expression, not daring to show even the slightest relaxation or carelessness. He stared intently at Ming and asked in a harsh voice, "Kid, what do you mean? Why did you suddenly retract all your clones?" Although on the surface, Watchely appeared calm, inside he was already filled with unease and vigilance. "I've had enough of this little trick called clone technique. So, I plan to change things up and try something fresh and interesting." Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The 5 elders were tough and resilient, making them perfect living punching bags. This delighted Ming because he was contemplating using these 5 guys to test out his recently awakened reincarnation eye technique. Ming's reincarnation eye was not awakened for nothing. Just like Uchiha Madara's terrifying reincarnation eye, which possessed fearsome skills like Will Tomb, Edge Prison, and Heavenly Barrier, Shock Star, Ming's reincarnation eye also did not fall behind, having birthed a brand new powerful ocular technique. However, unlike Madara, Ming's reincarnation eye had only awakened one type of technique. The reason for this was that the power contained within this technique was simply too immense. Even merging the original 2 techniques together could barely produce it. Ming's reincarnation eye technique is called celestial simulation. The origin of this name is quite significant. Ming was able to successfully awaken this technique due to his exceptionally clear understanding of his own abilities. Since Ming drew various magical items from the system, both his endurance for sustained combat and his defensive capability against external attacks had reached saturation. However, the downside was that he always felt he lacked a powerful finishing move that could deliver a decisive blow, unable to effectively compensate for his relatively weak attack power. It was based on this consideration that celestial simulation came into being, becoming Ming's most relied upon trump card. The reason for its birth is actually quite simple. While Ming was racking his brain to figure out how to create a powerful attack, a scene from the Xiong Lian series suddenly flashed through his mind. Delina lightly raised her jade hand, instantly creating a dazzling sun and detonating it without hesitation. The scene was both cool and powerful. This moment gave Ming immense inspiration and insight. After repeated contemplation and ideas, the unique and powerful ability, celestial simulation, finally manifested at the time Ming awakened his reincarnation eye, becoming his exclusive ocular technique. It could not only replicate the spectacular scene of Delina creating and detonating the sun, but also possessed unimaginable potential, with development directions that went beyond just creating and exploding supernovae. Although currently limited by Mumming's own strength, the power this technique could unleash was still limited. However, its growth ceiling was nearly boundless, capable of continuously evolving as Mumming's power grew. As long as Mumming kept breaking through bottlenecks when his strength soared, celestial simulation would surely reveal its terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. The originally noisy battlefield and the swirling dust gradually faded away, replaced by a heart-stopping silence. Smoke lingered in the air, not yet fully dissipated, as if still retaining the warmth of the fierce battle just fought. Mumming sat quietly in place, his gaze calmly fixed on the five elders, who were struggling to recover from their injuries. He neither chose to intervene at this opportunity nor delivered a fatal blow to eliminate future threats. Meanwhile, the five elders secretly rejoiced that Mumming was holding back. They hurriedly took the time to silently accelerate their healing process. After all, facing such a powerful opponent, any slight negligence could lead to an irreparable outcome. This tense process did not last long. In just a few minutes, the five elders had essentially returned to their original state. They stood side by side, their figures agile and in perfect harmony. However, each of their eyes was filled with vigilance, firmly locking onto Mumming not far away. Seeing this, Mumming smiled slightly, and this seemingly casual smile made the five elders involuntarily take a step back in unison. After waiting for so long, you have finally recovered, Mumming said lightly as he slowly stood up. With his movement, the five elders' sense of vigilance grew heavier, staring at this young, formidable opponent as if facing a great enemy. Because these five powerful figures had already lost 5 lives at Mumming's hands. Since they became the five elders who shook the seas, such a crushing defeat was unheard of. After being mercilessly beaten by Mumming just now, the 5 of them finally awoke from their daze and saw the desperate situation they were in. Previously, they had only one thought. They absolutely could not let this powerful Mumming, who exceeded their imagination, go. However, reality cruelly told them that apart from risking their lives, any other method was nothing but a delusion. Thus, they decided to go all out and attempt to wear Mumming down through a war of attrition. You little brat, by provocatively challenging the world government so recklessly, you will definitely end up with a bad outcome. Vachely glared angrily at Mumming, roaring with a fierce tone. At this moment, Mumming had already lost interest and patience in talking to these opponents who were like punching bags to him. His left eye, with the Rinnegan, flickered with a barely noticeable gleam, and then the kaleidoscope technique time domain was activated in an instant. In an instant, the area centered around the position of the five elders froze in time, and their movements suddenly halted. The 5 of them stood there motionless, lifelessly frozen in place. In the next moment, Mu Ming's figure flickered like a ghost. In an instant, he silently appeared behind the 5 elders, with the raging sea in front of them. Without hesitation, Mu Ming extended his hands and swiftly planted a space coordinate for the Flying Thunder God technique on the 5 elders. After completing this, he began to fully activate the basic ocular technique of the reincarnation Shinra Tensei and pushed its power to the limit, unleashing an enhanced version of it, Super Shinra Tensei. As Mu Ming let out a deep roar, Super Shinra Tensei, he focused entirely on controlling the Super Shinra Tensei, which possessed immense repulsive force. His gaze was firmly locked on the 5 elders in front of him. With a slight movement of his finger, a powerful repulsive force surged forth like a torrent, sweeping towards the 5 elders. Faced with such a terrifying impact of repulsion, the 5 elders, frozen in time, were unable to make any resistance. They were unaware that their bodies were being propelled by this irresistible force, flying at high speed towards the distant sea. In the blink of an eye, the once lofty and imposing 5 elders turned into a few small black shadows on the horizon, appearing as small and fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. At the same time, Mu Ming's figure instantly vanished from spot, merging with the endless sky along with the Super Shinra Tensei. Once the 5 elders were pushed out of the Egghead Island's range, the time pause effect brought by Mu Ming's kaleidoscope, a technique time domain, came to an abrupt end. In an instant, the 5 elders awoke from their dazed state, regaining their ability to think and act. What on earth is happening? One of the 5 elders, Saint Pedo, widened his eyes in shock and trembled as he asked. The other 4 also looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Just a second ago, they had been questioning Mu Ming aggressively, but the next moment, They inexplicably found themselves flying into the sky. This sudden turn of events left them utterly baffled. Synopsis. While jogging at night, Ming was transported to the world of Naruto through a Chinese sword technique and became a member of the Uchiha clan. Speaking of which, since he has crossed over, doesn't TA system essential for travelers also need to be present? Oh, this system is the kind that rewards you for changing the plot. A conventional mainstream system. Awesome. As a heavy second-dimensional enthusiast and late-stage bookworm, Ming found it easy to use. Change the plot? Ming stated as long as he has hands. That's all that matters. Shisui dead? He directly stabbed him with a knife.